This young man was originally a modern-day Earthling who transmigrated into a baby in another world. He panicked in shock, subconsciously realizing he had turned into a child. The woman only heard the cries of a newborn. She looked at him gently and said, "Why are you crying again, Yue Zioxi? You must be hungry." The mother opened her clothes and breastfed him. The young man instinctively buried his face against her, then jolted in surprise. Drinking milk like this actually felt amazing. Right after that, Zioxi was carried away for a bath. He frowned and crossed his arms in thought. Maybe it was a side effect of transmigration, but my memories are fragmented now. I only remember scenes from the apocalypse and a girl. Alongside the image of a goddess and crashing thunder, there were vague words he couldn't hear clearly, something about a whose. He tried hard to recall the word. Did whose mean husband? So there was even a wife at the place where I died. His memories were still broken and confusing. What exactly were they? Still, he had to admit she seemed very kind to him. Seeing her son's eyes fixed on her, the mother quickly hugged him and exclaimed, "Is my son looking at mommy? So adorable." In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. Inside the small house, he was still whining for milk despite already being 5 years old. All he did was eat, sleep, and drool. Zioxi thought to himself, "For the past 5 years, she's always treated me this well. My memories still haven't fully returned. In my heart, I've gradually accepted this new mother. I failed to cherish it in my past life, but this time I want to protect this love. She works hard for me, cries for me, smiles at me, and acts spoiled with me." While he was spacing out in the eyes of his new mother, Zioxi was still smiling brightly. "Son, tonight mommy will cook dinner for you." Hearing that, the young man almost blurted out that the reason he always begged for milk was because his mother's cooking was awful. It was practically impossible to swallow, and there was probably nothing worse. After 5 years in this world, he summed up the current situation like this, although it was supposedly a high-level world right now. Zioxi was living in a tiny village so remote that even birds wouldn't bother flying over it. No Wi-Fi, no electricity. Luckily, there were at least a few elemental spirits to use. The humble house showed that neither of his 2 lives had ever been wealthy. In this second life, there was something called a memory crystal. Inside, it was an image of his father. His mother had never told Zioxi where his father had gone, only cried endlessly about it. To him, his mother in this life was practically perfect, except for her cooking. The man who often lurked outside the door was the neighbor next door. Everyone called him Brother Wang. 30 years old and still single. On top of that, he had a vulgar face covered in scruffy beard. He always wore a useless expression all day long. Fortunately, he wasn't actually that kind of person. "Zioyan, I caught some fish today. They're for you and your son." Hearing this, the mother turned around and replied, "Oh, Brother Wang, you've come by." Zioxi absolutely hated this vulgar uncle and immediately came up with a devious idea, launching his ultimate spoiled child technique toward his mother. "I'm scared, boo-hoo. He's a bad guy, mommy, save me." "Make the bad man go away, mommy. He's a bad guy." Brother Wang stood outside the door speechless. Seeing her son panicking, the mother sided with him and said to Brother Wang, "I'm really sorry, but I can't accept this. You're a good person, but you don't need to treat us this kindly. We don't deserve all this from you. Please take it back. Besides, my son and I depending on each other is enough for this lifetime. I hope you understand, Brother Wang." Zioxi was like an absolute good luck charm that his mother trusted completely. The uncle looked extremely displeased and muttered resentfully under his breath, "Just you wait." Along with squeaking rats in the night, the shadow of a drunken man staggered into the house. It was none other than the neighbor, Brother Wang. "For 5 years she's kept rejecting me. It must be because of that brat. Just wait and see what I do to you." Just imagining himself marrying Zioxi's mother made him drool. Pushing open the door, he grinned wickedly and looked toward the deeply sleeping Zioxi. Feeling strangely light, Zioxi suddenly woke up. What's that sound? Did that rat come to steal food again?" Before he could react, a hand from behind tightly covered his mouth. "SHH, quiet now. Once I finish dealing with your mother, we'll be father and son. Be good and watch." After covering Zioxi's mouth, the man kept gulping down liquor. While tightly tying up his hands, Zioxi was furious. "Damn it. If I still had my body from Earth, even if I couldn't beat him, I'd at least still be a 180-centimeter adult." Before the man could get any further, a wooden stick smashed straight into his face. 2 front teeth flew right out. Zioxi's mother had woken up at some point. He turned around and revealed a bloody smile. "So you're awake. Don't rush, it'll be your turn soon enough." The mother's eyes turned sharp. "Let him go or I'll fight you to the death." Although Zioxi's mouth was covered, he still struggled to mumble, "Mom, run." Panicking and unable to do anything, Zioxi forced himself to calm down. "Stay calm. I've still lived for 34 years after all. I need to stay calm and think of another way." In his mind, he imagined a scenario. First he needed a knife, then he could cut the ropes. But his mother had placed the knife too high for him to reach. Just as he thought about it, something suddenly appeared behind his hand. When did this knife appear? What is going on? Why is this knife suddenly in my hand? At that exact moment, somewhere on Earth, a bald man was about to slice a watermelon when his knife suddenly vanished in an instant. Inside Zioxy's house, his mother was trembling in fear. "Don't come any closer, get out of my house," Wang revealed a savage grin. "Aha, even now you're still acting like this." Left with no choice, the mother threatened him. "If you dare come closer, I'll kill myself right here." Hearing that, Wang lowered his head and pouted. "Why, this is so unfair. For the past 5 years, I've treated you well the whole time. Why won't you accept me?" The mother answered softly. "Love was never something fair to begin with. Besides, my heart has long gone cold." At those words, Wang burst into tears before suddenly going mad. "Damn it! If I can't have you, then I'll destroy everything myself." Meanwhile, Zioxy knew he could not hesitate any longer. He struggled to untie the ropes, trying to escape as quickly as possible. After freeing himself, the boy stood up with the knife in hand. His friendly elemental bird also flew over to help him. Wang had been blinded. He could not see clearly at all. Even a tiny elemental dared oppose him now. Zioxy knew he could not waste this chance and rushed forward immediately. This was the moment. The difference in strength is too huge. I have to strike his weak point, and a man's weak point is obviously down there. Zioxy charged straight for the critical spot. "Take my ultimate Shaolin technique." After that devastating kick, the pain shot straight through his entire body. Wang screamed miserably while clutching his face and nose. Zioxy struck a professional pose. "Today I'll make you pay, no one gets to bully my mother." Zioxy charged directly at him again. Holding the knife in his hand, he shouted, "Let me help expand your prison tunnel. When you get locked up in town prison, you'll thank me for this." Another blood-curdling scream rang out as blood splattered everywhere. Zioxy angrily warned him, "Trash like you deserves this punch. Remember this well, this punch comes from your grandpa." Zioxy threw a heavy punch, sending Wang flying straight into the wall face first. Someone hidden outside had witnessed everything and revealed a sinister smile. "Interesting." Meanwhile, his mother cried uncontrollably from fear. "My son, that was terrifying. You nearly scared me to death. I thought we were both finished." Somehow, the child ended up comforting his own mother instead. All right, stop crying already. Be good, Mom, don't act like a child. Everything's fine now." After everything that had happened, Zioxy thought to himself, "I can summon knives from Earth. And my right hand has incredible strength, almost like a Killin arm. Looks like I didn't just transmigrate normally." That night, old Wang was arrested by the town border guards. Rumor had it that criminals involved in abusing women and children would receive very special treatment from fellow prisoners. The next day, Zioxy suddenly developed a high fever. During it, he had a strange dream and remembered everything. The familiar scene appeared again as the goddess spoke to him. "Since you agreed to transmigrate, I will temporarily stop destroying the world. Within 30 years, you must reach the creation rank. Use your heart from this world to exchange with my heart at the Earth's core, which humanity has corrupted. Otherwise, I will continue the destruction, purge all humanity, and recreate the world. Naturally, your parents will not be spared either." Back then, Zioxy stammered, "Great goddess, I was going to get beaten to death anyway. If this can save my parents, then I'll agree, but I do have one tiny request. Could you maybe give me some special abilities or some kind of support?" Hearing that, the goddess fell into a terrifying silence. Why is she silent? Was my request too excessive? Why does the goddess keep staring at me without saying anything? Could it be that she likes me? Otherwise, why would she stop after destroying half the world? And she even gave me a chance to negotiate. What if she forces herself on me? I'm still a pure virgin, but for the sake of saving Earth, I guess I should just accept my fate. This request really isn't that unreasonable. In transmigration manga, the protagonist always gets cheats. I should have some too, to help me level up. Definitely not just for fun. The goddess finally answered, "I have observed you just now. You're weak in every aspect, so the help I can provide is limited. First, I will strengthen your soul power, mental strength, and your connection to elemental force. Next, your right hand will become far stronger and more agile than that of ordinary people, granting you tremendous arm strength. However, I am curious, why is only your right hand suitable for enhancement?" The young man froze stiff before replying, "Because I'm an artist. I normally use my right hand to draw. Wait, could it be because I use it too much for other things? No way." The goddess continued her declaration. "Your arm can summon objects you once touched on Earth, but the limit is that they must be lifeless objects. Lastly, I will seal away my creative knowledge and soul power. Within it lies all the knowledge and cultivation arts that have existed in this world since its very beginning. As your abilities grow stronger, the sealed knowledge and soul power will gradually be unlocked. Besides, to put it accurately, you were scared to death. You did not even understand how you died. At least let you become a ghost with clarity." Zioxy jolted awake in shock. "What? I died so unfairly, so that was what happened. No wonder my right hand suddenly became so strong and I can even summon knives from Earth. Dying like that really is humiliating. Well, dead is dead. Regret is useless now. Better focus on the present. The seal within my soul has finally been lifted, and the memories from before transmigrating have returned." A huge amount of information suddenly appeared in his mind. there was also an enormous amount of knowledge. At the age of 5, he could already cultivate mental arts. These 3 manuals are the pinnacle of humanity's inner cultivation techniques. Any one of them alone would be enough to shake the entire continent. I'll choose the Tyrant Heaven and Earth manual. Even the name sounds overbearing. Later, I'll write a body cultivation manual called 10,000 Uses of Martial Arts. Just thinking about it is exciting already. Hee. With that said, the young man immediately got to work, clearly sensing the primal energy of the world gathering into his body. The benefits of having high soul strength are incredible. The primal energy flowed into his body like a child unwilling to leave. He successfully reached the introductory stage of the first layer of cultivation. Under normal circumstances, even a genius would need at least half a year to break through the first layer. The reason I can cultivate this quickly is probably because my soul power was enhanced by the Creator. Next, let's test the upgraded soul power abilities, telekinesis. He started controlling a vase, then a knife. He even developed a strange intuition and could sense his mother approaching. The young man counted down 3 seconds and his mother walked in carrying a bowl of something dark purple. "You're awake. My precious treasure had such a high fever last night that I was terrified. Luckily your fever is gone now. Mother made you this bowl of love porridge. Hurry and eat." A few days later, inside the same little house, his mother announced that her son was already 5 years old and had reached school age. Xioxi immediately jumped in shock. "No way, school is boring anyway. Besides, our family has no money. The academy in town is way too expensive. And Mom, if I go to school, who will take care of you?" He rambled so much that his mother finally got annoyed and snapped. She asked again, "Are you going or not?" The young man was immediately grabbed by the head and lifted by the collar. Having no other choice, he reluctantly gave in. "Yes, I'll go." The young man thought to himself, it might actually be better to attend school. Otherwise, if I suddenly know so much, who knows what people will think. School would make the perfect cover. Besides, talented geniuses not only get free tuition, but also receive. In the blink of an eye, it was already registration day at the Beast Academy. Many people had arrived early. The crowd was so huge that Xioxi stood there with his mouth hanging open in shock. Wow, there are so many people. Xioxi and his mother were stuck all the way at the back. There are way too many applicants. After observing for a moment, the young man pointed at a carriage charging straight inside. "Hey Mom, that fat kid doesn't even need to line up and can just go straight in." As soon as he said that, someone immediately came over to warn him. "Keep your voice down, kid. Don't talk nonsense. Those people are all rich nobles. They paid huge sums of money for direct admission. Don't let them hear you. Poor people like us can't afford to offend them." Xioxi revealed a look of disdain. Looks like every world is the same. Is having money really that amazing? At that moment, several bald men wearing sunglasses appeared, and a cold voice rang out. "Sorry, but having money really is amazing. No matter how hard poor trash like you work or how talented you are, all you can do is struggle slowly in this place." From the middle of the bald men, a blonde punk stepped forward. "Bow down to me, you bunch of beggars." The moment Xioxi saw this spoiled brat, he instantly came up with a brilliant idea. "Oh ho, I found a way to avoid standing in line." This idiot son of the landlord showed up at the perfect time. Time to test the money erasing technique I just invented. A strange light appeared in Xioxi's hand. Immediately afterward, the bag the brat was holding exploded, sending everything inside flying everywhere. Someone shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention. "Everyone, come quickly. There are so many spirit crystals here." The moment people heard the word spirit crystals, everyone immediately turned around. Like a pack of starving wolves, the crowd swarmed around the blonde brat, causing him to panic and scream for help. Meanwhile, Xioxi took the opportunity to grab his mother and run away. "Let's hurry, Mom." Seeing her son like this, Xioan could only smile to herself. This kid is just as sly as he is. After running for his life, it was finally his turn. "Next examinee, Little Creek, please follow me." The uncle pointed toward the orb. "Please place your hand on this primal force testing orb. If the orb does not glow, the test fails. If it glows blue, that represents the magic path. Red represents the body path. The brighter the orb, the greater the talent." Little Creek walked over, looked at his tiny reflection in the orb, and placed his hand on it. Strange currents of air suddenly rushed about. What is going on? The testing orb is reacting so strongly. The assistant standing beside the uncle was utterly shocked. Magic path and his primal force affinity is truly extraordinary. I have never seen anyone unconsciously use primal force and break the testing orb. After several cracking sounds, the orb split apart. Right after that, they immediately gave an order. "Notify the Vice Dean at once. There is an extraordinary magic path genius here." Little Creek glanced aside, looking annoyed. "Old man, I want to study the body path. I have no interest in the magic path or whatever." After coughing a few times, the old man replied, "Once the magic path test is finished, I will take you to complete the remaining body path tests." In truth, the old man was thinking that he had to coax him first. The testing orb had already confirmed that he was a magic path genius, and so, he was led by his mother into the magic division room. As he walked, Little Creek did not forget to look back. Old man, do not trick me. He began undergoing the advanced mental strength test. Next was his powerful affinity with the little elemental spirit. Little Creek surpassed all the others by an overwhelming margin. The old man could only howl with excitement. This person must study at our academy. Heavens, in 1,000 years I have never seen a talent like this. Little Cloud watched everyone praise her child and could only cover her mouth, giggling proudly. As expected of his son, he. There was one final test, the Primal Force Attribute test. In addition, an important figure wanted to meet Little Creek, so he had no choice but to return to the main hall. Immediately afterward, the Vice Dean appeared. He would personally conduct the test. Let me show him. The Vice Dean used teleportation. In an instant, he appeared right behind Little Creek. After placing his hand on the boy's head, he drew a conclusion. As expected, this is the extremely rare Thunder Attribute Primal Force. Excellent. His soul power is very strong. At such a young age, his soul power has already reached the level of a Primal Spirit Master. Truly not bad. Assign him to a class. In the future, he will certainly become a powerful magic cultivator. Little Creek tried to stay calm and negotiate. I want to be a body cultivator. I want to be a brave warrior like Arthur, charging forward. A tank, you know, the Vice Dean smirked and replied, although I do not know who Arthur is, and I do not know what on earth a tank is. If you want to become a body cultivator, follow me for the test. After a loud boom, Little Creek and the Vice Dean were standing inside a magic circle. Seeing the boy's mother looking worried, he reassured her. Please rest assured. I will take your child to the testing area. Please wait here for a moment. All right, thank you, Vice Dean. Do your best, Little Creek. He gave a thumbs up to encourage her. Do not worry, mother. I will bring first place back for you. Ziwin simply smiled and answered her son, any rank is fine, just do your best. Hurry along. Right after that, the two of them were teleported to the first testing ground. This was the strength test area, mainly used to test the students' physical power. Little Creek watched for a while and judged the situation. How are those kids so strong? That iron ball is huge. But I have a super strength arm, so there should be no problem. The Vice Dean guided him. The stairs are on the right, go down. I have already added you to the examiner's list. Little Creek did not go down normally. Instead, he leaped like a little beast. Thank you, Vice Dean. I will go down this way. A height like this is still totally fine, just like that. The young man landed with ease. There were more body cultivators than magic cultivators. These children, aged 5 to 10, already had to compete for enrollment. Looks like the struggle in the primal world is pretty intense too. One by one, they tested themselves by lifting the huge ball. Some strained with all their might and still could not lift it. Then a short little boy lifted it with ease. I must prove to that person that I have real ability. The girls below immediately burst into a commotion. Oh my gosh, he is so handsome. As expected of the eldest grandson of the Silver Clan, he is not relying on power and status, yet he is taking the test with us. Handsome, that is already great, but more importantly, he has skill and strength. He is truly perfect. Little Creek listened and looked visibly annoyed. These little brats are so young, yet they are already obsessed with pretty boys. Once they grow up, they will learn that someone like me is the real good man. Tall, rich, and handsome or whatever is just passing smoke. Passing through the crowded people blocking one another, he felt like he was about to suffocate. You are crushing me. Is the power of an idol this strong everywhere? Make way and let me through. Seeing something tied with a bow that looked like a rope, Little Creek immediately grabbed it to make his way out more easily. Unfortunately, he had grabbed the tail of a cat-eared girl. Little Creek immediately got a nosebleed and stammered. Thank you for the treat. Ah no, I misspoke. The little girl turned around looking extremely annoyed. Damn it. This punk actually dared to touch my tail. Humans really don't have a single good person among them. Zioxy took a deep breath again. Breathe steadily, stay calm. I have to stay absolutely calm. The most sensitive parts of cat-eared people are the ears, and if I speak carelessly right now and grab the wrong place, he'll definitely think I'm suspicious. If I tell her now that I mistook her tail for a rope, I'm dead for sure. I've got it. She's just a little kid. I just need to coax her until she can't resist anymore. Zioxy started stuffing his hands into his pockets and struck a handsome pose. Hey, beautiful, adorable, kind-hearted, generous, pure and innocent young lady, stunningly gorgeous, captivating beyond compare, charming and irresistible, a beauty that could topple nations. Please forgive my rudeness. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Don't answer yet. I'll come find you again in 2 days. Hearing such words at only 5 years old left the cat-eared girl completely stunned. Her mind went totally blank. Even after Zioxy successfully escaped, the cat-eared girl was still standing there thinking, but I'm still too young right now. How am I supposed to reject him? And just like that, the young man made a successful escape. Eat and run, and the world is yours. As he slipped into the crowd, people gasped in amazement everywhere he passed. Wow, look everyone, that person is so strong. Zioxy wore an expression of utter indifference. No matter how unbelievably strong a brat is, he can't compare to my divine power arm. Another kid appeared, but this one was incredibly muscular, able to lift a sphere several times heavier than his own body with just one hand. You're so strong, bro. No matter how hard we try, we can only budget a little. Zioxy stared with wide eyes as well. Whoa, 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 did this kid drink growth hormones or something? Is he really under 10 years old? That's insane strength. If he were on Earth, his monthly salary would easily exceed 10,000. A guy in yellow and another in blue stood there laughing proudly. That's Big Brother Lu Li, sworn brother to the two of us. Zioxy looked at them with utter disdain and even picked his nose to show it. Kids really are kids, not mature at all. Just looking at them is exhausting. The boy in yellow heard that and immediately bared his teeth. Hey Brad over there, don't think I can't hear you just because you're standing far away. How dare you talk about our big brother like that? If you've got guts, come up here and try it. Just then, the judges announced that it was Yue Zioxy's turn. The young man instantly looked imposing and full of fighting spirit. Brats, it's my turn now. Just wait and see how I teach you punks a lesson. The moment Zioxy stepped forward, whispers spread throughout the crowd below. He looks so tiny, there's no way he can lift it. He's so little, can he really do it? He didn't give a damn about the comments below and instead crouched down, gripping the ball tightly with both hands. After letting out a long breath to build momentum, he activated his divine power arm and tensed his body. The sphere slowly showed signs of lifting. After witnessing that scene earlier, the cat-eared girl thought to herself, the scent from that person's body earlier made me feel. So his name is Nguyen Zioxy. Then why did he tell me his name was Wang Xiam? The moment he managed to lift the sphere slightly, the huge imbalance between his two arms left Zioxy in serious trouble. Damn it, my right and left arms aren't coordinating properly. This is the crucial moment. Don't ruin my glorious debut now. My right arm feels light as a feather, but my left arm has no strength at all. Holy crap, Saigon is about to crash down. Wait. If the left arm has no strength, don't lean that way. He couldn't hold on any longer. Zioxy's grip slipped, and the giant sphere freaking crashed into the stands below. Zioxy panicked while the judges announced, the ball has fallen. The contestant briefly lifted the iron sphere. The contestant's result is low-level strength. Next contestant, please. The guy in blue and the guy in yellow laughed their asses off while watching. Isn't that the brat who was bragging like crazy earlier? Feeling embarrassed now. Haha, what a loser, even worse than me. Zioxy walked down with his hands behind his back, trying hard to act unbothered, but he was embarrassed as hell. A grown man getting laughed at by a bunch of little brats. HMPH, it's just because I wasn't used to controlling the strength yet. My grip slipped for a moment. How annoying. He then walked through another door. This seemed to be the second testing area. The same two cocky little punks were still standing there acting arrogant. The boy in blue said to the boy in yellow, Brother How, it's our turn now. Yeah, let's both do our best. Zioxy, don't embarrass our strength group. The moment they saw Zioxy walk in, both of them frowned immediately. Why is it him again? Meanwhile, Zioxy looked completely dumbfounded. Good heavens, why is this a running test? This place looks exactly like my university stadium back on Earth. He still remembered the last time after finishing a run and turning around to see those two brats. Zioxy looked annoyed and couldn't care less. What two little punks? I'm not petty enough to argue with kids. But Zioxy and Deng Hao kept provoking him, constantly making punchable expressions and mocking him. Just then, the cat-eared girl walked over with steady footsteps, crossed her arms, and coldly said to Zioxy, show them what you've got. If you don't want to be mocked, slap them in the face with your strength. That's always what I do. Zioxy blushed and thought to himself, it's that lowly girl from earlier, the cute little beast girl. Though in this world it seems races like hers aren't very welcome. Hybrids are mixed-blood descendants of multiple races. Beast-eared hybrids are descendants born between humans and beast folk. Honestly, I do not care whether she is a demi-human or not. I just feel like this cat-eared girl is extremely arrogant. Thinking that, he immediately replied, thank you for the encouragement, I will do my very best. Just then, a shout rang out. Next test group, Ryu and Little Creek, Tang Hao, Little Zhai. When they heard the gunshot signaling the start, everyone instantly scrambled onto the track. Little Creek also got into position and stuck his hips up. Since it has come to this, I can only tough it out and get through it smoothly. In an instant, Little Creek shot ahead, leaving the other two completely stunned. What the hell, how is he running that fast right from the start? We have to run 50 laps, you know. Brother Hao, ignore him. Let us just run normally for now. It is just training. By the time dusk fell, Tang Hao and Little Zhai finally finished running, panting heavily. Finally, it is over. Where is that bragging brat? The moment they turned around, they saw Little Creek far off in the distance, looking utterly traumatized. What is going on? Why is he still there? It feels like he is about to completely run out of strength. Little Creek staggered like a starving ghost. This is bad, I really cannot take it anymore. His head spun and his vision gradually began to blur. The young man collapsed onto the track, foaming at the mouth. Immediately, the emergency team rushed over and desperately tried to save him. Make way, the patient's condition is critical. Move aside now. The vice dean and the cat-eared girl saw this scene and helplessly covered their faces. Next is the third round, the punching power test. The examiner began asking the candidates who had not been tested yet to follow along for the assessment. The moment Little Creek opened his eyes and saw himself lying on an emergency bed, He was startled out of his wits. What did I just hear? A punching power test. That is right, a punching power test. Heh. Finally, this is my chance to turn things around. The punching power test used a block of magic stone that could absorb physical damage. Even if ordinary people used all their strength, they could only leave a faint mark on the stone. Moreover, what made magic stone valuable was that it could automatically repair damaged areas and had many uses. It was an extremely precious stone on the continent. The examiner began calling names from the list. The test begins now. First up is Lin Zai. Please step onto the platform and use all your strength. The young lady Lin Zai thought to herself. You do not need to tell me. I am already going all out. I do not want those idiots laughing at me. Immediately, she gathered her strength and punched straight at the magic stone, creating cracks in it and leaving a complete fist imprint. Seeing this, the children below were instantly terrified. Oh my goodness, that is scary. She is a real tigress. You were laughing at her just now. You are dead this time. Never offend her again from now on. The examiner looked very interested. Not bad. Her strength level is high rank. Let us give our girl a round of applause. Next was Tang Hao. This guy also stepped forward and punched with all his might, but nothing happened at all. All he got was a ridiculous amount of pain in his hand. Little Zhai was the same. The magic stone showed no sign of damage at all. Only their hands swelled up badly. When it was Lei Li's turn, he stepped out in an incredibly imposing manner, and the other two naturally cheered him on with great enthusiasm. Brother Li, you can do it. Boss, you can do it. Lei Li built up his strength and activated a full-power punch. A large dent formed in the magic stone. Seeing this, the vice dean kept clicking his tongue in praise. This year, the academy has quite a few geniuses. This boy has not even received the academy's proper education yet, but he already has the strength level of an elemental apprentice among body cultivators. And that boy, Moon Little Creek, has an innate soul power that has reached the elemental practitioner rank. The female examiner smiled with delight. Well, student Lei Li's strength really is not bad. His strength level is super rank. Meanwhile, Little Creek was panting as he ran to the exam area after obediently lying on the emergency bed. The examiner happened to call his turn just then. Here, I am here. Everyone, do not rush me. All the candidates stood with their arms crossed and looked toward Little Creek to see his result. The vice dean was also extremely surprised. This kid really did not give up. As for the female examiner, she thought to herself, so this is the boy the famous vice dean swallowed his pride for and asked to have added to the body cultivator list afterward. Then she spoke up. Ryu and Little Creek, please begin your test. The young man flicked his hand and grinned. Oh my, this big sister has such a great body and such a pretty face. Hee. The examiner froze after hearing that, thinking she must have misheard. A guy below immediately flew into a rage after hearing. Damn it, you dare flirt with my sister, I am going to deal with you. Just then, Little Creek was already face to face with the magic stone. Before starting, he told himself, my reputation is all relying on you, super strength arm. The vice dean watched from the side without much hope. It would be good for this kid to experience a little hardship. This world does not simply go the way he wants it to. Little Creek felt the stone a little, then assessed it. A magic stone this large that can absorb power? There probably are not many of these on the entire continent. Tang Hao kept mocking him from below. You little brat up in the stands, if it hurts too much later, don't start crying. If you know what's good for you, get down here already. Hearing that, Zioxy glanced over in shock. What are those brats talking about? So it was those two again. Seriously, they don't even know to call me big brother. Why are they always targeting me? Zioxy decided to fire back. How about we make a bet? What do you think? If my results are better than your strength, then from now on you have to call me grandpa. But if I score lower, then I'll call you to that instead. Deal? Deng Hao and Zaya froze on the spot. I bet it is, but I'm afraid you can't win. No one can compare to our strength. Get ready to call me grandpa. Zioxy revealed a sly grin. All right then, my dear grandsons, grandpa is coming. He clenched his fist tightly, then charged straight at the magic stone. With just one punch, he not only dented it but shattered the magic stone completely. Fragments flew everywhere while Zioxy laughed in satisfaction. Little brats, hurry up and call me grandpa. Everyone below could only stare in shock with their mouths hanging open. Only then did Deng Hao and Zaya finally admit defeat. How is he so strong while we're this pathetic? If we fail today's test, we'll have no choice but to pack up and go home. Damn it, I can't accept this. Lin Zai was also stunned, speechless. This person's arm strength is abnormally powerful, but why is his stamina so poor? How strange. As for the female examiner, she stammered without being able to say a word, thinking what she had just witnessed was only an illusion. The vice principal looked utterly distressed. There was only one precious magic stone like this in the entire Beast Academy. Eventually, several students were personally summoned into the vice principal's office. He began announcing, the Academy's rule since ancient times has been that the outstanding students selected through strength will receive certain assistance and rewards from the Academy. Now tell me what you want, and let's see whether the Academy can fulfill your requests. First, the third-place student in this body cultivation examination is Chuoba Tian. Chuoba Tian, 6 years old, one of the chosen heirs of the prestigious Chuoba clan. Windelement, origin power, specializes in dual blade. Although Chuoba Tian comes from a famous clan, he relied entirely on his own ability to enroll, and his temperament is excellent. What reward do you want? Chuoba Tian stood with folded arms and replied, "Thank you, Vice Principal. I want free access to the library to read rare cultivation books, including forbidden arts." After thinking for a while, the Vice Principal replied, "You may freely enter the library, but if you wish to read forbidden books, you must obtain my permission. You're still too young to be exposed to too many forbidden texts. Their origins could affect your future growth." Chuoba Tian immediately agreed obediently. "Yes, no problem, thank you, sir." The second-place student in this body cultivation examination is Lin Zai. Lin Zai, 6 years old, is a mixed-blood hybrid who has been hated by other races since childhood and looked down upon. He likes using strength to prove himself and hates being stared at with strange looks. Lin Zai, what reward do you want, or is there any assistance you need? The vice principal asked. "I want unrestricted access to the training grounds whenever I want." The vice principal immediately agreed. "Very well, the academy accepts this request. Later, follow me to collect the keys to each training ground." Next, the first-place student in this body cultivation enrollment is Lei Li. Lei Li, 10 years old, possesses strength far beyond ordinary people. Fire element origin power, violent personality, and quick temper, often insulted directly by others. He also boldly requested, "Vice Principal, I only ask that the academy accept my 2 younger brothers, Deng Hao and Zai Aj." The vice principal closed his eyes and pondered. The academy had never accepted failed applicants before. No wonder this kid only came to participate at age 10. He must have planned long ago to win first place and then make this request. Soon after he answered the request. "Lei Li, the academy does not accept useless people. This world is one where the strong devour the weak. You cannot take care of them forever. However, since you've made this request, and they are willing to stay at the academy doing odd jobs, then they may remain." Lei Li was so moved he nearly cried. "Yes, we agree. Of course we agree. Thank you very much, Vice Principal." Finally, it was time for the first-place student in this magic cultivation enrollment. It was none other than Zioxy. The other magic cultivation students failed to meet the requirements, so Zioxy was the only one here. Zioxy stood silently without the slightest trace of joy. "You damn old man, you made me participate in some body cultivation test. Luckily, I possess the Genesis-level cultivation system. My physical strength isn't enough. You thought I couldn't become a body cultivator? How naive." Meanwhile, the vice dean secretly thought to himself, "The moment I see that brat, I remember the instant the magic stone shattered after absorbing power, and it drives me mad. Well, what's done is done." Zioxy immediately made a request. "I want to bring my mother to live inside the academy. I can't feel at ease leaving her home alone. If the academy can't agree to this condition, then I won't study here anymore." After speaking, the young man thought to himself that this would probably scare the vice dean a little, but the academy definitely wouldn't let a talented seed like him slip away. "Anyway, if you refuse, then at worst I just won't study here anymore." The vice dean's expression turned gloomy, his eyes darkening. This brat's demand is really troublesome. But he does have guts, daring to speak to me like this for his mother's sake, especially after shattering the magic stone and still acting like nothing happened, shamelessly pressuring me with such confidence. Lin Zai beside him looked intrigued. She never expected this weirdo to make such a request. He actually cared that much about his mother and didn't want to waste any more time. Zioxy urged him on, "Well, old man, your academy made a huge profit from this deal. This kid is a once-in-a-thousand-years genius." The vice principal gritted his teeth and declared, "Starting tomorrow, you and your mother will stay in the teacher's dormitory area. A teacher will take you there later. Lin Zai, come with me to get the keys." The night sky was pitch black. The moon hung high and something strange appeared in the sky. Riding on a giant stingray were Zioxy and a blonde-haired man. While the young man stared in shock, the teacher behind him kept bragging proudly, "Well, my flying stingray is one of the rare elemental spirits that can fly." Meanwhile, his mother was also being taken care of with great care and attention. She ate happily, and someone even served food to her personally. "Please enjoy your meal slowly. I already told the kitchen to prepare more delicious dishes, truly worthy of such a beauty, ha ha ha." Zioxy and the teacher had just arrived when they immediately showed surprised expressions. "Wow, we're finally here. That stingy colleague of mine is actually treating your mother to so many expensive dishes. Looks like he's seriously sick today." Falling in love at first sight. Still chewing on a chicken drumstick, she turned her head and said, "Son, you're done with the exam. This teacher is very nice." "Really very? Mom has eaten so many delicious dishes here." come eat too. With teachers like these teaching you, mom can finally relax. The moment Xiaoyan smiled brightly was the exact moment Xioxy's teacher was struck by love at first sight. Oh, I think I've fallen in love. How could there be such a pure and beautiful woman in this world? Xioxy, don't worry. From now on, I'll treat you like my own son. Hearing that, Xioxy exploded with rage. Damn it, you lecherous teacher. Without caring about teacher-student etiquette, he immediately threw a devastating punch straight into the teacher's face. Perverted teacher, try harder in your next life. After getting beaten senseless, the teacher looked utterly stunned, while Xioxy ran over and grabbed his mother's hand. Mom, I passed the test. The vice principal agreed to let us stay together in the teacher's dormitory. We can move in now. It seemed she still couldn't process what her son had said. After understanding it, she suddenly gasped in shock. What? You mean we can stay at the school? The scene shifted to a bright, sunny day. Xioxy carried a backpack almost as big as himself while constantly shouting, I'm gonna be late, I'm gonna be late. By now, he had already lived in this other world for 5 years. Back then, he had used his extraordinary talent to earn rewards from the school. He and his mother moved into the dormitory of the Beast Academy. Aside from the two of them, everyone there was either a teacher or a teacher's family member. The surrounding neighbors also wholeheartedly helped the mother and son. Sometimes they even let his mother do odd jobs to earn living expenses, and the pay was quite generous. But there were also a few strange teachers with questionable motives. In other words, shameless womanizers, always lurking around his mother. Naturally, every one of those teachers received a brutal punch from Xioxy that nearly knocked their heads off. Outsiders thought he was late for school, but he possessed the knowledge of a creator. No one here could possibly know more than he did, actually. Right now, he was hurrying off to make extra money. In his previous life, his name was Hang Yue, a professional artist who created countless comics and became the idol of countless otaku. Now his side job was selling small art books at school. School had just ended, and upperclassmen would soon pass by here. Xioxy sat there quietly with an expectant look. Right then, two strangers passed by chatting with each other. A few days ago, there was a child prodigy here doing live drawing demonstrations. It completely shocked me. He's become pretty famous. Yeah, I know, I bought his comic too. My butt still hurts from getting beaten over it. Half my allowance for the month disappeared. And then my parents found out and gave me a beating. Just then, one of them noticed Xioxy and immediately gaped in shock. Yue, it's Lord Moon God, the 5-year-old who drew on the spot a few days ago. After folding his fan, he struck a cool pose. Hey buddy, I remember you watched my live drawing performance that day and bought a lot of books. I've got new stock today. I spent the last few days drawing a whole bunch of new volumes. The other guy couldn't contain himself and stared wide-eyed. Really? I'll buy them, I just got my allowance today. Hurry and let me see. My figure drawing skills are terrible. Xioxy revealed a sly grin. Come over here, buddy, let me teach you something. Art has no limits. If you like drawing, then buy more works to study. Look, this time I emphasized human body structure. It'll help you a lot when learning figure drawing. Who would have known these kids were already drawing outrageous pictures at such a young age? After hearing Xioxy's sales pitch, the guy became extremely excited. Right, thank you, Lord Moon God, I'm getting such a bargain. Xioxy got straight to the point. It's rare to meet someone who appreciates quality. I'll give you a 50% discount, brother. He flipped directly to the page with the drawing that made the guy drool, all while continuing his sales pitch, afraid of losing a customer. Well, if you're buying, hurry up, or there won't be any left later. Who would have thought that at this exact moment, footsteps would approach? It was none other than the incredibly sexy character drawn in Xioxy's comic book. Xioxy, what are you doing here? The moment school ended, you shot out like an arrow and ran all the way here. What are you holding in your hand? Can I see it? Without another word, the female teacher snatched it away. The moment she opened it, she was utterly shocked. Her face gradually turned red, and the teacher nearly exploded with anger when she saw herself drawn in such an indecent way. At this awkward moment, Xioxy could only think to himself, running is the best option, don't waste a single second. He immediately bolted away. Goodbye, teacher, I'll treat you to tea another day. The teacher then screamed loud enough to shake the heavens. After this terrifying close call, Xioxy still remained incredibly optimistic. Aha, the homeroom teacher must have been driven insane by now. By pure coincidence, he ran straight into an area marked as the Demon Trial Nursing Home. The curious young man started poking around. Lonely old people, isolated souls, empty and cold, there are plenty of potential customers here. Just like that, he set the comic down and sat there completely at ease. Unexpectedly, he attracted the attention of an old man. The moment Xioxy turned around, he nearly jumped out of his skin. When did this bald old man start following me? You scared me to death. He didn't make a single sound. But this man's robe wasn't the same as the vice dean's. It even had golden gemstones embedded in it. Could it be that I ran into one of the academy's big shots? Xioxy glanced at his reaction and saw that the old man wasn't just smiling, but grinning in a rather lecherous way. Thinking that, he pointed straight at him. No wonder you've been staring this whole time. So you're just a dirty, bald pervert. Disgusting. You've been staring without buying anything. What exactly do you want? The moment the young man mouthed off, his expression froze. The old man's face turned tense and his eyes reddened. Zioxy broke into a cold sweat, thinking the old man had become furious in an instant. These powerful figures really are moody. What if he tells my mother about this? Suddenly, the old man squatted down and seriously stared at the comic book. Zioxy grimaced again. If he's reading it this seriously, then I'm doomed. Could he really kick me and my mother out of the academy? After finishing it, the old man abruptly stood up and shouted furiously, "Brat, where did you get these things?" Zioxy looked displeased but still stammered in reply. My hobby is drawing." The old man scolded him, HMPH. "Instead of studying properly at your age, you're wasting time on useless things. I am Elder Keeking of the academy. Today, I am confiscating all these sketchbooks of yours. There won't be a next time." Just like that, he carried everything away. He even turned back to warn him once more. "Get going. If I catch you again next time, the punishment won't be light." Zioxy stood there blankly and replied absent-mindedly, "Yes, yes, yes, okay, I understand." But after remembering that drooling expression of his, that old man's face when he saw beautiful women, Zioxy suddenly realized something was wrong. "Damn it, I got intimidated by that old geezer." Zioxy quickly chased after him. But in the blink of an eye, the old man had vanished. He became so furious that he kept yanking his own hair. That old man completely tricked me. Meanwhile, on another side, Laylee was acting fierce and extremely angry as he strangled another boy. "Only the dead can't seek revenge. I want your people too. I want your money too. Now get down to hell for me." Zioxy sat on a rooftop and happened to witness everything. "Oh dear, brother Dolly, you're still young, yet your killing intent is already this heavy. Kids fighting to vent anger is one thing, but why go as far as deciding life and death?" Right after that, Zioxy jumped down and approached Laylee. He was still using one hand to choke another boy until foam formed at the boy's mouth. Laylee muttered inwardly, "Oh, it's Zioxy, the kid who took first place in the magic cultivator exam. I remember his punches are extremely strong. They call him the killing arm." Then he replied calmly, "Kid, stop meddling in other people's business. This scumbag is definitely dying today. There's no other way." Zioxy could only shout back at him, "Laylee, I remember you're someone who sacrifices himself for your sworn brother. If the academy finds out about this alley fight, you'll be expelled. If someone dies, then even expulsion won't solve the problem." Hearing that, Laylee had no choice but to let go. "You piece of trash, I'll deal with you later." Then he turned around and growled at Zioxy, "Don't mention the word sworn brothers to me. You don't understand. Since you've already discovered this, don't think you can escape either. Taste the power of my primal force." While he activated his power, Zioxy remained fearless and stood there confidently. "I want to know if all you muscleheads are brainless or not. Then I'll use the violent method you like best and beat you until you kneel without accepting defeat." A magic circle began appearing beneath Zioxy's feet. Immediately afterward, the young man dashed forward at incredible speed. Swift magic. Accelerate. "You big lug, in a moment I'll beat you until you cry your eyes out." Zioxy moved so quickly that his speed could no longer be tracked by the naked eye. After hearing those words, Laylee became furious and burned with rage. "Are you insulting me? A magic cultivator wants to fight in close combat. Have you gone crazy? Even if you have the killing arm, close combat isn't as simple as you think." He simply launched his attack, punching straight toward Creek, completely unaware that within the range covered by mental power, his movements looked to Creek as slow as a crawling snail. Then Creek smirked. "Kid, try your uncle's iron lightning fist. I guarantee it'll send you straight to heaven." After cultivating the dominate heaven and annihilate earth technique, all of Creek's essence power had turned red, and it brought terrifying effects. Today, he decided to turn this amateur into processed meat. He leaped up, then stretched out his hand, blazing with collapsing flame. Toward Thunder Force, one look was enough to frighten him, and he shouted, "He's too fast, I can't dodge in time. The power is too great. Is this really a spell cultivator?" After struggling with all his might, he finally blocked Creek's first strike. But it did not stop there. Knowing Creek was about to unleash an even stronger attack, he panicked. How can he be this strong? He's even stronger than a body cultivator like me. His defense, speed, and strength are all better than mine. I refuse to accept this. Since I was 3, I've been training my body in combat tricks through hardship, and now I'm being suppressed head-on by a spell cultivator. This is so infuriating. I've poured in so much sweat and tears. My body is far stronger than other 10-year-old children my age, even stronger than a 20-year-old young man. I've even challenged many folk masters and learned their strengths. I absolutely cannot lose to this guy." Creek smirked. "Even if I explained, you wouldn't understand. Lightning flash magic has been lost for many years. Now I possess thunder essence power to boost my speed, a speed an amateur like you can never match. Besides, within the range covered by my mental power, your every move is like a slow-motion film. Stop, Thunder Force. If you touch him, your life will be ruined forever. I don't know why you want to hurt him, but I know you're not a bad person. If you keep being stubborn and refuse to wake up, I'll have to use a dirty trick. Just like that, Creek kicked off the wall and leaped up. They thought only 3 people were there, but in fact, Forest Hope was also standing on the rooftop, watching everything. Thunder Force was still competitive, determined not to listen to Creek. A kid younger than me has no right to speak in an adult tone. My business is none of your concern before you've recovered your strength. Once I break your move, you're done for. You have far too little real combat experience. He charged forward just like that, counterattacking Creek. Right then, Creek became flustered. Oh no, I can clearly sense his movements. But I'm floating in the air and can't dodge. Thunder Force was now flying as high as Creek, his fist clenched tightly as he growled, "You can't escape, take my punch." The moment he struck forward, Creek activated his shield. Obviously, he was completely unharmed and even mocked him in return. Surprised, shocked, Thunder Force's jaw dropped. How is that possible? That is absolutely impossible. In this entire primitive world, I've never seen anyone able to make a magical protective barrier move with their body. All mages have to use their hands to create a protective barrier and cannot move, much less launch another attack. This is completely unreasonable. Creek immediately fired back. Nothing is impossible. Your uncle here knows a lot of things. Brat, you should obediently listen to your uncle and give up on hurting people. Thunder Force's face went taut. Ridiculous, this brat is so strange, completely defying common sense. What a damned spell cultivator. Creek punched him straight in the face without missing once. Don't worry, your uncle here only used 20% of his strength. I'm already being very kind to you, so just lie down obediently. After taking one blow, Thunder Force was kicked flying and slammed hard into the ground. Only after everything was done did Creek land. That should finally make this kid quiet. He sighed wearily. I'm exhausted. This moving magical barrier consumes so much essence. But that Thunder Force kid is pretty strong. Still, losing to your uncle here isn't unfair. After failing the body cultivator test, your uncle practiced using this arm, and with the creator strengthening my soul power. Along with all kinds of top-tier techniques stored by the creator, your uncle here is a real talent. The young man stood there laughing smugly, then stepped forward to help the victim. Looks like you're Toril, the eldest son of the second family. Don't die on me or that Thunder Force brat will be in huge trouble. That brat gets into fights and your uncle still has to clean up the mess. I'm exhausted. Your uncle will take you for emergency treatment, or else you really might be finished. Thunder Force, still awake where he lay, fumed. None of you are allowed to leave. Creek was already sick of this chaotic scene. Oh, for heaven's sake, I'm leaving anyway. Big Strength took a whole pile of hits from me and can still stand up. Besides, he seems to have gone mad. Looks like he has literally gone mad. Thunder Force roared back savagely. Don't even think about taking him away. He must die here. Right then, both of them heard a deep voice from above and looked up. Why isn't that girl wearing a uniform? Thunder Force also looked up and angrily asked, "Who's there?" Forest Hope could no longer just stand by and watch, so she spoke up. Stop this meaningless fight at once. Thunder Force, I know you don't want to deal with this rich second-generation heir because of robbery. If I'm not mistaken, it's because of what happened yesterday, right? Forest Hope crossed her arms and continued frankly. Yesterday, did someone from the Toril family insult your brother? That's your younger brother in front of you, right? Yesterday after school, while your brothers were helping the academy with chores, they were mocked by Tharlair and those rich brats. Dang Hao couldn't take it anymore and immediately swung a broom straight at Tharlair's head, making him furious. You poor trash dare hit me? Brothers, get him for me. In the end, both Dang Hao and Xiao Zhai were beaten badly, especially that kid Dang Hao. Lin Zai lowered her head and explained. Right now, that boy Dang Hao is probably lying in the infirmary waiting for a huge sum of money for treatment. Taking revenge mercilessly is one thing, but the second issue is that you urgently need money, right, Lei Li? Hearing that, Lei Li immediately became agitated. Since you already saw it, then why didn't you help them? Damn it. You just watched my brothers get beaten crippled like that. Lin Zai had her own reasons and wasn't afraid to speak directly. Why should I help them? I'm treated like a freak. When I was bullied, who came to help me? In this chaotic world, without strength you'll definitely be trampled by others. You can protect them now, but can you protect them forever? Lei Li's stubborn temper flared up again as he shouted. Then why the hell did you come here? My business is none of your concern, so get lost. That brat dies today. Lin Zai looked toward Xiao Zai. I don't care about the matter between you and Lei Li. I'm here because of him. Seeing Lin Zai looking at him, Xiao Zai looked confused. Looking for me? What does this have to do with me? Before Lin Zai could finish, she continued. Take the money and save your brother first or he won't survive this. Lei Li couldn't stay calm anymore and preferred solving everything with his fist. Yet lost seeing this, Lin Zai stopped holding back too. Big guy, is there something wrong with your brain? You hit everyone you see. Sharp claws began appearing on her hands, and she slashed straight across Lei Li's face, leaving it covered in blood. Damn it, you wild cat, you dare scratch me, you're dead. Zai realized the situation was turning bad, so he had no choice but to step in again. Damn it, brother, just lie there for a bit. He let Tharlair fall freely before leaping toward Linzai. Little sister, I'm coming. Meanwhile, Lei Li was still using violence without any mercy. Go to hell, Zai immediately rushed into the fight and carried Linzai away. Little sister, are you all right? Just then, the homeroom teacher appeared and used a magic rope to bind all the students there. Enough, all of you. Immediately, the entire group was escorted before them. Vice Principal, you three are trying to drive me crazy, aren't you? You've only been here a few days and you're already fighting on your own. Do you want to be expelled from the academy? Zai frowned and replied, then why isn't that rich kid expelled? Looks like this magic rat academy is all for show, just a troublesome school that bows to power. Hearing this, the vice principal's face darkened with anger. What did you say? Respecting teachers is like respecting your parents. The academy isn't a place for you children to fool around. Zai couldn't stay calm either and shouted back stubbornly. Old bastard, I hit the mark, didn't I? Now you're using spiritual power to bully a 5-year-old kid. What's so impressive about that? The people I hate most are flatterers who bully the weak. Zai's anger shattered the spiritual pressure itself, shocking the vice principal greatly. Just who exactly is Yue Zai? How could he break my spiritual power? The vice principal was furious. Brat, some things can't be taken back once spoken. Linzai grimaced, feeling immense pressure as if a mountain were crushing her body. Lei Li was also sprawled on the ground. What level of spiritual power is this? How can it be this strong? Even the teacher couldn't endure it and collapsed crawling on the floor. Meanwhile, Zai remained standing exactly as before. Once I say something, I never take it back. Everyone is equal. What kind of uncultured nonsense are you talking about? Go ahead and increase the spiritual pressure more. I will never submit. The vice principal tried hard to suppress his anger and suddenly wondered why he was arguing with a 5-year-old child. Zai, you don't understand. The battlefield of power within the academy and even across the entire primordial continent isn't as simple as you think. Equality for all is merely a lie weak people tell themselves. The next day, the punishment notice was announced stating that the 3 students Linzai, Lei Li, and Yue Zai were sentenced to 30 days of confinement inside the academy's Spirit Chaos Tower for fighting without permission. This place was the administrative building of Magic Rat Academy, where Zai's female homeroom teacher came to deliver the notice. Vice Principal, has Lei Li's younger brother finally woken up? The old man glanced over and replied, that's good then. Are the senior families of the academy still pursuing Lei Li for attacking Thoriel? Yes, some of the higher-ups and forces close to the Thoriel family want to expel Lei Li, but the headmaster suppressed the matter. This time, the vice principal punished both Linzai and Yue Zioxi, which put pressure on the academy's upper class. After all, the 3 of them are this year's outstanding students. They can't all be expelled. The vice principal looked up at the sky and sighed. That's good then. That way, Lei Li can continue staying at the school. It will just be hard on the 3 of them. Anyway, the Chaos Spirit Tower is no peaceful place either. It imprisons many violent primal spirits. It's basically a prison that keeps them contained. In this chaotic world full of endless conflict, strength is the only capital for survival. Besides, I trust their abilities. Especially that kid Yue Zioxi. He definitely hides many secrets. His soul power is unbelievably strong, along with that gigantic power arm. The moment he threw that punch, a strange primal force appeared around him. Besides, the underground bounty list that just reached me also contains her name. The underground bounty list has always circulated only among major forces and is never revealed to the public of the continent. Many secret assassination deals are listed there. Yue Zioxi's mother looked weak and delicate, yet unexpectedly appeared mysteriously on the underground bounty list. The black market offered a bounty of 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. The underground bounty list is used to conceal black market hunts for major figures that cannot be targeted openly. Besides, 10 billion is an absurd amount. But since Zioxi is already our student, we can't just ignore this matter. Although this brat constantly drives me mad, I can tell his heart is very kind. In the future, he will definitely bring blessings to the entire world. With that said, he burned the underground bounty list in his hand and continued, Yana, don't tell anyone about this underground bounty list for now, including the other high-ranking forces of the academy. I'll discuss with the headmaster how we should handle this. Yana nodded immediately. Understood, Vice Principal. You may leave first. I need to carefully think over everything that has happened recently before leaving. Yana turned back and exposed him. Oh right, Headmaster, before I go I want to tell you something. If you care about your students, just say it honestly. Why do you always have to put on such a dark expression in front of them? Haha, that hit my weak spot. The Vice Principal coughed awkwardly to change the subject. Go on now, I still have things to handle here. Meanwhile, inside the Chaos Spirit Tower, Lei Li was being attacked from behind by several beasts. Lin Zai was in the same situation. Primal spirits were everywhere around them. One moment of carelessness and they could claw your face open. Every time Lin Zai fell into danger, Zioxy would appear at the perfect moment and crush those creatures. Little sister, are you okay? As time passed, Lin Zai developed stronger and stronger feelings towards Zioxy. Zioxy, thank you. After temporarily dealing with quite a few primal spirits, the three of them stood there gasping for breath with their backs against each other. Will this battle ever end? Every time we kill one group, another shows up. I'm about to collapse from exhaustion. The moment he finished speaking, glowing crimson eyes surrounded them once again. Damn it, another wave. Do these filthy primal spirits reproduce that fast? Too many monsters appeared today. If they don't wipe them all out, they'll eventually die from exhaustion. Even while surrounded, Zioxy kept his eyes fixed on Lin Zai with concern. Looks like little sister was really frightened. Over on Lin Zai's side, her face had turned pale. We're definitely dead this time. Zioxy glanced toward the remaining member. Even the burly Lei Li was panicking. Then again, that was understandable. After all, they were still just children. Looks like I can't stay humble anymore. Otherwise, the continent's 3 future flowers will die in this place. He decided to use a summoning spell, and instantly, a pile of nails appeared in his hand. At the same time, inside the home of some bald egghead guy on Earth, the man scratched his head in confusion. Oh my god, honey, why did all the picture frames in our house fall down? Where did the nails go? Zioxy decided to scatter the nails across the ground to stab those beasts to death. Zioxy softly muttered, little nails, help your uncle buy some time. Zioxy, don't be afraid, trust me. If you listen to me, you'll survive. Hold on for 30 days. The girl hesitated before replying, okay, I trust you. Deep down, she was also confused. Why did this UA Zioxy make her feel so safe? He was completely different from others his age. And what about these nails? Was this some kind of summoning magic? Zioxy turned his head again and reminded them. I don't have any hidden weapons or small arms on me. The nails I scattered earlier were too tiny. They can only slow them down for a short while. Sure enough, the monsters continued charging forward, but stepping on those nails hurt like hell. Lin Zai hesitated again. Before we were locked in here, I secretly brought a bag with me. Inside the bag is a thought. Back then, my mom prepared some poison daggers too, specifically for dealing with perverts and creepy old men. I wonder if they'll work here. Thinking about it made Zai shudder in fear. Damn it, if I hadn't reacted quickly last time, I'd probably be dead already. Without wasting any more time, Lin Zai handed the bag to Zai. Take this. After grabbing it, Zai glared fiercely at Lei Li again. Hey Lei Li, I know you don't like me, but if you want to get outside and see your sister again, you'd better follow my instruction. This isn't the kind of place where brute force alone can keep you alive. Even while talking, Zai kept one hand moving defensively. Lei Li stopped being stubborn and agreed right away. HMPH, I don't really have a choice anyway, so I'll listen to you. The second there's an opening, those monsters bite your legs. And bite your arms too. Right then, Zai spoke decisively. Get inside my barrier immediately. I'll explain the battle plan. Now hurry up, I can't maintain this barrier for much longer. Lin Zai and Lei Li agreed to cooperate and quickly moved inside. Zai activated the protective barrier and hurriedly explained. Time is short, so I'll keep this brief. Listen carefully. I have a way to deal with this situation, but the two of you must cooperate with me. The other two looked determined and agreed immediately. Zai paused briefly and pulled out a dagger. For some reason, Lin Zai suddenly panicked. The dagger isn't in there, don't open it. The moment Zai reached inside, he grabbed a pair of lowly panties instead. He panicked so hard his nose started bleeding and he lost his mind. Oh wow, thank you for the wonderful treat. Lin Zai stammered awkwardly, forcing herself to stay calm. The dagger is hidden in the secret compartment beside it. His nose kept bleeding while he hurriedly explained. That was an accident, don't take it personally. This time I definitely got the right thing. Seriously, I grabbed the wrong thing again. My apologies. The young man continued discussing the plan. All right, now listen carefully to my strategy. Whatever Zai said made Lei Li protest violently. What? No way, absolutely not. This completely insults my dignity. Zai showed a gloomy expression. Oh really? So what's more important, your dignity or the lives of the people outside? For the sake of brotherhood, Lei Li finally agreed. Fine, I'll go along with you. The three of them stood ready for battle. That's more like it. Let's begin. While Lin Zai agreed enthusiastically, Lei Li gritted his teeth in irritation. Damn it, you're actually making me into a power bank to recharge your strength. You think I enjoy touching your precious hands or something, and you're still complaining. If my cultivation technique couldn't absorb your energy to reinforce the barrier, I wouldn't let you touch my back either. As he spoke, Zai secretly flipped him off. While the two of them were distracted, cracks began forming in the barrier. Lin Zai finally lost her patience and yelled at both of them. You two idiots, get serious already. Only then did they start acting properly. Yes, your majesty. Then they immediately started pretending to be affectionate. Your best, senior brother. All right then, junior brother, trust me. Zai added a few more comments. You're my power source and I'll be your engine. Lin Zai laughed in amusement at the sight. That's right, much better, hehe. After saying that, Xiaozai's expression turned serious. The atmosphere is much better now. The two of them were no longer as frightened as before. Great, time for my performance to begin. I'll control the objects. Right now I can only manipulate 3 objects precisely, but that's enough. Just like that, several poison darts shot straight toward the monsters rampaging outside. One after another, the projectiles moved like missiles, sweeping through everything in their path. Xiaozai burned with excitement, eyes blazing wildly. Get on the battlefield obediently, little monsters. I'll send every last one of you to heaven. Seeing Xiaozai like this, the other two shouted together, "You're the real monster here." Just then, one creature suddenly slipped inside the barrier. The moment Xiaozai noticed it, he warned Linzai. "A monster is trying to break through the weak point of the barrier over there." The girl glanced behind her and answered, "Got it, leave it to me. Even if I'm small, handling 1 or 2 monsters is no problem." Linzai spun around sharply and slashed horizontally, instantly cutting down the monster. Xiaozai looked deeply satisfied. "Excellent, now it's our turn to counterattack. We can't stay on defense forever. I'm going to wipe out every last one of these beasts." Instead of staying passive, he'd rather take the initiative, seeing his overwhelming momentum. Even the monsters huddled together in fear, trembling violently. Tonight, Xiaozai had become the natural enemy of monsters. Wherever monsters appeared, he treated it like entertainment. Only after the dagger snapped did Xiaozai finally decide to stop. "Nice, we finally wiped them all out." Linzai looked completely exhausted, her face pale. "I'm so tired I could die. Where did the monsters go? Looks like there's still one group left, but nobody knows where they ran off to." As for Lei Li, the once muscular young man had also become completely drained. "Not only my energy, I feel like even the flesh on my body has been drained dry. Even if I have to jump into the Soul Chaos Tower next time, I still won't do that so-called massacre nonsense. Sorry to trouble you again." Before they could rest for long, Linzai turned toward him with hopeful eyes and spoke. "The monster has been dealt with. Luo Li, now it's your turn to act. You're the only one who can do this." He looked completely dumbfounded, almost bald from stress. "What am I supposed to do? Do I even have any dignity left now?" In the end, Luo Li could only use the last of his energy to ignite the flames. In his other hand was the monster's thigh meat. Put the two together and they had a steaming hot meal. The 3 of them devoured everything clean, leaving only bare bones without a trace of fresh meat. Suddenly, a savage breathing sound echoed from somewhere. What was that sound? Damn it. Scene change. Outside, beneath a sky full of stars, Xiaoyan, Xiaoxi's mother, headed straight to the magical beast nursing home and knocked on the door. The old man who had collected all of Xiaoxi's drawings came to open the door. "Who could be looking for me this late?" The moment Xiaoyan saw him, she smiled warmly. "Xiaozhuang, it's me. Have you been well these past years?" The old man was utterly shocked. His eyes immediately welled up with tears. "Why did you personally come here?" As he spoke, he dropped to his knees. "I failed to protect you and your child. Whether it was old Wang before or this time, I truly deserve 10,000 deaths." Xiaoyan panicked. "Please don't say that. Because of us, you've been hunted across the entire continent for years. We're the ones who should apologize to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had to hide inside the academy's nursing home all this time." The old man still kept his head lower. "HMPH, being hunted doesn't matter. But I learned from the headmaster that because they couldn't find you over the past 5 years, they posted a bounty notice. They're now trying to find you through the black market and underground forces." Xiaoyan's expression darkened with sadness. "Will my situation affect the academy?" He replied in a choked voice, "It's fine. The headmaster owed me his life when we were young. Now it's time for him to repay that debt." Xiaoyan still looked worried. "Have you regretted following me all these years? I never wanted to drag you into this. 100 years ago, from the day you saved a criminal like me, Augustine Yangzhuang has lived only to repay your kindness. Death would mean nothing to me. Come inside and let's talk. I already know why you came this time. In fact, I've just finished preparing everything and had barely sat down." Xiaoyan anxiously asked about her son's recent condition. Yang Zhuang pondered for a moment before speaking. This time the vice headmaster went too far. The Soul Chaos Tower is no place for a 5-year-old child to survive. This time I've contacted 2 old comrades from my youth. They've agreed to help me attack the Soul Chaos Tower and rescue Xiaoxi. The 2 of them are known as the Child of Ice and the Golden-Furred Lion King. Right at that moment, the 2 stepped forward together. "Please rest assured, we'll definitely save your son. Besides, a child capable of drawing something this wonderful could never be a bad person. We can't let the boy lose his life for nothing." Even though it was deep into the night, everyone decided to act immediately. The Soul Chaos Tower was right ahead. "Watch your step carefully, little ice. This ice serpent really is excellent at leading the way." Seeing this, Xiaoyan even encouraged it. "Little snake, you've worked hard." The moment everyone arrived ashore, they were confronted by the vice headmaster. He was already standing there with many others and spoke up. "So Mr. Ice has arrived, but it seems your actions have already been discovered." The ice serpent facing the vice headmaster also threatened them. "Brats, do you want to become my midnight snack?" The 2 elders lowered their voices and said in unison, That kid really has guts now, huh? He actually dares to block our path. Wu Chengfeng, have you forgotten those wonderful days when we spanked you for not listening? Isn't that right, Vice Headmaster? The Vice Headmaster narrowed his eyes and replied, Chengfeng would never dare forget the teachings of my two benefactors. But tonight the two of you barged into the Soul Chaos Tower, which truly violates the Academy's rule. As Vice Headmaster, Chengfeng cannot ignore it. Upon hearing that the Vice Headmaster had once been spanked, the teachers nearby covered their mouths and laughed. Spank. Aha, the black-faced Vice Headmaster got spanked before. Chengfeng's eyes brimmed with tears as he shot them a glare. Everyone instantly fell silent, not wanting to waste more time. Yang Zhuang declared, all right, old friends, enough reminiscing. Hurry up and make your move, saving people matters more. Meanwhile, inside the Soul Chaos Tower, Zioxy and the other two were also in dire straits. The three of them looked tiny compared to the monster standing before them, and it was howling like a mad beast. Zioxy once again took the lead and directed the other two. Lei Li and Lin Zai immediately stepped into the barrier's protective range, ready for battle. Lei Li once again became Zioxy's living battery charger. Everything played out exactly like before. This elemental monster is enormous. I just hope the barrier can hold. It slashed with one claw and the barrier shattered instantly. At that moment there was no longer any way to stop it. When Zioxy noticed it staring at her, she quickly pointed in another direction. Don't look at me, Big Brother Strongman is on your right. His physical technique is incredibly strong. Even though he tried to change the subject, the monster kept staring fixedly at Zioxy without looking away. He smirked. HMPH, so what if this monster is looking at us? Is being this handsome a crime now? Lindsay could no longer stand by and watch. Damn it, I can only use that move. She yanked off the necklace and shouted, release the seal, half-dragon transformation. Dragon transformation temporarily stretches my body, increases my speed, and makes me nearly as tall as a pureblood beast. That is why my clothes are specially made and can stretch. But right now, I can only stay transformed for 20 seconds. I do not want to watch someone who treats me well disappear in front of me ever again. For Zioxy's sake, she threw caution aside and charged forward fiercely. Meanwhile, Zioxy was still tiny, struggling to hold out inside the barrier that was about to shatter once again. Who would have thought I would die here before becoming the god of creation? Truly, the talented die young. I am only 5 years old. As for Linzai, she stood ready for battle. But even after transforming into a dragon, she was not confident that she could destroy this monster in just 20 seconds. So her goal was to rescue Zioxy. The girl leaped up, activated her claws of destruction, and slashed at the monster. After being wounded, it let out an extremely painful roar. Ever since the little one was carried away, his face pressed against Linzai's soft pomelos, he thought he had reached heaven. What is going on? I must have been reincarnated into heaven. Lei Li also understood the situation and reminded the two of them. Even for the rare dragon transformation of a pureblood beast race, it cannot be maintained for long. Hurry and escape. I will distract this giant frog. Though he said that Lei Li was secretly thinking, damn it, what exactly am I doing? I am actually sacrificing myself for these two. How ridiculous. Still grimacing, Linzai urged him on. Hurry and put the bell back around my neck. Zioxy picked up the necklace and put it back on her. Right after that, Linzai returned to her normal little girl form, but she looked completely drained. I will be weakened for a while before I recover. I am counting on you from here. At that moment, Lei Li was facing the monster alone. He ran for his life while shouting, oh my heavens. If that claw comes down on me, even my bones will be crushed. Suddenly, another object flashed and shot toward him. It was nothing else but the monster's filthy tongue. Lei Li screamed again. Damn it, that is cheating. Its tongue can shoot out too. There is a wall corner up ahead. I have nowhere left to hide. At this point, even the songbird stopped singing. Its enormous tongue pierced through everything it touched. Lei Li dodged the attack and jumped up, his face still full of panic. That tongue is too big, I cannot handle this. To help Lei Li, Zioxy somehow pulled out a remote-controlled car and shouted, hey, monster over here. Look at my flashy remote-controlled car. The tiny car sped along as if it were real. While controlling it remotely, Zioxy shouted, Lei Li, find a pillar and hide behind it. Do not run around out in the open. This frog species has terrible eyesight and only attacks moving objects. It will not chase or attack something that stays still. Lei Li was in a panic. Is that really true? Do not lie to me. How do you know? Wait, what is that little moving box? As soon as it thought of that, it licked its lips and heart seemed to burst from its eyes. Of course it is true. My favorite biology teacher taught me that. It has huge bulging eyes and is extremely sensitive to moving objects. But once an object stops moving, it is as if nothing is there, as if it cannot see it at all. At this point, it was picking up the remote-controlled car and preparing to put it into its mouth. Meanwhile, Lei Li was still trembling, reminding himself not to move. To avoid being discovered, he did not even dare to breathe loudly. Do not move, hold it in. Ooh, I am so scared. The monster turned its head from side to side, and even the pillar where Lei Li was hiding was smashed apart. He was so frightened that he wet himself and fainted on the spot. Yue Zioxi. Meeting you was the unluckiest thing in my entire life. Meanwhile, outside the spirit imprisoning tower, the elders and the vice dean were preparing for a blazing battle. One blonde teacher among them found it extremely hard to breathe. Such powerful spiritual energy. My body feels as if it is being crushed by thousands of horses. I cannot move at all, Yang Zhuang declared boldly. Allies, it seems we have returned to the era when we fought campaigns in every direction. Vice Dean Wu Qingfeng was also forcing himself to hold on. Everyone, do not worry about harming the three of them. When they were roaming the continent alone, you were all still nursing. Pull yourselves together quickly, or the spiritual energy alone will be enough to kill you all. With that, Qingfeng shouted, teachers, follow me. Release your strongest spiritual energy and answer them in kind. The teachers behind him all replied at once, yes. The two powerful streams of spiritual energy suppressed each other in the air. A purple-haired male teacher's gaze darkened. Seniors, please forgive this junior's offense. Purple flame phoenix form. As soon as he flew up, the male teacher transformed into a purple bird. The golden maned lion king began to move. It has been so long since I exercised that my bones have gone stiff. I rarely get out for a walk, and now there is a youngster to play with me. It makes me feel young again. Would you not agree? As he spoke, his fist shone brightly, and he threw a glass-like punch toward the purple bird while lecturing him. Did your teacher not teach you to strike straight at the vital points in battle? Now your grandmaster will teach you the etiquette of combat. The booming blows battered the purple bird until it was dazed, leaving it with no choice but to lower its head and endure the beating. The golden-maned lion king crossed his arms and continued, and another thing, respect your elders. Don't go around throwing punches at every little thing. Elders are treasures, you know. You should treat them with kindness. The old man known as Child of Ice also looked displeased. The other brats can't hold themselves back anymore either. How about I teach you kids a lesson? Cracking sounds rang out as blocks of ice began growing across his body. After activating Frozen 1,000 miles, the ice instantly shot forward and formed a barrier. Several teachers looked terrified. Good heavens, it's so fast, I didn't even have time to react before my body froze solid. My lower half is frozen too, it hurts so much I can't move. The magic covers such a huge range. Wu Qingfeng flew upward and exclaimed, Teacher Ice and Teacher Jin are still as powerful as ever. Truly admirable. The Vice Dean unleashed a howling windstorm and began attacking the two elders. Master Ice, please accept this. Old Ice is busy. Yang Zhuang decided to step in. Boy Feng, Old Ice is occupied, so I'll be your opponent instead. He activated the Holy Light Fortress. The roaring tornado charged forward just as Yang Zhuang summoned a gigantic barrier to block it. I'm a professional when it comes to Holy Light barriers. Don't even dream of breaking my defense, Boy Feng. Qingfeng frowned, then burst into laughter. A legendary figure from 100 years ago truly lives up to the name. Just a tiny Holy Light Fortress is enough to block my storm. Then try this attack instead. The Vice Dean compressed the storm into a piercing wind drill. Cracking noises echoed again, showing that the Holy Light barrier was beginning to fracture. Yang Zhuang clicked his tongue. Breaking my fortress barehanded, the genius of Magic Rat Academy from 40 years ago. Wu Qingfeng is the top successor, after the headmaster of Magic Rat Academy. The only genius capable of perfectly mastering both magic and aura cultivation. Before turning 45, he had already become Vice Dean, and 10 years later his strength has become even more unfathomable. I only made this holy light shield to fool people. My true specialty is body cultivation. Unlike you, who excels at both magic and aura. Ordinary people spend their whole lives mastering even one path, yet you reach the highest levels in both. If the Academy's first headmaster knew this in the afterlife, he'd surely be overjoyed. Qingfeng replied, I've investigated you before as well. You were a professor who retired from Magic Rat Academy 100 years ago. 5 years ago, you climbed over the wall into our academy and directly became a guest elder. In truth, you were once, before the Vice Dean could finish speaking. Yang Zhuang frowned angrily. Boy Feng, don't talk nonsense. Knowing too much won't end well for your young professors. The two powerful energies collided, creating a terrifying earthquake. But then a violent noise came from inside the tower, making Zioan anxious. What happened inside the tower? Worried sick about her son, Zioan looked deeply troubled. Did something happen to Zioxi? There's no other choice, I can only do this. As she spoke, Zioan suddenly transformed. Her eyes turned different colors and one side radiated overwhelming killing intent. My son, I truly want to stay by your side for a few more years. Seeing Zioan losing control, Yang Zhuang immediately stopped her. Don't get agitated, that's the monster screaming in pain, which means your son is fine. In fact, the monster is the one suffering. Stop at once. Hearing that, Zioan calmed down again. Really, I suppose he's right. As fellow elemental spirits, I can recognize their cries of pain. Fine then, I'll trust all of you. Maybe this means I can stay with Zioxi for a few more years. Recently my power has started becoming uncontrollable. Somewhere far away, someone stood before a mystical gate. Even though it lasted only a moment, the gate had already sensed her presence in the southern wasteland. Alright, I understand now. Scene change inside the Spirit Chaos Tower. Lei Li lay sprawled on the ground, foaming at the mouth and bleeding heavily. It was impossible to tell whether he was alive or dead. Zioxy stood in front of him, panting heavily. Lei Li, you're lucky to still be alive. Right now you're only injured by falling rubble. If I hadn't touched that precious butcher knife from the butcher back then, that monster would have chopped you to pieces already. Linzai grimaced while clutching his injured arm. That monster couldn't find us, so it went crazy and started smashing everything. So annoying. Looking at the shattered blade lying on the ground, Zioxy worriedly thought, Grandma's beloved knife. If I return to Earth, Dad will definitely beat me to a pulp. As for the monster, Zioxy had already chopped off one of its legs. He thought the group still had a chance. He activated the probing power in one of his arms. Then he slammed it with a solid punch. The old man punched hard enough to kill. As the creature flew upward, one eye still glared downward while its two front limbs desperately stretched out. Seeing this, Zioxy laughed. Holy crap, the frog spirit's evolved. It even knows how to flip people off now. Damn, I've never seen speed like that before. With a body that huge too. Hey, big monster, mind if I punch you once? Just one punch, okay? For some reason, the creature suddenly froze. Right after that, it spewed out a massive flood of water, fiercer than ever, flooding the entire ground. Tiny Zioxy was submerged up to his calves. He activated his filthy fox mode. The hell, you're puking water now. You even know what time it is? You disgusting brat. Can't win a fight so you start vomiting water. Grow up already, are you still a kid? Just as he finished cursing, Zioxy looked down in horror. The water level was rising way too fast, and the monster had become extremely agile. After losing its legs, its body turned slippery, making it impossible to hit. This is bad, I can't swim. Linzai forced a smile. She couldn't swim either, and she was even afraid of water. As for Lei Li, he was already completely submerged in the disgusting sea of water. Left with no choice, Zioxy imagined summoning an inflatable yellow duck. In truth, his summoning power was still extremely weak at the moment. Otherwise, he could have even summoned a boatman along with it. But holding the corpse of the inflatable duck in his hands, he looked helpless. Seriously, who invented the air valve at the duck's butt? There was no time to care whether it was the duck's mouth or butt anymore. The young man shoved it into his mouth and blew hard. Once I get back to Earth, I'm definitely stuffing that idiot's sausage with duck tails. After the duck inflated, everyone was temporarily saved. The water level was now impossibly high, but with his strong instincts, Zioxy continued sensing danger lurking nearby. He suddenly shouted, "Danger, gale wind, obey my command." Right at that moment, the monster burst from the water and roared furiously. At the same time, Zioxy's power activated and shot straight toward the creature. After witnessing it, Linzai was extremely confused about how he could use wind element magic. Zioxy quickly explained, when a mage's soul reaches a certain level of strength, they can use a few simple spells from other elements. It's just that the power won't be as strong as their original element. Sensing something strange again, the young man controlled the duck as it sped across the water. Hahaha, this really is a jet-powered yacht. There's a small platform ahead, let's climb up there first. Looking closer, it turned out to be an X-shaped totem pillar. Zioxy and Linzai dragged Lei Li up onto it and sat down. At least they didn't have to swallow water anymore. Man, sitting on this sturdy stone pillar feels amazing. This time we should finally be safe. But the monster below continued causing trouble, biting and tearing at the pillar. The people above soon felt it shaking. Zioxy cursed furiously. Damn it, this monster actually has some IQ. It picked the exact pillar we're on. If this thing collapses, we're dead. The pillar slowly tilted and was only moments away from collapsing completely. Zioxy panicked too. I need to think of something fast. There's no way we can fight underwater now. The only option is finding a way to force it above the surface. Otherwise, we can't win. Linzai looked visibly worried. It's about to collapse. Zioxy suddenly seemed to think of something. Ah, got it. Back in the village, people used electricity to catch fish. Just stick an electric rod into the water. The small fish get shocked while the big fish jump out. That monster's underwater right now, and it's enormous too. There's no way we can shock it dead, but it'll definitely feel uncomfortable and leap out of the water. As long as we seize the moment it jumps out and slash it to death, we're good. The problem is what to use to attack it at that moment. We don't have anything left now. The dagger and butcher knife from before are both broken. Ordinary blades had become useless now. Cracking sounds echoed from underwater, showing the pillar was about to snap apart. The three of them gradually lost their balance. Damn it, we're finished. We're falling, still clinging on desperately, Zioxy reminded them. Forget everything else for now. Let's force the monster out of the water first. Linzai had to keep one hand on Lei Li to stop him from falling into the water. This big guy is way too heavy. Zioxy activated his thunder energy. His whole body glowed. Zioxy suddenly felt he should shout something cool. While gathering momentum, he roared and slammed a powerful punch into the water below. In an instant, the monster became dizzy and surfaced while screaming violently. It refused to stay underwater anymore and leaped completely out. Zioxy knew this was the moment. Last time he had already experienced Lei Li's technique. He leaped high into the air and analyzed. Being airborne is your weakness. You can clearly sense my movements. But no matter how agile you are, you still can't dodge. After landing on the monster's nose, Zioxy raised one hand. Superpower arm, summon something that can save our lives. I want to finish this monster. Immediately, a disc case appeared in his hand again. On it was a picture of a sexy woman. Zioxy cursed angrily. When I'm about to die, this is the life-saving item I get. Lindsay couldn't believe her eyes and blushed bright red from embarrassment. Zioxy crawled across the monster's nose. This is an out-of-print edition. You can never buy it again in this lifetime, you know that. Even though it pained him deeply, Zioxy still had to make a decision to survive. Farewell, my youth. Enriakita Maria Azawa, I will always love you. With that, he hurled the disc straight into the monster's eye. Go, my little ones. Just hearing the crushing sound was enough to know how painful it was, but the chance came when it lost momentum. Zioxy activated his thunder energy, preparing to split it in half. After several slicing sounds, the monster was cut clean in two. The moment it split apart was also the moment Zioxy collapsed unconscious. In his mind still lingered the image of the sexy older girl from the video discs, along with deep regret. Linhee flew down to catch Zioxy. Looking at his expression, she could not tell whether he had fainted from overusing his energy or from suffering some heartbreaking tragedy. Zioxy, this time it was truly thanks to you. Thank you for saving me. Linhee gently kissed Zioxy on the cheek. Meanwhile, the young man was still sobbing with tears streaming down his face. My low-tier video collection. Outside, the teachers and the vice principal were still fighting fiercely. Suddenly, a blonde-haired woman appeared. She had finally arrived. Stop fighting already, but the surroundings were still violently shaking and they acted as if they were deaf. The woman began to get annoyed. Having fun fighting, are you? Daring to ignore me. If I do not show my power, you all think I'm some weak little cat. Instantly, a sealing chain spell activated, locking everyone's hands in place. Everyone immediately panicked. I cannot use even a bit of energy anymore. This sealing magic is way too strong, much stronger than my rope magic. Wu Qingfeng hesitated as well. With my current abilities, I cannot break free from the principal's magic. Yang Zhuang also cursed loudly. You rotten woman, sneaking up on us like that. That move was dirty. The principal turned an entire group of tough guys into ordinary people. The woman angrily shouted back, that is because you idiots were fighting too hard to listen to me, got it? And you ice serpent, I advise you not to move around, or I will seal you too. If it were not for the blessing you received from that person, you would already have fallen. The serpent stared at her suspiciously, feeling as if it had seen this girl somewhere before. The principal is still as violent as ever, truly terrifying. Yang Zhuang frowned in annoyance. Old hag, hurry up and release us. Human lives are at stake. After being called an old hag, the girl became even more furious. Who are you calling old? After taking a staff strike straight to the face, Yang Zhuang argued back. Do you not always refer to yourself as this lady? Besides, I clearly remember you are 1 year older than me. The girl still wore a sour expression. You ancient fossil, you are as old as a turtle, barging into the spirit prison tower in the middle of the night. If word gets out, what happens to the academy's dignity? And would our beast academy not become the laughingstock of every academy on the continent? And you two old men as well. I can understand him getting senile after living so long, but you two have been at the academy for 100 years and still do not know the rules. The two great elders who had looked so imposing earlier now stood there awkwardly. Is it not because we stayed in the retirement home too long and got bored, so we wanted to stretch our old bones a little? The girl replied, HMPH. It seems letting you all retire peacefully back then was a terrible mistake. Yang Zhuang continued provoking her. You talk too much, old hag, stop joking around. My benefactor's son is still on the first floor of the spirit prison tower. His life and death are uncertain. I have to save the boy. Hearing that only triggered another burst of rage. Who are you calling old and talkative? If I had not accidentally turned into a tiny loli, I would definitely be a charming, mature beauty with a perfect figure by now. Yang Zhuang still refused to stop provoking her. Heh, even before you turned into a loli, you looked like a sticky rice cake. After having an entire staff shoved into his mouth, Yang Zhuang somehow felt proud that his mouth had stretched noticeably larger. The girl finally brought up the important matter. Enough nonsense. Void mirror, show them what is happening now. The kids are completely safe. The void mirror immediately displayed the scene of Linhee kissing Zioxy on the cheek, causing Yang Zhuang to explode in fury. Damn it. We are out here fighting to the death to save him, and inside that brat is flirting around. Where is the justice in this world? Meanwhile, Vice Principal Wu Qingfeng looked overjoyed. HMPH, those 3 kids truly did not disappoint me. Zioyan also looked proud of her son. Just like his father, girls really love him. The blonde-haired girl spoke again. Now you have all seen it clearly, right? They are perfectly safe and in no life-threatening danger. Also, I just learned that the elemental spirit on the first floor has completely disappeared. Even the King-class Exma was defeated by them. However, the 30-day confinement punishment will still be carried out. Rules are rules. Tomorrow, I will have someone deliver food to the three of them. Does anyone else have objections? Zioan smiled happily. As long as Xyroxy is safe, that is enough. Thank you, little sister. HMPH, compared to my actual age, I really am just a little sister. I truly am a little sister. A figure of her level actually came all the way here. The academy will never know peace again. Meanwhile, inside the spirit prison tower, Xyroxy had just enjoyed a long, satisfying sleep. Ah, that felt amazing. It felt like I was sleeping on something incredibly soft, so comfortable. The moment he opened his eyes and realized he was lying on Linhe's lap, he nearly jumped in shock. What is going on? Where did all the water go? Did we not drown? Being this close made Linzai blush and freeze up, unable to say a word. After calming down, she finally explained. Not long after the monster died, the water disappeared too, so we were no longer drowning, and Lei Li woke up as well. Zai calmly analyzed. Yeah, that's right. The water in that area earlier was created from the water element. Now that the monster is dead, the water element has returned to the void. Meanwhile, Lei Li was fiddling with his flaming arm. Smells great, it's ready to eat now. I'll cook for you guys. This tower really has everything. What could be better than a buffet of grilled monster meat in the spirit trap tower? A strange voice suddenly echoed out. Little ones, you actually managed to defeat the demon frog. Come to the next floor and find me. I can make you stronger. All three of them jumped up in shock and looked around nervously. Who's talking? Lei Li still held a huge drumstick in his hand. Is it coming from upstairs? Zai frowned immediately. Cowardly bastard, hiding your face. If you've got guts, come out here. The three of us will take you on together. The voice echoed again in response. In the primordial world, strength is everything. Power, wealth, desire, all are ruled by strength. You want that power? I suddenly realized the danger. Oh no, this is a soul-targeting demonic voice. Linzai, Lei Li, don't listen to its nonsense. But after hearing the whispers of the demonic voice, Linzai and Lei Li became dazed. They answered in unison, we do. Zai frowned and glared at the two of them before muttering. Their eyes are unfocused now, like they've been brainwashed. He thought carefully. Maybe the upper floor held a sealed monster, but its voice was still able to pass through the seal and bewitch them. I'm sure there's an incredibly powerful old demon upstairs. This demonic voice can't continue like this, or the two of them will be in real danger. I'll rip you apart with my own mouth, you damned demonic voice. After thinking that, Zai shouted in a deep voice, Hey, old monster upstairs. Listen up, you orphan. He immediately launched into a verbal assault. You must have done a lot of good deeds in your past life to become my son in this one. Actually, back then when your dad picked his toenails, he dug out the crap stuck in his butt crack. You lacked love as a child, and now that you're grown up, you lack calcium too. In the middle of the night, don't you feel empty, lonely, and cold? Then Zai kept gesturing dramatically as he continued. Have you ever wondered why nobody loves you? Could it be because you've been locked up so long that even your preferences change? Forever single and full of delusions, everything about you is out of balance. Insomnia, endless dreams, weak kidneys too. The demonic voice burst out laughing in reply. What did you say? My kidneys are perfectly fine, you brat. Why aren't you affected by the demonic voice? It muttered to itself. Damn it, now isn't the right time yet. I have to endure it. I'll let you off for today, but we'll meet again. As soon as Lei Li regained his senses, he broke out in a cold sweat and asked, What just happened? It felt like I got brainwashed. That voice just now was incredibly seductive. Zai clenched his right fist angrily as arcs of lightning crackled around it, cursing at the demonic voice. What are you laughing at? Your dry laugh sounds like a ghost. Laugh my ass, you're just a pathetic bird trapped in a cage. You even tried to deceive innocent kids like us. The voice immediately replied, Brat, you've successfully angered me. Just keep walking obediently and wait for my punishment. Lei Li widened his eyes in shock and thought, Yue Zai, why did you provoke it? This is the spirit trap tower. Only cruel and powerful primordial spirits are imprisoned here. If we offend them, we're doomed. But Zai confidently replied, What's there to fear? I've read tons of Manhua. A guy who only knows how to spout nonsense and deceive kids is obviously trapped for too long and wants to use us to escape. Speaking of Manhua reminds me of Uncle, Save the World. That uplifting comic got tons of 5-star ratings and views. I hope everyone supports it more. As long as your will is firm, you won't be affected by the voice. Am I wrong, you child-scamming fraud? But this time the demonic voice gave no response, leaving the other two confused. Why did it suddenly go quiet? Linzai guessed that maybe it had left. Zai gnawed on the drumstick in his hand and said casually, What's there to fear? I cursed it out and now it's hiding like a child. It's definitely unable to come out. Otherwise, we'd already be dead. You think it'd calmly chat with us like this? Dream on. Hearing that, the girl slapped her palm lightly and nodded with a smile in agreement. That makes sense. Looks like our wills just weren't firm enough. Lei Li nodded along as well. Maybe so, but I still don't want to offend it the way Xiaozai did. All right, for now we just need to avoid believing it. Xiaozai quickly reminded them. Everyone stay together. Even though we killed the big one, who knows what bigger thing might appear next. Let's sit down and recover together. So the three children sat down with their backs against the stone pillar. As soon as Linzai sat down, she nervously said, "Okay, let's talk. It's too quiet and I'm getting scared." Then she turned toward Yue Xiaozai and asked, "How do you know so much? You're amazing. How old are you this year?" He raised his hand in a hip-hop pose and grinned from ear to ear as he answered, "I'm almost 6 years old, but in my previous life this old man was already 35. After hearing that, Linzai covered her mouth and giggled, then added, "Younger than me." As for him, Lei Li and Xiaoxi looked at the young man's somewhat mature appearance and guessed. He must be at least 20. Lei Li answered awkwardly, "I am 10 this year. I look mature because my ancestors left behind a secret technique and I learned it early. Its vitality made me stronger. Otherwise, how could an ordinary poor commoner like me have the strength to take first place in the assessment? What about you, Lin Zai?" The little girl introduced herself softly. "I am 6 this year, one of the hybrids everyone talks about. My mother is human, and my father is from the beast race." At this point, Linzai unconsciously released a burst of killing intent. Her eyes turned red and her voice sank. "My wish in this life is to kill him with my own hands." This accidentally frightened the two young men. They hugged each other and trembled, saying with twisted faces, "Change the subject now." Xiaoxi smiled and scratched his head. "My wish in this life is very simple." Then he looked up at the sky and spoke his heart. "I want to go home." Xiaoxi thought back to his indecent figurines, steamy short stories, and adult films. But what came out of his mouth was about his family. "I wonder how my parents on Earth are doing and whether they miss their unfilial son. Can I still go back?" At this point, Xiaoxi suddenly remembered something and blurted out, "Right, summon the diary." Immediately after, the Eternal Moon diary appeared in his hand. Linzai exclaimed in admiration, "It is that strange summoning magic again." "Is Earth his old home?" Lei Li sighed. "This kid can even write summoning magic. I have to keep working hard. Compared with him, I am still far behind." Xiaoxi opened it, began writing, and answered the two of them. "I want to record the journey of this life so when I return to Earth one day, I can shock my mother." The diary page read, "Mom, Dad, today I cleaned the tower at school and cleared out a lot of little frogs. 2 classmates were with me. One boy and one girl. Your son is living well in this world with food and shelter. I have a new mother who loves me very much, so you do not need to worry about me. I am not suffering here at all. Also, I am only 5 here, so do not rush me to get married. The girl in my class is only 6. When I return later, do not scold me for not pursuing her." Xiaoxi turned the page and muttered, "I ran out of space. Time to turn to a new page. This is my mother's handwriting from Earth." On Earth, he already had his own grave, and they had even burned him a paper offering of a long-legged girl. The diary page contained a message Xiaoxi's mother had left for him. "Son, it has been 5 years. You left so suddenly and I was heartbroken, but you will not be lonely. I burned all the figurines on your desk and sent them down to you. I used to stop you from playing with those things. That was my fault. But from now on, every year on July 12th, the anniversary of your death, I will burn a few new figurines for you. This year I burned a Megumi Kato figurine for you. Today, while cleaning, I saw your diary and could not help writing a few lines. Son, I miss you." After reading those heartfelt words, Xiaoxi felt as if his heart had turned to stone and split in two. His entire body also seemed to freeze stiff. Words such as "struck by lightning," "figurines," "burned them all every year," and Megumi Kato kept flashing through his mind. Seeing this, Linzai blushed with emotion. Xiaoxi truly was someone who treasured feelings. The more he wrote in his diary, the more pain he felt. So heartbroken, so despairing, he really valued family too deeply. She asked with concern, "Xiaoxi, are you all right?" At this moment, as if his soul had left his body, he lamented, "My wives, I still have not collected them all. Celia, Azur Lane, Velvet, Saber, Len, Asuna." Time flew by, and it was now day 29 inside the Spirit Vault Tower. Xiaoxi said happily, "After tomorrow, we will be free. Let us rest early." "Oh right, little Zai, sleep beside me tonight like usual. We will make do for now, please rest assured. I absolutely will not move my hands or feet around. There are rules and I will not act recklessly." The little girl replied, "All right. I trust you." While the three of them were resting, Xiaoxi thought to himself, "Lei Li, why did you crawl in too? You are breathing all over my face. Good heavens, where is your hand touching? Should I turn my back to you or should I face you? Good heavens, this is so uncomfortable." Unknowingly, strange sounds came from behind the mysterious door. Immediately after, a demonic arm emerged from the crack. A dark shadow appeared, sneering in a bewitching voice. "Brat, because of you, I had to rush for over 20 days and consume half of my source power, just to barely slip a wisp of my spiritual consciousness out of the upper seal. You are dead. I will punish you slowly. It rushed away swiftly while declaring, little brats, you will become my spirit children. Consider it an honor. Streams of evil energy flew toward the children inside the spirit chamber. While the children were sound asleep, streams of dark energy split apart and silently slipped into their mind. When they inhaled it, some frowned and let out a muffled grunt. Meanwhile, Lei Li remained dazed and showed no reaction at all. The dark soul slipped into Xiox's sea of consciousness. Seeing his image, it guessed, this brat happens to be dreaming. I will play with you for a while and let you enjoy yourself first. In the dream, Xioxi appeared as an adult, holding a painted flag and smiling as he spoke to the students. Everyone, today will be learning how to draw the human body. Please pay close attention to the lesson. Then he turned to someone and said, Assistant X, if you would. Your figure is perfect for demonstrating human anatomy. Hearing that, she pouted and complained, Teacher, you're so mean. Using me as a model again, can't you just spend money and buy a mannequin? Xioxi scratched his head and blushed as he sighed. Isn't it because I'm broke? I can't afford one, so just work with me a little, okay? Once we recruit more students later, I'll buy one. He waved his hand and continued, Come on up already, the students still need their lesson. I don't want to waste their precious study time. The assistant crossed her arms over her chest and replied with both embarrassment and annoyance. Fine, you always come up with such weird excuses. From outside the classroom window, someone could be seen watching the people inside talking. That shadow belonged to the evil sovereign, a dark spirit imprisoned within the tower. He folded his arms and said in slight amazement, I've roamed the entire primordial continent, yet I've never seen a dream world like this before. This world feels far too real. There's no way an ordinary dream could create something like this. It wasn't a waste for me to consume such a massive amount of origin power over these past 20-something days just to condense this tiny body. This brat is hiding plenty of secrets. Maybe he's one of those legendary reincarnated beings inside the classroom. Xioxi pressed one hand against the blackboard, forcing the assistant into a position with her back against the wall. The girl quickly waved her hands to stop him. Teacher, don't do this. Jamat, he said gratefully. Assistant X, thank you for being my model. How would you like me to repay you? Should I offer myself to you? Xioxi suddenly blushed deeply, blood streaming from his nose. He pinched his own cheek and happily muttered, Oh my God, am I dreaming? Maybe not, it actually hurts a little. In reality, the one pinching his cheek was Lynxie. No one knew what the girl was dreaming about, but through choked sobs she cried out, Dad, don't leave, don't abandon me alone. The evil sovereign sneered coldly, You little brat, you're enjoying yourself way too much even in your dreams. Since the day I was born, no one has ever cursed me that harshly. Let's see how I deal with you. Then he possessed the assistant's body inside Xioxi's dream. Let me become a girl and toy with you. Unaware of anything, Xioxi kept flirting. Don't be shy, I'm a good person. The possession was complete. The evil sovereign smiled wickedly, radiating seductive charm. He licked his lips, pushed Xioxi lightly away, and said, Teacher, don't be like that. There are still plenty of students watching downstairs. He thought to himself, Brat, next I'm going to make you feel like you're in heaven. Xioxi struck a handsome pose and replied, The students already left. Now it's just the two of us. He wondered to himself why he was feeling so bold today, as if he could simply follow every desire like this was truly a dream. The evil sovereign continued teasing him. In that case, come here, teacher. Then he pulled his hand back, revealing a sinister smile as his fingers curled into claw-like shapes. A second later, the evil sovereign grabbed his nipples with both hands and stretched them out like melted cheese. Take this. You should feel honored to experience one of my techniques. At that moment, Xioxi actually felt a strange mix of pleasure and excitement. He raised both hands to his face and pulled down his eyelids in shock. Then he suddenly realized something. Wait a second, what the hell is this? Xioxi shouted. That this sovereign crap has to be that damn thing from the spirit tower. Get the hell out of here. The evil sovereign was blasted out of the dream while muttering, Even if it's only a dream, I still can't truly injure this brat. But this still counts as getting a tiny bit of revenge. There's not much time left. I need to hurry with the real task and plant a seed of consciousness inside this brat's knowledge seed. His knowledge is right in front of me now. This brat possesses far too much knowledge. His spiritual power must be incredibly strong. No wonder demonic whispers couldn't seduce him last time. When he saw a sealed crystal, he cried out joyfully, Jackpot. This is a soul crystal left behind by some major figure. This reincarnated one truly isn't simple. He actually received the favor of some great being, but now it belongs to me, the evil sovereign. The mysterious spirit opened its huge mouth, preparing to devour the crystal while thinking, if I swallow this, I might even gain a chance to reach the creator level. After successfully swallowing it, he immediately realized the thing was far from easy to digest. The soul crystal suddenly began to shine, releasing golden light that resisted the dark aura. The evil sovereign screamed, What's happening? It's burning hot. Light burst from his mouth and eyes. A second later, streams of white radiance completely engulfed him. Trapped between two magic formations, he cried out in agony, I'm doomed. The successor chosen by the creator, an image of Xioxi appeared in a towering form. Zioxy smiled at him and asked, "So you're the demon who dared sneak into my sea of consciousness. Damn it, so you were the one who ruined my beautiful dream earlier." Zioxy frowned, veins bulging with rage as he cursed. "It's been ages since I had such a great dream, and you actually dared ruin my fun." He pointed forward. Various torture instruments appeared behind him as he declared decisively, "This is my knowledge sea, my world. Everything here is arranged by me." The moment Zioxy finished speaking, a chained collar shot forward at high speed. A spiked leather ring flew out as well. In an instant, the evil sovereign was completely restrained and hurriedly cried out in confusion, "You brat, what the hell is this? I was just about to complete my cultivation and become a god. Let me out now and I'll give you plenty of benefits." Zioxy mischievously summoned one of the 10 great yin artifacts, known as a slipper. He smacked the soul across the face with it and cursed, "You damned ghost. You haven't even solved your own problems, so why did you sneak into my body?" Zioxy looked at him with a cold smile and asked, "So what exactly should I call you?" The evil sovereign replied in pain, "You little bastard, let's talk this out calmly." This sovereign," before he could finish, Zioxy slapped him again with the slipper and cursed, "Still calling yourself sovereign." Then came a barrage of non-stop slaps. "You dared to run into my body without my permission. I could sue you for harassment, you know." Smacking sounds echoed without pause. The evil sovereign's face was swollen, but he still stubbornly replied, "Ha, I am the king of the dark elemental spirits. Evil sovereign, back when I was conquering this primordial continent, your great-great-great-grandfather hadn't even been born yet, and you dare seal me. If you've got guts, let me out and fight me one-on-one." Zioxy continued interrogating him, "Still calling yourself grandpa and all that? Right now I'm your grandpa, now talk. Why did you sneak into my body?" The devastating blow left the dark sovereign stunned, changing his tone. "I'm impressed by your talent. I want to take you as my disciple, my dear student." Hearing that, Zioxy shut his eyes tightly, raised a slipper to his face and replied, "You won't cry until you see the coffin." A second later, the dark soul got slapped across the face so hard his vision went black. Zioxy stepped forward, grabbed the dark sovereign's face and asked, "Do you really think I'm some 5-year-old brat?" He snapped. "I've even met the creator before. You think I'd acknowledge trash like some dark king? If you want a master, then hand Tian Jun over to that bastard bot. Spit it out already. Why did you sneak into my body?" After being tormented for so long, the dark sovereign finally started backing down. He muttered, "This brat isn't easy to fool. I'd better tell him. At least I won't suffer more humiliation." His aura flared as he shouted, "You little punk, I came here to take revenge on all of you. I wanted to plant a seed of my consciousness inside your sea of awareness. Once that seed grew, it would burn all of you alive, and it would also help me escape." Zioxy stood there confidently and declared, "You still wanted to devour us. I never expected the creator would leave tricks behind in your knowledge sea. Your greed really knows no bounds, a snake trying to swallow an elephant." Seeing Zioxy reach out his hand, the dark sovereign trembled in fear and asked, "What are you planning to do with that filthy hand now?" Zioxy put on a sinister expression and coldly asked, "Answer me. Weren't you sealed away? How can you split off a fragment and invade my consciousness?" He answered, "This seal has already lasted tens of thousands of years." Although this sovereign became weak after being sealed, the seal itself was never truly successful against me. For thousands of years, no one has reinforced the seal, so it gradually loosened. Maybe because that beast woman already died and no one understands those sealing magic incantations anymore. Zioxy rubbed his chin and said, "No wonder a bastard like you could split yourself apart and invade my knowledge sea. Fine, now that the misunderstanding has been cleared up, let's settle our debts." Hearing the words "settle our debts," the dark sovereign jumped in fear and asked nervously, "Settle debts? What debts? I already answered your question." Zioxy smacked him again with the slipper and cursed, "Now then, right now you're meat on my chopping block. From the creator's cultivation art, I just learned a forbidden technique that can absorb the souls of elemental spirits. This is the perfect chance to test it on you." Realizing the danger, he instantly changed his attitude and hugged Zioxy's leg while flattering him. "Little brother, dear little brother, this body of mine consumed half my origin power just to barely cross the seal and take shape. Please spare me." The dark sovereign put on a cute expression, his eyes sparkling as he begged, "Please, big brother." Zioxy answered with a devilish grin. He offered, "I can spare you, but you have to become my elemental spirit. You may not be that strong, but being imprisoned on the upper floors of this tower, your power should still be enough, right?" The dark sovereign answered unwillingly, "Dream on. Impossible. I am innate chaos itself, born as a dark soul. Since the day I was born, I've never been subdued. Even if you kill me, I won't become someone else's elemental spirit." Hearing that, Zioxy's face darkened as he said, "Is that so? Then forget it. I'll absorb you to death and use you as nourishment for my soul instead. I originally only wanted to sign an equal contract with you for 25 years. I was even planning to give you a trick to break through the creator-level bottleneck, but forget it now. Go die, you piece of trash. Question marks filled the Dark Sovereign's head as he quickly shouted, wait, did you say you have a way to break through the creator level? And an equal 25-year contract too? His attitude changed instantly, and excitement appeared on his face as he said, deal. Then he spoke passionately and regretfully. I've been trapped at the divine realm for countless years without finding any way to advance. Besides, 25 years means nothing to an immortal like me. As long as I can break through to the creator level, I can finally find him. Suddenly, the Dark Sovereign remembered something and paused before asking, wait a second. Are you also someone with a dark attribute physique? Zai scratched his head in confusion and asked, what the hell is a dark physique? I know plenty of cultivation arts, but when it comes to common knowledge after reincarnating here, I'm no better than a 5-year-old child. He sighed, what a waste. You know so many cultivation arts, yet you know nothing useful. When forming a contract with an elemental spirit, incompatible physiques create disharmony and drag both sides down. I'm too lazy to explain it to you. Put your hand on my head. Zai immediately reached out as instructed and asked, like this. He replied awkwardly, yeah, like that. Thinking to himself, why is this strange? His hand feels just as comforting as that person's. The Dark Sovereign suddenly panicked. Damn it, this brat actually has a mixed attribute physique. Light, darkness, and erosion all fused together. Ordinary people can only form contracts with elemental spirits of the same attribute, but if someone truly has a mixed physique, then that's an incredible treasure. They can form contracts with elemental spirits of different attributes. On top of that, you possess 3 fused attributes, which means you can simultaneously form contracts with 3 elemental spirits. You possess all 3 attributes at once. That's really unbelievable, but your light attribute is hidden very deeply. Without using a secret technique to make contact, it's hard to sense it. Zai recalled the examination and said, before, the Vice Dean said I had a thunder attribute. Why did light and shadow suddenly appear too? Evil Sovereign replied. Perhaps some hidden master concealed it for you. But who do you think I am? Do you think such a cheap trick could fool me? People with only a light or dark attribute are very common, but someone possessing both attributes has limitless room for growth. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it now. I only learned about it myself through a fortunate coincidence. Zai suddenly remembered something and replied, now that you mention it, I remember when I broke through the Vice Dean's spirit power. A dark shadow appeared on my body. Maybe the dark element was stimulated and emerged. He was somewhat shocked and sighed. At such a young age, you can already manifest attributes independently. What a little monster deserving heavenly punishment. Making a contract with you won't disgrace my name as Evil Sovereign. The boy quickly sat beside him, created a purple magic circle and said, all right, enough nonsense. Let's sign the contract. The two raised their hands together. I, Yue Zai, I, Evil Sovereign. Today we sign an equal contract for 25 years, whether in prosperity or adversity, wealth or poverty, health or sickness, happiness or sorrow, we shall always protect and care for each other until this oath ends, he thought to himself. This contract oath is disgustingly cheesy. Immediately afterward, the restraining tools were removed, and Evil Sovereign became delighted. The contract is complete. At last I have replenished origin power and can reveal my true form again. Above the magic circle, a sphere of darkness appeared. A voice came from within, kid, don't faint from fear when you see my appearance. I am the strongest dark wolf god in history. Zai froze after hearing that and asked, What kind of wolf god nonsense is this? Your appearance is a complete scam. The black mist had now transformed into a layer of white bones, and a frightening voice came from within, tremble, mortal. Evil Sovereign's figure slowly became visible. He continued showing off, kid, fear the mighty and handsome appearance of this sovereign. After seeing his true form, Zai pointed at him in shock and shouted, husky. He dragged out the last syllable. A black and white dog, with a golden bracelet on its front leg and a wagging tail. With a bang, Evil Sovereign appeared as a dog with a cross-shaped scar on its face that looked quite gangster-like, along with a red cloth wrapped around its neck. Zai immediately grabbed its throat and complained, scammer, what dark wolf god? You're obviously a purebred husky. In my world, huskies are known as idiot gods. It replied, impossible. I invented this majestic appearance overflowing with aura for the white wolf goddess Zai. Besides, in the entire water origin continent, no one looks like me. I am one of a kind. Hearing that, Zai became somewhat stunned and said, what? Did you just mention the white wolf goddess Zai? I remember the creator who brought me here. Was also named Zai, and she had identical beast ears. Lin Zai is also a beast-human hybrid. He recalled that person's image and words. Earth was originally just a dead planet without life. I used the heart of the world to create life, so I can be considered your creator goddess. Unfortunately, humanity did not know how to cherish it and even polluted my body. The apocalypse was unavoidable. My name is Zai. After arriving on the water origin continent, please help me take care of someone. The hybrids on this continent are a fragile race. Tell them it isn't that I don't care about them. It's just that I can no longer return. Holding Evil Sovereign in his hands, Zai muttered, Could it be that you're also a hybrid and friends with the creator? Then when the creator made Earth, she used your image to create huskies. It replied, I am not a hybrid. I am a purebred dark wolf god, but I can never forget goddess side. As for the earth you mentioned, just think of huskies being created in my image to ease my lovesickness. A very, very long time ago, there was an incredibly cool dark wolf god. Because the beast element attribute within it was too dark, humans everywhere labeled it an evil god. Humans and the dark wolf god fought constantly. It was driven into despair and could only turn itself from pure-hearted into cold-blooded, slaughtering wherever it went. Its body was always covered in wounds, yet it stubbornly survived. Until one time, its injuries became too severe and it grew extremely weak, barely breathing, just when it thought it no longer had any attachment to the world and nothing left worth pursuing. And could die alone, a white wolf goddess suddenly appeared. She asked, "What's wrong with you, little puppy?" Then she used powerful magic to save the black wolf's life and reminded it, "Stop fighting all the time. I might not be lucky enough to save you next time. This cloth is for you." Goddess, I advised, you really need to stop picking fights with everyone. Maybe because you're too black, people get scared and think you're evil. You've already reached the saint spirit level, right? You can freely change your body's appearance. I think you should add a little white to it. Don't look so fierce. Cute little animals are what people like. Zioxy sounded dissatisfied as he said, "Was she really that easygoing before? In my memory, she always had a grumpy face." After transforming, Black Wolf stood to the side wondering whether the goddess would like his current appearance. Cute, black and white, maybe this was exactly the goddess's favorite look. His eyes suddenly gleamed with determination. I want to win her heart. Then I'll have lots of little wolf pups with her. White wolf goddess, here I come. But just as he charged forward, Black Wolf accidentally tripped over a rock. He fell flat on his face and cursed inwardly, "Damn it, this lord still isn't used to this body. How embarrassing in front of Goddess Zai." Noticing his presence, she turned around and let out a soft hum. Then she walked over and picked Black Wolf up. He froze and thought, her eyes are so pure. At a time like this, I'm still having wicked thoughts. I'm truly a beast. Goddess Zai also seemed somewhat fond of him and secretly praised him. What a cute fool. After that, he followed her around for some time. Just when Black Wolf finally gathered the courage to confess his feeling, she suddenly disappeared. Without the slightest warning, he searched the entire water origin continent but could not find her. Until one day, Black Wolf discovered a strange sentence engraved on an ancient stone monument in the ruins. Creation rank, mighty yet tragic. He suspected that after reaching the creation rank, some horrifying accident had happened to her power. So Black Wolf continuously searched for ways to break through to the creation rank. I want to know what happened and where Goddess Zai went during her entire life. Returning to reality, he said, I never expected Goddess Zai to be trapped on Earth and unable to return to the water origin continent. But the magic power of the creation rank is terrifying. How could she possibly be imprisoned? I can't figure it out. Forget it. No matter what, I will go to Earth and save her. After hearing this, Zioxy rubbed his head and asked, You don't actually seem that evil. So why were you locked inside the spirit trap tower? Black Wolf wagged his tail and thought, why does his right hand feel so comfortable? Maybe it's because it carries Goddess Zai's aura. This lord must endure it and not let him know, or it'll be too embarrassing. He coldly replied, a few tens of thousands of years ago, while passing by the Beast Academy, I merely ate all the spirit essence from their high-grade spiritual medicine. Who would have thought that stingy beast-taming woman would lock me in here? But she hasn't come to reinforce the seal in the past few thousand years. So she's probably dead already. Zioxy stroked his chin thoughtfully. A beast-taming woman from tens of thousands of years ago, she's probably the founder and dean of the academy or something, after eating all of someone's immortal medicine and spirit essence. It's already generous enough that she didn't beat you to death on the spot, Little Black. Upon hearing that nickname, Black Wolf immediately reacted. What the hell is Little Black? Call me Evil Sovereign. But Zioxy ignored him and continued. All right then, Little Black, let's go. Hurry up and retrieve the seeds you planted in Lin Zai and Layli's consciousness. Otherwise, I won't let you off, Little Black. He scowled furiously. Even if you didn't say it, I was going to take them back. Right now I'm still weak, only possessing a tiny fraction of my former strength, but these consciousness seeds are nourishment for me. A short while later, dim light appeared. Zioxy slowly opened his eyes and said, finally awake. Then he held his face and groaned, damn it. Why does my right cheek hurt so much? Meanwhile, Little Black stepped on Lin Zai's head and a small magic circle appeared. He did the same to Layli, retrieving the seeds he had planted in their mind. Then Little Black sighed in satisfaction. So refreshing, I've recovered the consciousness seed. Although the primal energy isn't much, the spiritual gain makes up for it. Zioxy put his uniform back on and asked, should we head to the upper floor now and rescue your main body? That way we'll become even stronger. Little Black replied, I'm afraid that's impossible. Back then, I only lured you up there to deceive you so I could plant consciousness seeds. The elemental essence on the upper floors is far stronger than on the first floor. In terms of human ranks, you'd need the strength of An elemental spirit master. Besides, you're only an elemental spirit warrior right now. Even if you went up there, you still couldn't break my seal. Unless you at least reach the Saint Spirit rank. Xioxy muttered the ranks to himself and complained. Elemental Spirit Apprentice, Elemental Spirit Warrior, Spirit Guide, Elemental Spirit Master. Grand Elemental Spirit Master, Saint Spirit. Little Black, are you messing with me? How many years would it take to reach Saint Spirit? Signing a contract with you really made me suffer a huge loss. What a terrible deal. Little Black held something in his hand and replied, my true body is incredibly powerful. You're the one who stumbled upon a priceless treasure, brat. My strength is only slightly below the creation rank. It turned out that between his fingers was an entire star system. After enlarging it, it was clearly the Milky Way where Earth existed. Xioxy grabbed him by the neck. And cursed, you damn monster, you're absolutely shameless. No matter how strong your true body is, it has nothing to do with me. I'm going to kill you, Little Black replied. It's too late for regrets now. Our equal contract can only be removed if both parties agree. Otherwise, the contract can never be erased. Luckily, signing a contract with you allows you to supply me with primal energy. Otherwise, this clone would have quickly vanished into smoke, Xioxy thought to himself. Even a broken ship still has a few nails left. Although Little Black is only a clone, this old guy once roamed the water origin continent, and his knowledge is extensive, which perfectly complements my weaknesses. I'm only skilled in cultivation techniques and don't understand the missing detail of the continent. Besides, he probably levels up very quickly and has a solid foundation. This deal isn't actually a loss. The scene shifted to the morning of the 30th day. The three of them were brought out, and the evil sovereign also hid inside Brook to get out. At the academy, Cloud asked her son, you were in the tower for so many days. You probably didn't get to eat anything good, right? Let me make you plenty more dishes. He replied, Mom, you don't have to work so hard. No, just give me milk. Blackie chimed in, what milk? I want some too. He replied, cow's milk, of course. That's mine. 5 years had passed since they left the tower, and Lindsay was now 11. By now, she had become a major figure among the school's younger students. Everyone seemed to have forgotten her identity as an alien insect. This was the result she had achieved through her own strength and effort. Lolik brought his brothers into the Young Eagles, a school-affiliated organization where they could take on missions and earn money. Reality proved that the Vice Dean had locked them in the Spirit Vault Tower, not only out of responsibility. The punishment was also meant to train the three of them. Because of that, Brook had always remembered it. Right now, he was sprawled out asleep with the little elemental. In his dream, he unconsciously muttered in his mind, I want to save the world. After a clicking sound, the bedroom door opened. Cloud walked in, lowered her head slightly, and asked, Son, wake up. Will you go out for a walk with Mom today? Seeing no answer from him, she murmured to herself, is he sleeping that soundly? Cloud sat down on the bed, reached out, and stroked Brook's head, her eyes gazing at him tenderly as she said, before I knew it, my son turned 10. I wonder how much longer I can stay by his side. Suddenly, something in front of her startled her. Cloud looked up and said, isn't that the image crystal of the boy's father? I think I left it here last time and forgot to take it away. It's covered in cobwebs now. Then she walked over and set the crystal upright neatly. After that, Cloud tilted her head and spoke to herself. Chengyi, where exactly are you now? She pressed her lips together as tears welled in her eyes and were about to fall. She sighed, I miss you so much. Brook had opened his eyes slightly by then. And hearing his mother's words of longing, he muttered in his mind, HMPH, that man. Then Brook got up and said to her, Mom, I'm awake. I won't cook today. Let's go out for a walk. Cloud turned to look at her son, tears streaming down her face, and gave a brief reply. He quickly walked over to comfort her. Mom, don't cry. You're just like a child. Don't you still have me? Stop crying. I'm not going to school today. Let's go out and buy candy together. Cloud took the chance to act spoiled with her son. Okay, I want candied hawthorn and malt candy. And also, Brooke smiled and interrupted. Fine, 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 anything you want. I've made quite a bit of money selling books recently. Then she dressed herself beautifully, put on a new hat, carried a bag, and quickly walked to the door, calling back inside, Son, Mom is ready, let's go. Cloud took her son's hand and pulled him along. Let's go, if we're late they'll be sold out. Left on the table was that crystal, and the image recorded inside was his father. Brooke looked back at it and said to himself, that man abandoned my mother and he abandoned a cute, kind son like me too. Whether he's alive or dead now. If he isn't dead, one day I'll find him and settle the score. Sometime later, while Cloud was eating candied hawthorn, she accidentally drew the attention of many people on the street. He looked at his mother, feeling puzzled. What's so good about snacks? I stopped liking snacks when I was 25. Even when drinking beer, I had to add a few goji berries. Walking beside her, Brooke said to himself, Mom, I'll protect you for the rest of your life. Seeing Black Orchid behind him, he immediately asked in confusion, Blackie, what are you crawling out for? It replied, you really are a good son. I will protect your mother with you. This is a powerful bond that surpasses all species. I don't mind taking a human as my disciple, good son. Brooke immediately flicked it hard and scolded, keep bragging, dog. By sheer accident, that sent it flying toward a pile of poop. Seeing Blackie fall headfirst into the poop, passersby immediately looked disgusted. That dog doesn't need to shove its whole body in just to eat poop, does it? The scene shifted to dusk, as the sun gradually sank behind the mountain. Black Wolf walked along while looking back and saying, "I'll go for a stroll nearby. Although an elemental spirit can't be too far from its host, if I sit still for just 10 seconds, my whole body feels uncomfortable." Perhaps this is the destructive nature of wolves. Brooke drove it away without hesitation. "Get lost already, don't stick your butt in people's faces." Cloud stroked the head of her son, who was lying there, and said, "Son, do you know why your name is Brooke?" He asked curiously. "Why?" She looked up at the sky and replied, "Because your father and I met beside a little brook. Brook is that little stream." The story went back to that day, when Cloud was bathing in a small stream. Then Brooke's father, before she could continue, he opened his mouth and threw a fit. "Damn it, that beast. He dared to peep at Mom bathing back then." "Oh, I have to kill him," she quickly explained. "No, that's not it. Your father was an upright gentleman at the time he was injured, and had drifted down from upstream. Back then, Cloud was shocked to see Cheng Yi washed against a rock, blood flowing from him nonstop. He was severely injured, and all his internal organs had been crushed. At first, she also thought Cheng Yi was about to die, because when she began treating him, blood kept pouring from his nose and he had lost far too much. Cloud thought he was not going to make it. Fortunately, she saved him in the end." She said to her son with an innocent expression, "After that, your father survived and said he had to repay me. Then he silently stayed by my side and refused to leave, saying he would pledge himself to me and spend the rest of his life repaying my kindness. Your father truly repaid every favor he received." Xioxi immediately objected. "What nonsense about repaying kindness? This is clearly repaying kindness with hatred. Back in the past, Little White had been Zioan's excellent assistant. Besides, your father and Little White were very close too. They argued noisily every day and Mother was incredibly happy. Those were the most beautiful memories of her life." Then her cheeks turned red as she spoke shyly in a soft voice. "In the end, your father and I fell in love. When Little White learned this, he completely broke down. He kowtowed until the concrete cracked." Xioxi wondered why Mother chose that man. Zioan replied, "Because at that time, seeing him soaking in the stream made him look pitiful, just like a poor but adorable puppy. Then I had you, so I helped give you the name Yue Xioxi." Hearing that, he darkened his face and complained, "Mom, how could you be fooled so easily? I'm your biological son." This name was chosen way too casually. Harlan became interested and excitedly shouted, "I'm a puppy too, I'm pitiful too, I can even bark for food too." Meanwhile, a mysterious person hid behind a tree, secretly observing them while muttering, "Maybe it's her. She looks exactly like the person on the underground bounty list. But I won't stupidly rush in. Someone with a 10 billion bounty is definitely no ordinary person. I'd better contact headquarters first. Just a tiny fraction of the reward would already be enough for me." So he summoned a beast and ordered it, "Help me deliver this letter to the underground bounty organization." It was a beast specially used by the underground organization to transmit information. In the blink of an eye, it quickly dove into the magic circle to send the message. The man suddenly turned around in shock and exclaimed, "I've been discovered. Who's there?" Before he could react, Yang Zhuang jumped out and slammed a heavy blow into his stomach. Blood burst from his throat. Frowning, Yang Zhuang cursed, "Damn it, I was one step too late." That summoned beast disappeared in an instant. Yang Zhuang looked toward Zioan and thought, this underground bounty organization really is like a bunch of rats. They're everywhere. They've already discovered the goddess's whereabouts. It seems I absolutely can't let the mother and son go outside anymore. Staying at the academy is the safest option. The scene shifted to a peaceful afternoon. Blue skies and white clouds filled the air. In front of the Monster Academy gates, the flowers of the continent were seriously studying philosophy. Professor Ji stood on the podium teaching. "Student, we are students of Monster Academy. We must not only strengthen our power but also cultivate our mind. So today I will teach philosophy. Everyone pay attention." Below the stage, Xioxi asked, "Little Black, is that so-called treasure really real?" A classmate saw him crawling on the ground and silently mocked him. "That Yue Xioxi skipped class again. That lunatic is mumbling to himself again." Meanwhile, Harlan firmly declared, "I swear on my honor it's definitely real." Xioxi's eyes reddened as he cursed, "Your honor? You already used it all up 5 years ago when you tricked me into signing that contract. You don't have any honor or chastity left." Thinking those words were directed at him, the classmate suddenly panicked and thought, "My chastity, it's already gone. Oh no, I'm a man." Xioxi was basically the king among the children. What if he got angry after successfully skipping class? The master and servant arrived in front of a house. Little Black spoke up, "Kid, this time I'm not lying to you. I think I've found a really good place. Zioxy replied, "You're seriously shameless. You always take advantage of my class time to run around causing trouble everywhere. All the spirit essence crystals and dark element, or that recently grew nearby, were destroyed by you." He continued, "Recently Mom told me I absolutely can't leave the academy. If she finds out I secretly ran out here, she'll definitely worry. So you'd better not be lying to me, little black. Otherwise, you're dead." It hurriedly turned around and explained, "Isn't it all because I want to quickly increase my strength? This time is different. I discovered ruins that are emitting strong dark element fluctuations. Maybe some kind of treasure is about to appear." At the mention of treasure, Zioxy's eyes lit up and he drooled greedily. "A dark treasure? I wonder if it's a giant dark sword. I like giant swords the most." Little Black proudly declared with confidence, "Of course it's real. This time I swear on my chastity. Even though I haven't seen it with my own eyes. From this far away, I can still sense the dark element fluctuations coming from the treasure." Hearing that, Zioxy suspiciously fell into thought. Something's wrong. Little Black's words have never been reliable. The more serious his expression is, the faker it probably is. I can't trust him completely. Once we get there, I definitely need to be careful. The scene shifted to the streets outside. Above was the clear blue sky, while below the voices of the people praised the temple lord, the spokesperson of the gods. The crowd gathered as an old man emotionally said, "O great temple above, thank you for your mercy." A temple member handed him supplies and replied, "Take this holy cloth. From now on, all my brothers and sisters." Nearby stood a young woman whom the children called Fairy Sister. She handed out bread and told them, "Don't rush, little ones. There's still plenty left." Standing in the center was the temple's representative. He was the temple's high priest, holding a staff in one hand and a book in the other as he proclaimed, "O faithful people, under the holy light you have been saved." Below them, the people shouted in unison, "Long live the temple. The merciful temple has not abandoned us." Seeing this, Zioxy wondered, what organization are those people in white robes? So many people. "Hey Ziohe, you're so knowledgeable. What are those people doing?" Not hearing any response, he turned back to question Ziohe. "When did you hide inside my sea of consciousness? Aren't you usually running around everywhere?" Zioxy walked past the crowded masses, suspicion rising in his heart. The temple, has this husky Ziohe seen a ghost today or something? Why is it so quiet? The Pope noticed something unusual the moment he saw the boy and became suspicious. That child carries an extremely faint dark elemental fluctuation. Who is he? As Zioxy walked forward, he felt uneasy and thought, "It feels like someone's following me." Then he suddenly turned around to check behind him. The alley behind him was completely empty. No one was following him at all. Zioxy stopped and muttered, "No, that's not right. Someone's definitely following me. My instincts can't be wrong." He secretly glanced to the right, then quickly turned to the left, but both sides were empty. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared. With his cane striking the ground with a thud, the old Pope stood there and said, "Light shall drive away all darkness." The Holy One said there must be light. Zioxy raised a rude finger and cursed. "Why are you following me, you stinky old man? Just because I'm handsome doesn't mean you have to stalk me." The old man was startled and repeated in confusion, "Stinky old man." Ziohe frowned and thought, this person feels incredibly powerful. Although he didn't know why the old man was following him, it definitely couldn't be anything good. While the old man was still stunned, he had to shake him off quickly. Then he raised his hand with a crafty smile. "Behold my money-scattering technique too. This is the slum, so my money-scattering technique should work even better here." Sharp spikes suddenly burst out from inside the old Pope's money pouch. The pouch ripped apart instantly, and colorful spirit crystals spilled out before the old man's shocked eyes. Zioxy mischievously shouted, "People of the slums, a divine being is handing out spirit crystals here. Hurry up and claim them." The poor residents poked their heads out and asked, "Spirit crystals? I've been starving for days. With spirit crystals, we can finally eat." They rushed over with gleaming eyes, picking up crystals while shouting, "So many spirit crystals." In an instant, the crowd swarmed around the old Pope like starving ghosts and asked, "Hey old man, are these yours? Where are the spirit crystals? Where are the spirit crystals? Oh my, looks like they fell out of your clothes." Sometime later, after finally shaking off the old man, Zioxy leaned against a tree, panting from exhaustion as he complained, "Phew, I'm exhausted from running. I finally got away from that weird holy old man. Something about him felt off. Turns out he was targeting me." Only then did Ziohe reappear and grumble, "That old man from the temple group gave off an aura that terrified me to death. It was disgusting and horrifying. Luckily I hid fast enough, otherwise that old man would have discovered me. He definitely would have treated me as an evil dark element and destroyed me." Hearing that, Zioxy knocked on him reproachfully. "A benevolent dark spirit? How embarrassing. The older you get, the more afraid of death you become. The moment something happens, you run away by yourself. That old man kept following me earlier. Luckily, I managed to shake him off. Ziohei proudly declared, you only escaped because you got lucky. Besides, the temple absolutely hates dark spirits and anyone connected to them. We're both too weak right now, so if we see him again in the future, we'd better avoid him. Back in the day when I dominated the entire continent, little shrimps like them would have scattered with just one sneeze from me. Zioxy lightly cursed as he interrupted him. If you want to act tough, go perform in front of those temple people from earlier. Showing off in front of me after disappearing the moment trouble appears, you damn mutt. After traveling for a while, Ziohei pointed ahead. Kid, hurry up. It's right up ahead. The ruins were probably exposed after being eroded by the recent rainstorms. He turned back and asked suspiciously, say, Ziohei, if you already knew about these ruins, why didn't you go in by yourself? Why drag me along? Ziohei answered with an air of nobility, obviously because I can't keep all the treasure to myself. Good things should be shared together. Good brothers share blessings and hardships alike. Zioxy knew his pet too well, so he glanced at him suspiciously and thought to himself, this mutt is definitely plotting something. On the mountain peak near the ruins, 3 figures appeared and one of them spoke. It's decided. Let's conceal these ruins with a formation first. A magic formation circle appeared, creating a thin barrier that enveloped the entire mountain. Seeing this, Ziohei angrily cursed, damn it, who are those 3 brats? How dare they ruin my plans? I found this place first, bastard. Zioxy pressed his head down and reminded him, SHH, quiet down and get to the point. We'll go in later. It's not every day we get someone to clear the way for us. Let's let them go first. Meanwhile, Ziohei was enjoying the memory of being petted and sighed emotionally. Ah, the touch of a goddess, near the ruins. After creating the barrier, the group appeared at the cave entrance. Jin Dai stood there and said, Captain Lu Jun, this is the place where locals say strange sounds have been coming from at night lately. We've also finished preparing the concealment magic. We can go inside now. He turned around and answered in a cute, somewhat effeminate way, I know. Thanks, be careful. Hong Dai beside him smiled and added, Captain will be fine, you go in first. Today's mission is only to investigate whether there is anything unusual here. As the group entered, Lu Jun reminded them, let's go once we figure this out quickly, dinner's on me. The 2 accompanying him lit up at the mention of food. That's great, thank you, Captain. Awesome, whatever the captain tells me to do, I'll do it. When Creek saw him, he cried out in shock, good heavens, it's that sissy brat. I even beat him up before. His face turned pale as he thought, I must not get close to him, I only like cute girls. Hearing this, Blackie burst out laughing and teased him, I'm dying of laughter. It's all because you're too delicate. Even men end up liking you. It happened not long ago when Lu Jun stood behind Creek with a spiked hammer and shouted, Brat, you're the youngest little underworld king in the academy right now. Yesterday, you dared to beat up my younger brother. Do you know that anyone from our Young Eagles organization could crush you into pulp with ease? At that time, Creek was boiling with killing intent. He turned around and replied, if you're talking about that delinquent scumbag who collected protection fees at the school gate yesterday and harassed a girl, then yes, I beat him up. So what? What the hell is the Young Eagles? Hearing this, he gritted his teeth in hatred and shouted, nonsense, you rotten brat, my younger brother could never do something like that. You're dead, I'll make you regret this. 1 minute and 30 seconds later, Creek left him slumped there and reminded him as he walked away, go back and investigate properly. What a foolish big brother. The next morning, Lu Jun came and knelt before Creek in apology. Boss, I'm truly sorry, I was too reckless yesterday. I've already disciplined my useless younger brother. I hope you can forgive me. Creek scratched his ear and thought, did I hit him too hard and knock him stupid? Then Creek stepped forward and helped him up. Stand up first, I forgive you. This moved Lu Jun and filled him with gratitude. No one had ever treated me like this before. Suddenly, I feel something very special. Creek was startled and cried out. Something seems off about his expression. He looked at Creek with tender eyes and thought, this UA Creek is so handsome. I think something incredible just awakened inside me. Creek immediately ran for his life. Blackie laughed loudly. Haha. You rotten brat, don't run, hurry over and accept his apology. Lu Jun over there wondered, why did he suddenly run away? He must have something urgent to do. UA Kaka is very strong, so he must be busy. Creek could only shout, go away, Blackie suits you better, you two are totally on the same wavelength. Back in the present, Hai Ling still had not stopped laughing. Every time I remember it, I feel that you really are amazingly talented, brat. Aha. Creek said with obvious irritation, let's go. The concealment formation has already closed. They've already entered the ruins. If we're late, there won't be anything left. Looking at the mountain before him, Creek sighed. They really were extremely careful. Not only did they set up a seal to stop primal energy from leaking out, they also disguised it as a forested mountain. The next second he raised his hand, and a green magic array appeared as he spoke confidently. Watch me break this formation, it won't take any effort at all. I've long since memorized the structure of this kind of low-level formation. 1 month later, when the formation gradually turned purple, Creek shouted clearly, "Open." And so, one person and one dog stepped inside. Blackie praised him. "Rotten brat, I didn't expect you to know so much." Inside was a corridor illuminated by blue crystal. After observing it, Creek commented, "There are lots of bat corpses on the ground. The young eagles group earlier must have dealt with them. Hehehe, let's see who laughs last." Suddenly, a rather bloodthirsty-looking bat shot toward him. Creek leaned aside and dodged. Then the bat simply fell beside him. Blackie drooled and quickly said, "Don't move, leave it to me." Then it lunged over, bit down on the bat, and looked delighted. "Brat, let me teach you what fast, accurate, and ruthless means." After eating, Blackie let out a pleased burp. "That felt great, meat tastes amazing." While Creek rolled his eyes in fury, Blackie replied, "I am simply being diligent and frugal. These dark-type monsters will help me recover a little primal energy." Creek pointed ahead and said, "Then you go ahead, there are plenty more over there." Blackie still looked greedy as it asked, "Where?" But there seemed to be far too many of them, and Creek turned and ran for his life. "Hurry and use that fast, accurate, and ruthless move of yours to deal with them." Running behind him, Blackie could only shout, "Fast, fast, hide fast." The two master and servant seemed to have motors attached to their legs as they ran and asked each other, "I wonder if we've shaken them off yet." "I don't know, you two turn around and take a look." Suddenly something caught Creek's eye. He stopped short and asked, "What is that wall?" Before them was a worshipped symbol of a six-winged goddess. His eyes widened as he asked, "This person looks so familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before." Curious, he asked, "Who exactly is she?" "Blackie, can you understand these words?" It replied, "They look like dog fur. These characters are so faded that they can't be seen clearly anymore." From the depths at the end of the corridor, a sudden scream of agony echoed out. Zioxy jolted and turned around. "What happened? Did something happen to you in there?" Ziohe added, "There's an extremely powerful evil aura." Then another long groan echoed from the end of the cave. Trembling in fear, he cursed, "Damn it, that rotten evil lord even said some rare treasure was about to appear. Looks more like a monster is about to emerge instead." And that scream just now definitely wasn't a good sign. Shivering as well, it suggested, "Then let's get out of here. No need to care whether those three youngsters ahead live or die. The exit is behind us." But Zioxy regained composure, raised his head and replied, "No matter what, that soft-hearted young man was sincere. I can't just abandon him. Your companions are dragging me into trouble again. Let's hurry and see what's going on." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed inside while Ziohe stood there cursing. "HMPH, this nosy personality of yours is exactly like Goddess High." A moment later, after entering deeper inside, Zioxy stood there thinking, "This is getting pretty serious." Hongdai had already been beaten to death, her eyes unable to close, blood covering her face. Her body had been pinned to the wall by a sharp bone fragment. Just then, a sharp object carrying immense energy shot toward him from behind. Startled, he turned around. Then he swiftly caught the pointed bone shard. Zioxy snapped the bone in half and sternly demanded, "Was it you who killed the people from our academy?" Over there, Jindai had also been stabbed to death, sitting beside the corner wall. A massive shadow appeared along with heavy thudding footsteps drawing closer. A hideous monster covered in protruding bones appeared. It exhaled foul-smelling breaths. With a loud boom, it seemed to be a blood corpse. It stepped out from a coffin engraved with bizarre demonic patterns. Hiding behind, Ziohe commented, "Judging from its clothes, it was probably someone from the ancient era." After death, following the endless accumulation of ages, the elemental spirit and its host have now fused into one. In that case, the disturbance I sensed was probably because it recently awakened. The problem is that only when a powerful spirit and host die together, and the corpse lies within land of extreme yin, does the body have a chance of transforming into a corpse fiend. Over here, the blood corpse was staring intently at the master and servant pair. Worried, Zioxy turned and asked, "Ziohe, you're really a walking disaster. What rotten luck, is this the rare treasure you were talking about?" It immediately warned its master, "Stop talking, it seems interested in us." Ziohe stood up and pointed toward the door. "Kid, with my current strength, there's no way I can beat it. Hurry and run, preserve your strength. We'll settle the score with it later." He immediately grabbed its tail and lifted it up. Little Black cried out miserably, "Don't grab my tail. I've suffered enough humiliation in this Manhua already. If you keep doing that, I'll die." Zioxy held it up in front of him and said, "We can't leave yet. We still don't know whether that pretty boy brat is dead or alive. Besides, do you really think we can escape after being targeted by it?" Little Black snapped back irritably, Easy for you to say, but why are you shoving me in front of it? Those corpse mutant hybrids that have evolved for years. Love eating the tender flesh of kids like you the most. And this lord here is a dark elemental spirit. Right now, the two of us are its feast. And a luxurious feast at that. As soon as it finished speaking, a barrage of sharp bones shot toward them. He immediately warned, "It's coming, be careful." Xioxy still used his pet as a shield in front of him while it screamed miserably. He asked in confusion, "Little Black, why are you panicking? I haven't even screamed yet and you're already yelling like crazy. You damn brat, try standing in front yourself." On the opposite side, the blood corpse stared at them greedily. Drool dripped from its mouth onto the ground with splattering sounds. Master and servant hugged each other while trembling and shouted together, "It's really drooling. The monster's charging over here." The blood corpse immediately stretched out its gigantic arm. In an instant, that hand appeared right in front of Xioxy. His face filled with determination as he said, "Little Black, get serious. Let's attack together." It stepped forward and replied, "Yeah, this giant pile of flesh is at least Saint Spirit level. Ordinary methods won't threaten it. But its brain isn't very flexible, it's just physically tough. Later, directly use the divine power arm enhanced to creation level and punch it hard." Little Black transformed into a black wolf, radiating dense dark energy, then instructed, "I'll create an opening for you." After saying that, it lunged forward and bit down on the blood corpse's wrist. Xioxy quickly rushed forward at lightning speed. Divine energy gathered into his right hand as he shouted, "Now's the time." He delivered an incredibly powerful strike to the blood corpse's chest and roared, "Take my punch." The aftershock of the blow shattered the rocks behind it. With booming sounds erupting everywhere, coffins and stone pillars were smashed apart and piled together. Little Black stood there proudly and said, "You, maintaining the black wolf form consumes too much primal energy. Aha, goddess-sized power is incredible. Just casually boosting you lets you unleash this much force. That skeleton corpse is definitely." Suddenly, Xioxy widened his eyes in shock and shouted, "Little Black, you!" He grabbed it and pressed it to the ground while yelling, "Stop jinxing us already, you're going to get us killed." Little Black held its head in annoyance. "Damn it, no matter what, this lord is still the most handsome black wolf god on the continent. Show some respect." "Gulliver, what the hell is that now?" At that moment, noises came from the rubble. The blood corpse's hand rose out from it. Then it clenched its fist tightly. Xioxy said nervously, "This is exactly the kind of jinxing I meant." It hurriedly asked, "You're blaming me." In the blink of an eye, the monster stood towering before him as if nothing had happened. It slammed both hands heavily onto the ground. The sharp bones behind it immediately rose into the air. Then they shot rapidly toward him. Xioxy quickly created a barrier and groaned, "These bones are way stronger than before. Damn it, shit." A moment later, he was pinned to the wall by the bones. Covered in wounds, he coughed weakly and whispered, "This is bad." Little Black beside him wasn't doing much better and warned him, "You damn brat, your life force is fading away. I can't maintain this any longer either, I'm about to disappear." The blood corpse walked up to Xioxy. Its greedy eyes stared at him while drool kept flowing. Just then, the purple-haired young man stepped in front of them and shouted loudly, "Stop!" He recognized him and called out, "Liuja." Though seriously injured, he remained brave. "You damn monster, if you want to kill him, you'll have to step over my corpse first." The blood corpse barely cared and immediately swung its arm, making Liujun cry out in pain. Then it roared and charged toward Xioxy. It bit fiercely into his neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Xioxy's heart pounded violently as a change began to occur. Golden drops of blood sprayed from the bite wound. A dazzling light radiated outward as well. Little Black, who was fading away, witnessed it in shock. Golden blood, that hateful aura. Could it be holy blood? At that moment, a golden circle appeared around Xioxy. Streams of energy wrapped around the pillar where he was pinned. After biting his neck, the blood corpse let out a howl. Golden blood smeared its mouth. Its eyes changed color. Mysterious golden blood flowed from the bite wound on Xioxy's neck. After absorbing the blood corpse roared. Golden energy burst from inside its body. Rings of light also radiated from the wound on his neck. Gradually, they wrapped around his body and legs. Xioxy floated up into the air, hovering there inexplicably. The blood corpse stood there roaring, "Holy blood!" It clutched its head in agony. One hand slammed violently into the stone floor, shattering everything. The blood corpse crazily smashed its own head against the pillar while screaming, "My head hurts, memories, my memories." Little Black hid to the side and wondered, "What's wrong with this skeleton corpse? After drinking holy blood, it became abnormal. Memories? Damn brat, this lord has to save you quickly. If you die, the clues about Goddess Zai will disappear too." After going mad, it knelt there with smoke hissing from its entire body. Little Black narrowed its eyes and pondered. Just now it mentioned the Blood Clan. Could it be a race that suddenly vanished in ancient times? It silently assessed the situation. "A long time ago, I once encountered people of this bloodline. Their blood seemed to possess tremendous power." Watching Xioxy floating in the air, Xiohe realized this brat was somehow connected to that long-extinct race after reincarnating. There is also a powerful seal inside him. and the one who placed the seal was even stronger than me at my peak. Who exactly is he? It suddenly cried out in shock after noticing changes in the blood corpse. Hey, what's happening to that skeleton corpse? Chunks of rotten flesh fell to the ground with squelching sounds. The outer shell was melting away, revealing another body hidden inside. Ziohei exclaimed in shock. Could it be purified after absorbing the holy blood? No, that can't be right. If it had been purified, the corpse shouldn't still be alive. The body inside the blood corpse exhaled white mist. Then the figure widened its eyes and stared ahead while the outer shell continued melting away. He boldly stepped forward, tearing apart the outer shell like ripping claw. A white-haired demon appeared, staring at the rotten flesh in his hand as he sighed. So I have become such a vile and lowly monster. Ziohei widened its eyes in observation. Born from a corpse, yet it awakened memories from before death. Is that the effect of the holy blood? As far as I know, only the cycle of death can awaken memories before death. This makes no sense. There must be another reason. Meanwhile, the demon continued speaking. My strength is only at the demigod level now. Furthermore, my memories are incomplete. Perhaps after cultivating for some time, both my memories and power will recover. Killing intent radiated from him. As he declared firmly, I have returned from death, but from this day onward, I am no longer the former Huang Mei. The demon used his power to create clothing, dark spiritual energy covering his entire body. He proclaimed powerfully, from now on, I am the Bone Emperor. As soon as he finished speaking, he let out a mighty roar. A pillar of light descended from above onto the Bone Emperor as he proclaimed, I have returned from hell, and I will slaughter every fake member of the Holy Clan to avenge my wife and child. Ziohei quietly dragged Zioxi away while muttering, damn it, this skeleton really has awakened its memories. He's way too strong. His attacks are unbelievably fast, almost reaching Saint Spirit level. Better run first and think later. But at that very moment, the Bone Emperor realized that the brat belonged to the Holy Clan. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from where he stood. Sharp bones protruded from his hand as he lunged forward, roaring, die and be buried alongside my wife and child. The Bone Emperor was now only a short distance away from Zioxi. Ziohei was startled upon realizing it. It immediately raised a hand to stop him while shouting, stop. The Bone Emperor looked at it and said, we have met before, I remember your aura. You once stole spiritual essence from the Holy Clan. You are the infamous Tomb Taoist. Evil Sovereign, Ziohei replied somewhat nervously. Huh, you've heard of my great name before, never mind that for now. I understand now you've awakened your memories. It stepped in front of him and continued, it's probably because of this brat's Holy Clan blood. Ziohei frowned seriously. Am I right? You were once the Holy Clan's #1 war general, yet you betrayed the entire Holy Clan. Huang Meiming, the Bone Emperor, replied, that has nothing to do with you. Every member of the Holy Clan is my enemy. This brat must die. Ziohei continued, I once said that only the blood of the Holy Clan can ignite the soul of the Holy Clan, especially blood connected by lineage. Its face darkened as it wondered, could you possibly be this brat's ancestor? Normally, a powerful elder helps awaken the younger generation's soul in battle. But now it's the opposite. By a twist of fate, his blood awakened the memories of your previous life. Ziohei continued trying to persuade him. Although I don't know what happened between you and the Holy Clan, you'd better not kill him. You should seriously reconsider. It quickly came up with another reason. This brat's sacred body has already been tainted. He is an enemy of the Holy Clan. Haven't you heard that the enemy of your enemy is your friend? After hearing that, the Bone Emperor seemed thoughtful. A tainted sacred body. He gathered dark primordial energy into his hand. Then he directly infused it into Zioxi, who was lying there. A reaction instantly appeared as the power of the holy blood erupted simultaneously, producing sizzling sounds. The Bone Emperor observed carefully. There are powerful fluctuations of dark energy. He possesses a mixed sacred body with the darkness attribute. So there is actually someone in this world with the same affinity as me. Then he burst into laughter. Interesting. Those fake Holy Clan people would never accept a bloodline that has been contaminated. What they hate most is dark energy. Whenever a mixed sacred body like this appeared in the past, it was always assassinated. The Bone Emperor continued, they don't realize that after my rebirth, when light and darkness combine, an entirely new creation will be born. He rose into the and remarked, no wonder this brat's blood was able to awaken my memories. The Bone Emperor spared him and flew toward the ceiling, leaving behind these words. This kid isn't bad. Perhaps one day he may shock the Holy Clan. Ziohei looked up in admiration. Flying straight into the sky, when will I ever recover such power again? Then it dropped down beside Zioxi with a sigh of relief. Good thing I managed to convince that Bone Emperor. Otherwise, we'd both be dead by now. Anyway, this sovereign is only a clone, but if this brat dies, he's really dead. I kindly saved you, and now I've ended up like this. How am I supposed to accomplish great things in the future? Sometime later, a faint light appeared. Before Zioxi's eyes was Zioxi's pale face. It kept calling out, you little brat, wake up already. The boy anxiously hugged his pet and asked, Zioxi, did you die too? You're really impossible to get rid of. You even followed me into hell. It immediately smacked a lump onto Zai's head and cursed, "Get your senses together, we're perfectly fine." Then Zai proudly puffed itself up. "In order to save you, this sovereign paid an extremely tragic price. Otherwise, you'd already be dead. Think carefully about how you'll repay your savior in the future." Then it secretly laughed to itself. "Heh, let's see if you're touched now. From now on, this sovereign is your life-saving benefactor." But Zai stayed somewhat clear-headed and thought to himself, "As if I'd believe you." He sat there and asked, "Zai, since we're fine, let's leave quickly. Surviving this time was already a miracle. Let's hurry back and strengthen ourselves for our ideals." Zai added, "Tell me, what exactly happened just now? Why did those ruins stab us several times, yet we're both completely unharmed?" Zai replied, "I already told you this sovereign paid a tragic price to save you. You just refused to believe me. Later, give me a few million dark spirit stones as compensation." The boy rubbed its head and questioned, "Stop rambling and talk already." Zai blushed and replied, "Hey, don't rub my head with your right hand anymore. I'll talk." Suddenly, something nearby caught Zai's attention. "What is that?" He walked over and picked up a purple crystal from the ground before asking, "Zai, come take a look. Doesn't this resemble the thing on that monster's chest?" "It does." It picked it up and examined it before replying, "This is a soul stone. It can be used to craft soul weapons. Could that monster have been artificially created?" Zai evaluated it. "This is an extremely rare primal stone," it said to Zai. "Even shattered, it's still incredibly valuable." Then, without a single unnecessary movement, Zai stuffed the crystal straight into its mouth and devoured it happily. Zai immediately grabbed its neck and scolded, "Damn it, I was the one who found it. How could you just shove it into your mouth?" Zai replied, "Soul stones help me recover my strength tremendously. Don't you like giant swords? In the future, we can create that giant elemental sword." The scene shifted to some desert where the Bone Emperor flew through the sky while saying, "First, I need to find a quiet place to cultivate and recover my strength." Suddenly, the figure before him startled him. The cult leader stood there and said, "I never expected my clumsy mistake would accidentally awaken your consciousness." Then the old man declared, "You cannot leave. If you do, it will bring me trouble." The supreme sinner of the imperial bloodline, the Bone Emperor looked over suspiciously. "Your aura still remained inside the ruins. You're the one who turned me into this half-corpse state." The cult leader calmly replied, "What I wanted was for you to remain a skeletal corpse driven only by murderous instinct, not this conscious state you have now." The old man curiously asked, "How were you able to awaken your memories before death? Can you tell me?" A bone appeared in the Bone Emperor's hand, accompanied by cracking sounds. A sword was summoned into his hand as he coldly replied, "Let the bone sword in my hand explain it to you slowly." The cult leader closed his eyes and snorted disdainfully. "A mere corpse dares to act arrogantly before me." He opened a magic tome. Muttering a spell, he chanted, "Holy Light Prison." Letters began leaping out from the book. They surrounded the Bone Emperor and formed a prison in midair. He was startled as he realized an imprisonment array. The Bone Emperor frowned and sneered disdainfully. "Petty tricks." He swung his sword wildly, slashing repeatedly at the barriers. Metallic clangs rang out loudly, rapid and relentless like the sounds of a fierce battlefield. The cult leader felt puzzled upon seeing this and thought, when it first became a skeletal corpse, didn't it only possess Saint Spirit level strength? Yet after recovering its memories, it's already close to demigod level. The Bone Emperor quickly broke free from the prison. He charged upward and roared a curse, "Die!" The cult leader laughed provocatively and said, "I truly hope I can die by your hand." After a storm of chaos, no, after a fierce battle, the Bone Emperor thrust his sword straight through the cult leader's body, causing the old man's staff to slowly fall. The ground was covered with sharp protruding bones. He grabbed the old man's face and proudly said, "Rest in peace, escape this bitter mortal world." The Bone Emperor decisively withdrew his sword, causing the cult leader's body to fall from the sky. He looked displeased and complained, "This man and the two powers behind him turned my corpse into a skeletal shell." The Bone Emperor frowned and schemed, "Whoever dared use my corpse, once I recover my strength, I'll visit each and every one of them." Just when it seemed the cult leader had died, the old man suddenly burst into laughter. He raised a hand forward and drew a brilliant golden magic circle. His voice trembled. Word of God! A massive golden energy erupted and condensed into the shape of a gigantic arrow before suddenly shooting straight into the sky, as though it intended to pierce through space itself above them. While controlling this spiritual power, the old man shouted loudly. It had to take effect immediately. Each arrow pierced through the Bone Emperor's body without the slightest hesitation. He coughed up blood and let out a painful cry. Only then did Uriel reveal his true face. He laughed smugly. Heh heh, even after recovering your memories, your brain is still as stupid as a skeleton corpse. You couldn't even dodge such a simple move. With a hole through his abdomen and blood staining the corners of his mouth, the Bone Emperor roared furiously, "Despicable coward. Why don't you fight me fairly?" Uriel frowned with disdain. The #1 general of the ancient holy clan. War god Huang Mai Ming, even if you're nothing more than a corpse-turned skeleton fiend, I still don't want to clash with you head-on. He burst into gleeful laughter. With an arrogant expression, he said proudly, "I had no choice but to use a few tricks." The Bone Emperor ground his teeth together, fury blazing in his eyes, his voice filled with killing intent. Clenching both fists tightly, he demanded, "Who exactly are you? Your aura carries a stench I utterly despise." Bones began growing from the left side of the Bone Emperor's body with a long screeching sound. Crack! Sharp spikes erupted from the right side as well. The flesh around his abdomen regenerated completely. His eyes turned blood red as though he wanted to devour his enemy alive. Uriel clicked his tongue. Acting as if nothing had happened, he muttered in a low voice, "Your aura's gotten even stronger, huh? This is becoming troublesome." The Bone Emperor lowered his head and raised a hand, summoning coldly. Bone Prison. The moment he finished speaking, a cage of bones began surrounding Uriel. He cried out in shock, "Ah, this is..." The Bone Emperor gritted his teeth, his icy gaze and overwhelming aura making the very air seem frozen. He uttered a single chilling word, "Die." Uriel immediately teleported elsewhere from inside the prison. He demanded, "What kind of technique is this? An ordinary skeleton corpse shouldn't be capable of such things." A moment later, all the bones slammed together like a cocoon. Uriel leaped back and sneered in praise. How dangerous, I never expected you to be this powerful." The Bone Emperor showed no mercy. He called out sternly, "Bone Void." Uriel froze in confusion and repeated the words, "Bone Void." Instantly, several bones burst out from his body like arrows. Uriel screamed in agony, "Ah, what kind of power is this? My bones." While enduring the pain, he thought anxiously, bones with weak primal force can't resist his control. If he continues evolving like this, who knows what terrifying level this power could reach. Before long, Uriel created an energy field around himself. These minor injuries seemed insignificant to him. Holding his staff arrogantly, he sneered, "Heh heh, the stronger you are, the more interesting this becomes. I'm done playing with you." In the blink of an eye, Uriel vanished into his own dimensional space, leaving behind only a tiny hole in the air. Drops of golden spiritual energy crackled as they fell onto the ground. The Bone Emperor seethed with hatred and spat bitterly, "So it really is the Holy Clan. Damned brat of the Holy Clan, how dare you even exploit my corpse." Out of nowhere, 4 purple chains appeared on his forehead, linked together by a circular magic seal in the center. The Bone Emperor clutched his splitting head and cried out repeatedly, "Ah, damn formation." Dark clouds swirled across the sky like darkness devouring the heavens. Thunder roared endlessly. Over on the other side, Zioyan looked up at the sky. She placed a hand gently on her chest and whispered uneasily, "Thunder, did something bad happen outside? I feel deeply unsettled." A bolt of lightning infused with crimson-black spiritual power tore through the sky and crashed down upon the world with a furious roar. The controlled Bone Emperor raised both hands as if trying to resist, but he could only scream helplessly, "Ah, you dare manipulate me. Ever since returning from hell, my flames of hatred have never faded. My wife, my daughter, I cannot forget you." Ah. A brilliant golden pillar of light descended upon him, merging with heaven-shaking lightning as though divine judgment itself had arrived. He roared in hatred and rage, "I cannot forget." Thunderous booms echoed beside the Bone Emperor's ears. The purple chains on his forehead suddenly shone brightly. He stood there silently, his eyes filled with sorrow. It was as though invisible chains were tightening around his mind, causing his consciousness to slowly fade into the void. Inside his own dimensional space, Uriel covered his mouth and chuckled with satisfaction. "Heh heh, I didn't expect the enhanced skeleton control formation to actually have some effect." Looking at the Bone Emperor through a small circular portal, Uriel boasted proudly, "I've used a massive amount of blood to strengthen it. That skeleton fiend will obediently follow my orders." He burst into laughter and sneered contemptuously, "Once the #1 war general of the Holy Clan, and now nothing more than a pitiful dog." Uriel walked up before the Bone Emperor and slowly said, "In this life you still cannot escape the fate laid out for you." The humiliation struck the Bone Emperor's pride, igniting his fury even more violently. Veins bulged across his body as though they might shatter the chains restraining him. Uriel mocked him with a laugh, "You still retain some consciousness. Even now, you want to use the formation to counterattack me." After continuing the formation ritual for a while, he planted his staff into the ground and bent over coughing. "Looks like I've finally managed to stabilize the dual formation controlling this skeleton fiend." Seeing the Bone Emperor still standing motionless, Uriel covered his mouth and cursed, "Damn it." He swung his staff with a loud thud and grumbled endlessly, "You bastard. Why are you so troublesome? You've wasted so much of my time and energy." A sharp slap struck the Bone Emperor across the face. Uriel's blow was so powerful that his head was knocked. To one side, the Bone Emperor's cheek flushed red and blood slowly trickled from the corner of his mouth. The wicked Uriel stepped forward, gently wiped away the blood and whispered in his ear, "Be a good child and go wreak havoc at Demon Rat Academy in the south. After that, you will be very surprised." The Bone Emperor's entire body radiated a pitch-black purple aura as he uttered 2 words, "as ordered." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up into the sky. The scene changed. Inside the ruins, 2 graves stood side by side. Outside the ruins, Little Creek ran on, reassuring himself, "That move of yours was great, Little Dark. By directly parasitizing the unconscious Luke, we can take him back to the academy for treatment." Little Dark carried Luke and gave a cold snort as he urged him on. "This brat is lucky, but he needs treatment fast. His life is fading quickly." Behind the 2 of them, something pitch-black whizzed past. Little Creek froze and asked anxiously, "What just flew by? Why does it carry the same aura as Bone Killer?" Dark Wolf stood beside him and explained, "That is the spirit body after Bone Killer's transformation. It looks like he is flying toward the academy." He jumped in fright and cried out in terror, "Stinking brat, we need to go the opposite way right now. Going back means certain death. He is definitely heading for Demon Rat Academy." Little Creek's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered something. "Damn it, my mother is at the academy." He turned around and dashed off like mad. He cried out in panic, "Little Dark, speed up. My mother is in danger." Dark Wolf still had the mood to lift Luke's arms and tease him. "Fine, there is no helping it, my good son. Let us go back together and save your mother." Only after realizing he had been left far behind did he hurriedly call out, "Hey, stinking brat, wait for me." Outside Demon Rat Academy, the Bone Emperor appeared. In an instant, the surrounding air filled with killing intent, signaling that a fierce battle was close at hand. At that moment, the headmistress was lying comfortably under warm blankets on a soft bed. 2 small stuffed bears were beside her. She let out a sigh of relief after staying up for several nights. At last, the work is done, time to sleep. Suddenly, she sensed that something was wrong and sat bolt upright. Murmuring, "A very powerful evil aura is approaching." Outside the academy, when the Bone Emperor touched down, a light breeze rose and swirled around him like a hazy curtain. Seeing this, the soldiers shouted, "Who dares barge into the academy? State your name at once." He released several sharp bones, producing a slicing sound. In an instant, those monstrous things pierced straight through the soldier's body, leaving him able only to scream in agony. When the soldiers saw their comrade wounded, they gathered behind the academy gate and shouted in unison, "Enemy attack! Kill!" A glowing magic circle immediately appeared before the gate. The headmistress, wearing pajamas and holding a staff, ordered, "Warriors, fall back. This is not a battle you can take part in. Hurry and evacuate the students." She frowned and muttered, "Who are you? Why have you stormed Demon Rat Academy alone?" Inwardly, she felt irritated. Damn it. Of course this happens when the elders are away. The Bone Emperor growled 2 words, "Die." It was like thunder crashing beside her ears. Startled, she cursed, "What? Damn it." A heart was tightly wrapped in vines. Around it were sharp bones like blades, lurking and ready to pierce through at any moment. Whenever she moved, the headmistress coughed up a little blood and said loudly, "He is a demigod on the verge of reaching the boundless divine realm." She curled her lips into a sneer. However, the headmistress raised the weapon in her hand and charged straight at him. "Even if you are a demigod, since you injured me, I will still skin you alive. Try the feeling of being stabbed." Sharp thorns plunged into the ground. In the blink of an eye, sharp brown spikes rose up around the Bone Emperor. He was tightly bound. His eyes filled with ferocity and panic. She swung her staff and struck him across the face with a loud smack. In her pupils, the Bone Emperor widened his pitch-black eyes. He again mumbled 2 words, "Die." The headmistress widened her eyes and asked in surprise, "Why is this Bone Killer's defense so high?" A crisp sound rang out. Dragon armor emerged from inside her body, covered with sections of bone. The Bone Emperor bluntly knocked the staff away, sending it skidding across the ground and carving a deep trench with a decisive strike. The Bone Emperor sent the staff flying, making it tear through the ground and leave a deep gouge behind. The staff slammed into the headmistress, knocking her backward. His attack was so powerful that the headmistress was pinned against the wall. The staff dropped to the ground with a thud. Not missing the chance, the Bone Emperor drew a razor-sharp object and charged forward like an arrow piercing the wind. With a stab, blood sprayed everywhere. The headmistress, with the bone lodged in her chest, could only remain motionless and groan softly. He radiated a deathly energy and growled, "Where are the strong ones?" Hiding, the Bone Emperor hovered in midair. Purple spiritual power shot up from the ground into spikes surrounding him. Outside were steadily rotating rings of spiritual power. A bold voice rang out, "Wind-piercing spirit sense." Windrider, who was in his room reviewing the accounts, was also startled and exclaimed, "Who has such powerful spirit sense that they are scanning the entire academy?" Little Cloud, who was watering the plants, also sensed something strange and asked softly, "Whose spirit sense is this?" Unexpectedly, the Bone Emperor's pupils reflected her bewildered face. Relying on that, he shot off to find Zioan, leaving the severely wounded dean behind. She did not think much of it and assumed it belonged to one of the academy teachers. HMPH whatever, I still have to go buy food with my son later. Aha, my son cooks so well. Meanwhile, a streak of purple had already appeared right behind her. Bone Emperor stood motionless, his face icy cold, his stern gaze locked tightly onto Zioan. Those pitch-black eyes were like a bottomless abyss staring fixedly at her tiny figure. Slowly, he extended his hand forward. Suddenly, Bone Emperor's pupils glowed crimson as though his will had awakened. He gently placed a hand on Zioan's shoulder, startling her so badly that she spun around with a cry. Ah! Zioan stared wide-eyed in shock and confusion. Hey, who are you? Bone Emperor frowned, one eye black and the other red, slowly uttering each word. HMPH. You are my great-grand ancestor aunt who disappeared long ago. Hearing that, she gaped in horror and shouted, What? What did you just say, old lady? The family recognition session began. Bone Emperor explained, more precisely, you are my great-grand ancestor aunt. You are my forefather's younger sister. I am your grandnephew descendant. Zioan blankly let out an "oh," then greeted him. All right then, good grandson, nice to meet you. He hesitated. Back then, great ancestor disappeared without reason. Later, news of your death caused a tremendous shock to the soul, yet now you don't seem the same as before. Could it be you merely resemble her? Bone Emperor used one of his sharp fingers to prick her thumb and respectfully said, Great ancestor, please bear with it for a moment. He looked at the drop of Zioan's blood on his hand and muttered, It is not the same soul as before. But Bone Emperor's eyes widened. He suddenly recognized someone from the past. The blood was still the same as before. He recalled being carried by Zioan shortly after his birth. She lovingly cradled the baby and said, This little boy has excellent talent. With proper guidance, he'll become someone remarkable in the future. This child must help the Holy Clan accomplish great things. When Bone Emperor grew a little older, Zioan gently pressed his forehead and said, Mingmai, you'll be an adult someday. Bone Emperor looked up and innocently asked, Then can I marry great ancestor? He firmly concluded inwardly, Even my battle soul was ignited by this bloodline. There can be no mistake. Returning to reality, she was still sticking her finger in her mouth, rubbing away tears while whining. It's bleeding. Bone Emperor could not help but curiously ask, Great ancestor, why does your blood contain fluctuations of dark attribute primal energy? Exactly like that boy I met outside. Hearing that, Zioan quickly explained, Grandson, the person you're talking about is my son Zioxy. He's very innocent and obedient. Please don't hurt him. He froze for a few seconds, his tone hesitant. Your son, HMPH, he's fine, please answer me. She recounted, a very long time ago, an old monster gave me a divine seed fruit with dark attributes when he was close to death. Zioan looked somewhat puzzled. She continued, recalling the incident. He also said something about understanding chaos thoroughly and mentioned some kind of key. Bone Emperor whispered, Your lotus divine seed that combines light and darkness did not come from death, but great uncle also inherited it from this bloodline. Strange. Why are your people able to transform so easily into bodies that combine light and darkness? Meanwhile, Zioan blankly imagined her son with a white beard looking like an old man and thought to herself, Great Uncle Zioxy. He nodded firmly. That's right. Your son is my great uncle. Zioan's eyes sparkled brightly like stars. Unable to contain her excitement, she exclaimed, Wow, great uncle sounds so impressive. Not long after, Zioan brewed a pot of hot tea and gently poured it into 2 small cups. Zioan handed a cup to Bone Emperor and invited him warmly, Drink some tea, good grandson. I haven't even properly welcomed you yet. Hey, why are you kneeling? Still kneeling, he respectfully reached out to receive the cup. How could this junior dare let great ancestor pour tea for me? I can only kneel to receive it. Bone Emperor politely thanked her. Many thanks, great ancestor. While drinking tea, he scratched his head and thought, I can sense a seal on great ancestor's body. It seems to be herself. Moreover, her personality is childlike, but she must have suffered greatly over the years. She once again put on an adorable expression and excitedly said, Great ancestor sounds so powerful now. Can you say it again for me? Bone Emperor obediently complied, but the chains began to restrain him, making it difficult to speak. Great ancestor, this is bad. That damned formation again. I'm about to lose my mind. Great ancestor, run away, stay far away from me. Bang, the teacup fell and shattered, producing a series of harsh clattering sounds. In the instant he lost control, he reached out and tightly gripped Zioan's throat. His eyes blazed with savagery. Bone Emperor raised that arm high into the air. Unwillingly, he trembled as he blamed himself. After reincarnation and rebirth, are these hands of mine going to kill my loved ones once again? Bone Emperor tightly furrowed his brows. He roared a single word. No! Instantly, something sharp sliced across that arm. In the end, it was severed from Bone Emperor's body and fell straight to the ground. He laughed maniacally as though he had gone insane. It's fine to throw away this arm, ha ha ha. Only then was Zioan released. The Bone Emperor's terrifying strength caused her to collapse onto the ground and lose consciousness immediately. At once, someone shouted, Absolute ice! creating a sharp ice spike on the ground. Bone Emperor slowly turned his head, looking puzzled by the strange thing before him. Before long, the block of ice began spreading outward, emitting chilling, cracking sounds. Slowly, it covered his entire body. The Child of Frost cast the spell while shouting loudly, "Hey, old Kim, I've frozen him solid." The golden-furred Lion King beside him laughed excitedly. He clenched his palm tightly, forming a blazing flame. His tone brimmed with fury. "Take my furious iron fist." Without hesitation, the golden-furred Lion King swung his fist and charged forward like a raging cyclone. He poured all his strength into a deadly punch aimed straight at the Bone Emperor's chest. The next second, the terrifying force blasted him out of the ice block. His body was hurled several meters away. Yang Zhuang also appeared, shouting loudly, "Count me in two." He floated in midair, spreading both hands to unleash his technique. Grand Radiant Seal. Instantly, a majestic deity formed entirely from golden spiritual energy appeared behind him. Furious beyond measure, he cursed loudly, "You dared hurt my goddess? Die. Later I'll use your bones to make soup." Yang Zhuang thrust his hand forward, commanding the primordial spirit's giant palm to strike directly at the Bone Emperor. He bowed his body slightly, and the primordial spirit descended with heaven-shaking might, smashing him mercilessly into the ground. In an instant, thunderous explosions erupted across the ground. The Bone Emperor was crushed into the shattered earth, his body flattened. His bones cracked apart. The three old men gathered together as Yang Zhuang curiously asked, "What kind of monster is this? It's insanely tough. He's probably dead now, right? Why did he suddenly appear here? That single attack wasn't enough." He slowly opened his mouth and called out, "Bone prison." Three skeletal cages instantly wrapped around each of them, spinning several times in midair. Several piercing sounds rang out as blood splattered everywhere. Yet only the golden-furred Lion King was struck. He stretched out his hand and shattered the bone shell with a punch, roaring furiously, "Yang Zhuang, old frosthead, you two are complete trash. You ran after one move. Ha, let me show you." He quickly broke free from the bone prison. Though his body had been pierced by bones, his fighting spirit still blazed fiercely as he shouted, "This is what a true warrior is. HMPH. The golden-furred Lion King raised his fist once more. With a mocking tone, he declared, "A warrior fights head-on." He shot forward, unleashing the golden-winged heavenly rock technique. The moment he closed in, he roared, "Strike!" Two powerful auras immediately collided in midair. After the clash, the Bone Emperor staggered backward while the golden-furred Lion King collapsed onto the ground. Blood spread everywhere. Back at the academy, everyone gathered around the headmaster. Yana looked at the woman cultivating inside the flower and exclaimed, "Terrifying." Even Cheng Feng could not help asking curiously, who could be strong enough to injure the headmaster this badly? The headmaster frowned and said gravely, "It's an enemy. Someone close to the divine level." Hearing this, the vice-headmaster was shocked and wondered, the elders just left on a mission. Could a near-divine enemy have infiltrated the academy? Who could be this patient? Did he know the academy's movements all along, or was it merely coincidence that he attacked during such a critical moment? He pondered deeply. Could there be a traitor inside the academy? Using the little strength he had left, the headmaster ordered, "Quick, go to the tower. Spirit prison, summon the tower guards." Standing within the magic formation, Cheng Feng turned back and instructed, "Yana, I'll leave this place to you. I'm heading to the spirit prison tower." She immediately replied, "Understood." On the other side, the Bone Emperor slowly approached while holding a sword overflowing with spiritual power. When he reached the golden-furred Lion King, he swung his sword fiercely and coldly uttered two words, "Die now." Unexpectedly, just as the sword was about to send the old lion to the afterlife, it struck something golden with a loud clang. It turned out to be a weapon. The attack had been blocked by a gleaming golden staff. Xiao Yun frowned and urgently shouted, "Wake up already, grandson." Together with a pair of pitch-black wings, she appeared like an angel. Xiao Yun quickly assessed the situation before her. "So you were being controlled by someone else?" The Bone Emperor was knocked backward by Xiao Yun and staggered for a moment before regaining his balance. She floated in midair, spreading both hands wide. Using spiritual energy to lift the staff, she began chanting the divine art, blessing of heavenly grace. Instantly, a brilliant golden magic circle enveloped him. The power was so overwhelming that even the Bone Emperor had to raise a hand to shield his face. Before long, his entire body collapsed beneath the dazzling light. The Bone Emperor closed his eyes, and at that very moment, the chain on his forehead suddenly shattered into countless fragments. Seeing this, Xiao Yun smiled gently and said softly, "Be good and get some sleep. You've been exhausted too, grandson. When my son comes back later, he'll definitely be happy to have another grandson. Hee." Suddenly someone clapped loudly. Uriel smiled as he praised the scene. "Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Aha, I searched the southern wastelands for 5 years and now I've finally found you." She suddenly realized who it was and shouted, "Angel of Wisdom." Uriel, he nodded with a laugh and confirmed, "Haha, that's right. It's me, Vujin. Ah no, perhaps I should call you the fallen angel Lucifer instead." With sharp eyes fixed on the person before him, Uriel spoke with sinister intent, "This time you won't escape." After undoing the seal on the angelic gate that had trapped them, Zioxy supported Lujin while muttering that Zio Haigaishur ran fast. The moment he arrived at the academy, he hid himself, afraid others would recognize him. Yet he did not seem this scared while fleeing earlier. There were bloodstains on the ground, along with broken objects from the fight. Shuang truly had come to the academy. Inside the academy, Senin held a flag and led the students while instructing them. Everyone, today the school has a special mission and wants us to head to the outskirts together to complete it. Please stay close to me and be careful not to step on the red spots on the ground. The students cheered happily. Yes, sir. Zioxy frowned and thought to himself. It was Teacher Senin. They were evacuating the students. He still smiled and waved in greeting. Oh, hello there, good child. Hearing that made him a little unhappy. He clenched his fists and let out an angry grunt. Only then did Senin notice the student's condition. He asked worriedly, Student Yue Zioxy, why are you carrying Lu Jun back? Zioxy leaned her classmate against the wall. Lu Jun's body was bent out of shape from the injuries. Don't worry about this. Teacher Chrysanthemum, please use your plant healing magic to save him. I have something urgent to do, so I'll be leaving first. Sorry to trouble you, teacher. Zioxy anxiously thought to herself, the uneasy feeling in her heart growing stronger. The old man blankly pointed at the flower on his head and foolishly asked, Teacher Chrysanthemum, you mean using plant-type healing magic, right? Right after that, the effeminate man cast chrysanthemum magic, causing flowers to bloom all over Lu Jun's body. He gave a thumbs up in encouragement. Student Yue Zioxy, hurry and do what you need to do. Good luck. He immediately carried the student on his back and turned around to say, I've already used plant magic to stabilize his injuries. Once we find a safe place, we'll continue the treatment. As for the battle, Zioan asked in a deep voice, Uriel, long time no see. He smiled calmly and replied, Haha, long time no see indeed. Ever since that conflict, it's been 10 years since we last met. Uriel raised his staff high and arrogantly called out to Big Sister Lucifer. She also floated into the air and coldly asked, You want to capture me and bring me back? He shook his head in denial. Not at all, Big Sister Lucifer. In truth, all the angels are hunting you down, but I'm different. I don't want to take you back. I'm here to make a deal with you. Zioan swung her staff into a defensive stance. She responded warily, I can't trust you. A deal? What could I possibly trade with you? Now that my seal has been completely removed, I don't have much time left. I'll be summoned away soon. If you want to fight, then fight. Uriel calmly explained, Don't rush. If you're interested, it took me 5 years of investigation to discover that you were hiding at the Demon Trial Academy. After that, I dug up a prisoner's corpse from the organization's graveyard, turned it into a skeletal revenant, all for the purpose of finding you and dealing with someone similar. That's all. She immediately refuted him. That's not some corpse, that's my precious grandson whom I just met. What exactly do you want? He sneered mockingly. Heh, good, so you really do care about this grandson. Uriel went straight to the point and made his proposal. I want the ancient demon god core inside your body. Zioan was startled and asked in confusion. How do you know I possess a divine core? Uriel replied ambiguously. Heh, I know far more than you can imagine. Let me tell you a secret. As a gesture of sincerity, perhaps you'll change your mind after hearing it. He pointed down at Guowang and declared that the skeletal revenant lying on the ground truly shared a bloodline connection with her. Uriel began threatening her. He is the family member you loved the most. No, rather, he was the family member of Huang Ying, your previous life's body. His battle soul was awakened by you. His cultivation techniques were taught by you. You even arranged his marriage. Even his daughter was delivered with your help. But later, as one of the 9 great elders of the Holy Clan, you suddenly died without warning. Your royal family. The Huang family, the mightiest family of the Holy Clan, was ultimately accused of treason and exterminated. He raised his staff and summoned a sphere, arrogantly saying, If you want to know more, stop resisting. Inside this are the things you've experienced that I know about. Take your time and watch. Uriel guided the sphere toward her and coldly said, Believe me, you'll be shocked. Immediately the sphere pierced into Zioan's mind. A sharp pain struck her head as if hit by a hammer, and Zioan tightly clutched her head. She screamed in agony. Memories surfaced of the time she had played with Guowang. Leaning against a rock, Zioan taught him, Maiming, calm your spirit and feel the flow of the primal energy of nature moving around you. Not long after, Guowang threw the rose onto the ground. He rolled around throwing a tantrum, wailing, Why can't I marry you? I won't accept it, I won't. In this life I'll only marry you. When he grew up, she personally officiated his wedding. Zioan solemnly declared, From this day onward you are husband and wife, united in love without doubt. After the ceremony, she smiled gently. She felt happy for Guowang. Zioan continuously praised him. Maiming, you finally got married. How could the #1 war general of the Holy Clan possibly end up with nothing but a virtuous housewife behind him? At that time, although he stood beside his wife, he still gazed at Zioan with love-struck eyes. Returning to reality, she clutched her chest and cried bitterly as she asked herself, How could this be? My body had another previous life. How is that possible? Uriel continued, Everything I said is true. Not just you, the angel race was created using the flesh and blood of the dead. Hard to accept this truth, isn't it? I was the same at first. I truly couldn't imagine that I had a previous life. He continued recounting. Over the past tens of thousands of years, the hidden seed of consciousness inside this body has continuously recovered and grown. Finally, one day, I awakened and learned everything. Uriel's eyes widened as he revealed a cruel expression and tempted her. Huang Ying, Yumi, and all the other angels are merely puppets created by the organization. We aren't angels at all. What Lucifer? What Uriel? Those are merely fake identities fabricated by the organization based on ancient beliefs to make their operations easier. He roared madly in a frenzy. Our true identities are the destroyed Holy Clan, not this damned angel race. Uriel glanced toward Guowang, who was unconscious within the circle, then loudly declared, even that corpse was carefully selected by me from the experimental bodies inside the graveyard prison. Then he formed a killing construct and planned to make a deal with you. But I never expected him to awaken part of his will and become a sentient frost slayer. But it seems he forgot about me. That makes sense. He could never remember me anyway. He waved his hand and spoke bitterly. This is something only I know. Those stupid loyal angels, they would never believe me. But Huang Ying is different. You are a traitor. You betrayed the will of the organization and fell in love with a human. That is a crime punishable by death. You betrayed the organization long ago, so only you can understand me. Zioyan still found it hard to believe and asked Uriel, the things you're saying are unimaginable. I can't fully trust you. And besides, what does this have to do with the divine core you want from me? Uriel quickly explained, it's simple. The divine core inside you is the key to escaping control. But for every puppet that wants to escape the organization's eternal enslavement, they must fuse at least one dark devouring divine core that has reached the peak of godhood into a spirit crystal, to neutralize the power of light within the body. Uriel arrogantly raised his chin. Otherwise, did you think sealing yourself away would stop the organization from finding you? Do you think they couldn't forcibly drag you away through the angel gate? That's because you carry a dark devouring divine core and your wings have been tainted black. A restless yet free aura. Your black wings were also bestowed by the divine core, weren't they? She thought to herself that today he had brought Maiming here to negotiate with her. But he never mentioned Xioxy. It seemed he didn't know of Xioxy's existence. Then she spoke, Uriel, it seems you truly must obtain this divine core. Anything I say is useless. I only have one request. Use a soul contract to swear that you will spare every person by my side. He laughed and tried to persuade her. Huang Ying, I still prefer it when you call me Mu Yishan. The name Uriel feels like nothing more than a famous label to me. As long as you agree to trade with me, I will swear the oath. I absolutely will not harm anyone around you. But the moment he finished speaking, he suddenly coughed up blood. Several bones had pierced Uriel's body without anyone noticing. Bone Emperor rose up and roared, despicable coward, die. He stretched out his hand and controlled his razor-sharp weapons as they shot forward. Even though Uriel was gradually fading away, he still laughed mockingly. Coward, have you still not calmed down? Only a quarter of Uriel's body remained, yet he refused to give up and said, telling you is pointless. Do you think fate's arrangements can be escaped so easily? Right after that, Uriel's entire body vanished, leaving only tiny specks floating in the air. Suddenly, he stepped out from a barrier gate, arrogantly declaring, it's useless, I told you already you can't kill me. Uriel kept speaking in a harsh tone, continuing his taunts relentlessly. This was all arranged by fate. If you could kill me, I would be deeply grateful. Suddenly, a scream echoed out as space itself collapsed. Uriel glanced toward the Bone Emperor, who was straining to shatter the barrier, and cried out in panic. How has he revived again? What law of spatial cracks is this? Zioan seized the opportunity and flew forward to block the way. She raised her staff high and summoned a golden source of energy, holy light barrier. In an instant, Zioan was surrounded by a white shield. At its center was a cross with a sapphire blue gem, but only minutes later. The shield began cracking with sharp noises before fractures spread across it, and fragments fell to the ground. Uriel smugly mocked her, Huang Ying, your power has weakened greatly compared to before. Had I known this, I wouldn't even have needed to summon that corpse. He curled his lips into a scheming smile and said, I used to show you some respect, but now I need to teach this disobedient coward a lesson. Uriel held the staff in his hand, spread his legs and palms wide, and shouted loudly, shatter space, with several thunderous booms. Zioyan's shield instantly exploded into pieces. Stones shot out violently and slammed into her body, sending Zioyan flying backward. The Bone Emperor was also blasted out from the chaos. He crashed down from the momentum, his body rolling across the ground and carving a long trail through the dirt. After a while, the Bone Emperor collapsed motionless on the spot, smoke rising from his body as if he had just survived a battle to the death. The vicious and cruel Uriel refused to let him go, his voice filled with hatred. Your defense is impressive, huh? Then try this. He unleashed the technique. Facial suppression causing the Bone Emperor to scream in agony. Uriel growled, relax, this move is aimed only at you. Not a single bit of excess power is wasted. Enjoy the crushing force of this spatial technique. Before long, the Bone Emperor's entire body was covered in wounds. Bruises spread everywhere, and his bones shattered from the relentless assault. Xiaoyan frowned and warned him, Uriel, you promised me you would spare the people around me. Uriel once again pointed his staff forward and demanded, relax, I'm only teaching him a lesson. He won't die. Hand over the divine core now, or I may change my mind. Using the little strength he had left, the Bone Emperor groaned, great ancestor, the divine core cannot be given to him. Ah, I regret nothing even in death. She raised one finger and forced a smile to reassure him. Child, we are family. What's wrong with sacrificing a little for family? Xiaoyan placed her hand on her chest and thought to herself, that child maiming cannot be allowed to suffer anymore. My son, forgive your selfish mother. Little Cloud took out the violet glowing crystal and introduced it. This is the divine seed you wanted. Though it is partly fused with me, I still cannot fully grasp chaos. Uriel's eyes lit up when he saw it. Is this the divine seed of chaos, light, and shadow combined? He reached out and sighed, the color of perfection and freedom. Somehow, Brook came running over at the speed of light and shouted to stop him. Hold it! Brook stood in front of his mother and raised his hand to protect her. With bold confidence he said, Mom, you don't have to fear him, we have reinforcements. Little Cloud was dumbfounded. You still had the mood to go shopping at a time like this. She muttered, son, why are you here? Mom forgot to buy vegetables with you. He pointed straight at Uriel and gritted his teeth. You squinty-eyed monster in the sky. Do you want to rebel against heaven? You dare bully my mother, watch how I deal with you. Inwardly he judged, looks like that bastard is no pushover. That squinty-eyed monster must be wicked and vicious. Brook glanced over to check on King, then hesitated. That mummy guy is so strong, yet he got beaten into that state. Are our reinforcements really going to be okay? Even with the situation so dangerous, he turned around, gave his mother a thumbs up and praised her. Mom, you look amazing right now. If there were a figure of you, that would be great. I'd definitely display it and wouldn't dare play with it. It turned out Brook had already made his own calculations. I have to stay calm. Even if I panic, I can't show it. I'll fool him first so he can't figure out my real strength. Little Cloud shyly held her blushing face and asked back, son, do I look pretty like this? Then she tilted her face in confusion. But what is a figure? Can you eat it? Is it fun to play with? Uriel stood far away with his eyes wide. Only now did he realize it. I understand now. No wonder Golden Oriole's power is only half of what it was. No wonder the organization absolutely forbids us from having love. He froze for a second and murmured, so giving birth splits the power inside the body in half. Brook quickly pointed into the distance and introduced them to his mother. The reinforcements are here. On the way, I ran into the vice dean and he even invited a very powerful figure. Even so, he felt a little uneasy. This old man can barely walk steadily. I'm really worried about him. This is all so suspicious. The Venerable One looked at the scene before him and sighed. The 3 restless old men of our academy went down this quickly. Still, their lives are not in danger. Later, I must have someone train them properly. When he saw Little Cloud, his eyes lit up and he asked loudly, Han, are you all right? Thinking of the person on that side, Windrider patted the Venerable One and reminded him. Venerable One, please be careful. Hearing this, Brook glanced over and cursed inwardly. Huh, you stinky old geezer. She stared with her eyes and mouth wide open, then stammered, hello, old sir. Are you all right? He raised his bandaged hand and waved shyly. What a polite young lady, I am not. Because he was flirting, the Venerable One's arm made a loud crack and the joint popped right out. When Little Cloud heard that sound, she froze on the spot. Brook also stared with his mouth wide open. Oh crap! Vice Dean Yellow Panic was no better. Venerable One, Uriel realized he was being ignored and said angrily. Enough already, one after another are you people making a fool of me. He gnashed his teeth and roared, you people have gone far enough. Uriel raised his staff high and commanded, spatial ruin. A massive aura of death instantly radiated from his entire body. The Venerable One coughed a few times. He muttered, so it's alternate space magic. I thought it was orthodox spatial magic. You got me excited for nothing. He cleared his throat and said, if this is all you have, then prepare for reincarnation, heavenly mage. Beyond the other world, when Brook saw the cracks in the sky, he compared them. Whoa, it's splitting open like a mirror. Is this like the rifts in Dungeon Fighter Online? The Venerable One raised his own staff and drew a magic circle. Let me show you what true spatial magic is. He commanded, cease, shattered space. The moment he saw those cracks vanish, Brook blurted out, Mom, that is insanely awesome. Little Cloud was amazed too. The spatial cracks have been restored. Uriel could not believe what he was seeing. He asked in shock, what? Even Golden Oriole at her strongest could not restore my alternate space rifts. Just who are you? Did all those elderly counselors already leave? Why is there still a powerful god like you here? Windrider's eyes reflected only the glow of the magic circle. He judged, as expected, the Academy's problem is either an insider leaking information, or someone higher up is colluding. Colluding with the temple. The Venerable One closed his eyes and lectured. This old man stopped caring about worldly affairs long ago. Now I am only a sinner, but right now you are guilty too. Even if you are from the temple, breaking into the Academy means death. Uriel seemed to lose control of his whole body. Uriel cursed, "You stinking old man." Just like that, he was dragged backward and cried out in panic. What is going on? It seemed this was the end. Unexpectedly, Uriel appeared once again through the barrier gate. He sneered in contempt. "Old man, you cannot kill me." The Venerable One let out an intrigued sound and said, "Interesting, an alternate space body clone. In other words, it is an undying substitute body. But in front of this old man, it is useless." Holding his staff, the Venerable One spun it in a graceful circle and provoked him. "This old man possesses orthodox spatial attributes which just happen to counter your alternate space. You fake six-winged angel, do you have any last words? Even if you do, keep them in your belly." He swept the ground in a circle, raised his staff high and unleashed his technique. Rising wind sweeps fallen leaves. A leaf shot fiercely into the fabric of space, leaving scratches across the sky. The golden leaf pierced straight through Uriel, splitting him cleanly into two halves. Then a series of purple circles spread out in every direction. The golden leaves continued stabbing through him relentlessly. Zioxy stared in shock as his body emerged from a massive hole and screamed out. So that was his true body all along. No wonder he would not die no matter how hard they fought him. Zioian was equally stunned. Uriel leveled up. "I remember him being only a four-winged angel. Strange indeed." Uriel crashed heavily onto the ground, collapsing as though all his strength had been drained away. He picked up Wu Kai's twin staffs. "Is this the old monk's sweeping technique?" "So powerful," Ziohe explained. "This Uriel was originally a six-winged angel, but he had always pretended to be weak. What a hypocrite. As for this old man, he is probably just a tiny bit stronger than the true body of the deity himself." Those two staffs were taken after attending Brother Bullhorn's concert. The Night of Love concert. His clothes were torn to shreds, yet he still forced himself to stand and curse angrily. "Damn you, old bastard from the Demon Trial Academy." The Venerable calmly planted his staff into the ground and mocked him. "A divine-ranked angel. The temple's reach is getting far too long." He narrowed his eyes and snorted softly before declaring confidently, "Trying to leave? Our Demon Trial Academy is not a place where you come and go as you please. This old man shall personally send you into reincarnation." The Venerable unleashed the move of endless rotation. Streams of purple spiritual energy continuously assaulted Uriel. He cursed bitterly. "I was so close to succeeding. Damn it, Huang Ying and your whole family too." Damn it all, Uriel's entire body was slowly fading away, yet he still left behind a final warning. "Do not celebrate too soon, Huang Ying, you cannot escape. The angel gate has already locked onto you." Even with only half his face remaining, Uriel still had the mind to spit out vicious words. "With you accompanying me on the road ahead, I will not feel lonely at all." He summoned a sacred gate protected by a pair of pure white wings. Uriel laughed like a madman. "The sensation of death, long forgotten, still feels just as unpleasant as when I was in my holy race form. Huang Ying, come with me." Hearing this, Zioxy panicked and cried out, "What? Mom, what is happening to you?" Zioyan gently grabbed one of her own arms, struggling to stay calm. "My son, I have to go too. You must stay strong from now on." She cried while speaking softly, "Find yourself a wife for me someday so you will not be lonely in the future." Zioyan could not hold back her tears any longer, her voice trembling. "Also, from now on, you will not have to eat the terrible food I make anymore." He reached out desperately and shouted, "Mom, I will eat it. No matter how much you cook, I will eat it all. Please do not go." Zioxy jumped up as if trying to hold her back. He cried out, wait for me." Tears streamed down his face as he screamed in agony, "Mom." The Venerable spoke in a deep voice. "Kid, unless someone reaches the legendary creation rank. Otherwise, no one can stop this angel gate. Your mother," he choked up and spoke through tears, "Ziohe, you have lived so long. Do you know any way to stop this? I once heard that all angels are controlled by the angel gate. There is no resisting it. The only reason your mother managed to endure until now was because of the dark divine core." He frowned and shook his head. "Sadly, your mother could not completely fuse with the divine core. Otherwise, she could have escaped its control. No one in this world possesses the power to destroy the angel gate. The angel gate exists on a level beyond everything here." Zioyan's figure gradually blurred into an illusion as she forced out a smile. Every word seemed to shatter within her tears. "This period of time was the happiest and most precious memory of my life. I have no regrets in this life." Watching her leave, Zioxy burst into heartbroken sobs. He cried out hoarsely, "Mom, I still want to go buy groceries with you. I want you to watch me get married. I still want to take you to see the earth. I just want you to stay." His eyes suddenly changed, one turning black, the other turning gold. Trembling, he pleaded, "I just want Mom to stay." The Venerable raised his staff high with spiritual power, deciding to intervene and help. "I never expected that even at my age, I still cannot bear scenes of life and death parting. It seems this old man still needs further cultivation. Boy, I cannot break the angel gate, but I can. We can sacrifice a little lifespan to buy you more time. The staff spun several times in midair. The venerable urged him, go boy, let us use what little strength we still have left. He urgently commanded, kid, I am helping you temporarily seal the angel gate right now. If you have anything you want to say to your mother, say it quickly. Suddenly, a spirit beast roared from somewhere nearby. It opened its mouth as though trying to swallow the staff whole. Several rings of purple energy immediately wrapped tightly around the sacred gate. Because of this, the venerable collapsed onto the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Chingfeng frowned anxiously and called out, Venerable. Suddenly, a foot stepped up from the pool of crimson blood. The Bone Emperor struggled back to his feet, speaking one word at a time. Grandmaster, I can still fight. Do not give up. He gradually transformed into another form with two wings growing from his back. One white, one black. He growled, that is right, do not give up. Immediately afterward, Xioxi began to glow. His wings flapped continuously with rustling sounds. Xioxi now also had long hair exactly like his mother's. He gripped the staff. As the reverse aura surged and roared, a power beyond mortal limits erupted. Xioxi's expression turned cold, his voice filled with killing intent as bone spears slowly grew out, twisting together like a gigantic tornado. Deafening explosions tore through space as the raging bone spears spun wildly, as if trying to devour everything around them. It directly smashed against the angel gate in the sky, and the tip of the bone spear struck the gate with a thunderous boom. Even after such a fierce assault, the gate still seemed completely unharmed. Xioxi frowned at the scene before him and muttered, damn angel gate, so it really can't be broken. Xioan still retained a trace of consciousness. She gasped softly. The power she had shared from her own body with her son had finally awakened. Xioxi charged forward boldly and shouted, let's go, Xiohe. The black wolf revealed his true soul form, holding a blue stone wrapped in chains within his palm. His voice echoed through space. Fine, this sovereign is ready. Isn't it just reversing a corner of Goddess He's seal? Xiohe shouted provocatively. I'm not afraid at all. The black wolf forcefully tore apart the chains surrounding the stone. Instantly, a terrifying burst of spiritual power exploded outward, shaking the entire space. The moment he reached the limit of his energy, Xiohe's roar ripped through space. This is the peak of this sovereign's brutality. A dazzling golden light erupted violently from the blue stone. Suddenly, a white energy wrapped tightly around the black wolf's entire body. It cried out in alarm, human, don't do anything reckless. The black wolf stared wide-eyed at the hellish lightning aura being released. It spread all around the stone. Damn it, this wasn't this exciting last time. Xioxi spoke seriously. Thanks, Xiohe, just as I predicted. A portion of creation-level power has truly escaped. He rushed forward decisively and declared, Goddess He, I'll have to rely on you this time. Xioxi hurled the staff forward and commanded, increase the power of my mother and me. Go! Suddenly, Xioxi froze for a second and wondered, what's going on? Why do I suddenly feel such a deadly aura? He sensed a strange presence somewhere nearby. The feeling was extremely unpleasant. Even the venerable one who was receiving spiritual power from Chengfeng spoke up. That power, it's overwhelming, but I can feel space itself rejecting it. The staff shot through the air toward the indicated spot. A second later, it slammed directly into the center of the angel emblem. But the emblem remained perfectly still without the slightest reaction. Only a faint golden glow remained around Xioan. In pain, she spoke her farewell. Goodbye, Xioxi, my good son. After launching that attack, Xioxi fell from the sky. He trembled as he asked himself, did I fail? Unexpectedly, a spark of hope appeared. Cracking sounds came from the angel emblem as long fractures spread across it. The black wolf excitedly watched the thin, rotating gate as it began retracting his energy. It exclaimed joyfully, we actually succeeded. The angel gate is disappearing. Xiohe looked at the purple stone floating in the air and shouted to wake Xioxi. Kid, look to your left, your mother's divine core. The angel gate shattered. So it couldn't completely take your mother away. Hearing that, Xioxi's eyes widened. He woke up and blurted out, what? Reaching out to catch the stone, he softly called, Mom. Xioxi clenched it tightly in his palm, feeling his mother's warmth within it. A few seconds later, the stone suddenly vanished, startling him. Oh no, it disappeared. Inside the sea of consciousness, the black wolf suddenly saw that both stones were there. Crossing his arms, he frowned and asked, Hey, divine core, why did you run into the sea of consciousness? The Bone Emperor, covered in countless wounds, finally struggled back to his feet. He shot into the sky in great haste. Carrying Xioxi in his arms, the Bone Emperor anxiously judged the situation. That attack just now released a very strange power, and my body can't endure much longer. We can't stay here. The venerable one, blood staining the corner of his mouth, sounded even more anxious. I'm sorry, but you two cannot leave. Someone wants to keep you here. Chingfeng opened his eyes wide in shock and asked, Venerable One, what are you doing? He waved the broom, creating a stream of purple aura. The Venerable One instructed, Old Wooden Head, come out, don't hit them too hard. Seeing the area around the two of them shaking violently, Chingfeng shouted loudly. What is this? Old Wooden Head appeared, letting out several fierce roars. Chingfeng quickly reached out and pressed down the Venerable One's arm that was holding the broom handle. Chingfeng stubbornly tried to stop him. Venerable One, they are students of our academy. The Venerable One grimaced and advised, this old man is merely a sinner. And a sinner has no freedom of choice. Let go, boy, or you'll die. Because the vice principal tried to stop him, he was also struck by the spiritual power. Blood slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes, nose, and mouth. He could only listen to what the Venerable One said. I know very well why the Academy's higher-ups want to keep Yue Zioxi here. That's exactly why I'm stopping this. Yue Zioxi is my student. If I can't even protect him now, then what's the point of me remaining vice principal? The Bone Emperor still held Zioxi tightly in his arms. He summoned forth Bloodburst Squad, sacrifice my flesh and blood to open the spatial transfer gate. In an instant, the Bone Emperor's flesh and blood surrounded the two of them. A blazing red magic circle formed beneath them, and with a loud boom, the two seemed to vanish from the spot, leaving behind only a blood-red sky. The Venerable One clasped one hand behind his back, intending to wipe everything away here. This ancient blood escape grand spell truly was formidable. Even with my understanding of spatial dimensions, I still cannot trace their whereabouts. Chingfeng, you saw it too. I tried my best, but I couldn't stop them. You have to testify for me, all right? Staying inside the tower is still better. There are flowers and grass there, and this old man has already done everything he should. I'm leaving now. Not long after, Zioxi slowly opened his eyes. He saw Zioan leaning in and calling, Zioxi, wake up. Zioxi, are you all right? Anxiety burned within her like fire as she quickly turned and asked. Little Bone, Zioxi is really okay, right? He nodded and replied, yes, great-aunt ancestor. Granduncle merely exhausted his origin power and will wake up soon. Ziohe reassured them, Boss Snake, this sovereign believes he'll wake up soon. This brat's life is tougher than we. Evildoers always live long. After getting beaten up by the Bone Emperor, he shouted miserably, begging, I was wrong, I was wrong. Big brother Bone Emperor, go easy on me. The next day at Rat Magic Academy, a voice echoed loudly, I'm here to smash the gates. The man clenched his fist tightly as blazing fury erupted from him. Yang Zhuang charged forward and smashed the gate apart with a punch. A second later, the place had become a pile of rubble. Even the signboard was destroyed. The old man frowned and adjusted his sleeves before snorting coldly. A trash academy dares bully our goddess. I'm here to demand justice. The captain of the guard squad flew into a rage and shouted, Diamo, what are you doing? I just became captain of the guard squad. I haven't even officially taken office yet and you're already wrecking things. What exactly do you want? He grabbed two axes and chased after Yang Zhuang. I'll chop you into paste. Seeing this, the old man ran for his life while defending himself. Hey, rookie, be civilized. Stop chasing me. I don't want to suffer losses fighting you. After that, the Water Origin Continent issued 2 more wanted notices. Wanted, Augustine Yangzhuang, crime, molesting old women, reward. 100,000 origin stones, dead or alive, physical punishment permitted. Wanted, Spirit Bone Corpse, crime, murdering academy members. Reward, divine weapon or high-tier artifact. Anyone providing clues will receive a sacred spirit weapon. Dead or alive, the corpse must be preserved. On the third day, Yana sprinted forward while shouting furiously. Very impressive, Yu Qingfeng. You left without even telling me. You dared sneak away while I was arranging things for my little brother. Suddenly, she stopped and gently removed her coat, revealing her overwhelming curves. Yana let the coat fall straight to her feet. She bent down, removed her high heels, tied them to her legs, and continued the chase. Grinding her teeth, Yana muttered, You better not let me catch you, or you're finished. On the 4th day, Rat Magic Academy announced that due to health reasons, the current dean would temporarily rest for a period of recovery. The new acting dean would temporarily be the elder from the Retirement Institute, with the appointment taking effect starting today. Rumor had it that the elder about to assume the position was a world-famous mage, whose reputation centuries ago once caused students to flood into Rat Magic Academy like a festival crowd. Rich families spent enormous amounts of gold and silver just to get their children admitted. Linksy sat atop the clock tower, sighing repeatedly. Resting her chin on her hand, she gloomily wondered, where exactly did Yue Zioxi go? He left without even telling me. Will we ever meet again, my rare friend? Meanwhile, Zioyan gently tugged at her son's clothes and called, Zioxi, wake up, dear. Wake up already. Little Goo, how much longer is my son going to sleep? He frowned and let out an uncomfortable groan. Mom! Suddenly, Zioxi's eyes shot wide open as he shouted loudly, Mom! He jolted upright in panic, only to discover his body tightly bound by ropes, unable to move. Zioxi looked around blankly and asked in confusion, Where is this? He stared at the canyon crack where crimson lava surged violently. A strange feeling rose within him. Where was this place? Was everything earlier just an illusion? Zioxy kept turning his head around while repeatedly calling, "Mom." The only response was the bubbling sound of lava flowing endlessly along both sides of the path. Zioyan's spirit form appeared as she floated out, acting adorably. She pointed 2 fingers at her own face and said, "Stop thinking about it. The crystal stones in the lava are all junk and worthless." Zioxy laughed and cried at the same time, unable to believe the person standing before him. "Mom, I'm not dreaming, right? I'm not dreaming, right?" Zioan quickly pressed her cheek against his and comforted him. "Don't cry, don't cry. Zioxy, don't cry." The Bone Emperor, with half his face mutated, carried over a bowl full of worm-infested food and said, "Granduncle, you're awake. Back then, I was fortunate enough to learn a bit of cooking from our ancestor. Later, I did some more research myself, and now I've prepared one of my signature dishes for you. Please eat it while it's hot." Zioxy shuddered violently. Before putting on the dignified appearance of a gentleman and speaking proactively, "No way in hell, a ghost. A ghost carrying horrifying food. Mom, don't be scared, I'll protect you. I'll eat it all." She pointed at him and reassured him, "Creek, don't be scared. Uncle Quo is a good man, he's the one who saved us." Huang Quo introduced himself politely. "Great Aunt Ancestress, I am your nephew," he thought to himself. The Ancestress is in a terrible state right now. Only a remnant soul remains in the divine seed. Her memories are also severely damaged, and she has forgotten all about her past and her son. He let out a breath of relief and asked quietly, "What exactly happened? Why was I tied up? Why has my mother become like this?" He quickly explained, "Granduncle, while you were unconscious, you kept thrashing around. I was afraid you would injure yourself, so I had no choice but to offend you. Please punish me." Huang Quo said in a deep voice, "That is what happened." Creek's jaw dropped and he kept questioning him. "What? My mother is only a remnant soul now and she has lost her memory. Fine, even that aside, she has become my elemental spirit. Can an angel become an elemental spirit? And there was no need to sign a contract, right? On top of that, I somehow got an extra nephew like you out of nowhere." He was also confused. He could only explain what he knew. "I do not know the exact detail. Most likely because the divine seed preserved part of her remnant soul, it triggered a series of changes. At that moment, the ancestress's remnant soul was about to disappear completely. Just then, the divine seed was shaken, and afterward you contracted a light attribute elemental spirit." Just then Little Black came walking over with a bag of food in his mouth, singing, "Come on, life. The days are long anyway, come on, love. We are wild and foolish anyway." He shook his face like some capable expert and said, "I brought back supplements for her. They are the best fit for remnant souls like mine and hers." Little Cloud happily exclaimed and introduced him. "Honey, you're back. Did you bring something tasty?" Creek looked. "This is your father, Lord Evil's sovereign," is what he told Mother, but Mother does not remember anything. Huang Quo clenched his fists and cursed. "You rebellious scoundrel!" Creek was just as furious. "Die, you bastard, how dare you take advantage of my mother." After being beaten black and blue, covered in lumps and blood all over his face, he knelt down and admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry, I repent." Creek rubbed his chin and pondered. "Big Boss Huang Quo, what should we do now? Do you know anything about my mother's condition?" He lowered his head stubbornly. "There is a proper order between elders and juniors. Granduncle, please call me your nephew. Otherwise, I will keep kneeling and never get up." Creek was still hesitating inwardly. "You are so strong. If I really call you that and you get upset one day, will you just take me out?" No, maybe he is a freak who likes being a nephew. Yes, that must be it. I do not believe you are really my blood nephew. Out of nowhere, you say you are my nephew from more than 100,000 years ago. Forget it. I should pity myself first. Although Creek was a little unwilling, he still pretended otherwise. "Go ahead then, my good nephew, hurry and tell me." Huang Quo stood up and said verbosely, "I can tell you, Granduncle, but I have an idea. I wonder if you would like to hear it." He stood in front of Little Cloud, crossed his arms, and said, "Explain it clearly." Little Black could only hold a stick and poke at the ground while singing softly, "Love's charm spins round and round." He stood still and his bold voice rang out. "Granduncle's body has never undergone sacred method temperate. This unworthy grandnephew wishes to help Granduncle train. Once your strength improves, I will tell Granduncle everything I know." Creek pointed at his own face and muttered nervously, "Is he indirectly insulting me by saying my strength is too pathetic?" He nodded in agreement. "Fine, help me train. No matter how hard or tiring it is, I can endure it." Huang Quo obeyed. "Yes, Granduncle, please follow me." Creek panicked a little and made an excuse. "This is lava. You want me to stand here and feel the heat of the lava? Take it step by step. We have to be scientific." He refused to listen and shoved him straight down into the lava. "No, sir, you have to go down there. Go on, Granduncle. Condense all the primal force in your body." Caught off guard by the push, he flailed his arms and legs in panic, his face turning deathly pale as he screamed in terror. In his extreme panic, he struggled wildly. His limbs thrashed aimlessly and his face was so pale it looked drained of blood. His scream tore through the air. "He's murdering his own uncle," with a boom. Creek's entire body fell into the boiling lava. His sandal flew off above him. Little Cloud stared at her son in the sea of fire with tears in her eyes and her mouth hanging open. Little Black, meanwhile, pulled down both of his lower eyelids, looking smug after the beating he had just received. Huang Quo's flesh gradually grew back. He reassured her, "Please rest assured, ancestress. Granduncle is no ordinary person, he will be fine. I will also go down there to help him train." Huang Quo then jumped into the lava. He told himself, "Before my body can no longer hold out, I must help Granduncle become stronger." Creek lay sprawled in the sea of lava, tears streaming down his face, while random nonsense came back to him. "I have loved before, had a driver's license and a house, and my mother can swim. She worked so hard to raise me, so whatever happens to her children is fine." Huang Quo landed and analyzed the situation. "Granduncle, your physique is far too weak. You are completely unable to inherit the powerful physique of the sacred clan. Back then, whether we were magic cultivators or body cultivators, we all had to undergo the Holy Clan's training. This is an ancient tradition and one of the reasons the Holy Clan became so powerful." Xioxi paused, listening carefully. "Huh, so that's how it is. Then do it. I can begin at any time." He frowned and warned him, "Uncle Master, allow this junior to remind you once more, this is no joke. Back then, Ancestor Zhang personally trained me. I was only 6 years old and nearly lost my life." Hearing that, Xioxi's heart pounded wildly, all color draining from his face. Sweat poured down as he thought to himself, "Nephew, why didn't you say that earlier? My poor heart can't take this anymore. What exactly have you been through? All right then." Bone Emperor clenched his fist and gathered his spiritual power as he instructed him. "Uncle Master, forgive this junior's offense. Please focus your power and spread it throughout your entire body. You must not stop for even a second or you will die." Xioxi quickly assumed a cultivation stance. Several streams of aura radiated around him as he spoke seriously. "I'm ready, go ahead." As he charged forward, he said, "All right, the first key point of body tempering is." Yuo Huang swung his fist straight at him, the impact echoing with a loud smack. He growled, "The body breaks apart from excessive force." He was knocked backward and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zioan clutched her chest painfully and cried out, "Xioxi, Xioxi." Then she lowered her head and gave an order in a solemn voice. "Little Black, take my mother outside to play. I don't want to be distracted." He suddenly raised his head, gave a thumbs up, and cheerfully reassured her. "Don't worry, Mom. What does a little injury like this matter to me?" Xioxi secretly thought to himself. "Compared to the pain in my heart, this pain is nothing. Mom, thank you from Earth. I'll do my best." He let out a snort. Only now did he realize that this ancient training method meant every punch carried not only tremendous force, but also infused a portion of elemental energy into his body, destroying and reconstructing it, turning his body from ordinary steel into stainless steel. If he succeeds, then great. This brat will become iron-skinned and bronze-boned. If he fails, he'll suffer internal injuries for life. Zioyan sat on his back but still kept turning around to look longingly at her son. Little Black persuaded her, "Let's go, Xioxi's mother. I'll take you for a ride today. We'll only get in the way of Xioxi's training here." Xioxi pulled himself together and shouted, "Again." Bone Emperor praised him, "Excellent." His gaze became even more resolute, as expected of Huang Ying's descendant. His willpower far surpasses mine. A deadly aura spread from his entire body. Bone Emperor raised both hands and apologized in advance. "Great uncle, your grandnephew has offended you." He charged forward with all his strength, launching that terrifying punch toward him. Outside, Little Black suddenly felt uneasy. "This is really bad." Suddenly, a snake coiled around Little Black's body. He shouted in panic, "Such an adorable dog like me. And you oversized snake dare hurt me." The next second, the snake released Little Black. Zioan sat on its head and explained, "Don't be afraid, evil lord. Little Sasa says it's already full and won't hurt us." He jumped in fright and complained, "Xioxi's mother, how do you know what this demon beast is thinking? I'm an elemental spirit and even I can't communicate with it. Tell it to pull its tongue back in. I don't like the thought of being bitten by it." Legend says demon beasts are descendants of elemental spirits and animal. Their beast instincts dominate them, so contracts cannot be formed. But sometimes demon beasts can cultivate a demon core inside their bodies, which is extremely valuable. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully and muttered, "I don't know either. Somehow I can understand what Little Snake is thinking, and I can even talk to it." Before he knew it, Little Black had already been picked up in Little Snake's mouth. He struggled and shouted, "Forget that for now, make it spit me out first. Didn't you say it was already full?" Zioan burst into laughter at the snake's expression. "It says it likes you very much. This is how it expresses affection." After fooling around for a while, Little Snake left. She even waved goodbye. "Farewell, Little Snake, I'll miss you." Little Black's body was covered in its saliva. He curled up and whispered, "I hate snakes." Little Black dove straight into the river to bathe. After washing up, he climbed ashore and shook himself dry, splashing water everywhere. "Ah, that feels so refreshing after a bath. I will never associate with snakes again." Suddenly, he froze, his face filled with shock. Zioan sat between two lions and casually asked, "Little lions, you said you needed something from me and wanted me to come home with you." Little Black's eyes nearly popped out of his head as he hurriedly warned her, "Those are high-level sword-fang dragon lions. Don't agree to it." Who would have thought she would immediately give a thumbs up and agree? "All right, let's go to your territory." Outside the sword-fang dragon lion's cave, Zioan asked blankly, "Little lion, do you live here?" Little Black nervously said, "Listen, Zioxy's mother, can you not go in there? I feel like this cave is extremely deep," she insisted. "Don't worry, Lord Evil, it said it already ate and won't harm us," he retorted. "Yeah, right, look at its mouth covered in blood." Inside the dark cave, several pairs of eyes were watching them. Little Black transformed into a spirit and warned, "Don't even think about harming Zioxy's mother. Do you think I'm easy prey?" Zioan rubbed his head to calm him down. "Please don't get agitated, Lord Evil, they mean no harm." She looked at one sword-fang dragon lion turning its head and urged, "Let's go, Lord Evil. They're telling us to come inside." Deep within the cave lay a collapsed sword-fang dragon lion covered in wounds. It kept groaning in pain. Little Black quickly recognized it. These demon beasts live in packs just like the frog fiends. The first floor of the spirit ceiling tower, but judging by its aura, it's probably close to reaching Saint Spirit level. A demon beast reaching this level of power is already impressive. Even after such severe injuries, it still hasn't died. Legends say the spirit ceiling tower also seals ferocious demon beasts. After demon beasts die, they leave behind corpses. After elemental spirits die, they disappear completely. Right now, the spirit ceiling tower is undergoing repairs. Zioan scratched her cheek and nodded. "You want me to save your king? I don't know if I can. Right now, I can't remember anything. The only thing I remember is my son Ziox. I've forgotten everything else." She floated closer to the injured beast and asked gently, "Little lion, you said you're in a lot of pain, right?" Zioan reached out and softly stroked its body. "I'll give you a massage. Does this feel better?" She gently placed her hand over his eyes, then turned to Zio Hai and asked, "Lord Evil Sovereign." Some very strange glowing images suddenly appeared in my mind. "It feels very comfortable. What should I do now?" He looked slightly surprised. Could it be that part of the memories hidden within the remnant's soul have recovered? Try describing those images to me." Zio Yun quickly responded as a golden aura surrounded her. She innocently looked toward Zio Hai and said, "Like this." Once again, his eyes widened in shock. "I really said something like that back then? If I'm not mistaken, this is the pattern of a sacred healing array." Not long afterward, she carried the life-restoring pill and flew back to Zio Zai. "Son, we're back and we even brought you a gift." Zio Hai snorted coldly, clearly unhappy. "Even I want something this precious." Who would have thought that Long Shijiang's sword would just happen to kill a Saint Spirit Thunder Ape? If the attribute matched mine, I would have eaten it already. Wearing clean clothes, the boy leaned weakly against the wall and spoke softly. "Mom, you're back. Did you have fun outside?" She happily replied, "Very fun. I made lots of new friends." Bone Emperor crossed his legs. While quietly cultivating, he also spoke up. "A thunder-tributed beast core just happens to match Grey Tunkle's attribute. It'll greatly help with cultivation. It's perfect." He opened his eyes and hesitantly asked, "Grey Tunkle, can your body still endure it? In the past, your training foundation wasn't very good." Zio Zai leaned his head against the cliff wall and quietly replied, "Don't talk about enduring or not enduring. I just feel that this is something I have to do." His expression and words reminded Bone Emperor of someone from long ago who once said, "My Ming, you don't need to persuade me. It's not about enduring or not enduring. I just feel that I have to do this." For a moment he froze in place, his mind filled with those happy memories from the past. Bone Emperor slowly revealed a faint smile, making him look unexpectedly gentle. Half a year later, inside a massive cave, Zio Zai sat silently amid bubbling magma. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "All right." Bone Emperor walked over, extended his hand, and said, "Grey Tunkle, the first stage of body tempering is complete. Please follow me to another place." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew special symbols onto the ground. The moment he finished, a blazing red magic array instantly appeared. Bone Emperor then said, "All right, the formation is complete. Next, we're heading to the peak of 5 prisons." Hearing this, Zio Zai could not hide his excitement and immediately guessed, "If you have to draw the formation by hand, then this must be a long-distance teleportation array, right?" "Goddess Zai taught me about this." The moment he finished speaking, Zio Hai interrupted, "Back then, I knew this technique too. After borrowing someone's stuff, I'd use this move to run away. It was amazing." Meanwhile, Zio Yun smiled brightly with excitement. "We're going to the 5 prisons. We're going somewhere new to play." Hearing that, Zio Zai was speechless. Forgetting the past really is nice, no worries at all. Zio Hai could only laugh helplessly. "Maybe the happiest person here is your mother. There's really nothing we can do." Standing nearby, Bone Emperor quietly remarked, "Ancestor Zeng has always been this carefree, both in the past and now. Soon after, the scene shifted to a vast, desolate land. He loudly announced, "We've arrived." Without hesitation, he immediately explained seriously, "This is the fire prison of the 5 prisons. Even I cannot enter the deepest part. Grey Tunkel only needs to remain in the outer region for 3 days. Absolutely do not go deeper inside. The fire prison has become very strange lately. It's no longer like before." Hearing that, I showed no fear at all and stubbornly replied, "Relax. Don't think I'm really just 10 years old. Mentally, I'm already as mature as a 39-year-old man." Hearing this, Yun blushed and praised him excitedly. "My son is amazing." Hai looked utterly disgusted and muttered, "That's right, you're basically a shameless 39-year-old old man." In an instant, Bone Emperor carried Yun in his arms and bid farewell. "Grey Tunkel, recently I found a place that's perfect for Ancestor Zeng to nourish her soul. I want to take her there. 3 days from now, Ancestor Zeng and I will return to pick you up." The moment he finished speaking, Yun excitedly waved her hand. "Son, I'll bring back delicious food for you." Only then did he feel somewhat relieved. Without turning back, he shouted, "Go ahead, Mom, have fun. Remember to stay safe and don't talk to strangers, got it?" Seeing this, Hai shamelessly added, "Wife, don't forget to bring me some dark attribute supplement." Feeling some of the burden lifted from his shoulders, Zai let out a relieved sigh. "Let's go, Hai, this feels great." But in response, Hai stood there covered in injuries, unable to hold back his grievance. "I want to ask you something. Does your hand hurt? Does your heart hurt?" The two of them walked together for quite a while. As they walked, Hai stuck out his tongue, sweating heavily as he asked, "How strange, kid, don't you feel hot?" Without hesitation, Zai laughed teasingly. "It's a little hot, but I can handle it." Hearing that, Hai immediately asked in confusion, "Kid, when did you become as tough as a demon beast after just finishing training?" Zai excitedly continued, "Did you forget the power of my right arm? Luckily, this thing has amazing endurance." The moment he finished speaking, an awkward scene suddenly flashed before them. A completely naked man was frantically trying to explain himself. "Oh God, listen to me. Don't put the cuffs on me." My clothes suddenly disappeared. "You have to believe me, don't drag me to the station." But the police officer firmly replied, "Perverts like you need to be cuffed before we hear anything you say. Everything you say can be used as evidence later." Unlike the two of them, the little girl standing far away suddenly burst into tears. "Where's my balloon?" Back in reality, I suddenly sensed something was wrong after hearing that. He quickly pressed on, "Wait a second, Hai, what did you just say?" Immediately it answered seriously, "Didn't I just say something changed?" But he kept shaking his head. "No, the sentence before that." Seeing that, Hai had no choice but to frown and reply, I think I said this place feels hotter and hotter." Hearing that, Zai was instantly startled and asked in disbelief, "That's the line. Don't you think something strange is going on here?" In response, it merely curled its lips arrogantly and continued, "What's strange about it? Other than seeing you change clothes earlier, what's so strange?" Without hesitation, he darkened his face and shot back, "That's not it. Aren't you in soul form right now? How can you feel heat here? Does temperature affect soul bodies too? That's completely unreasonable." The more Hai listened, the more panicked it became. It does affect them." Zai was so shocked that he immediately collapsed onto the ground. "Oh my God, it really does." In response, it quickly put on a serious expression and reassured him, "Don't panic. It does have a slight effect, but not like this. Even I can feel this much heat, unless." Zai immediately put on a sinister expression and threatened, "Yeah, unless what?" Hai, can you finish your sentences? Don't think dragging it out like this will boost the views. Is the script broken or something? At that very moment, a gigantic demonic beast suddenly charged toward them from the distance. The moment Hai saw it, its eyes widened in terror as it shouted, "That monkey kid, stop talking and look over there." But unlike it, Zai calmly scratched his head. "Seriously, Hai, you've been following me this long and still haven't learned any calmness or maturity from me. What did you say?" But in response, it was already terrified out of its mind, trembling all over. Snake. Sure enough, the gigantic demonic beast had already approached them, bringing them to the brink of death. Zai couldn't hide his panic and immediately turned to flee. Without forgetting to shout back loudly, "You damn mutt, Hai, if you don't finish your sentences next time, I'll kill you." This made it widen its eyes and declare, "The thing I hate most in this life is snakes." After running for a while, he suddenly froze in confusion and muttered, "Wait, why are we even running? Did you forget we're super strong now? Hurry up and turn into a giant sword." Hearing that, it instantly snapped awake in embarrassment and replied awkwardly, "Oops, I forgot. Snakes are what I hate most in the world." Its words had become pure instinctive reflexes. Without hesitation, Hai immediately entered its transformed state and floated into the air. Strange mutations rapidly spread across its body. In the blink of an eye, a sharp sword tip appeared with a swish. Moments later, Hai revealed a brand new gleaming form. Holding the sword in his hand, Zai stared in astonishment and asked, Hai, last time you swallowed my attribute soul stone, didn't you say you could turn into a giant sword? This is more like a tiny antique dagger." Hearing that, it immediately got offended. It loudly scolded him, "Stop yapping, I am the elemental sword spirit. Even if I'm small, my sharpness is unmatched. Cutting iron and gold is as easy as slicing that mushroom over there." Hearing that, he was stunned for a moment. Then he pointed directly at the demonic beast and provocatively shouted, "Hey, snake monster, let me slash you once, just once." In response, the gigantic demonic beast wasted no words and immediately smashed the nearby embankment with its tail before charging over. But Xiaozai blocked it in time with a smack. Even though the force behind it was tremendous, fortunately his nephew's help made it manageable. "You damn beast. I wasn't even finished talking yet. Are you in such a hurry to become food? My hometown is in Guangdong. The moment I saw you, I already thought of several dishes." The moment he finished speaking, he boldly unleashed his move. Fried, stir-fried, boiled, grilled, steamed, braised, stewed, roasted, blanched, simmered, sauced, double boiled. Pick whichever cooking method you want. Seeing that, Xiaozai suddenly reminded him from the side, "Kid, split its head open and see if there's a demon core inside. Usually the stronger the demonic beast, the higher the chance it'll have won." Sometime later, sitting on the ground with the demon core in hand, he curiously asked Xiaozai, "Is this demon core the same kind as the one inside you?" Without hesitation, it immediately replied, "Basically speaking, it's just that divine cores require a much higher level. A demonic beast must reach the divine realm before its demon core can evolve into a divine core. Demonic beasts naturally cultivate very slowly. Besides, not all demonic beasts possess demon cores. So now do you understand how precious the peak divine grade core inside your body is?" The moment it finished speaking, Xiaozai instantly bit down hard on Xiaozai's hand, causing him to pale in terror as he screamed nonstop, "You damn dog. Let go of me." Instead, Xiaozai looked completely satisfied, thinking this darkness attribute suited him perfectly. Seeing that, Xiaozai could only stand there speechless. With a twisted expression, he waved his hand and said, "If you wanted it, you could have just told me. Don't you think it reeks? Don't you think it's filthy? And earlier you said this place was unbearably hot. Unless what?" Without wasting words, it quickly began explaining itself. "Excellent question. After fighting that insane stinking serpent, I can now confirm this place definitely contains a flame capable of burning souls. Besides, this place is called Inferno Prison. I dare conclude that the legendary hellfire exists here. It is said this flame can burn souls, not merely human soul. It can drive every living thing that enters into madness, and nothing can resist it. The only thing you can rely on is your own willpower. Back then, when I went to the demon ape lair, I was burned by a flame like that for an entire year. Even now, thinking about it still terrifies me." Hearing that, Xiaozai instantly turned pale with fear. "Xiaozai, you said that flame drives all creatures insane. Look at those heads over there, aren't they crazy enough already? And that brat still told us to stay here for 3 days. I think they'll die within 3 hours. Upon hearing that, Xiaozai finally realized the situation and stood there dumbfounded. He cursed, "Damn it, this Bone Emperor wants us to resist hellfire attacks, while fighting those monsters too." At that moment, the beasts began appearing one after another. First came a gigantic bird monster screeching loudly. Next came a furious 3-headed dragon roaring aggressively. Finally, a green minotaur bared its fangs and let out a deafening howl. In an instant, the 3 monstrous overlords had taken their positions, ready to attack. The pain tripled immediately. Then came the blazing-eyed eagle. Meanwhile, the eagle soared joyfully through the sky as the slightly green-headed minotaur prepared its stance for battle. In the blink of an eye, the 3 monsters gathered together before Xiaozai's exhausted gaze. "The weather sure is nice today, huh?" Xiaozai helplessly agreed. "Yeah, way too nice." Standing beside him, Xiaozai clicked his tongue excitedly. "They're way stronger than that snake earlier, especially that green minotaur. He looks just like old Wang next door after taking Viagra. Luckily, they're all in a berserk state right now. If they focused on us, we'd be dead." Hearing that, Xiaozai's expression darkened as he replied, "Kid, why does your cowardly survival strategy sound exactly like mine? When did you learn that?" Without hesitation, Xiaozai insisted, "This is called rational thinking and maturity. How is that cowardice?" Those words nearly drove Xiaozai mad as he firmly agreed, "Right, exactly right." Over on the other side, a massive battle erupted between the monsters. In an instant, the green minotaur suddenly attacked the Qiang Tian triple beast. Taking advantage of the opening, the blazing-eyed eagle directly snatched up the 3-headed dragon and soared into the distance. With a flap of its wings, it vanished rapidly into the sky. Suddenly, the monster bird opened its claws and abruptly dropped the 3-headed dragon from midair. Having lost its balance, the dragon plummeted straight toward the ground. In mere moments, it crashed down and shattered the earth beneath it. Its body was smashed into pieces as well. Standing nearby, the green minotaur could no longer contain its bloodlust. Seeing that, Xiaozai nervously looked toward Xiaozai and said, "That eagle is insanely strong. I wonder if the minotaur can beat it. But it'd be best if they both ended up heavily injured. That's the only way we'll stay safe." Zio-hai wholeheartedly agreed. Right, shouldn't we back away a little farther? The moment he finished speaking, Zio-hai instantly retreated several steps. Exactly, that's the smartest thing you've said. Let them fight all they want. Retreat. Just like that, the two of them continued moving farther and farther away. At that moment, the blazing-eyed eagle suddenly swooped down, its beak clamped around a giant club. Without warning, it grabbed the minotaur. In an instant, it carried the minotaur high into the distance. Zio-hai panicked at the sight. The minotaur's finished. That three-headed monster ended the same way earlier too. Zio-hai helplessly nodded. Falling from that height means certain death. What a tragedy. But at that very moment, the situation suddenly changed when the minotaur unexpectedly grabbed both legs of the monster bird. Without the slightest effort, it snapped both legs in an instant. Then the minotaur directly smashed the blazing-eyed eagle with a brutal strike that nearly twisted its face apart. It tightly gripped both of the eagle's wings while hurtling wildly through the air. Standing nearby, Zio-hai clung tightly to Zio-hai and shouted loudly, "This is bad, they're crashing toward us." Zio-hai's face instantly turned pale. What? Fortunately, the minotaur landed right beside the two of them. But then the giant club suddenly spun violently through the air from sheer momentum. It pierced straight through the ground, startling him for a moment before he was thrown down from above. We're doomed this time. Sure enough, Zio-hai also turned pale in shock at the same moment. This lord can tell that this bull-headed creature is at least a great origin spirit master, an entire realm above us. At this rate, we're definitely finished along with that bird. Hearing that, Zio-hai immediately exploded in anger and cursed loudly. Damn it, didn't I teach you not to jinx things last time? But right then, the bull-headed creature suddenly appeared behind Zio-hai. While clutching his aching head and complaining, he shouted, "So the brat pulled this trick again. Too lazy to even draw something new, yet it fools people every single time." This lord refuses to believe it. Before Zio-hai could even finish speaking, a devastating attack suddenly came crashing down. Luckily, Zio-hai kicked him away just in time. He even shouted loudly, "Zio-hai, watch out." Just like that, Zio-hai was sent flying high into the sky. Furious, he immediately complained. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Zio-hai calmly replied, "Sorry, I accidentally used too much force. I'll avenge you." Zio-hai became even more annoyed after hearing that. "Yeah, right, like I'd believe you." Right after that, Zio-hai quickly took the initiative. Gripping the massive pestle tightly, he shouted, "That bull-headed monster just fought the eagle and then fell from a great height. It must be seriously injured. It's bleeding all over, which means it's a humanoid monster. Otherwise, I wouldn't go easy on it. Beef has always been my favorite food." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly rushed straight toward the blue bull-headed monster. With a painfully heavy strike, he shouted, "In your next life, don't become a bull-headed monster again. You'll make countless husbands with wives heartbroken and leave too many shut-ins nutritionally unbalanced." With a single blow, the blue bull-headed monster was smashed into a pulp. It collapsed flat onto the ground. Zio-hai looked extremely pleased with himself and laughed happily. The holy training method really is amazing. These past few days of training were brutal, but the rewards were absolutely worth it. My body has become incredibly strong, and using origin power feels much smoother now. But in the very next moment, Zio-hai suddenly froze, his face turning pale as he wondered, "What's going on? Why is my whole body heating up? Why is my heart beating faster? Damn it, it's hellfire." But by the time he realized it, it was already too late. In an instant, blazing flames engulfed his entire body. Standing nearby, Zio-hai was so intimidated by the sight that he hurriedly stepped back. After that brat fought so fiercely, his origin power circulated too quickly, allowing the hellfire to take advantage and invade him. It even triggered his inner demons. At this rate, he'll definitely lose himself to madness and burn to death. Besides, after what happened to his mother before, there has always been a flame of rage burning inside him. Now the hellfire has reignited it, and it's bound to blaze uncontrollably. For a moment, Zio-hai fell into fierce inner conflict. What should I do? Wait, I've got it. He suddenly came up with an idea and looked toward the blue bull-headed monster. If hellfire is truly this terrifying, then perhaps I'm one of the few beings in this world who can survive being burned by it. For now, I'll use the bull-headed monster to help the brat cool down first. As soon as he finished speaking, Zio-hai immediately stepped forward and lifted the bull-headed monster's massive body while grumbling. "This bull's body is way too heavy. I can barely control it. Good thing it's unconscious." In just an instant, he completely took control of the bull-headed monster's body. "My former wolf form was much more handsome and irresistibly charming. This bull-headed body is too clumsy and stiff." At that moment, Zio-hai suddenly flared up and roared, "Uriel!" Hearing that, Zio-hai immediately became confused and suspicious. "Uriel, crap, he's fallen too deeply into demonic madness and already started hallucinating." Sure enough, in Zio-hai's eyes, the bull-headed monster had transformed into another bizarre creature. In his dazed state, Zio-hai furiously roared, "Uriel, you dared harm my mother, I'm going to kill you." Zio became utterly baffled upon hearing that and thought, is that bastard trying to dump the training work on me? Whatever. Since I still need this brat's help, I'll train with you for a bit myself. Zio, now completely overwhelmed, roared fiercely with a savage expression. Uriel, hearing that, Zio merely smirked confidently and thought, if this bull-headed monster hadn't been knocked unconscious from the fall earlier, this brat probably wouldn't stand a chance. This bull-headed creature is an early-stage Great Origin Spirit Master, 2 whole realms above you, more than enough to handle you. Come on, brat, I'm only controlling the body. So even if I take one of your punches, I won't be fazed. Faced with Zio-Hi's arrogance, Zio-Hi suddenly charged forward and launched a direct attack. Just like that, a soul-piercing strike was unleashed. Zio-Hi instantly coughed up blood in agony. Clutching his chest, his whole body trembled as he turned pale and nearly cried. Damn it, after his training, the power of that punch became this terrifying. This bull body has several broken bones now. The force of the punch pierced straight into the soul. Even this lord felt some pain from it. If I hadn't condensed all the origin power into the muscles from the start, this bull-headed monster would have died for sure. The divine physique left behind by Goddess Hai is insanely powerful. This body is also that of a Great Origin Spirit Master, 2 major ranks higher. But in the very next moment, Zio-Hi quickly regained his footing and charged forward aggressively while shouting, this lord was holding back earlier. Now I will use my true strength, so no one can say I crossed realms and still could not beat a brat, making a laughingstock of me. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Just like that, a primal cause fist was unleashed directly, instantly shattering the ground. However, Little Creek dodged the attack with ease, making Little Black hesitate for a moment and grit his teeth. That speed. In an instant, Little Creek's eyes suddenly glowed crimson. Filled with murderous intent, he shot through the air like thunder and lightning. Seeing this, Little Black could not help feeling afraid and somewhat panicked. This brat is too fast. After training, his speed has clearly increased. Right while he was still wide open, Little Creek suddenly raised his attack and charged over. Facing this situation, Little Black had no choice but to dodge at once. At the same time, he thought in panic, so fast. With my heavy body, I nearly failed to dodge in time. Feeling aggrieved, he said with firm resolve, this bull-headed one has a berserk physique like that cat girl in the spirit-trapping tower. I am not playing with you anymore, you rotten brat. Without the slightest hesitation, Little Black immediately got into stance, preparing to unleash his beastman berserk transformation. In the blink of an eye, countless sparkling lights appeared faintly. He floated in midair with the graceful, delicate bearing of a bull-headed person. Very soon, Little Black appeared in an even more explosive new form. For a moment, he was excited and breathed out in relief. Instantly, Little Black struck a pose as if to steady himself. I have awakened my berserk state, and my combat power has multiplied. Facing this situation, Little Creek only kept a cold expression and glared in anger. Little Black was not to be outdone either, immediately facing him head-on. In an instant, a barrage of attacks was unleashed. The 2 sides fought fiercely. Suddenly, Little Creek spun around and launched a fatal strike. Fortunately, Little Black blocked it in time, but he had to frown bitterly. While blocking the flurry of attacks, he kept complaining in resentment. Damn it, this brat is already as strong as a fully developed body cultivator. No, he is even stronger than that. All of a sudden, Little Creek unexpectedly gathered momentum and shot forward. He decisively struck Little Black with a painfully heavy blow. After the strike landed, Little Creek immediately froze in place, panting heavily and unable to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Little Black was covered in wounds and trembled uneasily. Rotten brat, now do you know how strong I am? Damn it, I was holding back when fighting you. But you, every punch of yours was meant to kill me. After saying that, he could not help grinding his teeth in fury and glaring. Very good, the more he resists the hellfire, the deeper it seeps in. Now this brat's resentment has almost been vented completely. This is the best chance to kill the hellfire, without the slightest hesitation. Little Black suddenly dropped to his knees and revealed an eerie smile. Just like that, his soul left his body and abruptly shot forward. Brat, I am going in. The moment he finished speaking, Little Black merged with Little Creek's original body in an instant. At the same time, inside Little Creek's sea of consciousness, his soul was curled up, completely covered by hellfire. Seeing this, Little Black instantly burst into tears. Through his tears, he called softly, "Good child, wake up quickly. It hurts your father to see you like this. Hurry and recover your awareness, good child." But what answered him was still Little Creek's silent stillness. Being completely ignored like this, Little Black was also left speechless. Standing there like a statue, he muttered to himself, "This is no fun at all." With no other choice, Little Black decided to use his ultimate move and thought smugly, "Waking this brat up is too hard. A knock on the head to wake you is the way out of the hellfire." Then he said, "Hey brat, look, this is your mother." Little Creek's mother was simulated by Little Black inside the sea of consciousness. Without the slightest hesitation, Little Black immediately revealed a perverted expression and directly threatened him. "If you do not wake up, I will not waste any more words." He puckered his lips and faced Little Cloud with self-reproach. "Damn it, even though this is only imaginary, it is still way too nerve-wracking. Hey brat, if you still do not wake up, I am going to molest your mother." In response, Little Creek still remained completely silent. Little Black was not giving up either, stubbornly puckering his lips with that perverted look. Only after a long while did Little Creek suddenly open his eyes and wake with a start. He decisively unleashed a technique, suddenly launching one of the 10 great hidden weapons. The attack came far too unexpectedly, and Little Black had no time to dodge. He took the full force of the attack as Little Creek scolded him. "Shut up!" Instantly, Little Black collapsed, rolling on the ground with a changed expression. Panting breathlessly, he said, "Rotten brat, you hit too hard, I only wanted to wake you up." At this moment, Little Creek had awakened and immediately frowned as he questioned him. "Little Black, was I affected by the hellfire just now? Why do I not remember anything?" Hearing this, Little Black was so angry he scolded him. "Rotten brat, I was the one who saved your life just now. From now on, you will be immune to hellfire, yet you repay kindness with resentment." This made Little Creek shamelessly shout back. "You deserved it." Meanwhile, Little Black seized the chance and directly suggested, "Now that you have passed the soul training of the hellfire, your soul has also grown much stronger. How about we go inside and take a look?" But in response, Little Creek refused decisively. "No, I promised Granduncle that I would not go inside. I am a man of principle. Even if I am beaten to death, I will not break my word." Hearing this, Little Black still stubbornly said, "Listen to me, places of death like this often have treasures. Let us go inside and take one or two." Unable to resist the temptation, Zioxy shamelessly turned around and started walking away. "Come on, I'm telling you, I didn't go in there for any treasure. I just wanted to face the flames of hell more deeply, so my soul could become stronger." With no other choice, Ziohe could only sigh in agreement. Yeah, stop wasting words already. When the giant eagle and the three-headed monster died, we got 2 demon cores in total. Hurry up and split them. So this bull-headed guy is a beastman. Otherwise, we'd have dealt with him too. Hearing that, Zioxy fell into thought again, muttering to himself in hesitation. "I can't give you demon cores that don't match our attributes. I want to keep the one-eyed giant eagle and the heaven-piercing triple-pillar beast. They might be useful in the near future." Ziohe immediately ground his teeth in anger and scolded, "You stingy hoarder, what's with all the secrecy? Planning to swallow this lord's demon core too, aren't you?" At the same time, on the other side, the giant bull-headed creature suddenly woke up. It slowly struggled to its feet. Its face was filled with killing intent as it let out a heavy breath. Meanwhile, the deeper Zioxy went inside, the more he complained. "Are these really hellfire flames? It feels hotter and hotter. Even though my body temperature isn't rising, I still feel unbearably stuffy inside." Exactly, Ziohe immediately growled a warning, "Don't underestimate hellfire. You saw it earlier too. We're still far from the central area." After hearing that, Zioxy cautiously asked a moment later, "Hey, Ziohe, we've been walking for a really long time now. Is your treasure-finding ability actually reliable?" Without any hesitation, Ziohe firmly declared, "Don't doubt this lord's abilities. I can feel the treasure waiting for us somewhere." Hearing that, Zioxy had no choice but to frown with wide eyes. Seriously, suddenly he froze in shock, his eyes widening. He let out a startled "huh." At that moment, the scene before them gradually revealed a strange figure worn away by time. Holding fragments from that body's remains in his hand, Zioxy couldn't help asking suspiciously, "Who is this? Could he have come searching for the jade too, just like us?" The clothes turned to ashes the moment I touched them. Ziohe immediately became serious and speculated. Maybe he came searching for the jade, or maybe he came here to temper his will with hellfire like we did. Either way, he was burned to death by the flames in the end. After saying that, Ziohe directly urged, "Let's go, brat." But Zioxy hesitated and stopped him. "Wait, I want to bury him, a wandering soul dying in a foreign land. That's too pitiful. At least let him rest in peace." Hearing that, Ziohe was speechless. "You humans are such a hassle. Dead is dead. Burying him won't bring him back to life. Live for the present, understand?" Then Ziohe suddenly recalled something and asked, "I'm really curious. Your mother said that last time you saw the Bone Emperor carrying food, you screamed in terror, right? So why aren't you afraid of this skeleton now?" Hearing that, Zioxy darkened his expression and explained, "It's different. I've been afraid of ghosts since I was little. They're intangible. It's a psychological fear, like hanging ghosts, hungry ghosts, drowned ghosts, laughing ghosts, shadow ghosts, long-tongued ghosts. Just talking about them gives me goosebumps. But I'm not afraid of ordinary corpses. This is still considered something normal, not some imaginary terror like those intangible ghosts. That explanation was way too confusing. Ziohei looked increasingly baffled. According to you, isn't your mother basically a ghost too? She's one of those spirit beings, isn't she? Hearing that, Zioxy immediately became angry and waved his hand decisively. How is that the same? She's a goddess. Her soul is living perfectly well. That foul mouth of yours is really painful to hear sometimes. Then Ziohei loudly threatened, you keep tossing around someone else's bones like that. Be careful or they'll come looking for you tonight. Suddenly, Zioxy cried out in shock again. He carefully examined the strange bone in his hand for a long while. Zioxy's face slightly paled. He kept thinking to himself that even fossilized remains shouldn't look half white bone and half mud like this. It's really strange. But soon afterward, he piled up a mound of earth and made a proper resting place for the deceased. As he flicked open a lighter, Zioxy grinned mischievously. Brother, have a Chinese cigarette. My dad quit smoking a long time ago, so it's probably a little damp. Please make do with it. A while later, the scene shifted elsewhere. As Zioxy walked along, he kept asking, Ziohei, have you ever entered the Inferno before? Feels like we've already gone really deep and still haven't found any treasure. Maybe we should just give up. The deeper we go, the more uneasy I feel. My instincts are usually very accurate. Seeing that, Ziohei immediately replied, this lord has never gone inside before. I only passed nearby in the past but never entered. Then I got sealed inside the spirit treasury tower by that crazy woman from the demon rat clan. I didn't expect a brat like you to be scared. How are you supposed to work with this lord in the future? But the moment he finished speaking, Ziohei suddenly froze in shock. Is this from the demon race or the beastman race? Is it a stone statue or a living creature? At the same time, Zioxy also shouted from the other side, there's one here too. As soon as he said that, he immediately stared intently at the bizarre statue. The more Zioxy looked at it, the more uncertain he became. This expression looks so lifelike. I don't think it's a stone statue at all. After saying that, he immediately grabbed one of the statue's fingers and tested it. Here, let me squeeze it and see. But in the very next second, the statue suddenly shattered with a crack. Zioxy instantly went pale, trembling all over as he blamed himself. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be this fragile. Looks like it really was a stone statue. At the same time, the statue on the opposite side still stood there motionless with a charming smile. Without the slightest hesitation, Zioxy decisively tossed away the finger, turned around in a panic, and shouted, Ziohei, let's move forward. I can also feel a treasure ahead calling out to us. It replied excitedly after misunderstanding him. Let's go, kid, so you also have a special sense for treasures just like this sovereign does. As they walked away, the statue on the other side still wore a gloomy expression. The farther the two of them went, the more bizarre statues they encountered. Zioxy kept marveling nonstop. There's another one here. You can tell at a glance this thing is super valuable. This place is packed with this stuff. Suddenly, Zioxy abruptly froze in shock, clutching his companion as he exclaimed, Ziohei, look over there. There's a giant fake idol over there. It looks so weird, making it jump in fright too and grimace. Hey, what's wrong now? Why are you carrying me? A flood of painful, unforgettable memories suddenly surfaced in its mind. In this sovereign's experience, nothing good ever came from this posture. But that statue truly was far too bizarre. The more Zioxy and Ziohei looked at it, the more they were dazzled by its radiant aura. An old bald man gradually came into view with an indescribably creepy demeanor. Both it and Zioxy stared with bulging eyes, standing there speechless for a long while. Only after quite some time did Ziohei recover, grabbing Zioxy's hand with a darkened expression and weakly muttering, Kid, let's run. This place isn't clean. At that moment, Zioxy revealed a sinister smile and said, Seriously, this old man looks like a filthy pervert. Just looking at him makes me uncomfortable. Could he really be some kind of dirty thing? Before he could even finish speaking, Ziohei hurriedly dragged him away. All right, we've gone far enough. Even though my soul has undergone plenty of training, we're getting close to the center of the hellfire now, so we'd better stay cautious and not act recklessly. Yeah, that's right, let's stop here. The hellfire is getting denser and denser around here, so we need to be extra careful. But in the very next second, Ziohei froze once again with a stiff expression. What the hell? There's one here too. The lecherous goat demon appeared with a dignified air and spoke in a coy voice. Please wait, you two. Do not get worked up. Though I may be a little lecherous, I mean no harm. Hearing this, he immediately glared and held out a large cup filled with a strange yellow liquid. Could they really have run into a ghost? This was an old lecherous ghost. Little Black, do not be afraid. My grandmother once said unclean things are very afraid of this. Little Black could not help wondering, staring wide-eyed. What is this? Spirit bait chicken wine. Hearing this, little Brooke instantly blushed and added, "Virgin boy urine, fresh out of the furnace. I have been training too hard lately, so the color is just a little strong." Seeing this, the lecherous goat demon once again spoke gently to reassure them. "Do not be afraid, boys. I really mean no harm. I am not some ghost or demon. I did not kill myself either. I am just a pitiful old man who fell onto the ground. Could you kind young men help me up? I would be ever so grateful." But in response, little Brooke decisively flung the cup of urine at him. "Go die, you filthy lecherous ghost." Little Black, standing to the side, reeled back and stared wide-eyed. Without the slightest hesitation, the boy put an arm around it and prepared to leave. Little Black, "This hellfire realm is no good place. There is even an old lecherous ghost here named Duhan. Let us hurry and find Jade, then leave and go home to bathe with pomelo leaves to wash off the bad luck." Indeed, Little Black strongly agreed. That makes sense." Seeing this scene, the lecherous goat demon finally could not hold back and spoke up. "Moonbrook, evil lord, you cannot keep moving forward." Hearing this, the two of them instantly froze and stared wide-eyed. The lecherous goat demon pressed his advantage and directly provoked them. Strange, is it not? Unexpected, is it not? Shocking, is it not? But in response, Little Black and Little Brooke unexpectedly revealed eerie smiles and said in unison, "Really?" showing goodwill to make friends. Seeing this, the lecherous goat demon immediately sank to the ground in confusion. He asked fearfully, "What are you doing? Have you finally decided to lay hands on a little turtle like me? Please be gentle." But in response, the two of them bluntly said without hesitation, "How do you know our names?" Looking at the scene before him, Little Brooke's face turned serious as he silently judged the situation. This lecherous black turtle has been strange in many ways since the moment he appeared. First, Little Black and I only got here after enduring the trial of hellfire. Judging from his flippant manner, he is probably no ordinary person. Second, there were those stone statues from earlier. Though they were fossils, I keep feeling it is not that simple. Moreover, that statue from earlier could even break them. 80 to 90% of those statues were transformed from living beings. Finally, how does he know my name and Little Black S? I have never met him, much less passed through the hellfire realm before. This is what I care about most." But contrary to his concern, the lecherous goat demon now said in puzzlement, "Should you not be shocked and amazed first, then start making all kinds of guesses about me? For example, this handsome turtle gentleman is so impressive, so incredibly handsome. I cannot control myself. How could there be such a handsome old turtle living in a desolate place like this? And strangest of all, he knows my name. How very strange. I must spend my whole life taking care of him." Those words were far too horrifying. The two of them increasingly could not hold back and directly threatened him, making the old lecherous ghost cry out angrily, "Are you people ghosts? Can we not talk this through slowly? Why did you splash pee on me and now you even want to roast me? This old turtle has been burned enough in this life. I am sorry, I was wrong. I can explain it to you." The moment he was released, the old fellow immediately explained with a mixture of delight and grievance, "I have not introduced myself yet. You may call me Grandpa Spring. I wonder whether you have heard of witchcraft. My clan is one branch of that art. Our greatest specialty is divination. This old turtle is a leading figure in Eastern divination circles, but there are also some things beyond us. We cannot divine matters concerning ourselves or matters related to our sand turtle clan." Hearing this, Little Brooke immediately snickered with delight and whispered, "Little Black, is he an elemental spirit or a demon beast? Does it not hurt his backside to sit on a rock like that?" Seeing this, Little Black immediately whispered back with a bit of pity, "If we sat like that, it would definitely hurt a lot. His backside must be big. Also, you are wrong. This guy is probably of an alien race because alien races have divination abilities and their divinations are quite good." At the same time over here, the lecherous goat demon tilted his face again and spoke. "But there are occasional exceptions. Before an old turtle like me prepares to pass away in meditation, we gain a mysterious divination ability and can foresee the future of our clan. 3 years ago, before each ancestor of our clan passed away in meditation, they foresaw the future. Our sand turtle clan would face a calamity." Old Tazalat recalled with emotion and haltingly recounted. Before the ancestor passed away, he was not even clear-headed, but one day he suddenly woke up and gathered the entire clan together. In that painful memory, the old ancestor slowly supported himself with a cane. With the last of his fading strength, he trembled and called softly, "Great Spring, gather the whole clan for me at once. Something terrible is happening." Without hesitation, the old man instantly announced loudly, "The entire clan shall obey my command. Through mystic insight, I have glimpsed the secrets of heaven. The Sand Turtle clan will face a great disaster of extermination in the future. If you want a chance to survive, the entire clan must immediately disband. Everyone scatter and flee at once. My name is clan leader. I order you all, never return. now at this very moment immediately. This sent the people below into a noisy panic. Let's go, this is it. Our clan has peered into the secrets of heaven and disaster has finally come. The ancestor has reached mystic insight. I hope we still have a chance to meet again someday. They scattered in chaos, constantly stirring and rushing about. Let's go this way. From now on, I won't practice divination anymore. Let's go. Listen to the ancestor. Take your wife and children and hurry into seclusion. This is retribution. We have revealed too many heavenly secrets. Just then, the ancestor suddenly called out, Chundai, wait, startling Chundai, who had been about to leave and making him freeze in his tracks. He looked over in confusion and asked, What is it, ancestor? At that, the ancestor's face grew solemn as he answered thoughtfully, Chundai, are you willing to give everything for the people of our clan? By everything, I mean your dignity, your freedom, and your life. Through mystic insight, this old man has seen that our clan still has one chance to survive. You are the hope of our entire village. Or rather, 30,000 years from now, you will meet a special person. Hearing this, Chundai froze for a moment and asked himself in shock, Ancestor, that means the hope of the whole village. He immediately fell into a fierce inner struggle, his face darkening as he clenched his teeth. In the next instant, Chundai raised his voice and declared with firm resolve, Ancestor, I agree. If my sacrifice can win hope for the entire clan, then I am willing to give everything. Hearing this, the ancestor felt somewhat relieved and sighed with emotion. Very good. As expected of my direct descendant, you have the same courage and spirit I had in my youth. That's right, you are the hope of our whole village. With the matter settled, the ancestor instantly lowered his voice and spoke with deep sorrow. This ancestor of yours is about to undergo tribulation. Revealing heavenly secrets brings punishment by heavenly lightning. The power of divination created our clan, and it has also destroyed our clan. I cannot tell you the specifics right now, or it will cause a series of unpredictable changes. Just wait, in a little while the moment will come. Then, a barrage of lightning bolts came crashing down. They gathered together and struck the ancestor's head all at once. Helplessly, he cried out in his heart. It's here. Chundai, standing to the side, could only call out helplessly, Ancestor. In the blink of an eye, the lightning swallowed the ancestor's body. He shouted with unwavering resolve, the lightning punishment has arrived. Now is the moment. Chundai, listen carefully. Even if you die, you must remember this. In a moment, a group of people will come to capture our clan, but you will be the only one left here. Do not ask anything, just go with them. You will endure 30,000 years of torment and suffering. On this very day, 30,000 years from now, you will meet a young man whose future you cannot predict. Help him. Place the thing I left behind in the ancestral hall into his sea of knowledge. Let him decide the future and help us escape this strange insect myth. Our clan will flourish, our clan will flourish, our clan will flourish. As his final words fell, the ancestor completely turned to dust, yet he still did not forget to laugh with satisfaction. I saw it again. Hearing this, Chundai knelt with the utmost reverence and declared firmly, Ancestor, I will remember, please rest assured. Just like that, 2 hours quickly passed. A crowd of black-robed people surged over, speaking with irritation. Misei, this is all because you kept playing around on the way. Now we're one step too late. Damn it, these mutants are pretty capable. That old turtle must have reached mystic insight one step early and predicted our arrival, so they ran away ahead of time. There's still one over there, plus the few turtles we ran into on the road. That should barely be enough, right? One of them could not hold back and began walking forward step by step. As he walked, he said with disdain, What a shame. I recently obtained a treasure and urgently need a large number of test subjects, but there aren't any extra strange insects here. What a terrible pity. Soon after, Chundai fell into the sights of that group. Misei came forward cheerfully and spoke to him affectionately. I never expected there to be someone this handsome among the Serpent Turtle clan, even with a shell on his back. This made Chundai visibly uncomfortable. And he answered firmly, Enchantress, don't think you can disturb my mind. Even if you obtain my body, you will never obtain my soul. I have absolutely no interest in you. Instead, the more Misei heard, the more excited she became. She suddenly licked Chundai's face, making him turn pale with disgust. This is so frustrating. If it weren't for the higher-ups ordering us to capture you alive, I would truly love to savor your taste. The flavor of a stubborn man must be wonderful. After saying that, she turned away with some regret and gave a decisive order. Cuff him and take him away. This should barely make up the numbers. As for the serpent turtle mutants who ran off, we'll catch them slowly. We still have work to do elsewhere. In response to this restraint, Chundai immediately flung out his hand and said firmly, If I wanted to escape, I wouldn't have stayed here waiting for you. There's no need to use those filthy cuffs. This look is way too crude. Just like that, a long stretch of time quickly passed. Chundai now sighed helplessly. And that is what happened. After that, they imprisoned us here for 30,000 years. Even the lifespan of the demon race could not withstand it. The clansmen imprisoned with me died long ago, leaving only me, the one who possessed the ancestors' secret treasure, with half a life left. Returning to the present, Chundai was now old and hesitant. For Chundai, I was elegant, outstanding, and handsome my whole life. Though I am still handsome now, I have declined quite a bit. But contrary to his expectations, Little Black and Little Creek were both teary-eyed, leaving Chundai speechless as he wondered, "Are you two even listening to me?" On this side, Little Creek showed a gloomy face and said, "Little Black, listen to me. I don't trust this weirdo." "What does he mean, Lord Chundai?" "In a moment, he'll definitely say I'm the person he's been waiting for and ask me to help him. I suspect he's the type who fakes an accident to extort people." Hearing this, it also agreed disdainfully. "I am older than his ancestor by more than an entire lifetime. What is he acting so high and mighty for? I am the grandfather of his grandfather." After saying that, Little Creek decisively pushed Little Black's back and left. Let's go, we've run into the extortion type. Ignore him, stay far away, and absolutely don't help him up. Let me tell you, Little Black, when I was young, I liked doing good deeds like helping old people up. Now I don't dare anymore, I'm scared." He briefly showed a thoughtful expression and recounted. "Someone once told me this proves you've grown from a child into an adult. Perhaps this is the cold yet realistic world of adults. That's right, I never thought the day would come when I too would become." But before Zio's could finish speaking, Zio Hai immediately raised his voice in protest. "As if you need to teach me that. This sovereign has long been an evil lord, the king of endless shadows through infinite ages. I've never known what kindness is. Let's go, the treasure is calling us." But the very next second, Xuan Dai could no longer hold back and sorrowfully stopped them. "Honorable heroes, please wait. Please hear a few words from me. This old man truly means no harm." Seeing that, Zio's teared up slightly and replied without hesitation, "Go ahead and speak." Xuan Dai immediately hugged the boy's leg tightly and burst into tears. "Young man, you are the youth my ancestor spoke of, the one whose future cannot be predicted." Zio Hai, standing nearby, was so startled that his face turned pale as he stammered, "Damn, the old geezer was right about you, brat. He really says you're that person." In response, Zio's only frowned and sneered coldly. "Hey old man, you still haven't explained how you know my name and Zio H's name. Don't think we'll trust you just because of that." At this point, Xuan Dai had no other choice but to sigh. "Brat, your guard is really high." "Very good." Old Turtle talked for half the day and still couldn't sway anyone. Witnessing the scene before them, Zio Hai and Zio's were instantly frightened and jolted in shock. "Damn it, what kind of martial art is this? Since he couldn't trick us, he's directly kidnapping us instead." Zio Hai quickly climbed onto Zio's shoulder as they cautiously questioned the situation. "When did that immortal formation on the ground disperse, you rotten old man? We were clearly on guard against you, so how did this happen?" In contrast to the panic of the two of them, Xuan Dai remained completely calm on the other side, staring at them intently. Zio and Zio Hai lay sprawled across the lush green grass. Zio jolted awake and asked in confusion, "Huh, did we escape from hell already?" The black wolf sat up, rubbing his still spinning head as he spoke worriedly. "Oh no, we've really been played this time. We were clearly guarding against that old man, yet we still ended up like this." Zio's panicked and shouted, "Oh crap." He jumped up and pulled open his pants to inspect himself. He sighed in relief. "The front's fine and my butt doesn't hurt too much either. At least nothing important got injured." Zio Hai cried out loudly. "Hey, why are you worried about such weird places? You should be worried about where that old turtle's money went." Zio's plopped down cross-legged and stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Come to think of it, can we really trust what that old turtle said in the Sea of Consciousness?" He reasoned that although the old man tricked them once, if he truly wanted to harm them, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. The black wolf raised one of his sharp claws. He turned his head and rattled off, "No need to worry. That old man was definitely telling the truth, because earlier he dragged us into his consciousness. What we saw was a fragment of his soul. Nothing is more genuine than that. But this sovereign dislikes the feeling of acting first and explaining later. He even used a formation to bind us before dragging us into his Sea of Consciousness." While inside Old Turtle Xuan Dai's Sea of Consciousness, Zio raised both hands defensively and shouted, "We've fallen into that old man's trap." "Where is this place?" Zio Hai also prepared for battle and speculated, "This seems to be that old turtle's divine consciousness sea. That strange formation dragged our souls in here. If your spiritual consciousness isn't strong enough, you'll be helpless." Xuan Dai suddenly appeared behind the fantastical white clouds. He nodded thoughtfully and said, "How fascinating. That boy's body carries a soul far older than his youthful age. Naturally, he's no ordinary person." Zio's blinked in confusion and blurted out, "Huh?" The black wolf asked dumbly, "Is the old turtle talking?" Xuan Dai spoke in a deep voice. "You too, this old turtle means no harm, so please don't be impatient. Allow me to explain." Zio widened his eyes and pointed ahead. "Zio Hai, look over there, that's huge, terrifyingly huge." The black wolf glanced over and curiously asked, "Where? What's huge?" The old man slowly appeared with a gigantic turtle shell. Xuan Dai explained calmly, "Huge my foot." This is this old man's beast form. A serpent-turtle hybrid, shortened to serpent turtle. Inside the sea of consciousness, we all look like this. I had no choice but to bring you two into my sea of consciousness. If you still don't believe me, I can open my soul and let you freely explore my memories. After you've seen them, it doesn't matter whether you believe me or not. I will still hand over the great gift entrusted to me by my ancestor. Ziohai placed his hands on his hips and asked suspiciously, "Open your soul for us to inspect." "Old turtle, are you really that generous? Putting your soul in our hands means we could kill you whenever we want. Are you sure about this? Besides, through soul memories, we can see all your secrets and private matter." He closed his eyes and replied helplessly, "Great evil lord, king of the shadow elementals, I heard of your illustrious name when I was still young. This old turtle has no choice but to do this. Things have already come this far, so I must show some sincerity. Besides, I have nothing glorious worth hiding. There's no harm in letting you two see my memories." Xuan Dai lowered his head respectfully. "Please feel free to examine my memories, honored ones, just be gentle. This is old Fu's first time here." He stuffed both hands into his pockets suspiciously. "The closer we get, the heavier the pressure becomes. Even so, I don't like you calculating against me. But you let us inspect your soul, I'll trust you this once then." Hak Lang lowered his voice. "Believe it or not, the grand ceremony definitely won't be small." The two of them, one big and one small, gently touched his head, forming two small glowing circles. Zai frowned as she analyzed. "Zio-hai, let's start from 30,000 years ago. We only need the information we need. With this many memories, who knows how long it'll take to watch everything." Hak Lang sneered in amazement. "Why are you such a good boy? Watching more won't hurt. Not watching would be such a waste. I originally planned to gossip about this clan's secrets too. This is a divination clan." A circular hole slowly opened up. He asked curiously, 30,000 years ago. "It should be here, right?" Zio-hai nodded and said, "Yeah, probably here. Even if not, it shouldn't be far off." A beautiful woman appeared in revealing clothes that clearly showed off her seductive figure. Her voice was irresistibly enchanting. "Dixuan, am I beautiful? You have to work harder, okay? Otherwise my little fists are going to pound your chest." Blood nearly burst from his nose and mouth at the same time. He clicked his tongue and pretended to be innocent. "I didn't see anything at all. I'm just a pure and innocent 10-year-old blank slate." Even Zio-hai couldn't hold back at the sight of the great beauty as nosebleeds poured out. He praised her loudly. "Oh my, oh my." Xuan-da blushed and jumped in shock as he shouted, "Don't misunderstand, this old turtle was just working." Zai put on a mischievous grin. That's right, this old turtle." Hak Lang truly matched his master as he mocked him further. "So naughty." He recalled the scene of himself painting the woman's portrait and quickly defended himself. "Back then, I was only helping the beauty paint a picture. Painting is just my hobby in my spare time. Don't misunderstand, I'm a pure artist." The boy waved his hand mockingly. Right, I'm a pure artist too, I understand you perfectly." Zio-hai burst into loud laughter. "Trying to trick me into learning painting again, huh? In this brat's dream realm, I've already seen what you painters do. Truly the style of my era." Embarrassment turned into anger for Xuan-da as he quickly changed the topic. "Skip this part already. I remember what I mentioned will happen in a few days. Please don't focus on the details." The two touched his head once again. The boy nodded in agreement. All right, let's get to the important business quickly. Let's skip ahead a few days." Who would have thought the next scene would leave both of them stunned as they shouted in unison, "Good heavens!" Xuan-da was hugging a man from behind, and the man's clothes looked rather flamboyant. The man blushed as he praised him. "You're amazing, I feel like I'm about to fly into the sky." He frantically searched for an excuse. "Don't misunderstand, I was doing my job. At the time, I was helping this uncle take care of his health. Massage is my hobby in my spare time." Zio-hai covered her mouth and whispered to Hak Lang, Don't learn it. The world of artists is all muddy like this." He sighed helplessly and urged them on. "Do you really need to stand that far away? I already said it isn't what you're thinking. Hurry over here and do the real work, you two uncles." The boy still kept whispering into Zio-hai's ear. "Listen, Zio-hai, not every artist is like that, at least I'm not." After several smooth attempts, the two finally finished reviewing what Xuan-da had told them about the memories from 30,000 years ago. Unexpectedly, the old turtle had spoken the truth the entire time. "If it were me, I wouldn't know what choice to make either. This imperial prison actually hides such an enormous secret. Old turtle, you were here 30,000 years ago." Zai took out a cloth to wipe away the blood flowing from his nose as he sighed emotionally. "I can't believe the old turtle really told the truth. If it were me, I wouldn't know what choice to make either." Hak Lang also put on a serious act as he questioned him. "So the imperial prison actually hides such a massive secret. Old turtle, you've been here for 30,000 years. Do you know anything? Tell us." Xuan-da lowered his head and explained. "If the ancestor hadn't transferred the clan's secret treasure into my body before dying, I'm afraid my flesh in this inferno would have already turned into the statues you two saw. Even the soul would be locked in place, unable to leave, suffering the burning flames of hell for eternity. Zai frowned and cried out. So those statues really were transformed from living beings. If that's true, then every sharp spike on the cliffs of the imperial prison represents an imprisoned soul. He continued explaining, think about it. The stronger or larger the creature, the larger the mountain becomes. What kind of being is imprisoned inside that mountain in the deepest part of hell? The one whose peak cannot even be seen. But that creature also said the imperial prison is no longer the same as before. Even it cannot enter the depths. Could it know something? The waters of hell run very deep. Right now I cannot afford to get involved. Shuunda went straight to the main point. I beg for your help, benefactors. The hope of our snake turtle clan is not me, but the two of you. Please don't feel pressured either. The ancestor never said you must sacrifice anything. He only asked me to deliver this treasure to the two of you. In the future, it may help resolve your great calamity. The ancestor and I only ask that one day, when you two dominate the continent, you might lend a hand and save our wandering clan. You don't need to shoulder the burden of our clan, nor do you need to pay any price. That alone is enough. Zai muttered quietly. I've heard of the profound heaven old turtle before. He's incredibly mysterious. If it's a life-saving treasure left behind by him, then it must be extraordinary beyond measure in value. This deal isn't a loss at all. The boy had already made plans in his head as he spoke. I understand now. You're trying to force this jade into my hands, aren't you? Your ancestor really had good judgment. You even saw through 30,000 years and realized I'm a talented genius. If you want to bribe me, hand it over here. I spread out his palm in agreement. All right, in that case, we agree to your request. Just wait until the day we can stir up storms across this primordial continent. We'll do our best to help your clan begin a new life. Harlan eagerly suggested bringing out the life-saving treasure left behind by Patriarch Yuan. He was dying to see it. The old man quickly spat out a treasure into the air. Chundai solemnly said, Benefactor Yue Zioxi, this is the message my patriarch left for you. You must remember this well. The yang box engraved with Yue Zioxi's name. The old man suddenly panicked and blurted out rapidly. Oh no, benefactor, don't open the treasure box. Remember this carefully, do not open it on your own. Put it into your sea of consciousness. When the right time, place, and people align, it will open by itself. Before he even finished speaking, Zioxi had already opened it. The box sprang open. Inside was a note that read, Greetings, my friend, I am Chundai's patriarch. I already guessed you would open it immediately, so I used this note to speak across the ages. Please stop opening things so recklessly. Zioxi turned around and coughed awkwardly in apology. Sorry about that. Guess this personality trait is hereditary. Afterward, the old man sped up his speech and Zio-Hai copied his act as well. My friend is the same way. He's been obsessed with treasures his whole life, so there's no fixing him now. By the way, I heard your patriarch also left me a gift. Chundai let out a sigh of relief and continued grumbling. Luckily, the patriarch predicted everything perfectly. Soon, the treasure box will merge into your sea of consciousness. The patriarch said the treasure can also conceal spiritual awareness. From now on, no one will be able to see the secrets hidden in your soul. Besides, there's also a gift for the evil sovereign. I know your names because they were written on the report. Another blue box was brought out, engraved with the words Evil Sovereign. Arlen shot upward while spewing flames and shouted, So you're the treasure that's been calling out to me from outside the inferno. Then he flipped himself over and opened the box, leaving Zioxi standing behind him in amazement. So you really can sense treasures. Wait a second, why can't I read these words normally? They sound like they need background music and animation effects to feel right. Inside the box were 2 stones. Purple stones accompanied by a message. To the damned thief known as the Evil Sovereign. Remember to return our clan's heavenly mystic mirror someday. Zio-Hai grabbed the 2 spirit stones and bit them to check if they were genuine. He frowned and complained, could this old turtle really be that bastard from Mount Sway? Still holding a grudge after all these years, and he still acts so righteous even when he's wrong. But seeing as he left behind this soul stone, I'll forgive him. Speaking of the heavenly mystic mirror in the treasure vault, it should still be there, right? I can use it to cast a heavenly net over everything. Everything was finally settled. The old man burst up to the surface of the water and laughed. Wonderful. After 30,000 years, my mission is finally complete. You two, I'll send your bodies out of the inferno. Don't come back in here again. This isn't a blessed place, but seeing how stubbornly you insist on entering. Seems you want to train yourselves, huh? Your goal has already been achieved. Nguyen Quang would not be happy about this. The boy waved goodbye. Old turtle, don't worry and go peacefully. Arlen waved as well. Rest in peace, you stinky old turtle. Hearing those words, the old man flailed his arms and legs before clearing his throat. I'm not dead, all right. I inherited a secret treasure from the patriarch. Even if I wanted to die, I couldn't. My primordial spirit has simply been away from my body for too long, so I need to return now. Zixi smiled awkwardly. Sorry about that. Once we become stronger, we'll come back and save you. Afterward, he turned to Zio-Hai and asked, We've only been here for 1 day. Did Ziogu say we had to endure for 3 days? Harlan snorted coldly before speaking. What the Bone Emperor meant by enduring was if you didn't enter the central region. The infernal flames on the outer edge can't affect you at all. Don't forget who helped you overcome the infernal fire. His objective was perfectly accomplished. He looked at Chundai's departing figure and realized, this treasure box is incredible. After placing it inside my sea of consciousness, Zio Hai and I can easily change our appearances. Alright then, goodbye, old turtle. Hopefully next time we meet we'll be able to free you. Zio Hai stood beside him proudly and declared, this sovereign's true nature is divine. Changing outward appearances is child's play for me. But honestly, restoring this sovereign's original body sounds easier than rescuing that turtle. The old man suddenly remembered something and added, oh right kid, I slipped a few coins into your pocket earlier. Keep them with you from now on. They might prove useful someday. That young man's backside is really shapely and even bouncy too. This old turtle really likes you. After leaving, Zioxy glanced around and checked beneath his pants. He hesitated and said, the old turtle left me 4 coins. Could they really work like he claimed? Right at that moment, Zioan came flying over while crying anxiously. Son, thank goodness you're here. Zio Gua was captured by bad people. His face instantly turned pale as he cried out in shock. What? Scene change, somewhere else Mingji raised a hand to her lips and laughed sinisterly. I'm truly fortunate. I originally planned to cultivate beauty in the land of extreme yin, but I never expected to encounter a sentient frost spirit. My dear spirit, once the ritual is complete, you'll belong exclusively to me. She widened her eyes in admiration. Why are you so beautiful? How are you more handsome than all those ugly skeletons I found everywhere? Well, good enough. He's already ruined now, so I won't feel annoyed anymore. The moment I first saw you, I couldn't control myself. Besides, before dying, your power had already surpassed the Azure Spirit realm. If you hadn't been gravely injured recently and your power weakened, even the sacred artifact of our Yin Corpse sect would never have been able to capture you. Is this fate? Mingjai spread her palms and touched the corners of the Bone Emperor's eyes as she murmured, Yin Corpse sect. I think I heard that name back when I was in the Holy Clan, a sect that formed contracts with corpses. It originated in the East and hunted powerful beings, but because there were too many tomb raiders, they made enemies everywhere. No wonder you possess a special staff designed specifically to deal with me. It cast a spell that left me unable to resist. Little girl, please let me go. I still have unfinished business. I cannot become your life-bound corpse spirit in this lifetime. She pulled her hand back and hugged her chest while scheming. I can let you go. After the life-bound corpse ritual is complete, I'll release you. Or maybe I could become your bride someday, just the two of us with no one to disturb our life together. The way she addressed him sounded strangely intimate. You must be an incredibly ancient sentient corpse. Wonderful, you want me to free you, right? Mingjai's cheeks flushed red as she whispered softly, once I grow up, I can cultivate together with you. The Yin Corpse sect has traditions like that too. The Bone Emperor was bound tightly, his body covered in talismans, and he found himself speechless before this woman. Meanwhile, on Ziozai's side, he entered a gloomy room and questioned, Little Hai, can you smell my bones? Are you sure they're here? Then he added, and doesn't this place feel filled with sinister wind, like there are ghosts around? Hao Lang stood before the Yin Corpse sect ruins and declared confidently, it's definitely here. This lord's nose is extremely sensitive, and this is probably one of the Yin Corpse sect's abandoned strongholds. There may still be remnants left behind. They're the ones who captured the Bone Emperor. I picked up Little Hai protectively. Then he added another remark, fine then, looks like I can only overcome my psychological fear. You go first, move. Zio Yun stood nearby crying and blaming herself. It's all Mother's fault. If the Bone Emperor hadn't brought me to the land of extreme yin to nourish my soul, he wouldn't have been captured. Through tears, she recounted the battle. We were originally restoring our souls near the land of extreme yin, but suddenly a group of monsters appeared before us. Little Bone fought for a very long time, and at first there was nothing to worry about. But then suddenly a girl appeared. After she approached Little Bone with some strange object in her hand, Little Bone froze completely. Zio Yun wiped away her tears with both hands and pleaded sorrowfully. In the end, Little Bone ignored his own safety and teleported me away. Zai, Lord Tazun, you too must save Little Bone. Little Hai recalled the Bone Emperor's past injuries and analyzed the situation. The Bone Emperor must have suffered severe injuries before. If he hadn't been protecting Zai's whole family, he wouldn't have forced himself to endure. He should have found a way to heal and cultivate earlier. With his strength weakened and then encountering the Yin Corpse sect, that's truly misfortune upon misfortune. I'm afraid the possibility of him being refined into a life-bound corpse spirit again is extremely high. That's why many powerful beings would rather die and return to the void, turning into dust rather than leaving behind a corpse. Otherwise, who knows what horrifying thing their bodies would become. Zai rubbed his mother's head to comfort her. Don't worry, mother, we'll save Little Bone. I don't think this life-bound corpse refinement method is simple. The person who captured Little Bone hasn't succeeded yet, we still have time. Let's go. Hao Lang crossed his arms and muttered to himself. Xiang agreed, that's right. Corpse refinement like this requires preparation time. Let's hurry. Zhao Yun had already flown ahead anxiously asking, Zhao Zai, are you afraid? He ran after her while replying, now isn't the time to be afraid. Only then did little Hai realize he had been left behind, and he shouted loudly, wait for me. Back on Ming Jai's side, the Bone Emperor frowned and refused. Little girl, stop fooling around. I know you don't mean any harm, but I absolutely will not become your life-bound corpse spirit. She paid him no attention and hugged a pile of materials while hopping around. What ingredients do I need again? He angrily shouted, stop messing around, didn't you hear what I said? Suddenly, Ming Jai's eyes widened and she let out a painful cry. The items in her hands suddenly fell to the ground with several clattering sounds. Ming Jai's face turned deathly pale as she clutched her neck tightly, repeating the same two words over and over. I'm sorry, she bit her lips tightly, her pupils rolling back until only the whites remained. Ming Jai screamed, I was wrong, I was wrong. Then she looked down at the countless scars covering her arms. She picked up the dagger again, seemingly intending to carve even more cuts into herself. Seeing the danger, the Bone Emperor shouted to stop her. Stop! Ming Jai seemed unable to hear him. She opened her eyes wide as if controlled by someone else and muttered absent-mindedly, no more saving people next time. Punishment. Watching her actions filled him with worry. The Bone Emperor blamed himself. Could it be because I raised my voice that she's hurting herself? What kind of suffering has this child gone through? She's clearly only around the same age as my daughter back then, yet her mind has become this twisted. What should I do? I have absolutely no ability to handle this kind of problem. How am I supposed to comfort this little girl? Back then, I only knew how to wage war across the lands. I never properly took care of my daughter. If Uncle Gong were here, that would be wonderful. If it were you, you'd definitely know what to do. Although Uncle Gong wasn't strong, he possessed a heart full of compassion. He continued worrying endlessly. This is too difficult. What do I do if she were an evil person? Then dying together would be fine. At worst, I could destroy myself. But I can sense that she's just a pitiful little girl. I'd rather fight a battle than deal with a situation like this. My mind's gone completely blank. What do I do? Suddenly, a voice called out, Tang Zun, it's me. Uncle Master, can you hear me? Zio Zai, Zio Hai, and Zio Yun poked their heads out from behind the wall. She waved and called out, Little Ancestor, we're here to save you. Seeing familiar faces, Bone Emperor immediately acted spoiled. Uncle Master, he jolted and widened his eyes as she gave him a thumbs up and scolded, quit acting all pathetic like that. Don't panic, I see it now. We can communicate through consciousness, no need to move around recklessly. Watch me teach you how. He quickly cleared his throat and said sweetly, woof woof. Uncle Master, don't hurt that girl. I can tell she doesn't mean any harm. He glanced back at Ming Jai, who was still collapsed on the ground. She kept muttering to herself, I won't dare anymore, I'll listen, I'll obey. Or maybe I should kill you and then kill myself so we can die together. Don't. Everyone's dead already anyway. Then we should die too, Zio Zai anxiously called out, hello, hello. Little Ancestor, can your divine sense hear us clearly? She's starting to lose control again. This situation is too dangerous. He quickly replied, sorry for disturbing you, Uncle Master. Let's begin. Using Bone Emperor's body, he spoke in his own voice. Hey, Zamate, little girl, you're not only hurting yourself, you're hurting me too. My heart aches, even more than yours. 1,000 times more, 10,000 times more. Zio Zai teased him while forcing him to say all those cheesy romantic lines. Maybe no one ever cared about you before. Maybe people only ever hurt you. And that's why you've become like this. But now you have me. I'll protect you and take care of you. Hearing that, Ming Jai shyly covered her face and wondered, what the hell am I dreaming? Bone Emperor was drenched in sweat as he could only repeat after him. I was wrong. I shouldn't have yelled at you. I should have stayed by your side and loved you. And another thing, you silly girl. Listen carefully, I'm not your exclusive treasure, Zio Zai shouted. You're the one who's my exclusive treasure, you little fool. Bone Emperor's face instantly turned pale. Those words completely shook her heart. Out of nowhere, it was as if a love arrow pierced straight through Ming Jai. Countless arrows of love rained down upon her. Ming Jai tilted her head back and murmured, no one's ever said anything like this to me before. No one's ever cared about me this way. Is it true you hurt 1,000 times more than I do? 10,000 times more, really? You'll protect me? Am I really your exclusive treasure? Behind them, Zio Zai smugly stroked his hair and whispered, good thing I survived the dark romance era of the 80s, so I know how to deal with this condition. But this method wouldn't work if it were anyone else. Right now, she's completely infatuated with Little Ancestor. Even his nonsense means 10,000 times more to her than anyone else's words. With one hand on his waist and the other pointing to the sky, Zio Zai excitedly instructed, Little Ancestor, nicely done. Now it's time for the finishing blow. Uncle Master will now teach you my ultimate technique, the art of retreating to advance in love. Bone Emperor obediently followed along. Little girl, keep me tied up like this. Never let me go, I won't blame you. I truly won't blame you. After all, you're not me, so you can't understand how I feel right now. Just like I can't understand your pain. I only want you to be happy. Even if the whole world turns against you, I'll still stand in front of you. If someone in this world has to die for you, then let it be me, my treasure. Right now, all I want is to hold you tightly so you won't hurt anymore. Mingjai's face turned red as a tomato. She let out a soft cry. Immediately afterward, Mingjai picked up her arrow and poured some energy into it. Her heart started pounding violently. Holding the weapon against her chest, she nervously said, I've already removed your barrier. I don't want you to hug me, and I don't believe all those sweet words you said. At once, the ropes and talismans vanished. Bone Emperor was finally free again. He dashed straight toward her. Pulling Mingjai into his arms, he softly whispered, Sorry, little girl, I can't become your life-bound spirit corpse. Sleep well. He closed his eyes and patted her head, then excitedly announced, Success. Zai placed his hands on his waist and burst into confident laughter. I can't believe it actually worked. So lucky, unbelievably lucky. This old man's embarrassed heart is about to explode. Lying beside him, Zio Yun eagerly wanted to learn too. What was that just now? Mommy wants to learn it too. Mommy wants to learn. Zio Hai could only stare at the mother and son duo with his mouth hanging open. Carrying her in his arms, he quietly stared at her face and softly asked, Where should I put this little girl now? Zai and Zio Hai sat by the campfire, grinning mischievously. Zio Yun sat among several adorable animals, staring wide-eyed at the two of them. Looking utterly confused, Bone Emperor sat there silently, sweat pouring down his body. He remained frozen in place as his breathing grew increasingly hurried. It turned out Bone Emperor was cultivating while showing off his sculpted six-pack body. Meanwhile, Mingjai clung tightly to his arm and refused to let go, seeing this scene overflowing with romance. Those two kept laughing and teasing him. Grimacing, he looked toward Zai, who was happily eating fish, and silently begged for help. Uncle Master, save me. Zai frowned and snorted arrogantly. You want me to step in again? What a headache. But since you're my disciple, your uncle will help you out. Zai tossed the fish behind him, slicked back his hair in a cool pose, and spoke up. Miss, may I ask your name? Mingjai coldly answered him with a single word. Scram. Zai froze in shock. He hugged his mother and tearfully begged for comfort. Mom, she's so scary. She pinched his cheeks and comforted him. It's okay, Mommy loves you. His face darkened as he muttered to himself, I forgot. I'm not the chosen one, so whatever I say is useless. Only his words matter, but I'm still curious. How did a teenage girl end up this twisted? Little Brooke thought of the scene, her holding a teddy bear in one hand and in the other a razor-sharp knife with blood smeared all over the ground below. Then she made her judgment. People with this kind of obsessive lovesick disorder often have intense emotions and fixations on certain phenomena that ordinary people cannot perceive. They can understand and judge things, but they may also take extreme actions that express possessive love, self-harm, and harm toward others. With no other choice, he turned and suggested, Speak through divine sense. I spoke, and the one serving as the Bone Emperor nodded in agreement. Sorry to trouble you, granduncle. He repeated little Brooke's words. Miss, could you introduce yourself? Right now, we know nothing about you. Mingjai's eyes lit up as she understood his meaning and asked, Do you want to know me more deeply? I'll tell you, darling. She quickly introduced her background. My name is Mingjai. I grew up in the Dark Sea cult, but I never liked that hellish place at all. The father who loved me most was also killed early on by the people from the temple. Mingji recalled her grandfather's teachings. Get up and keep reciting the cultivation art I taught you. Who says you're a girl, I will make you strong. Strong enough that the other elders fear you. Only then, even without being a son, can you inherit your father's position as leader of the Ming cult. Then she softly continued, My grandfather was the leader of the Dark Sea cult, but that didn't mean I was loved. Instead, I was hated for not being a boy. That night, Mingji was still just a crying child shouting, It hurts so much, Grandpa, this place is so scary. Yet all he did was yell at her. Get up, do you want to end up like your parents, following that so-called righteous path only to be killed? Her grandfather tightened his grip on the staff in his hand. He ignored their blood relation and struck Mingji viciously without mercy. The blow hit Mingji so hard the staff snapped in half. Her body was covered in wounds as she leaned against a pillar listening to her grandfather's cruel words. I've taught you the Dark Sea cult's techniques for so long, yet you still can't memorize them. I'll beat you to death. Mingji's voice gradually grew quieter. After every beating, he would become miserable and regretful, crying as if he wished he were dead. She painfully continued, but the next day he would still train me harshly and beat me half to death again. He was a demon. Then when I turned 14, he threw me into the corpse storage room of the Dark Sea cult. No matter how much I screamed, he showed no mercy. He locked the door and left. Back then, Mingji lay terrified among those corpses. That was no place for a 14-year-old child. She only had to move slightly before touching a skull. Minji kept screaming endlessly inside that horrifying room. She recalled bitterly, but that demon never appeared again afterward. During that time, I finally realized there are things in this world even more terrifying than demons. Compared to that, I began wishing for demons to come, hoping one day one would open the door for me. Inside there, time was the cheapest thing of all. You felt as though your life would last forever. You could feel time dragging endlessly on. That was the most painful part. Death would have been better than living. Minji blamed herself, but I didn't have the courage to kill myself. Deep inside, a pitiful voice kept telling me, I want to live. I don't want to die. Am I some abused, twisted freak? I was too weak to even die, and so I stayed in there for 2 years. Zioxy froze and repeated, 2 years, then. At that moment, the Bone Emperor was also horrified that the woman beside him had gone through such terrifying experiences. He could only cover his mouth to suppress the urge to vomit. She continued, even after 2 years, the door still never opened. But it didn't matter anymore. I had already gotten used to it. Then one day, the door slowly opened. Minji cleared her throat. Just when I had adapted to that place, he appeared. A man dressed in white stepped inside and she gasped. The White Knight, the little dragon on his shoulder announced, Tanslong. Inform the temple that White Knight Philip has completed the mission to eradicate the remnants of the Dark Sea cult. The White Knight looked slightly surprised and let out a soft, He stared thoughtfully at the child sitting before him with her eyes covered. Minji murmured, I will never forget the look in his eyes back then. It was filled with disgust and contempt. Keep living in your filthy, revolting way. The White Knight's gaze seemed to say exactly that. That look haunted my mind endlessly. She chuckled softly and continued, but unexpectedly he didn't kill me. He killed my grandfather and everyone in the cult, yet he rescued me. From then on, I was finally free. Zioxy now raised a grilled fish to comfort her. It's good that you're okay now. Eat some fish. My cooking skills are incredible. He eagerly handed it over and said, Here. Minji nodded as she accepted it. Thank you. She slowly brought the fish to her mouth and took a tiny bite. Then Minji held the skewer and praised it. Delicious. Suddenly Zioyan frowned as if he had noticed something strange. He thought about that horrifying room and the terrifying talisman. Behind the slightly open door lay a belt and a sacred book torn to pieces. Under the quiet moonlit night, Minji spoke shyly, Sorry everyone, keep eating. I'm going to the restroom for a moment. She turned and walked away. Her hurried footsteps echoed loudly. Minji ran forward as fast as she could. She suddenly burst into tears. Gritting her teeth, she let out several muffled groans. Unable to hold it in anymore, she grabbed onto a tree and vomited everything she had eaten. Minji trembled violently as she covered her mouth, furious at herself. Don't throw it up, swallow it back down. I want to become normal again. Minji dug her fingernails into the back of her other hand until blood slowly began to flow, trying to calm herself. After tormenting herself for a while, she slowly stood up. Minji's eyes turned bloodshot again as if someone were controlling her. She smiled and muttered to herself, Right, I just need to kill everyone else. Minji excitedly ran back and shouted, I'm back. Suddenly, a powerful force rushed toward her. Little Hai also transformed into a mysterious spirit, ready to fight at any moment. The Bone Emperor was no less prepared, frowning with determination to battle. Seeing this scene, she froze, covered her mouth in shock, and asked in panic, What are you trying to do? Why are you attacking me first? 10 minutes earlier, Zioan had analyzed seriously. Ming Jai is lying. I can feel her emotions overflowing with hatred and rage. Those are not her true words. Deep within her soul hides a trace of killing intent. It's so faint that it's almost impossible to sense. That killing intent is aimed only at me, my son, and the evil sovereign, or rather, everyone except the little nation. A destructive impulse is always clinging to her. After finishing several fish, Zioxy gasped in amazement. Since when did Mom get this ability? That's incredible. Is this the legendary empathic connection with others? Ziohe poked his head in and praised her. Amazing, Zioxy's mom. Can you sense what this sovereign is thinking right now? She hugged the rabbit tightly in her arms, her body trembling slightly as she whispered, I only gained it after arriving in the land of extreme yin. But I can only sense people's emotions. I can't know the specific thoughts hidden deep inside them. For example, right now, Zioan pointed directly at him and said, My son's emotions right now are love and happiness with a little anxiety too. The next victim being pointed out is Black Wolf. She continued, The evil sovereign's emotions are always nostalgic and vague, but now they've turned into shock. Zioan then turned toward Bone Emperor, slightly puzzled. Little Bone is very worried right now. What's wrong, Little Bone? He pondered carefully before negotiating. I know what you're worried about right now, handsome boy. I'm certain Ming Jai hasn't been taking care of her hygiene at all lately. She definitely isn't anything good anymore. If you can't bring yourself to act later, leave it to me and Ziohe. We've already tolerated her for far too long. It's safer this way. Instead of waiting for Ming Jai to strike first and make things irreversible, we should stop it before it happens. What do you think? Bone Emperor fell into silent contemplation. Ming Jai is around the same age as my daughter, and now she's become like this. Just what is wrong with this world? I've killed countless enemies and never showed mercy to women. Yet after all these years, I returned with hatred in my heart but still hesitate before a young girl. The image of his daughter flashed through his mind, followed by the haunting appearance of Ming Jai. Ziohe sprawled beside the campfire, yawning repeatedly as he complained. You humans are so troublesome. You capture someone, then release them, then capture them again. If it were the dark elemental's way, they'd either submit or die. None of this unnecessary nonsense. I seriously can't understand a bunch of people creating problems for themselves. Zioxy smacked him and added mockingly, dummy. Forget these damn humans. I think these emotions are exactly what's most precious about us humans. Black Wolf rubbed the bump on his head and muttered, You're the dog, this sovereign is the king of darkness, the evil sovereign. Zioxy continued, Maybe this is a chance to become human once again. Instead of being the former Holy Clan war general Huang Mai Ming, he calculated carefully. Even though Mom already warned us, I think we should prepare some kind of binding formation. Otherwise, if Ming Jai releases zombies or ghosts or something later, I'll get scared. I mean, we'll be in huge trouble. Zioyan laughed teasingly. My son isn't allowed to lie. Mom can tell you're scared, it's okay, Mom will protect you. He turned pale and stubbornly replied, No thanks. Later you can just hide inside my sea of consciousness. Right now you're only a remnant soul, so you shouldn't move around recklessly. It wouldn't be good if the plants here were harmed. Right, Mom? She nodded repeatedly. That's true. Back in reality, Zioxy and Ziohe charged forward to attack Mingjia. She hurriedly cried out, Bone Emperor, my darling. He raised his bone sword to cover half his face, his gaze resolute. Bone Emperor leveled the sword horizontally and ordered loudly, Call out the zombies hiding nearby. The death aura on them is identical to mine. I could sense them even from far away. She quickly made excuses. I only wanted what's best for you if this continues. Zioxy tilted his head and instructed Ziohe, Watch your strength. Don't hit too hard. Black Wolf slowly advanced with mysterious spiritual power and replied with 2 words, Got it. Ming Jai glanced behind her and cursed. Meddling pests, go die. The zombies under her command instantly rushed toward them. Zioxy was scared out of his wits and fled while screaming. Mom, there are so many ghosts. Farewell, everyone. Ziohe hit harder. He turned around and saw Black Wolf screaming even louder. Holy crap, Ziohe, why are you running too? While sprinting desperately, Ziohe explained, These aren't ordinary zombies, look at their clothes. They're members of the Yin Si cult. While alive, they handled too many corpses and became infected with corpse energy. After death, they were refined into even stronger zombies. Ziohe turned around and touched his butt, where 2 bright red bite marks still remained, and complained bitterly. And they bit my butt and sucked away my yin energy. Damn it. Bone Emperor stood opposite Ming Jai and provoked her coldly. There's still one more, call it out. She raised a small box to cover her mouth and sneered. As expected of my beloved Bone Emperor, even though your power is damaged and not even 1/10,000th of what it once was, your instincts are still this sharp. Back when you were alive, you must have been at least a lofty god, right? Aren't you afraid of the Yin Si cult's sacred artifact, the myriad demon banner? And besides, the strongest zombie is inside here as well. Right now you're only at the level of a great spirit master. You can't stop me from killing them. Ming Jai slowly opened the box. Spiritual energy instantly burst out and gathered together to form the White Knight. Holding a weapon in her hand, she pointed a finger directly at him. Ming Jai loudly recounted what had been hidden earlier. Back then, the White Knight never intended to spare me, but he was far too careless. He never expected that I had taken control of every corpse in the room. In the end, I stabbed him from behind and killed him. Although I lost one eye, I survived. Aha, he is my strongest zombie right now. He possesses the power of a beginner Holy Spirit. He alone could almost kill every zombie I have. He is no match for someone as injured as you. The Bone Emperor pressed his lips together as he listened to her resentful words. I want to help you kill them all as long as you keep staying with them. She cried and screamed, You will die again, and your soul will be scattered into nothing. Little Creek looked back, widened his eyes in shock and muttered, What? My grandnephew is going to die. What is going on? Too far away, I cannot hear clearly. He still answered calmly, Ridiculous. Why would I die? Granduncle and ancestor Zhang are my family. Even if I died before them, I would think it was worth it. Ming Jai grew more and more agitated, and she pointed it out bluntly. That is exactly why you will die. Your body could no longer hold out long ago. Ming Jai loudly urged him. As long as they remain by your side, you will never recover from the repeated wounds on your body. What has been holding you back? You never rest, always pushing yourself to the absolute limit. Little Creek was sitting on the top of a tree, looking down at the zombies and shouting in panic. Damn it, they really are only paying attention to me. Are you done yet, Little Black? Black Wolf threw stones at them while reassuring him, almost. Hurry and gather them together, just hold on a little longer. Her face darkened as she pointed toward them. It is exactly because you are protecting those weak people that you never go into seclusion to recuperate and keep draining your own vital energy. You look exactly like my foolish father. He said something about being willing to give everything for the people beside him. The Bone Emperor turned his face away, showing his carefree bearing. He taught her in a low voice, "In truth, you are the selfish one. You do not know how much pain those left behind will suffer." By now, Ming Jai's missing eye was bleeding and she trembled as she ordered, "White Knight, ignore me. Hurry and kill all those people. Do not wait for anyone." When he heard that, he obeyed the order and quickly went to attack all of them. The Bone Emperor bravely rushed forward, his controlled energy extremely sharp. "Granduncle and ancestor Zhang are the only family I have left in this world. I will never allow you to harm them." Ming Jai stood within the encirclement and summoned countless streams of purple spiritual energy. She said smugly, "Now you are even weaker. You can no longer stop me, just obediently watch. Soon only the two of us will remain." Then she unleashed her ultimate move, summoned 10,000 demons. Meanwhile, Little Creek turned pale, lifted his foot filled with spiritual power and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'll stomp you all to death. Come at me, then I'll show you what I can do." He used all his strength to kick the zombie straight in the face, making it freeze for a brief moment. Little Creek kept complaining, "Couldn't they have drawn these zombies' faces a bit better? They are so disgusting I do not even want to touch them." He suddenly remembered something. "Oh right." Then he summoned a sword. Little Black turned his head, his eyes lighting up when he saw it. Black Wolf's jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "That design, could it be an epic weapon, so powerful?" He raised the sword before him and muttered, "The light is shining. This is a sword from the past of heroes who died on the battlefield." Little Creek leaped into the air, performed a beautiful slash and said, "Leaving behind noble ideals and silent tragic grandeur." Little Black cried out in shock, "Is that not sword energy on that sword?" He has already gathered a strand of sword energy at the first step. How can the kid do that when he has never even learned it? The zombies stared with their mouths hanging open. He pointed the sword at the sky, spun several times, and chanted a spell. "Take this noble will as glory, and this unwavering faith as ambition." Little Creek turned the sword sideways, lifted his chin, and said, "The ever-victorious king shall be renowned from here on among masters of miracles." Oath of victory, sword in hand. He quickly slashed once, instantly sending the zombie flying. The zombie fell backward with the momentum, making the others hesitate slightly. In an instant, its body hit the ground with a loud thud. At the same time, Little Creek's sword made a cracking sound and snapped in two. He stared at the hilt in his hand with his mouth open and muttered, "I put so much thunder vital energy into it this time, yet it still broke. Damn it, this thing was expensive." Black Wolf muttered helplessly, "So it was a fake. The world this kid comes from is really good at making knockoffs. It looked just like the real thing, so that sword energy earlier was fake too." The zombie now sat up as if nothing had happened. It looked left and right, then looked down at its still intact body. Who would have thought that in the next second, its entire body would split in two? The zombie could only let out a painful scream amid the spray of blood. Standing up high, he turned and asked, "Little Black, is it ready?" Black Wolf nodded and replied, Yeah, close the net, make your move." Little Creek said one word with determination, "Good." Little Creek dropped to one knee and slammed one hand onto the tree trunk, creating a blazing red summoning magic circle. The teleportation array activated. Little Black stood beside him and muttered, "If it is activating, then just let it activate. Why say it out loud?" He immediately retorted, "Because it sounds cooler." Within the circle of the mental formation, the two of them quickly disappeared before the stunned eyes of the zombie. They appeared far away behind those strange creatures. He raised his hand and drew another circle, whispering, "Let me try the new technique I've been researching. Miniature Divine Thunder Purification. First, I painstakingly draw two magic formations on both sides. Then all I need to do is lure them over there." Zioxy grinned smugly. "That way I can wipe them all out at once." A magic circle instantly appeared above the zombies' heads. Several bolts of lightning shot down from it onto the undead, and explosive crackling sounds echoed through the sky. The Black Wolf gave a thumbs up in praise. "Nicely done, kid. You combined light and thunder to create an attack specialized against undead creatures." He scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. "You're flattering me. I got inspired after seeing Goddess Zai's Divine Thunder Purification before." This time he luckily managed to eliminate the group, without realizing the White Knight was already behind him. The man's face was covered in scars, and though his eyes were wrapped in bandages, he still radiated overwhelming killing intent. The White Knight hurled his weapon straight at Zioxy. Fortunately, Zioxy's reflexes were quick enough for him to swing his own weapon up and block the deadly strike. Little High stared at Zioxy, gripping his weapon tightly and cursed, "Damn it, isn't that outfit the Death Ghost White Knight's? He's way too strong, even I am panicking now. Back when he was alive, he had to be at least a saint's spirit body cultivator." The Black Wolf gritted his teeth and mocked, "There's no way to beat him." He's 3 entire realms above you. But seriously, kid, can't you ever run into weaklings? Why is it always final bosses with you? Are you the reincarnation of bad luck or something? Helplessly staring at the white knight before him, Xioxi steadied himself and said, "This is hopeless enough already, so stop complaining. If we survive, we'll find a chance to show off later." The Black Wolf questioned, so Mingji really was lying. But how did the White Knight die? Is Mingji really powerful enough to kill a living saint spirit White Knight? Seeing the danger approaching, Bone Emperor turned back and shouted, "Uncle." At that moment, Mingji was creating a magic circle between herself and him. Mingji spoke, "The 10,000 Demons Flow Barrier is used by members of the Yin Si sect specifically to capture high-level spirit corpses. You won't escape." She slowly stepped forward. Mingji embraced Bone Emperor tightly and whispered, "Unless I willingly release it myself. Otherwise, this barrier will never disappear. But there is another way to break it. Kill me." He grabbed her arm and said in a deep voice, "You want to suppress me with 10,000 demons flow again like last time, but this time you don't have those zombies helping you." Bone Emperor coldly glanced behind him and shouted, "Or do you want me to kill you? You've already pushed me to my limit." Mingji's eyes welled with tears as her trembling voice replied, "If I can die by your hand, I'd be happy." Bones instantly sprouted from his body. At the same time, she released the 10,000 demons flow and let it fall to the ground. Bone Emperor's overwhelming power blasted Mingji backward. She collapsed onto the ground and struggled to sit up as she screamed, "Kill me now. Otherwise, the White Knight will smash you into paste. No matter how powerful your constitution is, you can't defeat a White Knight. A Saint Spirit Knight is 3 full levels stronger." Meanwhile, Xioxi was still desperately fighting him. His breathing became heavier and heavier. "So this is a Saint Spirit body. I feel like all my internal organs are shattered, yet I still can't even tear his clothes. Are you okay, little Hai?" The Black Wolf still had the nerve to complain. "I'm fine, I just got bruised a little. Don't feel guilty. Just give me plenty of supplements later." Bone Emperor held his bone sword and tried to persuade her. "Mingji, you're wrong. Keep living and endure the pain. One day you'll experience happiness, joy, and all those feelings. You can't even imagine it." He curled his lips into a smile as though speaking about himself. Mingji was shaken by his words and froze in place. Her eyes widened. Veins gradually bulged across Bone Emperor's arm. He raised his sword to the sky, releasing terrifying spiritual killing intent. With furious determination, he declared, "There is no barrier in this world that cannot be broken. There are only people who aren't strong enough." A slash tore through the air. Another slash followed, carving 2 fractures through space itself. Bone Emperor silently watched as her spell was shattered. Mingji cried out tearfully in anguish, "Bone Emperor, stop consuming your origin power. You'll die. White Knight, obey my command and abandon your resistance." Using teleportation magic, he spoke in a low voice, during this time being with uncle and ancestor. Bone Emperor charged straight toward the White Knight. He thought to himself, "I've discovered that when a person has faith, they emit a kind of light." With great difficulty, Bone Emperor slashed a wound across the man's body. Thinking of his family, he sighed emotionally, "I was fortunate enough to see that light in ancestor and uncle." Bone Emperor continued fighting the White Knight without pause. He resolved firmly in his heart, if protecting that light means dying one more time, then so be it. After the fierce battle, Bone Emperor's body was covered in grievous wounds. Gasping weakly, he stammered, "My origin power has finally run out." Bone Emperor slowly collapsed and uttered his final words, "Wife, daughter, is everyone here this time? I won't have to fight anymore." Tears filled his eyes as he revealed a satisfied smile and softly asked, "Is that okay?" Witnessing the tragic scene before him, Xioxi froze in shock and shouted, "Zhite." At the same time, Mingji suddenly snapped awake on the other side. Countless questions flooded her mind one after another. Why did this happen? In her dazed state, the figures of Xioxi and the others kept desperately chasing after the Bone Emperor, shouting loudly, "Little Bone, Jachai Bone Emperor, come back to us." Mingji sank deeper into despair, her eyes half open as she blamed herself. "I caused the Bone Emperor's death. I deserve to die 1,000 times." Unconsciously, just as she was about to close her eyes forever, a voice suddenly called out from afar, "Mingji, wake up!" In an instant, a hand stretched out from a strange dimension. The blonde-haired man spoke firmly, encouraging her warmly. "Mingji, try one more time. Father will watch you do it." Hearing this, Mingji choked up and cried out loudly, "Father." She burst into tears and hurriedly spoke, "Yue Xioxi, everyone, I know I am a sinner. I am not asking for your forgiveness now, but I beg you to trust me this once. I have a way to save the Bone Emperor. Please bring him back with me to the Yin Si sect." A while later, the scene shifted inside the Yin Si sect. There, Little Black looked sorrowfully at the Bone Emperor's heavily injured body and sighed sadly. The Bone Emperor had always been suppressing his injuries. Only now could he no longer endure them, and they finally erupted. Mingji became extremely serious at this moment. "But I remember my father once saying that the Yin Si sect holds many corpses, though they were not stolen to extend life. Our ancestors willingly left their bodies behind to protect future generations. But after years of endless war, the immortal remains suffered severe damage. Because of this, our predecessors created a heaven-defying method to restore one's origin. That devil once taught me the incantation and formation for this technique. It should be like this. After writing down the formation for a while, Mingji suddenly teared up and cried, "I never thought I would one day use something that devil taught me." How ridiculous! Hearing this, Little Black immediately questioned in confusion, "Kid, why do you trust her?" The Bone Emperor ended up like this because he trusted her. Zioxy could only respond helplessly from the side, "Even if we don't trust her, we have no other choice. You can heal corpses. Are you planning to let my mother use holy healing arts on him? That would probably only make things worse." At the same time, Mingji kept explaining that the Yin Si sect was located near a land of extreme Yin energy. While repairing the sect's main hall, our immortals discovered a mysterious ancient well filled with a large amount of illusory nether chi. After studying it, the immortals discovered that the illusory nether chi could help corpses restore their origins and return to the living world. She became flustered and regretfully admitted, "I'm sorry, I was too selfish. I thought I could help him, but instead I harmed him." The incantation had already been drawn, and now only the final step remained. As if suddenly remembering something, Mingji hurriedly searched through the bag she carried with her. Holding up a ring radiating brilliant light, she forced a bitter smile and said, "Oh right, I used the Bone Emperor's bone and heart blood to create this ring. It can sense his condition and even heal his wounds. Yue Zioxy, take it. One day in the future when he wakes up, you will know immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, Mingji immediately handed the ring to Zioxy. Seeing this, Zioxy seemed to understand and seriously guessed, "You didn't just fall for my guy at first sight, did you? You even made a wedding ring yourself, right? If I'm not mistaken, there should be another one. You used your own heart blood to make the rings so they can sense each other." Hearing this, Mingji immediately panicked, blushing furiously as she waved her hands. "How did you know? It's not like that." After speaking, she quickly took her position, lowering her voice as she declared, "Let's begin." Origin Guardian Force Formation. A magical formation instantly appeared and surrounded the Bone Emperor's entire body. Immediately afterward, the mysterious nether altar opened in an instant. A stream of pitch-black liquid surged upward, engulfing the coffin in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the scene before him, Little Black muttered in confusion that humans truly were complicated. "I can't figure them out. Maybe the next time we meet the Bone Emperor, his strength will already be restored. He might even become the #1 war general of the ancient Imperial Saint bloodline again." Unlike him, however, Zioxy was curious about something else. "The altar turned into water. That black liquid is from her well. How amazing. Through the ring, I can feel Little Bone's aura growing stronger. Although it's still very weak, that proves it's working." Standing nearby, Zioan hesitantly added, "Yeah, Mingji wasn't lying. Mother can sense her emotions." Soon enough, what was meant to come finally arrived. Mingji declared firmly, the final step. Enduring immense pain, she smiled helplessly yet contentedly. "Offer the heart blood of the caster to activate the formation and complete the entire ritual." Without the slightest hesitation, Mingji resolutely drove the sharp spike in her hand straight through her own body, willingly bringing everything to an end. Witnessing this scene, Zioxy and Zioan immediately cried out together to stop her. No, but the warning came too late. A drop of blood suddenly appeared and fell. It landed with a soft tap on the coffin containing the Bone Emperor's body. In an instant, a mysterious light suddenly blazed out in every direction. Seeing this, Blackie could not help feeling puzzled. Why is it happening again? Aren't humans selfish, self-serving creatures who care only about themselves and ignore whether others live or die? Over countless years, I have seen far too many examples of that. Humans are not only greedy, they also seize what belongs to others. But after meeting this boy, why have I seen something so different? At the same time, over on this side, Ming Jai had exhausted all her strength. With her last remaining breath, a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. "I think I understand Father a little now." Just then, the coffin suddenly began making cracking sounds and trembling violently without stopping. Ming Jai was completely drained. She let herself go and kept falling through the air. She was facing downward, falling straight toward the coffin that held the Bone Emperor's body. Standing nearby, Little Creek could no longer hold back and hurried over. Mom, can I use holy healing magic?" Little Cloud was thrown into panic too and rushed after her. "I do not know. Sometimes it works, Little Creek. What should we do?" But by then, the two of them had appeared too late. Ming Jai was already very close to the coffin. The barrier gradually opened as well. It received Ming Jai's entire body, then swallowed her whole in an instant. At that moment, the coffin was covered entirely in a black liquid. But then the coffin suddenly vanished, leaving Little Cloud visibly confused. She thought to herself, "Just now, I think I sensed Little Bone's emotion. Did Little Bone do something that made Ming Jai disappear?" Indeed, Little Creek also felt a pang in his heart and agreed, They all disappeared. Through the ring, I can sense Little Bone's strength gradually recovering. But what was that just now? Where did Mingjai go? In response, Little Cloud suddenly spoke up with her guess. If she had not sensed wrong, perhaps Little Bone had done something and Mingjai still had hope. Hearing this, he could only helplessly raise his head and stare into the void. What has happened cannot be changed. Let us go. We should live well and not let Mingjai's efforts go to waste. After saying that, he quickly turned around and left. So where do we go next? Seeing this, Little Cloud immediately said cheerfully, "Wherever my son goes, I go." This made Blackie, standing beside them, swagger proudly. "The matter with that old turtle reminded me that I have many treasures. Let us visit my treasure pavilion first." Hearing this, Little Creek was overjoyed and hurriedly praised the idea. "That works. This is the first time I have ever loved you, Blackie." Hearing those words, Blackie instantly grew furious and gritted his teeth. "These are the fruits of my labor. When the time comes, I will give you the most worthless trash. You will already be getting a bargain, boy." But in response, Little Creek was still delighted and kept flattering him. Boss Black is wise and brilliant. One obvious truth is that the wheel of fate never stops turning. Everything moves along its predetermined path, or perhaps because of those obsessions from a distant place. It is just that whether it is a student or an author drawing nonsense, no, truth and falsehood drawing nonsense. TR slept all night, so I had to get joint treatment. After 2 late hours, I went to a doctor, and they told me that if I needed surgery, I did. "Come out, you mongrel scum. I have already heard you." Hiding off to the side, the wicked people gradually emerged from behind the small stone walls. They quickly surrounded Linzai and loudly threatened her. "You mutant insect, you are dead for sure. You think you can fight us alone? We set an ambush here long ago. Be good and accept your punishment." From afar, Yu Feng slowly walked over step by step. She quickly drew the attention of everyone surrounding them. Her manner was calm, carefree, and alluring. At once, Yu Feng took the initiative and frowned. She mocked them. "Little sister, do not think that just because the Magic Beast Academy is behind you, we will show mercy. This is the border of the southern waste. We cannot concern ourselves with too much here. If you interfere with us, you will be captured as well." The surrounding subordinates sneered. "Take them straight back as maidservants for bedchamber duty or just sell them all off. I have been short on spending money lately." At the same time, the scene shifted to the other side. Blackie kept reminding them, "Boy, once we leave this town, we will reach the junction between the Central Plains continent and the Southern Wastes continent. We must be careful here. Any place where territories meet is bound to be chaotic. Everyone should be careful." Seeing this, Little Creek immediately agreed. "All right, let us keep a low profile." But as soon as they stepped inside, the people there began chattering nonstop. "Everyone, look at that strange person. The boy in the middle is dressed so oddly. Where did this foreigner come from, exactly, and why does that little girl have wings? Is she a mutant insect? A mutant bird person, but she is so cute. I want to. Want to what again? I forgot halfway through. And that dog too. I have never seen a species that walks on 2 legs. I wonder if it tastes good. I think it is interesting though. I really want to keep one." Those words instantly struck a nerve with Blackie. Furious, he shouted loudly, "Who are you calling a dog? Keep staring and I will castrate you." At this point, he could only darken his expression helplessly and sigh in frustration. "We said we had to keep a low profile." Hearing that, Blackie's pride was wounded and he tilted his head to remind him, "Boy, come over here and change your gear first. You are drawing too much attention. That is the greatest taboo when traveling outside." A while later, they unexpectedly ran into Brittany Williams. She immediately greeted them cheerfully. "Mango bro, is this an adventurer's house? Would you like to visit the Ancient Age shop and buy some equipment? We are a long-established chain store across the continent, quality guaranteed, with discounts from 1% to 10%. As she spoke, Brittany Williams kept winking nonstop, showering him with praise. "Come take a look." Handsome young man. Faced with such enthusiastic promotion, Xyroxy was instantly captivated and unconsciously kept walking forward. "I never expected such a huge equipment shop in this wasteland, and there's even such an attractive older sister here. Looking into her eyes, I feel like the most handsome guy on this street." Even Xia standing beside him became dazed after hearing that. "Handsome, huh?" Very quickly as they approached, Brittany Williams greeted them cheerfully. "Brother Shuai really has good taste. Choosing our shop is something you'll never regret." Without hesitation, Xioxy firmly declared, "Let's go in. Miss, take me around the shop. I want to buy some equipment and clothes." Just like that, the door leading into the store was suddenly open. Brittany Williams seized the opportunity and unexpectedly wrapped herself around Xioxy while loudly inviting him inside. "Please come choose your equipment." The sudden contact made his whole body jolt as his face flushed red and he hurriedly backed away. He could only say, "Behave yourself a little. Don't press those things against me." Hearing that, she could not help laughing. "So Brother Shuai wants to look at clothing equipment first, right? This way, please." In his dazed state, Xyroxy accidentally let go of Zioan's hand. Left standing alone to the side, she froze for a moment, unsure what to do. Zioan immediately puffed out her cheeks in grievance. Meanwhile, Brittany Williams remained completely unaware and continued enthusiastically pulling Zioxy along while introducing the products. Please look over here. This is our shop's treasured masterpiece, the ancient gilded armor. It has many functions. At that moment, he seemed to realize something and awkwardly froze. He suddenly became speechless when Zioan abruptly hugged one of his arms. I accidentally let go earlier. I was wrong. I'll be more careful next time. In response, she said nothing and only sniffled shyly with a flushed face. This suddenly reminded Zioxy of the past, making him feel conflicted inside. How strange, I clearly remember Mom saying something like that before. So strange. Hurry up and find a wife for me. That way you won't be lonely in the future. Back in reality, Brittany Williams was still smiling brightly as she continued her sales pitch. What does our honored customer think of this set? We're currently having promotional discounts during business hours. Equipment like this is very rare nowadays, especially for someone with your strong physique. Ordinary shops probably wouldn't even have your size. The moment she finished speaking, Brittany Williams directly presented a magnificent outfit. This is the last set in our store. Once it's sold, who knows when we'll restock. If you like it, you'd better buy it now before you miss the chance. Seeing it, Zioxy's eyes immediately widened in amazement. Not bad. This shop really has good taste. Zioan also stared blankly in admiration. Sensing an opportunity, Brittany Williams' eyes lit up as she grinned slyly to herself. Excellent. I'll definitely make a fortune off this brat later. Business has been terrible lately. I can't even let kids slip away anymore. Dressed like that, he definitely isn't ordinary. Without hesitation, she shamelessly smiled and named the price. Dear customer, after the discount, this outfit is only 99,000 premium spirit stone. 1,998 premium spirit stone. Isn't that very cheap and affordable? In response, Zioxy immediately turned around without hesitation. Let's go. It's too expensive. We can't afford it. I think this outfit is only worth 1,000 spirit stones. Let's look somewhere else. Where's Ziohe? Zioan innocently pointed around in confusion and hurriedly answered, I don't know. Lord Left Sovereign disappeared earlier. Seeing her easy profit slipping away, Brittany Williams instinctively shouted after them. Brother Shuai, wait. I calculated wrong earlier. It should be. That's right, 6,666 premium spirit stone. The moment she finished speaking, she instantly froze and thought to herself, oh no, I reacted too slowly and just revealed the cost price. Dad is definitely going to scold me to death this time. Standing to the side, Zioxy instantly turned around excitedly. So that's how it is. All right, I'll buy it. This immediately shocked Brittany Williams into panic. What is going on? Could it be that he already read my thoughts? He was already leaving, yet I still managed to sell something. Isn't he just a child? Looks like I'm still far too inexperienced. Thinking that, a miserable future unfairly appeared in her imagination. Brittany Williams sniffled and silently complained. Dad was right to make me start as a low-level employee. For him to become the chairman, he must have endured many hardships and overcome them all. I still have so much to learn. Returning to reality, Zioxy pressed further and smilingly suggested, this price still isn't very good. If it could be a little cheaper, that would be nice. But Brittany Williams immediately shouted back in refusal. Absolutely impossible. Any cheaper and we'd lose money. My dad would scold me. Hearing that, Zioxy could only nod helplessly. All right then. Oh right, miss, is there a pawn shop around here? I didn't bring many spirit stones, so I want to exchange some items. Hearing that, she proudly introduced their services without hesitation. Yes, our shop purchases all kinds of valuable items such as demon cores, gems, forging materials, plants, and more. I'm also a level 1 appraiser. Working as a sales clerk is just a small training assignment my father gave me. I still haven't introduced myself properly. I am Brittany Williams. It's an honor to serve you. Today is also my first day working here, so please forgive me if anything made you uncomfortable. Those words were simply incredible. Zioxy seized the opportunity and immediately struck up a conversation. Hello, miss. My name is Yue Zioxy. Yue as in bright moonlight, Zioxy as in a small stream flowing through a valley. It's great that you're an appraiser. Please take a look for me. As he spoke, he instantly spread open his palm. A small pouch immediately appeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing the little pouch, Brittany Williams clicked her tongue in amazement and chuckled softly. Such high-end items, it seems you are no ordinary guest. In response, he merely kept a straight face and modestly shook his head. Not at all, someone gave it to me. If it were up to me, I could never afford it. Hearing that, Brittany Williams became even more delighted and replied with a smile. You're far too modest. No matter what, ordinary people could never possess a ring like this. I can tell the storage capacity of your ring is quite large. Either the artifact smith who forged it possessed exceptional skill, or your physical constitution is extraordinary. Neither possibility is simple. A moment later, she respectfully bowed and handed over a larger pouch. enthusiastically introducing it as she presented it to Mr. Yue. Half of the demon crystals you provided exchanged for a total of 10,000 premium spirit stone. As requested, they have been converted into 10 times the amount in ordinary spirit stones, meaning 200,000 common spirit stone. I wonder why you didn't exchange everything at once. I could have offered you a better rate. Also, today is my first day working here. You've helped me learn a great deal. Therefore, I'm giving you this golden black VIP card. From now on, at any branch of our ancient wilderness chain, whether buying or selling, you'll receive VIP treatment. Zioxy instantly realized he had gained a huge advantage. A golden black VIP card, just the name alone sounds amazing. Thank you, miss. If I run out of spirit stones, I can always earn more. But if I run out of demon crystals, that's another story. They're not easy to obtain anyway. Right, Mom? In response to his words, Zioan paid no attention and simply exclaimed excitedly. Zioxy looked so handsome in these clothes. Hearing that, he became a little embarrassed and immediately scratched his head shyly. Actually, I have other plans for the remaining half of the demon crystals, so it's not convenient to talk about it right now. Hearing this, Brittany Williams tactfully chose not to press further and instead lowered her voice in understanding. Everyone has their own secrets, it's fine. That was my mistake. I shouldn't have asked. A moment later, the scene shifted to the southern wilderness border. At this point, Linzai had already defeated nearly all of the enemies. Looking at the miserable scene before them, the two lackeys couldn't help feeling uneasy as they nervously whispered to each other. Why is this hybrid woman so strong? She's definitely not an ordinary spirit guy. Big sis, run first, we'll hold them off here. Hearing that, Yu Feng, who was standing nearby, clicked her tongue without hesitation and said, I can't believe we still lost so many people even after setting up an ambush. That girl isn't exactly unknown in the Young Eagle Guild. They're clearly at the same level as her, yet they're so far behind. After saying that, she turned around and left at once, leaving the two lackeys frozen in extreme awkwardness. The boss is still the boss. We hadn't even finished talking and she already ran off so far, she did not even say goodbye. We adore you, boss, standing nearby. Linzai saw this and could no longer hold herself back. She shot forward and took the initiative to attack. None of you will get away. In an instant, she decisively cut the two foolish lackeys in half. The girl flew into a rage, glared, and shouted, You bandits who trade mutant insects. Go straight to hell. With that, in the very next second, she rushed forward at full speed. A while later, after night had fallen, the scene shifted to the border between the southern wilds and the neutral region. There, while sitting beside the campfire, Zai suddenly took the initiative and made a suggestion. Blackie, I'm planning to form a mercenary squad. Blackie was instantly startled and froze when he heard that. Why so fancy all of a sudden? Hearing that, he looked at Zio Yun in his arms. Then he lowered his voice and said, My mother's body and most of her soul have been dragged off somewhere by the Angel's Gate. And right now, our abilities are not in good shape and we have no force backing us up. So I want to use the name of mercenaries to gather information across the continent and see whether we can find any news about my mother. He then stressed in a gentle voice, From now on, if anyone happens to see my mother's wings, just say she is a winged mutant insect person. We must not reveal that mother is a fallen angel, or we will be in serious trouble. Of course, when there are many people around, we have to use the spell you taught me to temporarily use assisting power to hide Mother's wing. We can't let Mother hide in my sea of consciousness forever. Hearing this, Blackie grew more and more impressed and smiled. You brat, you're really thoughtful. Let's do as you said. Even I don't understand this divine temple organization very well, yet they have surrounded us several times. You're smart. You're not foolish enough to charge straight into the divine temple. This organization runs very deep, so blending into a mercenary squad will be better. Soon the next day arrived. Walking through a small stream, Zhu Jing kept worrying as she moved. Their sorcery probably won't catch my scent if I walk through water like this. Covered in severe wounds, she gritted her teeth and said, I have to hold on and go back to report the news, or the others will have no hope left. At the same time, on the other side, Zio Yun could not hide her excitement and praised with wide eyes, Lord Evil Venerable was right. My wings can be hidden now. When Blackie heard that, he felt extremely pleased with himself and replied with a toothy grin, As long as one reaches the Holy Spirit realm, anyone can transform their own body. Thankfully, Zio Zai's mother was once a deity. Otherwise, people would treat her as a mutant insect all along the way, and it would be inconvenient to act. In contrast to Blackie's seriousness, Zio Zai, who was opposite him, excitedly held up a design and laughed loudly. Mother, you're amazing. Turn into the swimsuit I drew and I'll add a float for you to play with. In an instant, a yellow, duck-shaped float appeared. Soaking in the cool water, Zio Yun immediately beamed with excitement. This is so fun. The little duck is adorable. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Zio Zai suddenly called out, Right, Blackie, you were acting all mysterious earlier. I kept questioning you, but you slipped away. Where exactly did you run off to? Don't tell me you went to the toilet. Did you go rob the rich to help the poor? Blackie felt guilty when he heard that and could only force a laugh. How did you know? Without the slightest hesitation, Xiaozai firmly declared, of course. What kind of relationship do you and I have? Give me half, Lord Evil Venerable. But just then Xiao Yun, who was on the other side, suddenly spoke up, pointing as she shouted, Xiaozai Lord Evil Venerable, look, over there in the distance. At that moment, Zhu Jing was floating in front of Xiao Yun's doubtful gaze. This rabbit girl has passed out. Very quickly, all three of them gathered around Zhu Jing, full of questions. Those rabbit ears on this girl are probably mutant insects. They seem to still be alive. A while later, Zhu Jing, stripped completely bare, gradually woke from her daze. Standing nearby, Xiao Yun and Blackie kept warming her clothes by the flickering fire. Xiao Yun cheerfully encouraged him. Come on, Lord Evil Venerable, they're almost. Blackie felt deeply aggrieved. Come on, Jack. No matter what, I am still the king of the dark elemental spirits, yet now I've become your clothes-drying rack. How utterly hopeless. Just then Zhu Jing stirred awake and asked in confusion, what happened? Why am I here? Standing nearby, Xiaozai was instantly delighted and asked with drool practically dripping from his mouth, you're awake. The moment she saw him, Zhu Jing instantly raised both hands defensively and jumped in shock. In a flash, she flew into a rage and began cursing nonstop. You pervert, what did you do to me? I must kill you to uphold my justice. Faced with those words, Xiaoxi kept a clear head despite his nosebleed and hurriedly explained himself. You misunderstood. I swear on my sense of justice that I didn't see anything. My mother helped you change clothes and she treated your wounds too. Really? At that moment on the other side, Xiaoyan walked over with wide sparkling eyes while hugging the clothes excitedly. The clothes are dry now. Standing nearby, Xiaohe sneered provocatively. This brat sure knows how to make girls angry fast. A while later, after changing into clean clothes, Zujing finally bowed respectfully in gratitude. I'm sorry for misunderstanding you earlier. I have something very important to handle, so I need to leave immediately. Thank you all so much for saving me. Hearing that, Xiaoan hesitated for a moment before guessing. Xiaoxi, Miss Rabbit feels really sad and anxious right now. Something must have happened, right? Can we help her? With the decision made, he immediately agreed. Yes, of course. Xiaohe, standing nearby, looked utterly speechless. Here we go again. You people really have the same meddling style as Goddess Hai. Meanwhile, Zujing felt touched and quickly refused. Thank you for your kindness, but you don't understand the situation I'm in right now. I'm facing a group of powerful and cold-blooded bandits. They've captured my younger siblings and I have to go find reinforcements. Oh my goodness, you're just 2 children and a dog. Those bandits will capture and sell you too. Please leave quickly, they're very close by. In response, Xiaohe immediately shouted aggressively, Dog, I'm a wolf, a lone wolf from the north. Across from him, Xiaoxi puffed himself up and declared, What nonsense are you talking about, rude rabbit girl? We are a team made up of a hero, a dark swan loli, and a divine black wolf. Without hesitation, the ridiculous lineup proudly presented itself before Zujing. Xiaoxi confidently proclaimed, after a night of deep thought and careful planning, we decided to establish a mercenary group called the Fearless Slaughter Mercenary Squad. Don't be fooled by our innocent faces. As long as you pay enough, we'll solve your troubles and rescue anyone in need. Cute girls even get a discount. Hearing this, Xiaohe suddenly froze and groaned in embarrassment. Oh dear lord, if anyone else said a name like that, it'd sound unbearably lame. And with this pose too, I'm dying of embarrassment. But unlike him, Zujing instantly became excited upon hearing it and hesitantly asked, You guys are mercenaries. Before she could finish speaking, Xiaoxi interrupted her directly. Stop wasting time talking, miss. Trust in our abilities. Saving people comes first. Let's head out now. A short while later, the scene shifted to a peaceful and secluded place. There, Zujing gently spoke up. We're almost there. Seeing this, Xiaoxi hesitated briefly and blankly remarked, Your home is really far away, but the surrounding environment is pretty nice. Hearing that, Zujing lowered her head helplessly and replied, It can't be helped. Hybrids like us are heavily discriminated against. Very few people are willing to help us. Living here isn't so bad. Very soon they moved farther inside. Upon seeing them, an elderly man took the initiative to ask, Han, why did you come back alone? Where are the others? At the same time, the woman beside him cheerfully added, Zujing, did you return from the market? In response, Zujing could no longer hold back her tears and burst into sobs. We ran into bandits. They captured the children and only I managed to escape. I'm sorry. I'm completely useless. The news came too suddenly. Zujing's mother fainted on the spot, causing the elderly man to panic and shout, Dear, are you all right? Meanwhile, in the distance, Jinjiang had already heard the news and loudly demanded, What? Our little siblings were captured. Xiaoxi stared at him with wide eyes for a moment. Looking at Jinjiang, he subconsciously thought, It feels like this guy alone could destroy the world. Does he even need our help? Back in reality, Jinjiang resolutely shouted, Saving people comes first. We'll talk while moving. Immediately afterward, he took the initiative to carry everyone and leapt forward. Leave mother to father. Climb on already. I can jump really fast. I'll take everyone there. Xiaoxi suddenly became a little uneasy and quietly reminded his mother, Maybe you should rest inside my sea of consciousness. Very soon afterward, countless giant footprints appeared across the ground. At the same time, the scene shifted to a bustling camp. There, Linhee cautiously hid behind a rock and frowned while thinking, that female bandit entered here too. This must be their main base. I've left marks along the way. I hope they notice them. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind her. Linhee jumped in shock and cried out, "Huh!" A young nobleman suddenly appeared. It was Yehen, who mocked her with a grin. A cute little hybrid girl delivering herself right to my door. Yehen showed no restraint and excitedly praised her. High-level spirit guide, strong power, definitely top-quality merchandise, perfect for satisfying a conqueror's desires. I'll sell you for a high price to good owner. Those words were utterly outrageous. Linhee could no longer tolerate it and immediately shouted, "Spirit Master." She stared at him warily. After a long while, while escorting Linhee away, the henchmen excitedly chatted among themselves. I heard this girl fought the boss for a long time before getting captured. She's really strong. So what, isn't she already our prisoner now and even wearing a spirit-locking shackle? Ah, a rude white-haired man became lustful and sneered, but this hybrid girl is seriously beautiful. If the boss hadn't ordered us not to touch her, I wouldn't have been so polite. His accomplice grinned in agreement. The boss won't find out anyway. In response, Linzai instantly flew into a rage and glared at them threateningly. If you dare touch me, I'll cut off every single one of your fingers. The henchmen were immediately terrified, all of them gulping nervously. With just a cold snort from her, they instantly dropped to their knees before Linzai and respectfully said, "Big sis, please come this way. Watch out for the small rocks on the road. Don't step on them." At the same time, they wondered in confusion, what was that just now? When she glared at us, it felt like prey being stared down by a wild beast. It sent chills down our spine. Why did it feel like we were facing an entire army? One careless move and we'd lose our lives. The two henchmen could only swallow their fear helplessly. "Big sis, please come in. This is the prison cell." Very quickly, the cell door was opened. Linzai calmly walked inside. After going deeper in, her expression turned serious as she gave an order. "You two useless fools, get out." Terrified, they hurriedly obeyed. "Yes, big sis, understood, big sis." Just like that, the door slowly closed shut in an instant. Linzai quietly walked forward alone. Moments later, a loud bang echoed from the door, making anyone who heard it wince. Taking advantage of the moment, Linzai began searching around for the children. At the same time, the children slowly peeked out from behind several large jars. Each of them stared at her with wide eyes. The more Linzai looked around, the less she could hide her reaction. The children were the same, staring at her blankly in confusion. Suddenly, Linzai revealed a gentle smile and softly said, "I finally found you all." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jin Jiang and Zhu Xing's group were flying rapidly through the sky. As they traveled, Zai asked, "Zio Hai, can your dog nose pick up the scent of Zhu Xing's younger sibling?" Zio Hai immediately became furious and shouted back, "Brat, this venerable one's nose is top class. If you keep complaining, I won't sniff anymore." Hearing that, Jin Jiang was startled and quickly turned around with a shout. "Huh!" Zio Hai said nothing further and immediately took the chance to sniff carefully. Using his special technique, very quickly this directly caught Jin Jiang's attention. He excitedly turned around and laughed loudly. "We're counting on you." Sometime later, the scene shifted to the camp of those villains. Manhwa stood in the middle, cursing with a frown. "Damn it, hold it steady, put our goods down carefully. Safety comes from vigilance, accidents come from numb hands." The skinny henchman immediately straightened up and obeyed seriously. "Yes, boss, everything you say is right, we absolutely obey." But in the very next second, one of the jars began shaking violently. Seeing this, Manhwa instantly flew into a murderous rage. He loudly cursed, "Damn it, we forgot to give this guy his medicine." Furious, he grabbed the henchman by the collar and gritted his teeth as he questioned him. "What is our slogan?" The man was so frightened that he stammered, "Safety comes from vigilance." Hearing that, Manhwa slammed his head into the ground. He angrily declared, "That's right, but your hands went numb." Standing nearby, Yihan smiled approvingly. "All right, Manhwa, spare him. Business has been too good lately and we're short on manpower." Without hesitation, Manhwa's eyes immediately lit up. He happily replied, "Understood, boss." Just like that, Yihan casually placed a hand on the shoulder of a man beside him. "This shipment is a bit large, you lead the team." Hearing this, Zio Yu yawned lazily and responded casually, "If the boss says go, then I have to go even if I don't want to." Soon afterward, he led the convoy in a daze. Then he encountered Ziozai's group. Ziozai instantly frowned and shouted, "There's a convoy ahead." Seeing this, Zhu Xing beside him also frowned and added, "Lately, merchant caravans from the Central Plains have often been trading goods in Manhwa." Hearing this, Zio Hai grew impatient and immediately shouted loudly, "Forget about them, hurry up, the scent is getting stronger." Jin Jiang immediately accelerated and dashed forward, shocking Zio Yu. The others followed closely behind at full speed, but in the very next second, Zio Hai suddenly widened his eyes in shock. He sniffed repeatedly, his face twisting into a grimace. Then Zio Hai suddenly pointed and shouted, This venerable one smells people like yours inside those merchant carts. Hearing that, Jin Jiang abruptly stopped without hesitation. What? He instantly spun around furiously. Moments later, Jin Jiang leaped into the air with fists raised. He landed easily and climbed onto one of the carts, stunning the henchman. What happened? Jin Jiang showed no fear as he glared through a crack. He decisively reached out and opened the lid of a jar. Instantly, a familiar member of his race slowly appeared before his eyes. In that instant, Jin Jiang exploded with rage, his eyes bulging and teeth clenched tightly. Xiao Zai and the others also looked inside and stared in shock. In the blink of an eye, Jin Jiang could no longer suppress his fury and grabbed a henchman by the throat. The man begged nonstop, "Let me go." But instead of answering, Jin Jiang slapped him repeatedly until the henchman coughed up blood. The surrounding henchmen all poked their heads out curiously when they saw what happened. Enemy attack. Brothers, get him. What's happening back there? How dare you mess with our Blackwater gang? Are you tired of living? Let him go now. In stark contrast to all that enthusiasm, he who sat off to the side yawning nonstop. The murderous aura behind them is way too intense. Damn, I'm scared to death. Can't you let me rest in peace for once? Why do you always have to make me get off my ass? The moment he finished speaking was also the moment Cam Jiang's rage reached its peak. He shouted furiously, "I already let the people go. So how are you planning to leave me with my body intact?" In his fury, Cam Jiang unleashed his power. His killing intent surged as he roared, "You people think you're bandits, so what does that make us? Can mutant creatures be bought and sold however you please? Are mutant creatures meant to become your slaves?" Realizing the situation was turning bad, he who finally stepped forward on his own. He placed his hands on the shoulders of two lackeys and seriously suggested, "This mutant is giving off an extremely heavy killing aura. You two go test him first. The Blackwater gang won't forget you too. Do your best." The words made both men's faces go pale as their bodies trembled nonstop. "Brother Hiu Hu, They were terrified out of their minds. They looked at him nervously and said, "Brother Hiu Hu, we." Faced with their pleading, Hiu Hu shamelessly raised his voice at once. "Just go already, your compensation money won't be missing." The two lackeys immediately fell into deep thought. "If I die, the compensation money should go to old Wang next door so he can hold on to it for me. Don't let my wife waste it recklessly." But wait, I'm an orphan. Without hesitating any longer, the two lackeys charged forward on their own initiative. They shouted provocatively, "You giant rabbit, prepare to die. Stay right there and accept your punishment." But Cam Jiang merely glared at them in silence. He raised his furious fist high. In the very next instant, both men were blasted away simultaneously. The two lackeys were instantly wiped out under Cam Jiang's overwhelming fury. What you people do may just be a little business for pocket money to you, but to us, it's a lifelong wound. He glared fiercely and cursed loudly. "Countless people have suffered because of you. The pain you're feeling now isn't even 1/10,000th of what we've endured," while shouting angrily. Cam Jiang kept stomping the lackey's skull into pieces. Standing nearby, Xiaoxi was momentarily horrified and muttered hesitantly, "Someone got killed. This world really is different. The big fish eat the small fish. The strong survive. Ziohak, go investigate those bandits. Even if we rescue the kids, we probably can't take them away. Leave this place to tie it tin." Hearing that, Ziohak felt it made sense and nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hiu Hu had no other choice and finally stepped out while yawning lazily. "Hey, big rabbit mutant uncle. How about I give you an entire truckload of mutant creatures? Can you let this slide? I didn't get enough sleep, so I want to finish this quickly and go rest." In response, Cam Jiang remained utterly resolute and charged forward at full speed. "You'll get plenty of sleep after you die." Hearing that, Hiu Hu let out another exhausted yawn. "Brothers, all of you go together. Let me rest for a bit first, I'm totally worn out." At those words, the foolish lackeys immediately rushed forward aggressively. Each of them shouted determinedly, "Charge, don't steal my favorite mutant creature." But in the very next second, Cam Jiang casually kicked them away and defeated them in an instant, causing the lackeys to scream miserably in pain. Away is dead. A decisive kick flew out and smashed a lackey's jaw apart. The next kick was just as brutal, slamming his head down until he bit through his tongue, blood pouring from his mouth like rain. In the end, Cam Jiang topped it all off with a dazzling spray of crimson blood. Standing nearby, Xiaoxi looked uneasy as he muttered, "I don't even know how to interfere. I feel like I'd die the moment I got close to him." "Big Brother Rabbit, the mission of maintaining world peace is all yours." Seeing this, Ziohak smirked and joined in mockingly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hiu Hu sat limply on the ground, grumbling irritably to himself. "The boss seriously has issues. Why does he keep making me transport cargo lately? I don't even want to work, damn it, I'm so sleepy." "Everyone, keep it up." Witnessing the scene, Xiaoxi could not help feeling confused. If you're wondering, why is the actual leader of the bandits just sitting there resting? His underlings are about to be wiped out, yet he still acts so carefree and lazy. What kind of weirdo is this? But whether you're an idiot or a freak, anyone who tears families apart for personal gain deserves to be dealt with. Ziohak weapon mode. The moment he finished speaking, Ziohak instantly shot forward. "Got it." In the blink of an eye, Ziohak transformed into an extremely bizarre-looking sword. Holding the sword in his hand, Zioxy stared wide-eyed in shock. Ziohak, seriously? What kind of weird weapon did you turn into this time? What the hell is this shape? Ziohak immediately took offense and shouted back, "Stop whining already. As long as it works, that's enough." In an instant, Zioxy aggressively marched forward with the sword toward Hiuhu. The moment Hiuhu saw him, he frowned in annoyance. "You're drawing a sword against me. A rare elemental spirit that can transform into a weapon." Without hesitation, Hiuhu swiftly drew the treasured sword from behind his back. He immediately entered combat and declared confidently, "Kid, if you d. Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Even for a small matter, you must give it everything. I will not go easy just because you are a kid." The moment he finished speaking, thunder and lightning rumbled across the sky. Hiyo then stressed fiercely, "I forgot to tell you I am the sole successor of the Iron Sword sect. My sect has never slept, all for the sake of victory. Victory over ourselves and training our willpower. Once my fighting spirit is ignited, if I do not move, nothing happens, but once I move, the world shakes." As he spoke, he glared at Little Creek with murderous intent. Then he shouted loudly, "You are dead." But in the very next second, a bolt of lightning suddenly crashed down from the sky, heading straight for Hiyo's sword tip. Just like that, the sword quickly absorbed the lightning. Hiyo was instantly shocked so hard his body jerked, and he cried out in pain, "Stupid thunder." Standing to the side, Little Creek saw this and replied with obvious contempt, "You stupid bandit. You think holding a sword makes you a swordsman? I can see you are a swordsman and not a weak one. Do you think I am stupid enough to duel you? You cannot judge by appearances alone, understand? For Yuan's sake, let us call this move pretending to be struck by lightning." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately put on an arrogant air. "I am just a professional mage passing by. Please remember my name forever, Haizhu Liu." He had borrowed the name of the character Liu Haizhu from the novel Old Tales of the Northeast, 20 Years of Underworld Turmoil. At this point, Little Creek suddenly grew excited, wiggled his hips non-stop, and declared, "When you seek revenge later, look for this grand name of mine. Goodbye." In response, Hiyo, who had been burned black on this side, hurriedly shouted, "Haizhu Liu, watch your step from now on." After witnessing the whole scene, Cam River could not hide his shock and asked in horror, "What? That young boy defeated the leader all by himself. He is Zhang Hiyo, a famous high-ranking thug of the Blackwater gang, yet he could not withstand a single electric attack." Indeed, Snow Crystal also agreed and laughed admiringly. This Little Creek is really interesting. This soon attracted Little Cloud's attention in the sea of consciousness. It seemed Little Creek's mother had sensed something. A moment later, after checking the entire bell, Snow Crystal suddenly burst into sob. "Big brother, Little Creek, I saved all the children, but my siblings are not among them." In their days, the Beastkin children were all confused, yawning one after another. "What happened? Where is this?" Looking at the scene before him, Little Black silently guessed, "Perhaps these children once had contact with your sibling." Hearing this, Little Creek's face immediately darkened and he loudly scolded, "Then does that not mean there are still many children like them captured in the bandits' lair? Is there no law anymore? Could it be that the two great powers, the southern wilds and the central plains, do not care about any of this?" Standing nearby, Brocade River then cleared his throat and agreed, "I fear that among these arrogant bandits, a few self-proclaimed nobles are backing them." At the same time, the scene shifted back to the camp. Forest Hope was gently comforting the children. "I will take you outside, do not be afraid." This partly reassured and encouraged them. "Okay, I am not scared anymore." Suddenly, from afar, Yihan walked in and provoked them. "Cat-handed mutant girl, having fun playing with these kids, are you? Brothers, take these mutants to our auction house." At these words, the lackeys could not help showing excitement and laughed. "So this day finally came for you." With that, Yihan was momentarily delighted, and said with certainty, "These are all top-grade goods. Only the right market can squeeze every bit of value out of them." Hearing this, Forest Hope could no longer hold back and stood up at once, asking, "What are you people planning to do?" Without the slightest hesitation, Yihan smiled and ordered, "Yu Feng, take this cat-handed mutant away and put her in something a little sexier. I want to make her the finale of the auction. A high-level spirit guide will drive plenty of bosses with a taste for conquest." Completely wild, once the order was given, Yu Feng obediently nodded. Yes. Faced with this situation, Forest Hope was soon so furious her face burned. On Little Creek's side afterward, the arrogant Hiyo and the Blackwater gang were finally subdued by Little Creek's group. One of them gasped his final words. "Leader, your kindness has been repaid. Farewell." At that moment, Little Creek suddenly spoke up. "Rabbit Big Brother, how do you plan to deal with these bandits?" Brocade River answered bluntly, "I do not intend to kill too many, but what these bandits have done makes them deserve death 10,000 times over." He did not bother arguing. He simply lifted them all up, stood at the edge of the cliff, and continued coldly, "This is the river that marks the border between the southern wilds and the central plains. There are many vicious water monsters below. Whoever survives means heaven has given you one more chance to be human. Pray for yourselves. Beneath the rushing water, savage water monsters were hiding. They listened greedily, baring their teeth and waiting. Cam River said nothing, and immediately threw them straight into the river, making them scream in panic. Meanwhile, Herlin turned to Little Creek in confusion and asked, "Kid, are you not supposed to be super kind? Why did you not plead for them this time?" He explained without hesitation, "It depends on how serious the matter is. This time I really cannot think of any reason to plead for them." At this point, Little Creek asked suspiciously, "Where is Snow Crystal?" At that moment, Hak Lang suddenly grabbed the hem of the robe and hurriedly shouted, "Look over there. A lot of people are coming." From the distance, the heavy sound of marching footsteps echoed nonstop. It turned out this man was the colonel of the 5th Legion of the Southern Wasteland. Dapin was currently leading an entire squad of powerful officers forward. Then he openly announced, "No need to search anymore, the person is with us. You people used torture without permission and violated the laws of the Southern Wasteland. I am Colonel Dapin, under the authority of the Thap family. Do you know your crime now?" Hearing those words, Cam Jiang could no longer contain his anger and clenched his fists as he shouted, "Law enforcers. If you wouldn't help us, fine, but now you're kicking us while we're down. Damn it, release my younger siblings and the other children." Dapin calmly puffed on his cigar and leisurely declared, "I already witnessed you abusing private punishment. That is enough evidence to convict you. Obediently surrender now. Perhaps I'll consider reducing your sentence." At that moment, Great Rabbit could no longer hold back and raised his fist decisively. Furious, he charged forward. "In that case, go drink with those bandits in hell." Dapin immediately barked an order, "Soldiers, fall back," ignoring the officers behind him coughing from the thick smoke. "We don't need everyone to attack, I'll handle them alone." He even arrogantly declared, "It's just a wild rabbit, let me tame it." He struck decisively, throwing a punch straight at Cam Jiang's face while mocking him. "Hey, big head, still trying to resist. Looks like you don't have enough strength." Without giving his opponent any chance to counterattack, Dapin quickly spun around and delivered a crushing kick to the back of Great Rabbit's head. Tiu Qi and Hak Lang were stunned like statues. He gaped in shock and cried out, "What just happened? Big Brother Rabbit is incredibly strong, yet he got taken down instantly." Little Hak beside him blurted out, "I couldn't even react in time." Only then did Dapin notice the boy and look at him arrogantly. "How insulting, right? There's still one brat and one milk-drinking puppy left. I almost forgot about you too." Hearing this, Tiu Qi was stunned. His voice trembled slightly with fear. "But I'm just a child." At that moment, Tiu Van softly whispered, "Tiu Qi, don't be afraid. I can sense that he has no ill intention." He froze when he heard her words and asked doubtfully, "Mom, that cold-faced and vicious colonel is actually a good person." At that moment, Dapin suddenly spoke up. "Earlier, I saw you casting lightning spells beside them. They weren't weak at all." Even the captain was left dumbfounded. "You must be quite a capable mage." After saying that, he suddenly changed his attitude and lowered his voice. "Turning elemental spirits into weapons, huh? Not bad. To fulfill your dream of becoming a body cultivator, I'll let you hit me 3 times. If a little mage swordsman like you can use martial arts to make me feel even a bit of pain, I'll let all of you go without punishment. If you lose, you have to do one thing for me. No matter what, you won't lose out." "So, that's a pretty generous condition, isn't it?" One of the officers could only cover his face helplessly and silently complain, "Oh no, the colonel's twisted hobby is acting up again. This time he's even challenging a mage kid under 10 years old to a martial contest. He's a high-level spirit body cultivator. He's obviously bullying people." Back on Tiu Qi's side, he could not hide his astonishment after hearing that and repeatedly asked, 3 punches, no punishment, why does this feel so strange?" Tiu Qi could hardly believe it, suspicion rising in his heart as he muttered, "He must have misunderstood something and thinks I'm a pure mage. But Mom said he has no bad intentions. Could it be he's deliberately finding an excuse to trick me into helping him? He said he works for the Thap Bat family. That brat Thap Bat Thien also seems to belong to this family. They are one of the rare great clans that don't look down on mutant insects." Right at that moment, somewhere else, Lady Thien was quietly reading a book when she suddenly sneezed. The boy was completely confused and came to his own conclusion. "I've probably stayed up too many nights lately, but these forbidden books are seriously addictive. I'm almost done reading all the forbidden books in the academy. I need to keep going." Scene changed, Tiu Qi let out a faint smile. His voice was filled with provocation. "So the colonel is actually one of the good guys? Sang Sun was ambushing this place to rescue people. We just didn't expect the bandits to clash with us first. Now we're helping you with your work, yet you're still trying to trick me. You're the one walking into the gun barrel yourself. I won't hold back." The very next second, Tiu Qi suddenly changed his expression and started crying while explaining, "Colonel, I'm just a low-level spirit guide mage." He immediately put on a pitiful look, tears filling his eyes as he sobbed, You're so mean. Hak Lang beside him also angrily chimed in. You can't bully him, he's just a mage. At that moment, both of them suddenly revealed sinister smiles and crafty looks in their eyes. Tiu Qi then whispered, Little Hak, give it your all later. Dapen, who had already lost patience, irritably urged them, hurry up. Weren't you pretending to be a swordsman and fooling people pretty well earlier? Come on, let me see your true strength. I hate brats like you who think you're clever. At that moment, Yamaha smiled faintly but shook his head slightly. Colonel, maybe we should stop fooling around with them and focus on the real mission. At that moment, Yamaha smiled faintly but shook his head slightly. Colonel, maybe we should stop fooling around with them and focus on the real mission. He puffed out smoke and coldly replied, Officer, quit nagging, I'm handling important business. Yamaha jumped in fright, but despite being nervous, he still argued back. No sir, you are absolutely not handling important business. You're playing around. Dapen instantly got furious and pointed straight at him. Then he sternly warned, enough, you don't understand my intentions. That's why I'm a colonel while you're just an officer. Meanwhile, Zioxy stopped waiting around. Frowning impatiently, he coldly called out, Colonel sir, do you want me to throw 3 punches or not? At that moment, Zioxy appeared under the blowing wind with an imposing aura. Shang said, come on then, even though I'm only a spell cultivator. I'll still give it my all, forget about my outfit. Life needs a sense of ceremony. Sometime later elsewhere, Yu Fengzhu's voice rang out. Leader, I've already helped the little kitty change clothes. She wiped out so many of our subordinates, so we definitely have to find her a good buyer. At that moment, Lin Zai's hands had already been tightly restrained. She could only stand there helplessly, unable to do anything. Yihan calmly walked over, gently lifted her chin and spoke in a creepy tone. Not bad, I'm almost reluctant to auction you off now. Curling your hair later will make you even prettier. Yu Feng stood nearby watching with immense resentment, gritting her teeth as she muttered. That shameless woman actually dares to seduce the leader. At this moment, Lin Zai could no longer hold back her anger and exploded. She glared at him and shouted, bastard. Without hesitation, Lin Zai fiercely bit down on Yihan's hand until blood splattered out. His face darkened as he grabbed the wounded arm and stared at her coldly. Then, unexpectedly, Yihan raised his hand and slowly licked the blood from it. To everyone's surprise, not only was he not angry, he even revealed a sinister smile and remarked, slightly sweet. As for Yu Feng, she could no longer sit still. Furious, she grabbed at her hair and shouted, that's basically an indirect kiss. Scene change. Zioxy started stretching his body while saying, Colonel, wait a moment while I warm up first, otherwise I might not have enough strength later. As he bent over stretching, he kept rambling on. Lying on the ground nearby was the Saitama cosplay outfit from earlier. Then Zioxy explained, the draft forgot to draw it and now it can't be fixed. Just assume I took it off. Colonel, you don't mind, right? Dapen laughed arrogantly, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he declared, it's useless. The moment I move slightly, primal energy covers every inch of my muscles. You won't be able to break through my defenses. You'll probably shatter your own bones instead. After saying that, he puffed himself up and loudly provoked him. Kid, if you've got guts, then hit me. Use all your strength, strike right here. If you can't make me feel pain, then you lose. If you lose, you'll have to help me with something. I'm looking for an important person, someone young but powerful. The more pathetic and insignificant the brat is, the better. Zioxy paused for a moment, suspiciously questioning him. Young and powerful, I can reluctantly accept that. But pathetic and insignificant, am I really like that? Immediately afterward, Dapen pointed directly at him. You, his tone grew impatient. That's right, I'm talking about you. So what if I'm bullying you? Hurry up and throw the 3 punches. After that, I'll tell you what I need help with. Zioxy couldn't be bothered arguing anymore. He clenched his fist and glared at the man. Fine, since the colonel sincerely wants my help so badly. Zioxy decisively charged forward and slammed a devastating punch straight into Dapen, instantly leaving him dizzy. If I don't go all out, wouldn't that disrespect your fairness and integrity? Right after that, Dapen's spine started cracking apart vertebra by vertebra. Continuous cracking sounds echoed out. His face became covered in blood, looking utterly miserable. Even so, he stubbornly declared, you lost, kid. I don't feel any pain at all. You have to help me with something, or else I'll have you executed. Seeing this, Yamaha hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief and handed it to Dapen while softly reminding him, Colonel, the blood, wipe it off. At that moment, the man still looked dazed. His face was completely blank. Who am I? Where am I? Meanwhile, Zioxy lifted his chin with one hand and spoke seriously. Colonel, if there's nothing else, we're leaving now. Please release Zhu Xing. Those children will be entrusted to you. Dapen hurriedly wiped away the remaining blood with the handkerchief and bluntly replied, Who said you could leave? You lost, kid. At this point, he raised one finger, seemingly having lost all sense of pain, and loudly warned, a man has to take responsibility for his promises. You and I made a bet that your martial arts could make me feel pain. But right now, I don't feel anything at all. Absolutely nothing. The very next second, Dapen could no longer hold himself up and collapsed to his knees. Blood continuously poured from his mouth. leaving everyone terrified. Meanwhile, the fury inside Zioxy completely burst out of control. You shameless old fraud who doesn't keep his word. That means I still have 2 punches left. Come at me then, twin crushing punches. You think I'm easy to bully? Dai Pen, pale-faced and sluggish, weakly responded. What 2 punches? I don't know anything about that. I only know that you just assaulted an officer of the Empire. Where is everyone? The moment the words left his mouth, a barrage of blades pointed straight at him and Hack Lan, making Ziozai cry out warily. Big brothers, let's talk this through calmly, all right. From below, Cam Jiang suddenly muttered weakly, young man, let me handle them with you. After hearing that, the man immediately barked an urgent order. Soldiers, lower your weapons so I can speak with the kid. At that point, Dibbing staggered again and collapsed to the ground. Blood poured from his mouth in waves, causing the entire formation to cry out in alarm. Boss, he spoke weakly, this is bad, I've suffered serious internal injuries, I'm dying. Let me keep commanding for a bit longer. Yamaha lowered his head and glanced at Ziozai suspiciously before muttering. This young man managed to knock out a high-ranking Colonel Spirit Master with a single punch. How strange, no wonder the boss is interested in him. Suddenly, Yamaha froze for a moment before immediately realizing, I get it now. The Colonel wants him to help complete that mission. Meanwhile, Dapin quickly regained his composure. He coldly raised a hand to his cap and introduced himself. Kid, your strength isn't bad. Let me introduce myself again. I am Colonel Dapin Zeri, under the command of the Chuoba clan. At the same time, he removed the cap from his head without hesitation. A pair of bear ears popped out and he calmly continued, I am also a black bear hybrid. Ziozai stared in disbelief, his face going blank as he cried out in shock, Colonel Jerry, those ears seriously don't suit you at all. Do any of you happen to be named Tom? Looking toward the other 2 officers, he explained. Also, more than half of my soldiers are hybrids too. This ambush mission against the bandits was personally ordered by the young master of the Chuoba clan. But wiping them all out would implicate many filthy great clans backing them from the shadows. The situation is a bit complicated. Meanwhile, the other 2 were still happily fooling around with each other. I like your soft ears. Stop messing around. Shut up, quit making faces. His voice turned deep as he coldly demanded, like us, then where is my little sister? Dapin only gave a faint smile before answering seriously, surprised, aren't you? That's understandable. Hybrid officials are probably something you can only see in the Chuoba clan. Then he reassured him again, big head, don't worry. Your sister is somewhere safe helping take care of the children. We soldiers are covered in killing intent. The children only listen to her. At this moment he suddenly fell into deep thought, his gaze drifting into the distance. Ever since ancient times, the mutant insects had always been treated as a lower race. We must unite and grow stronger if we want to survive on this continent, and the Chuoba clan has given us such an opportunity. The next second, Dapin quickly regained his composure. But Cheng said, sorry, I got carried away. Let's get back to the main topic. Here's the situation. The scene shifted to a suburb along the border of the southern Emperor Kingdom. 2 figures in black cloaks appeared at the entrance of the cellar where the auction was being held. They whispered in the darkness, so this is the place. Then, the guard quickly stepped forward and demanded, please remove your hood and present your invitation to this auction. At the same time, release your origin energy. Defa immediately handed over the invitation, then arrogantly complained, I'm Wang Defa himself. You still need to verify my identity. Ordinary people could never imitate my peerless looks. The guard raised the information board and began checking before replying at once. I can only follow orders, everything checks out. Please enter. Defa gave a faint smile and curiously asked, hey, guard, has my brother Chulier Feng arrived yet? The man sternly replied, I cannot answer that. Please proceed to the power inspection. Anyone above spirit guidance level is forbidden from entering the auction hall. After hearing the answer, he could only suppress his anger and walk inside, grinding his teeth as he cursed. You're just a gatekeeper, yet you dare speak to me like that. I'll call my father to deal with you. At that moment, Yufeng stood atop the grand stage making an announcement. The auction will begin shortly. Honored guests may enjoy the delicacies prepared here. As soon as he finished speaking, Dihua appeared with his muscular physique. He skillfully cooked while the announcement continued. Today's dishes are personally prepared by Master Chef Dihua. Meanwhile, backstage, Count Chulai continuously showered praise. Little Yezi, you've done an excellent job. This auction not only has rare mutant insects, but also precious treasures. I wonder where you found them all. Yihan modestly replied, Count Chulier flatters me too much. Yihan only wishes to return to the clan soon and become a barber. Outside, the guests were enthusiastically discussing the auction. This underground auction house may look ordinary, but the food is amazing, and the drinks here are excellent too. There's even a faint chrysanthemum fragrance. How did they do this? Weren't we here to auction off shady goods? Why does this feel like a grand ballroom party? It smells wonderful elsewhere. In complete contrast to the lively atmosphere outside was a damp, dark corner where Lin Zai and the other unfortunate children were imprisoned. One child could no longer hold back and burst into tears in fear. Big sister, I'm scared. Why are they locking us in cages? Linzai anxiously comforted them. Don't be afraid, heroes will come save us. I promise. Meanwhile, one of the captors suddenly snapped irritably. Stop dreaming. We already erased all the marks you left along the road. That headquarters was only a decoy anyway, filled with nothing but weaklings. The man continued, no one will ever find this place and even less will anyone break in. You've completely lost hope. Yet his eyes remained glued to the book in his hands as he sighed emotionally. Stealing this book back then was such a brilliant move. These drawings are practically divine art. Who on earth painted this? I'm about to cough up blood from excitement. At the same time, Xioxi unexpectedly sneezed as well and muttered in confusion. Is someone thinking about me? He crossed his arms, finally understanding Dapin's intention. Colonel, are you saying you want me to disguise myself as a noble young master and infiltrate that underground auction house? After hearing this, his emotions instantly spiraled out of control and he shouted, so my juniors are being treated like merchandise. Damn it! Dapin paid him no attention and seriously analyzed the plan. I intend to split our forces into two groups. One group will wipe out the bandits' headquarters, while the other infiltrates the auction house, allowing us to capture them all at once. Xioxi widened his eyes in surprise and pointed at himself skeptically. Then why choose me? Can't your own people do it? Dapin glanced at him and explained, the problem is that to enter the auction house, one must be at spirit guidance level or lower. Furthermore, a special identity token is required. Appearance, age, and origin energy fluctuations all have to match. Fortunately, we've already captured a young noble around your age. One of our officers possesses a very special spirit TIVN elemental ability. Your appearance is fairly similar to that young noble, and she can perfectly imitate both his appearance and origin energy fluctuation. Perfectly? Upon hearing that, Xioxi's expression instantly changed as he nervously demanded, such an incredible ability. Where's that noble brat? Let me see who dares resemble my handsome face. Dapin suddenly pointed to the side and replied, over there. As he spoke, he ordered, bring him here, officer. Turned out Yamaha had successfully brought the man over, though he no longer seemed intact. Xioxi's eyes widened in horror. What? It's actually Chulier Feng again? Why do I keep running into him? Xioxi glanced toward Liar and suspiciously asked, Colonel, what crime did this kid commit? Judging by his appearance, he seems to have been tortured miserably too, just like the last time I saw him. Dapin replied doubtfully. To be honest, at first we knew nothing about the underground auction. It was just like running into that guy on the road by chance. According to his account, this bastard had been killing people randomly on the outskirts of the city, so we gave him a little lesson. The moment Xioxi heard that, rage boiled inside him. What? He immediately turned around and nearly beat Liar to death again. He slowly began to understand, a trace of surprise appearing on his face. So that was it. No wonder the injuries were so severe. Dapin continued, explaining that they later discovered he was the eldest grandson of the clan. Then Tak Liar revealed an earth-shattering secret. The more the old man listened, the grimmer his expression became. In a hoarse voice, he added that the bandits nearby were actually supported by the Tak Liar family. There was also the underground auction, where they sold the items and children they captured. Xioxi grabbed Liar by the collar, utterly bewildered. The Tak Liar family holds enormous influence. Aren't you Takba people afraid of starting a war? Dapin calmly curled his lips into a faint smile and answered in an indifferent tone. The two families have never gotten along anyway, so killing him directly is impossible. But giving him some random charge, beating him up, and dragging him back is easy enough. After hearing that, Xioxi forced a faint smile, though inwardly he was judging them. Randomly framing someone, wasn't this old man just tricking him into helping? Clearly they were experienced repeat offenders. Jinjiang suddenly stood up and slammed the table angrily, declaring firmly, I want to take part in this mission too. My younger brother and sister were also taken away. They're very likely inside that auction hall. Besides, my strength is already at the peak of spirit guidance. No one is more suitable to accompany this young man than me. Dapin did not answer immediately. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and muttered, let me think. Getting inside is extremely strict. Even members of their own family probably receive no exception. It would be best to send 2 people in, and with a body cultivator, there would still be protection after the forbidden spell activates. After careful consideration, he quickly responded, fine, you can go, but you must promise me one thing: you have to obey the kid. Otherwise, you are not going. Upon hearing the answer, Jinjiang replied resolutely, all right, I can do that. Then Yamaha immediately took out an invitation card, held it up, and spoke, good, this is the admission token. After speaking, he promptly brought out the core of a magic array and explained seriously, this is the key to the entire operation. An old trick The core of this war array was assembled by a demon mage. According to our information, there is a grand spirit mage at this auction. With our current strength, confronting him head-on is impossible. A second later, Yamaha's face darkened and a sinister smile slowly spread across it. But once this device is activated, everyone inside will only be left with pure physical strength. We will close the net from the outside. Even a grand spirit mage will become nothing more than a fish caught in a trap. No one will escape. Success or failure depends entirely on this. A hand suddenly landed on Zioxy's shoulder, startling him badly. Yamaha stared directly into his eyes and instructed him seriously. Zioxy, take the device inside. We'll draw the formation outside. Once the formation is complete, the device will glow red. That's when you activate it. We'll coordinate from inside and outside, capture every last one of them, and beat the whole bunch senseless. His face suddenly twisted into something horrifying, like a grotesque monster, as he laughed madly. Beat them senseless? Dapin still looked calm as he slowly puffed on his cigar and carefully explained everything. After activating the device, come outside and regroup with us. The anti-magic barrier may interfere with the flow of spirit power, but there are many body cultivators inside. Even without spirit power, they will not be easy opponents. Leave the rest to us. Before he could keep acting cool for long, he suddenly froze, rubbed his nose a few times, and barked an order irritably. This mission is dangerous. After entering, your top priority is your own safety. Officer, disguise them. After hearing the order, Yamaha immediately straightened up and answered, understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly summoned the green chameleon perched on his head. The giant creature suddenly darted forward, leaving Zioxy utterly stunned. It moved with astonishing speed. The moment it flew over, it decisively shot its long tongue towards Zioxy and Jinjia. Just before touching the ground, the chameleon suddenly swallowed both of them whole in one swift motion. In the blink of an eye, it burped and immediately spat them back out. Their appearances had completely changed. At that moment, Zioxy looked into a mirror in disgust, grimacing miserably. This face is way too ugly. How am I supposed to look people in the eye with this? Even Dapin could hardly believe what he was seeing. Meanwhile, Yamaha laughed in satisfaction. Nicely done. Then he turned toward Jinjia. He had been disguised as a seductive young woman. That instantly made the big man blush in embarrassment. From now on, I am the young master's personal maid. Whatever you say, I will do. Zioxy and Yamaha both turned over curiously, only to be nearly blinded by the stunningly voluptuous figure and start spraying nosebleeds instantly. Time quickly passed. After Zioxy and Brother Rabbit finished disguising themselves, they arrived at the entrance of the auction hall. The guard at the gate was immediately stunned. The man suddenly got a nosebleed the instant he saw Jinjia. He stammered awkwardly, "Young Master Tak Liar, line up for inspection. Remove your hood and channel your spirit power into the token." Jinjiang looked utterly shocked. "Hold off on asking what's wrong with him." Rook raised the new card as he answered. "Young people burn through their vitality. He probably stayed up too many nights." The bodyguard sniffled and replied, "Identity confirmed. Please enter." Rook frowned slightly as he walked inside, but a question rose in his heart and he silently sighed. He never expected to pass the first checkpoint so easily. It looked like there was still a strength test. Rook strode deeper in with his head held high, his eyes sweeping the surroundings, while he wondered curiously, is that falling? What is it doing? When he reached the strength testing area, a man standing guard immediately greeted him respectfully. "Young Master Feng, it has been a long time. Not only has your strength grown quite a bit, your taste in maids has got heavier too." Rook stayed silent and did not answer, secretly wondering with doubt, could they be testing strength with ultrasound? What kind of science is this? Maybe they are afraid someone too powerful will seize the treasures and cause trouble, so this makes things easier to control. The two of them soon approached the auction hall. The light from the jellyfish and glowing mushrooms on both sides made Brooke cry out in surprise. "I never expected there to be so many glowing jellyfish and glowing mushrooms here. I wonder how the ones I used to have at home are doing. Is anyone feeding them corn?" The moment he saw him, Duke Fat hurried over, waving and chattering excitedly. "Feng, long time no see. I heard you dropped out too. From now on we can't." Before he could finish, he froze dead in place, his eyes wide as he looked at the two of them in undisguised horror. The next second, Duke Fat was so frightened that he fainted and collapsed to the ground. Brooke only glanced at him in disgust and snapped, "Whose unlucky kid is this? Why is he lying on the ground like that?" Gemma Fang added, "If you had not said anything, I would have thought he was a cockroach. Looks like this place is not very safe. Someone already went down so quickly." On the stage, Yu Feng glanced lightly over the crowd below and announced softly, "Everyone has waited long enough. The auction will begin at once. Honored guests with heaven-ranked cards, please proceed to the second floor." Brooke looked down at the card in his hand and was startled. He could not help exclaiming, "Whoa, this Toral Feng guy has such high status. Heaven rank number 9 and a private room too." He slowly moved through the door, and as soon as he entered, he heard the guests inside making a racket. It has finally started. "I wonder what good stuff there will be this time. I heard there are many high-quality mutant insect slaves this time." Let's buy two to play with. High above the three figures of Count Tori, Yihan and Qin Qi stood sternly, watching with authority. The moment the hammer struck with a clack, it also meant that today's auction had officially begun. Without waiting any longer, Yu Feng displayed the first item and began the introduction. The first item up for auction is a soybean shooter pot. The soybeans this plant fires can kill many low-level undead creatures. They are also very tasty, making this a fine item. For travel, home use, ghost defense, and zombie defense, the starting bid is 5,000 high-grade essence stone. As soon as she finished speaking, the audience below immediately burst into discussion, splitting into two different reactions. 10,000, not interested. That is so expensive. 20,000, I cannot afford it too. Elsewhere, Hark Long suddenly collapsed, foaming at the mouth, leaving Gemma Fang utterly panicked. Dog, what is wrong with you? What is going on? So many people are fainting so easily. Could there be some kind of contagious disease? Cloud held the magic array core in her hand and said cheerfully, "This ball is about to light up." Brooke, meanwhile, was completely bored. He silently complained with resentment, "I have no money. This is so boring. Did I come here just to wait? If I had known, I would have made that colonel pay me." Back at the auction, a man suddenly shouted 50,000 high-grade essence stones. Yu Feng hastily called out 50,000 once, 50,000 twice, 50,000 three times, sold. Without hesitation, she displayed the second item and said, "Now we will begin bidding on the second item. This treasure is rather special. This is a secret manual about the very human body. It is earth-shaking, and it was seized from a student of Demon Rat Academy." As Yu Feng spoke, she opened the book, and a dazzling light instantly spread throughout the hall. Inside were records of vast knowledge and secrets about the human body. The starting bid is 8,888 high-grade essence stones. The crowd below the stage looked up, all of them shocked and praising it without end. "What is that?" "It is the second dimension. A second dimension inside a book." This time an eager shout rang out. "Hurry and make the first bid. I bid 88,888 high-grade essence stones for that book." Hearing this, the entire hall immediately erupted in admiration. "Who is calling out that price?" Elsewhere, a blonde youth curiously turned and asked in a low voice, "Isn't it just a golden book? What idiot would bid that high?" The girl replied, "The people here all have powerful forces behind them. How many of them could be fools? I suspect that book has some special mystery to it. Let's watch the situation first." At that moment, our own Brooke joined in with great enthusiasm and bid 100,000 high-grade essence stones. The moment the young man saw Gemma Fang, he was captivated by her beauty and muttered in a daze, "The bunny girl upstairs is so cute. I want her to hit me." A mysterious figure stepped out from the crowd, the corners of his mouth curling into a scheming smile as he raised his invitation card high and clearly called out a bid. "I am willing to offer 110,000 high-grade spirit stones. A forbidden book like this is something a kid like you should read less of. One careless mistake could cripple you." Everyone else was still cursing him, especially someone who wanted to curse him down with a spell. What a thing. At the same time, behind him, a small tail suddenly slipped out from his robe and wagged happily a few times. Zai had already lost control of his emotions and rushed out in anger. Luckily, Jin Fang stopped him in time, and he roared fiercely, "Do not judge it by its appearance and think it is simple. On the surface, it is an obscene book. But in reality, someone once used it to cultivate an incredibly powerful killing arm, a rare thing in this world. This book is divided into many volumes at Demon Rat Academy. Even with money, you cannot buy this ultra-rare forbidden book. This thing can unlock the secret realm of the human body." As soon as he finished speaking, Zai suddenly jumped and hurriedly covered his mouth. "Oh no, wrong move, I said it by accident." After realizing it, the crowd below the stage kept whispering, "Hey, is that true? He is not just bluffing, is he? The nephew of my relative's daughter's son's 8th aunt studies at Demon Rat Academy. I think I have heard of this before." Once again, someone stepped forward. At that moment, he was so furious that he had no choice but to lower his shameful stance. "Damn it, you, why did you say it? I bid 200,000 high-grade spirit stone. I hope everyone can show me some respect and stop fighting me over it." But none of the others had any intention of backing down, and they quickly placed their bids. 300,000. When it was his turn, Ju refused to lose and shouted loudly, 400,000. As soon as he finished speaking, someone else immediately raised the price without hesitation. 600,000. Right there, Baron Thunder saw Zai and instinctively believed him by mistake. He even grumbled with the air of an elder. "That Feng kid came here and did not even greet his own uncle. He is even bidding. Does that kid not know this auction house belongs to my family?" Yihan then put on a fake expression and began flattering him. "Lord Baron, you truly have a fine nephew, can you not see it? The young master and that man in black are on the same side. The young master is helping you drive up the price." Hearing this, the Baron suddenly laughed with delight and praised him nonstop. "As expected of my son, my nephew, he is truly clever." Still, he did not forget to mock Yihan. What would Yihan know? After hearing it, Yihan had nothing to say. He could only click his tongue. At the same time, a white-bearded old man strode out with imposing confidence, dragging another person by the hand and boldly declared, 1 million. The other man was already foaming at the mouth, looking up for help as if he were about to die. A young man in the crowd suddenly recognized him and widened his eyes in terror. He cried out, "This old man seems to be the mad body cultivator Aoyang Shulu. He is an old monster of the Aoyang family and was once a holy spirit. Many years ago, something went wrong because of his insane cultivation. His strength was damaged, so he fell to the spirit guide realm. Could it be that he wants to use this secret manual to heal his injuries and break through again?" The people behind him broke into whispers. "It is him, it really is him. It is him, we." At this moment, another young man stepped forward proudly, raised a new card, and shouted irritably, "Now this is interesting. I am joining too. My bid is." Before he could finish, Aoyang rudely rushed out and interrupted him. "Huh, do you want to die?" The other party could not help feeling helpless. He clicked his tongue and replied timidly, "I am not bidding anymore." Above them, Qin Jiang suddenly glanced at Zai. He pressed him and asked, "Young man, why lure those wicked people into raising the price? They have nothing to do with us." Zai answered coldly with only one word. No. In the next second, Zai immediately pulled out a stack of books. With a sly smile, he said, "They have a lot to do with it. I drew these nonsense manuals when I was bored before. I originally planned to sell them cheaply when I ran out of money, but of course I cannot miss such a good opportunity. Later, even if I sell them cheaply, someone will definitely buy them." And as a result, in the end, Aoyang Shulu won the bid for the obscene book. He could not hide his happiness and grinned from ear to ear. And then, something completely unbelievable suddenly happened, though no one expected that. Many years later, Aoyang Shulu truly used that book to cultivate the legendary Kilin arm. Later generations respectfully called him the Kilin King, which made old Aoyang more and more admired. "Kilin King, I love you." Seeing this, they could only regret it and cry bitterly. "Damn it, the two of us were there back then too. Why did we not buy one? This baby is furious." Back at the auction, the next item was quickly displayed by Yu Feng. He added a brief introduction. The next auction item is the Mystic Turtle Snake Shell. This is an extremely rare item, refined after Mystic Turtle Elder passed away and shed his shell. It can increase divination ability. The starting price is 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. As soon as he finished, Yadaio stepped out coldly, raised his hand directly, and spoke. "The Purple Boss clan has come all the way from the distant northern plains for this. We must obtain it. 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. What is the point of fighting so hard for it?" Zai picked his nose while calmly raising the price by 1 coin. 500,001 spirit stone. He gritted his teeth and glared at the boy as if he wanted to devour him alive. The price had already climbed close to 600,000, no matter how vicious the other man became. Arzioxy kept raising the bid by a single coin just to mock him. 600,001 spirit stone. The man finally reached his limit, losing control as he slammed the table and shouted, "You filthy brat. How dare you oppose me? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're from the Thornair clan." After witnessing everything, Count Thornair proudly raised his head. In a commanding voice he declared, "Little Feng, the Thornair clan really can do whatever we want. Just choose whatever you like. Your uncle here is a grand spirit master. No one here dares bully you." Backed up by his uncle, Xyroxy immediately resumed his mocking attitude, smugly taunting his opponent. "Hear that? That high-ranking leader up there is my real uncle. Jealous yet? If you want revenge later, come find me, Thornair Feng." After saying that, Xyoxy curiously wondered to himself, so the Grand Spirit Master he mentioned is that idiot up there. The more he listened, the angrier he became. Grinding his teeth furiously, he forced himself to stay calm. Finally, he roared, 800,000 high-grade spirit stones, you bastard. That's all the money I have. If you brat have more than that, then take it. The moment he finished speaking, Xyroxy arrogantly pulled out another obscene book. As if provoking him on purpose, he sneered, "I, Thornair Feng, really do have money. 1 spirit stone more than you, in fact, so what now? I've got the power of money on my side." Yang immediately trembled and stood up. His eyes widened as they locked onto the item in Xyroxy's hand. Then he firmly declared, "Young man, could this be an even higher-level secret manual? It even has luxurious golden edges. You absolutely must sell it to me. Even if I have to outbid Aoyang, I'll still buy it. I can already feel my right hand growing stronger. As long as I can recover my strength, any amount of money is worth it." Meanwhile, Yedeo still burned with resentment, constantly muttering curses under his breath. "Damn it, Thornair Feng, right? Today I've memorized your face and name. Once I return to the northern plains, I'll curse you with thousands of hexes. You'll enjoy it so much you'll go insane." At that moment, Xyroxy suddenly requested, "The moment I saw you, I felt close to you, sir. I'll sell each copy for 999,800 spirit stones. I only ask to borrow the book you just bought for a quick look. I'll return it immediately after reading it. Hopefully, I can also unlock some hidden mysteries of the human body." Right then, the young man opposite him instantly shouted in protest. I suspect you're all pulling some kind of trick, but I have no proof. Could this book be fake? And all of you are, Count Thornair immediately became enraged. He pointed fiercely at the young man and shouted, "What nonsense are you saying? Even though this is an underground auction, we still conduct business honorably. We have a senior appraiser here. Little Feng, bring the book up here. You've already sold everything anyway." After completing the appraisal, the old appraiser hurriedly spoke up to verify it. "I stake my lifelong reputation on providing the fairest appraisal possible. There is absolutely no deception here." The very next second, he decisively opened the book without hesitation. The sight before him left the old man completely frozen. Blood spurted from his nose, yet he still firmly declared it authentic. It came from the same author as that other human body exploration manual. At that moment, the appraiser seemed to drift into a dreamlike state, satisfaction written all over his face. Allow this old man to describe it. The bronze bindings on both sides are evenly colored and the pages are smooth and flawless. The crafted adhesive is sturdy and difficult to separate, while the golden metal cover radiates luxury. 96 pages, 192 sides. Every page carries the excitement of youth and vivid memories. Extraordinary coloring. No, after such passion, it's no longer mere excitement. It feels as though I've returned to the age of 58. I remember a version of myself I could never forget. Finally, the old man concluded, "This is an original copy, and also a priceless treasure." Immediately afterward, the guests erupted in excitement. "We don't have enough money, then let's pool our funds together. I'll buy it, my heavens. I want to buy it too." At the same time, Zioxy glanced toward Harlan with gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work, Lord Evil Master," Harlan humbly replied. "Not at all, you're the one who worked hard, Captain Zioxy." Before long, the hammer sounded once more, sealing the result. 2 million sold. Congratulations to Elder Aoyang for purchasing another human body. Manual. Zioxy's group successfully earned an enormous fortune from auctioning the books. None of them could hide their shock. Even after deducting the cost of the turtle shell, we still have this much left. The little bridge is about to light up. I want to learn drawing too. We're rich. A moment later, Yu Feng suddenly announced, "The dozen rare treasures from our collection have all been auctioned off. We will now begin a new round." This round's exotic slave auction features only carefully selected premium goods. Every one of them is beautiful and full of vitality. We absolutely will not disappoint everyone. The moment they heard this, the long-awaited moment for Zioxy and Jinjiang had finally arrived. The two of them blurted out simultaneously, "It's here." He glanced down at the formation core in Little Yun's hand and grumbled irritably, "The orb still hasn't lit up. Big brother is really taking his time." If that's the case, she quickly interrupted him before softly reassuring, "Zioxy, leave it to mother. The moment the little orb lights up, I'll head down there." Right afterward, our Zioxy enthusiastically threw out a stack of books and boldly shouted, "Looks like I'll have to use my own method to save the kids first. Starting today, the strongest currency on the Shuyuan continent will be my books." At that moment, the sound of clattering footsteps echoed through the hall. It turned out to be a trembling white fox girl standing in the middle of the stage. Meanwhile, the people in the neighboring room had already begun the introduction. A top-grade white fox beauty of mixed blood, breathtakingly gorgeous. I don't need to explain further, everyone already understands. Starting price, 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. A wealthy fat man instantly lit up the moment he saw her. Excitedly raising the bid, he shouted, "White fox maiden, I bid 8,000. Even the bald man was captivated by her beauty and immediately interrupted, hurriedly adding, "Galaxy fox spirit, I like her, 10,000. Then Zioxy calmly raised the price to an absurd level. "I'll bid 50,000. I'm going all the way, all of you can get lost." Upon hearing that, someone below angrily shouted, "Normally mixed-blood slaves only cost a few thousand mid-grade spirit stones. What are you people doing, raising the price right from the start? I think this is one of the auction house's tricks." Resentment immediately flared in his mind. "Damn it, what kind of monster is that brat upstairs? My eyes are burning, but now that I'm this handsome, I can't back down even if I bleed dry." Upstairs, the blonde fat man was starting to lose patience and arrogantly declared, "Hey kid downstairs, if you're broke then get lost. It's only money. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones." The girl beside him constantly flattered him. "Boss, you're amazing, so manly, I love it." Zioxy was furious. Pointing directly at him without restraint, he shouted, "You damn fat pig, I thought you were on our side. How much could a mixed-blood slave even be worth? 100,000 high-grade spirit stones could buy a house here, Nupakachi." The blonde fat man sneered arrogantly and replied, "I've got money. What business is it of yours? Fair competition. And what did you just call me? What kind of language is Nupakachi anyway? White fox girls are my favorite." So enchanting. Meanwhile, his gaze accidentally landed on something that left him completely stunned. His face turned bright red in obvious fascination. The one who left Fat Sime dumbfounded was none other than the beautiful Zioyan. Lust was written all over his face. Overflowing with excitement, he sighed, "How can there be such a pure and adorable mixed-blood girl? "Young man, how much is that mixed-blood slave of yours? I'll pay any price." "I absolutely must have her." The girl beside him pouted jealously. "How annoying, don't you want me anymore?" Zioxy was furious beyond belief. His face twisted as if he wanted to devour the other man alive as he growled a warning. "You disgusting fat pig looking to die. Say that again and I'll kill you on the spot." Then without hesitation, he pulled out another manual and coldly declared, 200,000. "I want the white fox girl." In an instant, Aoyang shot to his feet, eyes gleaming brightly. Both hands clenched tightly as they trembled with excitement. "Young friend, please sell that book to me." At that moment, whispers and discussions erupted throughout the hall. 200,000 for a mixed-blood slave. "How stupid, can't afford it, rich boy. That kid really has money, sell it to him." After seeing Zioyan, the fat man had completely lost his soul. "I'm done for." He completely forgot about the auction. His expression suddenly darkened and his voice rang out with determination. "No matter what, I must have her. I don't want any other women, only her, no matter the cost." Elsewhere, Madame Sikale could not hide her surprise. She unconsciously blurted out, that's strange. Has little Fengzi started liking mixed bloods lately? Didn't he hate them?" At the same time, Yufeng immediately called the final bid. 200,000 once, 200,000 twice, 200,000 three times. Sold. This mixed blood belongs to young Master Tacklier. Soon enough, the white fox girl was escorted away by guards. Tears filled her eyes as she trembled and cried out, "Where are you taking me? I'm scared." Zioxy suddenly revealed a perverted smile. He spread his arms and approached the girl, gently saying, "Cute little sister, it's okay. Uncle here will protect you." The white fox girl only glanced briefly at his face, before bursting into tears in terror, regretfully blaming herself. "Mom, I was wrong, I won't run around anymore. I really ran into a pervert." Then another louder sob sounded as she whimpered, "So scary." Zioyan hurried over and gently patted the girl's head, comforting her. "It's okay, little fox, we won't hurt you." Seeing that, Jinjiang also kindly reassured her. "Don't be afraid, little one, we're good people." However, the moment she saw him, the white fox girl immediately froze, her watery eyes trembling. After a while, another mixed-blood child walked onto the stage. Accompanied by the announcement, "The next auction item is an adorable rabbit-eared mixed-blood girl, very clingy. Starting price, 50,000 high-grade spirit stones." At first glance, Jinjiang instantly recognized his younger sister. He angrily clenched the object in his hand until cracking sounds rang out. Seeing that, Zioxy quickly reminded him, "Big brother rabbit, don't get agitated. I'll help you." Then he leisurely raised another manual in front of everyone and firmly declared, "There are 6 more books here, 200,000. Hearing that, the people below seemed petrified, most of them gaping in shock. "What? Earlier it was only a few tens of thousands and now the bids are insane. Even if you're rich, don't waste money like that. That Tacklier Feng really is a prodigal son. Go ahead and bid, I'm not buying anymore." Yang still refused to give up. He roughly snatched the token from the other man's body and grabbed him by the collar. "With this token, I will borrow money from our allied families in the name of the Aoyang clan leader's younger brother. I must buy every secret manual in that young man's hands. Hurry." In the next instant, the sound of the hammer rang out once more along with another announcement. As a result, Zioxy won the auction once again. The two siblings, both starving and miserable, were finally reunited, and everyone was overwhelmed with emotion. "Little sister, I was so worried about you." The girl replied suspiciously, "Big brother, why are you dressed so terribly? I missed you so much." The voice from the auction stage continued. After that, Yufeng immediately announced, "Congratulations once again, young master, on obtaining the tier-eyed exotic bug." Zioxy still kept a blank expression and spoke indifferently. "Continue, I want them all. It's just money anyway, damn it. If I had this much money in my past life, I'd have lived like a king." From behind, Zioan gently wrapped her arms around a child and softly comforted them. "It's all right now, don't be afraid. My son is amazing, he'll protect everyone." She kindly brought over a plate of pastries and lovingly told them to line up. "Don't rush, everyone gets a share." That made the children exclaim in admiration, "What an incredible turnaround. It smells so good." Meanwhile, over on Thunder Tyrant's side, the man suddenly burst out laughing in disbelief. "Little Fengzi's taste has gotten strange lately. Later I'll have Yehen catch more for you and send them directly for you to play with." Hearing that, Zioxy could only continue the act. He forced a smile and respectfully replied, "Thank you, uncle, but there's no need to catch more. I already have enough." After speaking, Zioxy secretly cursed in his heart, "You damn fat pig, catch your ass, you filthy beast." Time quickly passed. Yufeng covered the sinister grin on his lips and announced, "Now we begin the auction for the hottest item in the exotic creature section. A beautiful and cold black cat girl whose strength has reached the high spirit guiding level. But don't worry, her original power has been sealed, and now she's no different from an ordinary girl. For bosses who enjoy the thrill of conquest, the starting bid is 500,000 high-grade spirit stone." At that moment, Linksy was hurriedly dragged out by a servant who even barked viciously, "Move faster, don't make me get rough." She angrily snapped back, a bunch of idle degenerates. The instant Xioxi saw her, his face turned pale and his eyes widened in disbelief. Isn't that Lynxie? Why is she here? Why is she dressed like that? Seeing this, Xiaoan curiously peeked out, but the sight instantly embarrassed her into silence. At the same time, a mysterious figure quietly swept their gaze across the area. They immediately realized the young master still had another scroll in the old man's hand. Could it be beneath the stage? At that moment, nearly everyone became excited, shouting out bids: 600,000, 900,000, 1,200,000, 1,500,000. Suddenly, the pink-haired fat man stepped forward and casually named an outrageous figure: 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Xioxi naturally refused to back down and raised the price by exactly 1 stone as usual. 3,000,001 high-grade spirit stone. The moment their eyes met, Lynxie was fooled by the disguise and her anger instantly exploded. Thoriel Feng, why are you here too? Damn it, didn't I beat you enough before? And you still dare look at me with those filthy eyes? The next second, the fat man stepped forward and shouted furiously, Kid, it was fine if you bought all those exotic creatures before. But our sect leader really likes this type of exotic creature. I'm buying her as a gift for his 100th birthday. Don't compete with me. The crowd below immediately started whispering among themselves. That guy seems to be a follower of the old pervert from the Hehuan sect. Their Hehuan sect is infamous everywhere, a completely indecent sect. We all go there every day to explore the meaning of life. Hearing that, Xioxi became extremely annoyed and immediately cursed back. You filthy old man, I have a personal grudge against that cat-eared exotic creature. I want to buy her back and torture her slowly, so don't fight me for her. Then Xioxi pointed at Lynxie and analyzed without hesitation. Look at her. Even though her chest is big, it's uneven and asymmetrical, and her hips are way too large and also ease. Her personality is violent too. Most importantly, she has the face of a husband killer. At school, she fought so many times that all her boyfriends ended up doomed. If the sect leader finds out, he might think you're plotting to assassinate your superior. Aren't you scared? Lynxie was utterly furious at that moment. She glared at him as if she wanted to devour him alive. Thoriel Feng, you're dead meat. The pink-haired fat man turned pale after hearing that and started hesitating inwardly. If what this brat said was true, then the sect leader would definitely cripple him. This wouldn't do. Xioan beside him was already terrified pale. She hurriedly whispered, Xioxi, stop talking. Mom can feel Xioamu's killing intent. Xioxi ignored the danger to his life and aggressively continued. You people don't know this, but at school she's famous for being a loose woman. As long as you pay her, she'll do anything. She's that kind of woman. Looking over at Lynxie, she seemed to have completely lost control. Rage blazed in her eyes as she screamed furiously, Damn it, Thoriel Feng, I'll tear you into 100 pieces. On the other side, Yehen stood there stunned. Tears streamed down his face as he sobbed. She just yanked my curly hair straight. At the critical moment, a shut-in suddenly appeared and abruptly shouted out a bid. I bid 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Shocked by this, someone quickly recognized him. Isn't that the young master of the Wang family? The Wang family was one of the richest families on the continent, known as the nation's ideal husband. At that moment, the shut-in revealed his true nature as a perverted fanatic, grinning excitedly. A high-spirit guiding black cat girl. Most importantly, she's fierce enough, absolutely perfect. I want her to whip me every day and beat me senseless daily. Even 5 million is worth it. Xioxi felt a trace of indignation. That line was mocking that damned fat shut-in. 5 million high-grade spirit stones, if converted into money on Earth. Earth is just a small target worth 5 billion. Sure enough, no matter where you are, fat shut-in's money is easy to earn. The scene shifts to Lei Li's side. At that moment, Yamaha stood across from him and suddenly said, Hey, friend from the young eagle nest, this place is only an empty shell now. They have moved to an underground arena and the colonel is commanding from there now. Hearing this, Lei Li understood at once. So that was it, over here. Lijai saw Lin Zai's familiar outfit and cried out in confusion, Brother Li, aren't these Sister Lin Zai's clothes? Why are they here? Lei Li immediately picked them up to inspect them and his face unconsciously flushed with embarrassment. His voice sounded a little awkward. These are clothes Lin Zai always wore. A trace of her fragrance still lingered on them. In that instant, the image of Lin Zai, a girl with a cute, pure smile, appeared in his mind. Not only that, the boy Deng Hao happened to discover her sword as well. He hurriedly picked it up and reported, Sister Lin Zai's weapon is here too. At that moment, the news struck Lei Li like a bolt from the blue. He froze, his heart filled with unease. Lin Zai's clothes were here too. Then wasn't she in danger right now? Yamaha stepped over softly and lowered his voice to reassure him. Don't worry, she's fine, our people said. The bandit leader has put her up for auction as a highly sought-after mutant. She should be fine for a short while. Before he could finish, he suddenly stopped. Then he gave a sinister smile and continued. But if we're late and some perverted old man with twisted tastes buys her, that would be terrible. She would definitely be humiliated to death. No, she would wish she were dead. The moment Lei Li heard it, His face darkened instantly, unable to hide the panic in his eyes. At that moment, the image of Lin Zai looking pitiful and pleading for help unconsciously appeared in his mind. Lei Lei, save me. Bing Qing suddenly stepped forward and placed a hand on Lei Li's shoulder. As if she could read his thoughts, she teased softly, "Honestly, Lei Lei, you've cultivated for so many years, yet your mind is still this restless. How could I ever trust you to manage the young Eagle clan in the future?" Her words startled Lei Li and snapped him out of his thoughts. As soon as she finished speaking, Bing Qing's eyes turned icy cold and she ordered decisively, "Move out immediately and attack the auction house." Back to Zioxy, he was practically about to burst a blood vessel after hearing that shut-in nerd shout an absurd bid. 6.66 million top-grade spirit stone. Zioxy coldly raised the price again, leaving the other side stunned. 6.67 million. The guy roared angrily, trying to persuade everyone, "Listen up. This mutant bug even has bad breath, it's not worth that much. You fat otaku over there, stop competing with me already." 7.48 million top-grade spirit stones. At that moment, Lin Zai instantly exploded in fury, snatching the flower pot from Yu Feng's hands while yelling loudly, "Your mouth is the one that stinks, Thornair Feng." Before she even finished speaking, Yu Feng beside her panicked and shouted, "Hey, that's my trumpet flower pot." Lin Zai ignored her protest and decisively hurled the flower pot straight at him. Even after taking the hit head-on, Zioxy remained unfazed. Ignoring the danger, he continued mocking her. "You evil fatso, this kitten-handed girl isn't just violent, her tongue is prickly too. You won't be able to handle her, be good now. Can you stop fighting with me already?" The otaku widened his eyes in shock and asked in surprise, "Huh, prickly." The perverted fatty not only had no intention of giving up, he became even more excited and eagerly shouted another bid. 7.88 million top-grade spirit stones. The subordinate behind him anxiously reminded him, "Young master, we can't keep bidding. If the master finds out, he'll beat your ass flat." Zioxy had completely lost patience with the fat guy and shouted irritably, "Damn it, why do you get even more excited the more I insult her? And the more I try to take her from you, the more obsessed you get. Are you stupid?" The otaku immediately retorted, "Loving someone means accepting everything about her. She isn't some mutant insect. She's my goddess is perfect. She doesn't poop or fart, her breath smells sweet and every single thorn on her tongue." The fat guy then raised his hands above his head into a heart shape, looking utterly infatuated. "They're all love." Zioxy decisively raised the familiar book high into the air and replied firmly, "Fatty, you've truly surprised me. I never thought you'd be such a refined lover. Let's prove ourselves with real strength. 8 million top-grade spirit stones. And my final human body manual as well." Ouyang was still grinning excitedly, his eyes shining as if he had found treasure, and quickly blurted out, "Brother, I'm buying that book." Meanwhile, the young man behind him was crying in despair and fearfully muttering, "Borrowing 2 million. Won't the boss kill us when we get home? This is bad. I need to run away." At that moment, the second in command of the bandit group known as the Fallen Ones joined in. By now, the price of the human body manual had skyrocketed. At present, the distribution looked something like this. Old Yang's side held the southern volume, so they were buried in debt. Meanwhile, the group constantly calling themselves the Fallen Ones had fewer copies, only 3. The second in command lowered his voice and pleaded, "Young master, please sell it to me. We're basically family. Technically speaking, I'm one of your clan's workers. Give me an employee discount. I just borrowed 2 million from the boss." Zioxy's heart wavered slightly, but he harshly interrupted him. "The Thornair clan values reputation above all else. Naturally, we'll sell to the highest bidder. Don't even think about using connections." Hearing the firm refusal, the Fallen One looked utterly devastated, tears streaming down his face. Meanwhile, the otaku suddenly spoke up again. "I still want her." The subordinate beside him immediately stepped in without hesitation, dragging the fat guy away while announcing, "Prince, we're withdrawing from the auction. The master ordered me to keep you under control. We're just sitting here eating snacks, no more bidding. I heard the snacks here are incredibly good." The otaku could only cry helplessly. "No, I want kitty girl." Zioxy successfully won Lin Zai. He walked over with a bright smile and immediately greeted her. "Long time no see. Lin Zai, you've developed pretty well, huh? Did you miss me?" His words were like pouring oil onto a fire, making her explode with rage as she cursed at him furiously. "Thornair Feng, you actually auctioned me off? And what nonsense were you saying earlier? That my chest is uneven, my butt is huge, my personality is awful, my breath stinks, and I'm ugly." Zioxy hurriedly explained in confusion, "You've got it all wrong. I was forced to say that earlier. I was helping you." The next second, he leaned close to Lin Zai's ear and whispered, "Let me tell you a secret. I'm actually the incredibly handsome guy everyone falls for at first sight. The genius blessed with both beauty and brains, Yue Zioxy. Right now, I'm only temporarily using Thornair Feng's appearance and voice." Lin Zai didn't believe a single word. She violently yanked on the rope around his neck and snapped back, "If you're Yue Zioxy, then I'm Yue the creator. I'll strangle you to death." Unable to resist, Zioxy could only weakly remind her, "Keep your voice down, don't let anyone else hear you." Zioan watched the whole scene without caring in the slightest whether he lived or died. Ignoring everyone else and focusing only on the girl named Linzai, Madame Huey muttered, "This cat looks very familiar." Dear, did anyone hear that? Curious as well, she turned her head to look, only to freeze in place. Memories flooded back non-stop. The little bride had come again to play crane games with our Zioxy. Images from the past kept surfacing in Linzai's mind, from the time her son first learned how to cook. She had not entered the kitchen for a long time, but today her daughter-in-law came over, so she intentionally cooked several delicious dishes herself. "Hurry and eat." At that moment, the girl stood there with her mouth agape in shock. Stammering, she finally spoke. Yue Zioxy's mother, Zioan, pointed at Linzai and replied, "Oh, so you're the daughter-in-law." Zioxy could not hide his disbelief at the time. "What, Mom still remembers Linzai?" Then he gently unlocked her restraints while whispering softly, "They only gave me the key after the auction ended. Don't move. Let me pick the lock for you, otherwise I'm afraid too much force might hurt you." Right at that moment, the door outside suddenly swung open. It turned out to be the real Count Thor barging in through the door. He happily rushed over and hurriedly exclaimed, "Little Fengzi, I've missed you so much. Tonight we're hugging beauties until we're too drunk to go home." On the surface, Zioxy forced a smile and declined, "Dear uncle, I have something to do tonight." "Another day, okay," but inside he was furiously cursing. "Damn it, why did this fat pig suddenly come here?" The moment the Count heard the word uncle, he immediately froze, his face briefly stunned. He quickly realized something was wrong and repeatedly questioned, "You are definitely not Little Fengzi. Little Fengzi would never call me uncle. He only calls me Little Uncle Ba. And where are the bodyguards I hired for him? What is going on here? Where is Little Fengzi?" Hearing that, Zioxy could not help blurting out in amazement, "Huh, that's so creepy, Little Uncle Ba," he complained irritably. "Why is the outstanding colonel so slow? The chrysanthemum dish is about to get cold already. Damn it." Linzai quietly glanced at Zioxy, filled with doubt. Could he really be an imposter pretending to be Zioxy? Outside, a barrier suddenly spread out, and when everyone found themselves trapped inside the magic formation, panic instantly erupted. "Let us out now, I need to find Grandma. Take this blazing flame arrow. Where are the servants? Hurry and break this barrier for this young master." The young master kept provoking everyone. "Provoke, provoke, keep provoking. Senzata must use heavenly explosive lightning star." A blue-haired young man arrogantly stepped forward to test his strength and immediately unleashed his technique. "Behold the Phoenix Immortal Strike, Marukuru." The instant the attack collided with the barrier, a deafening sound echoed everywhere, yet the formation remained completely unmoved. The very next second, another person aggressively charged forward, stopping before the purple barrier and unleashing several powerful kicks in succession, but the result was still useless. Even so, the formation stood firm without the slightest shake. Meanwhile, on Dai Pen's side, he frowned slightly, his eyes filled with coldness. In front of Dai Pen now was nothing but a chaotic pile of wreckage. He painfully clutched the wound on his chest, his voice growing weak. The intelligence was wrong. Besides a Thorlair King-level fighter, there's also a Grand Spirit Master from the Mediterranean here. Damn it, which bastard handled the intel? The officers sprawled across the ground immediately looked up, pointed at Dai Pen and answered. That very day, leaving him utterly confused. At the same time, Qin Qi leisurely stepped out from the smoke. Dusting off his hands a few times, he spoke up. "Actually, I only arrived here yesterday. My superiors assigned me to specifically assist young Master Thorlair Feng in managing the underground auction. Very few people know about this for now." Dai Pen immediately fell into deep thought. The prison formation had just been completed, but the anti-magic formation still was not ready. Time was running out, it seemed he would have to use some forbidden methods. Thinking of this, he loudly roared, "I must kill you, obstacle in my path." As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Pen swiftly pulled aside part of his coat, revealing a hidden jar of honey underneath. Qin Qi stared blankly at his actions and wondered to himself. Honey? Without hesitation, Dai Pen grabbed the jar and tilted his head back, gulping it down like a starving man. "The black bear bloodline within me." After draining it dry, a ferocious bear appeared behind him in support, as though his strength had been replenished. "I have always kept this addictive substance, but it is too overwhelming, so I have always had to restrain myself, even smoking to resist the craving. As expected, the taste of honey is still wonderful." Meanwhile, Qin Qi remained calm and composed, hands behind his back, as he casually said, "Although your Chuoba clan is powerful, it is only on par with the Thorlair clan and is one of the 4 great clans of the Southern Emperor. Don't stir up trouble out of boredom. If the 2 clans truly fall into severe conflict, that would not end well." At that moment, a dark figure swiftly flashed past him like a shadow. With his keen senses, Qin Qi quickly detected Dai Pen's mysterious movements. The instant Dai Pen lunged in to strike, "I know this trick well." He promptly raised a hand to block the attack, then guessed aloud, "You're a pure body cultivator without an elemental contract." After being stimulated by the honey, his speed and strength increased tremendously. Could this be the awakened talent of a pure body cultivator? Dai Pen decisively threw a heaven-shattering punch straight at Qin Qi before he could fully react. He angrily retorted, "The Chuoba clan has always opposed your Thorlair clan. A few more bites won't matter at all. You're not part of the direct bloodline, are you? You should just go home and rest. Leave this place to me." Qin Qi was quickly overwhelmed by Dai Pi's fierce assault. He was smashed into the ground. The earth around the impact crater sank deeply inward. Even so, Qin Qi still remained calm. Go ahead and marvel at it. Young people these days keep getting stronger than the last. Even if they cannot win directly, they still fight above their level. Old men like us are about to become mere stepping stones for your generation. At that moment, his brows suddenly rose as he spoke out. Am I right, Hua Yi? Qin Qi instantly leapt to his feet. A glowing guardian owl appeared behind him as he shouted an order. Kill everyone here and remove the restrictions they set up. The owl immediately let out a sharp chirp in response. Right after that, Qin Qi burst violently out of the dirt and charged straight at the old man without hesitation. The moment they met, he struck decisively without the slightest restraint, leaving the opponent no chance to react. Dai Pi refused to back down as well and immediately retaliated with a vicious kick. Qin Qi spun precisely, bent his knee, and slammed a direct strike into his opponent's face. The two plunged into a blazing battle, their blood boiling with fury. Every move carried murderous intent, neither side willing to yield. The scene shifted to Zioxy, who forced out an awkward smile, sweat pouring down his face as he stammered. Has it just been so long since we met that I misspoke? The woman was so furious she nearly coughed up blood, glaring at him with reddened eyes. Stop yelling and quit acting clever. I was wondering why little Feng seemed so strange today, even disrespecting me. And on top of that, you became this smart. More importantly, you have such a precious golden book and still refuse to show Papa first. You're definitely an imposter. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man leapt up without hesitation. Using his martial technique, he unleashed blazing flame beads toward Zioxy. Count Thaklay roared furiously. He continuously demanded, "You dare cause trouble in my territory? Tell me where the real little Feng is." The instant the attack struck the ground, Zioxy reacted without wasting a second. He reverted to his original appearance, grabbed Linzai, and swiftly escaped the danger zone. So it really wasn't easy. Linzai, it's been a long time, did you miss me? A massive hole was torn open as rocks and debris crashed downward, crushing the people on the first floor below. Zioxy peeked down and shouted angrily, "Damn it, the fat pig count on the first floor is innocent." At that exact moment, Hao Ling suddenly shot upward with a huge sack packed full of rare treasures on his back. The instant he appeared, he exclaimed happily, "Today's haul is amazing. The items may not be huge, but there are tons of good treasures in that golden vault." Little Hai immediately ran into the count. The little rascal cried out excitedly, while the count suddenly froze after recognizing something familiar. He muttered to himself, "Those blue and white striped underwear look so familiar. I think I own a pair too." During the looting of the Count's golden vault, the creature had accidentally taken Count Thaklay's favorite underwear as well. The moment he realized it, the Count screamed in utter panic and rage, "Aren't those things from my treasure vault? This is outrageous bullying." Count Thaklay exploded with fury and quickly summoned the blazing flame kings. In a harsh voice, he cursed loudly, "You stole my treasure vault and kidnapped my people, damn it. Tell me where little Feng is right now, or all of you can die." Meanwhile, Zioxy's group was still standing there in confusion. Can it actually absorb swords? Hao Ling immediately sensed something and shouted, "The spiritual pressure is overwhelming." The Count spread his arms wide and loudly chanted the fireball spell. A terrifying pressure instantly descended, shattering the ground beneath them. Explosive rumbling sounds echoed everywhere. A flaming fireball shot straight toward Zioxy. Although he dodged quickly, he was still grazed by the attack. Half his clothes were instantly scorched black and the intense heat burned his skin painfully. Another fireball flew toward Linzai. Fortunately, she managed to twist away at the last second and narrowly escaped death. Only Qin Rang showed absolutely no mercy. He continuously hurled waves of blazing fireballs, startling everyone badly. They could only spread their legs wide and desperately dodge. The demi-human children were terrified. Some burst into tears, while others were unfortunately struck by the attacks and cried out painfully, "We're going to die." Witnessing this scene, Zioyan stepped forward firmly. Her eyes filled with determination as she thought to herself, "I have to do something too. Last time when I treated the little lion, I wished for it to recover and stop suffering. Then holy healing magic appeared in my mind. This time I have to protect the children first." She slowly closed her eyes, her thoughts racing urgently. Strong, safe, no injuries. Moments later, Zioan suddenly opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, "I've got it." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly chanted the holy light barrier spell, and a protective barrier instantly formed around them. It successfully shielded the children before the flames could reach them. The moment Count Thaklay saw it, shock filled his face with utter disbelief. He could not help but exclaim, "Holy light barrier, a miniature version of advanced light magic." How could a mutant child possess such magic? Inside the barrier, the white fox girl looked around excitedly and praised nonstop. Amazing. It's not hot in here at all. At that moment, Zioan stared down in shock as her hands gradually began fading away before her eyes. Unconsciously, she let out a soft cry. Oh! A while later, Zioxy suddenly. With a serious expression, Zio-Hai gave the order, we need to raise our morale by 12%. Forget about splitting the gold for now. The situation is very bad. Something probably happened on the colonel's side. We need to figure out a way to kill this old pig first. Count Thacklay frowned tightly and stared at him coldly. One in the air and one on the ground, the two faced each other in suffocating silence. Zio-Zai muttered quietly while calculating, this time you're not like that bull-headed fighter from the Imperial prison. That Minotaur had no consciousness and only relied on brute strength. But this guy is a genuine grand spirit master. He was no weaker either, coldly returning the old man's fierce gaze. At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly erupted from the second floor where Zio-Zai was fighting, startling Yihan below. Boom! The next second he immediately ordered, bring more people and see if you can break this prison formation. I'll go upstairs and check what happened. Fallen crossed his arms, an uneasy feeling rising in his heart as he thought, did another auction house come to deal with us? Only Yu Feng quickly accepted the order. Got it, leave this place to us. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Yu Feng and the others were still struggling to break the formation while the others remained carefree. Play another round. Yeah, I lost again, hand over the money. Stop talking and hurry up. Little fatty, go for it. After failing for so long, Fallen and the others were exhausted. Fallen panted heavily as he spoke. This seems to be a large-scale war magic domain, a prison formation. Even a grand spirit master would probably need an hour to break it. We're doomed this time. Yu Feng showed no fear at all and instead replied firmly, if you walk by the river often enough, your shoes are bound to get wet. From the day we became bandits, we already knew we wouldn't have a good ending. What's there to fear? At the same time, Cliff Vulture suddenly appeared, carrying a huge sack of food on one shoulder, while casually touching the formation with his other hand. Oh come on, I only stocked up because I was afraid there'd be no money for food on the road. Was it really necessary to trap us with a super large war spell? You people are ridiculous. The exhausted man suddenly drew a strange spell on it. While continuing to ramble, it's all because of my old man's weird family rules. No using witchcraft to make money, no using witchcraft to harm people. What kind of nonsense is that? I couldn't even make a turtle shell. I had to borrow all 800,000 from the whole village. I want to go home. The witchless limit was capable of breaking this magic formation. In an instant, a small opening quickly appeared in the barrier. Cliff Vulture clicked his tongue and said, the passage is open. Let's run, let's run. Without waiting any longer, he bent down and stepped inside while still grumbling nonstop. What a wasted trip. This is so annoying. I don't even want to work anymore. So exhausting. Back at Dai Pen's location, he suddenly coughed a few times before calmly asking, old man, is your bird out of strength already? Hearing that, Chin Ki glared fiercely at Dai Pen. Then he replied earnestly, to hold me off for this long, you truly are an impressive junior. But you're already running on empty. Dying in this wasteland is the best ending for creatures like your kind. Without wasting any time, the two clashed fiercely once again. Dai Pen declared resolutely, if anyone dies, it'll be you first. In the end, he unfortunately took Chin Ki's attack head-on, gritting his teeth in pain. At that moment, Chin Ki charged forward viciously, his tone filled with confidence as he declared, to show my respect for you, I'll use my strongest move to end your life. Chin Ki spun around excitedly and unleashed a powerful swallowtail kick. At the critical moment between life and death, Kess suddenly rushed out and shouted frantically, Colonel. Without a second thought, he threw himself forward and used his own body to shield Dai Pen from the blow. As soon as Dai Pen regained his senses, he couldn't believe the horrifying sight before him and cried out instinctively, you guys! The officer collapsed against his shoulder. Facing them, Chin Ki sneered cruelly. It's all because you're useless that such a young life had to end in such a tragic way. Regret it, despair. Dai Pen trembled violently, unconsciously calling out Kess. In the single second he lost focus, Chin Ki decisively charged in with his fist clenched tight, ready to finish him off. What a fine soldier, you can join him in hell. At the same time, Bing Qing rushed over at lightning speed, hearing the danger at that critical moment. He arrived just in time and successfully blocked Chin Ki's attack. The entire Thunder Force squad hurried over for support, all of them horrified by the scene before them. Colonel, everyone, the captain was injured after just one move. Who is this old man? Bing Qing stepped forward sternly and shouted, Old Bear, stop sleeping and get up to help. End this quickly. The longer this drags on, the more dangerous it becomes for the people inside. Let's gang up on him. The squad immediately obeyed. All right, elsewhere. Count Thacklay suddenly hurriedly searched through his pockets for something. Not long after, he successfully found the Pearl Dharma staff. Without another word, Count Torre decisively gripped his staff, swept it firmly, and summoned the spell Blazing Meteor Shower. Countless fireballs shot out. Xiaozai frowned slightly, darted over to Black Wolf and quickly ordered, "Little Black, turn into a staff." As soon as it heard him, it hurriedly obeyed. Coming, then it immediately transformed into a staff. Xiaozai took the staff and quickly chanted the spell, Magic Shield. He created a defensive barrier just in time. So this was a grand soul master. Just one small fireball casually thrown out had forced him to block it with all his strength. On Lin Zai's side, she nimbly slipped away and dodged with ease. Even Qin Lang successfully avoided the fireball. Immediately afterward, Count Torre burst into delighted laughter and said calmly, "You are too naive, my target was never lowborn trash like you." Then he swept his staff again, wearing a smug, threatening expression. Regret provoking a grand soul master like King Torre. Changed trajectory. Instantly 2 fireballs veered to one side. Xiaozai panicked inwardly and asked, "What is this?" The fireballs turned. "Oh crap, Mom." Seeing this, Black Wolf angrily concluded. He must be using his thoughts to alter the direction of the fireball. At once, the 2 blazing fireballs rushed toward his magic shield like meteors. Xiaozai immediately raised his right hand, which was blazing with energy, and muttered an incantation. Psychic object control. In an instant, the 2 immensely destructive spheres were knocked off their attack path and easily split to either side. Count Torre was startled, and could not help crying out in shock, "What? He has only reached the spirit guiding realm. How can his mental power be strong enough to affect the path of my fireballs?" Just then, Yihan opened the door and walked in. Hearing the startled shout, he asked in confusion, "Oh my lord Count, what happened?" The moment Lin Zai saw him, she clenched her teeth and spoke with deep concern. "It's that bastard. Damn it, 1 soul master and 1 grand soul master. What do we do?" At that moment, the Count pointed toward Qin Lang in the distance. He cursed through gritted teeth, "Yihan, what are your guards doing? Look what kind of monster slipped in here." By then, Yihan's face was covered in blood. Hearing that, he hurriedly said, "My apologies, my lord Count. Please allow me to kill them all." The Count gnashed his teeth in hatred and angrily scolded him, "Idiot. If I could kill them, I would have done it already. They dared use Little Feng's token to enter this place, so they must have captured my Little Feng." Yihan showed a look of disgust but said nothing more. Inwardly he cursed, "You filthy fat pig. Looking down on me, are you? Sooner or later I will make you pay." Suddenly, Big Rabbit charged in front of Yihan with a powerful fist. It glared at him with blazing eyes and shouted, "Go die, all of you bandits." But to everyone's surprise, Yihan pulled out a giant pair of scissors. In a flash, he slashed across Big Rabbit's back and loudly sneered, "Commoners truly were never raised like nobles. Count, when dealing with these commoners, you must be a little rough. Just leave one alive to torture." At the same time, a flaming sphere flew in from nowhere, pierced straight through Big Rabbit's stomach and made it scream in pain. Count Torre was now hovering in the air, swinging his staff straight forward as he cursed, "Bandits will always be bandits. Far too crude, forget it, I have no better method. Just listen and leave that boy alive." Behind them, Little Cloud cried out worriedly, "Big Rabbit." Beside him, his younger sister's tears streamed down her face as she cried miserably. "Brother." At that moment, Xiaozai looked seriously toward Lin Zai and secretly sent his voice to her. "Lin Zai, find a chance later to bring Brother Rabbit near my mother. Maybe my mother can heal him. I will try to hold these 2 bastards back." Hearing this, she hesitated a little and asked worriedly, "How can you do that alone? Besides," before Lin Zai could finish, Xiaozai raised his thumb, curled his lips into a confident smile and reassured her, "No time to explain. As the saying goes after a few rounds, underwear turns into a motorcycle, so just listen to me." That eased her mind somewhat and she answered with an okay. She thought to herself, Xiaozai is still Xiaozai. He is always unserious, but at crucial moments he makes people trust him. Xiaozai's expression suddenly became tense and his brows unconsciously furrowed. He calculated inwardly, "If only I could use Mom's power like last time. But ever since then I have not been able to summon that power again. I can only rely on willpower." Thinking this, he abruptly pointed at Yihan and provoked him, "Hey, you over there, huh? Yeah, I am talking to you, you smoky fox-skinned sissy." Yihan pointed at himself in confusion. "Hey, Xiaozai did not overthink it and immediately cast Lightning Serpent. A bolt of electricity shot out in a flash, heading straight for his opponent. "Take this from your granddaddy." Not only that, on the surface, he deliberately provoked Yihan. "Stinking fox, taste your granddaddy's lightning, do not even think about running." But inwardly, he told himself, "You damned bandits, watch me run one current through this whole nest and kill you all." Yihan tightened his grip on the giant scissors and roared in fury, "You bratty little mage. You should not get so close to a warrior." Xiaozai seemed to have predicted everything. He had already prepared his stance and the corner of his mouth lifted. He broke into a delighted grin. "You fell for it." At the critical moment, Yihan finally realized it, but it was already too late. What? Before Yihan could even understand what was happening, he took a devastating blow from Xiaozai, a serious strike. In the very next second, he was blasted backward by the force. Yihan crashed hard onto the ground, covered in blood, his mind fading as he muttered weakly, "Demonic Devourer, dual cultivation." The scene before them left his two closest subordinates utterly stunned. They shouted in unison, the leader was blown away. Even Baron Thorley was no exception. He jolted in shock while Madame Huang cried out, "What happened?" On Zioxy's side, he quickly seized the opportunity and urgently shouted, "Lin Zai, now's the time." Hearing this, she hurriedly replied, "Got it." Then Lin Zai braced herself and tightly grabbed Qin Jiang's legs. At that moment, the man charged forward ferociously and swung his arm with brutal force. His booming voice rang out, "I've already burned his internal organs to ashes. Without Saint Spirit healing magic, he's definitely dead, little kid. You can go down with him too." In an instant, a raging fireball shot toward Zioxy, carrying scorching heat. With swift reflexes, the boy countered immediately, knocking the fireball back at its owner. "Take it back, you roasted fat pig." The overwhelming heat caused the staff to burn red hot as cracks spread across it, while it wailed miserably, "It hurts, it's too hot. This is the flame of a grand spirit master. We're doomed, we're doomed." The Baron hurriedly twisted aside to dodge. The fireball smashed straight through the stone wall, leaving him utterly horrified. He can even reflect attacks. Just how powerful is his soul force? Could it actually surpass mine? Impossible. A violent explosion suddenly erupted outside. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, plunging the entire area into chaos. Meanwhile, Niu Feng was helping Yihan back to his feet. He spoke anxiously, "The leader's injuries are this severe. We can't stay here any longer." She quickly added, "The entire place is sealed off. Even if we want to leave, we can't." Manhua hid in a corner, secretly peeking out. Tai called out softly to the three of them, "Hey, everyone, I found a passage in the kitchen. Let's escape together. I don't think this place is safe." Back on the other side, the Baron was still frozen in shock at the hole caused by the reflected attack. A growing sense of unease crept into his heart. This brat is far too dangerous. Even Yihan fell to him. I have to keep my distance. I can't underestimate him. At that moment, Zioyan nervously crawled out from inside the barrier and looked toward Lin Zai. "Bring my daughter-in-law over here. The barrier is too small. The big rabbit can't fit inside. With injuries this severe, this absolutely has to work." She immediately began treating Qin Jiang's wounds with saint healing magic. When it failed to work, Zioyan instantly cast the spell again. But after failing a second time, the two could only stand there in shock. Sweat poured down from the tension. Her eyes widened in disbelief, yet she stubbornly continued trying. "Maybe my movements were wrong, I'll try again." Zioyan gradually calmed herself. Relaxing her entire body, she closed her eyes and seriously attempted the spell once more. Saint healing magic, golden spirals of energy instantly enveloped Qin Jiang's body. The healing power was finally activated successfully. Only then did Zioyan let out a sigh of relief. She gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Finally, it worked. But not long after, Zioyan collapsed from exhaustion after consuming too much energy. Lin Zai hurriedly caught her and asked anxiously, "Mother Zioxy, are you all right?" She replied weakly, "I'm fine, just a little sleepy." Meanwhile, Baron Thorley still maintained his arrogant attitude. Pointing arrogantly at Zioxy, he sneered, "Even if you don't tell me, I already know which family sent you. But I've changed my mind now." As soon as he finished speaking, a pig-shaped flame burst forth, carrying terrifying power as it shot toward the boy. The Baron tilted his head smugly and declared, "Dai, a grand spirit master isn't as weak as you imagine." A horrifying explosion thundered out as the flames engulfed Zioxy before he could counterattack. Amid the raging sea of fire, he gradually lost consciousness beneath the falling ashes. The very next second, Lin Zai completely lost control and charged forward. In furious rage, she swung her arm and screamed, "Zioxy, you damned fat bastard, I'll kill you." At the brink of life and death, Lin Zai closed in on him. Hatred burned in her eyes as she decisively unleashed the claw of destruction. No matter how fiercely Lin Zai attacked again and again, the Baron calmly maintained his barrier, mocking her contemptuously from within. "You're just a tiny spirit guide. I'll even open the barrier and let you attack. You still won't be able to break my defense. Die, 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 die." As he spoke, he calmly glanced down at the chaotic crowd below. "Honored guests, stay calm, don't get agitated. It's merely a cage formation created by a bunch of rats. Once I kill them, I'll break the cage." Everyone in the audience below was furious, endlessly pointing at him and cursing, "What kind of monster is that? Kill them." The Baron instantly flew into a rage and directly unleashed a terrifying wave of flames to intimidate them. "You're nothing but lowly vermin. Go die alongside that brat." At the same moment, a pitch-black arm suddenly stretched out from the sea of flames, struggling to shout, "Ancestor." The Baron froze for an instant. He stared in disbelief as the flames he had unleashed gradually dispersed into nothingness. "What? Still alive? Impossible, impossible, impossible." Lin Zai could no longer hold back her emotion. She burst into tears and cried out his name in despair, "Zioxy." At that decisive moment, Zioxy suddenly stepped out from the raging flames. His whole body was pitch black and looked extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, I'm about to roast alive here. Why is my life so miserable? Zioxy raised his head to look at the man and let out a scornful sneer. Fat roast pig, your flames are pretty weak. This body of mine was tempered with a secret technique. The thing I fear least is the fire attribute. Right now it even feels a little cold. For me, years of savings and cultivation are all gone for everyone else's sake. If I go back to how I was before being released, I'll cry myself to death. At the same moment, the core of the magic formation suddenly closed. Right after that, Zioan collapsed. With tears in her eyes, she revealed a gentle smile. As long as Zioxy is fine, that's enough. The moment he witnessed that horrifying scene, panic immediately overwhelmed him. He screamed out, "Mom!" At that instant, the primal energy surrounding Lynxie gradually dispersed into the air. She looked down at herself and cried out in confusion. What's going on? Why can't I move my primal energy anymore? My berserk form disappeared too. The time limit isn't even over yet. A second later, her body returned to normal. The gloomy spirit power had also completely vanished. Over here, Zioan tightly closed her eyes and weakly leaned against the wall, mumbling softly, "Zioxy, Mom is so sleepy." Hearing that, Zioxy instantly turned his head back in shock and cried out anxiously, "Mom, what's wrong?" The wolf man beside them quickly reassured him, "It's fine. Once the demon sealing prison activates, primal energy can't be used. The elemental spirit is merely returning to its host. I can't hold on much longer either. Kid, remember to help me punch that pig-headed bastard." The count had also fallen down. He struggled frantically in midair and repeatedly shouted in terror, "Where's my primal energy? False pig, where are you?" In the blink of an eye, Count Thoriel slammed heavily onto the ground, leaving a deep crater where he landed. Unexpectedly, Zioxy walked over. He cracked his knuckles loudly, gritted his teeth in fury, and declared, "After dragging this out for so long, I finally succeeded." "You roast pig, what did you want me to call you again?" The man trembled in fear and stammered, "You can rob me if you want, just don't violate me." When Zioxy grabbed him by the collar with that eerie expression, the man still tried to spit out threats. "I am Count Thoriel King. If you dare hit me, the Thoriel family will never let you go." Instead, the boy calmly replied, trying to scare me. Immediately afterward, a barrage of slaps landed squarely on the Count's face. Zioxy cursed furiously while beating him, "Thoriel, won't let me go, Remember my name well? Wang Xiaming, that's me." Suddenly, a group of people in white cloaks wearing raven masks stormed into the place. The person in the middle crossed his arms and ordered, "Everyone stay where you are. This entire auction house has been taken over by the Southern Wasteland Chuoba clan. Anyone who dares resist will get beaten senseless." Inwardly, he rejoiced, "That brat Yue is having way too much fun. Damn it, he didn't even wait for me." Hearing that, the fat pink-haired man hurried over and mocked them. "The Chuoba clan sure acts mighty. Do you really think you can represent the entire Southern Wasteland? Other people may fear your Chuoba clan, but our Joyous Union sect certainly doesn't." A second later, he was sprawled on the floor while 3 members of the Chuoba clan continuously stomped on him. As they kept kicking him, they cursed loudly, "Joyous Union sect, This shameless sect makes me jealous as hell." Brothers beat him to death. Only then did the pink-haired man scream in panic, "It hurts. How can you people still use primal energy?" The 3 lackeys standing guard behind them also couldn't hide their shock after witnessing the scene. As the fat man from the Joyous Union sect was dragged away by the hair, he continued struggling wildly. His mouth still kept spewing curses. "Damn it. If I could use primal energy, I'd make you all die from ecstasy right here." Still not moving, The moment those words fell, the 3 pairs of slender legs once again unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks onto him. They shouted in unison, "Die from ecstasy, Then we'll make you die for real right now." Meanwhile, over at Zioxy's side, he raised his fist that was still smoking. Thinking to himself, after beating up the kids, now it's time to beat up their parents too. Each kid counts along with their father, mother, grandparents on both sides. Brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts. At minimum, that's about 10 punches each. 10 kids means over 4,300 punches, right? The Count's face was already swollen and bruised. He stuttered and begged pitifully, "Please stop, I'm really not going to make it." Then he threw away all his dignity, crawled over, and hugged the leg of someone in a white cloak while desperately pleading for help. "Kind soldier, please save me. I am the Grand Spirit Master of the Thoriel Kingdom. I'll reward you generously." At first, the person sounded rather excited as he replied, "What, you're a Grand Spirit Master? Oh wow, I've been looking for you forever." Hearing those words, tears of joy streamed down the Count's face as he hurriedly pointed at himself to confirm. That's right, it's me." Unexpectedly, the soldier dragged Thoriel away by the leg and sinisterly said, "Come over here. I've wanted to beat up a Grand Spirit Master for ages. He'd leave the remaining 4,000 punches to me." All hope vanished. The man cried out miserably, "Mom, I swear I'll never do evil again." Meanwhile, over at Daipan's side, everything gradually settled down after a while. One officer even had spare time to tease the colonel lying sprawled on the ground. "Can't reach it, Daipen struggled to stretch his hand toward his familiar cigar. His voice trailed off. Elsewhere, the close comrades rushed over in tears to support him. Suzette said, "I thought you." The subordinate softly reassured him, "Isn't everything fine now?" As for Tonka and his owl, there was no need to mention their condition. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and they did not even have clothes left to wear as they were tied to a nearby tree. The scene had turned into a silent battlefield. Countless puddles covered the ground, and the surrounding rocks were chipped and cracked. Laley and his two sworn brothers lay sprawled on the ground, their faces smeared with blood. He firmly told the two of them that it had taken so many people risking their lives just to restrain a beginner Grand Spirit Master. "Looks like we need to train harder and become stronger. From now on, we will spend 2 hours wrestling every night." The image of the three of them training together immediately appeared in his mind. Dang Hao and Li Jai immediately answered in unison, "Yes, Brother Li." Right before them, after the troublemakers had been escorted out, a military officer pointed ahead and roared angrily, "Everyone move in order. You there, 2 Spikes, walk properly. If you dare cause trouble again, I'll torture you to death." Then she clearly gave another order. "Lock them up one by one and hand them over to the spirit suppression masters. Those who haven't done evil pay 1 million and get released. Those who committed cruel and inhuman acts get beaten first, then wait for interrogation from the higher-ups." Count Thacklay, whose face was twisted in panic behind them, kept begging nonstop, "Mom, please let me go. I swear I won't do bad things anymore, Mom." Suddenly another female soldier hurried over and reported, "Officer, a secret tunnel was discovered in the kitchen, and the bandit leaders inside all died from poisoning. Right now the bandits are sprawled all over the floor, eyes wide open. Their bodies are covered in deadly toxins." The officer immediately stepped inside, but warned loudly, "Everyone be careful. Don't let your bodies come into contact with the toxins in there." Inside, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Good heavens, what kind of poison is this? Could corrode their battle magic and even create a massive tunnel like this. That afternoon, as sunset slowly descended behind the hills, Yihan weakly opened his eyes, hearing someone's voice echoing beside him. Elder Yuan of the Cliff Tribe always preached that the ancestral poison arts of the Cliff Tribe would endure forever. Who would have thought it was this powerful? Just a tiny spirit lure managed to poison all of us. After hearing those words, he suddenly staggered to his feet. Nha Dio scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I was only gathering a little food from the kitchen. Was that not allowed? Did they really have to hunt us down like this? What a pain. Criminal motives are so petty these days." All of a sudden, Yihan stepped backwards several paces. His foot accidentally hit a cracked stone. He let himself fall freely. Tears streamed down his face. He spoke bitterly, "The poison bugs you left in the cave killed my subordinates. I just wanted revenge, that's all. Gathering food, what a joke." Ridiculous. As he plummeted rapidly down the cliff, Yihan muttered his final wish. "If I get another chance in the next life, I only want to be a simple barber, not a bandit." The very next second, he splashed into the river below. The underwater monsters immediately swarmed over to tear him apart. Enhai looked on, unable to stop himself from sighing, "What a tragic misunderstanding." Then he seriously explained, "You people touched my poison bugs yourselves and crawled into the cave on your own. Why blame me? Ancestor, if your spirit still watches from above, look carefully. I never violated our ancestral teaching. They brought death upon themselves." The moment he finished speaking, the sleeping ancestor suddenly sneezed violently awake. Furious, he cursed, "Which bastard is talking about me? Damn it." At that moment, Enhai gazed into the distance and muttered to himself, "Grandpa once told me that if I couldn't buy turtle shells, I should follow this road home. Ahead seems to be the secluded residence of that clan. They aren't very hospitable. What a hassle." The scene shifted to the bridge connecting the southern wilderness and the central plain. Zioxy's group had been escorted here by the soldiers. Cam Jiang, dressed neatly in military uniform, smiled brightly and spoke with confidence. "Zioxy, I've joined the Thakbat clan too. My family's safety is guaranteed from now on. Don't forget to visit us sometime. I'll always remember the wonderful times we spent together." Yamaha beside her also grinned and said, "Kid, thanks for helping us this time. I didn't expect someone so young to already know how to torture people. Let's find a chance to spar someday." Hayat Tin also smiled radiantly. She happily exclaimed, "The Never Surrender mercenary team is amazing. Thank you all for saving my younger sibling. I can never repay such a huge favor." In that case, suddenly she planted a kiss on Zioxy's cheek. Blushing shyly, she declared, "I promise you if you can't find a wife in the future, I'll marry you. I'll wash clothes, cook meals, and serve you for life." That left him stammering incoherently. What is this? Huh." The scene before them shocked Linzai and his mother speechless. Their eyes widened as they screamed in shock. "What? Oh my god." Linzai immediately stormed over and grabbed Zioxy by the throat, cursing nonstop. "For over half a year I kept worrying about where you went. And it turns out you skipped school to come here and form a mercenary team. Did you create that team just to pick up girls?" Lei Li secretly watched from behind the bushes and said enviously, "Back at school, This UA Zioxy guy flirted with tons of girls. Everyone called him the flirting master. Damn it. So Lin Zai refused to return with us to the young eagle tribe because of this flirting master. Behind him, Deng Hao and Li Zhai helplessly tried to calm him down. Brother Li, don't get worked up. Right after that, Tayat Tin walked over and kissed Zioyan as well. Come here, Auntie, Zioxy's mother, I should thank you too. Seeing this from afar, Black Wolf excitedly wagged his tail and shouted, don't forget this lord here too. This lord contributed quite a lot as well. Cam Jiang immediately walked over to it, puckering her glossy lips and preparing to give it a passionate kiss as she said, little doggy, let me thank you too. Accept my passionate red lips. She kept making kissing sounds while Black Wolf struggled frantically and screamed miserably. Help Jamat! As Zioxy and his mother waved goodbye to the others, Lin Zai still hesitated and whispered, Zioxy, are you really leaving just like that? Trat Dai Pen suddenly raised his hand and urgently signaled them to stop. Then he sternly shouted, you little brat, wait, everything in the gold vault is gone. Did you take it? Get back here. Zioxy grabbed Lin Zai's hand and sprinted forward. Without forgetting to answer him, he shouted back, don't worry, big brother. Most of that money went to disabled children. I'll keep this small portion for doing good deeds later. Zioyan quietly asked Zioxy, where are we going next? He quickly replied, Mom, we're going to look for clues about Mom's body. Zioxy completely ignored the furious roars behind him. Hey, don't leave. The scene shifted to a forest filled with gigantic mushrooms. In the pink-tinted sky, a crow kept chattering and complaining non-stop. Suddenly, something made it freeze midair for a few seconds. When the crow saw the scene below, it instantly panicked, flapping its wings wildly in terror. On the ground stood Yedeo, glaring with hatred in his eyes. He was stabbing a straw doll in his hand with needles. Grinding his teeth, he muttered frighteningly, Back lawyer Feng, even if I have to break the old master's teachings, I'll still curse you hundreds of times. Then he rubbed his chin and came up with a terrifying idea. Yeah, I'll make you suffer a great calamity. Even if the old master in heaven finds out, he can't blame me. Anyway, I haven't even used vicious curses like 10,000 insects devouring the heart or bone-piercing tendon extraction yet. A gloomy black aura surrounded Yedeo. He continuously cursed his own ancestor, impotence, choking while drinking water, falling flat on the ground, stepping in dog crap, losing every gamble. Not far away, the old ancestor suddenly sneezed loudly and shouted irritably, which bastard is cursing me? Damn it, it must be that brat Yedea. Just wait until you get back. At that moment, Zioxy's group also entered the forest. Zioan held Lin Zai's hand and excitedly said, Zioxy. Zioxy, this place is so interesting. Someone walking behind them suggested, everyone must be tired. Let's rest for a bit. The group immediately scattered to rest in different corners. Zioan gently stroked Lin Zai's hair and offered, your hair's a little messy. Let Mom braid it for you. The little girl happily agreed, okay. Black Wolf swept his gaze around the forest and seriously remarked, if I remember correctly, this is the hidden territory of a petty and despicable ghost hand tribe. He continued talking leisurely, unaware that danger was lurking behind him. Back then, I came and went through this place 7 times, slaughtering until heaven and earth fell into chaos. Even when surrounded by 8 great masters, I never uttered a single complaint. Thinking about it now feels a little nostalgic. Right then, a giant ant monster lunged forward and clamped down hard on Black Wolf. Using all his strength to push apart the sharp pincers, he screamed, oh no, I'm doomed, help me, Jamat. Zioxy's face darkened as countless streams of energy appeared around his wrists. He reassured Black Wolf, hold on, little Black, I'm coming to save you. Still struggling desperately against the pincers, he kept crying for help. Hurry up and save me, this ant is too strong, I can't hold on. Suddenly, the entire forest was engulfed by a bizarre poisonous aura. Strange curse marks appeared all over the ant monster's body. Immediately afterward, the monster abruptly loosened its pincers, leaving Black Wolf completely confused and flustered. Then the giant ant's head fell from its body, while Little Black collapsed onto the ground, screaming non-stop. At that moment, someone's footsteps hurried toward their group. It was none other than Yedeo, surrounded by a deadly poisonous aura. He threatened them, you pieces of trash dare steal resources from me. Get lost, or I'll unleash my poisonous curse seals and kill every one of you. Zioxy froze for a few seconds upon seeing the man's face, shocked as he recognized him. He muttered, it's him. Wasn't the auction house sealed off by the forbidden demon prison? Big Sis said even grand spirit masters would have trouble escaping. How did he get out? Lin Zai also felt uneasy. This ant is a demonic beast found only in the Titan Mountain range of the central continent. An adult Scott giant ant possesses at least the power of a grand spirit master. Yet this freak killed it in an instant. Although his aura only feels like spirit guidance level, my instincts tell me he's extremely dangerous. In the distance, Little Black struggled to free himself from the ant and shouted, what's going on? I can't use my primal power anymore. Yedeo seemed to sense something familiar. He stepped closer, stared at Zioxy's face and curiously asked, you are? Meanwhile, Zioxy avoided his gaze, sweat pouring down his terrified face. Suddenly, the man leaned in closer and stroked his chin while observing him carefully. His intense scrutiny made Zioxy hold his breath in fear. After looking him over for a while, Yediao finally asked, "Kid, have we met somewhere before?" Zioxy hurriedly backed away, waving his hands as he denied it immediately. "No, absolutely not. I swear on my real identity." Then he forced a fake smile and quickly changed the subject to distract him. "Oh right. You said earlier that you were gathering materials. What kind of materials brought you here?" Yediao stopped probing and quickly answered, "I'm collecting. Curse materials. I want to curse a bastard named Thak Lawyer Fung." Hearing that, Zioxy quickly turned around and said, "That Thak Lawyer Fung guy must have done something terrible to offend you." "That's right. Curse him to death." He walked over to Black Wolf and asked with concern about his condition. "Is little Black okay? Why can't he move?" Suddenly, Crowfang's eyes flashed with purple light as he gnashed his teeth in rage. "At the auction house, that bastard Thorol Feng stole the life-saving turtle shell. Die, my grandfather. He bears a blood feud against me." Hearing that, Rook was stunned and threw himself down beside little Black. The book hidden on him also accidentally fell out. He blurted out the words "blood feud." Crowfang's eyes widened, and when he saw what was in front of him, he could not help crying out in surprise, "This is..." The pages showing the seductive curves of young women appeared on the ground. Rook immediately walked over, picked up the book, and explained in embarrassment, "Sorry, I was drawing earlier and accidentally dropped it." Dark, poisonous fumes appeared around Crowfang. He realized in frustration that these very books, were what had let Thorol sell sword manuals for so much money. Then he ground his teeth, his eyes darkening with hatred. Unable to hold back, Crowfang cursed, "They made me lose that mystic turtle shell. They caused my grandfather's death." Hearing those bitter words, Brook swallowed nervously. He immediately gathered a stream of power in his hand, thinking anxiously, "Oh no, I've been found out." Suddenly, Crowfang walked over, hugged Brook's leg, and cried as he begged, "Great master, please take me as your disciple. Teach me this invincible path of making money through drawing. If you refuse, I will kneel here forever and never get up." He looked at him with tearful eyes and complained sorrowfully, "At first, I thought inheriting this witchcraft would let me live freely for life. I never expected this witchcraft to have so many rules, making me suffer my whole life. Even now, I have never held a girl's hand. That old man is dead too. He tricked me into inheriting this witchcraft. Serves him right." Crowfang's old grandfather, who was sleeping, suddenly sat up and sneezed several times when his name was mentioned. At that moment, Brook held out his hand, which had some witch poison on it, and said awkwardly, "Stand up first. This is too embarrassing. Get up and then we'll talk." Looking at the poison on his hand, Crowfang gaped in shock and asked, "Oh no, master, your hand is covered in witch poison." "Wait, not even a holy spirit could withstand my clan's inherited witch poison. How are you completely unharmed, master?" Cloud and Lindsay walked over curiously. Black Wolf also climbed onto Brook's head and said in surprise, "Even when I was a deity, this poison could paralyze me." Brook also asked in confusion, "I don't know why, but since I was little, I have never feared poison. Even when a venomous snake bit me as a child, nothing happened." A bold idea occurred to Crowfang. He sent more of his poison into Brook and said, "Then let's try a little more witch poison." But the moment that stream of witch poison entered Brook's body, some mysterious power made it vanish in an instant. Seeing this, Crowfang's eyes widened and he announced in admiration, "A body of 10,000 poisons has been cultivated. Since your birth, some great expert must have helped refine your body, filling it with countless toxins, yet forming a perfect balance among them that cancels out their toxicity. A body of 10,000 poisons, yet immune to every poison." Brook asked in confusion, "Great expert? What nonsense are you talking about?" The next second, Crowfang grabbed Brook's trouser leg and sprawled on the ground. He said, "Master, you are incredible. This disciple chose the right person." Seeing his strange behavior, Brook shouted in panic, "Hey, let go, my pants are about to fall down and Lindsay is right here." Suddenly, a golden gleaming axe flew through the air. Then it slammed down toward Brook and Crowfang. The two narrowly escaped death, but they still shouted in shock. The dwarf girl Blossom pulled back the giant axe, pointed straight at everyone, and demanded loudly, "Do not move, you have trespassed into my territory." Crowfang spun around and said apprehensively, "This is bad." When Black Wolf saw the girl, he also showed a wary look. "Another clan has appeared." Crowfang suddenly became smug. He formed a ring of witch poison in his hand and threatened, "You are just an adorable piece of trash, yet you dare offend my master. Go die." Frontal defense does not count as betraying the family ghost. However, Brook wiped away the curses around him with a cloth and stopped him firmly. "Don't get worked up. Don't kill people recklessly. Also, I still haven't agreed to take you as my disciple." Crowfang was startled again and asked with his mouth hanging open, "What? Why did you not break the witchcraft seal passed down in my family?" Then he hugged Brook's leg again and praised him, "Master, you are so powerful." Brook waved his hand awkwardly and explained to the girl Blossom, "Little lady, you misunderstood. We are good people. Hearing Brooke defend himself, Blossom hesitated at first, scratched her head and asked, "Good people." But then the girl became cheerful, smiled brightly and said, "So you are good people. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me so nervous." The whole group gaped in shock, all sharing the same question. She believed that just because he said it. Crowfang immediately became alert, looking at the girl with sharp eyes as he reasoned silently. "I heard the dwarf clan really dislikes outsiders. Why is she?" Black Wolf also grew wary, thinking to himself, strange. How did the dwarf clan become this easy to talk to? Back then, I only borrowed a few things and they hunted me for hundreds of years. By now, Blossom had taken Cloud and Lindsay by the hands and was introducing them warmly. Up ahead is the hidden settlement of our dwarf clan. Brooke slowly followed behind. He calculated inwardly, on the continent the dwarf clan is an extremely ancient race, so they must know some secrets about the temple. I will blend in and take a look first. The girl Blossom suddenly remembered something important and quickly reminded everyone. "Hey, good people, everyone needs to be careful. Do not touch anything here or you will trigger the mechanisms." Black Wolf, however, looked extremely confident. Chirping noisily, it happily kicked away a stone blocking the path and declared clearly, "What is there to fear? I know this place well." Just as the mushroom ahead was struck with a pop by the stone it had accidentally sent flying, the mushroom instantly turned into a beast, its fierce face appearing as it stared straight at Black Wolf, terrifying it. The next second, that mutated mushroom shot a bolt of lightning at Little Black. It was shocked until it crackled, crying out in pain. Looking at the charred dog lying flat behind him, Little Creek suddenly asked, "With such a powerful trap right at the entrance, are you not afraid of accidentally hurting your own people?" Liu Li, Deng Hao, and Li Zhai of Tisa were marching steadily forward. They stretched out both hands like moles and moved gently. When the three of them stepped onto a patch of grass at the same time, a click rang out as their feet sank down. All three lowered their eyes, their faces turning pale with fear. The next second, several pipes beside them sprayed scorching flames toward the three of them. In an instant, they were all burned black as coal. Only then did Duojuo begin explaining those traps. There did not used to be so many mechanisms. She had heard from the ancestors that they were set up to guard against outside intruders. The little girl suddenly remembered something and continued. Also, it seems that countless thousands of years ago, thieves almost stole something very important. After that, there were many more traps here. Hearing the word thieves, Little Creek immediately cast a suspicious look at Black Wolf beside him. It was still pretending to know nothing. Only then did Little Cloud ask the girl in confusion, "Duojuo, why did you suddenly start trusting us so sincerely? I can sense the change in your mood." Hearing this, Duojuo laughed loudly, then answered innocently, "Because Brother Little Creek said you are all good people." She also responded with a bright smile, cheerfully saying, "That is exactly what I thought. If it were me, I would trust you too." The boy behind them could not help feeling proud, grinning as he praised her. "Duojuo, you are absolutely right. Anyone with sharp eyes can tell at a glance that I am a good person." This made Yedeo admire him even more, pleading nonstop, "Good-hearted master, teach me, teach me." As everyone walked side by side, Little Cloud asked her son curiously, "Little Creek, Duojuo calls you brother, so am I Duojuo's mother too?" Linzai hesitated when he heard this. "Well," Duojuo, however, answered with great delight, "Yes, from now on I will call you Mother Little Cloud." Liu Li flew into a rage when he saw the scene before him and shouted loudly, "Why is Linzai following them instead of returning to the young eagle nest? The academy has already announced that this cheating examinee's enrollment has been revoked. What good is there in following him? What if? A short while later, everyone arrived at the Dwarf Kingdom in the Titan Mountains. Duojuo excitedly pointed ahead and shouted, "Mother Little Cloud. Sister Linzai, Duojuo's home is up ahead." Right after she spoke, a figure rushed thunderously out of the house. It was none other than the little girl's father. He charged over with bloodshot eyes, shouting her name, Duojuo. A second later, a series of thudding punches echoed out. After making Duojuo's head swell up, Rimao angrily scolded her. "You fool, how can you trust outsiders so easily, especially those cunning humans? If they say they are good people, then they are good people." Hearing this, Little Creek folded his arms, gave a wicked smile, and said, "Everyone give him a friendly smile." Black Wolf and Yedeo followed along and curled their lips into smiles. This made Rimao even angrier. He pointed at the three of them and glared as he cursed. "Anyone can tell at a glance that they are bad people. Duojuo, look how foolish you are. How did I, Rimao, end up with such a foolish daughter?" As soon as he finished speaking, a series of thudding blows rang out again. This time the one who got hit was Duojuo's father. Pouting in pain, he asked, "Why did you hit me?" Behind him, Xian Yan smacked Rimao on the head with a thud and scolded him angrily. "You bastard, how dare you call my daughter foolish? This is still the first time she has brought friends home. Do you want to die?" The next second, a series of heavy footsteps rushed up to the front of Duojuo's house. The Walia dwarves arrived, pointed their awls at everyone, and ordered fiercely, "There really are outsiders here, do not even think about it. You are surrounded." Yadeo seized the chance to show off, raising a fist wrapped in his unique poisonous mist and snapping irritably. Hey, so many people are surrounding ya and Master with all. Are you trying to force you to defend himself head-on? Rimao awkwardly waved his hand and explained to the villagers, everyone, calm down. These are guests of my family. Big brother Walia felt embarrassed when he heard this and said, so they are guests of Rimao's family? Say so earlier next time. Walia almost hacked them to death, sorry about that. Right now, Little Creek was holding the blade of the awl and lifting it up. Walia was dangling along with it, so he hurriedly reminded him, honored guest, you can put me down now. Then Walia suddenly remembered something and asked, oh right, do you know how to cook? The boy answered gruffly, I do, why? Hearing this, the dwarf broke into a delighted smile and said, that is wonderful. Honored guest, please come with me. I was just worrying that we were short on people. Somewhere in the kingdom, the Grand Minister of Administration stood among the cooking tables and announced to everyone, our 1001st chef competition officially begins. This time, we have invited many talented chefs from all over the world. Let us all look forward to their creation. Xioxi, Fang Dio, and Black Wolf also happened to be contestants. The three of them froze as they stared at the food on the table. Meanwhile, behind them, Duojuo's family was extremely excited. The little girl shouted enthusiastically, Brother Xioxi, do your best. Her father joined in and yelled loudly too. Go, go, friends of Duojuo, good luck. Her mother slyly cheered them on as well. Don't be afraid, if necessary I'll use dark magic to help everyone. Black Wolf strongly objected to this reality. He slammed his hand on the table and cursed loudly, ridiculous. Why are we being forced to join a cooking competition? What a complete waste of time, totally boring. At that moment the host announced an important piece of news. In this competition, the winner would receive the epic greatsword Apophis. Hearing that, Black Wolf changed his attitude instantly, raised his soup ladle, and declared determinedly, Chef Xioxi, what dish should we cook? We must win this round. Losing is not an option. He immediately turned to look at the other contestants, somewhat surprised by what he saw. Watching the contestants display master-level cooking skills, he could not help asking curiously, who are these people? Every single one of them seems to have some unique technique. When he turned around again, Xioxi suddenly wondered, where's Mom? His eyes widened as he looked ahead and shouted in shock, Mom, why did you run over there? We're over here. Xioan had already picked up cooking utensils, posing like a professional chef as she confidently declared, I remember being very good at cooking. I'll definitely win first place. Beside them, Lin Zai still looked confused as he asked, why did you sign me up too? As the memory of Lin Zai's poison-like cooking surfaced in his mind, Ruhua could no longer say a word. Contestant Shilen's dish was nearly complete as she added a little special sauce. Brick excitedly exclaimed, success, add the soul to it. The muscular brother Brick continued stir-frying his competition dish. He confidently proclaimed, when it comes to cooking, Baby Brick fears no rival. In another universe entirely, Xioyan's dish burst into flames like a chemical reaction. Even with soot all over her face, she still smiled brightly and said, almost done. Xioxi remained dumbfounded, repeatedly asking, what is going on here? A cooking contest with an epic weapon as the prize. Could it be that the dwarves have so many epic weapons they ran out of storage space? Black Wolf agreed and added, weapons like that can't possibly be common. Even the dwarves, famous for their forging skills, could never casually use Apophis as the prize for a cooking competition. Then he speculated suspiciously, epic weapons are treasures that can only be encountered by chance. Even countless years ago, when the dwarf ancestor possessed supreme forging techniques, he still could not casually forge an epic weapon. Then Black Wolf touched his face and said resentfully, hey, even the scar on my face was caused by Apophis. Fang Dio suddenly pointed at someone and blurted out, Master. Look over there, I don't know why, but I just feel that woman is definitely going to get entangled with you somehow. Hearing that, Xioxi panicked and cursed loudly. Hey, you're a mage, not some prophet spreading curses around. Princess Lena had just tasted contestant Shilen's dish when she spat it out and cursed, disgusting. Is this really food for dwarves? It's more suitable for pig. When the princess raised a 0-point scorecard, the king slammed the table and angrily roared. Damn it, you called yourself some kind of master chef and embarrassed my daughter like this. Guards, throw this fake chef out of the dwarf kingdom. Fang Dio held back his laughter and said to Xioxi, look, there's even a princess. Xioxi replied awkwardly, well, she's not bad if you don't look at her face. Little Black also held back his laughter and added, it feels like when the image of Princess Lena with her face covered appeared in my mind. Little Black couldn't help praising her, saying, true enough, covering her face really does make the world look more beautiful. At that moment, Zai Zheng walked over to Xioxi and reminded him, hey contestant, if you don't start cooking soon, you'll be disqualified. Xioxi immediately picked up his cooking tools and smirked confidently as he said, don't rush, the real show is only beginning. Wash Apophis clean and wait for me to take it home. Then Xioxi instantly sliced a white radish into thin pieces with his knife. After that, he rapidly chopped the chicken into bite-sized pieces. Seeing that monstrous speed, Fang Dio exclaimed in shock. What, since when was master this incredible? Black Wolf proudly replied. This brat's cooking skills were forged by necessity. He's seriously impressive. At that moment, a crocodile chef carried up his fragrant competition dish and proudly announced while walking forward, Honorable Dwarf King and esteemed princess, my masterpiece is complete. Please enjoy it at your leisure. But the instant the princess put a bite into her mouth, Lena immediately vomited and raised a scorecard showing 1 point. She said with disgust, 1 point, not a single point more. The crocodile chef was dragged away immediately afterward. He refused to accept the result and screamed, you people just don't understand fine cuisine. Impossible, impossible, I can't lose. After that, a refined gentleman brought over a hamburger and a chicken drumstick. Serenity introduced it. Your Honored Highness, this domineering two-tier cake is a classic among classics. Please try it. Lena could not help sighing inwardly. So handsome, he must have been a real heartthrob when he was young. The princess bit into a chicken drumstick while criticizing bitterly, too flashy. Handsome, sure, but too old still. He is worth 8 points. After a long while, little Brooke let out a relieved breath and said, finally done. He had finished preparing a steaming pot. Then he asked Fang Vulture in confusion, hey, Fang Vulture, where's little Blackhead? He searched his memory and replied, no idea. He said he wanted to go out for a stroll, then he vanished. I think he also said something like, once you have done it here, you know your way to the backyard. What is wrong with him? Hearing that, little Brooke froze and stammered, and nothing. He is probably just taking a walk. A cloud of black-purple smoke suddenly appeared in little Brooke's sight. He noticed it and asked curiously, what is that? It turned out to be coming from little Cloud. She was very proud of the deadly dish she had made and asked Linzai, well, have you memorized the cooking technique I taught you? Linzai could only stare blankly at the thing in front of him, unable to say a word. While lining up and waiting for his turn to be judged, little Brooke asked little Cloud behind him in confusion. Mom, did you cook instant noodles? She still looked proudly at her contest entry and answered, The red-skinned chef in front of him was dragged away right after that, crying and wailing. I am a top-ranked god of cooking from the food god village. Why did I only get 5 points? I refused to accept it. Just then, Fang Vulture notified little Brooke with some concern. It is our turn. Master, are you confident? From far away, I could smell what that chef ahead of us cooked. Its faint aroma was not bad. Hearing that, he grinned smugly and replied clearly, do not worry. I am very confident in my cooking. The princess frowned at the pot little Brooke brought over, then criticized it. What is it this time? It looks so simple. It probably will not taste good. Appearance comes first, understand. Little Brooke gave a fake smile and confidently introduced the dish. Princess, please try this. Perhaps it will be different from everything you have eaten before. In his heart, he was thinking, for the sword Apophis, I will endure you. Seeing little Brooke's bright looks, Lena shamelessly asked, where did a fresh young hottie like you come from? This princess likes you very much. In the dwarf princess's eyes, he turned into a handsome male lead. Little Brooke tugged his shirt open and invited her. Lena, eat it while it is hot. Princess, please eat me. The lid of the pot was lifted, and a brilliant golden light shone from within. When the ladle dipped in to scoop it up, everything inside was also filled with golden light. The princess slowly tasted the exquisite dish. After slurping a little broth, Lena shed tears of happiness. A stirring feeling rose in her heart, along with sweet words for a moonlit romance. Pure as a child, you asked me again and again what it was. It was love. Seeing her daughter raise the new scorecard, Lady Tai smiled and asked, oh, my good daughter likes this. Lena shyly wiped her mouth with a napkin and replied, yes, I like it very much. The handsome little Brooke appeared in the princess's eyes again. He spoke as if he knew everything, though he was actually bluffing. Perhaps because the princess has eaten too many rich dishes, causing indigestion and a loss of appetite, I deliberately added some millet to the porridge, and also added plenty of easily digestible chicken. It is light, delicious, and good for the stomach. All right, I cannot keep making this up. My country's culinary concept has a theory called food therapy. There is no need to take medicine. You can achieve healing effects through delicious food alone. Hearing that, the king praised him with satisfaction. Impressive, impressive. He has already received a perfect score. I think this competition can end now. Just then, little Cloud marched forward aggressively and shouted, wait, I am still here. She confidently presented her deadly dish and declared clearly, every cell in my body is telling me that my skill will not lose. I want to win that weapon with my own hands and give it to my son. Linzai whispered from the side, the word noodles is written on it, so she must have made noodles. Little Brooke also said with some surprise, Mom's confidence in cooking is exactly the same as before, looking at the bowl of purple noodles being brought over. Lena and Lady Tai were speechless for a few seconds, unable to say a word. Both stared at the dish in horror, and the princess could not help shouting anxiously, can this thing be eaten? I would rather die than eat it. The regent minister picked up the microphone and demanded solemnly, Princess, you must eat it. You cannot break the rules we set earlier. The king hurriedly suggested, Regent Minister, I do not think we need to be that strict. But he affirmed even more firmly, no, Our rule is that we must taste it before giving our comments. Do you want to imitate the faithlessness of humans? The ancestral teaching of us dwarves through the generations is integrity. After hearing this, Lady Tai agreed, Regent Minister. You are right, integrity, honesty, and keeping one's word. I almost ruined the honor of the dwarf kingdom. Fortunately, someone was here to supervise us. Then he stuffed the bowl of noodles into the princess's mouth and comforted Lena. My good daughter, for the dignity of the dwarf kingdom, you must suffer a little. Eat every last bite. The regent minister added, today deserves to be recorded in history. Princess, we will never forget your contribution. After tasting that deadly bowl of noodles, Lena foamed at the mouth, her head spinning as she staggered around and stammered. I'm so dizzy. Why do I have 2 heads now? 0 points, right? 0 points. Looking at the crooked scoreboards on the table, the princess searched through them while complaining. I'm so dizzy, 0 points, so many zeros. Images of the numbers 10 and 0 appeared before her eye. Seeing more clearly now, Lena accidentally picked up both score sheets while her mind was still spinning. The host looked at the result, dropped the microphone, and shouted, 100 points. King Tai also stood there with his mouth hanging open and said, so my picky-eating daughter actually likes this kind of food. From now on, I'll have people cook it for you every day. Nha glanced at the bowl of noodles on the table. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, could this be Master's secret technique? Then he immediately picked up the bowl and licked up every last bit of sauce left inside. 1 second later, Nha's eyes widened as he froze in shock for several seconds. Then he lost his balance and fell backward. In the end, he lay flat on the ground with foam continuously leaking from his mouth, while dizziness overwhelmed him. Not long afterward, the princess regained her composure. Suddenly, Lena leaned close to her father and whispered something into his ear. At first, King Tai looked slightly startled by what the princess said, but then he accepted it and said hoarsely, my daughter has grown up. I can't keep her forever. The king stepped forward, preparing to announce the winner. He pointed toward Zioan standing on the number 1 podium and declared, first place in this cooking competition goes to this young lady, and she will receive a apophis. Then he coughed a few times and announced another piece of news. This time, we've added a second-place prize during the evaluation. The value of it completely surpasses first place. The one who receives it is truly blessed by fate. The next second, King Tai pointed directly at Zioxy and spoke loudly. Breaking news, the second-place winner of this competition is that young man over there. He will immediately become the prince consort of the dwarf kingdom, and the wedding will be held tomorrow. After hearing this, he was utterly horrified. Tears welled up in Zioxy's eyes upon hearing the prize. Even his mother stood there with her mouth agape, too shocked to speak. The scene shifted to the treasury of the dwarf kingdom. At some point, the black wolf had already infiltrated the place. Right then, several ice and fire arrows shot past. It easily dodged those arrows and even bragged confidently, traps at this level, I could dodge them with my eyes closed. More traps suddenly appeared before the black wolf. Flaming arrows and lightning barriers blocked the way while countless sharp objects hung all around. It swiftly dodged every trap while still smugly boasting. Over 100,000 years ago, I already memorized every trap pattern in this place. There's not even the slightest challenge left now. After finishing, Little Black stood laughing proudly in the center and openly declared, but this time there isn't a single damn dwarf guarding the place. Living long is a kind of ability too. I'll clean this place out. Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed from within the darkness. I never expected that after all these years you could still prance around like this, Wolf Dao Evil Sovereign. The black wolf suddenly grew furious and couldn't help exclaiming. That voice makes my scalp go numb. Then it looked around everywhere and shouted back at the mysterious voice, impossible. You can't still be alive after all these years. How could you still be alive? In this world, only elemental spirits can live that long. The hoarse voice asked again, then who exactly are you talking to right now? The black wolf instantly transformed into darkness as crimson killing intent enveloped its entire body. Grinding its teeth in rage, it demanded, come out already, stop pretending to be some ghost. Heavy footsteps echoed out after those words. The gigantic third-generation Lubin slowly walked forward and spoke word by word. Long time no see, evil sovereign. The scene shifted to the award ceremony hall. The king and his attendants stood behind Apophis while Zioxy's group faced them. He gestured toward the legendary sword embedded in the ground and announced, from now on, this Apophis belongs to you all. Then he suddenly revealed a sinister smile and added, that is, if you can take it away. For so many years, this spirit sword has refused to obey anyone and stubbornly stayed here. If you cannot subdue the sword spirit, you cannot obtain Apophis. Then the king raised a plate of old wind grapes and shouted loudly, Apophis, the old wind grapes you wanted are here. 1 second later, faint blue streams of energy emerged from the sword. The foot of a young girl gradually appeared within the glowing light. Old Wind was the spirit of Apophis, and she held a bunch of old wind grapes in her hand. With a bored expression as she looked around at everything, she spat out grape seeds and asked the king, using me as bait again to lure people. What a troublesome king. Aren't you afraid this lady here might just follow that man instead? Then Old Wind pointed toward the group. She mocked them disdainfully. This time it's a dwarf, an idiot, and a mixed-blood mutant. Over here, Zioan and Linz, I had to hold Zioxy back while he raised his fist and cursed furiously. What did you just say, you flat-chested little dwarf with a poisonous mouth? Old Wind still wore an indifferent expression as she urged them impatiently. Hurry up already. Once this process is over, I still need to go back to sleep. The king remained extremely confident. He raised his fist with a bright smile and announced, "You may now draw Apophis. Do your best." Linzai and Zioan walked toward Apophis. Their eyes remained fixed on the sword. Right after that, the two of them gripped the sword hilt tightly and pulled upward with all their strength. Old Feng was still leisurely eating grapes as he watched the scene before him. Then he mocked them, saying, "Come on, put more strength into it. If you don't try hard enough, how will you know what pointless effort really means?" Zioxy glanced toward the king, who was lying in the distance enjoying himself. Disappointed, she said, "Who said dwarves are honest and loyal? Every single one of them is ambitious. Why are they nothing like what I studied in the Magic Academy books?" Hearing that, he immediately explained, "Good son-in-law, we learned it all from humans. Back then, we dwarves were far too honest. Over the past few years, the three great human kingdoms tricked us out of countless weapons, equipment, and labor. That's why our Dwarf Academy has now specially added another course." After that, he took out the Book of Anti-Human Studies and warned everyone not to be deceived again by those sly and despicable humans. Of course, except for his son-in-law. "You should go try pulling out Apophis too. Consider it the first gift your father is giving you." Hearing that only made Jiu Feng despise him even more as she said, "He clearly knows the guy can't pull it out, yet he still calls it a gift. Trash king, short as a chopped stump." After struggling with the sword for quite a while, Lin Zai and Zioyan could not take it anymore. Both sat down panting heavily and complained, "No more. We're exhausted." Zioxy walked over to the sword and resolved himself, "Great swords are my favorite weapons, and this one is even an epic blade. I'll use all my strength and make this old fox king regret it." He tensed his right arm. Instantly his right hand turned red. The sword spirit mockingly sneered through teary eyes. "So what if your hand turns red? If your head turned green, maybe I'd pity you." The moment Zioxy grabbed Apophis tightly with both hands, Jiu Feng suddenly became flustered and shouted in shock, "Huh!" His right hand. Zioxy pulled hard on the sword, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "It's so tight." The girl's emotions completely fell apart. She kept begging nonstop, "Stop. What is with your right hand? Hurry and stop." The sword had already been lifted slightly from the ground. While straining to pull Apophis out, Zioxy asked in confusion, "Why is it this tight? I'm almost out of strength." "Come out already?" As the sword was gradually being completely drawn out, Jiu Feng suddenly covered her face and pleaded, "Stop now, I can't hold on anymore." Grinding his teeth and using all his strength, he replied, "I'm about to succeed and you're still telling me to stop." "No, I'm not done yet." Finally, Zioxy managed to lift the sword completely off the ground. A little surprised, he shouted, "I did it." Suddenly his eyes widened as he looked down and screamed, "What?" Apophis had lost its tip. Zioxy asked in horror, "Did I snap it from using too much force?" Seeing that, he hurriedly placed it back and worriedly thought, "Why did it break? Maybe if I stick it back in, it'll count as never being pulled out." The king behind him had already seen the sword being drawn. He fell out of his chair in shock and said, "He actually pulled it out." After that, he seriously recounted a story. Apophis and its former master once experienced a world-shaking battle. But after slicing apart all 6 of the enemy's epic equipment pieces, it broke as well. Not even the dwarves could repair the broken section. Later, its former master sent it to the dwarf kingdom to wait for the fated person who would one day take it away. Jiu Feng sat collapsed on the floor, her face red with embarrassment. She stammered word by word, "That right hand of his. Why does it have such shameless abilities? What a beast." Zioxy immediately panicked. Embarrassed, he explained, "What? Why does what you said sound so weird? People will misunderstand. My right hand is the hand of a true artist. The way you put it makes it sound really dirty." Suddenly, the girl softened up. Shyly, she informed Zioxy, "I agree to follow you. Please help me rebuild this life." "Master, I also really like eating grapes." Hearing that, Jiu Feng happily replied, "Then call me Jiu Feng. One finger of old wind, 10,000 winds carrying every path." The scene shifted back to Black Wolf. At this moment, he was filled with fury and killing intent as he said to the other man, "I will tear you into pieces." Suddenly, a massive hammer slammed down with a loud boom where Black Wolf had been standing, startling him into retreating. Right after that, Third Generation strode forward, overflowing with murderous intent. He rested the hammer on his shoulder and mocked, "So the evil sovereign of Lingdao has fallen this low today. You're nothing but a remnant soul now. Your strength has dwindled to that of a tiny spirit guide." The eyes on Third Generation's chest narrowed from amusement as he added, "This is hilarious enough to kill a dwarf from laughter." Black Wolf glared at him with blazing eyes and cursed, "That voice, Luban Third Generation, so it's you, you perverted little squash. Back then I merely came here to borrow something, yet you chased me across half the continent. Damn it. Third generation refused to back down and immediately shouted back. What do you mean borrow a little something? That was the dwarves' sacred clan treasure. The Eye of Truth can see both the past and the future. Even if I had to chase you to the ends of the earth, I would take it back. Then suddenly he sat down and poured tea, cheerfully chatting away. Evil sovereign, did you come to reminisce with me today? Come have a cup of tea. It's been hundreds of thousands of years already. I wonder how many generations of my descendants have died. It's rare to meet an old acquaintance. It feels especially nostalgic. Can you chat with me for a while? This tea is very precious. Black Wolf also picked up the teacup and still angrily said, Who the hell is your old acquaintance, you stingy ghost, even if you serve me precious tea? I still won't forgive you. The moment he took a sip, his face instantly turned pale as he spat it out furiously and shouted, What the hell is this? Third generation wiped the tea off his body and calmly replied, What are you doing? You sprayed it all over my face. This is engine oil, my royal foot lubricant. I drink it every day now. It's delicious. Hearing that, Black Wolf walked over and poured the entire teapot straight into his mouth. But he shouted angrily, Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Drink to your heart's content. Then he regained his serious expression, crossed his arms and stated his request. Since you're guarding this place, it looks like I made this trip for nothing. But I still want to borrow your Eye of Truth. Hamdi immediately shook his head and raised his hand in refusal. No way, absolutely not. Black Wolf remained calm, picked his nose, and asked, What if I told you I possess the complete forging manual of the dwarves? 100 temperings, 1,000 refinements, what then? Tamdi instantly grabbed him and shook him, rapidly asking, Where is it? 100 temperings, 1,000 refinements has been lost for millions of years. Only the incomplete version remains today. The dwarf kingdom searched for years but never found the complete copy. Then he slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed excitedly, If we can recover 100 temperings, 1,000 refinements, combined with our current advanced techniques, we can definitely change this world. I might even escape this rusty iron cage. Ham shook Black Wolf again and kept interrogating him. Tell me where 100 temperings, 1,000 refinements is. Everything in the treasure vault except the Eye of Truth. You may take whatever you want. He spoke in a low voice. Stop shaking me. This lord is about to die. Then he seriously proposed a deal. Take a guess. I can only tell you that 100 temperings, 1,000 refinements is stored in one of my many treasure pavilions. As long as you agree to let me and that brat each use the Eye of Truth once, I'll give you 100 temperings, 1,000 refinements. After hearing Black Wolf's explanation, Xiaozai's eyes lit up brightly and he excitedly asked, What, little Black, are you serious? Then he slammed the table and shouted excitedly, The Eye of Truth can locate my mother's body. There's really something that powerful in this world. It's even better than GPS. Xian Yan looked somewhat displeased, her face full of doubt as she asked, No way, how could the Eye of Truth be casually lent to outsiders like you? Back then, if I hadn't married into the dwarf kingdom, I would have never even had the chance to see it, let alone borrow it. Rimao scratched his head awkwardly and carefully probed his wife. Honey, are you still upset because the king wouldn't let you use it? As if he'd hit the mark, she pouted angrily and let out a cold snort. Seeing this, Rimao immediately clung to Xian Yan and coaxed her. Honey, don't be mad. I can let you use mine however you want until you're completely exhausted. She shyly warned him, Get lost, move aside. Don't corrupt the children. There are lots of kids here. Duo innocently asked, Use it however you want. Dad has the Eye of Truth. Zio Yun also looked confused and asked similarly, Use it however you want. Uncle has the Eye of Truth too. Lin Zai seemed to understand what they were talking about and blushed red with embarrassment. She stammered a warning, Don't listen to him and learn weird things like that. Black Wolf puffed out his chest confidently and declared loudly, You even know who I am? No matter what, I have ways to make you let us use it. At once, Zai remembered the princess's face and trembled as he asked, I was planning to sneak away tonight. Do I really have to wait until tomorrow to become the prince consort? Nha stood by the doorway blocking the entrance, pointed outside in disgust and informed him, Master, there's a little rat spying on us outside all night. Should your disciple take care of him? Walia immediately poked his head in to look. Startled that he'd been discovered, he panicked. I've been found out. Seeing this, Black Wolf smacked his lips and quickly explained, This lord is dying of laughter. Relax, this lord already negotiated with that ghost guy. Tonight, after using the Eye of Truth, we'll make our escape. Reassured, Walia pushed open the door and walked in, then seriously declared to everyone, After this succeeds, I'll help you leave the dwarf kingdom. As long as you stop pestering the princess, Walia is willing to do anything. Then tears streamed down his face, as he painfully complained, Damn it, why did the princess fall for a milk-faced brat like you? I absolutely refuse to accept this marriage. Seeing how unwilling he was, Zai hurried over and comforted Walia. You like the princess, right? Great. I also think I'm not worthy of a great beauty like the princess. If you truly love someone, you can't give up so easily. Got it? Then he curled his lips confidently as an idea flashed through his mind. He immediately pulled out the ultimate flirting manual and bragged, How about this? I'll pass down my sex secret technique to you. I guarantee you'll win the beauty's heart. And Hade instantly rushed over to hug his leg and stared at him with worshipful eyes. Walia immediately burst into tears after Xiaozai's kind offer. A second later, he also rushed over and hugged Xiaozai's leg, his eyes sparkling like stars as he said, I want to learn, I want to learn. And Hade on the other side also tried to flatter him. Senpai, you're amazing. Not long afterward, the group entered the treasury. Xiaozai curiously asked, is this the dwarves' treasury? Little Black became smug and declared, everyone feel free to look around. Take whatever you like, make yourselves at home. I'm an old acquaintance of the owner here. At that moment, a robot. While guiding everyone through the museum, he cheerfully said, honored guests, please follow me. Harlan sneered and shouted, hey, old ghost, come receive your guests, we're here. Tamshi's mechanical footsteps echoed non-stop as he slowly approached the group. Then he stopped and hesitantly announced some bad news. Now that everyone is here, I already prepared the Eye of Truth and have been waiting for you all. However, seeing his hesitation, Harlan immediately interrupted angrily. However what? Stop stammering, old ghost. If this sovereign gets upset, your hundredfold tempering will be finished. Seeing Black Wolf grow irritated, Tamshi hurried over, wrapped an arm around him and quickly explained, of course I want this deal. I dream about it every night, but the Eye of Truth is extremely important. I need to inspect the goods first. You said you possess hundredfold tempering. Then you must have read it before, right? Could you recite a short passage? Harlan immediately became nervous, sweat covering his face, though he still forced himself to stay calm as he replied. Old ghost, what do you mean by that? You don't trust this evil sovereign. Everyone knows I'm an honest wolf. Sharp weapons suddenly appeared around Tamshi's body. He grinned wickedly and replied, Harlan, the evil sovereign is famous everywhere. Everyone knows exactly what kind of wolf you are. I hope we can conduct this trade pleasantly. That made Little Black uneasy. Grinding his teeth, he thought to himself, this guy's become too cunning. The longer he lives, the craftier he gets. Dwarves aren't as easy to fool as before. Damn it. If we can't recite it, we're dead for sure. This guy's serious. He finally led the group into the storage room. Beside the Eye of Truth, Xiaoxi muttered while walking, a cultivator draws the essence of sunlight and uses the waters of the sun as a furnace for the earth. Inside the room, dazzling gemstone jewelry covered the floor, piled up like mountains. After entering, Xiaoxi crossed his arms confidently and declared, the hundredfold tempering you want is this, right? I've already memorized it completely. Tamshi stared wide-eyed in shock at his words. He immediately rushed over, grabbed Xiaoxi's leg and urged excitedly, yes, 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 that's exactly it. Let's quickly use the Eye of Truth. After that, give me the hundredfold tempering. Beside them, Dio angrily pointed at Tamshi's nose. With fiery eyes, she cursed at him. My master's disciple isn't someone you can hug whenever you want. Get lost. Lynxie silently observed everything. Her mind was currently filled with confusion and jealousy. What exactly had Xiaoxi gone through before? Damn it. He suddenly dropped out of school. And now these powerful people around him. As his friend, I haven't been able to help him at all. Afterward, she silently resolved in her heart, I'll become stronger, strong enough to help you. Only then did Little Black sigh in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he rejoiced. I almost forgot this brat has the gift from Goddess Sai. He possesses knowledge of nearly all techniques and arts across the water origin continent. That was close. Xiaoxi angrily walked over, grabbed him by the collar and threatened, keep bragging, why don't you? Good thing I saw this item left behind by Goddess Sai in my sea of knowledge. Soon afterward, the group arrived before the Eye of Truth, a massive mirror standing in the middle of the room. Behind it was a pile of glittering gemstones. Tamshi seriously asked everyone, activating the Eye of Truth requires an enormous amount of spirit stone. One use costs at least 100 million high-grade spirit stone. I've already prepared everything. Who wants to go first? Harlan immediately suggested, Brat, you go first. Xiaoxi agreed without hesitation. All right. Tamshi led him before the Eye of Truth and said, please step over here. Then he slowly instructed Xiaoxi, now place your hand on the glass and focus your thoughts on what you wish to know. He raised several fingers and pressed them against the glass. Tiny rings of energy instantly appeared on its surface. Xiaoxi swallowed nervously and waited anxiously. Black and purple lights began swirling together across the surface of the Eye of Truth. An image of an isolated castle beneath a golden moon appeared. Xiaoxi shouted in surprise, something's appearing. The mirror shifted to a large pool inside the castle. A long, black-winged-haired woman was bathing there. It was Xiaoxi's mother in her demon form. Sensing something strange, she immediately turned around and shouted, who's spying on me? Xiaoxi stared into the mirror with widened eyes and cried out in surprise, Mom, can you hear me? Tamshi frowned and warned him, damn it. This brat's trying to search for a deity. Stop shouting, she can't hear you. And she can't see you either. Deities aren't easy to provoke. Stop the search immediately. Suddenly, Demon Xiaoyan abruptly stood up, pointed forward and launched a black feather. The feather instantly pierced through the Eye of Truth's mirror and shot straight toward Xiaoxi's face. He was still standing there in shock as the feather flew like an arrow, only a few centimeters from his face. Suddenly, the Apophis blade behind Xyroxy moved and slashed forward. The feather split in half instantly. Jiu Feng had done it. While controlling the sword, the little girl sternly warned, "Don't even think about hurting my useless master." Zioyan was utterly shocked. She flew rapidly forward and asked in confusion, "Is that another version of me? Impossible. I would never harm Xyroxy." Immediately, she came face to face with her own demonic form on the other side of the glass. Then Zio Yun asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Demon Zio Yun replied curiously, "Who is that?" Suddenly, a blazing red power erupted in midair. A violent surge of energy appeared in Demon Zio Yun's hand. She swung those red rays forward fiercely, as if trying to attack the people on this side. Suddenly, the Eye of Truth lost all connection with Demon Zio Yun. Only then did Three Lives come back to his senses, patting his vital area repeatedly as he said in relief, "That scared me so badly my mechanical heart nearly jumped out. Who is she? She can strike through a mirror with primal power. If I had not cut the connection quickly just now, we would have been finished." Ziozai still stood alone before the glass, motionless. His face was pale and full of questions. Why had another mother appeared? Three Lives ignored him and turned to Black Wolf. "Your turn, evil lord. Do not cause a huge disaster this time. Do not go looking for someone as powerful as the one just now." Just now, the Eye of Truth had consumed 1 billion superior primal stones. That was more than 10 times the usual amount. Hearing this, it gave a strained grin. Worrying, it secretly reassured itself. How could that happen? The target I want to find is very weak. Go ahead. Right after that, Black Wolf also stepped forward and placed its hand on the glass to search for its target. Three Lives, standing beside it, also placed his hand on it, and a brilliant purple light shone from the Eye of Truth. He announced, "The primal power being transferred is searching for the living being or object you wish to find." When he saw the glass shaking violently, Three Lives shouted angrily, "Ancestor above, you damned evil lord, what the hell are you looking for?" Suddenly, a massive surge of energy like thunder erupted from the other side of the glass. Its impact shook the entire kingdom, making everything tremble again and again. Behind the mirror, everything had turned red, and dark energy vortexes had appeared. Three Lives became frightened and hurriedly shouted at Black Wolf, "I cannot cut the connection." Stop now, however, it stubbornly kept its hand there. A figure gradually appeared, making him curse in anger. The image inside slowly became clearer. Black Wolf was stunned when it realized Goddess Zai had been severely tainted. She was sealing herself away. When the goddess heard the echoing call, she slowly opened her eyes and turned her gaze over. Seeing this, Black Wolf hurriedly reassured her. "Goddess Zai, it is me. I am your little dog. You must keep resisting. I will come to Earth to save you." As soon as it finished speaking, cracks appeared across the mirror. A piercing cracking sound rang out as well. 1 second later, the entire room was drowned in a shattering crash, and the scene became utterly chaotic as something burst out of the Eye of Truth. Outside the treasure vault, a loud boom rang out as the entire vault exploded. Smoke and dust filled the sky. At the same time in the inferno, a gloomy place filled with jagged rocks, a tall tower appeared, surrounded by a dark aura. Suddenly, the eye of some beast opened wide and stared straight ahead. The scene shifted to inside the Spirit Vault Tower, where a person completely covered in a cloak was carefully observing the situation. Then they spoke their judgment. A great change is coming. Back at the treasure vault of the Everfolk Kingdom, the room containing the Eye of Truth was now filled with smoke and dust. Under the aftershock of the explosion, Zai was covered in wounds. Fortunately, he and the Sword Apophis had blocked it in time. They had stopped whatever had poured out from the mirror. He stammered to everyone, "Mom, Linzai, are you all right? That explosion just now was too powerful." Then he collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest in pain as he struggled to say each word. "Bang Vulture, thank you, if you had not stood in front of me." Beside the Sword Apophis, Ziozai lay exhausted on the ground and closed his eyes, saying his final words, "Everyone is in danger now." Bang Vulture, covered in wounds, also turned back. He cried out in panic twice, "Master." At this moment, Three Lives, his body badly damaged, painfully spoke up, "You should be thanking me instead. If I had not still needed the 1,000-tempered needle, I absolutely would not have blocked that primal power explosion for you. You would all have died 10,000 times over." Damn it, our Eye of Truth. Black Wolf had turned into darkness. It helplessly looked toward the mirror and cried, "Goddess Zai." The scene shifted to early the next morning. Ziozai, his body covered in love bites, opened his eyes, and Lena's sweet, coquettish voice immediately sounded. "I am ready." As she took a puff from the cigar in her hand, she cautiously reminded him, "If anyone dares bully you in the future, just tell me their name." Ziozai suddenly sat up, raised 2 fingers to block his view, and said with a pale face, "Wait, before we talk, I need to prepare a little." His 2 fingers happened to cover the princess's unpleasant face completely, leaving only her alluring body below visible. Only then did he call out in satisfaction. "All right, then." Ziozai stammered and pressed her with questions. "What is going on? Where is everyone else? Also, last night?" When he lifted his leg and saw that he was completely naked underneath, he shouted in shock, "Wait, last night? Last night I did not do anything to you, did I? You did not do anything to me last night, did you? Then Xiaozai used his leg to cover himself and cried out in agony, "Give me back the body I spent decades cultivating as a man. I do not want to live anymore." Then he hurriedly covered Lena's face with 2 fingers again. At the same time, she made another request. "Take the initiative, okay? Great." Xiaoxi forced out a terrified fake smile and cried miserably, I don't want to live anymore." The scene shifted to a rushing waterfall. Suddenly, someone grabbed onto a rock and praised endlessly, "The Dwarf Kingdom's water environment is really not bad. Even the water tastes sweet." The faces of Lei, Deng Hao, and Lijai appeared. Lijai curiously asked, "Did anyone notice that the water here is getting warmer?" Deng Hao also looked puzzled. "Did I hear wrong? It sounded like someone was screaming earlier, and they sounded really happy about it." A sparkling golden stream suddenly appeared before them. All three froze for several seconds, too stunned to speak. Right after that, they jumped out of the waterfall, nausea rising in their throats. Walia turned out to be the source of that masterpiece. He looked a little embarrassed when he saw the three of them, but quickly zipped up his pants as if nothing had happened. 2 lines of poetry fitting perfectly with the situation appeared. "Have you not seen the yellow river descending from heaven, rushing to the sea and never returning?" Early the next morning, Xiaoxi woke up groggily. Suddenly, he flailed his arms and legs wildly, screaming in terror even though there was nothing in front of him. "Help! Let go of me, I'd rather die than submit." Yadiel pushed the door open carrying a plate of food and asked in confusion, "Master, you're finally awake. Did you have another nightmare? You scared Yadiel to death. I stayed beside you all night and didn't dare sleep." Hearing that, Xiaoxi finally calmed down and said, "So it was just a dream. You scared me to death. I thought that person had actually." As Yadiel walked over, Xiaoxi hooked both legs around his neck. He asked in shock, "Who? But Master, could you please let go with your legs? This is Master's breakfast. There are eggs, mushrooms, and sausage. Eat while it's still hot." At the doorway, the princess covered her face with a fan while carefully reminding the servants, "Take good care of my groom. He was seriously injured yesterday and it broke my heart." The servant quickly replied, "Princess, leave it to me." Back with Xiaoxi, he quietly asked about the situation. "Mom, where are Xiaohei and Jufeng? Why can't I see them?" Yadil immediately answered, "They're recuperating inside your body. Everyone was badly injured." Hearing that, Xiaoxi was horrified and shouted, "Oh my god, Jufeng is huge. How could he fit inside my body?" The princess, half asleep, was stunned by what she heard and stammered, "Something that big inside your body? What are they doing by the bedside?" The servant beside her also looked confused and said, "I'm old, so maybe my eyes are failing me. Surely it's not that kind of thing, right?" Then Xiaoxi buried his face near Yadiel's sensitive area and said something incredibly misleading. "Yadiel, your sausage tastes amazing," Yadiel cheerfully replied. "Then eat more. Here, have some mushrooms and eggs too." The princess and servant looked as if they had been struck by lightning, staring with their mouths wide open as they exclaimed together, "Huh, what?" Seeing their expressions, Yadiel hurriedly raised both hands to explain, "Why are you two making those faces? This isn't," before he could finish. His hand was tightly grabbed by Xiaoxi. Then Xiaoxi put on the shy expression of a bashful maiden and stopped him awkwardly. "Don't explain anymore. Since they already discovered this tragic forbidden love between master and disciple, we might as well admit it openly." Yadiel rubbed his wrist. Still confused as he said, "But this is..." Xiaoxi immediately unleashed his killer move, giving him a meaningful look and secretly whispering through voice transmission, "Didn't you want to learn drawing? Cooperate with me." Instantly, Yadiel cooperated by stepping closer and making a heart shape with his hands together with Xiaoxi. The two looked exactly like a loving couple, clearly declaring that master and disciple would stay together forever. An image appeared in Lena's mind of Xiaoxi as a groom in a suit and Yadiel as a bride in a wedding dress. The princess nearly turned to stone imagining. Tears streamed down her face as the princess lifted her white dress, turned around, and ran away sorrowfully. "I'm sorry, I disturbed the two of you." The scene shifted to the king's location. After hearing the report from the servant, he slammed the table angrily and shouted, "What? That's Xiaoxi again? What are we supposed to do now? I've already announced the wedding to the entire kingdom. They absolutely must get married today. Are you certain this information is true?" The servant wiped away tears while recounting painfully. "This is absolutely true. They did that filthy thing right in front of me and the princess." The king immediately lost his composure. He angrily shouted, "Damn it, Shankyu, Taixiu. Where are the two great generals?" A second later, both generals appeared before him and replied in unison, "Please give your orders, your majesty." He pointed ahead and commanded firmly, "Take the soldiers and bring the royal son-in-law back. Even if he's bent, straighten him by force." After hearing the order, Shankyu and Taixiu answered together, "Understood, understood." Meanwhile, Xiaoxi and Yadiel were already fleeing under Walia's guidance. As they crossed mushroom-shaped rooftops, Walia warned nervously, "If this has already alarmed Shankyu and Taixu, then things are going to be difficult." When those two became famous, I hadn't even been born yet. Xioxi suddenly acted very knowledgeable, putting on a sly expression as he advised Walia. "If you want to pursue a girl, you need confidence. A confident man is attractive. Right now the princess is vulnerable and needs a real man to comfort her." Walia's face suddenly looked more handsome and radiant than usual. He smiled brightly and replied, "Thank you, Master Xioxi. I think I understand now." From above, Xioxi spotted Linksy walking below and immediately waved while shouting, "Linksy." Seeing him, she sighed in relief and said, "Xioxi, are you all right? Luckily, the royal physician from the imperial palace took care of you last night." "That's great." At that moment, the little girl beamed brightly in praise. "Sister Linhia, my mother's clothes suit you so well." Then she innocently asked, "Is brother Xioxi all right?" "Sister Linhia was really worried about you last night." Hearing that, Linhia immediately turned bashful and hurriedly denied it. "What are you talking about? Kids shouldn't say nonsense." Walia suddenly put on an embarrassed expression and urged everyone, "Hurry up and move. Time's up, everyone head to the holy Akka waterfall. I already scouted the place last night, it's perfect for escaping." As soon as he finished speaking, Shankyu and Techu appeared with murderous auras blazing from their bodies. The killing intent erupted as they coldly threatened, trying to leave. "It won't be that easy." Xuanyan also appeared behind them with surging energy. She fixed her sharp eyes on the two of them and firmly declared, "No one can stop the people I want to protect, husband. Take Duoju's honored guests and leave first. Leave this place to me." Hearing that, Rimao immediately threw out a sphere and replied, "I'll leave this place to my wife then." The sphere released crackling bolts of electricity the moment it touched the ground, instantly forming a uniquely shaped drilling machine. Once everyone climbed inside together, the drill machine shot forward at high speed while clouds of dust billowed everywhere. Walia immediately stepped in front of the villagers. He clenched his fists and silently steeled himself. "I have to be confident. I have to let the princess see my confidence." Techu quickly recognized him and asked in confusion, "Aren't you the newly appointed guard captain of the Dwarf Kingdom? Why are you blocking our way?" Shankyu beside him also recognized Duoju's mother. "You're the arrogant dark witch who kidnapped the princess back then in exchange for the Eye of Truth. I heard that incident caused massive chaos." Xuanyan immediately responded with a stern threat toward the dwarf. "Watch your words if you weren't from Rimao's clan. That sentence alone would have been enough to make you die 1,000,000 times over." At that moment, Walia leaped into the air and raised his axe behind him. He loudly declared with imposing spirit, "I, Walia, captain of Squad 6 of the Dwarf Kingdom, now challenge General Shankyu." The man asked in confusion, "Why challenge me? Do I look weaker or something?" The scene shifted to Rimao's supreme drilling machine, which was still racing forward while everyone inside cheered excitedly. Suddenly Xioxi asked worriedly, "Duoju's father, how strong are those two dwarves? They seem even stronger than a grand spirit master. Walia probably can't hold them off. But what about your wife?" Instead, Rimao grinned proudly. He confidently boasted, "Don't worry, you don't know that my wife was once the fearsome dark witch who shook the entire region. If it weren't for me, she probably would have overturned the Dwarf Kingdom already. She's more than enough on her own over there." After that, he proudly recounted his glorious deeds. "Luckily back then I used my handsome charms to make her surrender before my diamond gun. Otherwise, it would have been a huge disaster." Hearing those words, Linhia instantly turned red with embarrassment and shouted, "Hey, what kind of weird things are you saying? Duoju is right here." He pulled out his diamond gun and asked in confusion, "This is the famous weapon that made my name back then, the diamond gun. What exactly are you thinking about?" Hearing that, Linhia fell completely silent in embarrassment, unable to say another word. The scene shifted to the demon Xioan, who was staring at a display screen showing Xioxi's face below. Then she asked, "Blood Eye, is this the one who spied on me?" Blood Eye dragged along the turtle shell while replying, "That's right. Before death, the elders of the Serpent Turtle clan all awakened Spirit Eyes. Their eye power is extremely strong. Should this subordinate deal with the rest of his family?" She immediately refused. "No need." Then she ordered him, "Let's go." The scene shifted to Lena. After suffering heartbreak, the princess in a wedding dress arrived at Holy Akka Waterfall. Lena cried bitterly while heartbrokenly asking, "Why does nobody like me?" After much struggle, Layli, Danghao, and Lijai finally managed to cling onto the rocks beside the waterfall. Layli panted heavily a few times before speaking. "We finally climbed up." At that exact moment, Lena's veil slowly drifted down. In despair, the princess uttered her final words, "Farewell to this superficial mortal world. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven." The three young men below immediately stared in shock. "Ah!" They watched as Lena plunged downward. A leaf suddenly drifted past and completely covered the princess's beautiful face. One of them excitedly shouted, "A beauty is falling from the sky." Lijai immediately volunteered, "Brother How, I'm still single. Let me do it." Dang Hao quickly refused. Zaya don't move, I'll save her. Right then Layli stretched out his sturdy hand. He shouted loudly, you idiots, what are you fighting over? Hurry and save her. Immediately, Layli tightly grabbed Lena's hand and saved the princess from certain death. Then he asked worriedly, Miss, are you all right? From the princess's perspective. His handsome face appeared before her while a gentle voice asked, Little miss, are you okay? The scene then shifted back inside the kingdom. Walia planted his axe on the ground and panted heavily in exhaustion. Meanwhile, Shankyu asked disdainfully, Is this the extent of your resolve? A warrior of the new dwarf generation. He firmly pointed his axe forward and clearly declared, No, I want the princess to see my confidence. I want the princess to praise me. Hearing that, Shankyu immediately proposed, Fine, come at me and try to defeat me. He did not hesitate at all. He dashed forward and roared, I'm the one who wants to marry the princess. The man also leaped toward Walia. The two faced each other head-on. After Shankyu knocked Walia flying away, he calmly said, That's enough training for today. I'm not free today. Another day, I'll slowly toughen up you hopeless romantic. He lay sprawled on the ground with blood on his forehead, his head spinning and his mind no longer clear. His mouth kept muttering, Princess, did you see it? My confidence, my determination. Returning to Akka Waterfall City. While carrying Lena on his back, he stammered a reminder, Princess, don't be so careless again in the future. If you ran into someone else, it would have been terrible. Your family would be heartbroken, you know. Hearing that, the princess pouted and replied, Okay, I won't do it again. Behind them, Dang Hao and Lijai chuckled in amusement. Back inside the kingdom, Ziu spoke up and asked Shankyu, Had enough fun yet? We still have to leave to capture the prince consort. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanyan arrived with reverse-colored energy spheres swirling around her. She rudely asked, Where do you think you're going? Did you think I was dead? The two generals looked utterly bored, waving their hands dismissively as they sneered, Go somewhere else. We don't bully women. A gloomy aura instantly spread through the entire area. Right after that, Xuanyan glared at them with murderous eyes. She shouted, Oh really? Then she stretched out her hand and summoned a blazing sphere of power. The surrounding air swirled like a storm around Xuanyan. She pointed forward, sending the sphere shooting in the direction of her finger. The sphere tore through the air like a devastating punch and slammed directly into Taixiu, smashing him violently into the ground and shattering the earth beneath him. Sweat poured down Shankyu's face as he shouted in shock, What? Xuanyan now looked like a giant witch standing before Shankyu. Holding two spheres of power in her hands, she gritted her teeth and said, Now you're scared, too late for that. Wait. While everyone was gliding across the water, Rimao immediately announced, We're here. Up ahead is Akka Waterfall City. Zioxy, Yedeo, and Linksy had arrived at the edge of the waterfall. Zioxy asked in confusion, It's this high, how are we supposed to get down? Hearing that, Duoduan smiled brightly and said, We dwarves are master blacksmiths. My father will make an escape artifact for everyone right here. It'll be done in no time. Zioxy immediately followed along. He tightly shut his eyes and muttered softly. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring ahead in shock as he stammered, How is this even possible? Rimao wiped the sweat from his face and proudly announced, The energy pipeline is complete. Zioxy, Yedeo, and Linksy all stood there with their mouths hanging open in shock as they shouted together, Holy crap, this thing is insane. A luxurious winding pipeline had been created by Rimao. In the blink of an eye, it safely connected the top of the waterfall to the ground below. Zioxy walked over and placed his hand on the slide inside the pipeline. Unable to hide his excitement, he said, This world actually has slides. At least my butt won't catch fire this way. As he sat down on the slide, he happily held up the book and said, Rimao, this book seems really important to your people. But before Zioxy could finish speaking, Rimao hurriedly kicked him away, then quickly explained, No time, I have to check on my wife. Otherwise, the dwarf kingdom will be destroyed. He then explained in horror as he remembered Xuanyan's terrifying appearance. My wife is the legendary black dragon witch, the calamity of Grammy. If she gets angry, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zioxy had only managed to say the word thanks before he started screaming as he slid through the pipeline. Halfway down, Zioxy screamed in terror. Rimao made this thing like a roller coaster. Couldn't it just go straight down? Beneath Akka Waterfall City, the dwarf boy covered in blood stammered curses, Despicable humans, why did you ambush our dwarf kingdom? The man choking the boy arrogantly replied, Then you should ask what your dwarf kingdom has done. Yellen, king of the Yan kingdom, spoke up at that moment. Under the glory of the god of light, our kingdom and the Fey kingdom are willing to purge all evil in the god's name. The soldiers of the Yan kingdom and the Fey kingdom immediately shouted in unison, Judge the dwarf kingdom. At that moment, Zioxy shot out of the pipeline, his soul nearly leaving his body after the terrifying experience. Yedeo and Linksy collapsed onto the ground. Zioxy hurriedly got up and rubbed his backside, crying out painfully, My poor butt didn't survive. Yedio held his head and groaned, that hurt so much. Yinba, king of the Fey Kingdom, glared at them and immediately ordered, "Men, capture those three." Then he aggressively declared, "Anyone coming from the Dwarf Kingdom can't possibly be good people. Arrest them and await judgment." Zioxy hurriedly raised his hand. His face was drenched in nervous sweat, but he still tried to remain calm as he pleaded. "Wait a second, I don't know who you people are, but please hear me out first." Yinba frowned and impatiently shouted, "Speak." He immediately turned around to leave, not forgetting to say goodbye. "Farewell, I'll treat you all to tea another day." "Run," Linzai sprinted beside him. She noticed something and immediately warned them. "Fu Zhao, this is the regular army of the Yan nation that's been active recently." Yadaio, she used a technique while running and smugly told Yafengzi, "Give them a taste of the poison smoke." The soldiers of Yan nation immediately raised their bows on command. Blazing flame arrow squad. First squad, fire. Right after that, countless arrows shot through the air toward the three of them, piercing through the poison smoke and making Zioxy cry out in fear. Enhai. At once, Yadaio stopped and summoned the thorny poison nest to block the sharp arrows. He stared at them and anxiously announced the bad news. "If they're already using arrows and there are so many of them, even spit alone could drown us to death." Then he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, Yadaio is about to break his limits and start killing people. Ancestors in heaven, please bless Enhai so he doesn't die here today." The old ancestor in the sky was barely breathing, yet still forced out a few words. "A life for a life, the heavenly Tao, the cycle of karma. It's not that retribution never comes the time." The moment the word arrives left his mouth, he suddenly sat upright and sneezed violently. Below, Yadaio tossed a medicinal pill to Linzai and told her, "Linzai, eat this. It can temporarily resist Enhai's witch poison." A second later, dark streams of witch poison appeared all over his body. His mouth continuously let out terrifying growls. Even the water beneath his feet began to swirl. The witch poison spread toward the soldiers. They stared at it in confusion and wondered, "What is this?" "Everyone, quickly gather your origin power and protect yourselves." However, some of the soldiers were swiftly swallowed by the witch poison. They screamed in agony, but it was useless. Yinba immediately leaped out of the poison's range and urgently ordered, "Witch poison. Barrier squad, seal off the witch poison immediately. Don't let it spread any farther." The barrier squad immediately obeyed. At the same time, glowing blue metallic threads lit up brilliantly as they answered, "Understood." Instantly, those beams of light combined into a massive barrier. It completely enclosed the witch poison, and Linzai immediately recognized it, the war prison barrier. Yadaio ground his teeth furiously and declared in anger, "A tiny barrier like that can't withstand the inherited witch poison of the Enhai clan." Suddenly, one of the barrier squad members looked up and shouted excitedly, "The divine envoy has arrived." The people around him also cried out in excitement. "Supreme God of Light, divine envoy." The light goddess appeared in the sky. She looked down at the scene below and silently judged it to be filthy. As expected, the Dwarf Kingdom has fallen into corruption. Not only are they colluding with the Dark Witch, they have also allied themselves with the Lion King. Then she spread her arms and unleashed the purifying light technique. A glowing book appeared, followed by a beam of pure white light behind her. A magic circle appeared beneath Zioxy's group. He panicked and shouted, "Crow Eagle, your poison king is getting purified." Next, the light goddess summoned the sword of divine judgment. 4 golden swords emerged from the void and charged forward to attack. The dazzling swords shot down toward everyone. Crow Eagle immediately used a defensive technique, desperately trying to resist. Linksy widened her eyes and stared ahead. Shocked, she said they could not hold on and had already been suppressed. In an instant, Crow Eagle's poisonous spikes were pierced through by the holy swords. Linksy immediately turned and ran while warning them, "Danger." Xyroxy stared in confusion at the woman calling herself the Light Goddess. A question surfaced in his mind. Is this the puppet angel Gu Huang mentioned? An angel like mother? At that moment, the Light Goddess sternly asked, "You evil witches, why are you using such vicious dark arts to slaughter the holy warriors of Yan Kingdom?" At this point, Xyroxy could no longer hold back. Releasing killing intent, he gritted his teeth and snapped, "You're twisting black into white. What nonsense are you talking about? The moment they arrived, their soldiers tried to capture us. We were only defending ourselves." She refused to back down and immediately retorted, "You possess an extremely strong dark attribute. You shall be judged by the gods along with the dwarf kingdom." Hearing that, Xyroxy angrily cursed back at the light goddess. What kind of logic is that? Does having a dark attribute automatically make someone evil? The light goddess calmly replied, "Exactly. Purification is the only option." A second later, she raised her hand high into the air. A gigantic sword appeared behind her as she muttered, "May the god of light protect that lost soul. Believe in the light and the gates of heaven shall open for you." Divine art, Jyalin. Down below, Jyalin teared up at the sight before him. He laughed madly and exclaimed, "A miracle! I can witness a miracle once again." The warriors beside him also shouted excitedly, "It's a miracle." Suddenly, the blinding light was extinguished, and the light goddess's neck was struck by something with tremendous force. A merciless slash cut straight across her neck. her head separated from her body in the blink of an eye. Demon Xiaoyan appeared holding a blazing red sword. After dealing with the light goddess, she spoke with disgust. What kind of ridiculous god is this? The god of light, just looking at her is irritating. Go to hell. The moment Xiaoxi saw her, he immediately recognized her as the mother reflected by the eye of truth. Tears streamed down Jylan's face as he roared furiously. A demon, where did this demon come from? Ah, she killed the divine envoy. Guards, kill her now. Demon Xiaoyan cast a cold gaze downward before speaking disdainfully. A foolish puppet nation and its puppet soldiers. Just because you're a tiny kingdom subordinate to the southern wastelands, you think you can attack the dwarf kingdom. Stop being naive. You're nothing but pitiful pawns. Just looking at you is annoying. Then she flung countless feathers like sharp arrows downward while cruelly declaring, instead of living on as walking corpses. Demon Xiaoyan slashed several times with her sword, cutting them into pieces. Then she shot through the air and continued speaking. You might as well become nourishment for my slaughter sword. She hovered in the sky, surrounded by blades stained crimson with blood. Afterward, Demon Xiaoyan landed atop the mountain of corpses she had created. The scene was utterly horrific. At that moment, she turned her gaze toward Xiaoxi. Slowly, she said, I came here to find that young man looking up at me. Xiaoxi stared at the woman before him in panic and stammered in confusion as he asked her, Mother, I've finally found you. But why did you have to kill so many people? Corpses were piled high behind Demon Xiaoyan while smoke and dust filled the air. Step by step, she walked toward him. At that moment, Xiaoxi suddenly felt confused when Crow, Eagle, and Lynxie tightly grabbed his arms, and he immediately asked them, Why have you two been pulling me back this whole time? That's my mother. She saved us and the dwarf kingdom too. Hearing that, Demon Xiaoyan sneered, Ridiculous, your mother. Ever since I saw your face, my heart has been unable to stay calm. I have a feeling that you will become the inner demon that binds me. I came here to kill you. Demon Xiaoyan tightened her grip on the sword in her hand, her voice icy cold. Only after killing you and bathing in your blood can I become even stronger. She slowly crossed both palms before her chest, and instantly a violent burst of light erupted. Demon Xiaoyan summoned the Ghost Creek Blade, which legend says. Ordinary origin weapons can be stored inside specially made gemstones or containers. But once a weapon recognizes its master, it can merge into the body. Now Linzai charged forward the moment she grabbed her weapon. She frowned and shouted firmly, You can't kill him. Seeing this, Fang Dio widened his eyes and loudly stopped her. Stop, Linzai, that's a god. She unleashed the divine guardian poison goo. A gloomy purple spiritual force instantly erupted, linked together by sharp fangs. In the blink of an eye, it completely enveloped the stunned Linzai before she could react. Little Yun the demon muttered, Such a petty trick. Ah. She raised a slender finger, spun it lightly a few times, then calmly pressed it against the center of the magic circle. It was as if she intended to finish her opponent off. Witnessing this scene, Xiaozai felt his heart burn with panic. He roared, Mom, stop, don't hurt them. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as a figure shot toward Linzai and collided head-on with the violent energy, shattering the purple spiritual force. Fragments scattered everywhere. It turned out Fang Dio had stepped in to help at the critical moment. However, the fierce impact sent him flying backward. His whole body ached as he slammed heavily into the tree behind him, unable to withstand such overwhelming power. She was blasted backward, the force of the impact so strong that the ancient tree behind her snapped in half. Linzai coughed up a mouthful of blood. Little Yun the demon turned around in confusion. A strange person with strange origin force waves. Who exactly are you? Suddenly, Xiaozai's body lunged forward as if controlled by someone else. Grinding his teeth, he cried out, I can't control my body anymore. Wake up already. The powers of the dark angel and light hidden within his body erupted. The legendary divine sword Apophis suddenly thrust towards Xiaozai's back. The next second, it automatically withdrew. Jiu Feng's soul said helplessly, So it's that big-breasted black-haired woman again. Little Yun the demon waved her hand. Knock that divine sword away, she snorted coldly with disdain. A tiny sword spirit dares to act so arrogantly. The sword spun wildly through the air from the impact. Meanwhile, she let out a shrill scream. Little Yun the demon coldly reached out and grabbed Xiaozai by the throat. He groaned painfully. She sternly questioned him, Stop struggling. I've already sealed your strange origin force and spiritual power. I'll ask one last time. Who are you? Why are you staring at me? If you can't explain clearly, then die. Xiaozai's face turned pale blue from being strangled and his whole body trembled. He struggled to whisper, Mom, I'm your son, Yue Xiaozai. Their past memories came flooding back. She gently stroked his head and asked, Son, do you know why you're called Xiaozai? Xiaozai lay comfortably on the grass and asked curiously, Why? Xiao Yun gently touched her own cheek, looked up at the sky and explained, Because your father and I met by a little stream. Then came the moment when they fought Uriel. She cried angrily, Hurry and help Mom find a daughter-in-law. That way you won't be lonely in the future. Zio Yun painfully wiped away her tears and said, and later on, you won't have to eat the awful food I cook anymore. She left behind her final words. This period of time was the happiest and most unforgettable time of my life. I have no regrets anymore. Until Zai was taken away. She burst into tears, yet her tone remained incredibly firm. Lord Zai Zun, what's happening? Why can't we get out? We have to save Zai. Little Hai sighed and said, the woman outside has sealed all origin force waves. And Zai's spiritual power too. We're trapped inside the sea of consciousness. Back in reality, the power from Little Yun the demon's arm grew increasingly violent. She flatly denied any relationship between them and even threatened him further. You're talking nonsense. I've lived in hell since childhood and only recently came to the water origin world. I've never had a partner, so where would a child like you come from? If you still won't tell the truth, I'll kill you. He grabbed her arm, drenched in sweat. Trying desperately to persuade her, he said, in this life, your name is Yun Chan, also known as Lucifer. Zai endured the pain and refused to give up as he continued. And I'm the child you carried for 2 years and 4 extra months before giving birth to me, Yue Zai. The moment she heard even his full name, Little Yun the demon froze for several seconds. Zai looked anxious and urged her, Mom, remember already. Even if your memories are gone, there must still be remnants of the memories between us. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come here looking for me. Still gripping the sword in her hand, she coldly said, what son, what mother, who are you trying to fool? Even if you died in front of me right now, I wouldn't feel a thing. The moment she finished speaking, a splattering sound echoed through the air. Blood sprayed everywhere. His eyes widened as his pupils shrank to tiny dots. Zio Yun clutched her arm in pain and screamed miserably. Bang Dio was horrified by what had just happened and shouted loudly. Master, in that life-and-death moment, Linzai had already fainted without anyone noticing. Out of nowhere, an army of cannon beasts charged forward like thunderous arrows. Leading them was a tiny turtle brimming with power. They immediately targeted Little Yun the demon. As for the baby turtle, it enlarged its head and wrapped its tongue tightly around Zai's body to protect his life. In just an instant, booming explosions echoed across the entire area. A violent blast shook the very space itself, making everyone feel the looming danger. She hurriedly spread her wings and shot out of the thick clouds of smoke. Sanchi sat upon his flaming throne, calling out in boredom. Hey, why is that demon god from hell running so fast? The fight hasn't even started yet and you're already fleeing. What's going on here? He glanced at the creatures lying scattered all around and clicked his tongue. Killing so many living beings, karma will come for her. When she faces the divine tribulation in the future, she'll definitely be torn apart body and soul, never to reincarnate again. Sanchi frowned as he stared at the angelic gate and made his judgment. Although we dwarves never fight over worldly affairs, we still got dragged into the continent's whirlpool of conflict. The Divine Temple, Hell, Yan Kingdom, and even the Southern Wasteland Kingdom are all in complete chaos. The continent is about to be shaken. Suddenly, Sanchi jolted in alarm. He anxiously shouted, there's no time to sigh about it. I have to save people immediately. Have you ever experienced this before after your mother beat you up? Your mother ends up crying even harder than you. At this moment, Demon Zioan stood beneath the ancient tree, her entire body trembling nonstop. She threw the flaming sword to the ground with several clanging sounds. Demon Zioan stared at her trembling hands and muttered to herself, what's happening to me? It's only the blood of a human brat. She bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as though her heart was being torn apart while she screamed inwardly. What is this feeling? It hurts so much. Suddenly, faint sobbing echoed in her ears, leaving her stunned. Demon Zioan's eyes widened. The crying seemed to pierce straight into her heart, awakening countless buried pains. Demon Zioan glanced around and shouted, who is it? Who's crying? She helplessly clutched her head and begged in despair, please stop. Stop crying, make it stop. In the mysterious forest, slow footsteps echoed across the damp wild grass. The leaves rustled softly with every gentle breeze. From afar, Renksu called out, Master. Yet she remained standing there silently without replying, making him nervously call again, Master. Only then did Demon Zioan turn her head back and coldly ask, what is it? Renksu quickly reported, this subordinate has just received news. The Reng Kingdom attempted a sneak attack on the Dwarven nation, but their army was completely slaughtered by an unknown expert. This subordinate went to investigate and it was, her face darkened instantly. Before he could finish, Demon Zioan spoke in a deep voice. I killed them, do you have a problem with that? Seeing the terrifying scene before him, he immediately knelt down and shouted, this subordinate would never dare. Renksu was so anxious that cold sweat poured from his body. Trembling, he continued reporting, this subordinate has not informed the organization. It's just that many factions are now eyeing the Yan Kingdom. The organization ordered us to secretly assist and protect the ruler of Yan Kingdom. She indifferently replied, fine, I understand, let's go. At the Chuoba clan of the Southern Wasteland Kingdom. The diplomatic delegation of the Southern Wasteland Kingdom was advancing forward, led by Bashan. The young boy's face was filled with worry. Bashan slightly furrowed his brows, his eyes shining with determination. The boy muttered to himself, "This time, I represent the southern wasteland kingdom to clearly explain the matter between the Ring Kingdom and the nation. This matter carries enormous consequences. I absolutely must succeed." Wukai turned around with a grin and teased him, "Young Master Chuoba, no need to be nervous. This is all minor stuff. It's nothing serious. At worst, we'll just fight." Bashan's face turned pale and the corners of his mouth twitched helplessly. "Lieutenant General Wukai, please stop saying things like that. The more you talk, the more nervous I get." The man burst into laughter and explained his intentions. "I was just joking. The more nervous you are, the more you need to relax. I'm helping you, young master." Inside the diplomatic conference hall of the three great human nations. At this moment, the three great nations were holding an emergency temporary conference. The first representative was a muscular middle-aged man carrying a thick book. He represented the southern wasteland kingdom. Next was one of the most famous women in the nation, the representative of the eastern kingdom. Naturally, the northern plains kingdom also had its representative, a powerfully built middle-aged man, wearing an incredibly imposing fur coat. The three settled into position, each occupying one side like the corners of a triangle, forming a perfectly balanced standoff. Floating above the center of the conference table was a sphere of spiritual energy. The representative of the Northern Plains Kingdom spoke first. "Has the Southern Wasteland Kingdom lost its mind? Even though you have many subordinates and vassal states, you've still caused such a ridiculous incident. I say the Yan Kingdom should belong under Northern Plains management from now on." The representative of the Eastern Kingdom smiled faintly and offered her opinion. "You Northern Plains people are too reckless. If you can fight, you never bother talking. It would be far more appropriate to let our Eastern Kingdom manage it instead." Feeling belittled, the man immediately cursed back. "Oh damn it, where did this old hag pull such a huge melon from?" She flew into a rage and started threatening him. "Say one more word. Believe me, I will shove this melon down your throat and kill you with it, leaving everyone else with a headache over these two." The representative of the South Phoenix Kingdom gritted his teeth and shouted furiously, "Enough. You two, I only came here to tell you that our South Phoenix Kingdom is investigating this matter. Do not even think about the Hades Kingdom, you fools." Immediately after that, a loud boom rang out from the meeting room, signaling that a violent explosion had just occurred. The entire space shook. A maid who was cleaning nearby heard it and sighed in complaint. The three-nation conference hall exploded again. "Call the repair crew. We have work to do again." In a small border town of the Hades Kingdom, a group of people were hurriedly fleeing. Everyone was carrying bundles large and small, along with crying young children. They were endlessly worried. "Child, hurry up. We have to run for our lives. How did it turn out like this? Where are our holy warriors supposed to go now?" At the sacred land of Akar, the words of Errol were proclaimed. In a hidden corner, steady clacking sounds rang out from footsteps filled with dark energy. The vicious monsters advanced. A teasing, groaning voice sounded. "Oh my." The leader sat on his mount, rested his sword on his shoulder, and ordered, "Brothers, this is the time to take revenge on humanity. Kill every last one of these filthy humans. Rob them of all their money and food." Hearing that, they all raised their weapons high and shouted their resolve to fight. An old man pushed Mimi, whose eyes were full of tears, away and loudly urged her, "Miss, you go first. We will hold them off here." Seeing this, one of them charged forward with two sharp knives, spinning in a wide arc. "You two old frauds, do not block my way." In an instant, the two old men were torn apart. Seeing that horrifying scene, she collapsed to the ground. Mimi cried and trembled as she threatened him, "Do not come any closer. If you come any closer, I will scream." That undead villain did not listen at all. He shoved her backward. He licked his tongue with delight, his eyes shining as if he had been hungry for years, and said provocatively, "Little lady, now comes the screaming part. Go on, scream. Even if you scream until your throat tears, no one will come." Then came Mimi's terrified scream. Philip suddenly appeared and swiftly dealt with the remaining enemies with ease. He raised his fist and demanded, "Beast, release that girl at once." The creature turned his head with a grunt, his face full of contempt. "Where did this brat come from? Get lost, your mother is calling you home for dinner," he cursed inwardly. "Damn it, why does someone get summoned every single time? This makes no sense at all." Philip frowned and emphasized each word through clenched teeth. "I said, release that girl." The little villain put on a mocking face and provoked him. "And what if I do not? Are you going to bite me, brat?" Philip was driven mad by the taunt and shouted an order. He unleashed his ultimate move, Judgment Straight Punch, sending the villain flying through a huge wall, bruising one side of his face and splattering blood everywhere. His body flew into the ground ahead and hit it so hard that a loud crash rang out. In the end, the little villain lay sprawled on the ground. His body was covered in wounds and he passed out on the spot. The leader was scared half to death by this scene. He turned his head and suddenly recognized the White Knight of the temple's judgment order. In name, he was an adjudicator, but in reality, he was an extremely powerful killer. Though he looked like only a child, he was not someone we could handle. With the cross on his back, Philip loudly declared, "By the will of God, I have come to judge you." The monsters immediately screamed, "Run, run, hide," and fled for their lives. Philip stood behind them. His tone was resolute. "You will not escape." Philip unleashed punches and kicks filled with fury. Holy dragon staff art, continuous assault. He frantically punished each enemy one by one. When it was over, Philip still had a little blood on his face, but he calmly held up the cross at his neck and prayed silently. "Merciful God of light, be with us. Let these restless souls rest in peace." Philip gently handed his coat to Mimi and said shyly, "This is my white coat, put it on first." Philip gave her a friendly smile and asked, "Things have been getting more and more chaotic lately. Could you guide me so I can save the others in town?" Mimi put on the coat, placed a hand over her chest and answered softly, "Yes." He bowed slightly, handed her the cross and said, "I will give you this. If you ever encounter danger in the future, look at it and call my name. It may save your life." She took it and said with emotion, "Thank you, White Knight from the temple, but I still do not know your name." Philip introduced himself at length. "O God of light above, my name is almost the same as my grandfather's. My name is Philip, from the main city of the Dwarf Kingdom." Hamse Chongkam looked sadly at the arm in the test tube and said, "I recommend throwing it away. This arm was severely damaged by the essence power of the lesser divine spirit. It's only fit to feed to dogs." Little Black crossed his arms, imagined the crabclaw arm designed for him, and suggested it. "Hey, I think so too. Old Ghost, since you've obtained the 1,000-tempered masterwork, why not install an even stronger mechanical arm on this kid?" Little Cloud in the rustic machine room tearfully hugged the test tube and objected, "No, this is my son's arm, I won't agree." He shrugged and sighed, "I have no choice either. The Dwarven Kingdom specializes in machinery. With the 1,000-tempered masterwork, we can even repair the Eye of Truth. This boy has done us a great favor. If it were up to me, I would have no problem replacing his arm with a god-tier mechanical arm treasured by the dwarves." She pressed her lips together, her eyes brimming with tears, and whispered one word, "No." Third Generation scratched his head and assessed the situation. "But when it comes to healing, the people of the temple are also quite powerful. If we can invite an angel from the temple to use god-tier purification to remove the destructive primordial force from the arm, then use holy healing, perhaps the arm can be reattached." Harlan slammed both feet onto the table and fiercely objected. "No, we absolutely cannot call the temple people here. That would be like handing over evidence to be used against us." Little Cloud's whole body glowed with golden spiritual power as she offered another solution. "I can use holy healing." Sliding wings grew out behind her, paired with a seductive black outfit, and she cried while saying firmly, "Right now I don't know purification, but I can learn it." When this image entered Third Generation's eyes, he jumped in shock and stammered, "What? Dressed like that, you? Dressed like that?" Little Cloud hugged the experimental tube tightly and refused to let go. She burst into sobs and said softly, "Listen, no one is allowed to throw away my son's arm." Third Generation was trembling all over now. He thought of her angelic form and recounted it. The six-winged angel of the temple, Lucifer, the legend was true. Lucifer committed a great taboo and had a child with an unknown human warrior from the Eastern Kingdom. Third Generation immediately bowed down and knocked his head to the ground in thanks. "Back then, I was struck by an extremely dangerous curse. If First Generation Lu Ban's grandfather hadn't gone to the temple and invited you down to the mortal world, I might have died long ago. Lady Lucifer, please accept my bow." Back then, Violet Cloud had been holding a baby clearly and said, "All right, the curse has been lifted. You are fine now." He rattled on while she stood there awkwardly. "Our Dwarven Kingdom will definitely do everything we can to help young Master Brook recover. From now on, your affairs are our affairs as well. As you said, I will think of every possible way to help Brook reattach his arm." Little Cloud felt Third Generation sincerity and smiled happily in agreement. Beneath the clear water, a few moans kept sounding. "Too weak, I'm not strong enough." Brook lay inside with his eyes tightly shut, as if he were in a deep coma. Even so, he still forced himself to think, "I have to become strong enough to transfuse everything. Mom, wait for me." Brook was placed inside a test tube with an oxygen mask and several wires connected to his arm. Lynn painfully lowered her head against the side of the tank. Tears streamed down her face as she blamed herself. "This is all because I was too weak. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to soak here to heal. During this time, not only was I unable to help you, I even dragged you down." Lynn held a tiny hope in her heart. "You must live well. One day, I will definitely become strong support for you." Suddenly, Fang pushed the door open and walked in, asking softly, "Is little strategist leaving?" She looked thoughtfully at Brook before her and replied, "Yes, I've made up my mind. If I stay, I'll only be a burden to him. Leaving is the better decision. I will definitely become stronger, strong enough to help him flatten everything." Lynn turned back and asked, "What are your plans next? And you, old man?" Where do you plan to go next? Will you still follow Brook to learn painting? Crowfang crossed his arms and answered vaguely. The old man told me that if I follow this road to the Dwarven Kingdom, I may be able to obtain the profound turtle shell. Just let nature take its course. It isn't good to keep bringing up the past. Ray crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, urging her on. Let's set out, Lin. Daniel and Lee also poked their heads out and called, Sister Lin, Sister Lin. He cleared his throat and encouraged him. Moonbrook, you have to hang in there. If one day you need help, remember to come back to Rat Magic Academy and ask us for it. The three of us brothers will always be your friends. The two boys standing on either side also cheered him on. Brother Brook, you can do it. Ray lowered his head and reminded her. Lin, we have to return to the Young Hawks unit and obey orders. Before we left, I requested leave for you, but if we stay away too long, I'm afraid the captain will punish us. She still had her back turned to him, her tone resolute. It doesn't matter. I've already decided to withdraw from the Young Hawks unit and enter the Academy's forbidden grounds to train. Even if I die in there, I must become stronger. His eyes widened when he heard Lin's next words. The forbidden grounds have a very high death rate. Lena stood silently in a corner, biting a handkerchief as she cried and lamented. Why is Ray so close to that cat-eared girl? It's all because of this cursed curse on me. Anyone I like never likes me back. The princess kept jumping around non-stop. Youth is truly wonderful. I wonder how many have awakened their hands already. This is you. Not long after, Brooks slowly opened his eyes. He wondered, where is this? Why is my body floating? He looked around for a while and wondered, why does everything look so green? Could it be because I did too much of that? Xioxy looked at his newly crafted arm and widened his eyes in shock. After cursing a few times, damn it, he stood in the middle of the crowd covering his face in embarrassment. This mechanical arm looks so expensive. No wonder it's embarrassing. Ziohe standing beside him complained, you got it cheap and you're still whining. This thing costs a fortune. It's a masterpiece passed down since the era of the dwarf ancestors. Try auctioning it off and see how many people fight over it. He closed his eyes and unwillingly muttered, I still prefer that five-fingered lady arm. Besides, to unleash divine-level power, the user must at least reach the realm of a great spirit master. Otherwise, it's like throwing a stone into the sea. Zioan interrupted while licking a lollipop. It's okay, Zioxy. Mom will soon master essence transformation and help reconnect your arm. Duojia waved from afar, calling out to brother Zioxy. Everyone walked over to Zioxy, and Rimao's eyes lit up when he saw the iron arm as he exclaimed, This is the karmic punishment for destroying Benra. Xianyan folded her arms and asked about Lynxie. It's good you're okay, Zioxy. Where's that cute cat girl beside you? While Rimao was being chased by a swarm of bees, Zioxy replied wearily, You mean Lynxie? She already returned to the academy while I was unconscious. She leaned close to his ear and whispered softly, Just between us, I can tell that girl likes you. Hurry up and bring her home. His nose started bleeding instantly, but he still waved his hands in refusal. Isn't that a bit wrong? She's still a kid, though having a cat-eared wife would be amazing. But I'm not some lolicon pervert. Why would I think about having children with her? Absolutely not. Yadeo sat behind Xianyan observing and mimicking. Master once said that to learn drawing, you must first learn to draw the human body beautifully. At last, a seductive model has appeared for reference. Even though she liked hearing that, she still pretended otherwise. Even if you say that, I'm not happy at all. Xianyan placed a hand on her chest and asked, like this. He sat up and moved his face close to her while muttering, Hey, don't move. This spot isn't bad. Not long after, Yadeo raised his drawing and excitedly shouted, Done, finished. She eagerly insisted on seeing it. Finished already. Let me see. His drawing looked like he had portrayed an unbelievably ugly woman, causing Xianyan to explode with rage as she raised both hands and unleashed her spiritual power. She screamed, I'm going to kill someone. Meanwhile, Zioan was passionately training. Essence transformation. She lifted one leg, spread her arms wide, and shouted, Essence transformation +2. Then Zioan balanced on one leg, leaned forward, and stretched both hands out in front of her chest like she was firing a cannon. But nothing happened at all, leaving her stunned as she said, Still not working. Zioxy advised, Mom, take a break. You've been training for a long time already. Meanwhile, Yadeo sat there bruised and dejected, clutching his drawing. But I clearly drew it beautifully. Behind them, another chase was happening as someone shouted loudly, You thief, stop right there, I'll chop you to death. The two quietly walked across the green grass. He suddenly stopped, speaking decisively. Yadeo, actually there's something I've always hidden from you. I think now is finally the time. His face instantly turned pale. Sweat poured down his body as he trembled violently. Could it be? Could it be Master was really into men and wanted to confess now? Oh no, quick, I need to think this through first. Zioxy slowly revealed the truth. Actually, the shell of the mystic old turtle has always been in my possession. The tower Lerfeng at the auction house was actually me in disguise all along. Sorry for hiding it from you for so long. Holding up the book in turtle shell, Zioxy said sincerely. The two Yuanhao scriptures are the strongest shamanic cultivation manual I could find. I originally prepared it for Lingxi, but she left before I could give it to her. So now I'll give it to you instead. Ye Diao silently accepted the two treasures. Yanjiang spoke with reluctance. You could have kept this from me forever, even lied to me for life. But now that you've told me, I can only hurry back and save that old man before he dies. Back home, the ancestor seemed to sense someone talking behind his back. After sneezing several times, he roared, Ye Diao, you little bastard. Just wait until you get back. Zioxy scratched his head awkwardly and said, I always felt uncomfortable hiding it from you. Besides, when the Eye of Truth exploded last time, you risked your life to shield us. I couldn't keep hiding it from you anymore. Meanwhile, Zioan and Ziohe were still enthusiastically training Essence Transformation plus 10,086. Essence Transformation. Ye Diao coughed lightly and hesitantly asked, I guess it doesn't really matter to me. I was only following the old man's instructions anyway. The turtle shell has returned to its owner, but I wonder how Tower Lair is doing now. At that very moment, Lair suddenly slipped and fell forward, knocking out one of his front teeth. He loudly swore to himself, Good grief, why have I been so unlucky lately? Am I being punished by heaven? Dear heavens, I was wrong. I swear I'll be a good person from now on. At the border of the kingdom of Ring in Zhenso, everyone was hard at work. Philip shouted loudly, Everyone, let's stay here tonight. Tomorrow the people from the holy temple will come lead us onward. The crowd emotionally exclaimed. That's wonderful, thank you, benevolent god of light. At that moment, Demon Zioan and Enhanhayat appeared. He turned his head back in surprise. Huh? Enhanhayat hesitantly probed, Master, that white knight. She coldly ordered, Ignore him. There are still many things to do on the road. Our target is the capital of the Kingdom of Ring. He immediately reported the situation, and according to the organization's report, if the Kao Kingdom wants to annex the Yama Kingdom, it will face enormous resistance. There is an old god from 100,000 years ago, apparently a ruler who vanished many years ago. We just do not know what method he used. He has broken through the lifespan limit of the gods, living beyond the extreme limit of 100,000 years. Once we eliminate him on this trip, our mission will be complete. One of Philip's eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his voice to stop them. Wait. Philip drew the cross from his back and stared fixedly at the two of them. The next second, he gripped it tightly in his hand as if preparing for battle. Philip planted the cross into the ground and said through gritted teeth, Such dense resentment of the dead has gathered around you. You must have slaughtered countless people to create resentment like this. I am a temple knight, the White Knight Philip. Here and now I pass judgment on you. Yanzu clicked his tongue in disdain. What an ignorant brat who overestimates himself. Zio Yun suddenly remembered. He can see the resentment gathered on us. Could that be the legendary illusion-piercing divine eye? He raised the cross high and chanted, O people who believe in the God of light, I need the power of your faith. Everyone immediately lifted their crosses together and prayed, Beautiful God of light, please bless us, O God of light. Lord Philip floated in the air, spreading his arms and legs wide as he sensed the source of spiritual power. It radiated from the cross. Empowered by the power of faith, it seemed to drain all the spiritual energy. He hurriedly charged forward, his golden body possessing him. Yanzu held his two spike-covered weapons and muttered, So this is the power of faith the temple has always been collecting. With just one punch, he defeated his opponent. Yanzu nodded as he assessed it, raising his power from nearly the level of a beginner primordial spirit master, straight to the holy spirit level. It really is the astonishing surge in strength from the rumors. Philip painfully clutched his wounded body and groaned. Are you high-level hell demon gods? Yanzu raised the two sharp weapons and admitted it. That is right, young human. If you had not meddled in other people's business, you would not have had to die. Just as he was about to finish off his opponent, Zio Yun Demon hurriedly stopped him. Yanzu, wait! The spike stopped in an instant right in front of Philip's throat. In her mind appeared the image of Zioxy covered in wounds, calling out nonstop. Mother, 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 it is me, Zioxy. I am your son, do you not remember me? Mother, I am your son, Yuan Zioxy. Zio Yun Demon frowned and whispered, No, do not kill him, do not kill the boy. The scene shifts. After many rounds of teleportation, Chuoba Tian finally led the team to the Dwarf Kingdom. The footsteps of the Legion thundered like a storm. Wherever they went, the insects beneath the ground were crushed flat. Chuoba Tian's face darkened as he recognized the person there. The one over there is Zioxy. Why is he there? Zioxy looked up and complained, Chuoba Tian, you troublesome bastard. The boy pulled out two razor-sharp swords, rushed forward, and challenged him loudly. Take this, he stood frozen in place and shouted. Wait. Zioxy shrugged, sighed in exasperation, and asked, Come on, challenging me the moment we meet. The epic divine sword Apophis blocked in front of him. Gale inside it spoke provocatively. Master, do you want me to cut this pretty boy to death? Zioxy grabbed the sword hilt to stop it. The Gale sword said, Wait, please. She froze, then groaned softly, "Master, your hand, be gentler." He gave an embarrassed sound and whispered, "Sorry, I forgot to watch my strength for a moment." Zioxy held it in his hand and warned, "Do not worry. This is a junior underling of mine from the Magical Beast Academy. Be careful, or he might accidentally cut you in half." He raised his crafted hand and said arrogantly, "Let him taste just how powerful this little guy is." Zioxy loudly commanded, "Activate second combat mode." Immediately that arm turned into a cannon barrel. He curled his lips into a sneer, "Chuoba Tian, take a look at my cannon." In an instant, it fired a surge of blue energy, producing a loud crackling sound. Chuoba Tian immediately dodged to the side. Zioxy praised it excitedly. Such power, he ran forward while firing several attacks. In a sinister tone, "Do not run, Chuoba Tian. I am going to blast you to pieces." The boy dodged left and right while yelling complaints. Relying on a divine weapon hardly makes you a real hero. Before he had finished having his fun, Zioxy retracted the cannon, blew on it, and reminded him, "But I never said I was a real hero. I am just a 10-year-old boy." Chuoba Tian seized the chance while he was off guard and shouted, "An opening." Then he charged forward. With a clang, the boy's sword was cut in half. Chuoba Tian stared in shock, wide-eyed and open-mouthed, at the half of the sword he was holding. Zioxy put one hand on his hip and planted the epic divine sword Apophis into the ground with the other, lifting his chin to taunt him. "Do not move, Junior Chuoba Tian. You lost the bet last time, so you have to be my little brother. Looks like you still are not convinced, are you?" The boy's face turned pale as he saw the divine sword about to aim at his vital point, and he begged, "I am convinced, I am convinced. Boss, please do not attack, be careful." Wu Kai crossed his arms and praised him endlessly. "So this is the senior brother from the Beast Academy. The young Master Hang always mentioned to me. Not a bad kid. You can rule this place like a king. Although you hide it well, I can tell that despite your young age, you're already a spirit master. Truly impressive." Bathine was startled and thought to herself, "What? A spirit master already? That fast? I'm only at the spirit guide stage." Zioxy waved his hand and the sword shot past the boy's face. He sighed and said, "Talking about principles, you have no idea what I've been through lately. The people I've met, if you were me, you'd become strong too." Bathine was scared out of her wits and shouted, "I understand, I understand. I understand now." Zioan beside them looked confused. "Zioxy, what do you mean by senior brother of the Beast Academy?" He bent over awkwardly. "Ah, about that," Zioxy explained. "Back at the Beast Academy, I saw a lot of rich and powerful kids. Every one of them had money and influence, worth millions. At first they desperately tried to provoke me, but one day I suddenly had a strange idea. At that time, I beat every single one of them into the ground. These people would all become major figures of the continent in the future." Zioxy felt extremely satisfied beating them one by one. "If I worked hard to beat them all into becoming my underlings, wouldn't that mean conquering half of the southern wastelands? In the end, I became the boss of the school. That's why I subdued all the unruly brats, especially the biggest and strongest ones, and made them my lackey." Hearing that, her eyes lit up in admiration. "Zioxy is amazing." Yukai was sweating nervously. He looked doubtful. "Really? That kid ruled over a place that complicated. But Chuoba Sheaya is so arrogant. How could he possibly be subdued so easily? There must be another reason." Bathine quickly changed her attitude. The boy carrying a bag of meat patted Zioxy on the shoulder and laughed. "Boss, I recently found a damaged forbidden tome. When you have time, help me restore it. Don't worry about spirit stone. Pork prices have gone up lately, so you should raise your rates too. You kids have no idea how expensive daily necessities are." "Boss, easy, easy." Seeing this, the old man stood there dumbfounded and stammered, "What? He can restore forbidden tomes." Yukai looked embarrassed as he pleaded for help. "Boss, I also have a damaged forbidden tome that I want restored. I've had it since I was little. Even the title is incomplete with only the 2 words golden plum left. It's been my lifelong wish. Please help restore it." "All right," the boy frowned and threatened coldly. "Lieutenant General Yukai, don't tell me that good stuff you tricked me into reading last time was this." Ziohu, holding a plate and knife in his hands, asked in surprise, "Bathine, why did you come here too?" Bathine quickly replied, "Boss, don't you know? The entire Yan Kingdom army was wiped out near the Dwarf Nation. The southern wastelands don't want to get involved with the Dwarf Nation, so they specially sent me to investigate whether the Yan Kingdom hid the truth from the southern wastelands and acted on their own." Zioxy judged Chuoba Thine. "This brat reads forbidden tomes. So much that his reactions are slow, huh? An entire bookshelf full, right? He even knows negotiation tactics. I don't really believe it." The boy laughed awkwardly and explained, "You guessed right, so we invited the strongest negotiator of the Duck clan here. And with Lieutenant General Wu Kai's extensive experience, nothing should go wrong." He still felt something was off, though, using a duck to conduct international negotiation. And adding that rude old man to the mix. What a trustworthy combination. What a bizarre world of science. Madame Tiancha pondered deeply. "Actually, what concerns me isn't the negotiations but the current state of Yan Nation. I heard the country is in chaos right now. Bandits and thieves are taking advantage while the military concentrates its forces. The people are suffering beyond words, living in utter misery. Everything happened so suddenly. Could someone be manipulating things behind the scenes? He fell into deep thought. Were all these ruins created after Mother killed those people? This definitely has something to do with the temple. But why exactly? Zioxy suddenly remembered something. Oh right, silver basket. Earlier I summoned a messenger beast and told it to deliver some things to you. Did you receive them? The boy burst into laughter as he recalled the situation. You mean little Ya? That day it suddenly appeared in the backyard. I was seriously studying forbidden books at the time. Its cry was terrifying. Madame Tian was holding the one-eyed giant eagle and the heaven-piercing triple pillar while watching it leap. The boy was incredibly proud of himself. I received everything and I perfectly carried out Big Bro's instructions. The letter said, Silver basket, these are the beast cores I collected outside along with the silver. That's the money I earned. Please help me deliver it to the families of the members of the Young Dove Squad in Team 6. Jun sacrificed himself during the mission. Please help take care of their families. Yue Zioxy and Ziohe were heartbroken when they heard that and asked in shock. What, all of it? He quietly reflected. That's good. Consider it a small token of sincerity from me, the one who took their lives. It was the Bone Emperor who had lost consciousness. I just didn't expect another mother to appear as well. I owe their families far too much already. Zioyan gently held his hand and softly called out to him. Zioxy paid no attention and remained lost in thought. This world isn't Earth. The strong devour the weak and the survivors become kings. But those people are already dead. Am I supposed to pretend nothing happened? Have I been too naive? Ziohe greedily stuffed a purple pill into Bonner's mouth while grumbling. That brat even gave away this lord's share to other people. Then I might as well swallow it myself. She flew in front of him and called out, Zioxy. He smiled softly and asked, Mom, what's wrong? Zioan raised both hands to comfort him. Don't be sad, Mom will always stay by your side. He hugged her tightly and nodded. Yes, I'll stay strong for Mom and also for my friends and family back on Earth. Zioan gently patted her son's shoulder. Good boy, Zioxy. Zioxy lifted her into the air and suggested, by the way, how about we go help the innocent people of Yan Nation? Zioan could only follow her son's wishes. All right. In a gloomy and terrifying place, creaking sounds echoed from a massive coffin in the cold darkness. Inside, a pair of unnaturally long hands with razor-sharp claws slowly emerged. It was as if something was about to awaken from a 1,000-year slumber. Back on their side, the whole family immediately set off. For some reason, Zioxy and his mother were extremely excited. Meanwhile, Ziohe's face had turned pale green as he shouted, this lord should just go alone instead. It turned out they were riding the fat duck at lightning speed, making the dog lord so dizzy he nearly passed out. Zioxy encouraged him. It looks like the border of Yan Nation is right ahead. The black wolf shouted helplessly, this lord hates riding ducks. Suddenly Zioan pointed ahead in surprise and called out, Zioxy, Lord Evil Sovereign, look over there. It seems like a great beauty is lying on the ground blocking the road, and she's even moaning. Help! The group immediately stopped, formed up, struck poses, and shouted their slogan. Little sister, don't be afraid. The Mercenary Corps, bite us if you dare. We specialize in good deeds. Cute girls get discounts. The Mercenary Corps, bite us if you dare. The beautiful woman with horn-shaped twin buns and bulging muscles shyly spoke up. Then with my peerless beauty, shouldn't I get a huge discount? The moment he finished speaking, Zioxy and Ziohe kicked him straight in the face, sending blood pouring from his mouth like a waterfall. Zioxy cursed loudly, we can break bones with ease. Did you really think your little trick could fool us, damn bandit? Mengxiang spun several times in midair and shouted indignantly, you, how did you see through my perfect disguise? Following the momentum, he smashed face first into a tree hollow. The impact was so strong that the nearby birds panicked so badly they pooped themselves. As for Zioxy, after hearing the bandit's words, both he and Ziohe were utterly confused. What the hell, what kind of absurd confidence is that? Even so, Mengxiang still wasn't afraid. If that's the case, then don't blame us for getting rough. Come out everyone, beat these people senseless for me. His sleazy grin frightened the birds in the tree so badly their souls nearly left their body. Yet in just a few short moments, the entire gang of bandits had already been beaten to a pulp. Ziohe even robbed them of all their money while openly looking disgusted. These people are way too poor, they only have this little bit of spirit stone. Zioxy dusted off his hands and sneered, by everyone, you meant just this bunch. I've even got the ancestors of your profession with me. You people really don't know what's good for you. Linlin strode toward Mengxiang with a savage grin. Hey, don't move, there's something I absolutely have to do. Seeing that, he panicked and screamed, why you? If you want money I'll give it to you, but don't defile my pure and flawless body. Then came two soft swishing sounds from the blade. The twin ponytails were sliced clean off. He nodded in satisfaction and said, now this finally looks better. Mengxiang froze like stone, mentally shattered. My precious treasures, I won't be a bandit anymore, just give my treasures back. Zioxy turned to ask Hyling, Little Black, is there some kind of spell or contract that's like an oath? Among the techniques left behind by the goddess Zai, I haven't found anything like that yet. It probably hasn't been unlocked. He grinned at Zioxy and asked, why? Planning to do something bad again? Then he stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, there is a contract called the True Soul Oath. If someone breaks it, heavenly lightning will strike them until their soul is destroyed. Zioxy grinned excitedly. Perfect. I want all of them to swear a deadly oath. If they ever harm people again, their souls will be scattered and they won't even get a proper death. Plus, they have to do at least one good deed every day. That's the only way to eliminate future trouble. As he spoke, he cast that sinister gaze toward the trembling, pitiful bandits. At this point, nobody could tell which side was actually the villain anymore. In just a moment, the contract was completed, and the purification points kept increasing non-stop. Plus 100,000, plus 998, plus another 120. Zioxy smiled brightly and said, all right, the True Soul Oath has already been made, so stop crying. Even if you don't become bad people anymore, there are still plenty of other things you can do. The bandits cried and laughed at the same time as they complained, but we really don't know how to do anything else, Brother Zioxy. He immediately started lecturing them. There's no way you can be useless at everything. Haven't you heard the saying, where there's life, there's a way? Think carefully again. What are you better at than other people? Hearing that, Mengxiang confidently replied, I'm better at eating and sleeping than other people, and I also like dressing as a woman. Ada quickly added, I really like wearing green hats. Figuratively speaking, that means being cheated on. He even added proudly, I also have an extremely tolerant heart. Just hearing two people speak was already enough for Zioxy to run out of words for this gang of bandits. But it didn't stop there. When talking about his strengths, Ada cheerfully bragged, I can pee farther than other people and I can even curve it. At that point, Zioxy couldn't take it anymore. His face turned red with anger. After slamming the two idiots face first into the ground, Zioxy grumbled angrily, how is any of that considered being better than other people? Fine, if that's the case, then I'll teach you all a super skill. I hope you can spread the spirit of saving all living beings and rescue the masses from hunger and suffering. As he spoke, a brilliant glow radiated from his entire body. Zioxy calmly flipped through the book and endlessly lectured, learning to draw is a path that defies the heavens. Only after enduring 81 tribulations can one grasp its true essence. Today I accept you as my honorary disciples and will pass down the secret human manual to you. How much you can comprehend will depend entirely on your own talent. But if I ever discover you using this secret manual for evil someday, no matter how far away you are, I will hunt you down and take your miserable lives. Do you understand? While preaching like a sage, he held up the secret human manual. The bandits' eyes lit up as they asked emotionally, Immortal. Are you an immortal who descended to save us? Nobody could have imagined that Yue Zioxy's act of kindness today would create a group of wealthy people across the Shuyuan continent. For the rest of their lives, they loved doing good deeds and helping others, earning endless praise from the poor and from lonely bachelors alike. As for their founding master, Yue Zioxy, many people even worshipped him at home as a god of wealth, praying for the blessings of the moon god of fortune. The scene then shifted elsewhere. A furious crowd was gathered there, waving hoes, shovels, clubs, and bricks while shouting chaotically, Demon, release our white knight at once. Get out. A stone struck Zioxy's mother, who was in her demon form, making her extremely displeased. She immediately turned to her subordinate and ordered, I'm going to destroy the barrier set by that old ghost from Yan Kingdom first. Aside from that white knight, kill everyone else. He nodded obediently. Yangsu glared fiercely as murderous aura spread from him. Holding Philip tightly, he growled, Death may be spared, but punishment cannot be avoided for daring to offend my master. At that moment, the white knight had already been completely possessed. He was now nothing more than a puppet controlled by the red demon. Yangsu laughed excitedly. Then let you ants die by the hands of your own guardian. Philip raised his cold crimson eyes and looked toward the crowd. Mimi clutched the cross in her hand and cried out, Lord Philip, please wake up. Don't let the demon control your body. The more she cried, the more excited he became. Then you'll be the first one. In her terror, Mimi remembered the words he once told her, then tightly gripped the cross and shouted the white knight's name, Lord Philip. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth and teleported her away. Inside Philip's body, Yangsu looked slightly puzzled. That cross contains a special teleportation spell. Seeing this, the blue-haired old man nearby also panicked and shouted Philip's name until his voice became hoarse. But not even the slightest light came from the cross hanging around his neck. Philip, why isn't it working? That little girl called out Philip a few times earlier and the cross could teleport her away. As danger drew closer and closer, the old man became more and more panicked. Why isn't my cross reacting? I want to teleport away too. Reflected in their terrified eyes was the white knight they once revered. now controlled by dark forces and wielding a blade to slaughter people. He cried out helplessly, "Don't kill me, Lord Philippe. Everything is over now." Yangsu finally released Philip. When he regained consciousness, he found himself standing among piles of villagers' corpses. Tears streamed down Philip's face as guilt crushed the young knight's fragile heart. "I deserve to die 1,000 times over." Just like that, he dragged his broken body toward the distant horizon. Back with Xioxi, he proudly showed off his latest achievement, a book entirely illustrated by his own hand. "Finished. Every time I do this, the purification level increases too. Plus 666, purification plus 10,086, purification plus 2. Hai Lang shouted excitedly. This brat really is a hardworking little bee. He even drew another secret anatomy manual to prepare for swindling money again. But Xioxi immediately corrected him. "No, this is just a medical text derived from the goddess Zai's cultivation technique. I'm only leaving it behind. If someone is sick, it can heal them. If they're healthy, it can strengthen their body. What kind of person do you think I am?" The book was titled Mystical Physician's Salvation Scripture. He declared confidently, "My soul power is pretty strong, so learning simple healing arts comes naturally to me. Let me become the saint of gynecology." No, the mystical physician savior instead. In his imagination, the banner of the mystical physician savior fluttered beside him. After wandering around for a while, Xioxi found a strange herb. Even though getting near it nearly destroyed his sense of smell, he still managed to locate it. He said excitedly, "Great, there's evil stink grass here. Even though this plant smells unbelievably awful, it's a sacred medicine for stopping bleeding." Hai Lang couldn't endure the concentrated stench and instantly vomited on the spot. "Ugh, it reeks. My nose has been violated." As they continued onward, they spotted a honey badger relieving itself by a tree. Without hesitation, Xioxi rushed over with a jar to ask for some. "Excellent, this is honey badger musk. It has an extremely powerful pain-relieving effect. We need to collect more of it." The badger was in the middle of taking care of business when someone interrupted it, so it went berserk and chased the two of them away in a cloud of dust. After half a day rummaging through the forest, the preparations were finally complete. Holding the herbs in his hands, Xioxi confidently announced, "All right, we've finally gathered all the medicinal ingredients. Let's continue our journey." Meanwhile, his companions resumed their purification dance, rapidly increasing the score again. Plus 12,222, purification plus 10,001. Once they entered the village, everyone split up to handle different tasks. Some visited patients while others brewed medicine to help save the villagers. After a while, Hai Lang climbed onto a rooftop to sleep, while Xiaoyan went off to play with fire. Only Xioxi remained constantly busy, taking care of one patient after another. Suddenly, a cute little girl approached and softly said, Little miracle doctor, I have something embarrassing to talk about. Can you help me?" That gentle tone instantly awakened Xioxi's inner beast. Nosebleeds and drool poured out uncontrollably. At last, his chance had arrived. "An embarrassing problem from a beautiful young girl? Leave this kind of shameful matter to me, the holy healing master." Xioxi struck a cool pose and swaggered forward, reaching out his hand as he said, "Young lady, in front of a proper physician like me, nothing is too embarrassing to discuss. Be brave, don't be shy. Come here and let uncle examine you." Hearing that, the little girl happily cheered, "That's wonderful, grandma." "Hurry up," the little miracle doctor agreed. Immediately, an elderly woman leaning on a cane walked over and casually said with a smile, "Wonderful. My hemorrhoids are hurting me to death. It would be great if you could help apply some medicine." The sound of a shattered heart suddenly rang out as Xioxi clutched his chest and screamed, "What the heck? Where did this old granny come from? My heart hurts so much." After the medicine was applied, the old woman was no longer in pain and became cheerful again. The little miracle doctor's skills are truly amazing. I feel much better now. Meanwhile, Xioxi had become so devastated he practically turned gray. Seeing her son like that, Xiaoyan worriedly asked, Xioxi, Lord Hai, my son has faded away. What should we do?" Hai Lang laughed so hard his stomach nearly burst. "This is killing me. Don't worry, he'll recover soon enough." The group mounted the duck again and continued on their journey. Color finally returned to his body. Xiaoyan rejoiced he really recovered. But his depression still hadn't fully faded, and he nearly crushed little Hai beneath him. Sitting behind him, the little creature grumbled, "Why are you so heavy, brat?" Suddenly, Xiaoyan pointed ahead and shouted, "Xioxi, look over there, there's someone inside the house." It turned out to be Philip. His face was filled with sorrow and he held a knife in his hand. Suddenly, Xiaoyan's eyes welled with tears as she spoke emotionally. I can feel that his heart is in terrible pain. In front of them stood an old cathedral wrapped around by an ancient tree. Inside, Philip blamed himself bitterly. "These hands of mine are stained with the blood of innocent people. Town, Lord God of Light, where should I go after I die? Surely even my soul can never be redeemed. Please forgive me." Philip trembled as the small dagger pressed against his throat. It looked like he wanted to follow the villagers into death. In an instant, Xioxi rushed over and kicked Philip hard in the face, shouting, "Hey kid, stop it, don't do anything stupid." He was sent spinning through the air in utter confusion before crashing hard into the wall. A moment later, Philip slowly regained consciousness and wondered, what just happened? Am I already dead? So this is what dying feels like. It feels like getting brutally kicked by someone. Three unfamiliar people stood before him, staring intently. "You're awake," Philip sighed bitterly. "So I'm not dead after all. Why did you save me? Someone like me deserves to die." Zioxy replied softly, "Kid, how can you casually talk about death like that? Besides, slaughtering those villagers was never truly your wish. You don't have to walk down a dead end. There are still many ways for you to atone for your sins." Philip was startled by those words and shouted, "How do you know all of this?" Then he suddenly realized he was tied up, and in an extremely suggestive way at that. He panicked and yelled, Hey, wait, why did you tie me up like this? And there's even a dark element dog here. You're people from the forces of darkness." Dark Wolf instantly exploded with rage, pouncing forward and pinching Philip's cheek hard as he cursed. "Look carefully, you idiot. I'm a wolf. A one-of-a-kind divine wolf, handsome and majestic." Zioxy spoke seriously, "While you were unconscious just now. You rolled around on the ground, hit people, and even talked in your sleep. You spilled everything. Also, even though we possess dark elemental power, we're still good people, not some so-called force of darkness." However, Philip still reacted with disgust. "No, anyone who possesses dark elemental power is a corrupted demon and deserves judgment. You and I are the same. We both deserve to die." Hearing this, Zioxy said nothing and simply slapped him hard across the face to snap him awake. Then he warned him calmly, "Oh wow, pretty boy, your skin's pretty soft too. If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll pound your head into a bull's head. Then I'll sell you to some rich lady as her boy toy." Philip angrily shot back, "Then kill me already. You're nothing but a dark faction. Don't think you can tempt me." Zioxy truly wasn't joking. He used his supreme head-knocking technique and smacked Philip dozens of times, stacking bumps on his head like a pair of horns. Afterward, he coldly asked, "Kid, you're still young and can't tell right from wrong. Do you think dying solves anything?" Without waiting for Philip to answer, Zioxy continued, "Wouldn't it be better to use this sinful body of yours to help those ordinary people who struggle desperately just to survive in this world?" At that moment, he emphasized one sentence, clearly expressing his belief: "Living in darkness, yet yearning for the light." Those words were like a ray of light piercing straight into the White Knight's heart. He froze for a moment, completely stunned. The phrase kept echoing through his mind. "Living in darkness, yet yearning for the light," repeating like a programmed command. Seeing Philip becoming too tense, Zioxy suddenly changed his tone and began telling a story. "Have you ever heard of the Avengers? Their hands are stained with blood, their souls gnawed on by demons, yet they resist fate to the bitter end. They formed the Avengers Alliance and could later awaken into Apocalypse judges. They're incredibly powerful." Philip replied gloomily, "The Avengers Alliance. There's really an organization like that in the Holy Temple, but those innocent villagers can never come back to life. I can't forgive myself." Zioxy pulled out a drawing and continued his story. "Don't lose hope yet. There still exists something in this world called the Dragon Orbs. As long as you gather all 7, you can summon the dragon god Peppa and have any wish granted, including bringing those people back to life." However, perhaps because he was in a hurry, he accidentally pulled out a rather inappropriate picture. Realizing his mistake, Zioxy quickly switched to a drawing of the dragon god, forcing an awkward smile as he said, "Sorry, wrong picture. This is the right one." Philip was left utterly speechless, unsure how to respond to such ridiculous behavior. "Why you?" Zioxy continued, luring the gullible boy with treasures. "As luck would have it, I happen to have one dragon orb. As long as you promise me you won't seek death anymore, I'll sell it to you cheap." Dark Wolf stood nearby, unable to believe what he was hearing. He shouted in shock, "Dragon orbs really exist in this world. Could that ancient legend actually be true?" Seeing his teammate reacting so enthusiastically, Zioxy immediately leaned over and whispered, "You still don't understand me. Of course mine is fake. A counterfeit from Earth. Back on Earth, you can buy an entire set of dragon orbs for just 8 yuan, packaging included." Dark Wolf replied helplessly, "Just what kind of planet is your Earth? How can they make fake goods look so real?" Zioxy added proudly, "Not only that, I also enhanced it by secretly adding some of my mother's divine chaotic aura. It'll definitely fool him completely." Sure enough, his scheme worked perfectly. Philip believed it without the slightest doubt. His eyes widened as he stared at it and exclaimed, "This dragon orb contains both the power of light and darkness. How could this be possible? Wasn't the light meant to destroy all darkness? How can the two coexist at the same time?" "Then it's settled immediately. I'll buy it. This is all the money I've saved over the years by starving myself and doing missions. It should be over 100 million high-grade spirit stones. As long as I can save those people who were slaughtered, I'm willing to make a filthy deal with a demon." Even after taking the money, Zioxy still smacked Philip across the head as a reminder. My name is Yue Zioxy, not some demon, you blockhead. Any app can be used for good or evil depending on the user's nature, not the app itself. A pure-hearted young man like me is obviously a good person. But the little devil inside Zioxy's mind immediately thought, keep this money safe for me. I'll use it to pay tuition in the future. After receiving the precious dragon pearl, Philip became much more spirited. I won't go looking for death anymore, thank you. This item is truly too valuable. I know 100 million spirit stones aren't enough. Ah, Yue Zioxy. Once I cleanse myself of all my sins in the future, I will offer both my soul and body to you with my own hands. However, Zioxy waved him off in disgust. Get lost, get lost, get lost. If you were a girl, I might consider something like sleeping beside me, but old man, I'm not into that. Though maybe I could still sell you to a rich lady for money. Hearing that, Philip jumped in shock and shouted, sleeping together. As expected, anyone with dark powers is evil. Harlan sat nearby observing quietly and thinking. This Philip has the same name as that White Knight trainee Philip. He quickly told Zioxy about it, and Zioxy was shocked too. What, the same person? Scene change, Philip erected a large tombstone using his giant sword and said, I can no longer return to the Holy Knight Temple. Turning away with immense determination in his heart, Philip declared, from now on, there will no longer be a white knight named Philip. I will become the kind of person Yue Zioxy spoke of, living in darkness while still yearning for the light. After that, he walked toward a roaring waterfall. Gently removing the layers of clothing, he stepped into the water. It turned out that beneath the knight's outfit was a pale body. Suddenly, with all the right curves, it was unbelievable that Philip was actually a woman. Undoing the tie in her hair, although it only reached her shoulders, combined with her alluring figure, she radiated overwhelming femininity. Philip cautiously glanced around before removing the bandages wrapped around her chest. Only after making sure no one was peeking did she finally relax and remove the troublesome things covering her body, revealing her small fair back. Philip carefully scrubbed the dirt from her body clean. Silent tears rolled down every inch of her skin. Because she was bathing while lost in thought, the process of undressing took a bit long. After removing the chest wraps, she continued taking off her underwear. Philip blushed. She sadly stroked her hair gently, perhaps remembering the villagers from her hometown. After finally cleaning herself completely, she clasped her hands before her chest and silently prayed, from now on, every day I will bathe and pray for all of you. I hope your souls can reach heaven soon. Philip remained standing silently in the water for a long time. Wondering why the kid he had rescued had been gone so long, Zioxy carried a grilled fish and went looking. Hey Philip, why have you been over here for so long? The grilled fish I mentioned smells amazing. Before he could finish speaking, a dripping wet figure rising from the water came into view. Seeing him, she froze in shock, but Zioxy remained completely clueless and casually held out the fish toward Philip while innocently saying, oh, your chest muscles are so big and round just like a girl's. Only then did he start feeling something was strange. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, no, that's impossible. How could they be that big and round? He's not Wu Yifan either. No way, I must be seeing things. Those are obviously girls' breasts. Zioxy pulled his eyes open wide with both hands to get a closer look. This must be an illusion. Even with a naked woman standing right in front of him, Zioxy kept insisting he was mistaken. I must be hallucinating. He slowly walked closer, failing to notice that Philip was trembling with rage. Steam practically rose from her head. His eyes stayed glued to her chest. Usually it's women pretending to be men, never men pretending to be women. His curiosity surged higher. Just looking wasn't enough anymore, so Zioxy reached out to touch them. This makes no scientific sense. I suspect these are fake. But this feeling, why does this feel like pulling the pin from a grenade? After confirming it, he screamed in horror. They feel completely real. Blood gushed from his nose as panic exploded in his mind, and Zioxy cried out in despair. The whiteness, the darkness, the redness, the blueness. Damn it all, damn author, you set me up. Zioxy immediately regained his composure and began thinking of a way out. At this rate, I'm definitely dead, but she still hasn't reacted yet. I need to think of a way to save myself immediately. Zioxy quickly summoned a pink bra. This is the ultimate AA nemesis, Outlook Magic, a little advertisement. As long as the wearer is human, this treasure will give them a charming bust. Since the bra appeared on Zioxy, that meant it had vanished from somewhere else. And sure enough, it came from that bald-headed brother who had not appeared in ages. A 40-year-old green egg who has not shaved, and he likes wearing women's clothes too. When his item disappeared, he panicked. Damn it, the bra Yue gave me is gone. I've run into a ghost again. Zioxy quickly took the chance to grow a horn on himself. Then he pretended to be shy and said, I never thought you were like me too. That's right, it is more convenient to disguise yourself as a boy when going out. To make it feel more convincing, he even tried to make his lips bleed. Damn it, this bitten lip makeup hurts so much. This is way too much blood. I cannot stop the bleeding. Zioxy timidly introduced himself. Actually, my real name is Yue Ziokian. Philip's powerful fist had already reached right in front of Zio's face. But when she saw the tearful womanly look, those full, flushed red lips, she stopped. Philip looked up at the person before her and asked, Yue Ziokian. A moment later, both sides had cleared up the misunderstanding and were happily chatting hand in hand. Seeing her son return, Zio Yun cried out, Zio Zai, you're back, but his new appearance left her stunned. Zio Yun clung to Zio Zai, wiping the blood from his face while casting a probing look at Philip, leaving Philip completely confused. The scene shifts to a room beneath the Yan Kingdom's palace. It was extremely dark and gloomy. Inside an old coffin, a corpse came back to life. He woke up, constantly muttering things like blood offerings and tribute. That ghostly body stood up, walked out of the tomb, and roared, where are my descendants? Death row prisoners, I want blood offering. Back on Zio's side, he took out 2 items and gave them to Philip. Sister, this cloak is for you. There is also an energy weapon inside these gloves. They were gifts from an old feather folk man, a water folk man, and a dwarf. The quality is definitely good. You will surely like them, taking the gifts from him. Philip replied softly, these were made by dwarves, this is far too precious. Thank you, Yue Ziokian. She put on the cloak and said a few words before leaving. Goodbye, I must hurry and gather all 7 dragon orbs to save someone. Do not worry, until that day comes, I definitely will not die so easily. Zai replied, I heard dragon orbs once appeared in the east. You had best go to the Eastern Kingdom, leave this place, start a new life and chase your dream. In his heart he thought the Eastern Kingdom is where the temple's influence is weakest. It will be much safer there. Good luck, girl. Zio Yun also waved goodbye to her. Standing nearby, Hao Lang listened and judged. The saying is right. A man's mouth is a lying ghost. Not a single word he says is true. Humans are so fake. Zai immediately pulled him over and bribed him. Keep your voice down, I'll give you this. Later, we will go to the Eastern Kingdom. When the time comes, just casually drop them so she accidentally obtains a few dragon orbs. Cooperate a little. Sure enough, material conditions determine consciousness. Once there was money, even Lord Zio Hai turned into a soft and gentle woman. There are definitely dragon orbs in the east. Go on, sister. At this moment, Philip seemed to want to say something. She hesitated. Yue Xyroxy, he answered casually. What is it, sister? But Philip decided not to say it. She merely smiled and said goodbye. Never mind, it is nothing, thank you, I am leaving now. After turning away, Philip chuckled softly to herself, still pretending to be a girl and calling me sister. You even bit your lips until they split. What a fool, forget it, I will not expose you. The scene shifts to another village. Under the bright moonlit night, a piercing scream echoed everywhere. Everyone immediately rushed toward a woman sitting in the middle of the road, covering her face and crying. Just now, my child disappeared. I do not want to live anymore. Inside a nearby house, a young couple also ran out in panic and shouted, our child disappeared too. The villagers began to panic. How could this happen? Could it be bandits or some kind of monster? As they were arguing, an old village chief suddenly stepped out and spoke hesitantly. Hearing the old man speak, someone asked curiously, Old village chief, do you know what is going on? The old man sighed, then recalled with emotion. When I was very, very young, probably around 80 years ago, our kingdom alone had favorable weather and peace. Back then, even crime was very, very rare, but suddenly something like this happened. He went on, that year I was still a child of 8 or 9. One day I woke up in the middle of the night and heard a creaking sound outside the door. So I ran out to see what it was. But suddenly at that point in the story, the old village chief stopped to catch his breath. Everyone asked nervously, then what? What happened next? What happened next? All of a sudden, the old man screamed in terror, making the whole village scream with him. Everyone panicked, their faces turning pale with fear. Then they startledly asked, what happened? The old man slowly continued. It turned out to be just a mouse stealing food. After hearing the story, everyone left in disappointment. All right, break it up, everyone. Let's hurry and find our children. The village chief's old illness had flared up again, but the old man slammed his cane against the ground and shouted with a frown. Everyone come back, wait, let me finish first. He continued his story. Just when I thought nothing was wrong, a monster suddenly walked out of the forest. But it didn't hurt me. It vanished in the blink of an eye. Still, I saw that it was holding an arm in its hand. Crunch, crunch, that was the sound it made while chewing. The next day, people discovered that all the young adults and children from the neighboring village had been eaten by the monster. Only the weak and elderly were left behind. Some survivors went mad, others became foolish, all stammering incoherently. After finishing the story, the village chief sincerely advised everyone, we need to leave now. The monster is coming to our village next. But no one around him responded, and the old man angrily turned around. Let's go, everyone, why isn't anyone saying anything? Yet this time his dim eyes saw nothing intact. If his eyesight had still been sharp, he would have seen clearly what happened. But now all he could make out were scattered flames on the ground and a scene of devastation. Where had everyone gone? The torches they had been holding earlier lay scattered on the ground, surrounded by pools of fresh blood. unbelievably in just an instant. The entire village had been devoured. At that moment, a gigantic monster appeared behind him with razor-sharp jaws on its stomach. The old man turned to face it, raising his cane and cursing furiously. "You damned monster, give me back my children and grandchildren, give me back my villagers," he cursed without restraint. "Damn you, I curse your mother." The monster grabbed the cane and mocked him. "Too old." The village chief pointed at its face and shouted, You're not a monster." "No, not a monster, you're human. No, you're a monster." Then the old man quietly lowered his head and begged, "Kill me. Let me follow my villagers and my descendants on their final journey." But there was no reply. He roared angrily, "Why won't you kill me, you damned monster?" Yet all around the old man was complete silence. The creature left him behind in confusion. Where did the monster go? Xiox's group had also arrived at the village to investigate safely. Black Wolf went ahead to scout. Suddenly, he stiffened, his fur bristling as he revealed his true form. He immediately turned back and warned them, "Be careful." Hearing that, Xiaoyan asked worriedly, "Lord Evil Sovereign, what's wrong?" Black Wolf replied irritably, "The air here is filled with an intense evil aura. This isn't the feeling of the Dark Ancestor at all. It's pure evil energy, a blood-soaked presence." Xioxi switched to a serious expression and said, "Mom, it's dangerous. Hide inside my consciousness seat." Xiaoyan immediately agreed. "All right, I'll listen to my son." Suddenly, a wave of black smoke swept in like a tornado from nowhere. Before she could even finish speaking, the monster had already grabbed her by the neck. Blood Devourer looked Xiaoyan over and thought to himself, "She's not human." She even calmly waved hello at him. Blood Devourer let out a furious roar, spraying all the disgusting slime from his mouth onto Xiaoyan's face. He opened his huge mouth wide. Thinking, "Human or not, I'll eat her first and think later." Meanwhile, Xioxi activated his summoning skill, gathering purple energy into his palm and forcefully summoning her back. Very quickly, a small teleportation circle appeared beneath Xiaoyan's feet. Before the golden red light whisked her away, she happily waved goodbye to the monster. Having his prey snatched away right before his mouth left, Blood Devourer frozen for 5 whole seconds, unable to understand what had just happened. Xiaoyan returned safely to her son. Xioxi nervously said, "Luckily, contracted elemental spirits can be summoned back unilaterally by their host. Mom, just rest inside my consciousness seat." She nodded and warned him, "All right, Xioxi, be careful. That uncle seems to have a terrible temper." Black Wolf swept a sharp gaze over the monster and said, "Its origin power fluctuations are strange but very strong. Still, judging by that ugly appearance, it's obviously a mindless monster. If we can't beat it later, we'll look for a chance to escape." Blood Devourer laughed mockingly. "You're the mindless one. Could you be that infamous evil sovereign leader everyone talks about? I thought you were just a dog. You don't seem very bright." Hearing those words, Xioxi completely froze and immediately complained, "Little Black, you idiot dog. Next time we meet an enemy, can you stop talking? Why do you always raise death flags? I seriously suspect your true form is one of those villains who dies over and over again." Yet Black Wolf calmly denied it. "Why bring up my true form all of a sudden? No way, that's definitely not me. Stop talking nonsense." Suddenly, Xioxi's attitude changed, and he spoke in a flattering tone. "Hello there, handsome monster. We're just strangers passing by, so there's no need to fight to the death, right? How about we each go our separate ways? Let's call it even." Black Wolf immediately pounced over and whispered, "Did a rock hit your head? Do you really think it'll listen to you? Are you stupid? If it were that easy to negotiate with, I'd take your surname." Xioxi calmly replied, "Not necessarily. It'll definitely agree to my proposal." Blood Devourer burst into laughter and nodded as he turned away. Little brother truly understands reason. This old man was thinking the same thing. Everyone disperse now, this old man is leaving. Xioxi turned around in the opposite direction from him and spoke. "Then Yue Xiohe and I will go this way." Neither side said another word as they went their separate ways. Black Wolf stood in the middle completely dumbfounded, unable to understand what the hell was going on. What kind of principle is this? So this was Xioxi's plan all along. He clenched his fists and suppressed his anger as he said, "After observing it with my spiritual sense, I discovered its weakness. In a moment, I'll use the ancient wind to chop that damn thing to death. How dare it bully my mother?" On the other side, that monster was no fool either. He was also weighing the pros and cons in his head. Looks like he had run into a tough opponent. Could the thing on this brat's body really be the legendary strongest greatsword in history? Pafas, this old man is about to enter a weakened period. It won't be easy to deal with the enemy. Just wait one more breath, only one breath. This old man will immediately become a high-level holy spirit. The moment Xioxi realized the opportunity had arrived, he instantly drew his sword and turned around shouting, "Now, its power has dropped to its lowest point. Little H, we only have one breath of time. Get it?" Bloodfiend hurriedly turned around to defend himself. Such powerful spiritual awareness, and it could even detect the pattern behind this old man's changing strength. It even accurately seized the exact moment when this old man was at his weakest. Could you be the heir of some hidden noble clan? Xioxi gritted his teeth and admitted, "That's right, Torifung is this master's name." Scared yet, as he spoke, he swung the blade toward him. However, Bloodfiend swiftly blocked the attack, raising both hands to catch the descending blade. Xioxi immediately asked, "Beak Yumbik never passed white blade to anyone, so how do you know this technique?" He replied, "Are you some kind of monster? How are you this strong?" At that moment, the countless mouths and eyes covering his flesh turned their attention toward him and smacked their lips. What a delicious-looking young man. Two other massive arms of Renksu stretched toward Xiaozai, trying to grab him. "Come here and let this old man give you a hug." Xiaozai immediately spun around and pulled back his blade to dodge, while calling for Black Wolf to charge in and assist. "Let go, little Black, get him." This monster's strength fluctuates constantly. At its weakest, it's only at the level of a great spirit master, but at its peak, it's a high-level saint spirit. Right now is when this monster is at its weakest. Without hesitation, Black Wolf lunged forward at lightning speed. By the way, you can even sense something like that. This sovereign can only sense that its spiritual power is fluctuating chaotically. After you brat successfully broke through to Spirit Master, your soul power actually became this much stronger. While swinging his blade to sever the monster's arm, Xiaozai replied, "After my breakthrough, I unlocked the soul power and cultivation technique left behind by Goddess Zai. Hurry, this monster is about to recover its peak strength. Use the 10 Great Eastern Isles forbidden arts I taught you last time for support." Hearing that, Black Ling grinned wickedly and said, "You mean this? Harmony, unity, friendship." It leaped forward and blasted a stream of icy mist into Renksu's face. "Take this move, Ice Power Enhancement." This old man has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Divine Eyes inch strike instant, his face instantly froze solid. Renksu screamed in panic. "What kind of cursed technique is this? My 5 senses and 6 perceptions have all disappeared." Overwhelmed by pain and rage, he went berserk, wildly flailing all his remaining limbs around. The ground beneath his feet was torn apart. "I won't let any of you off." Xiaozai said nothing more and fired an attack called the Destruction Cannon. It pierced straight through the frenzied monster's body. A massive hole was blasted through Renksu's torso. Blood sprayed everywhere. The mouths covering his body shrieked ear-piercing screams. Xiaozai grimaced in disgust. This scene is seriously revolting. Could it be that every part of its body is made from the living beings it devoured? That thought filled Xiaozai with fury. If that's the case, then killing a man-eating monster like this, I won't feel the slightest guilt. Even the soul within the Apopha's blade shared the same thought as its master. Locking onto the target, he gripped the blade and charged directly at the monster. "This can be considered my first time killing someone, though I guess you don't really count as human. Anyway, a dead monster is a good monster." Xiaozai flashed past Renksu. With a single slash, he split the body in two, blood spraying like rain. Black Wolf stood to the side with folded arms, looking smug. This sovereign hasn't even used the other 9 moves yet. Has this sovereign already become arrogant? The scene shifted to the palace of Yan Kingdom. The old king trembled as he sensed a portion of his body disappear. One of the clones gathering blood sacrifices has been killed. He coughed furiously in anger before showing a look of regret. Such a waste of blood sacrifices. Those were all human lives and also this old man's lifeline. Slumping across the throne, the aged king began lamenting bitterly. "This old man never wanted to do such things, but I truly don't want to die. As for that person, I don't know whether I should thank them or hate them." 60,000 years. Do you know what kind of life this old man has endured? Time rewound 60,000 years ago when the old king was already nearing death and someone came bearing news. "Good?" the old king asked half-believingly. "My loyal minister, is there truly a genius from another world who can extend this old man's life?" The flattering minister confidently said, "Your Majesty, this servant searched for 100 years. My skin was scorched dark by the sun. At last, on a nameless island at the edge of the vast sea, I crossed the ocean and found this extraordinary man." Hearing that, the old king excitedly sat upright and said, "This emperor's lifespan is nearing its end. I urgently need this master's help. As long as he can extend my life, I am willing to pay any price, even share Yan Kingdom with him. Bring him in." The flattering minister secretly rejoiced and loudly shouted, "Welcome the wandering immortal." Who could have expected it? It was the angel of wisdom, Uriel. Dressed in immortal robes and riding a 5-colored lotus through the air, he looked just like Erlang Shen, only missing the dog. Uriel greeted him with a radiant smile. "Greetings, King of Yan Kingdom." Sitting arrogantly upon the throne, the old king made his demand. "Since founding Yan Kingdom, this emperor has lived for over 40,000 years. Yet my cultivation has remained stuck at the divine spirit realm and cannot advance further. Now my lifespan has reached its limit. If you can help increase my lifespan, you may ask for anything, even a share of Yan Kingdom itself." Uriel awkwardly complied helplessly. "Your Majesty, I am merely a wandering cultivator with no ambitions." The only thing capable of moving me is fate. A few years ago I owed the divine temple a favor. Today I have come to repay it. Curling his lips into a smile, Uriel proposed. As long as your majesty permits the divine temple to spread its faith within Yan Kingdom, I shall offer the method of immortality. The old king gave a surprised sound before replying. What a coincidence. If you hadn't said it yourself, I would have thought you were an angel of the divine temple. Uriel spread open his wings and admitted, indeed, this is our destined connection. I wonder if your majesty is interested. The old king pondered briefly before agreeing. I've heard the angels of the divine temple never age. I don't know we. He rose to his feet and slowly walked down the stairs, threatening him. However, if you do not possess the art of immortality, I will make sure you die without a burial place. And the temple can forget about taking even half a step into Yan Kingdom. Uriel held the secret manual in his hand and replied confidently, Your Majesty, those are harsh words. This is the one and only art of immortality. Once it has been read, it will disappear on its own. Your Majesty, because he opened the secret manual and immediately sighed in wonder. This is the art of immortality I have long been waiting for. I have long heard that the temple is unfathomably profound. I never imagined it would even possess the art of immortality. Suddenly, flames burst out from within it, scaring him out of his wits. The old man stammered loudly, this art of immortality. You people, not long after, he raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The old king suddenly realized, my fate has already been changed. Now I can only become a tiny insect, increasing my lifespan by absorbing the life force of others. He lowered his head, his voice trembling. If I were given another choice. The old king lightly licked the tip of his finger and declared firmly, I would still choose the same path because I truly do not want to die yet. His eyes turned bloodshot and bulged wide as he roared. Let me see who is bold enough to kill my avatar inside Yan Kingdom and obstruct my longevity. From inside the palace, the old king shot out toward the forest. Wherever he went, a dark cyclone followed. He landed among the bloody corpses before him and muttered to himself, not a single drop of blood can be wasted. All of this is my life. Thinking of Yue Xioxi, the old king could not help sticking out his tongue greedily. So that is how it is. A little brat who possesses a divine weapon and already has the strength of a primordial spirit master at such a young age. He must be the disciple of some great clan. He clasped his palms together and pressed them to his cheek. Drooling as he muttered, you cannot escape. Your life force must be very powerful. I have already fixed my target on you, tender little brat. The old king imagined himself eating him while praising the meal. So fragrant, chomp chomp, I will slowly eat every part of you. Inside the forest, Yue Xioxi hugged himself and sneezed repeatedly. He wondered, why did I suddenly get goosebumps? Could some pretty girl be thinking about me? Deep in the forest, several small points of light appeared, accompanied by voices echoing everywhere. Everyone, move faster. We cannot rest tonight. If that monster catches up, we are all dead. Yinan held a torch in his hand, looked worriedly at the person in front of him and said, It is so late, yet there is still a child and a dog out here. This is too dangerous. He stamped his feet anxiously and comforted the boy. Kid, do not be afraid. I am the captain of the Iron Blood Squad. You Amainen, behind me are my squad members and the employer we have to escort. We just came here from Yan Kingdom. Yue Xioxi held a book in one hand and reached out with the other to introduce himself. Hello, I am the captain of the If You Do Not Like It, Come At Me squad, Yue Xioxi. Nickname, Guangdong Jackie Chung. This is our first meeting. Please guide me. Please accept this secret manual of the human body as a meeting gift. When Yinan and the others heard that, their noses immediately started bleeding. He stretched out his palm and asked in surprise, The If You Do Not Like It, Come At Me squad. I have never seen that name on the guild list. Did you just register? The boy froze. While shaking Hua Mainen's hand, he repeated blankly, We have to register at the guild too. He took out a badge and explained. That is right. After you register, the guild will issue you a badge. Only then will your squad be considered officially established, and you can accept missions from the guild departments. We also came here after accepting a mission this time. Yinan frowned and warned him, Are you planning to enter the main city of Yan Kingdom? I advise you to give up on that idea. When we came back, we ran into a man-eating monster. Yue Xioxi opened his mouth wide in shock and said, Did I not kill that monster an hour ago? His eyes and mouth went wide at that news and he stammered, K-kill. Yinan raised his hand and struck a macho pose while boasting about his background. My strength is that of a great primordial spirit master at the insect stage. My members are all primordial spirit masters. Everyone had to go all out just to escape. You look only 10 years old. How could you possibly kill one? He placed 2 puppets on his hands and began voicing them. It was definitely not the same one. We only ran into it half an hour ago. That one must have been the father and the one you encountered was the child. Yes, that must be it. Zio Hai and Yue Xioxi were both left speechless. The boy complained, Still, we are in trouble now. We have gotten tangled up in a feud with those man-eating monsters. A while later, they left. Yinan turned back and advised him, Brother Xioxi, we have to leave now. Are you really not coming with us? Behind the great chaos in Yan Kingdom, there is also the struggle of the people of the three great kingdoms. There are even major organizations instigating unrest from behind the scenes. I still advise you to leave. Yue Xioxi raised one finger and made an excuse. No, I still have something I need to do. Oh, right. He tossed out 4 gold coins and called out to Yinan with a sly grin, Brother, thank you for the information. Before you leave, let me use the Kaiyuan Hexagram Classic to read your fortune. I only learned it recently, so I will not charge you. He asked excitedly, Brother Xioxi, you know fortune-telling too. That is a special skill of the legendary shaman. Yue Xioxi felt a little uncertain. He rubbed his chin with one hand, his eyes sweeping over the coins in his palm as he thought. These copper coins were given to me by that old turtle Jia Chundai to increase the spiritual accuracy of the reading. Too bad the mystic turtle shell was given to Ye Dio to save someone. If I still had both pieces, the divination would definitely be much more accurate. Where am I supposed to find another turtle shell now? Even an ordinary one would do. Xioxi recalled the little turtle he used to keep and muttered to himself. I used to raise a turtle too. Just like the goddess said, living turtles can't withstand soul retrieval. Turtles live a really long time. Mom and Dad must still be taking good care of it. In reality, though, there were now 3 memorial tablets and 3 incense bowls filled with burning incense. In the center was a photo of Xioxi. Beside it was a picture of him together with the little turtle. Next to the incense bowl in the middle sat the turtle shell with a cute pink bow tied to it. Suddenly, the turtle shell mysteriously vanished. In the blink of an eye, it somehow appeared in his hand. Xioxi froze in shock while staring at the turtle shell. Hak Lang collapsed on the floor, laughing hysterically at the poor little darling's self-reflection. Xioxi clutched his head, tears streaming down his face, and helplessly uttered a single word. What? He could only toss several coins into the turtle shell. Crying and sniffling, Xioxi prayed, Spirit, Spirit, Spirit. Normally 3 coins are enough. But my Kaiyuan Heijing technique needs more than 1 coin. It'll be more accurate that way. A few minutes later, he poured the coins out and Xioxi shouted excitedly. The divination is done. Right then, 4 coins quietly lay still on the ground together. His face instantly turned pale. Xioxi stared with wide eyes and cursed inwardly. What the hell, deadly omen? Amid the crowded sea of people, a woman leaned against the chair with several male attendants around her and called out, Handsome old man, someone paid for me to come keep you company. Stay here and have fun with me, don't go running off to the Yan Kingdom Academy. I can satisfy any request you have. Santa Claus and Zunlu coughed lightly and asked, Could you be Hall Master Misei, one of the 3 leaders of the secret mystic organization? Are you people from hell planning to start a war against our southern emperor kingdom? He frowned and thought to himself, I never expected even a Hall Master to show up personally. Just which faction is pulling the strings here? Time, 3 days earlier. Location, the border of the Northern Plains Kingdom. The Mad Hall Master was being restrained by several soldiers as he shouted furiously, Let me go, I have to kill them. One man cried while stopping him, Hall Master, the time hasn't come yet, please wait a little longer. Another clung to his leg while whining, I'm starving. A handsome young man stood there with his arms crossed, staring coldly at him. Standing atop the snow, he arrogantly ordered, Mad Hall Master, one of the 3 leaders of the secret mystic organization. You people from hell have stretched your hands too far, stop blocking the way here. This general still has to conquer the Ryong Kingdom. Time, 3 days earlier. Location, the border of the Eastern Kingdom. Kaiksu was still fooling around with the woman in his arms. You little temptress, let's see how I drain you dry. The female general of the Eastern Kingdom merely planted her spear into the ground and snorted coldly. He glanced sideways at her while she let a drop of blood fall onto the beauty's chest and whispered, Beautiful lady, don't act so fierce. We're only putting on a show today. After work, we can still find a quiet place for some friendly interaction. The female general openly looked down on him, truly unable to understand what their monarch was thinking. To think he actually chose to cooperate with people like you. Even if we're only acting here, this general feels sick just looking at your disgusting insect. Caillou pulled her fully into his arms and pretended to be gentlemanly. If only the Northern Plains Kingdom and Southern Wasteland Kingdom were being blocked, while your Eastern Kingdom wasn't, wouldn't that basically tell everyone your Eastern Kingdom was behind all this? What? I'm only doing this for your own good. After saying that, he stood up and waved goodbye. With that gloomy face of yours, stop looking so miserable all day long. I'm done playing with you. I still need to indulge myself before getting married. Within the Land Kingdom, little Yun the demon was holding a weapon and preparing to execute someone when Yangsu spoke from behind her. Master, your subordinate has already. She turned her head and loudly scolded him. Yangsu, that was by Kissy, you're meddling too much. If this happens again, kill yourself. Little Yun, the demon, showed no hesitation as she unleashed a strike that made him scream in agony. Blood splattered everywhere. Yangsu bent down while clutching his severely injured body and admitted his fault. Yes, master, Yangsu won't dare do it again. He then continued reporting the situation. This place is the final territory where that old ghost from the Yan kingdom established the grand magic formation. The two great human superpowers were blocked 3 days ago. Meanwhile, the Kao kingdom, which depends on the eastern kingdom, has long been waiting outside. Beyond the border of the Ryong kingdom, we can finally act now. Kill that immortal old ghost of the Ryong kingdom. She glared at Yangsu before nodding in agreement. Go. Inside the eerie forest, Zioxy raised his hand to stop Yinan. Wait. No, hold on a second, brother Yinan. You can't take that road. Leaning against a tree, Yinan asked in confusion, Brother Zioxy, what's wrong? Zioxy warned him seriously. This is a place of extreme misfortune, and it's the kind that's almost impossible to escape. You absolutely can't go that way, or you'll face 2 major calamities in life. The man threw an arm around his shoulder, clearly unconvinced. Bro Zioxy, what are you talking about? Extreme misfortune and deadly omens? Stop trying to scare me. I think you're talking about adult stuff. Zioxy raised both hands while his expression darkened menacingly. No, this is real. The divination shows you'll encounter 2 great disasters. You must head straight west to meet a benefactor who can help resolve both calamities. Yinan had no choice but to listen. As he walked away, he waved goodbye. All right, we'll listen to you and head west. Either way, we'll reach our destination. Goodbye, Zio-Hai. Calmly chewing on a small leaf, he lounged on the tree with his legs crossed, watching. Fisk, that meddlesome personality is way too similar to Goddess Zai. Before long, large and small blurry circles gradually appeared in the endless sky. Bolts of lightning crashed down one after another, making the scene even more eerie. Standing beneath the dark sky, he raised his head and muttered, "It's here." Those lightning bolts are gathering more and more. Ziozai quickly hugged Zio-Hai's body, making him ask in surprise, "Little brat, what happened?" He directly lifted the black wolf up as if offering a sacrifice to the heavens. Ziozai chanted, "This is the price for revealing heavenly secrets through divination." Diddy Simba-chan. Zio-Hai immediately exploded in anger and shouted, "Hey, you little bastard, what price? Why are you holding me in this pose? And who the hell is Simba-chan?" Sweating heavily, Ziozai slowly reminded him, "Did you forget how the ancestor of that old turtle, Goat Spring, died? Revealing too many heavenly secrets brought divine lightning punishment, leaving him dead without even a burial place." The black wolf froze for a moment, snot dangling as he stood there in shock. Then he snapped back to his senses and flailed his limbs while yelling, let me go, I'll fight you to the death." Ziozai reassured him, "It's fine. We didn't reveal too many heavenly secrets, so the heavenly tribulation probably won't be that strong." From the center of the circle, a stream of purple spiritual power suddenly descended and struck the 2 of them directly, instantly turning their entire bodies pitch black. Smoke rose from their bodies as though they had been burned alive. Trembling, he dragged Ziozai down and weakly said, "See, this is only violet heaven lightning. I told you it wouldn't be too strong." The moment he finished speaking, both of them collapsed onto the ground. Their heads spun wildly, foam poured from their mouths, and smoke billowed from their bodies like freshly roasted meat. At that moment, the old ghost king was walking alone through the forest. When he reached a fork in the road, he paused as if unable to detect something. Sticking out his tongue, the old ghost king looked toward the source of a delicious scent. He suddenly exclaimed, "So many delicious living human scents. They're to the west." The old ghost king sniffed again, glanced in another direction, and hesitated as he said, "But combined together, they still don't smell as good as that brat ahead. I can even smell a bit of roasted meat. Damn, that's fragrant." Ziozai hugged himself again and sneezed repeatedly. Irritated, he grumbled, "Great, another beauty must be thinking about me again." Hearing the noise, the old man grabbed a bowl and a pair of chopsticks and rushed toward them while shouting loudly, "Little brat, wait for me, I've missed you to death." Meanwhile, the demon Zio-Yun muttered while flying nearby, "Why am I suddenly feeling uneasy?" A while later, Zio-Hai and Zio-Yun sat grilling food by the campfire. Looking around at the sleeping area, Zio-Zai sighed, "This bed really is the most comfortable. Good thing my old mom back on Earth didn't burn my beds. I love mom so much. Later on, this bed definitely has to be stored inside my storage space." Back in the real world, his mother lifted the blanket and looked toward the bed, saying fearfully, "Could those 3 little ghosts really be our son coming back every month to take his things? How about tomorrow we burn incense for him and send him some handmade offering? We should also burn those photos of Wan Qiang that he's treasured for over 10 years. That child had such a miserable fate. He was still a virgin when he died, so now his spirit refuses to pass on. Not long afterward, Zio Yun crawled into the tent and pressed lightly on Zio H's pillow. Then he sprawled across the mattress and cried out happily, "People on Earth really know how to enjoy life. I never expected this mattress to be so comfortable." He kicked the black wolf aside and angrily shouted, "You damn mutt, get off. You're a dog, go sleep on the grass. This bed cost me over 10,000 yuan. Don't dirty it." Zio Hai wasn't backing down either. Raising his sharp claws, he growled in response, "What? I am the most handsome black wolf god in the world of origin." Back then, countless female demons and elemental spirits begged this lord to get into bed with them. Suddenly, the old ghost king stuck his bowl and chopsticks into the tent like something straight out of a horror movie. His tone became increasingly savage as he said, "Hello there. This is too easy, don't be afraid, I'm only here to eat you. Hurry and get into the bowl." Zio Hai turned around, trembling as he screamed. To think he could completely hide his presence. This lord couldn't smell him at all. Zio's eye froze in place, sweat pouring down as he added, "Damn it, why didn't the defensive formation I set up nearby react at all?" His jaw dropped as he shouted, "Could he be the monster daddy? Mom, hurry and hide me inside your sea of consciousness." The old ghost king stretched his chopsticks forward and coaxed sweetly, "Little friend, don't be afraid. Although you killed one of my avatars, I'll still cherish you. You're so fragrant that I can't bear to swallow you in a single bite." Zio Zai immediately ordered Zio Hai get on his head. The black wolf quickly obeyed. The two of them instantly began tormenting the old man mercilessly, while tickling him. They smugly chanted, "Poke, poke." Zio Zai raised the epic sword Apophis and loudly demanded, "Old monster, compensate me 10,000 yuan for my luxury bed." The moment the sword swung toward him, the old ghost king swiftly dodged aside. He mocked, "Missed me. Apophis really is a fine weapon. Even this old man's divine body wouldn't dare let it touch me. But once you die, it will belong to me." Seeing himself being looked down upon, Ju Feng immediately manifested her spirit form. Frowning at him, she spat a mouthful of saliva in disdain. Even with spit splashed across his face, the old ghost king smiled brightly in admiration. Zio's eye sighed helplessly and reminded him, "Hey big bro, could you pay attention to your image? Aren't you supposed to be a god? Why are you blushing after getting spat on?" Frowning anxiously, he thought to himself, "Aren't gods supposed to appear only once among trillions of people? So why is every single one I meet a god? Can't they give me an opponent on my level? Fighting like this is way too boring." Zio Hai quickly sprayed a puddle of yellow urine onto the old man and shouted, "No time for trash talk. Taste one of Japan's top 10 dark arts from this lord." Okusama seduction wait. Not only was the old ghost king unafraid, he even hugged his flushed face and begged for more. "Don't stop, hurry up, harder, harder, ah rah rah." Ai Lang returned to his true form and carried Zio Zai away from him. He said in surprise, "I think I've seen this old monster's true form before. But shouldn't he have died long ago? How can a human live for over 100,000 years? Forget it, let's run first." The Okusama seduction wave did not affect him for long. Sitting on his back, Zio Zai praised him. "Zio Hai, this is my first time riding on your back. It's so comfortable." Zio Hai panted as he scolded him. "You brat, escaping is what matters right now. I'll only let you ride me this once. Even if you beat me to death next time, I won't allow it." Half an hour later, the riding positions were reversed. Zio Zai looked at Hai Lang clinging to his back and shouted, "How did this turn into a dog riding a human? You mutt, hurry up and recover your energy already. That old man is still chasing us while carrying his dinner set." He even taunted them, "Keep running. This old man is right behind you watching you slowly exhaust yourself. Meat tastes best when it's seasoned with desperation." The two of them kept sprinting with all their might. After running some distance, they glanced back to check the Ghost King's whereabouts. Even though his legs were still moving, Zio Zai felt like he was about to collapse from exhaustion. He grumbled, "I'm reaching my limit. Running has never been my specialty. Back during the academy fitness tests, I nearly puked from running. I don't want to become dinner for that disgusting monster. No, we can't keep going like this." He could not wait any longer and dropped to the ground. He slammed his hand onto the earth and summoned, "Anything is fine, just give me a vehicle I can drive." Spirit summoning art, oh no, summon. A three-wheeled vehicle instantly appeared. Zio Zai widened his eyes and thought, Lu Tan's cargo tricycle. It's been 10 years already. It should have turned into scrap by now. Besides, I don't even know how to drive a tricycle. Lu Tan's image appeared in his mind along with He Yue's words. "My dream is to become a professional racer." The old man froze and asked in confusion, what kind of summoning magic is this? I've never heard of it before." Zio Zai's pupils lit up brightly as he declared, "At this point, I can only give it a try. Lu Tan, today we're both racers. Thunder energy transfer." Zio Zai quickly inserted the key into the ignition and twisted it to the right to start the tricycle. The entire vehicle was instantly infused with brilliant purple energy. He skillfully pressed down on the accelerator pedal. Zio Zai smoothly lifted the back of his hand toward the throttle lever. The moment he slightly twisted it, the vehicle flared to life like a warhorse. Just as expected, the wheels slowly began to turn. Zio's eye burst into laughter. Success! Hai Lang also bared his teeth in a grin. Suddenly, a speaker near Zio Hai's feet began crackling with noise. The two of them nervously looked down at the wheels as the speaker sounded out. Please be careful, the vehicle is reversing. Please be careful, the vehicle is reversing. The tricycle instantly shot off at light speed, leaving the old ghost king standing there in a daze while the voice continued repeating, "Please be careful, the vehicle is reversing. Please be careful, the vehicle is reversing." The old man gasped in shock. "So fast, is this some legendary magic war chariot?" The voice continued playing, "Please be careful, the vehicle is reversing. Please be careful. The vehicle is reversing." Meanwhile, the wind blasted the two riders so hard their facial skin nearly peeled off. Zio's eye turned back and commented, "Earth's technology combined with the thunder energy of this water element world can actually create such an incredible chemical reaction. This thing is insanely fast." Hai Lang picked up a control panel and asked in confusion, what's this?" He pressed a button on the left. A song immediately started playing. "So sweet, your smile is so sweet." The two of them rode along to the melodious tune. Like a flower blooming in the spring breeze, blooming in the spring breeze. As they reached a curve, the vehicle suddenly slammed into the cliff wall, terrifying Zio Hai out of his wits. The song still continued. "Where have I seen you before? Why does your smile feel so familiar?" Hai Lang and Zio's I could only stare blankly and keep listening. "For a moment I can't remember. In my dreams, the old ghost king was still sprinting desperately behind them without catching up. He panted heavily and exclaimed, 'Too fast, too fast, too fast.' Up ahead, Zio Hai pointed forward and warned. 'Watch out ahead!' Zio's I put on Lu Tan's smug expression and reassured him. 'Relax and close your eyes, leave it to me.' Hai Lang continued screaming in terror. 'We're gonna die, we're gonna die, we're gonna die.' The speaker blared, 'Please be careful, the vehicle is reversing. Please be careful, the vehicle is reversing.' At that exact moment, the vehicle screeched to a stop in the middle of the curve. Zio Hai widened his eyes and stammered in shock, 'Damn it, ahead is a cliff.' Zio's I frowned resolutely and said, 'Lu Tan, I will carry your dream onward.' Then the vehicle charged off the cliff beneath the witness of the sun, looking just like Lu Tan, while the song echoed like the voice of his soul. Riding on my beloved motorcycle, the two of them were flung out of the vehicle. Luckily, Zio's I managed to grab the tail of the tricycle while the song continued echoing amid the danger. "It will never get stuck in traffic." To be continued. Zio's I struggled to pull Zio Hai back into the vehicle and shouted loudly, "There's no time to explain. Hurry up and get on my demonic kindergarten bus." Cut to Demon Zio Yun flying away while thinking. Over the years, as my power has grown, my soul has always felt incomplete, and that has kept me from breaking through my limits and becoming a six-winged great demon god. But my 3 souls and 7 spirits are clearly intact. Why do I still feel incomplete? She recalled the moment she chained Zio Zai by the neck and could not help wondering. After meeting my inner demon, that was also the first time I learned what heartache felt like. Could my soul really be incomplete? Does he have some important connection to the completion of my soul? Demon Zio Yun's cheeks flushed. She wondered, but how could he possibly be my son? I was born from the blood pool of hell, and to this day, I have never tried that. Back on Zio Zai's side, the other two, one big and one small, clung to the front of the vehicle as a warning blared. "Attention, reversing. Attention, reversing." With a boom, the vehicle slammed into the ground and caused a terrifying explosion. He clutched his head and grumbled in pain. "That hurt like hell. This thing was way too fast." Black Wolf was stabbed in the butt by several nails and cried out in panic, "My sacred rear." A massive chest and a pitch-black outfit suddenly appeared, her dark shadow covering the two of them. Demon Zio Yun snapped back to her senses. She asked loudly, "Are you the inner demon?" Zio Zai half opened his eyes, looked up, and tremblingly called out, "Mom." A moment later, he rubbed his chin and thought of a plan. "No, I can't call her mom anymore. Right now, she doesn't remember me. Otherwise, who knows where I'll get stabbed this time. I'll just pretend I don't know her." Zio Zai put on an adorable face with sparkling eyes and greeted her. "Hello, beautiful. I'm not an inner demon. My name is Moon Zio Zai. I'm just a passerby. May I ask your honored name?" She awkwardly introduced herself. "I do not have a name, but everyone calls me the destroyer of hell." In her heart, she felt uneasy. "What is going on? My heart is such a mess. Why am I telling him all this?" He raised both thumbs and praised her with a cool expression. "The destroyer of hell, great name," Zio Zai silently complained. "Which clueless idiot changed my mom's title? If I find out who did it, they'd better watch out." What an insanely arrogant title. Bloodkin cut into his thoughts. Master's heart has been strangely unsettled lately. It must be because of him. This inner demon cannot be allowed to remain. Memories of the past suddenly flooded his mind. Back then, I was only a lowly little blood demon on the lowest level of hell. In that world where the strong devour the weak, I could only end up as food for higher-ranking demon gods. Just when he was in danger, Bloodkin met Demon Zio Yun. He recounted, "It was Master. That day changed my life." At that time, because his strength was still meager, Bloodkin collapsed at her feet. That demon god cleared his throat and demanded his prize. High-ranking demon god, innate humanoid form, I found this little blood demon first. He is my food. She held Bloodkin in her arms and slowly turned her head to look. Although his face had gone pale, he still bluffed and acted like a king. I'm not afraid of you. I am not afraid of you. I'm the fiercest demon god in this region. Demon Zio Yun coldly uttered one word, scram. Seeing that, he turned and ran away crying, sorry, that blood demon is yours. I'm going home to tell my mom. She turned back and stared at him in her tiny hands. Bloodkin cried and begged loudly, don't eat me. Demon Zio Yun was somewhat moved by the situation. He continued recounting. From that day on, Master became everything to me. I learned the meaning of my birth. It was not to become food for higher-ranking demon gods, but to follow Master and help her sit upon the throne as the ruler of hell. For her, I can sacrifice everything. After every battle, she had to bear grievous wounds while Bloodkin. Gradually, both of us grew. We kept killing and kept growing. It was Master's blood that granted me a human form. In hell, only strength gives you the right to live. I must help Master become the king of hell, and destroy everything that could harm Master, no matter what it is. Bloodkin raised his razor-sharp weapon and charged toward the voice. No one can stop Master from becoming the ruler of hell. Kill! Demon Zio Yun and her soul sprite quickly shouted in unison. Stop, stop. Sprite Zio Yun stood beside Black Wolf and spread her arms to block them. I won't allow you to hurt my son again. Demon Zio Yun widened her eyes as she looked at the person in front of her. He was also stunned, muttering in a cold sweat. Why did a little girl suddenly appear? Bloodkin carefully observed every feature of the sprite's face. Comparing the two faces, he blurted out, she looks exactly like Master. Bloodkin accidentally tripped over a stone and tumbled forward. He landed right at Sprite Zio Yun's feet. Demon Zio Yun frowned and asked, who are you? Sprite Zio Yun took a mantis fist stance and threatened them. Don't even think about coming over here and hurting my son. I'm very good at fighting. Be careful or I'll beat you up. Black Wolf also went along with the warning. Don't come over here. If you come any closer, we'll run away. Zioxy picked her up from behind and comforted her. Mom, don't be nervous. She doesn't have any killing intent this time. Can't you sense other people's emotions? Little Yun the demon reached out as if wanting to touch the elf's hair. She pondered silently. How could this be possible? They looked far too alike. Just as the touching moment unfolded, the old king caught up with them, roaring furiously. Damn brat, you made this old man chase you for so long. I'll slice your flesh off piece by piece and devour it all. Little Yun the demon gripped her weapon and turned to face him. Divine Tier Shockwave Spirit Power. There was also a rotten stench in the air. The mission target had appeared and the other three quickly hid to the side. Her arm complained. Hell's Destroyer, save us. This disgusting old monster wants to eat us. I'm so scared. Little Yun the demon glanced back and softly asked, then do you want me to teach him a lesson for you? Zioxy frowned and answered, yes. Please trouble the noble destroyer of hell. He emphasized each word coldly, cut him to pieces. Crimson Blood gritted his teeth and said jealously. Master actually smiled at a heart demon. Crimson Blood has followed Master for nearly 10,000 years and has never seen Master smile before. This heart demon is hateful. At this rate, that thing would eventually get Master killed. The old king roared, you woman, your body reeks of the royal bloodline of my Yan kingdom. So it was you who slaughtered all the descendants of my Yan kingdom's royal family, leaving no one to offer death row prisoners to me. He created countless clones of himself beneath several giant golden spirit circles. Die, all of you, and become nourishment for my immortality technique. Little Yun the demon frowned as she analyzed the situation. With so many clones, their strength should have been divided many times over. Yet their power kept fluctuating between Spirit Master and Saint Spirit level. How strange, ever since wielding the divine sword Applefish. The strength of these monsters had been bizarre, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and they even devoured the flesh and blood of living beings. I killed one of them before. Yet there are still so many left, she muttered thoughtfully, with only the strength of a beginner spirit master like you. Could it be that you were simply lucky enough to encounter them while weakened? Or perhaps you can grasp the brief moment. When they weaken, that would require at least Saint Spirit level spiritual perception. The old ghost king licked his lips and taunted. These clones of mine have absorbed massive amounts of flesh and blood. Their strength is far beyond ordinary clone techniques. Die, all of you. The ghostly creatures charged forward in waves. Little Yun the demon cut several down and coldly ordered, Crimson Blood, protect them well. I'll go kill the real body. His brows twitched as he cried out in shock, what? You still want me to protect this heart demon? Immediately afterward, Crimson Blood put on a determined expression and shouted, this subordinate obeys, as he raised his weapon to attack. The ghosts, he loudly warned, don't stray too far from me, or I won't be able to protect you useless extras. Little Black returned to his true form and grumbled, Checkmate. You red candle, who are you calling useless? I've never offended you. Crimson Blood shouted a warning, watch out behind you. At that moment, a ghost opened its mouth wide as if ready to devour them whole. The elf Little Yun immediately raised both hands and summoned a holy light barrier. In an instant, its sharp fangs sank into the shield. Black Wolf rushed in from behind and spat out a spray of saliva. True body, inch spit, double kill, one ghost screamed furiously. They were too lazy to even draw a new frame and just reused it. Damn it! Zioxy placed her on his back and glanced toward Zio. He chuckled softly and proposed a plan. Our coordination isn't bad. Keep holding the front line at peak state and only strike during their weakened phases. The ghosts continued charging endlessly. Their leader issued an order, kill that blood demon first. He has only just stepped into the divine realm, his foundation is unstable. One creature lunged forward and instantly bit into Crimson Blood's arm. After losing an arm, he stood frozen in place as they rushed toward him under their ruler's urging. Devour him completely, a blood demon is a supreme tonic for us. Seeing the danger, he immediately shouted, Yue Zio, hey, let's help too. If even he dies, we're in serious trouble. Crimson Blood angrily put on an arrogant expression and sneered. Don't come over here, what a joke. I, Crimson Blood, am a high-ranking ghost god of hell. I don't need some milk-smelling brat to save me. He swung his remaining arm and summoned a strange spiritual power. Soon after, Crimson Blood's bloodthirsty form emerged. He transformed into a demon with a muscular body and blazing crimson wing. The monsters refused to back down and shouted, kill him. But Crimson Blood charged at the ghosts with terrifying speed. In a flash of light, they had already been defeated. One of them clutched his body, marked by deep claw wounds, and realized in horror. The wounds torn open by his claws can't be forcibly healed with spirit power at all, and they're still bleeding non-stop. The old ghost king cursed loudly. You bunch of worms, you suffered such heavy losses just dealing with a few pieces of trash. Don't waste all the flesh and blood we've worked so hard to gather. Ziozai became suspicious when he heard that. From the very beginning, I already found it strange. Why are they always using language to communicate? Could it be that these clones each possess their own independent consciousness? If that's the case, he turned around and asked one of them, hugging its divine sword, trying to persuade it. Hey, are you idiots or what? And yet you're still working for the original body like this. Being a hired lackey gets you nothing, you know. Go independent yourselves. Why keep being clones? You don't need to put up with his rotten personality. Hai Lang attacked a ghost while Su Ling explained that the original body only treated the clones as tools, just like disposable condoms that get thrown away after one use. The subordinates froze and began whispering about those words. That's right, why don't we go independent ourselves? Once we're absorbed back, we'll disappear too. Used once and discarded like condoms. He turned his head and glared at them, raising his voice to argue back. Don't listen to their nonsense. You are all fragments of my soul. You and I originally shared the same body. Demon Little Cloud seized the chance, swung her sword, and charged in. She smirked. Still think you have time? Demon Little Cloud struck the old king without mercy. He clutched his severed arm and flew upward, his voice filled with hatred. You foolish soul fragments, next time. I will not leave you with even the slightest awareness. The old demon king laughed madly. Summon, return to my embrace, all of you. You disobedient soul fragments. He opened his mouth wide and sucked all the clones into it. They could only scream in despair. No. Everyone still lunged forward as if trying to escape. The old demon king hovered in midair, his entire body giving off a cold, sharp energy. A trembling aura rang out. Next, as the old demon king charged at Demon Little Cloud, he declared fiercely that he would eat her first. Bloodling saw this and immediately flew over to warn her. Master, danger. He instantly bit into Bloodling's shoulder and laughed smugly. You fell for it. To this old man, a blood demon is the greatest tonic, something I have long dreamed of. I will drain you dry first. Before long, all that remained of him was a dried skeleton, and he cried out in pain. Demon Little Cloud's gaze was now extremely sharp. She shot forward and knocked the old demon king away. Demon Little Cloud thought to herself, that was close. Bloodling's skeleton lost all strength and fell heavily to the ground. He immediately turned into a small red ball, lying on the ground in fear. The old demon king could not help taunting them. Enough, enough. Even this tiny bit is equal to the flesh and blood of thousands upon thousands of people. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The old demon king looked down in panic at the arm piercing through his fat belly and stretching out. Then a humanoid figure with blood-red eyes and hair tore that belly apart. Demon Little Cloud's fighting spirit blazed. She instructed, leave this place to me. Moonbrook, take Bloodling and get farther away. From within the old king's aged body, a blue-haired boy appeared, stark naked, and shouted, 60,000 years. I, Windborn, have finally mastered the art of immortality and return. Brook stood there puzzled. Run, with darkness this powerful, mother only says run. What should I do to help her? Then he turned his head and reminded her. All right, we are running right now. You have to be careful, understand. But in his mind, he thought differently. Mother, hang in there. Your son will find a way to help you. Demon Little Cloud watched him leave and said, he left without hesitation. His will to survive is strong. Windborn stood there as clothes gradually formed on him, and mocked her. Fear of death is human nature. Because of it, one can abandon others, even throw away everything. He added, just like I did at the beginning. I chose myself and abandoned everyone else. Hasn't the current me achieved immortality? Bloodling was carried away under Brooke's arm, shouting nonstop, let me go. I have to help Master, you cowardly wretch who clings to life and fears death, shameless human. Brooke looked down and reminded him, trust me. I'm even more worried than you are, but if we stay nearby now, we will only become a burden to her. When they reached a narrow, steep ravine, Brooke spoke. This place is not bad. We will hide here. After putting down the weapons and ammunition, he immediately said, bring out the locked destruction cannon interference mode from inside his arm. Crafty-looking spheres appeared. They even had antennas attached on top. Brooke watched them fly around him and said, interference robots can block spiritual sense detection. But to interfere with a deity, they must be open to maximum power, and they can only interfere for 15 minutes. He smiled perversely and sinisterly, then declared, we will wait here for a chance to beat that old monster down and finish him off. Brooke took out a bag of spirit stones and poured them out, saying, third-generation master craftsman Liu Ban once said that the locked destruction cannon can fire deity-level demonic cannonballs by absorbing massive amounts of source stone. Little Black stood there watching, his eyes shining brightly. Looking at the large pile of source stones at his feet, Brooke worried, I wonder if this will be enough. Then he immediately turned and asked his companion, Little Black, my esteemed lord, I know you often go out to receive offerings and secretly hide away many source stone. Could you help me a little? Little Black instantly pushed him away and replied, I will not allow you to be so polite. What kind of relationship do you and I have? Of course I can. Little Black took out one source stone, then put on an upright expression and said, take this one. A while later, when Brooke's hand was red and Little Black's face had turned pale, Brooke finally smiled and said, Little Black, you took out so many, you are making me feel embarrassed. Looking at the pile of source stones twice as large as his own, Little Black complained regretfully, these source stones were something I worked so hard to save up, and you are actually using them to fire a cannon. Immediately afterward, the destruction cannon began sucking the source stones inside. Brooke cried out in shock. It absorbed 2 mountains of source stones and can only fire one shot. This is way too expensive. Is this one shot worth hundreds of millions? The scene shifted to the other side, where Windborn was laughing with delight. That sly little brat really is afraid of death. He slipped away so fast that even this old man's spiritual sense cannot find him. He took a snake out from his sleeve and ordered, appear three-headed emerald serpent. The snake then transformed into a staff in old Windborn's hand. He declared confidently, congratulations, hell demon god. You will become my first prey after I become. Demon Little Cloud charged forward without hesitation and answered, you talk too much. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished completely. Feng Sheng shouted out. At the same moment, a stream of green wind appeared before him. Zioyan's demon form narrowed her sharp eyes and unleashed blood blades. 2 streams of spiritual power, one green and one red, clashed fiercely against each other. A blood-red blade appeared and sliced apart his raging wind. Feng Sheng frowned with concern as Demon Zioyan swept past him. A strand of his hair had been severed and drifted to the ground. The old man raised his staff to fight back. Try this move. Just as he finished speaking, her eyes widened in response. Sharp streams of wind came slashing toward her. A strand of Zioyan's hair was cut off as well. She looked at the wound on her hand and said, why is his power continuing to grow? Even his body is maturing. Old Feng Sheng stood there and shouted, forbidden magic, flood dragon's fury. 3 gigantic serpent heads charged toward Demon Zioyan. She quickly created a barrier to defend herself, but she was still slammed straight into the cliff wall. Zioyan had fallen into a disadvantageous position, and the surrounding mountains shattered apart. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The old man from the Riang clan flew over, drooling as he laughed loudly and said, so this is all the hell demon body can do. I just wonder what it tastes like. Such a beautiful demon goddess. Before you die, how about you taste this youthful body of mine? Right at that moment, the Origin Force cannon finished charging and fired. The bullet carried an enormous blue spiritual force as it tore through the wind. The recoil from the gun was so powerful that Zioxy was blasted backward and coughed up blood, yet he still shouted loudly, old monster, take my divine strike. Feng Sheng hurriedly raised the 3-headed jade serpent staff to block it. What the hell is this? Who dared sneak attack me? After being hit, he grimaced in pain, his entire body wounded, and growled, it's you, you filthy little brat. How did you avoid my spiritual detection? How could you launch such a powerful attack? Damn it, Riang Feng Sheng will kill you in this lifetime no matter what. Demon Zioyan pulled Zioxy back to her side. He muttered, as expected of a divine strike, the recoil alone is this terrifying. Demon Zioyan turned toward elemental spirit Zioyan and said, go. The two immediately grabbed each other's hands and a dazzling light burst forth. Then faint whirlpools appeared as the fusion process began. Zioxy watched in panic and cried out, Mom, what's happening to you too? Completely new Xiaoyan emerged after the fusion, a majestic six-winged demon goddess. Everyone present stared with their mouths hanging open in shock and exclaimed together. Then Xiaoxi, Xiaohei and Yangsu also shouted in unison. They fused, does that mean her memories have returned? Xiaoyan slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to have regained part of her memories. Turning toward him, she held her hand above his head and remarked, Xiaoxi, why have you become so short? I'm taller than you now. He cried out in shock, Mom. Xiaoxi pondered silently. Looks like she still hasn't fully recovered. What kind of situation is this now? Yangsu shouted loudly, why did you fuse? Mom, what does that mean? I've been with Master since childhood for so many years. Where did this son come from without me knowing? Wait a second, this inner demon is Master's son. My brain can't process this anymore. Being tightly hugged against Xiaoyan's chest, he blushed and cried out, Mom, don't do this, there are too many people watching. She directly picked him up and continued, Xiaoxi, I can still carry you like this. He kept thinking, after the fusion, Mother's fragmented soul is still the dominant one. Xiaohei stepped forward and growled, that green-haired freak is coming over again. Feng Sheng muttered nervously, a six-winged demon god on the same level as the Seraph Temple. How could she evolve whenever she wants? Impossible. What exactly just happened? He looked at his own hand and realized, even my body is aging more and more. Wrinkles are starting to appear on my hands. The temple's longevity technique really does have flaws. The more origin force I consume, the faster my aging accelerates. I need to devour more. The temple is dying. Over here, Xiaoxi spoke up. If Mother's fragmented soul is in control, then even as a six-winged demon god, the outcome of battle is still uncertain. But this guy is terrified of death, so let's scare him first so he won't dare challenge six-winged Mother again. We have to strike first and intimidate him into not attacking anymore. If Thoriel Feng were here, what would he do? Then he pointed at the man and shouted provocatively, Hey, you shameless bastard, you dare lay a hand on me, Thoriel Feng. Has your brain cramped up? Is the Thoriel family still not powerful enough for you? Feng Sheng began thinking, Thoriel, one of the 4 great families of the Southern Emperor. This boy truly is from a great family, and he's definitely a candidate heir carrying the inheritance seat. Xiaoxi still did not stop and continued threatening him. Your tiny dependent Riang kingdom. Its current king actually dared to lead an invasion into the dwarf kingdom under orders from above. Fortunately, our Thoriel family invited this powerful demon goddess beside me to wipe out the Riang kingdom army. And I even had to personally travel to the dwarf kingdom to deal with this mess. Tell me, have you all lost your minds? The old man replied, What? Are you insane? Even the 3 great human nations wouldn't dare touch the dwarf kingdom. Yet my descendants actually dared to lead troops inside. No wonder no one delivered blood sacrifices to me on time. Feng Sheng gritted his teeth and asked, Who is pulling the strings behind this? Xiaohei leaned close to Xiaoyan and whispered, Mother Xiaoxi, make your expression look even fiercer. Xiaoyan cooperated with Xiaoxi, though she was a little awkward about it, widening her eyes as she asked, I have to look fiercer, like very, very, very fierce. Keeping the same expression, Xiaoyan asked again, Lord, is this enough? He thought to himself, it seems Xiaoxi's mother only possesses the power of a high-ranking deity, but lacks the matching fighting spirit. Once battle begins, the outcome will be hard to predict. On Feng Sheng's side, cold sweat poured down as he secretly assessed the situation. The aura coming from this female ghost god was indeed powerful, but it felt strong on the outside and weak within. Xiaoxi continued, Also, earlier the elder of the Thoriel family told me to pass a message to you. Suddenly forgetting the enemy's name, he turned and asked Yangsu, Hey, what did you say his name was again? She whispered it into his ear. Just Feng Sheng, Xiaoxi continued while pointing at him. The ancestor of the Thoriel family told me to greet you. King Yan Fengsheng should have died 60,000 years ago. Hearing this, the old man opened his mouth wide and shouted, What? Could it be that fake dragon Thoriel? Aotian, that bastard still isn't dead. Impossible, impossible. He smugly replied, That's right, it's ancestor Thoriel. Aotian isn't someone ordinary people can compare to. Ancestor Aotian keeps getting stronger and recently married his 66,501st concubine. Living another tens of thousands of years won't be a problem at all. He's unbelievably powerful. Old Fengsheng continued evaluating the situation. He's laughing so confidently, looks like he really isn't dead. This old fellow radiated death energy, yet his power truly surpassed mine by quite a bit. And behind him stands the mighty southern wasteland kingdom. Damn it, he thought, throughout history, there haven't been many people named Aotian, especially not dragons with that name. Could Thoriel Aotian have already become a supreme god? Xiaoxi handed the blood sword to Xiaoyan and said, Dear comrade six-winged great ghost god, please use this sword to chop up that green-headed cucumber over there, just like how you normally cook and slice vegetables. The moment she picked it up, the sword immediately transformed into a kitchen cleaver. Cooking and chopping vegetables are what I'm best at. Hearing this, old Fengsheng cried out in terror. Wait a moment, I have something to say. He scratched his head awkwardly and laughed. Now that I think about it, we don't really have any irreconcilable hatred between us. Why not turn enemies into friends? Zioxy waved his hand and said, that won't do. I already killed your clone, so how could we just leave it at that? Feng Sheng pointed at him in cursive. You little brat, if I say it's fine, then it's fine. I won't pursue it anymore. You can all leave. Zioxy immediately started calculating. Then I need compensation for emotional distress. You scared me so badly that I couldn't sleep all night. I need 1 billion top-grade spirit stones to heal my pain and trauma. Ziohai added, excellent, I understand now. There's even compensation for mental suffering. I also need 2 billion. My spirit has been deeply tormented too. The old man darkened his face and thought, damn it, just how great are your grief and fear that it takes 1 or 2 billion to soothe them. If I weren't afraid of this female ghost god, I would have crushed all of you already. Then Feng Sheng loudly replied, I accept your conditions. However, Zioan immediately warned, don't trust him. He's lying. When someone transforms into an adult like me, not only can I sense their emotions, I can also know what they're thinking inside. Right now he's thinking, no wonder I'm so unlucky today. I wore the wrong color underwear before going out. Once I get the chance, I'll swallow this thing. Then steal that guy's underwear and wear it without washing it first. Be careful. I won't let him steal your underwear. Zioxy clutched his head and groaned. Mom, next time just skip over the censored parts. This old monster's inner world is way too bizarre and filthy. There are too many realistic elements in there. We can't learn them and we don't want to understand them either. At that moment, Feng Sheng revealed a sinister grin. After stalling for so long, it's finally finished. The core of the domain furnace formation has finally been completed. Feng Sheng stood proudly within the green magic circle and laughed triumphantly. Prepare to be melted into pools of blood. This entire private kingdom territory was long ago filled with my formation flags and turned into a gigantic alchemy furnace. His eyes widened with sinister madness as he shouted, any living being inside this melting furnace domain will become my alchemy material and become my blood pills. Even if you're the six-winged great ghost god, I do not fear you. Domain furnace activate. Zioxy immediately turned around and whispered, Mom, do your best and swing the cleaver at that monster. Remember, just think of it as one of your ordinary cooking ingredients. Treat it like a cucumber and chop it into pieces. Don't be afraid. Demon Zioan immediately swung the cleaver and shouted, chop the cucumber. This shocked him greatly. He never expected his mother to act so decisively. Streams of energy blasted toward Feng Sheng and he muttered in confusion. Why isn't the furnace domain working? Then his confusion turned into fear. Isn't she just a fake six-winged demon god? She was obviously all bark and no bite a moment ago. Why is her aura suddenly so confident? This makes no sense. And my furnace domain too, why won't it activate? Renzu spoke up. The core formation flag of the furnace magic you mentioned was destroyed by my master several days ago. Zio Yun turned to her son and asked, Ziozai, should we chop him up again? I've already prepared the knife. The cucumber-cutting knife, Ziozai replied. I get it now, Mom. You're truly a culinary genius. Beat him into a bucket of fried chicken and let him taste it. Zio Yun immediately launched a kick straight into his face and said, first coat him with flour. Next comes the bottle-breaking punch. Then spread it evenly and drop him into the oil until golden and crispy. Feng Sheng lay there with a swollen face, speaking weakly while still trying to act tough. This provocation, I won't let it slide so easily, Renzu said excitedly. That's right, master, hurry and kill him. Zio Yun hesitated slightly and said, but, Ziozai interrupted, don't force her. I'll handle this myself. Anyway, this isn't the first monster I've killed. Right then, a busty girl appeared and shouted, stop. She stood there carrying a massive greatsword and continued, allow me to introduce myself first. I am the Red Knight gone under the Holy Temple. Feng Sheng immediately grabbed her leg and flattered her. You filthy scum, you're in huge trouble this time. So she's an ally of His Majesty. Red Knight gone, one of the legendary 4 Apocalypse Knights. He continued confidently, it seems my Yan kingdom is extremely important to the Holy Temple. They even sent someone like her as reinforcement. One stood there and added, I came here today to carry out a mission. Capture alive the former ruler of Yan kingdom, Yan Feng Sheng. She immediately pressed the greatsword against his neck, drawing blood as his face turned pale. A second later, Feng Sheng was stuffed into an iron coffin and sealed with binding runes. Wu said to Ziozai's group, thank you for cooperating. 2 hell demon gods, dark elements, and even a child carrying dark elements inside his body. The Red Knight will carry out judgment upon you all. He immediately shouted, what kind of stupid judgment is this? Are all of you from the Holy Temple insane? I know I'm not a good person, but I've never done anything evil. So why do you people judge whether someone is good or evil purely based on dark power? She replied, because this is the supreme truth of the gods. After death, you will obtain eternal peace and serenity, no longer consumed by darkness. I am helping you. A voice suddenly echoed from inside Zio Yun. Who are you? Why are you inside my body? She froze in confusion and asked, who's talking? Immediately, a separation occurred. The two split into separate bodies, one being an elemental spirit, and the other the demonized Zio Yun. Renzu quickly flew over and called out Master twice. Zai picked up his mother and muttered, we're doomed this time. This red knight isn't just all chest, she's even stronger than that old monster. Mom, listen to me and hide inside my consciousness, see for now. Yuan Tang observed silently and thought, that child just now also had a female demon god. Very strange. Demon Zio Yun stood in front of him and said, Yue Zio Zai. This time just run away directly, don't look back. With my current strength I can't defeat her. He thought silently, I want to pretend to escape again, but I don't have enough spirit stones to try, and the interference device has already run out of energy. Zio Zai lifted Little Black up as a sacrifice. Hey, you big-breasted red knight, if you've got a problem come at me, your honored father will kill. It was instantly counterkilled, petrified on the spot, its entire body cracking apart and shattering. At the same moment, another person appeared. He stood there arrogantly and interrupted, quite an impressive display. Red Knight gone, my hell demon god isn't someone you can kill whenever you want. She turned toward him. One of the mysterious trio organization, descendant of Cain. Kai Shi, why are you here? According to intelligence, 3 days ago you were supposed to be blocking the Eastern Kingdom's army at their border. He replied calmly, what an honor for the beautiful Red Knight gone to know me so well. It's nothing really, I came here looking for my wife. Wood immediately mocked him. Your bad reputation is known across the entire water origin continent. A womanizer who specializes in sucking the blood of beauties. Your whole bloodline is obsessed with playing with women, you vermin Kai Shi. He laughed loudly, pulled out several straws and replied, what, want me to suck your blood dry too? Pick one and let's find a place for a friendly duel. Then he frowned and shouted, or you can leave right now. These two hell demon gods may not kill you, but they can definitely stop you from completing your mission. Turning Yan Fengsheng into ashes would be extremely easy. She hoisted the coffin onto her shoulder, gave a sharp whistle, then flew straight into the sky and left. Kaishi stepped forward and asked Demon Zio Yun in a somewhat affected tone. Are you all right? Sorry I arrived late. She warned him, abandon your intention to kill the person behind me. Otherwise you will become my enemy. He smiled and replied, you could still sense it, as expected of a hell demon god born for slaughter. You will become my future wife. I will not allow any male creature to approach you. Zio Zai shouted loudly, future wife, did you even ask me her son first? I do not approve of this marriage. You damned father, see that? You are about to get cheated on. Where did that dead man go? Demon Little Cloud snapped, who arranged this marriage? Why did I know nothing about it? He quickly answered, the Lord of Hell. Did you not know? Even the void blood sword in your hand was forged by me 30,000 years ago after slaughtering countless living beings. After that, it was given to you. By the Lord of Hell, you are too perfect. The first time I saw you 1 year ago, I knew you would be my future wife. The Lord of Hell has agreed to let us marry at the demon altar feast 1 month from now. Little Creek leapt up, hugged his mother's neck, and said, Mom, who is this damned ghost who will not leave us alone? Did you not say you were taking me to find Dad? Caius widened his eyes in furious confusion. Mom, you are married and you even have a child. The boy stuck out his long tongue and cuddled Demon Little Cloud right in front of him, then replied, that is right. You do not have a chance anymore, you damned old man. Though annoyed, Caius still smiled as if he were fine. I do not mind. As long as I kill her son and husband, the two of us can be happily together. She immediately answered, if you dare harm even a single hair on his head, either you die or I die. Demon Little Cloud threw the blood sword at him and continued, take your thing and get lost. I will go back and ask the Lord of Hell myself. Caius bent down to pick it up, his face ashen, and said, sure enough, you are both clever and fierce. I like that. 1 month. I will wait for you to come back and marry me. I have already reserved you. Then he gradually vanished, not forgetting to leave Little Creek a message. You little bastard, I have remembered your face. See you next time. At that moment, only a wisp remained, along with his final threat. I will cut out your tongue and feed it to the three-headed hellhound. Demon Little Cloud also prepared to leave, while warning Little Creek, you do not need to get involved in this. I will return to hell and ask for the truth. Also, I will tell you again, I am not your mother. As she gradually disappeared, she said, live well, heart. Little Creek stood there and cried out, is Mom really going to marry that damned guy? I do not approve. Little Black reminded him from behind, if she defies the Lord of Hell, I am afraid she will be erased instantly. After that, amid the barren stone mountains, only 1 person and 1 dog remained. Everyone else had left. He grimaced and said, what was that about telling me to live well? If I cannot even protect my own family, I would rather die. I absolutely have to get involved in this. Is it not just raising hell in hell? Then I will turn the whole place upside down. After hearing that, Little Black stared over at him, his face turning green. They really had to go to that hellish place. Little Black warned him, even my true body would not dare enter hell. I advise you to give up on that idea. If you die, who will take me to find Goddess Hope? Little Creek tugged at its face and asked, so it seems you know something. Lord Evil Venerable, could it be that you know where the road to hell is? Little Black pretended to answer disdainfully, I do not. Looking at its expression, the boy grew suspicious. It definitely knew something. The scene shifted to an urban district. One resident said, I heard that many people from the Radiant Kingdom arrived yesterday. The Lady of the Inferno Kingdom and the army all left overnight. It looks like this side will be taken over by the Radiant Kingdom, another person added. I also heard that the Radiant Kingdom has sent people around to distribute food and clothing, and that temple envoys have arrived to treat the sick. Hearing this, Little Creek stood there and muttered, so the Inferno Kingdom is already gone. The Radiant Kingdom, or the force behind it, is truly capable. They took over the Inferno Kingdom so quickly, and even the temple acknowledges them. It seems there will be no chaos for a while. He said to Little Black, we also have to find a way to get to hell. Little Black, can you really not tell me how to get to hell? It still acted unconcerned and answered, are you not tired of this? You have asked me for an entire day and night. I will say it one last time, I do not know. Little Creek rubbed its head and said, Little Black, I wonder whether you have family, or a companion who was once very important to you. If you do, you would be just like me. If you do not want to say it now, then I will keep bothering you until you are willing to say it. Little Cloud also persuaded it. Lord Evil Venerable, tell Little Creek. Little Black began thinking, family, companions. Then it sighed and said, it seems you have made up your mind to go, follow me. A moment later, Little Black began drawing several lines on the ground. A circular magic formation appeared and it turned to demand, you rotten brat. Before we go, I want you to make a sincere oath. Otherwise, do not even think about going to that place. Little Creek asked curiously, what kind of deadly oath is it? It is rare to see you so serious. It stomped with a smack and said solemnly, you do not need to ask so much. I will tell you the oath now. Just swear it with sincerity. The boy raised 3 fingers and said, I, Little Creek, swear with sincerity that everything I hear and see after going to that place will never be revealed to the outside world in the slightest. No matter what happens, I must not laugh at the respected Evil Venerable. Otherwise, my soul will dissolve. After finishing the oath, Little Creek was a little confused. What the hell is that? There are way too many loopholes in this oath. Zio Hai frowned and said in a deep voice, enough nonsense. Are you coming or not? He continued swearing. The scene shifted to a bamboo forest where fresh shoots were sprouting. Small mushrooms surrounded the area. A man knelt there, presenting offerings with a reverent voice. Lord Golden Toad, this humble servant has a request and wishes to seek an audience with you. The bamboo forest answered him only with silence. There was a small shrine. On top of it was the image of a golden toad. The rustling wind carried drifting bamboo leaves. The man stood up and said, if my lord does not wish to see me today, then this humble servant shall return another day. These are this time's offerings. Please accept them, my lord. After speaking, he placed the offerings before the shrine and quietly left without looking back. Some time later, it was still the same bamboo forest. Zioxy carried the spirit Zio Yun and asked Zio Hai, we've spent an entire day and night drawing countless teleportation arrays just to reach this place. Could this really be hell, or the entrance to hell? It replied, you'll know once we arrive. At that moment, the mysterious man from earlier also reached the outer area. The boy pointed over and asked, someone's here. Did they come to welcome us? Zio Hai answered, stop talking nonsense. Anyone who knows the way here is probably a god. If a god wishes to conceal their strength, ordinary people cannot sense it at all. Zioxy replied, another god, goddess Zai. So this water origin world is filled with gods everywhere. And by coincidence, I keep running into every single one of them, right? The mysterious man's eyes flashed with a murderous crimson light. Zio Hai growled in warning, this is still that person's territory. Do you really want to kill someone here? The man immediately restrained his aura and left. Zioxy watched his back and thought, that strange guy. Why didn't he kill us? And then he got scared away by Zio Hai. How weird. Meanwhile, the little dog walked ahead. Let's keep going. If we're late, we won't be able to get in. A while later, the two finally arrived before the Golden Toad Shrine. The offerings were still there. Zio Hai said, we're here. This is the place. It picked up the primal stone, nibbled on it, and muttered, I didn't expect that god earlier to be so generous, using the legendary ultra-rare crystal stone as a tribute to open the way. Looks like he has something major to ask for. Zioxy froze in shock and exclaimed, hey, Zio Hai, even gods treat this lord with respect and reverence. How could you just eat someone else's offering? After finishing it, Zio Hai let out a satisfied burp. As expected of the hidden dragon stone, they say it's a divine stone formed from the residual energy of a dragon's deep slumber. If any spirit below god rank eats it, they'll definitely rise 3 levels. Sure enough, it immediately leveled up, its muscles bulging. I've advanced. I'm now an entry-level Grand Spirit Master. Zioxy grabbed it by the neck in jealousy. You damn thing, how can you hog such a good treasure all for yourself? So annoying, wouldn't it be better to save it until reaching Holy Spirit rank? Zio Hai slyly replied, Only what enters my stomach is truly mine. Otherwise, you definitely scheme against me. After smacking it on the head, he turned back to the main issue and asked, "So what do we do next? Where's hell?" Zio-hai raised its paw and replied, "No rush, watch this." Then it kicked out and shouted, "You rotten toad." It directly kicked the golden toad inside the shrine and urged, "Open the door for this sovereign now, immediately. Hurry up." Then Zio-hai stepped into the shrine and said, "Believe it or not, this sovereign will pee all over your shrine. Never doubt my talent for wrecking houses." Zio-hai's actions left Zioxy and his mother completely stunned. His face turned pale as if petrified. After Zio-hai's somewhat blasphemous behavior, a strange mist began spreading through the air. The small shrine started to transform. Everything gradually lost its color. Zio-hai crossed its arms and stood calmly. "Damn bastard, stop pretending to be mysterious and open the door already. This sovereign doesn't have time to waste on you." Deathly energy spread from the shrine, and the eyes of the golden toad inside lit up. Then a deep and mysterious circular portal appeared right in front of them. Zio-hai pointed downward and turned back. "Go in. Once you enter through here, you'll find the golden toad. It definitely knows the way to hell." It jumped down first and continued. "Let's go. If we miss this timing, we'll have to wait until next month before the passage opens again." Zioxy stared after it in confusion. This big shot sure has personality. The gate only opens according to a schedule once every month. It's like having a monthly cycle. A month later, they appeared at a gigantic lotus lake. Zioxy exclaimed in shock, "Where is this? Why does it feel like we've entered another world?" Zio-hai answered, "Don't be surprised. This place is an independent pocket realm. Follow me." Astonished by what lay before him, he asked, "What kind of lotus snail is this? Its size?" Zioxy stared in amazement. "It's unbelievably huge." Zio-hai was already sitting atop the giant snail, looking down and calling out, "Aren't you coming up?" Sitting there, he thought to himself, "I have a bad feeling about this. That snail has looked very displeased this whole time." Meanwhile, the little dog pointed ahead and ordered, "Move out." The snail's eyes showed a hint of dissatisfaction. It ground its teeth in fury. Zioxy turned pale and thought to himself, "Its face is getting scarier and scarier. This oxen is definitely not an ordinary snail." He forced a friendly smile and said, Mr. Oxen Driver, could you slow down a little? I'm getting dizzy." The moment he finished speaking, it suddenly sped up, making his eyes unable to keep up. Oxen moved at altar-level speed, his figure becoming impossible to see clearly. It turned out the snail was using blink magic to travel across the wooden bridge. In the middle of the vast lotus swamp, Zioxy turned pale with fear at this cheating teleportation movement. "Hey, was your ancestor Hankyo or something?" After a while, a grand mansion built atop a towering stone pillar in the middle of the lotus lake came into view. This place was called the Golden Toad Minor Mystic Realm. He looked up in amazement. "This looks like an entire mountain carved into shape. So luxurious, so incredible, absolutely amazing." Zioxy wondered aloud. "But how are we supposed to get up there?" "Fly," Ziohe replied. "Fly, don't be ridiculous. The aerial guards here can pierce people viciously." It calmly continued, "This fellow can take us up. Sit tight and don't move around. Otherwise the shell won't be able to absorb us." The snail then continued climbing up the stone pillar, though it was clearly starting to tire out. Zioxy exclaimed, "Wow, it really feels like there's suction on my butt." Feeling its speed, he smiled and said, "Now it finally feels like a real snail, but it also feels like it's running out of energy." This place was really high up. Zioan asked with concern, "Han, is the little snail exhausted?" Then she used holy healing magic, instantly reviving it. Its energy rapidly recovered. Immediately, it regained strength and rushed upward at high speed. With a single blink, the snail vanished from sight again. Zioan thought to herself, "Zioxy, even though I still haven't mastered the essence of it, I can already freely use holy healing magic now. I'll continue training hard." Ziohe calmly asked, "Even if your mother didn't have that marriage contract, you'd still want to make a trip to hell, wouldn't you?" Zioxy turned and asked, "Why do you say that?" It began analyzing, "With your personality, you definitely investigate your mother's identity and whereabouts. Originally, you wanted to become a mercenary and use missions as a chance to enter the divine temple. Who would have thought that a dark mother would suddenly appear from hell instead? I already knew there was no way I could stop you. But I've always felt that things aren't that simple. Back then, your mother was clearly taken away by the gate of heaven. So how did she suddenly end up in hell?" Looking at Zioan lying in his arms, Ziohe continued, "What exactly happened in there? And on top of that, all her memories of you are completely gone. The very first time she met you, she even chopped off your arm. I'm starting to wonder whether the person in hell is really your mother at all." Zioxy replied, "She is definitely my mother. This mother-son bond carved into my bones cannot possibly be wrong. As for what happened inside, I have no right to interfere. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't save the world. But I want to save my family," he declared firmly. "Even if it costs me my life, I'm willing." Zioxy smiled. "I have nothing left to lose anyway. I was already a dead man man. Goddess High simply gave me another chance to live on Earth. Even if I die early or fail to reach the creator rank within 30 years, people on Earth only live around 30 years anyway, so it's worth it, he stated firmly. No matter who is behind all this, anyone who dares harm my family will pay in blood, even if it's a giant dragon. Even if I'm just a tiny ant, I'll still bite him hard enough to hurt. Oh right, I also need to find that scumbag father of mine. I'll ask him why he abandoned his wife and such an innocent and kind child like me, then beat him up mercilessly until he's utterly humiliated. After some time passed, a giant eagle flew over. Zioxy looked at the little bird in his hand and asked, Ziohei, is that the aerial guard you mentioned? Ziohei pointed at the bee above them and replied, no, that's the real aerial guard. Ziohei looked at the gigantic bee before them and sighed in relief. As expected, if we weren't riding on this shell right now, the guards would have already attacked us. That thing can pierce straight through a god's chest. Only after reaching the minor realm did he finally relax. We're finally here. Amazing, absolutely amazing. This place is seriously extravagant, just like the heavenly palace. The snail lay there nearly exhausted. Zion stepped forward and asked, Han, little snail, are you okay? A girl suddenly appeared holding a sword and cursed. As expected, you're still that damned evil lord. Standing there, she continued angrily. If it weren't for you back then, Lord Golden Toad wouldn't have ended up like this. And yet you still dare show your face here, with her stunning figure. The fiery-tempered girl pointed her sword and declared, today, I Jinlinger will kill someone. Zioxy stared so hard he nearly got a nosebleed and mentally gave her a thumbs up. Those dazzling headlights on this little beauty are seriously no joke. My admiration for her surges like a mighty river. Vast and unstoppable like the yellow river itself. Perfect. Linger blushed happily at the praise. Really, am I truly that perfect? Lord Golden Toad said I'm still too immature and not perfect enough yet. He thought to himself, we're here on business today, and with so many people around, flattering others can't go wrong. Then he kept boasting and flattering her. Pretty miss, if you become any more beautiful, people will commit crimes over you. Ah, Zioxy timidly looked down at her mother before hesitantly speaking. I want to sing a song. Then he immediately began singing, in this world only mother is the best, mother's child is her precious treasure. Ziohei stood there arrogantly and said, so it's you little toad brat, even you want to kill me, back when I ruled the continent. You were still just a tiny toad living at the bottom of a pit. Don't think I'll fear you just because you're a god now. Zioxy clutched his chest and coughed up blood. Another god again. It feels like everyone in this elemental world is a god except me. Sorry I've dragged everyone into this. Hearing that, she cried out in shock. Did I live in a pit when I was little? Lord Golden Toad never told me that. Ziohei continued threatening him. Enough, stop making noise. Your elder told you to come pick us up, right? Hurry and take me to see her. I need her help with something. Lingyi shouted, her chest bouncing violently. When have you ever come here without asking my elder for help, bastard? A voice came from inside. Lingyi, do not be rude. Please invite the venerable evil one into the palace. As she dragged him away by the head, he immediately started yelling and cursing. You little brat, do you know how to listen to people? Please invite. Ling tucked Little Black between her chest and told Da Hua and Hua to open the door for Big Sister. The stone statues on both sides immediately pushed the doors open respectfully. Sister Ling please come in. The faces of these gatekeepers originally looked rather fierce. But when they saw her walk in, they blushed and said, Sister Ling take your time. Zioxy asked in confusion, wait a second, then what about the two of us? There was no reply. The doors slammed shut directly in front of them. He cried out in disbelief, you just closed it like that. Zioxy walked over to the gatekeeper and asked, gatekeeper brothers, we were in the same group as that dog just now. Could you trouble yourselves to open the door for us for a moment? Hua replied, impossible. Unless someone from inside brings you in or you have the password, even if we were beaten to death, we still would not let you in. He took out a piece of paper and sighed. Then what a pity. I originally wanted to give this to you as a souvenir, but since you won't open the door now, I can only burn it. He took out a lighter. On the paper was a seductive picture of Ling that he had drawn. Seeing the picture, Hua's eyes widened and the veins in his eyes bulged. He jumped up with a nosebleed spraying out and stared at the drawing. As the saying goes, guests who come to the door are honored guests. Our Golden Toad Palace has upheld this principle for hundreds of thousands of years. Young man, you truly are the future elite of the water origin continent. A distinguished guest among distinguished guests. Second brother, let's open the door. The Hua still maintained a stern expression and said, third brother, you fool. A moment later, he also jumped up and made a demand. Second brother wants a copy too. Otherwise, even if I'm beaten to death, I absolutely won't open the door. The two brothers outside the gate immediately started arguing. Third brother, your taste has completely fallen apart. Second brother, true taste is all about joy and pleasure. Zioxy carried Zioan on his back and leisurely walked inside. Were these two gatekeepers really suitable for guarding the gate? Some time later, he stood before a wooden bridge and looked across while complaining, "Hey, what's with this now? Do I have to jump across?" A powerful voice echoed over. "If you want to die, then go ahead and jump from here to the other side." He immediately turned around and asked, "Who's there?" An elephant appeared and replied, "It is I." Zioxy kept looking around while asking, "Where? Who's talking?" Zioan sat down, surprised that it was actually a tiny elephant, and said to him, "Zioxy, look over here. I think I remember seeing one of these when I had just been born and someone bathed me." It flew up and introduced itself. "Hello, my name is Xiang Shai, not some little bird. If you want to cross to the other side, you must follow the footwork path established by our Golden Toad Palace. Otherwise, you will trigger the punishment of the Golden Toad. Even gods would suffer severe injury. Of course, trying to cheat by flying directly across will also bring punishment." He darkened his face and grumbled, "This Lord Golden Toad seems to dislike me a little. Even though he let me in, they've been making things difficult for me ever since those gatekeepers earlier." Then he turned toward the old elephant and asked, "May I ask, Mr. Xiang, how can I learn the footwork to cross this place?" The elephant replied, "Very simple, compete with me in scholarship. As long as you can defeat me in proper knowledge, I will tell you the footwork to cross. Let me warn you first. I am the manager of Lord Golden Toad's library pavilion. Basically, every kind of book that can be found on the water origin continent has been read by me. Whether it's mystical arts, martial arts, medicine, or cultivation techniques." Zioxy pondered silently. "I see. Looks like if I want to meet that Lord Golden Toad, I'll have to pass through 5 gates and defeat 6 generals first." He knew plenty of cultivation techniques himself, but then his face suddenly lit up with confidence as he declared, "Beating you would actually be way too easy." Shai immediately responded after hearing that, "How arrogant! I am the most knowledgeable scholar among the 3 saints of the water origin continent. Even gods from all lands respectfully call me teacher. Yet you dare to look down on me and say it would be easy." Zioxy still replied with full confidence, "Ignoring your challenge would be rude. Since you all insist on making things hard for me, then sorry, but I'll have to use my true ability." He immediately pulled out 2 books and said, "As the saying goes, master math, physics, and chemistry, and you can travel the world without fear." I never thought that saying would actually work here. Zioxy looked at the books with a sly grin. "I'm not underestimating you either. Let's start with middle school chemistry first. Listen carefully. In this world, there aren't just magical elements like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. There is actually a grand periodic table of elements that is incredibly hard to memorize." Then the chemical symbols of the elements appeared. The old elephant widened his eyes and shouted, What is that thing? There are actually so many elements in this world that I don't know about. And he says this is only an elementary level subject. Then what exists at higher level?" A red gleam flashed in Zioxy's eyes as he mocked him. "Hey, and you're already unable to handle it. Back then I suffered quite a lot because of this stuff too. This is only the appetizer. Next, let me teach you high school physics." He continued, putting on the face of a great scholar as he began listing gravity, frictional force, and Newton's laws of motion. Uniform circular motion, free fall, uniform linear motion, universal gravitation. The laws of conservation of energy, momentum, impulse, and electromagnetism. Joule's law, optics, atomic physics. What do you want me to explain first? Then Zioxy put on a devilish grin and started mocking him mercilessly. "Broken? Of course it's broken. I finally get to say this line. You're the worst student I've ever taught." His words were like salt rubbed into an open wound. It completely shattered Shuya. "I'm a bad student, the worst one." The next second, the old craftsman's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What is this? Knowledge I've never even heard of before. You truly are the book sage. Book sage, can I become your disciple?" Zioxy was slightly startled as he replied, "If you like it, then fine, but I don't have time right now. I'll give these books to you. Study them slowly on your own." He had long forgotten all this knowledge anyway. Shuya held the manual in his hands, handed something to him, and said, "Thank you, teacher. This is the movement technique for crossing to the other side. Please take it." Zioxy smiled proudly. This was easier than he imagined. He hadn't even brought out calculus and advanced mathematics from his college days yet. The old man pointed at the book and asked, "Teacher," this uncle holding a long spear, wearing armor and chanting with killing intent. "The man with this beard on his face is called Du Fu. He's the author of Ascending the Heights to write such a perfect scene. Incredible," Zioxy thought blankly. That's just a doodle I drew in the book back then. Crap, every book is full of sketches. This is so embarrassing." Then Zioxy immediately turned around to leave while waving goodbye. Well, Du Fu is known as the poetry sage. He was an extremely powerful young man. He could even split forests apart like Li Bai. You can ponder the rest yourself. I still have urgent matters to deal with, so I'm leaving first. Goodbye. After passing the first trial, the mother and son continued across the long bridge toward the next challenge waiting ahead. A green toad stood there introducing himself. Young man, my name is Jin Ki. Defeat me, and you'll be allowed to meet Lord Golden Toad. He continued, warning him first. I have cultivated for over 500 years. I've already stepped 1 foot into the Saint Spirit realm, with your weak beginner spirit master strength. I'm afraid you won't survive even one move from me. Zioxy said to Zioan, Mom, hide inside my sea of consciousness first. I can deal with this Jin Ki. He pulled out the Apophis sword and confidently declared, Honestly, I've met too many gods already. I'm really afraid you'll say you're a god too. Then there's no need to fight. Jin Ki asked in confusion, Are you saying I'm not strong enough, not qualified to fight you? Then he immediately leaped up. Pressing his palms together, he shouted, Ka Jin. Zioxy was stunned and blurted out in shock. Seriously, this is too much. We're not in Naruto. Don't tell me you're about to unleash some forbidden technique. That's copyright infringement, you know. Jin Ki blew out a stream of flames and shouted, Burning fury. Zioxy responded by creating a protective barrier. Fertilizer, your flames aren't strong enough. Compared to the charcoal-roasted fat pig I fought before, these still feel weaker. Jin Ki looked indifferent and said lazily, Listen carefully. My flames don't burn the flesh, they burn the soul. Aren't you dead yet? Also, my name is Jin Ki, not fertilizer. Stop ignoring my words. Zioxy continued asking, Weak little fertilizer, let me ask you something. How does your flame compare to hellfire? Jin Ki replied, What nonsense. Hellfire is obviously stronger. That's a divine spirit flame from hell itself. No one can resist it, fertilizer. Zioxy looked at his own hand calmly. Really? Then I'm relieved. Fertilizer, do you have any other moves? Then he jumped toward Jin Ki and declared, If not, then I'm coming. Jin Ki was shocked. What? Burning fury. It's mortal karma fire. Even a saint's spirit can't remain completely unharmed against it. Zioxy pointed Apophis toward him. He replied, This body of mine was once tempered by the cultivation arts of the Holy Clan. My soul has also endured the burning of hellfire. The thing I fear least is karma fire. Why don't you try another flame with stronger attack power? Suddenly, Jin Ki transformed into a wooden log, catching Zioxy slightly off guard. A second later, clone techniques were unleashed, and countless Jinkes appeared. They surrounded him while speaking at the same time. This time you don't even know where I am, right? You don't know, do you? You don't know, do you? You don't know, do you? Zioxy replied, Even though I'm still just an 11-year-old kid. As long as your strength hasn't fully surpassed the Saint Spirit realm, even if you've already stepped 1 foot into it, I'm still not afraid. Jin Ki stubbornly shouted back, Arrogant, I Jin Ki have never seen a living being capable of. You can't fight opponents more than 5 minor realms above you. Yet an 11-year-old primate dares to be this arrogant. Then all the clones simultaneously launched super water dragon cannons. Zioxy stood there thinking to himself, Pretty strong, their attack directions are also highly synchronized. Looks like these clones are only meant to hide the real body's location. All these attacks were created by the true body. Little Creek raised 2 fingers before his face and declared, Found you. His true body's spiritual power leveled up. He launched Apophis while using verbal control. The sword pierced straight through the entire group, heading toward the back. Then it stopped in front of a golden Ka, and the surrounding clones instantly vanished. It wondered, How did you find my true body? Could your spiritual power be stronger than mine? Aren't you only 11 years old? Even if you started learning in your mother's womb, you could not surpass my 500 years of bitter cultivation. Little Creek calmly replied, I am very sorry. Although my body is only at the primordial spirit master level. Not long ago, my spiritual power reached the sacred spirit level. I am exhausted too, always having to accept strength and ups and downs that someone my age should not have. Golden Ka froze. Sacred spirit level spiritual power. So young yet already possessing such strength. Your future, young man, is immeasurable. After that, it invited him inside. Young man, Golden Ka can only take you this far. From here on, go in by yourself. Through this door a little farther ahead is the Golden Toad Palace. Lord Golden Toad is waiting for you there. Little Creek was somewhat puzzled. Before entering, he asked, When did your Lord Golden Toad arrange for you all to stop me? It answered honestly, Yesterday, Lord Golden Toad arranged for us to wait for you here at this hour. Is something wrong? He turned away. Is that so? Thank you for answering. In his heart he thought, Inside my sea of consciousness is the Yang treasure given to me by Spring Grand Ancestor. One of its functions is to prevent others from scheming against me, but it is ineffective against that Lord Golden Toad. This Lord Golden Toad is indeed not simple. That is fine too. This makes the trip to hell more certain. Then Little Creek walked up to the door and gently placed his robotic arm on it. At the same time, he pushed it open lightly and said, Let me see what kind of divine being this Lord Golden Toad really is. No one knew what he saw, but it petrified him. Inside, a seductively dressed woman was tied to a large pillar. being tortured by Little Black with a whip, struck again and again. "You stinking toad really deserve a beating," that person replied with pleasure. "Do not stop, keep hitting me." It did not hesitate at all and kept swinging the whip. "Go die, you stinking toad." After a while, Little Black grew tired and lay on its back, gasping, "You perverted toad. You have exhausted me to death." This person was none other than Golden Toad. In her alluring state, she blushed and replied, "Little evil, this lady wants more." Golden Toad hugged it and continued with delight, "Since we last parted, 30,000 years have passed. This lady has missed those strong muscles of yours so much." "Little evil," Little Black reacted fiercely. "Get your dirty hands off me," it kept yelling. "Now that you mention it, I am furious again. You stinking toad, you caused me to be trapped in the spirit-sealing divine tower for tens of thousands of years, and there was clearly no news of Goddess Sai there." Little Creek stood there covering his mouth, thinking, "Little evil." He held back his laughter so hard that he coughed blood. "No, I cannot laugh. The soul oath will make my soul scatter completely." Little Creek looked up at the sky, still forcing himself to endure as he told himself, "Hold it in, hold it in. No wonder Little Black made me swear a soul oath before coming here. But little evil, little sandal strap." A mouthful of bright red blood sprayed out like a fountain along with the thoughts in his head. "I am dying, I am very close to death. I do not want to become the first male lead to die from laughing." Little Creek comforted himself. "Calm down, there is nothing funny at all, not funny in the slightest," thinking of Middy's account. Then thinking that Middy was still a lonely single dog, me would forever be an untouched virgin boy. Little Black kicked Golden Toad in the face while calling him over. "Brat, come here, what is with that expression?" He replied, "Nothing. I just almost died, that is all, nothing serious." Golden Toad stood up at this moment, pointed at Little Creek and said, "Little evil, this lady did not deceive you. There was no news of that Goddess Sai of yours in the spirit-sealing tower. But this boy has it. Everything is tied to his cause and effect. It cannot be forced. Otherwise, even if you meet this boy, you will not obtain what you want." She continued, "And yet you still did not trust this lady. Back then, in order to calculate news of the goddess. Goddess Sai cost me an entire major realm, and now I am only an ordinary deity. You heartless scoundrel." Little Black shoved her away in annoyance. "Let go." Little Creek widened his eyes and asked, "Wait, losing an entire major realm and she is still a deity. Then what realm had she reached originally?" Little Black answered coldly, "Super deity." It continued, "I know what you are thinking. Not legendary, not most valuable player, and definitely not a pentakill. Super deity means surpassing deities." Golden Toad hugged Little Black tightly to her chest, making it say in discomfort, "Stinking Toad, Pinecone, I am about to be crushed to death." Little Creek shouted, "What? I always thought that above deities was the creator level. So there is still super deity." She then brewed tea and continued, "I already understand the purpose of you two. Since this concerns my husband, the evil lord, then it is also my concern, Jin Chan. I will do everything I can to help Zio Zai." Little Hai slammed the table and shouted angrily, "You filthy toad, what husband and wife nonsense are you talking about? Will you stop already? In this lifetime, this lord only loves Goddess Zai. There is absolutely no future between us." After hearing the two of them, Zio Zai forced a bitter smile. Lady Jin Chan is truly generous, even helping her future husband find other women. Clearly a once-in-a-million-years perfect wife, generous, graceful, and profound. She blushed and replied, "Really, you smooth-talking rascal, why do your words sound sweeter than honey? Am I really that wonderful?" Jin Chan sat in her chair and continued, "If he wants to look for women right now, then let him search. If he does not wander the world this year, he will never learn to cherish the one before him. Besides, I already calculated it beforehand." Confidence flashed through her eyes. "In the end, the person Little Zai chooses will definitely be me." Jin Chan poured tea into a cup and said frankly, "Enough talking about me and my husband. Let us discuss the important matter." She told him, "I really do still have a shortcut leading to hell here." Ignoring Little Hai's antics, Jin Chan lifted her teacup and hesitated before continuing. "But this time only the soul can pass through. The physical body cannot go along." Hearing that, he immediately reacted, "What do you mean? Back when I went to hell to borrow something, could not both my soul and body pass through together?" She replied, "Is it not because husband caused such chaos in hell back then? The king of hell sealed all the secret passages because of it. After using this final opportunity, if you want to enter hell again, aside from attacking the gates of hell by force and declaring war on hell, there is no other way." Little Hai smiled bitterly after hearing that. "Is that so? Then we can only blame that king of hell for being too stingy." Zio Zai lifted his teacup, took a sip, and said in a deep voice, "If that is the case, then this time I will go to hell alone." Hearing that, Zio Yun said emotionally, "Zio Zai, I want to go too." He rubbed her head and gently coaxed her. "Mom, be good, okay? I absolutely have to go this time. When I come back, I will take you to buy lots of delicious food, all right?" At the mention of food, Zio Yun immediately perked up again, her eyes widening. Her attitude changed instantly as she began listing foods. Then I want lollipops. Cotton candy, malt candy, milk candy. He agreed without hesitation. When I come back, I will buy them all. Then he turned serious and asked, Lady Jin-chan, are spirit elements not unable to leave their host? If my soul goes to hell, it will not affect my mother and little Hai, right? She sipped her tea and replied, quite a careful thinker. There will be no problem. Spirit elements only reside within the human body. As long as your body does not lose its vitality, there will not be any effect on them at all. Zai relaxed in relief. That is great. Then when can I depart? I remember that bastard said the wedding would be held during the demon festival. Jin-chan offered a warning, do not rush. Before going you must become stronger first. Otherwise, after you go, what will you even be able to accomplish? Right now, I roughly understand your advantages. Painting techniques, an unfathomable right hand, and the soul strength of an ancient holy spirit. She stated firmly, but if you think that this level alone is enough to stir up any waves in hell, then you are being far too naive. Jin-chan's words carried a calculating tone. This world is very fair. If you want to gain something, you must first give something up. Equivalent exchange, have you heard of it before? I thought to himself. I have heard of equivalent exchange in stories before. I just never expected that one day it would happen to me. Then he answered, what price do you want me to pay? Please say it. As long as it can help my mother, I am willing to pay any price. She took a sip of tea and made her demand, not bad, your resolve is admirable. Unfortunately, the price is your life. Hearing that, little Hai, who was trapped between those ample breasts, trembled slightly. Zio Yun was equally shocked and worried. As for him, he froze completely, unable to say a word. Jin-chan covered her mouth and giggled, look at how frightened you two are. Do not be so tense. By life, I mean a portion of your lifespan. Then she explained further, I possess a half-finished time tower. Time flows 100 times faster inside than outside. But it has a major flaw, it consumes lifespan at twice the rate while you are inside. Right now, what you lack most is time and strength. With your current physical condition, enduring 10 days is already your limit. Inside the tower, that would equal 1,000 days. Then she coldly stated the requirement. Your mission is to raise your soul strength to the level of a god while inside the tower. Otherwise, there is no need for you to go to hell at all. The word god echoed through his mind. Then Zai answered without hesitation, all right, it is only godhood after all. I can definitely do it. Jin-chan glanced at her disciple and said, Lingxi, go into the tower with him. She immediately stepped forward and obeyed. This disciple accepts the order. He scratched his head awkwardly. Isn't that a bit embarrassing? She'll lose lifespan just like me and even have to cultivate with me. That's not good, she happily replied. Linger has had no parents since childhood. Master was the one who raised me and I admire her greatly. Family is something precious. You have your mother to protect and you've come this far for your family. Then Linger blushed shyly and added, so if it's young Master Zioxy, then it's fine. Over here, Zioan gently held her hand. She spoke sympathetically, little Linger, I can understand your feelings. Don't be sad, since little Linger has no family. Then she directly suggested, why don't you become my daughter-in-law too, just like the kitty? Those words left her completely dazed. Her whole body heating up like steam was about to rise from her. Zioxy panicked and said, Mom, you're going to scare her like that. Jin-chan covered her mouth and giggled. You two really are destined for each other. Then she took out the time tower and said, if Linger agrees to become my daughter-in-law, then this master has no objection. She shyly called out, Master. The scene shifted inside the time tower. Countless hourglasses surrounded them. Linger explained, this is the inside of the time tower. We'll cultivate here for 1,000 days. Zioxy looked at his hand and said, it feels like something inside me is evaporating away, but I can't tell what it is. That's lifespan essence. Didn't Lady Jin-chan say it already? This incomplete time tower consumes lifespan at double the rate, right? Exactly, so 1,000 days here will consume 2,000 days of lifespan. She turned and urged him, time is tight. Let's start cultivating right away. Honestly, I have no confidence that we can raise your soul strength to divine level in 1,000 days. He clenched his fist and replied firmly, Sister Linger, don't worry about me. Since I've come here, I've already resolved myself. Then Zioxy said decisively, so be strict with me. You know, I don't want to give my future self an excuse for failure. Linger smiled and released the sword in her hand, praising him. Very good, it seems your determination is strong. The sword stabbed into the ground as she continued. First, we'll begin with physical training. I won't use Long Yuan. Linger looked extremely confident. I'll fight you in hand-to-hand combat using only my body. All right, he thought to himself, a beginner spirit master challenging a god in solo combat. This is way too intense. Then he grinned and replied, this really sounds like a very intimate sparring match. Her face turned red as the sun as she shouted, you've misunderstood me. What do you mean by intimate sparring? Aren't you not even 11 years old yet? Why do you talk like some sleazy old man from those novels my uncle reads? She handed him something and said, take this cloth. Next, blindfold yourself and train dodging attacks with me. Zioxy scratched his head awkwardly. Sister Linger, did I hear that right? I'm the one wearing the blindfold. Linger raised her fist and answered, "That's right, you are. For the next period of time you'll only be allowed to fight me blindfolded, and then use your spiritual sense to evade my attacks." He immediately covered his eyes and thought, "All right, but where did this cloth come from? It even has a faint fragrance." Zioxy quickly entered battle mode. "I'm ready, Sister Linger." Begin. Ripples appeared in the air with every step Linger took, as though she were walking on water. She rushed toward him at full speed without holding back at all. Zioxy concentrated hard. "So fast. My spiritual sense can't lock onto Sister Linger's movements at all." Linger prepared a punch using only a fraction of her strength. The blow to his stomach nearly knocked his soul out of his body. Zioxy clutched his stomach, blood spilling from his mouth as he complained, "There's no way I can play around with gods like you people. Hey, look at that up there. My soul is about to log out. It's not that I don't want to fight, I just seriously can't handle this." The protagonist's mind was collapsing. He coughed blood and shouted, "Too strong. Forget dodging, even detecting her movements is difficult." Zioxy's body felt like it was drifting through a void as he cried out, "What do I do? How am I supposed to avoid Sister Linger's attacks? Right, this should work." As he fell freely, he wondered, "But first I want to know if falling like this will kill me. Newton, save me." Outside, Zioan looked at the tower and blamed herself. "Zioxy, your mother is useless, I can't help you." Meanwhile, Ziohei was still being pampered. In his mind, he called out to Zioxy's mother while Jin Chan practically went crazy. "Little Tata is even cuter now." He immediately threw the effeminate outfit onto the ground and snapped, "You stinky toad, I don't have the mood to fool around with you right now. Do you have any way to help Zioxy's mother learn purification?" After hearing that, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Zioxy learned purification." Then Jin Chan put on a weak and delicate act and continued, "Little Tata, why are you being so fierce? You're actually quite manly like this. This lady likes it very much." She walked over to Zioan and said, "This lady will think of a way to help her. She's also a pitiful person. In her previous life, Huang Ying was betrayed by others. In this life, Lucifer became nothing more than a tool, and now only a remnant soul remains. How should I address you, strong mother?" Zioan immediately introduced herself. "I am Yun Chan, that's the only name I remember. I've forgotten all the others." Jin Chan replied, "Forgetting is for the best." "That name is quite nice, Sister Zencloud. I do indeed have a way to help you learn purification. No matter how you trained before, you could never grasp divine-level purification, because your soul is far too incomplete, and you lost the soul fragment related to purification. But no matter how incomplete it is, a few shards still remain in your soul. They are simply very difficult to awaken. In my archive, there is a book called The Origin of All Evil." Her voice turned cold. "I can let you enter the book and experience all kinds of evil curses yourself, thereby awakening the memory shards related to purification buried deep within your soul. Actually, if you do not want to go in, I have another shortcut. It is also fairly gentle." Little Black shouted, "You stinking toad, if there is a gentle way, why are you still being so vague?" "Of course we choose the gentle way," Golden Toad reassured him. "Husband, calm down. The gentle way is for me to first leak the news to the temple that Lucifer is here. Then the temple will definitely send a divine-level angel," she said excitedly. "When that happens, I will have a dozen gods lying in ambush at Golden Toad Palace, then beat that angel senseless and turn him into an idiot. In the end, we can make him into a puppet who obeys us and lets us order him around. Forget purification, even making him run naked in the street would be no problem." Hearing this, Little Cloud was startled. Little Black took out a whip ready to deal with Golden Toad and asked, "Can you offer a slightly more constructive plan?" Little Cloud then gave her opinion. "Sister Golden Toad, I choose to go in and experience the curses. I want to learn purification myself, so I can help Little Brook." She agreed, "Good. In this chaotic, turbulent world, it is hard to find such clear eyes anymore." Golden Toad took out an item in her hand and continued, "I will give you a longevity lock. After you enter the origin of all evil, it can keep you safe. Do your best, Sister Zencloud." Little Black pointed at the lock and immediately wondered, "If I am not mistaken, that is a genuine treasure from my vault." She smiled. "That is right. Husband's Central Region treasure vault has already been completely moved by this servant into this Golden Toad miniature realm." He roared, "Holy Green Goddess! I placed 99,999 layers of restrictions on it, and that place was extremely hidden. How did you discover the location of my treasure vault?" The scene shifted to the Golden Toad archive. She stood there looking up at the piles of books and asked, "Where is the origin of all evil? I have not been to the archive in so long that I have forgot." "Little Elephant, come here for a moment." Bookcliff was currently engrossed in reading the book Little Brook had left behind, titled Drip Drop Fantasy, and did not respond. Golden Toad shouted, "Elephant Bookcliff, I am calling you." He appeared and said respectfully, "My lady, did you call me? I know where it is." Seeing his strange manner, she frowned and wondered, "What is wrong with you? I rarely see you this flustered." Bookcliff replied, "It is nothing, I will be right there." Inside the book were somewhat provocative images of men, drip drop fantasy. Learn how to bend the straight and call the sign of the academy. After a while, after searching, he brought over a forbidden book wrapped in chains and said, My lady, this is the one. Suddenly, Bookcliff seemed to freeze, not understanding what was going on. Golden Toad wondered, Little Elephant, why do I feel like you are different from usual today? Strange. Forget it, urgent business comes first, or Little Evil will be unhappy again. She immediately bit her finger to draw blood, then said, every time it is unlocked, it requires my vital blood. This damned book is truly troublesome. After receiving the blood, the strange book began to open. Golden Toad called Little Brook's mother over. Sister Zencloud, prepare to enter the world inside the book. Before going in, Little Cloud waved goodbye to everyone. Sister Golden Toad, Lord Evil, I will do my best. Farewell. A moment later, in the world inside the book, skulls filled the surroundings and the atmosphere was dark and eerie. A demon monster appeared. It was bright green, with sharp claws, and it approached her while asking, Little brat, where did you come from? Do you know who I am? Little Cloud looked innocent and waved at it. Hello. Outside, Golden Toad said to Little Black, Husband, Little Evil, Sister Zencloud's side is fine now. In addition, I have prepared a cauldron of good stuff for you. Hearing this, he thought to himself, what? A cauldron of good stuff? She gestured behind her and continued, it is right here, 30,000 years ago. This servant refined this cauldron of mighty steel tonic for you. Soaking in it for a while can help you regain your former glory and escape your weakened spirit state. Little Black wondered, what kind of amazing thing is this pot, that it had to be refined for 30,000 years? He suddenly froze. Wait, was 30,000 years ago not when I was imprisoned in the soul-trapping tower by the first headmaster of the Magic Martial Academy? Could it be that you had calculated everything from that time? Golden Toad replied, exactly. When I heard you had gone to the Magic Martial Academy to find Goddess Hope, I swept through your treasure vault. Then I took most of the precious treasures and primordial spirits and used a secret method to refine them into this cauldron of mighty steel tonic, with absolutely no added preservatives whatsoever. Little Black roared, hey, you just said swept through, did you not? You stinking toad, were you eyeing my treasure vault long ago? He angrily clawed at the cauldron beside him. Smoke rose up, but it still did not help Little Black calm down, and he cursed. Give me back my treasures. I worked day and night, endured 9,981 tribulations, and earned the admiration of the whole world. Golden Toad picked him up and comforted him. Little Evil, do not get upset for now. I have not yet explained the specific effects of this cauldron of mighty steel tonic. After you hear them, you will feel it was well worth it. She began explaining. After absorption, the mighty wound tempering can make your body as solid as a divine weapon, causing your physical and magical defenses to soar. Golden Toad added, the most important thing is not the boost in defense, but that from now on you will gain an additional special skill. Damage reflection. Its effect is to return 90% of the attacker's magical or physical damage. She looked extremely excited, and there is also a 1% chance to trigger double reflected damage. Golden Toad lowered her voice full of sincerity. I do not hope for you to become invincible under heaven. I only hope you stay safe and unharmed. From now on, anyone who dares hurt you had better be ready to be killed by their own attack. Little Black soaked in it and replied, Camellia, not bad. We could even cook hot pot here later. I will forgive you this time. Suddenly it noticed something was wrong and blurted out, Wait, you stinking toad, what are you trying to do? She stood beside it, slowly took off her robe, and replied, Little Tata, I want to come in and circulate my energy to help you absorb the medicine's power. Just as it was about to flee, Golden Toad took the initiative to cover the screen. Little Tata, wait a moment. I will seal off this space first in case anyone peeps at us while we circulate energy. Are you kidding me? I am out of here. Behind the dark shadow came Little Black's constant screams. You stinking toad, let me go, let go of me. My body and heart belong only to Goddess Sai. Golden Toad teased, do not be shy. When you were little, did we not often bathe together? On this side, Little Creek far away suddenly cried out in surprise. That is Sister Linger's voice. Why are you here? Hearing his voice, she finally noticed him and exclaimed softly, You finally fell down. Linger smiled and raised her head, then continued, I have always been here. You were the one who fell from above. The time tower is the perfected convergence of time and space. All rules of time and space differ from the outside world. Little Creek lay sprawled on top of a giant hourglass, reaching out to clutch his left chest. He smiled, though a little blood flowed out, and said, So that is how it is. Sister Linger, let us continue training. I have grasped the key. Linger thought to herself, the aura he gives off has changed. Very good. Let me see what key you have grasped. Hearing this, Linger cast a spell, flames blazing in her palm. She shouted with great confidence, What I cultivate is the primordial one-breath jade maiden art. Next, I will use double speed, movement, and strength. Young Lord Little Creek, you had better be careful too. As soon as she finished speaking, she rushed toward Little Creek and attacked. Linger's hair and ribbons flowed smoothly with the wind. Though his eyes were covered, he could still clearly sense everything. Little Creek silently reassured himself, Here she comes. Eliminate stray thoughts and focus the mind. In his subconscious, there was only darkness. With intense concentration, he soon visualized Linger's position through white circular traces. Outside, Linger had indeed drawn close. She raised her fist with great force, then used her ultimate technique, mountain-splitting fist. It smashed down heavily, but Little Creek dodged the fierce blow in time. Terrified, he cursed. Did you really need to use a skill to hit me just now? Sweating, he wiped his face with his hand and muttered, that descendant-severing fist is seriously terrifying. That was close. Sister Linger really went easy on me. A cold wind even swept past below just now. If I had failed to dodge, I would have become a eunuch. I still have not carried on the family line. If no one wants me in the future and I cannot get a wife, then Sister Linger will have to take responsibility. Linger turned bright red with embarrassment at what he had just said. Covering her face, she hurriedly said, I am sorry, I did not mean to. If no one wants young Lord Little Creek in the future, I will take responsibility. Little Creek laughed foolishly and scratched his head, blood running from both nostrils, then answered politely. Sister Linger, that would not be right. No, I was only speaking carelessly. Do not take it seriously, do not take it seriously. But deep inside, he was secretly laughing mockingly, was he not? Is that so? That is true. Someone like Linger, abandoned by her parents since childhood, is fundamentally unworthy of having a family. How could she take it seriously? The two faced each other, each on one lid of the hourglass. Little Creek suddenly realized in his mind, the atmosphere feels wrong. Could Sister Linger have taken what I said seriously? Immediately in his imagination, Golden Toad appeared, smiling gently as she said, if Linger agrees to become your wife, I, your master, have no objection. He slapped his hand as he understood, then gasped with his mouth wide open, so that is it. No wonder Lady Golden Toad said that back then. So she knew Sister Linger had no father or mother since childhood, and therefore yearned so deeply for a family. I thought her ladyship had only agreed casually. Sending Sister Linger to help me train was, on one hand, to help me improve, and on the other hand, to create an opportunity for the two of us. I am still only a child. After understanding everything, his voice gradually softened, and he smiled as he spoke to himself. But I am not so narcissistic as to think a woman would fall in love with me at first sight. Sister Linger just wants a family too much, although she possesses divine cultivation. Deep inside, Sister Linger is still only a fragile young girl searching for warmth. Lady Golden Toad, it seems I understand what you meant. At this point, Little Creek thought with firm determination, this training belongs to the two of us. One refines the soul, the other refines the heart. With that thought, he became full of spirit and called out loudly, Sister Linger, let us continue. If you damage any part of me, do not go back on your word. You said you could take responsibility. Linger blushed shyly and stammered in reply. Don't worry, I won't break my promise. Then she immediately activated her technique, stomping both feet hard onto the stone floor and shattering it with cracks. Great Tiger Primordial Jade Maiden Art, 40% power. At that moment, Zioxy's heart collapsed once again. The author did not even bother drawing it, he thought to himself. Sister Linger, do you really want to beat me into a cripple? It jumped to 40% in an instant. Just dodging 20% earlier already pushed me to my limits. In contrast to him, she calmly asked in confusion, Young Master Zioxy, I am very curious how you managed to escape my attack so quickly. Zioxy used the illustration board behind him to explain to her, because I compressed my spiritual sense around my body instead of spreading it outward like before. Although the sensing range became smaller, the sensitivity increased tremendously. To put it simply, concentration is the true essence. Hearing that, she became even more amazed and exclaimed without restraint, you can even compress your spiritual sense. Young Master Zioxy truly is no ordinary person. The reason you blindfolded yourself earlier was to constantly increase the intensity of your soul power usage, while cultivating your spiritual sense, thereby achieving the effect of soul tempering. And now you are accomplishing twice the result with half the effort. In that case, next let me see whether you can dodge 40% of my power. As soon as she finished speaking, Linger leaped high into the air and unleashed a sphere. Zioxy was shocked out of his mind. His face darkened as he shouted with his mouth wide open, things are progressing way too fast. Sister Linger, I seriously suspect you're trying to cripple me on purpose. Linger chased after him and said, what a pity. The moment he realized he couldn't beat her, he ran for his life while yelling, Sister Linger, don't hit me there. She kept chasing while firmly declaring, don't worry, I'll take responsibility. Zioxy refused to accept it and screamed, I am he. Is being handsome really my fault? Spare the children, Linger coldly replied. He is the destined bond from a previous life. Master told me that after 100 days inside the Time Tower. After getting beaten half to death, Zioxy lay on the floor gasping for air. He had finally managed to evade 40% of Sister Linger's power. These 100 days had been unbearably painful, but the benefits were enormous. His soul had advanced to the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. His body was also showing signs of breaking through to the Origin Spirit Master realm. But he had been beaten until even his clothes were gone, leaving only a pair of boxers as he cried out in shame. It was just a bit wasteful for clothes. What kind of primordial jade maiden art was this? It was clearly a divine clothes-staring technique. His entire outfit had been shredded apart, leaving only his butt covered. Even now Linger still refused to let him off and prepared to strike again, loudly shouting, "An opening. Take one of my ice mountain fists with 50% power." His face immediately darkened as cold sweat poured down. 50% power? Of the 36 strategies, running is the best one. Zioxy instantly bolted away at top speed. While running, he complained unhappily, "Is this some kind of international joke day? How is anyone supposed to dodge 50% power?" While fleeing, Zioxy unfortunately tripped over a wicked little stone. Meanwhile, the moment Lekedi saw Zioan, it roared furiously. "How dare you trespass into the source of all evil and disturb my slumber?" But Zioan casually waved her hand. "Hi there," it shouted again, emphasizing every word. "I am the embodiment of all negative emotions in this world, Lekedi. Anxiety, stress, anger, depression, sadness, pain. I will slowly toy with you until death comes, dragging you down with me. Your own negative emotions will devour your soul." Protected by a barrier, Zioan scratched her head in confusion after hearing that. Seeing that his intimidation had absolutely no effect, it also became confused and stood there blankly. The two of them stared at each other like idiots. Unwilling to admit defeat, Lekedi's clone put on an incredibly terrifying expression to scare Zioan, but it still had no effect whatsoever. It helplessly cried out, "This makes no sense. You must be hiding some strange thing on your body. How is this possible? Don't you have any negative emotions at all? I've been casting spells until I'm exhausted and you don't feel even the slightest thing. Could you at least give me some face?" She gently raised one hand and pressed down on it. "Little Six, don't be sad. I do feel a little something now." Upon hearing that, all the anxiety, depression, sadness, and pain instantly surged back into Lekedi itself, making it cry as it answered. "That's right, I'm Little Six, the most colorful Little Six on the first page. I think I'm suffering from backlash." But it refused to lose and shouted loudly, "Don't get cocky, I'm only the guardian of the first page. I'll take you to the second page. Just wait to be tortured to death." Soon after, Lekedi quickly returned to its miserable appearance and carried Zioan upward. It said, "Beyond the door ahead lies the second page. Hurry up and go in." But inwardly it sneered, "The next one isn't someone easy to provoke. Let's see how you'll die this time." Meanwhile, back on Zioxy's side. Zioxy had originally been happily running around blindly when he suddenly tripped over something and nearly lost his balance. How could he possibly know that right in front of him was a gigantic pair of soft mounds? That accidental fall made Zioxy feel pleasure shooting through his entire body. Blood streamed non-stop from his nose. At that moment, he happily began fantasizing about his own romantic story. Normally, at a time like this, the beautiful heroine would catch the male lead in her arms. Then the male lead would accidentally touch somewhere he shouldn't touch, and even kiss those soft lips he shouldn't kiss. Damn it, the author had finally found his conscience for once. The reckless collision caused Linger to freeze completely. She softly whispered Zioxy's name while his actions gradually became uncontrollable. His lips puckered out like he had just gotten fillers, and both hands stretched forward as if searching for something to grab onto. Inwardly he rejoiced, "Can I finally escape the title of lonely old dog and become the harem king of another world? Sister Linger, here I come." Linger stood there staring at him in utter confusion. She asked worriedly, "Zioxy, are you all right? Did I push you too hard and make you unable to endure it anymore?" In her heart, Linger had always reserved a special place for Zioxy. Since childhood, she had no parents and was raised entirely by her master. "I truly envy you, Yue Zioxy. A real home is something incredibly precious. To have a mother protecting you and to be able to fight for your family." Blushing shyly, she murmured, "So if it's Zioxy, then maybe." Then she lowered her head bashfully again. "I suppose that's true. Since childhood, Linger was abandoned by her parents. Someone like me fundamentally doesn't deserve a family." At that moment, a pair of perverted hands slowly approached her. Suddenly, a tiny angel appeared and pointed accusingly, helping him regain his senses. "Yue Zioxy, you shameless pervert. Sister Linger is already so pitiful, and you still want to take advantage of her. Is your brain filled with nothing but dirty thoughts? Ask yourself honestly, do you truly like her, or are you just lusting after her body?" Even after hearing all that, Zioxy still shamelessly raised his hand and declared, "That's right. Right now I really am lusting after her body. Thank goodness my conscience stopped me." As if realizing he was wrong, he punched himself straight in the face. Like a madman, he leaped from one rock to another. "I want to be an upright man." Seeing this scene, Linni also began to feel uneasy. Such relentless frenzy was leaving Zioxy completely exhausted. He sprawled across the cracked boulder and burst into tears. Linni reassured him, "I'm fine. A stray thought had just appeared, but I've already eliminated it. Let's continue cultivating." Turning toward Zioan, onto the second page. Zhaokai tightly gripped a sturdy iron chain in his hand. "To think you'd come knocking on your own. You're clearly asking to die." Second page, receive my wrath. My curse is nothing like that weakling from the first page. Then suddenly it crouched down miserably, comforting itself with pitiful words. "Zhaokai, I don't need anyone's comfort." Yet Zioan still stood faithfully by its side. She gently touched it and softly said, "Little one, don't cry. I'll tell my child to give you some candy. Onto the third page. At this moment, Xiaolin was roaring furiously, as though he wanted to devour someone alive. Xiaolin arrived and transmitted a special energy, instantly turning Xiaolin into a gentle soul. A healer's heart is like a mother's. Xiaolin, don't cry. The more she spoke, the harder Xiaolin cried. My tears, my precious tears. Then came yet another page of the mysterious book. It was still aggressively trying to seize the entire world, but the moment Xiaolin appeared, everything immediately took a positive turn. Xiaokim, don't cry. You've already done very well. It struggled awkwardly and snapped, don't touch me. The final page finally appeared. Xiaohuo was interrogating the entire group in an imposing voice. It's been 10 days already, you useless bunch. You've utterly disgraced the reputation of our primordial source of 10,000 evil, letting such a tiny spirit body pass through the book without losing a single hair. After so many failed attempts, it refused to give up and gathered everyone together to discuss future plans. Watch carefully, all of you. Let my deadly curse take action. Kill that little spirit body. At that moment, Xiaoyan gently stepped onto the stone stairs. She looked up with a sinister expression. Xiaohuo struggled to rise from the cracked stone, determined to destroy Xiaoyan with all his strength. What's so good about that? I'm not fine at all. Die, little spirit body. Even so, she remained calm and stood tall while greeting them. Everyone eventually falls beneath her hands, small yet terrifyingly powerful. A moment later, Xiaohuo turned teary-eyed and whiny. Even so, pride still came first. Promise me, after we get out, don't tell anyone what happened today. Xiaoyan sighed in disappointment. Even after experiencing so many curses, she still hadn't learned purification. It always felt like she was just missing one final step. Unexpectedly, Xiaohuo kindly gave her guidance. Little flower girl, you brought anti-curse defensive tools here to experience curses. Of course that won't work. Throw them away and experience it again. You'll probably learn annihilation very quickly. Receiving such enthusiasm from the other side, Xiaoyan was overjoyed. Really? Xiaohuo clasped his hands sincerely. Of course it's true. She looked into my eyes as if saying, so what now? After speaking, Xiaoyan pulled a necklace out from her clothes and held it close to inspect carefully. She thought to herself, although I can sense that you're lying, what you said still makes sense. She carefully placed the necklace onto the ground. It turned out everything had been part of Xiaohuo's plan from the very beginning, his crafty eyes gleaming after successfully trapping Xiaoyan. Now's the moment. My brothers have temporarily opened a passage inside the book. Hurry and enter. They gathered together and produced rumbling noises all around. Everyone cursed together. Xiaoyan stood helplessly at the center, unable to keep up with the situation. The sinister aura surrounding her filled her with panic and fear. Everything happening now was completely under Kim Theme's control. She turned around shyly, blushing as she spoke. Great evil lord, it seems Sister Vanshan over there has succeeded. Let's go take a look. After hearing that, Xiaohe frowned again. You filthy toad, I told you to give me a battle dress. Xiaohe was currently wearing a pink feminine dress. Loving pink, hating hypocrisy. So this was the reason for his bad mood. This was clearly the wrong setup. This couldn't be called battle attire. Enter the code now. Instantly, his outfit transformed. It looked far cooler and more stylish, and his handsome rating skyrocketed. Now this is the correct setup. Although it's not even 1/10,000th as magnificent as my true form, at least I can temporarily maintain this state. Still, I've finally recovered a portion of my former elegance. Let's head to Xioxy's mother now, left sovereign half-beast form. Returning to Xioan, she was clutching her head in confusion with widened eyes. Suddenly, she evolved into a godlike figure with magnificent black wings. Her appearance had changed so drastically that the monsters froze in shock. At this moment, Xioan floated in midair with a radiant halo behind her, making her appear even more majestic. She opened her eyes wide and shouted decisively, "Light purification." From outside, the demonic book sealed by chains began trembling slightly. Then the seal shattered instantly. The chains snapped apart. The book flew open, revealing glowing ancient text. Xioan then fell out from within the book. She collapsed onto the ground and looked up, asking herself, did they come out? Evil sovereign, now in the form of a handsome man, spoke up. Xioxy's mother, did they come out? It worked right. He struck an incredibly stylish pose, muscles bulging, even shaking his hips back and forth with a smug grin as he said, "Do you know who I am? I became like this, so I bet you can't recognize this mighty form of mine." Xioan smiled gently and said, "Lord Evil Sovereign, it seems you've grown taller." The moment he heard that, Evil Sovereign broke down. He opened his mouth wide and asked, "How did you recognize me at a glance? Aren't you surprised at all? Actually, Lord Evil Sovereign." In Mother's eyes, he was just an adorable little puppy. Xioxy's mother, did they come out? It worked right. Evil Sovereign scratched with his foot in a cute manner and said, "I became like this, so I bet you can't recognize this mighty form of mine." Golden Toad walked over to Xioan and patted her head softly. "Sorry, Yunkian little sister, I put you in danger, but this was the only way." Xioan smiled happily and waved her hand. "Big sister Golden Toad, I'm completely fine. I had lots of fun in there and even made many new friends." They all said they wanted to come outside and play with me. Hearing that, she gently reminded her, "From now on, little sister, you need to keep those troublemakers under control. They aren't easy to deal with." Zioan nodded and said, "They said they'll all become like me in the future. I'm already their big sister now." Evil Sovereign burst into laughter. His head filled with question marks as he cried out, "Come on, what are you two even talking about? I can't understand a single word." Day 1000 inside the Time Tower. After a round of training that left her drenched in sweat, Zioxy spoke up. "Linger, you've worked hard these past few days. My soul has now reached beginner god level. I can even occasionally draw out hidden power now. Zioxy has nothing else to offer, so I can only repay you with my body. It might hurt a little at first, so bear with it." Linger lay on the soft mattress. She curled up her legs and covered her mouth shyly as she reminded him, "Young Master Zioxy, be gentle. This is my first time." He looked down at her gently and reassured her softly, "Don't worry, using my god-level spiritual power to control the force, plus the techniques from my hometown, I guarantee it'll feel heavenly." The moment Zioxy started, Linger cried out in pain and shut her eyes tightly. As he carefully massaged her, he asked, "How is it, Linger? Does the foot massage feel good?" She hesitated before replying, "A little." Zioxy felt that still wasn't enough and immediately used his refined skills. "Only a little." "Then try this." An overwhelming wave of comfort surged through her, leaving Linger's mouth hanging open. He followed up with another special technique and said, "Try this one too." Zioxy's previous technique instantly doubled the pleasure. Linger could no longer hold back and begged, "Stop, I can't control myself anymore." "Don't." Zioxy froze, staring blankly in shock. "Linger, your head," Linger asked in confusion. "My head? What's wrong with my head?" Zioxy turned pale as he looked at her, suddenly thinking of a giant green toad. His entire body went weak instantly. Suddenly, she let out a loud scream. Something happened that even the author had to censor with a giant food bowl sign. The inside seemed far too intense, causing the Time Tower outside to shake violently. Zioyan excitedly ran over to watch and exclaimed, "Big Sister Golden Toad." Lord Evil Sovereign looked quickly. Is Zioxy about to come out? The three of them immediately stepped closer and watched curiously. Sure enough, Zioxy and Linger emerged under everyone's expectant gaze. The moment they came out, Linger burst into tears and hugged Golden Toad tightly. "Master, I failed my transformation again. This time I'll definitely scare young Master Zioxy." She comforted her cheerfully, "Silly girl, your master already calculated it. The bond between you two runs very deep. Nothing bad will happen, look over there." Zioxy held Zioan in his arms and said, "Linger, from now on we're all family." She continued, "That's right, Linger is just like a kid. You're all my daughters-in-law." Hearing that, Zioxy's face instantly turned bright red as he shouted awkwardly, "Mom, Linger is the eldest sister. Linner is the second sister. I'm the third brother, and she's the little sister." Zioan innocently replied, "But Big Sister Golden Toad taught Mom that in the future I mustn't get jealous and should help my son find wives." She spoke as though it made perfect sense, her eyes sparkling brightly. "Big Sister also said that in this world, a mother only has one son, and daughters-in-law aren't here to steal him away, but are companions sent by heaven to accompany both mother and Zioxy. I think that makes a lot of sense." "Oh right, Big Sister Golden Toad also said daughters-in-law would help Zioxy create more little Zioxys." At that moment, Zioxy's entire face turned completely red from embarrassment. Steam practically burst from his head as he shouted, "While I was gone, what kind of ideology did you spread to my mother?" Linger smiled tearfully and said softly, "Master." "Everyone, thank you all." Suddenly, a red aura surrounded her body. Looking down at her hand, Linger quickly realized, "I leveled up." Golden Toad proudly praised her. "After improving your mental state, you really did level up. Excellent." Over on the side, Evil Sovereign covered his mouth and laughed until tears streamed down his face. He imagined Zioxy marrying Linger and giving birth to a whole swarm of giant toads, then marrying another wife and producing an even bigger mess. "Little piggy, just thinking about the future is enough to make me laugh to death." Zioxy, naked as the day he was born, quickly covered himself with his favorite robe and cried out in shock. "Who the hell is that freak up there? Why are his thoughts so filthy? So it's a human, that damn bastard. Stop your dirty thoughts right now." The Evil Sovereign mockingly provoked him, saying, "Come over here and hit me if you dare. Let's see whether my drum armor kills you first." The moment Zioxy punched him, the old man screamed in pain. "Good heavens, damn it, why doesn't my drum armor work against you? Could it be because you're my host? How annoying, come here." Ignoring 10,000 words about harmonious family warmth, Golden Toad picked up a sharp knife and grinned sinisterly. "My adopted son, while you're away in hell, the two of us mothers will help keep your hands safe. You can leave peacefully now." Beside him, Zioan added, "Do your best, Sister Golden Toad already calculated it for you. When you come back after earning merit points, you still have to take Mom shopping. And buy more candy too." Zioxy, laid on the experiment table, laughed honestly and said, "Foster mother, just seeing that knife already makes me feel very reassured. It reminds me of a relative who used to perform surgeries in my previous life." She smiled gently and replied, "Don't say your foster mother doesn't care about you. After your soul enters hell, you'll possess the body of a special creature. Your first important mission will be to find the 2 bones that little Tada once left behind. That will be your final way to wreak havoc in hell." Hearing that, Xioxy's face turned pale as he hurriedly asked, "2 bones? What bones? Can't you give me another hint?" Golden Toad immediately pressed the purple button and answered, "Heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." "Let's go." Instantly the experiment table became surrounded by overlapping magic circles. Seeing them, Xioxy shuddered and thought, "I have a bad feeling about this." Just as expected, the experiment table started spinning at terrifying speed. Feeling like he was about to die, he screamed, "Why am I spinning like this? My soul is about to fly right out of me." After everything was done, Golden Toad looked at the unconscious Xioxy on the table and smiled. "Little Sister Yunkian, Xioxy's soul has successfully entered hell. We can begin as well." Xioan floated up, glanced at him, and nodded. Somewhere in a castle in hell, crimson blood was flying over while carrying a book about love. Struggling to hold the book, it reported, "Master, Crimson Blood has completed the mission. This is the book describing emotions that you requested." Demon Xioan praised it, saying, "Well done." She raised her head toward the sky and sank into thought. Why has Yue Xioxy been constantly on my mind lately? What kind of feeling is this exactly? What does he truly mean to me? Thinking of that, Xioan opened the book titled, "What is Love?" and muttered, "I hope this can give me the answer." The book stated, "Do you always think about someone? Does your heart race every time you think about that person? Every move they make affects your heart. You obviously care deeply about them, yet pretend not to care at all. Without a doubt, you've fallen in love with that person. Hurry and pursue them. Once fate arrives, you can't escape it." Hell's Love Expert. After reading it, Xioan blushed and exclaimed, "So this is called love. According to the expert, this is why I'm always thinking about him. Have I unconsciously fallen in love with Yue Xioxy already?" Crimson Blood, covered in dirt and tears, cried miserably on the floor. "Master, no matter who you choose, Crimson Blood will always bless you." Xioxy slowly opened his eyes and wondered, "Where is this? Did I already arrive in hell?" Before him stood giant purple thorn-covered trees. Xioxy marveled inwardly, hell really is hell. Even the plants are gigantic. And they're covered in poisonous thorns too. Foster mother said I'd possess the body of a special creature. I wonder what kind of creature it is. Thinking that, he noticed 2 black horns growing from his head. His hands had also mutated into long claws. Are these really my hands? Am I missing a finger or something? Xioxy muttered strangely to himself, "What exactly have I turned into now? Hopefully I'm not too ugly." Without a mirror around, he searched everywhere before shouting, found one. Walking closer, he commented, "Nice, there's a puddle here, but damn, it reeks. Does all water in hell smell like this?" Leg looking at his fly-like reflection in the filthy puddle, Xioxy cried out at how ugly he was. "What the hell is this?" he gasped in shock. A masked rider. The thought instantly pulled him into character as Xioxy struck a pose and introduced himself. "Damn right, I am now the embodiment of justice, the hero who punishes evil for the people, descending into hell to rescue my beloved mother, the masked rider Kingnihawk." Looking down at his hands, he continued, "The remaining memories of this body keep surfacing in my mind. The original owner of this body is dead. His name was Deadbug Guardian. He also possessed a special skill that could detect when something was wrong." Xioxy suddenly screamed, "Wait, Deadbug, did you seriously not notice the gigantic snake right behind you?" The snake opened its massive mouth, revealing a long purple tongue as it hissed loudly. Yet Xioxy calmly remarked, "So hell has snakes too." He unleashed a stream of crimson death energy and threatened loudly, "You want to crawl away yourself, or do you want to become snake sausage?" Who would have thought that in less than 2 seconds, Xioxy suddenly changed his tune and said, "Oh right, wild animals aren't allowed to be eaten." The little guy was tiny compared to the snake. The snake jolted in fright when it looked at him, then screamed in terror, bit its own tail and fled. Xioxy muttered, "So the tyrant heaven-destroying cultivation art I've been practicing becomes this oppressive once soul power reaches the divine level. It really is overwhelmingly domineering." He continued scouting the area while commenting on his new body. This body really wasn't suitable for traveling. I should see if there are any mounts nearby I can use. There are only 13 days left before the wedding deadline, so I'd better follow foster mother's instructions first. Let's go look for Xiohe's remains. That Xiohe really causes trouble wherever he goes. After walking for a while, he caught a bug and smacked it until its head swelled up. The terrified creature burst into tears and had no choice but to carry him through the air. While observing the road ahead, Xioxy calculated silently. According to the leftover memories of the death beetle guardian god, there had once been a great evil wolf in recorded history, who stole countless secret treasures throughout hell and enraged gods and demons alike. In the end, he was suppressed in Blood Pool Hell by the Seven Sects. At this point, Xioxy wiped away his sweat and laughed awkwardly. Looks like that really was Xiohe, the damn mutt, being hunted by so many gods and demons. Yet even after being suppressed in the blood pool, he still managed to leave behind his remains and escape. I honestly don't know whether to praise him or mock him anymore. Enough chatter. Xioxy pointed ahead and cursed at the bug. Blood Pool Hell is still really far away. Fly faster already. An hour later, the bug arrived at Blood Pool Hell. Xioxy sighed in amazement. This hell is huge, no way. I can't waste so much time traveling around. Suddenly, a gigantic crimson eye appeared right behind Xioxy. He exclaimed in surprise, "It actually delivered itself to my doorstep. This is a hell-black rock, said in legends to be descended from the golden-winged rock. Its speed is unbelievably fast, making it an extremely rare mount in hell." After a few knocks to the head, it obediently became Xioxy's mount. While riding it, he thought to himself, "Originally, I assumed hell only had ghosts and spirits. It doesn't feel that different from the Shuyuan continent. The creatures here are just a bit darker in nature. This is much faster now." Little Ice Rock, full speed ahead 2 days later. Blood Pool Hell gave birth to new ghost gods every single day. Older ghost gods were forbidden from attacking newborn ones, or else the executors of hell would erase them. Several bubbles rose from the boiling pool of blood, and suddenly a hand emerged from the bloody surface. Baisong held his forehead and shouted excitedly, "Today, I have finally been born from Blood Pool Hell. I shall become the future master of hell itself, and all of hell will kneel beneath my feet." He stood there completely naked, though conveniently censored by the author's mercy. Laughing like a lunatic, he roared, "I am the greatest genius among all ghost gods. Countless beauties will go mad for me. From now on, I shall grant myself a name. From this day onward, I shall be called Heavenly Dao Baisong." Raising a hand toward the sky, Baisong began fantasizing wildly. "I want the heavens themselves to obey my will. I want the earth incapable of blocking my advance. I shall cover the heavens with one hand, shatter the firmament with my head, refine all into demons, and devour the skies." After the little rock carried him to the destination, Xioxy jumped down. He did not forget to remind it, "You silly bird, I can get down by myself. Now go on, be more careful in the future. If you run into someone else, you might not be this lucky." He dove straight downward, raised his leg, and kicked Baisong square in the face, sending blood spraying from his mouth. Baisong collapsed flat onto the ground. Xioxy ignored him entirely, crossed his arms, and announced, "Safe landing." "I never expected the Death Beetle Guardian God's body to be this elastic." "Good. Next step is heading into the blood pool to find Xiohe's remains." The moment he finished speaking, he jumped directly into the massive lake of blood. No one could have imagined that the future great ghost god, Heavenly Dao, ruler of an entire region, would receive a kick from Yue Xioxy here today. Even on his deathbed, this incident remained an unresolved knot in his heart. Later generations of ghost gods speculated that if not for this kick, Heavenly Dao might have climbed even higher. Xioxy began diving deeper below. According to the Death Beetle Guardian God's memories, this blood pool was the most important place in all of hell. Most of the powerful innate ghost gods were born here. Yet Xioxy found it strange that there wasn't a single guard around. Something about that felt abnormal. The deeper he dove, the more Xioxy realized the surrounding blood was becoming thicker and thicker. The pressure also continued to increase. He wondered, just how deep is this blood pool? Judging from the speed he'd been moving since the start, he had probably already swum nearly 10,000 meters. Suddenly, Xioxy noticed something ahead and wondered, what are those things? They turned out to be sleeping creatures, curled up inside transparent egg sacs. Each egg sac was 100 times larger than Xioxy himself. Overflowing with curiosity, he swam closer. Could these be the newborn ghost gods of the blood pool? So ghost gods are just like other living creatures after all, made of flesh and blood. Suddenly, one creature awoke, opened its huge round eyes, and cried out. Oh no, the gigantic creature startled Xioxy badly. The little ghost god stared at him intently and repeatedly called out, "Papa, Papa." Xioxy's eyes widened in horror as he immediately denied it. "Hey, I'm not your father, okay? Do you even know what the words on your forehead mean? You can't just randomly call people your dad." He pondered for a long while. Although these little demon spirits were still so innocent now, once they got outside, they would turn into killing machines. This was a major environmental issue. I guess I'll reluctantly play the role of a father for once. It's time to start prenatal education for them, to keep them from becoming demon gods in the future. Xiaozai spoke in a serious tone. Thinking about Nanner's favorite hobbies, he earnestly told the little demon spirits, "Father will give you a treasure I've kept hidden away for many years. I hope it'll help guide you onto the right path. Don't grow up only knowing how to fight and kill." As Zyozai prepared to leave, he informed them, "A fragment of Father's will shall remain in your minds to guide your growth. And inside your sea of consciousness, I've sealed several supreme cultivation techniques from the Shuyuan continent." Then he reluctantly bid farewell to his beloved children. "Father will miss you all dearly. Remember to cultivate diligently. We won't bully others, but we also can't allow others to bully us." Understood. As soon as Zyozai left, Chinyi felt excited deep inside. Doing a good deed really did make the whole body feel refreshed. He continued, searching for Zyozai's remaining joints. Meanwhile, deep within the blood pool of hell, Zyozai hung his head low while chains bound all four of his limbs. His body was covered in countless torture wounds. Tan Nan looked at Zyozai without changing expression and slowly said, as expected of the evil wolf who once rampaged through hell, "After dying and being imprisoned in the blood pool, your blood has been extracted with soul-refining stones for nearly 40,000 years. Yet not only has your blood not run dry, your body still retains such immense power. Tan Nan truly wonders what realm you reached while alive. To think an elemental spirit, such a mysterious spiritual entity, could cultivate itself into a flesh and blood body. Truly unimaginable. I wonder if I were to devour you," he muttered. "What level would my power reach?" Back then, it took all 7 deadly sects working together, and even that annoying brat Arrogance getting wiped out, just to suppress you here. Instead of letting Yuanhe's blood remain in the blood pool, it would be better to make me stronger. Zyozai listened from afar in shock. "Damn, Zio-H. Someone wants to carve up your body and eat you, do you know that?" He secretly felt relieved. Luckily, before coming here, his soul power had already broken through to the level of an ancient deity, plus the concealment technique the goddess I gave him. Unless it was someone as terrifying as his foster mother, nobody could ever hope to detect him. Jifa warned Tan Lan, "Lord Tan, please leave this place, or I will be forced to expel you." Tan Lan turned around, his sharp gaze like blades, cold enough to kill. Apparently those words had irritated him greatly. Even the evil dragon beside him knew he was about to take Jifa's head. "Jifa, Zyozai did not dare act too openly." Clinging to Zyozai's shoulder, he muttered, "Damn, this scythe-wielding enforcer is actually pretty weak. At this rate, he'll be killed soon. It'd be great if he could buy us a little more time." Still, he wasn't some ordinary opponent. Fighting Tan Lan one-on-one, he was holding his ground quite evenly. Zyozai grinned excitedly. "So he's not dead yet. You guys keep fighting slowly. I've got serious business to handle." Tan Nan deliberately provoked him, praising Jifa. "Not bad. No wonder the Lord of Hell sent you to guard the blood pool." Jifa also advised the other party, "My lord, you should leave quickly. I can help plead with the Lord of Hell for your forgiveness." Zyozai paid little attention to the duel. He wondered, the skeleton had already been found. But how could he turn this guy into his ally? He could only try every method possible. Standing with hands on hips, he pointed at Zyozai. "Now in the name of your master, I order you, Ta Zun, obey my command." Zyozai froze awkwardly. It seemed this method wasn't working at all. Suddenly he remembered, right, I almost forgot the special ability of the devouring god death beetle. In truth, with this skill, as long as a living being was bitten by the devouring god death beetle, they would fall under its control unless their spiritual power was overwhelmingly strong. Otherwise, every bite would succeed without fail. Right now, Zyozai's skeletal body was merely an immensely powerful shell, perfect for the devouring god death beetle to control freely. Foster mother really thought things through carefully. This damned dog's skin is ridiculously thick. Luckily his body is covered in wounds, otherwise all my teeth would probably break. Meanwhile, Tan Nan sneered arrogantly with a bruised face. "You said you'd plead for me." Tan Nan slammed a heavy punch into Jifa's body. He reminded all of Hell, "Ever since I became one of Hell's 7 deadly sins, I haven't heard the word beg in a very long time." His laughter grew increasingly inhuman as his arrogance intensified. Tan Nan declared, "Let me see who can stop me." Suddenly, Zyozai's muscular body seemed to awaken with some invisible force. Each of his fingers slowly began to twitch. Tan Lan was bewildered by what he saw. "What's going on?" He moved, "That bastard. He died 40,000 years ago." "Impossible, there's absolutely no way he could still be alive in this state." Furious and agitated, he roared, "Who's pretending to be a ghost here? When I catch you, I'll definitely use your soul as lamp fuel." Zyozai's physical body finally regained consciousness and violently shattered every chain restraining him. Tan Lan still could not believe his own eyes. He kept denying it over and over. "Impossible, impossible, impossible. No corpse suppressed by the soul-refining stone has ever lasted more than 4 minutes. Ban Nam is still conscious, and it's even more impossible for a new soul to be born from slaughter." Seeing greed furious with rage, Zioxy, who had just awakened inside Zyozai's body, immediately mocked him. "Sorry, but I just can't die. His eyes flared with murderous intent. Killing intent surged from him. Today, I'll show you what true despair feels like. All the spiritual energy of hell burst forth from Ziohe's body, shattering everything around into pieces. Zioxy himself was shocked in disbelief. Damn, Ziohe's body is insanely strong. I feel like I could punch a god away with one hit. He stomped forward to gain momentum and charged ahead. But suddenly his legs lost all strength. In the end, he stumbled and fell flat in a daze. He looked utterly hopeless. Greed grew suspicious. What's this? Is he trying to trick me into going over there so he can kill me? Then bully me afterward? That's definitely it. That wicked wolf is famous for being shameless. Meanwhile, Zioxy lay sprawled on the ground shouting, "Don't leave, let's fight for 300 rounds. It's my first time using this move. It was completely unexpected, I really wasn't tricking you." Greed relaxed for just a moment. The instant he turned back around, he hit the jackpot. Zioxy was already standing right in front of him. Zioxy pressed him aggressively. "Where are you looking? I'm right here." After getting used to Ziohe's body, Zioxy grabbed Greed by the neck and slammed his head down, shattering the ground. Then without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of punches at him, wearing a vicious gaze and a shameless grin. After successfully taking Greed down, Zioxy stepped on him and looked down in evaluation. "I finally got to beat up a god. This feels amazing. But this god feels kinda weak." Suddenly, the body with its swollen face slowly began to fade away. This left Zioxy confused and surprised. Zioxy immediately commented, "No wonder, so it was just an avatar, he sure ran fast, and he calls himself Greed, more like terrified of death." However, Greed still left behind a few threatening words for him. "Despicable evil wolf, don't think killing one of my avatars is such a big deal. What awaits you will be the crusade of all hell." After hearing that, Zioxy thought to himself, yeah, it really seems like Ziohe has offended most of the powerful figures in this hell. Greed, covered in injuries, clutched his chest as he entered the cave dwelling. His face twisted with discomfort and pain as he shouted, "I can't believe he still didn't die." You can tell just how much power this body truly contains. His expression darkened, veins bulging with determination. Right now, he definitely wants to flee back to the water origin continent. But the Lord of Hell has already sealed all the pathways except the Gate of Hell. In that case, I just need to gather an army and ambush him on the other side. I must obtain this shell. You belong to me. No one is allowed to take you from me. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zioxy stood before the blood pool muttering, "That demon god reminded me of something. Ziohe's body is way too unstable." His appearance now truly matched the name. Ghost form Zioxy had reached the Saint Spirit realm, allowing him to freely alter his appearance. Combined with his original god-level spiritual awareness unlocking Goddess Zai's concealment technique, those enemies probably wouldn't recognize this body anymore. Zioxy's eyes lit up proudly. "Right now, I'm basically a powerful god. Doesn't that mean I can fly through the air now?" The moment his feet left the ground, he cried out in shock, "Damn, I'm flying. This feeling is incredible. It's like stepping on floating particles in the air." It felt completely different from when he transformed into the light dark angel atop the tower. Then, in the blink of an eye, Zioxy shot into the sky at a terrifying speed, even faster than an X changing their attitude. As he flew, he smiled confidently and declared, "Mom, Zioxy is coming to save you." Suddenly, he stopped and fell into thought. "Wait, where is my mom right now? I have absolutely no idea. If the wedding is being held during the Demon Christmas Festival, then it's very likely to take place at the Lick Altar in Mode." Zioxy pondered. "Worst case scenario, I'll just wait there during Demon Christmas. If I can find Mom before Demon Christmas, that would be best. I'll head to Mode first. Compared to the other major cities, Mode is the closest to me anyway. Once I get there, I'll gather more information." The scene shifted to Mode. There were only 5 days left until Demon Christmas. Outside the city gates, the guards were fully armed and security looked extremely strict. He hid to the side and observed carefully. So this is Mode. According to the memories of the guardian god, the city was ruled by 2 major races, namely the Makazan clan and the Lick clan. Now how am I supposed to sneak inside? Suddenly, another demon appeared and wrapped an arm around Zioxy, looking in the same direction while saying, "Exactly. How are we supposed to sneak inside?" He looked down at her. The two stared at each other in shock and surprise. Zioxy quickly stepped back and shouted, "Who are you? How did my spiritual awareness fail to detect you?" The lowly girl introduced herself directly. "I'm Zioyur, a little succubus imprisoned by a lustful bastard. Every night she could only become a tool for satisfying his desires." Little Creek frowned and thought to himself, "Like I would ever believe you really see me as some naive newbie stepping into society for the first time. The words 'talking nonsense' are written all over your face." Looking at Jade's innocent appearance and expression right now, it really was a little hard to believe. He turned and walked away, waving as he said, "Little potted rain, I don't have time to play with you. Go stay somewhere out of the way." She hurriedly shouted, "Hey, new ghost god, wait for me. Spirit sense tells me that following you will definitely be fun." Meanwhile, somewhere else, Linzai was facing a strange scene. Holding a sword in her hand, she asked directly, "Who are you?" Where is this? This was definitely not the forbidden ground of the Magic Martial Academy. A bewitching voice rang out in reply. Not bad, you can actually sense the change in space. Linzai, this place is hell. I summoned you here from the Magic Martial Academy. After hearing that, she immediately replied, Are you kidding me? This place is hell. What do you want? In her mind, she thought, could this also be a trial of the forbidden ground? As a hazy black mist appeared, that voice rang out again and asked, Linzai, are you in despair now? She snapped back. Are you insane? What does whether I'm in despair have to do with you? Who exactly are you? Hurry up and get out here. The shadow continued. You may call me your enemy. Linzai, I need you in despair. You have absolutely no idea how powerful you truly are in that state. She replied, My only enemy is my father. Don't let me find out who you are or I'll kill you too. He continued whispering demands into her ear, every word filled with murderous intent. Linzai, they will become the stepping stones that help you turn into a demon. The sword maiden comment. Even the tone of voice when speaking is exactly the same. Could you be someone sent by my father? At that moment, the shadows of several monsters appeared, their sharp claws gleaming. Too many monsters had gathered around Linzai, and they chattered noisily without end. Such a fine water spirit mutant. Why are we here? I was clearly hunting just a moment ago. Don't kill her yet. The scene shifted back to the Magic Martial Academy. Teacher Shen Jun was running in a panic, gasping for breath. His destination was the headmaster's office. He slammed the door open and urgently shouted, This is bad. Acting headmaster, our student Linzai suddenly disappeared inside the forbidden zone today. She replied, Teacher Shen Jun, this is the headmaster's office. Next time please knock before entering. And another thing, I am the headmaster now, not the acting headmaster. The former headmaster already led former vice headmaster Wu Kang in betraying the academy. As for Wu Kang, I heard those useless fools even founded some troublesome little academy themselves called. No, something called the Bladder Academy. Zaibai sat there wearing a wide-brimmed sorcerer's hat, resting her chin on her hand as she continued. In short, what I say here is law now. She opened a scroll and glanced over it before continuing. I already know about the matter you mentioned. You may leave now. I will handle this personally. Teacher Shen Jun looked over hesitantly, but Zaibai snapped, Why are you still rambling? Do you think you need to teach me how to do my job? Get out, he walked outside muttering. This Magic Martial Academy is no longer the academy it used to be. Linzai. What should I do? Shen Jun suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, Right, I'll try going to the Bitter Spirit Tower to find the Venerable One. Inside the room, Zaibai stared out the window thoughtfully. Who exactly did this? Even the Tower Guardian Venerable couldn't stop him, and was even severely wounded. It seems tomorrow I'll have to hold a meeting and make these professors keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, if this matter spreads outside, I'm afraid it will affect the academy's enrollment rate. Meanwhile, Linzai was slaughtering wildly. Her eyes glowed crimson with killing intent and blood stained her blade red. Chunks of monster flesh flew everywhere. Waves of dark aura enveloped both her body and weapon. Linzai continued charging toward the demonic beasts ahead. The killing intent was gradually consuming her. Ding shouted, Wipe them all out. Linzai stood there roaring furiously, an evil aura radiating from her scarlet eyes. At the same time, the mysterious voice echoed again, Very good, keep going mad. I spent so much to send you into hell, so don't disappoint me. Elsewhere, Zai had already entered inside, grinning smugly. This ghost power is seriously amazing. I didn't even need any tricks to get in. Those guards are probably going to sleepwalk for quite a while. Outside, the two guards had their arms around each other while singing and dancing. Your father's father is called grandfather. What about your father's mother? Your father's mother is called grandmother. He pondered silently, but I unexpectedly discovered something interesting in their memory. So the Lord of Hell has been in secluded cultivation within the Imperial City all these years. That person's image is quite mysterious and has never appeared before. Then how could he personally arrange a marriage for that damned bastard? Zai thought to himself. I'm afraid something is being hidden inside. Maybe I should capture a few stronger ghost gods and search through their memories. Maybe then I can learn some useful information. Lost in thought and not watching where he was going, he bumped into a huge golden ghost. Zai immediately rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. I'm really sorry, big brother. I was too distracted thinking just now and accidentally bumped into you. Sorry, but the creature's reaction was extremely strained. The monster trembled and cried out in terror. A congenital humanoid ghost god. Seeing it hug his leg, Zai looked shocked and said, Hey, the class hierarchy here is even more severe than in the water origin world. Let go of me. The golden ghost blushed and replied, My lord, please spare me. Great ghost god, from now on this little ghost belongs to you. I have decided to devote myself to repaying you with my body. From this moment onward, I will serve only you, great lord. Whatever you ask of me is fine. Zai jumped in fright and shouted, Damn it, I came here to act quietly. But by then, he had already successfully attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. Zai flew upward while muttering, Could it be a crime to grow up handsome? Time to run, time to run. I need to quickly find a powerful ghost god to interrogate. Meanwhile, the ghosts below discussed among themselves. Where did that lord go? He disappeared already, truly powerful. The scene shifted to an area within the demon capital. Someone's miserable scream rang out. You beasts, let my husband go right now. A noble ghost was tying up another ghost while cursing angrily. You blue-skinned bitch, it's your fortune that I took a liking to you. Hurry up and come with this lord and I'll cherish you properly. The blue-haired demon Elise, beaten black and blue, said weakly, if you want to capture someone, capture me. Let my husband go. This man was Kai Tao, the young master of the Ken clan. He perversely reached toward the blue demon's face and replied, who would want you, you filthy demon woman? What? Want to watch this young master humiliate your love? This skin is so smooth. He was bitten on the neck by Kai Tao and had his blood sucked, so he could only cry out weakly, Elise, leave now. Do not worry about me. Just then Mado's demon law enforcement troops appeared. The captain spoke up. What is going on? Fighting is not allowed inside Mado's inner city. Seeing this, he shouted angrily, you are just guards, yet you dare interfere with me. Are you tired of living? The captain looked over and stammered. So it is young Master Kai Tao of the Ken clan. Forgive us, we will withdraw at once. In his mind, he thought, we cannot touch this young master. Many of Mado's handsome male demons had been brutally harmed by him. Seeing their reaction, Elise cursed, you useless Mado trash. The Ken clan is not the only family in Mado. What kind of guards are you? He shouted. You are only guards for Mado's powerful. You are nothing but a pack of hellhounds. Zai had been sitting on the roof, watching for some time. He immediately smirked and called down, this young master really is something. Robbing a man in broad daylight. The young fellow speaks well. I will praise you for that. Today, Jealousita is getting involved in this matter. Kai Tao pointed at him and asked, where did this reckless brat come from? You even want a meddle in my affairs. You too, cut off his legs, then take him down and feed him to the hellhounds. The two guards placed their hands on their chests and said in unison, yes, young master. As soon as he finished speaking, Zai vanished from the roof as well. Seeing no movement, Kai Tao scolded the guards, hey, you two slaves, this young master is calling you. Why is there not the slightest movement? Zai stepped on one man and held another in his hand, then sneered and replied, sorry, but I have already crippled your two slaves' primal power. Now even catching hellhounds would be difficult for them. He hurriedly shouted, guards, attack for this young master. Whoever captures this brat, I will tell my clan elders to promote him by 2 ranks. Remember, this young master wants him alive. I want to cut off his 3rd leg, then throw him into the silver cave. Let those starving male silver demons take very good care of him. 10 minutes later, Kai Tao stood there, raising a hand to his mouth and laughing. But 1 second later, his attitude changed. Sweat beaded on his face as he asked, could you not hit me in the face? Or perhaps I could make a deal with you. Could you spare me? Zai coldly punched him in the face. Kai Tao cried out in pain, big brother, this young master was wrong. This young master was truly wrong. Spare me, otherwise my clan elders will not let you off. Zai pressed close to his face and asked with a wicked smile, were you not very arrogant just now? You wanted to cut off my 3rd leg, then throw me into the silver cave. Zai then demanded, look into my eyes now. Kai Tao blushed unconsciously and said, could it be that you want to conquer my soul with your powerful gaze? You are also quite handsome. Immediately afterward, his face became dazed and empty. Zai curled his lips and praised him. Very good. Let me see whether your brain has any information I can use. The scene shifted to the silver demon cave. Inside came the screams of the Ken clan's young master. If I do not avenge this, Kai Tao will die with regrets. Get lost. Get lost, remember this, you fake villain. Zai stood there cursing. So that damned bastard is your cousin, and he just happens to be preparing a wedding ceremony in the city. What a narrow road for enemies. I can only carry out plan 2, capture that damned bastard first, then cripple him. Meanwhile, Kaishi had just finished bathing when he suddenly sneezed. The demon woman standing there looked over and wondered, could Lord Kaishi's kidneys have been overworked? We have not even begun yet, he answered perversely. You little enchantress. In a moment I will use my hose to squeeze every drop out of you, she replied. You are about to get married, yet you are still flirting like this. HMPH, we still do not know who will be drained dry. Zai was flying quickly. As he flew, he muttered, Kaishi, just wait. I will make you regret ever coming into this world. The scene shifted to the Mado token headquarters where the vampire demons resided. The blood moon and bats flew back and forth every hour. Inside, the old butler walked in and reported, young master, this is tonight's blood meal. Please enjoy it at your leisure. Kaishi complained while brushing his teeth. A little blood demon again. I am sick of eating them. The water origin continent is still better. You may leave, I ate my fill this afternoon. The butler replied, yes. Also, the clan chief wishes to see you. When you have time, young master, you should pay him a visit. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he cursed. Is this old man not annoying? I exhausted too much energy today. I will sleep first and deal with it later. His gums were bleeding. Unexpectedly, this made him reveal his true nature. His fangs lengthened, his eyes darkened, his blood vessels bulged, and he let out a piercing scream. The old butler sensed something wrong, turned and ran while shouting, "The bloodline deficiency in his body is too severe. The moment he sees blood, he completely loses control." But before he could get far, he was caught by him. Blood splattered nonstop, and the vampires inside the cages trembled in fear at the sight of vampire blood. Kaiser raised his head and smiled. "As long as the bloodline inside me continues to awaken, I, Kaiser, will replace the ruler of hell. I want even more blood, the destroyer of hell. Her blood smells irresistibly sweet. If I absorb her, I can definitely awaken an even higher bloodline." At that moment, an elder of the clan walked over and asked, "Sheer, the ruler of hell possesses unimaginable power. Don't ever say such arrogant things again," even silently reciting his title. "Could alert him understand," he replied. "Grandfather, aren't you overestimating me a little? You even came here personal." The man named Kai T continued scolding him. "If I waited for you to come see me yourself, I'd probably have to wait until the end of the demon festival. Enough nonsense." "I came to ask you something," Kaiser replied. "How rare. The old man is actually showing concern for me." "Go ahead, ask, I'll answer everything." Kai T spoke sternly. "You must answer me honestly. Is the marriage decree from the ruler of hell real?" He immediately answered, "Of course it's real. How would I dare spread false orders from the ruler of hell?" "Are you sure?" the old man asked suspiciously. "Why didn't even I receive any message about it?" Kai T then turned to leave, reminding him, "I hope what you said is true. Still, I need to warn you about something. You cannot kill that destroyer of hell. Her origins are extremely strange, don't act recklessly." Kaiser smiled and replied, all right, I definitely won't kill her, okay? If there's nothing else, I'm going to sleep now. Do you still want to interfere in this matter?" The old man maintained his stern attitude toward his unruly grandson. "Handle things properly yourself, don't cause trouble. You are the future hope of our bloodline clan." The scene shifted to Kaiser's room. He climbed into the coffin he used as a bed and sighed. "Finally, some peace and quiet so I can sleep. I need to stay in top condition. In a few more days, I'll be helping my beautiful bride." Then he quickly crawled inside. He closed the coffin lid. Right then, Zioxy appeared outside the window, peeking in with a crafty grin. Kaiser lay inside. Hearing movement, he was startled and shouted, "What's going on? Who's outside? Are they tired of living? Why can't I move? I can't even use my power." It turned out Zioxy had directly hoisted the entire coffin onto his shoulder and jumped outside, saying, "Red Knight, your coffin is pretty convenient to carry. Stop struggling, this is a sealing spell, you won't be able to break it right now." He dashed across the walls smugly. "Even if you scream your throat raw, no one's going to pay attention to you." Zioxy ran off like he had a motor attached to him, rapidly leaving the Bloodline clan estate. Run, run. After some time, he carried Kaiser's coffin to a desolate wasteland filled with gigantic broken pillars. Zioxy continued grinning excitedly. "Blackie's body structure is seriously impressive. I didn't expect him to be such a powerful body cultivator. Let's deal with this troublesome thing right here." He coldly dropped the coffin onto the ground with a heavy thud. "Safe landing." Then he raised his fist, ready to strike, smiling as he said, "First, enjoy." The punch born from the bitter tears of my true love. Zioxy punched straight through the coffin lid, and fresh blood immediately sprayed out from inside. The shattered opening revealed Kaiser's face, covered in blood, as he asked, "Damn it, who the hell are you? If you've got guts, stop sneak attacking and fight me head on." Zioxy raised a hand and frowned. What did you say? You dare insult my mother too? Am I hearing things?" Seeing that attitude, Kaiser thought to himself, that killing intent. He definitely wants to kill me. Who is this guy? When did I ever offend such a savage monster? Even without the sneak attack, I still couldn't beat him. Then Zioxy unleashed a merciless barrage of punches. Fragments of the coffin mixed together with splashes of red blood. Beaten half to death, he weakly said, "You shameless bastard. Even if you're strong, you deserve no respect for invading my memories. Even if I die, I won't forgive you." Zioxy immediately pulled out a pair of scissors and asked, "Really? I wonder where hell gods go after they die." "Well, this is already hell anyway. Let me help trim your hair. Maybe after I'm done, I'll spare you." A righteous thought inside Zioxy suddenly appeared to stop him. "No, you a Zioxy, facing a helpless hell god. You must not humiliate him any further." He then asked himself, "But think about it. When I searched that bastard's memories earlier, he was fantasizing about what he'd do if Hell Madam fell into his hand." That made the righteous thought hesitate. It too saw an image of little Yun's mother in torn clothes, bound up and crying, "Zioxy, save me." That image enraged even the righteous thought itself as it charged forward. "Don't stop me, that bastard deserves to die." Just then another elder from the Jai clan appeared and spoke up. "Wait, mighty one, could you spare Sheer? Our Jai clan is willing to pay any price." When Jaishi saw him, he cried out in pain, "Third grandpa, why are you here? Hurry and save me, kill this bastard." Zioxy glanced over and replied, "So you finally showed yourself? You've been standing there watching for so long I thought you were too scared to come out. The old man became slightly enraged, releasing killing intent as he answered. I Jai Po have laid down my sword for many years. It seems the younger generation has forgotten my reputation. After hearing his introduction, Zioxy could not hold back and pointed at him mockingly. Your family names are pretty interesting. One is Jai Shi, another is Jai Tao, and now there's Jai Po. Your brothers happen to be named Jai Si and Jai Dao. Jai Po's face darkened with fury as he roared, KR's disappearance is connected to you, so I cannot spare you. A foolish child dares compare the light of a firefly to the brilliance of the moon. The moment he finished speaking, Xyroxy's fist slammed into his face, knocking teeth flying along with blood. Xyroxy punched him straight into a wall and sneered. Have you been reading too many web novels? Don't you know that anyone who says lines like that always gets wrecked? His fist steamed as he offered some advice. Hey old man, all your teeth are gone. I may not have any special abilities, but my strength and speed are exploding right now. I don't want to kill you, so just go home and enjoy your retirement. You can't beat me. Jai Po stood up and wiped the blood from his mouth as he replied. So strong, truly strong. It's nothing but raw physical power, yet it still beat me into this state. But I'm sorry, Jai Shi is the future hope of our entire clan. He cannot die here. After saying that, he boldly used a forbidden technique. I sacrifice my flesh, blood, and life. Blood burst escape. Xioxy's eyes widened in shock. Oh no, that's the special teleportation technique the Bone Emperor once used. Along with Xioxy's furious shout, Jai Shi's body vanished, leaving behind only a few torn scraps of cloth and crimson blood. The old man's body began to disintegrate. Dry bones were exposed as he shouted loudly, too late. I didn't just sacrifice my flesh and blood, I sacrificed my soul as well. He's already 8,000 miles away now. You can't stop him, and you will be drained dry of blood by the Jai clan and die. My clansmen will avenge me. Xioxy looked at the pile of bones on the ground and sighed. The moment he realized he couldn't win, he immediately chose this method of rescue. No wonder. The Jai clan can dominate an entire region. They're not only ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to themselves. He quickly departed, frowning as he muttered, looks like I can't kill that bastard for now. But luckily, while searching his soul, I discovered the location of the Mother of Darkness. The scene shifted to a remote suburb of Mado. Ahead stood a withered tree covered in blue eye. Someone staggered forward, their body radiating dense killing intent. Jai Chi stood there, his eyes lowered in anger. How miserable. Even someone as high-ranking as third brother died. At that moment, Jai Chi opened his eyes. His entire body was weak and covered in wounds as he looked up and weakly called out, "First Grandpa." The old man lifted his grandson's head and said, "You useless descendants have overturned generations of our family's accumulation. Among all of you juniors, only you managed to reach the divine realm. And even then, you're only at the lowest level of godhood. The three old men have always been the ones supporting the entire family from behind. Do you think we have endless lifespans?" At that moment, second brother Jaizai stood behind them and spoke in a delicate tone. "Big brother, calm down. I know third brother's death was a huge shock to you, but if you kill him, our clan is truly finished." He turned around and continued, "Hurry and bring him back. Shir's wedding is about to begin. According to the ancient sayings of the Eastern Origin realm, this can bring great fortune to our Jai clan. Hopefully the two of them can give birth to healthy descendants for our clan and continue inheriting the greatness of our family." The scene shifted to the witch clan. You were sat there laughing loudly. The joyful desire altar consumed a massive amount of my lifespan, but I finally uncovered your origins, Tacha. How interesting, truly interesting. She laughed excitedly and wiped her mouth as she continued, borrowing beauty to revive a soul and then invading hell to cause chaos. How could I possibly miss something like this? After speaking, Ewer stood up and laughed triumphantly. At that moment, a clansman brought food over while muttering, "This little saintess Uru may possess the once-in-a-thousand-years joyful desire body of the joyful desire clan. But she's far too playful. Yet today she actually volunteered to go to the joyful desire altar to help with the Jai clan's wedding." He grinned happily. This is truly heaven showing mercy. Once I get back, I must praise that little girl a few times in front of the clan leader. But at that moment, what he saw before him filled him with shock and panic. The altar was completely empty. There was nobody there at all. I just praised her too, the man immediately shouted repeatedly. Saintess, but there was no response. His face turned red and purple with anger as he roared, "You little troublemaking demon, just let me catch you. I'll spank you senseless." Meanwhile, Xioxy was flying along with a puzzled expression. Strange, why do I suddenly feel like someone's watching me? Ewer had somehow already appeared sitting on his back, stroking her chin. As she replied, "Really, how could that be? There's only the two of us here." She successfully scared Xioxy half to death. He turned around, eyes bulging as he screamed, "Damn it, when did you climb onto me?" Uni smiled innocently and replied, "Just now. The first time we met, I placed the lovesickness curse secret art on you. As long as I think about you, I can instantly appear by your side." She added, "This secret art can only be used once in a lifetime. It's usually used on the witch spirit someone loves. and only a 1,000-year-old witch spirit maiden can use it once. But it also has a huge limitation. The caster must hold absolutely no ill intent toward the target. Only then can they appear beside each other in an instant. In one lifetime, this teleportation can only be used 3 times. After hearing that, Zioxy frowned and said, "If that's the case, then I." Before he could finish speaking, Uni struck a seductive pose and mocked him. "What do you want? Humans really are animals that only think with their lower halves." Zioxy angrily cursed, "What kind of joke is that? Are you insane? I just wanted to confirm whether you truly had no ill intent toward me. A little brat like you only thinks about dirty stuff," she replied while trembling. "Then how do you want me to prove I have no ill intent?" "Swear on my soul." Without hesitation, Uni raised 3 fingers and swore, "I swear. I absolutely have no ill intent toward you. If I betray you, then let my body and soul be destroyed by your hands." Inside Zioxy's sea of consciousness, he stood there in shock and said, "Holy crap, the cultivation technique the goddess High gave me really did mention the lovesickness curse. It seems the first generation of witch spirits fell in love with someone they shouldn't have loved. Separated by great distances, they eventually created this secret art." Zioxy pinched her cheek and sighed. "Looks like a lustful maniac like you isn't so simple after all. Then I'll have to trouble you to be my guide and driver." Uni immediately stood up and laughed confidently. "Of course. I am the greatest saintess of the witch spirit clan, Lady Uni." Then she realized something was wrong and shouted, "Wait a second. Who are you calling a lustful maniac?" The scene shifted to the slaughter machine shelter. A gloomy castle stood among steep mountains. Zioxy looked ahead and asked, "This is Mother Darkness's home?" Uni, standing beside him, asked curiously, "Mother Darkness?" Both of them widened their eyes in confusion and shock. He blurted out, "What is Mother doing?" Zioxy stood frozen in place, his eyes full of disbelief. Then he suddenly widened them in horror. A huge question mark appeared in his mind. Inside the slaughter machine shelter, the voice of Demon Zioan echoed out, "Tomorrow I'm going to marry you." Then she looked behind her and wondered, "Who's there? Could Zioxy have come to find me?" Bloodshade replied unhappily, "Impossible. With his strength, how could he possibly break into hell?" At that moment, Zioxy stepped forward and called out, "Mom, it's me. I'm Zioxy. I came to hell to save you." He then asked in confusion, "But why did you grow?" Demon Zioan answered, "Because 4 days later, I planned to kill the jailer and drag everyone down with me. Then I'd go to the Shuyuan continent to find you and elope." After hearing that, Zioxy turned to stone and exclaimed, "Mom, are you mistaken? Elope isn't used between a mother and son. Where did you even learn that phrase?" Uni stood beside them looking entertained, covering her mouth as she laughed wickedly. Demon Zioan looked at the book and answered, "The expert said that loving someone means giving everything for them and bravely running away together with him or her. But it never said it couldn't apply to a mother and son." Zioxy was furious enough to spit fire as he shouted, "What kind of trash book is this? It's teaching bad things. Give it here and let me see." Zioxy stepped forward and explained seriously, "Mom, look at the next part of the book. Love isn't only romantic love, there's also family love. What we share is something even more sacred than romance." "Family love? Mom, look at the expert's note in the back." Demon Zioan replied, "No wonder I kept feeling something was wrong but couldn't figure it out. So this is where the mistake was," she thought to herself. "So I can't marry you after all. How annoying, I already even thought of a name." Then she continued, "But ever since I was born from the blood pool, could it be that I wouldn't even know whether I had given birth before? How do you explain that?" Zioxy replied, "I once went to the blood pool, and even my dog nose could smell the blood pool scent coming from you. I also find this strange. Why did you become a hell ghost god? But I'm certain you're my mother. Back then, the truth I uncovered also pointed to you being here. Besides, at that time you had even fused with my little mother." Uni, who was playing with Bloodshade nearby, interrupted and said, "What's so strange about that? If she's a created ghost god, then this becomes easy to understand." Hearing that, the mother and son shouted in unison, "What? Ghost gods can be manufactured." She explained, "Ghost god is just a very broad term and they really can be created. It's just like vampires. One bite and that's enough. The ancestors of our witch spirit clan were formed from conscious corpses. It's just that this consciousness is completely different from the corpse's original consciousness. In the witch spirit clan's terms, they are already 2 completely different lives. After all, the soul is the most important factor in defining life." Bloodshade shouted, "Impossible. My master and I grew from newborn spirits over nearly 10,000 years. There's no way we could be artificially created ghost spirits. I can testify to that. If they were artificially created ghost spirits, then they wouldn't be like my master. Growing little by little, they should have remained in the appearance they had before death." Zioxy asked in confusion, 10,000 years? Then there are still many mysteries left. My mother's case hasn't even been 2 years. Where did 10,000 years come from?" Uni replied while feeding the little ghost snacks, "No, but what if both of their memories were fabricated? Of course, this is only my guess. For now, that explanation is easy enough to understand." Little Cloud Demon continued, "This is truly hard to imagine. If it is true, then Little Creek and I have no connection at all. I am just someone else who has his mother's body, and the existence of Blood Yan and me suddenly become utterly meaningless, as if we were just pitiful chess pieces being manipulated. She added sadly, I was even foolish enough to once treat Little Creek as my right-hand man. He immediately took Little Cloud Demon's hand to comfort her. He said sincerely, no, don't worry. The hand had already been pulled back. Don't deny your own existence. What this little dark imp said may not be true. And even if it is true, you are still a soul born from my mother, and you have a connection to me. Little Creek's anger erupted as he shouted, the urgent matter right now is dealing with your damned wedding. And what is wrong with the Lord of Hell? Has he lost his mind? Why would he agree to this wedding? Jade continued, rumor has it that this marriage contract was drafted by Judge. I do not know whether it is true or not. Also in hell you must not casually say my master's name, otherwise he will sense it. He sighed and said, I hope this is fake, but if it really happens, before Little Creek could finish speaking, she cut in and asked, I am curious how a man like you who sneaked into hell knows so much. Even our Lick clan has not confirmed whether this is true or false. He scratched his head and replied, well, before coming here I tied Judge up. I also searched his soul and nearly killed him, but because I went soft for a moment, he was rescued. Jade looked over with admiration and exclaimed, my goodness, was it really that interesting? Sure enough, I did not choose wrong. Little Cloud Demon turned and asked, Little Creek did that much for me. He even barged into hell to save me. Could this be the family bond that books describe? He replied, next, we need to discuss what we should do. Little Creek suggested, for now, let us just call him the Hell Lord. At the moment, I have 3 plans. First, we charge through the gates of hell, then snatch my mother away. He continued, second, we go assassinate Judge again, but the chance of finding him again is extremely low. Little Creek then stated the third plan. This is what I learned while searching his soul, so it is relatively reliable. I will challenge Judge at the wedding itself and take my mother back. That way, even if the Hell Lord knows, he cannot do anything. After all, he was the one who made the rules. After hearing that, Little Cloud Demon grew a little worried. Charging into the gates of hell is almost impossible. The Hell Lord is one of the 7 deadly sins, so he would know at once. And he can teleport to the gates of hell immediately. Jade smiled and continued from the side, the second plan will not work either. Judge is surely inside the Channel Clan right now. There will definitely be defensive devices there that the Channel Clan has hidden for ages. With your body, which has already lost 40,000 years of blood energy, you cannot force your way in. She cast a dangerous glance and continued, just choose the third plan directly. This is not a difficult multiple-choice question. When the time comes, I will use the power of the Lick clan to suppress those, that whole stinking bloodline. I have long found them unpleasant to look at. Little Creek stepped forward, pinched Jade's cheek, and said, you troublemaking ghost. It must be because Judge told the clan he wanted to marry you. You have held a grudge ever since, so now you want to use marrying him as an excuse for personal revenge. While searching his soul, I saw quite a few of your glorious miracles. She blushed and denied it completely. No, stop talking nonsense. I am cooperating with you only for the development of the Lick clan. Little Cloud Demon spoke up in agreement. I also think the third plan is better. The ghost gods of hell cannot remain in the mortal world for too long. Every once in a while, they must return to absorb yin energy. Besides, later I can stay in hell to find out who is pulling the string. She took out food for everyone. Eat something first. I am still quite confident in my cooking. There were once a few ghost gods who, after eating, they all found it so delicious that they fainted on the spot. Looking at the bowl of mysterious purple stuff before them, the two seemed petrified, their souls leaving their bodies. Little Creek rushed forward directly, eating like a starving tiger while tears streamed down his face. Jade behind him seemed worried about him. Hey, do you not want to live anymore? Little Creek ate while sobbing, delicious. It is still the same flavor as before. Her cooking skills are engraved into my bones. The scene shifted to a certain road far from the gates of hell that had to be crossed. The group standing there had turned to stone, wondering, why has he still not arrived? Boss, when do you think that evil wolf will get here? We have been waiting here for ages. Just then, a tough-sounding man called out loudly, open the door. A voice immediately answered from inside, coming. Little Creek slowly walked out, holding a small box in his hand. His expression looked somewhat anxious as he angrily stared carefully at the man. Please deliver this safely to the underworld branch of the Channel Clan. The man raised a hand to adjust his hat, then said with full confidence, Hell Express, mission guaranteed. Jade asked suspiciously, what is that? Will sending this overdo anything? Could it be some kind of curse method I do not understand? Little Creek shrugged and replied indifferently, I am not sure about that either. In any case, it is quite popular where we come from, so I might as well use it to scare that damned guy. Suddenly, someone riding a pointed-beaked dragon flew up to the gate. Sensing the powerful aura, he exclaimed, who has arrived? What a domineering presence. That person did not even bother to introduce himself. He simply opened the scroll in his hand and read out the decree from the Lord of Hell. He had come today to inform the destroyer that he must go to the demon capital and hold the wedding before the demon altar festival. Otherwise, he would be killed without mercy. After reading it, he fixed Little Creek with a cold, piercing stare and said nothing more. Jade recognized this man and told him that he was one of Samuel's most capable war generals. Wrath, one of the 7 deadly sins, had once wiped out an entire clan of hell all by himself. Little Creek's face darkened as he angrily gritted his teeth and asked the little dark imp, "Let me ask you something. Can I beat this guy up? Will it affect my mother?" The little sprite was annoyed by what he called her and immediately corrected him. "How many times have I told you? My name is Little Jade. If you want to fight him, go ahead." Those people have always respected the strongest. If they lose, they won't blame anyone. After hearing that, Little Creek smirked and said softly, "That is perfect." Seeing his strange attitude and afraid he would do something reckless again, Jade hurriedly stopped him in a panic. Hey, wait. He is really strong. Rumor has it that he has already reached rank 8. A brief note, the divine ranks are special. The gap between each rank is quite large. They are divided into 9 ranks. 1 to 3 are lower rank, 4 to 6 are middle rank, and 7 to 9 are higher rank. Before the girl could even finish explaining, Little Creek had already rushed in and beaten that furious guy half to death. He was even seen smashing a chair into the man's face, making the front of his jaw wobble. Seeing that things had become far too intense, Demon Little Cloud hurried out to stop him. "Little Creek, spare him. Samuel and Wrath can be considered acquaintances of mine. Their branch has always had this kind of temperament." In her heart, she thought that she never expected Little Creek to be protecting her in less than a month. It was truly hard to believe. Since his mother had spoken, Little Creek gave her face and stopped. "Oh, fine, I will spare him this time. If he dares disrespect my mother again, I will not let him off." Just like that, and that was not all. He even took the snake for himself while he was at it. "Right, leave Little Cart behind as our mount. I was just worrying that I had no eye-catching mount to enter the city with." This scene made Jade admire Little Creek even more. She leaped up, hugged his neck, and said happily, "You are so strong, this is so fun. I think I am falling for you. Following you from now on will never be boring." Little Creek grimaced and replied, "Little dark imp, don't even think about taking advantage of me all the time. Good thing my little mother did not see this. Otherwise, who knows what shocking thing she would do." Elsewhere, Little Cloud was watching everything through a crystal ball. Golden Flash and Black Wolf were also there. Seeing this scene, the silly dog arrogantly declared, "It is all because this exalted one's shell is too masculine. No female creature can resist it." Little Cloud said nothing. She merely wrote silently in her notebook, "Daughter-in-law, Little Jade," back at Little Creek's side. Little Cart had tears in its eyes, but it could only accept becoming their mount. The 3 of them climbed onto it and set off toward the city. The red snake immediately shot straight into the sky, rushed through the black clouds, and sped forward. Time moved to the day before the Demon Altar Festival at the main altar. The Feather Fiend Altar. The chief of the Feather Fiend clan and his entourage had arrived. He looked extremely displeased and turned to ask his subordinate, "Where is the Holy Maiden? Have you still not found her?" The man broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Ez replied, "Chief, the Holy Maiden sent word to me saying she will definitely return before the worship ceremony begins." Hearing that, the old chief was overjoyed, so excited that his hands and feet almost started dancing. "Wonderful, tomorrow I will see my good granddaughter again." While he was still happy, one sentence from his subordinate made the chief freeze on the spot. "Chief, the Holy Maiden is the way she is today because you spoiled her." At the same time, inside the estate of the Ken clan, someone was cutting himself with a knife and pouring his blood into a bowl. Kaiser's second grandfather lifted the bowl of blood and spoke in a teasing tone. "Elder brother, Brother Senza is all bark. You are even willing to use your precious essence blood to help little Kaiser recover his vitality. I just do not want him to become a joke tomorrow and ruin the reputation of our Ken clan." Knowing his elder brother's personality all too well, Cassie burst out laughing after hearing those words. He clearly cared about his descendants very much. He was just too embarrassed to say it. "Elder brother, this is really too much." The hidden elder brother turned away and said in a deep voice, "My lifespan is also about to reach 100,000 years. That is a boundary even gods cannot surpass. Third brother, your elder brother will soon go down to join you." Another brief note. At present, only elemental spirits can live longer than 100,000 years. Other living beings normally cannot live that long, and even rank 9 gods cannot surpass this boundary. Elsewhere, a beautiful maid of the Ken clan happily walked in with a box and said, "Young master, there is a delivery for you. Please rest assured, the clan has already inspected it. It has been confirmed safe." Kaiser lay motionless on the bed with a miserable expression, struggling to speak each word with difficulty. The maid obeyed. She placed the box near him and slowly opened the lid. However, what was inside made Kaiser's eyes bleed the moment he saw it. He screamed in agony, "Who sent this damned thing? Damn it, who exactly did I offend?" The scene shifted to the day of the demon festival. 2 demons sat together whispering and gossiping. One of them asked, "Hey, have you heard? The Ken clan's wedding escort team failed to bring back the bride after arriving at Destroyer City, the other replied. Yeah, I know. I have a relative who's the pet of the neighbor of the younger brother-in-law of the distant cousin's daughter of, whatever, one of the evil gods who welcomed the groom's party. When they arrived at the scene, they only found General Sabnin beaten half to death. He was a trusted subordinate of Lord Wrath from the Seven Deadly Sins. While they were chatting away, a huge figure with furious eyes suddenly appeared behind them, scaring the two pale with fear. Seeing this, Kasai asked, Big brother, there's no need for you to personally deal with such lowly evil spirits. Kai silently swallowed what was in his mouth before saying, The family's reputation cannot be trampled on so casually. Even talking behind our backs is unacceptable. Everyone gathered at the main headquarters. At the altar, the Feather Demon clan leader saw the Ken clan delegation approaching and enthusiastically greeted them. Old Bloodsucker Whip, you're still alive. Bringing the whole Whip gang to the Feather Demon altar to hold a wedding ceremony truly honors this old man immensely. Old Kai Yin refused to back down and sneered, Well now, I thought it was some random corpse. Turns out it's old Giwu Yao from your side. We are the direct bloodline of the King clan. So of course we'd come here to hold a grand wedding according to ancient tradition. The two exchanged stiff smiles and a viciously forceful handshake, the kind of fake friendly greeting filled with killing intent. Old Gui grinned and said, Greetings, brother, it's been ages since we last met. We absolutely must catch up later. Kai Yin stroked his beard. Indeed, indeed. It's been far too long, we definitely need to reminisce. But old Gui did not stop there and continued mocking him. I truly hope that one day I can attend your funeral at the Wyo altar. After that remark, the 2,000-year-old monsters immediately launched into a fierce verbal battle. Over here, Lady Zhaoyu and the others exchanged countless overly polite greetings in return. Faced with this noisy situation, the Wyo clan guard shot Kai a glance, signaling, I will keep an eye on your clan leader. This joint operation was personally ordered by the Lord of Hell. There can be no mistakes. The loyal subordinate replied with his eyes, Don't worry, I'll keep watch over my big brother. The wedding ritual for Sheer is in your hands. After exchanging meaningful glances and silently outlining their plan, the two happily signaled that they fully understood each other. The entire Wyo altar headquarters was in chaos, and more spectators kept arriving. The main character of today's ceremony, the Hell Fiend Kai Chu, had finally appeared. The moment he stepped out, the obsessed fans below screamed excitedly, Wow, young Master Kai Chu is so handsome, and his strength is incredible too. He's also one of the 3 leaders of the secret mystic organization. One even more twisted fellow said, Even though I'm a male fiend, I still love young Master Kai Chu. I want him to suck all my blood dry. Hearing that, he exploded in rage and pointed downward while shouting, You ugly freaks who would want to suck your blood. Hideous creatures like you aren't worthy. Afterward, he grumbled irritably about his rather revealing outfit. What kind of ridiculous traditional wedding attire is this? It's disgusting. It makes me look like some kind of pervert. Kaizai saw that his grandson did not understand and said, Sheer, don't underestimate this outfit. There's a very important reason behind it. He then began recounting the story behind the clothing. According to legend, countless years ago, our King clan ancestor and the royal Wyo clan once fell in love. But for some unknown reason, most of Hell's high-ranking officials fiercely opposed their relationship. The more Kaizai spoke, the more emotional he became. Eventually, even the Lord of Hell stepped in to stop them. Our ancestor dared not defy the order, which drove the Wyo Queen to leap into the endless abyss beneath the Wyo altar and take her own life. When our ancestor learned the news, he wore the outfit that the Wyo Queen had loved most in life and rushed to the Wyo altar. In the end, he repented there for 100 years and left behind a rule for all future generations. Every descendant of the King clan must wear this outfit during their wedding ceremony at the Wyo altar. After hearing this tragic love story, Kai Chu's face turned green with emotion. That ancestor's joke is way too absurd, he then asked. By the way, second grandpa, where is my beautiful little bride? Why hasn't she shown up yet? Kaizai winked affectionately and replied, Look at how impatient you are, brat. According to our scouts, the girl is still 50 li away from the city. A wicked smile spread across Kai Chu's lips as he said, Second grandpa, let's hurry up and go welcome the bride. Kaizai chuckled softly and answered, Calm down, Sheer. For an unruly bride like this, we elders should help discipline her first. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly jumped in shock and shouted, Ah, damn it, talking with you made me forget to keep watch on your eldest grandpa. At the same moment in Demon Capital City, the atmosphere was silent. Suddenly, movement erupted outside the city's main gate. One of the guards panicked and shouted, Commander, they've arrived. Lu Ban raised his divine bow and aimed ahead with satisfaction. Excellent, they're within range. He was the #1 archer of Demon Capital City. A powerful arrow shot forth, flying straight toward the approaching group. And that group was none other than Zioyan's team. Even though he saw the arrow flying toward them, He showed no fear or emotion whatsoever. With one motion, Zioxy caught the arrow using only 2 fingers and frowned. I'm not even pretty, so why are you shooting at me? Lu Ban knitted his brows tightly together and thought to himself, a master. He lowered his bow and said, my apologies. Flying is forbidden in Demon Capital City. Those are the rules. Hearing that, Zioyan blankly pointed into the distance and asked, then why is that thing allowed to fly? It was a hellmount called Mila Mengcha. At first glance, it looked like some mutated version of Doryman. However, the moment the little creature appeared on screen, Lu Ban shot it down with a single arrow. Well, not anymore. That action irritated Zioxy so much she wanted to start cursing. Ewer quickly introduced him. That's Lu Ban, the #1 guardian of Demon Capital City, and also the Kang clan's top general, but he's very. Before she could finish, she was interrupted. Very what? Very strong. As he spoke, he pointed at Lu Ban, who was currently stuck fast in place. Ewer was speechless, eyes wide and mouth hanging open. I was going to say he's very unlucky. Meanwhile, inside her head, she was screaming. Good heavens, this is the body of that evil dragon from back then. So mighty. Demon Zioyan flipped open a book to study it. Strange, the book clearly says, that emotions burden a demon's body, greatly weaken its power and create inner demons. But Zioxy keeps getting stronger and stronger. I don't understand. Meanwhile, Yuner did not care at all and excitedly shouted, let's keep moving and rock the demon capital. Zioxy's team rode their flying serpent straight toward the altar, making an overwhelmingly shocking entrance. Kaishi turned pale and shouted the moment he saw Zioxy. How are you people? So you and that woman are together. The boy roared with laughter and mocked him. That's right, it's me, Kaishi. Do you still need a wife? I know a stunning beauty from the Serpent Turtle clan. There are also graceful rabbit girls. Want me to introduce them to you? If you like gentle and caring women, those cheerful Serpent Turtle girls are waiting for you. Today is another hopelessly hopeful day. And if you prefer fresh, energetic women with huge figures, the muscular bunny girls are waving at you. Only then did old Kaishi notice Zioxy and explode in fury. He roared, that little brat in the lead carries third brother's blood aura on him. Yuner, standing beside him, was also being stared at, but with loving eyes from old Turtle. My dear granddaughter, little Yuner. But the old man instantly changed expression, his face twisting as he grumbled, who is that brat beside her? He's standing way too close to my little Yuner. Kaishi quickly stepped forward to calm his hot-tempered older brother. Big brother, calm down. Let Sheer finish the wedding ceremony first, then we'll slowly settle accounts with him. Yuner loudly stepped forward and boldly declared, enough nonsense. We're here to steal the bride today. Kaishi, this mighty warrior wants to duel you for the bride. Hearing that, the hellish demon god nearly collapsed in terror. What? I'm dueling him one-on-one? Even the Love-G organizing side could not take it anymore. Everyone stared in shock. Holy maiden, you're supposed to host the sacrificial ceremony today, so why are you leading the troublemaking? Old Turtle remained much calmer. He said, I completely agree with this proposal. As long as the bride consents, the groom must accept the challenge. These are rules established many years ago by the Lord of Hell himself. I am absolutely not abusing public power for private revenge. One must be upright. The Love-J clan leader was the same. The Love-J guards felt deeply wounded hearing such blatantly fake words. Clan leader, you're obviously abusing public power for private revenge 100%. Anyone can see it. Meanwhile, the demons below were incredibly excited. This is going to be good, damn, I'm getting hyped. Kaishi refused to back down and tried to nitpick for his own benefit. This is inappropriate. The Lord of Hell indeed set such a rule, but the challenger must be younger than the challenge. With power like his, he must belong to a different generation. As far as I know, almost nobody in Hell from the same generation can surpass our Sheer. Old Turtle narrowed his eyes and said deeply, do you really think your bastard son is invincible? No matter. Our witch demon clan has a way to determine age. Cultivation can be faked, but the soul's age cannot deceive us. Then he shouted loudly, first tower, second tower, third tower. Coming, the moment it heard its name, a goofy-looking three-headed dog rushed out at full speed. It got so excited that it accidentally peed on the old master's leg. As a result, they ended up with several more lumps on their heads. Old Turtle lifted the three-headed dog and introduced it. Here is a soul judgment pearl. It can determine the true soul age of any living being. No matter how strong someone is, they cannot hide it. Young friend over there, as long as you agree to the test and stay a little farther away from my little Yuner, you will earn the right to fight a fair battle against my nephew Kaishi. Yuner was dissatisfied and shouted angrily, Grandpa, what are you saying? Meanwhile, Demon Zioyan barely cared and kept focusing on the book in her hands. Yangsu, look, what we have is called a master-servant relationship. As for Zioxy, he was extremely excited. That dog suits little H perfectly. It can satisfy all three of his desires at once. Is it male? Over on this side, Black Wolf cursed angrily, mind your own business. That ugly three-headed dog is obviously male. Old Turtle smiled and said, young friend, just touch first tower's head and the result will appear. Hearing that, the boy froze and asked, "First tower? Who's first tower?" The old man immediately explained further. "The middle head is first tower, the left is second tower, and the right is third tower. Don't underestimate it." Its ancestor was named Changlu, the overlord of hell back in the day. While laughing and chatting, Old Turtle suddenly jumped forward and locked Zioxy in a chokehold, snarling, "Also, let me warn you, stay away from my little eunuch. You womanizing brat." Zioxy unhappily argued back, "Come on, your little perverted demon girl is the one constantly flirting with me, and she even cast a love curse on me." Those words struck like a bolt of lightning. Old Turtle turned to stone and completely broke down. The LoveJ curse can only be used once in a lifetime, and the love curse is only used on one's beloved. Zioxy stepped forward and gently placed his hand on First Tower's head, and the dog seemed to enjoy it greatly. The orb hanging from First Tower's neck displayed a massive number 45. Everyone was utterly shocked, and Kaishi screamed, "How is that possible? He's only 45 years old. You old demon monster, did you rig the test on purpose? I cultivated for over 6,000 years to reach my current power, you bastard." It wasn't just them, every spectator outside was equally shocked. Even Old Turtle was stunned. Honestly, even I find it hard to believe. But these are the accurate results. In the name of the ancestors of the Witch Demon clan, I swear this test was completely fair, just, and public. But the one who completely fell apart at this moment was Kaishi. His forehead darkened like ink as his voice trembled. "I can't beat him. There's absolutely no way I can beat him. He's a monster." Seeing his grandson react like that made Kai Yin even angrier. "You useless coward, what are you scared of? You're a disgrace to the glory of our Kane family. Relax. Your second grandpa and I are here. Even if the sky falls, we'll hold it up for you." He flexed his muscles and tore apart the suit on his body, then sliced a long wound across his chest. "As long as I use a little of my heart's blood, this won't be a big deal anymore." Old Turtle was shocked. "Old Ruara, do you not care about your life anymore? At your age, you still dare force out that much heart's blood." Kai Yin roared confidently, "A high-tier divine spirit at 45 years old? I've never heard of such a thing. He must be relying on external power. Our Kane family has never feared threats. Anyone who dares provoke us will die. Sheer, drink all this blood and your strength will soar tremendously." Kai Yin also cut himself to give blood to his beloved grandson. "Sheer, this is your second grandpa's heart's blood. I'm already old. This is all I have left." After drinking the divine liquid, Kaishi's strength increased by countless times. He arrogantly said, "You two old men should have taken this blood out for me sooner. Now I'm not afraid of him anymore." A terrifying surge of power erupted from Kaishi's body, crushing the ground beneath his feet. Cracks spread across his body and his eyes turned blood red. This overwhelming power, my Kane bloodline has advanced another step. In an instant, his bloodline awakened. Even the bizarre outfit on his body transformed into an incredibly cool suit of battle armor. Zioan sensed the danger and became extremely worried. "Zioxy, he may have already reached rank 8 Divine Spirit now. Are you confident you can defeat him?" He replied in a deep voice, "It should be fine. It's about the same intensity as General Sabe Ning's Berserk state. Still, I feel like he's not that simple." As soon as he said that, Zioxy suddenly looked completely confused, countless question marks appearing in his mind. "Wait, close to rank 8? What the hell is a rank 8 Divine Spirit?" "You were explained, you don't even know that. Divine Spirits are divided into 9 ranks. Ranks 1, 2, and 3 are low-tier Divine Spirits. Rank 4, 5, and 6 are mid-tier Divine Spirits, while ranks 7 and 8 are high-tier Divine Spirits. The higher you go, the greater the gap becomes. They say even 10 rank 8 Divine Spirits might not be able to defeat a rank 9 Divine Spirit. Understand now?" After hearing that, he became even more confused. "In what rank do I count as? I have no idea at all." Ewer ignored that and excitedly shouted, "As the Saintess of the Witch Demon clan, I hereby announce. The marriage-snatching battle at the Witch Demon altar will proceed together with the Iron Demon Festival ceremony. And more importantly, today's battle will decide both victory and life or death." The two sides stared intensely at each other, both burning with fighting spirit. After receiving a boost in power, Kaishi had become wildly arrogant. "Come on, I'll beat you to death. Then I'll cruelly torment your woman and imprison her. She'll become my blood slave, and I'll drink her blood every single day." Zioxy said nothing in return, as though he were plotting something in his mind. Ewer acted as both host and announcer for the competition. She loudly declared, "Witch Demon clan, obey my command. Worship the creator of hell, the golden body of the Lord of Hell." The attendants immediately began beating drums and clashing gongs to start the ceremony. Ewer continued, "Ghost gods, relatives, close friends, and also our friends on the mountaintop, hello everyone. Let us begin worshipping the golden body of our creator. As long as you sincerely bow and silently recite the Supreme One's name in your heart, your wishes can come true." The Iron Demon Festival is the holiday commemorating the Lord of Hell creating hell itself. All ghost gods who pray today will receive blessings of divine power. Old Turtle and the attendants stood below waving glow sticks and cheering like they were at a concert. "Idle, little Ewer is amazing, little Ewer forever." Ewer silently observed them and thought to herself, everyone hurry up and finish praying. Because the next part is my favorite. In the crowd, a ghost god clasped his hands together and sincerely prayed, Almighty Lord of Hell, please grant me a wife, a wife, a wife. I've been single for hundreds of years. To explain a little, sincere prayers generate an extremely powerful force of fate. Suddenly someone bumped into him. Amazing, if you're sincere enough, your wish really comes true. A beautiful female ghost god shyly said, sorry, I bumped into you. There are way too many ghost gods at the Iron Demon Festival today, the man quickly replied. It's okay, my skin is very thick. She smiled brightly and said, you're such a kind ghost god. Returning to the main event, Zioxy sneered, Kaishi, aren't you going to pray to the Lord of Hell so I don't beat you to death later? Kaishi lunged forward with a punch and shouted loudly, I've never believed in any Lord of Hell nonsense. You're the one who should be praying. Zioxy glanced sharply at Kaiyin. Pretty fast. He turned around and caught the attack barehanded. The two streams of power collided, creating an incredibly dazzling light effect. Yuni shouted excitedly, the prayer is over, no more praying. Now we move on to the next step, eating spirit seeds, drinking spirit wine, and watching the show. Let me tell you, this wine was brewed by my old grandpa for thousands of years. Drinking it even boosts your strength. Normally, it's hard for me to secretly drink even a single drop. Only the Demon Altar Festival gets this kind of celebration. The demon gods gathered here were extremely puzzled after hearing that. Why did this prayer ceremony end so quickly? It wasn't formal at all. Weren't there still many traditional ritual procedures left? But little Uni couldn't care less about all that gossip. She raised her wine cup high and cheered enthusiastically, beat him, beat him, beat him. The guards of the Wyo clan looked at the situation. Before them with some concern. Both sides were incredibly powerful, both high-level gods. Old Gui calmly cracked sunflower seeds while commenting, both of them are somewhat strange. Kaishi forcibly advanced into a high-level god. Though his soul lacks enlightenment, that brat is almost the same. His body is extremely strong, but his soul and body feel somewhat mismatched. Uni turned around and reminded him, Grandpa, stop eating seeds all the time. Drink some wine. I totally believe Zioxy will win this match, I already said so. Old Gui hugged the giant wine jar and poured it straight down his throat. At that moment, Yangsu leaned close to Demon Zioan and asked softly, Master, do you think the young master can win? Even I am not sure. I don't know, they're both stronger than me now, their level is completely different. Yangsu worriedly asked again, then what if the young master loses? Demon Zioan smiled calmly and replied, then I will marry Kaishi and find a chance to kill him. After that, I'll cultivate for tens of thousands more years, then return to destroy the Kang clan and avenge Zioxy. Kaishi suddenly spoke, I know who you are now. So it was you, you little bastard. Not bad, running all the way to hell just to throw your life away. He replied coldly, looks like your wounds healed and you forgot the pain already. Did you already forget the fear of being controlled by me that night? Enraged, Kaishi loudly declared, in my eyes, you will always be an insect that can be crushed at any moment. You simply cannot understand how powerful I have become now. My current state is already extremely close to the Kang ancestor. This is the final demon bloodsucker form of the Kang ancestor. As he spoke, Kaishi immediately summoned the blood of the demon gods. The demon gods outside flew toward him. Their blood was suddenly drained away. No one understood what was happening to them. My blood, what is happening? Zioxy also felt something strange happening to his body. It became somewhat stiff, and the blood in his body uncontrollably tried to surge out. Rushing toward Kaishi, somewhat similar to the bone control ability of the Bone Emperor's grandson. He thought to himself, if this were on the battlefield of the lower realm, what a terrifying top-tier ability this would be. After receiving the clan's blood, Kaishi unleashed the power of the two-horned chicken bloodline. He smugly said, come on, I know you weren't fighting seriously earlier. Otherwise, you wouldn't still have a chance now. I should already be close to peak rank 8. But our Zioxy still looked completely confused. He truly could not understand how you people from another world always knew. What rank you were? Could it be that numbers were written on your bodies? Even now, his mind was still a complete mess regarding this body. He confidently replied, also, don't think I'll be afraid of a two-horned red dog like you. This body isn't some flashy species like human. The only thing I know is that all my skill points were invested into speed and strength. He secretly recalled Ziohe. That dog really knew his stuff. Strength and speed truly were the foundation of a martial warrior. On the other side, Haelang observed while muttering thoughtfully. That's right, the true essence of my original body is entirely based on strength and speed. Strength is for breaking the mechanisms of treasures, speed is for escaping when discovered. That is the true foundation of stealing treasures. Forcing oneself into becoming a rank 8 god, I could casually beat him with just my body alone. This demon bloodsucker is actually weaker than greed from the 7 deadly sins. Zioxy unleashed a powerful surge of energy and instantly rushed toward the crimson figure, glaring fiercely. Damn you, you're the one who forced me to use my full strength. Don't regret it, Zioxy's speed shocked Kaishi. What? Zioxy kicked him directly under the chin. This move had an absurdly fancy name, Flying Kick of Fatal Love. Kaishi lost balance and slammed headfirst into the ground in utter humiliation. Zioxy leaped into the air, his eyes blazing as flames erupted around his fists as well. Take the full power of my strength, blazing mountain fist. An overwhelmingly powerful punch crashed down onto Kaishi's head as he lay face down on the ground, releasing enormous energy. The altar arena suffered tremendous damage. It was split apart into many pieces by the force. Old Gui hugged his granddaughter and jumped high into the air, saying irritably, "The power of this punch reminds me of Lord Aomek, the strongest member of the previous generation of the 7 deadly sins. Too bad he was killed by that evil wolf. Those rotten bats couldn't hold themselves back anymore and finally interfered." Suddenly he was startled and shouted loudly, "Wait, evil wolf." The aura of evil wolf's corpse from the blood pool is faintly appearing from his body. Our Waiyu clan is the most sensitive to this kind of aura. There is absolutely no mistake about it. The fierce Lick guard roared, "Chief, shouldn't you be worried right now about the Lick altar being destroyed? Why is there not even the slightest ripple in your heart?" From the ruins, Kai Yin walked out carrying his nephew's body and said, "To be able to knock down an 8th rank god like Shi Cheng with one punch. Your Excellency is certainly no nameless nobody. It seems this matter can no longer end peacefully." His face darkened and his tone became vicious. "All members of the Ken clan, heed my command. Fight with me against the sworn enemy of the Ken clan. Kill him, then continue the wedding. Second brother, go capture that female ghost goddess. Do not let her escape." Kaishi accepted the order and replied solemnly, "Yes, big brother." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly flew straight toward Zioan and declared confidently, "Do not worry, big brother. She is merely a god who has not even reached the 4th rank. I can deal with her in one move." Zioan stood on a rock floating in midair as flames of fury erupted around him. He swept a death-filled gaze across the crowd and shouted, "Let me see who dares touch her." As soon as he finished speaking, Zioxy's fist was already pressed against Kaishi's chest. He was punched into a nearby boulder. Seeing his younger brother struck, Kai Yin could no longer restrain himself and shouted, "Second brother." After finishing off the second brother, he ran over and stood in front of Zioan the demoness. "Mother, with Zioxy here, no one is allowed to hurt you." Her gaze went blank as she thought, "So this is family affection, the feeling of being protected, how special." Zioxy quickly raised his voice to remind the organizers, "Hey, little Lick, you still have not announced the winner. The bride no longer belongs to Kai Chu now." You were cheered excitedly. "I hereby announce that, as the saintess of the Lick clan, this young man has successfully stolen the bride. The bride will no longer have any relationship with the Ken clan." Old Turtle burst into loud laughter at this moment and said, "Well done, young man. Go all out and slap the faces of those filthy roaches. They do not even bother to follow the rules set by the Lord of Hell, so we liches cannot pretend not to see it either." Elder Meng Yuan declared, "Young man, just fight as you please. We will definitely protect this lady. As the chief of the Lick clan, I will take the Destroyer of Hell as my adopted daughter. Whoever dares touch her is touching our entire Lick clan." Zioxy saw right through Old Turtle's intentions. He grumbled bitterly in his heart, "This old Lick is truly scheming. On the surface, he is taking my mother as his adopted daughter. But in reality, he saw how strong I am and wants me to keep slaughtering the Ken clan until none of them are left, right? But mother said that ghost gods from hell cannot stay in the mortal world for too long. After a period of time, they must return to absorb dark energy. If the Lick clan continues to be her backing in hell, that would indeed be much better. But why do I feel so uncomfortable?" The more Zioxy thought about it, the angrier he became. "That bastard! If mother becomes your adopted daughter, then doesn't that make me?" At that moment, the old chief was calculating smugly. One of them was a killing machine with limitless potential, and the other seemed to have obtained the body of the evil wolf. Now he could not only form ties with them, but also make those filthy roaches lose troops and generals. This deal would definitely bring a huge profit. Zioxy rushed over, put Old Turtle in a headlock and warned him, "You old fox, you only said 2 words and already want to use me. Since you are taking an adopted daughter, hurry up and bring out an epic divine weapon to show some sincerity." With his old and fragile bones, just being held for a moment made him cry out and compromise. "Oh, I am dying, dying, dying. I will give one, I will give one." Off to the side, Kai Yin clutched his chest and shouted, "Lick clan, very impressive." He suddenly ordered, "As the chief of the Ken clan, I hereby declare, all clan members over 10,000 years old stay behind. Everyone else return to the Ken clan and enter seclusion. Unless a 9th rank god is born, you are never to emerge." Kai Shi, standing beside him, was also startled. "Big brother, just let this matter end here. Let us return to our clan grounds. Even if the opponent is a 9th rank god, the magic array left behind by our ancestor should be able to withstand him." All the young ghost gods of the Ken clan accepted the order and quickly left. Even Kai Chu was taken back for treatment. Only then did Kai Yin explain clearly. Second brother, I am afraid things are not as simple as you imagine. Just now, in the instant I clashed with him to save Sheer, I discovered that he is very likely a 5th-level supergod powerhouse. Back then, the evil wolf. Back then, I once sensed his aura from very far away. Even Lord Arrogance, a 9th-rank being, died at his hands. To this day, not a single ghost god has been qualified to inherit the title of Arrogance. Kaishi's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe his ears. What, the evil wolf? Did he not die more than 40,000 years ago? While the Ken's side was tense as a drawn bowstring, Old Turtle spoke casually. Old Roach, why not just end this matter here? From what I see, this young man has no intent to kill. Why not let me step forward as mediator between both sides? Xyroxy followed up. Chief of the Ken clan, my purpose was only to stop this wedding. I have no other intentions and I do not want to kill you. You may leave. In his heart he thought, although this old roach is quite dictatorial, he really is a decisive family leader. And the spoils Xyroxy received this time were an extremely powerful ghost blade called Netherworld. Seeing the gentle look Xioan gave Xyroxy, Yangsu muttered bitterly, Master, you've changed. But Kai Yin still wanted to preserve the last shred of dignity for the clan. He proudly declared, today, our Qing clan has suffered enough humiliation. If even an old man like me backs down, the clan's glory will be completely gone. Not to mention our descendants will have no way to survive. After all, each generation has grown weaker than the last. If this continues, our clan will be wiped out sooner or later. In that case, we'd rather become an example today and let them see what the Qing clan truly stands for. Old Gui never liked that old man Kai Yin, but even he shouted angrily upon seeing this. Hey, are you people tired of living? Once you're dead, what glory will your clan have left? Dead people are nothing but garbage. Boss Genki couldn't be bothered wasting words, and immediately began crazily sucking blood. One demon god after another fell victim, including Kai Zai, the second elder. After consuming a massive amount of blood, his awakened Qing bloodline form finally appeared. It had to be admitted. It's been a long time since I used my awakened form in battle. Old Gui was horrified and hurriedly shouted, it's Demon Ring Blood Devourer. All living beings watching this spectacle. If you don't want your blood drained dry, run far away now. But the warning came too late. Quite a few distant ghost gods had already been drained dry and killed. At the altar, fresh blood continuously flowed into Kai Yin, accumulating into power. Before stepping into a battle whose outcome he already knew, he still spoke firmly to his opponent. My Qing bloodline is no longer as pure as it once was, so I can't maintain this form for very long. Fight me with everything you've got. I refuse to die years later as a rotten old tree in the clan grounds. Xioxy replied, looks like you're even stronger now than Shen Nan from the 7 deadly sins. Fine, I respect you. Warrior of the Qing clan, I'll face you alone in this final battle. At that moment, Demon Xioan walked over and softly said, Xioxy, if you die, I'll avenge you. Yangsu added, Master, from now on I will become your sharpest blade. He turned around and hugged her tightly, gently saying, Mom, you're still the same as before, saying things without caring about the situation. Don't worry, your son isn't that stupid. I'm not fighting for any clan glory. At most, I'm just toying with royal glory. If I can't win, I'll run immediately. Living shamelessly is the true way to survive. Mom, go wait for me with the Feather Demon clan. This was a duel between true men. The altar had already shattered, so now both opponents floated above the abyss using their energy as they fought. Both sides were ready and shouted in unison, come on! With 1,000 years of battle experience, Kai Yin struck with terrifying precision and initially seemed to hold the advantage. Blow after blow was exchanged in a thrilling and intense battle. Both sides fought with everything they had, facing such a powerful opponent. Our Xioxy struggled to defend while counterattacking. His body was covered in injuries. Though Kai Yin was incredibly strong, Xioxy was no weakling either. It was finally time for the decisive strike to end this battle. Xioxy remarked respectfully, in terms of strength and speed, very few can resist this body. But I must admit, you truly are powerful. You absolutely deserve to stand at the top of the 7 deadly sins. I acknowledge your strength. The strongest warrior who had never reached peak awakening unleashed a full-powered punch. As Xioxy's final attack to finish Kai Yin, let's end this. Kai Yin's special state could no longer continue, and he allowed himself to fall freely into the abyss below. Xioxy silently murmured, rest in peace. But when he looked downward, he suddenly exclaimed, wait, is there someone at the bottom of the abyss? Xioxy's expression instantly changed into extreme shock. How is this possible? What kind of joke is this? Why are you here? Linksy, on this side, everyone watching through the crystal sphere also saw Linksy deep within the abyss. Golden Toad Altar Spirit muttered unhappily, who exactly is interfering behind the scenes? This outcome wasn't in my prediction. Both Linger and Zioyan were equally shocked. It's the kitten. As Kai Yin fell down, he was instantly torn apart by the powerful devouring force below. The deeper one descended, the stronger the devouring force became. Yet Lingxi remained completely unharmed. It seemed she was protected by a sphere. Zioxi wondered, why is Lingxi at the bottom of the abyss? Even old Gui didn't know about this. How could any living being survive down there? This abyss devours everything. Even old Gui would have been torn apart, and even our feathered demon ancestors died inside it. So why hasn't she been devoured? Without further hesitation, he said, I'm going down to save her. Seeing Zioyan looking worried, Zioxi added, Mom, I can go down alone. Even clan leader Kai Yin couldn't endure the abyss. Only someone like me can descend into that devouring void. She nodded and replied, no matter what you want to do, I'll support you. Then she wiped his face and reminded him, don't die. I'll still need to visit the water origin continent to find you in the future. Zioxi, just make your decision already. Don't worry, I definitely won't die. Before leaving, he turned and said a few words to Ewer and the little black crow demon. How about we make a deal? She immediately mocked him back. So the righteous act was fake after all. You finally couldn't suppress that perverted side of yours. As a result, he rewarded her with a hard knock on the head. Zioxi said seriously, Chief of the Crow Demon tribe, take good care of my mother. I'll first give you half of the Genesis divination scripture. Ewer grumbled unhappily, what kind of weird scripture is that? I hate cultivation. But the Crow Demon Chief was extremely knowledgeable. The moment he heard it, he cried out in shock, could it be the #1 divination technique on the Shuyuan continent? The old turtle immediately bowed to Zioan and swore, mysterious young master, give me the Genesis divination scripture and go in peace. This heavenly scripture must not be buried in the abyss. I swear upon the honor of the Crow Demon Chief. Give me the scripture and from now on she'll be my honored grandmother. Ewer couldn't believe her grandfather was acting like this. She angrily scolded him. Grandpa, I look down on you. Where's your dignity? Holding the scripture proudly in his hands, he replied smugly, I'm holding my dignity right here. Zioxi added a few more words, Crow Demon Chief, remember the oath of your tribe. If I ever find out you mistreated my mother. As he spoke, he casually grabbed Ewer by the collar and continued, then I'll crawl back from hell and kidnap her to give you 8 or 10 great-grandchildren to play with. The girl clearly liked the idea but acted shy as she said, that wouldn't be appropriate, I'm still young. I'm only 200 years old this year. But this completely terrified the old turtle. No, you are absolutely not allowed to target my Ewer. Meanwhile, on Zioxi's side, the angel. She was actually delighted to hear all this. Please, Zioxi, Golden Toad turned worriedly and asked, Zioxi, can your 2 bones withstand the devouring power of the abyss of hell? Black Wolf pondered and said, that's hard to say. My skeleton possesses anti-magic abilities capable of breaking all restrictions, seals, and treasures. But this abyss can even devour a generation of crow demons. I don't know whether this devouring force exceeds my resistance or not. Zioxi leapt downward while calculating, don't go too deep yet. Let's first test whether this body can resist the devouring power of the abyss. Before long, a mass of tentacles rushed over and tightly wrapped around him. But the posture was disturbingly suggestive, making Zioxi squirm all over. Hey, wait a second, this pose really doesn't seem appropriate. Over on Black Wolf's side, he nearly lost his mind after seeing Zioxi jump straight down. You idiot, you jumped in directly without activating the anti-magic state first. Panicking, he shouted, you stupid toad, is there any way to contact Zioxi? Golden Toad thought for a moment and replied, it's not impossible. It'll cost 100 years of magical power to transmit a few images. Black Wolf became extremely anxious and immediately said, do it now, hurry or it'll be too late. This devouring force is stronger than I expected. Meanwhile, Zioxi was struggling against the tentacles when his mind suddenly became unstable, and part of his face even shifted into a dog-like form. He muttered in confusion, why has strange knowledge suddenly increased inside my head? At that moment, several bizarre and shameless images from Black Wolf appeared in Zioxi's mind. They were so perverse that everything was heavily censored. Anyone curious about those moves can imagine them for themselves because our Zioxi was completely dumbfounded. That damn little Black, what kind of hand signs are these? He roared angrily, damn it, and at a moment like this you're still messing with me. Hey, you guys have gone too far. That place is impossible. But after calming down, Zioxi began analyzing the information Black Wolf had sent him. Wait a second. Little Black might usually be unreliable, but at critical moments he never acts recklessly. These movements must have some hidden meaning. Even though he was bound in an extremely suggestive way, he still tried to focus. All right, calm down and think. Clear away distracting thoughts. These movements probably aren't anything dirty. Maybe it's just this binding position that's making my thoughts wander. What exactly was Little Black trying to say? Right, this is probably some kind of sealing gesture. Without thinking further, Zioxi copied the movements appearing in his mind. Let's test it first and talk later. This scene is strictly forbidden for anyone under 18. If you're too young, feel free to skip ahead. As a result, his body was instantly released. Great, it worked. But Xioxy quickly noticed something strange. This body. At first it felt strange, but then it became incredibly comfortable and warm, as though something was overflowing from within him. At that moment, his entire body became enveloped in dazzling light. Then the evil Lord demon-breaking form revealed its true appearance in an outrageously fancy pink ballet dress. Xioxy was so embarrassed he cursed loudly. What the hell? What kind of hobby does little black have? Why did I turn into some monkey prince? To explain this, Black Wolf could only laugh bitterly and recount. Back when I was borrowing treasures from ancient ruins, I accidentally inherited the legacy of a demon witch. That's how I gained this special skill. I usually use it when borrowing things, so I never cared about the appearance. Although the appearance is somewhat feminine, the power of this form is incredibly awesome. Xioxy excitedly spoke while sensing the new energy source. Not bad. After transforming, it can nullify all magical energy that comes into contact with it. Too powerful. Then he immediately rushed downward while shouting loudly. Linzai, can you hear me? There was no response at all. At that moment, Linzai was trapped inside a purple sphere. He moved closer. He placed his hand on the barrier of the sphere, causing it to slowly dissolve, then softly called out, Linzai, it's Xiaozai. After that, he gently picked her up and wondered. So it's true, why are you here and why are you unconscious? Suddenly, both of them felt dizzy as an invisible vortex appeared. He exclaimed in shock, what's going on? This feeling is. A moment later, when everything stabilized again, Xiaozai muttered in confusion, where is this? It feels like the space has changed. Could this be a separate dimension? Who interfered? At the same time, an invisible force pressed down on him, forcing him to place Linzai on the ground and kneel, utterly confused. What is happening? I have no strength left. My soul feels terrible. Outside, everyone was staring intently at the sphere. Xiaozai asked in confusion, what's going on? You damn toad, is your crystal ball broken or something? Jinshan replied. A mysterious supergod-level expert has interfered with my investigation and trapped Xiaozai and the others inside a separate dimension. Meanwhile, Xiaozai, now in soul form with the appearance of a middle-aged man, looked at his hands and wondered. This is my soul form. Where is Xiaozai's body? And what happened to Linzai? He looked into the distance and waved as he shouted, Linxia, why did you run over there? She did not answer and merely turned around to glare at him. Her eyes had completely transformed into a pitch-black abyss filled with darkness and eerie evil. Suddenly, Xioxy's voice rang out in panic as his face changed color. Don't do this, Linxia. Get control of yourself. Right now my soul form is fragile, so I have to be careful. But she paid no attention to his words at all and charged forward like a rocket, her eyes filled with killing intent. Xioxy was so shocked he nearly lost his mind. What is going on? Since when did Linxia become this strong? Anyone who did not know better would think Linxia had already become a god. He looked around in confusion, searching desperately. Where exactly were Xiaozai's remains? Without a physical foundation, I cannot use too much energy. Even transforming into a demon-type creature now would already be too late. Out of options, Xioxy screamed loudly, give me a body already. I do not care if it belongs to trash, a corpse, or even a god. Tension, the soul is the software while the body is the hardware. Neither can be missing unless you are a demon-type creature. Otherwise, it is very difficult for an ordinary person to unleash powerful attacks with a pure soul alone. Looking at his weak appearance now only made him depressed. Running around as a naked soul felt incredibly uncomfortable. It was like being freezing cold without any clothes on. I wonder whether Goddess Heshta's summoning ability can still work here. Might as well give it a try. The moment he thought of it, he acted. Xioxy raised his right hand and began chanting, anything is fine. Give me a usable body. Preferably a superhero or some masked rider or something. In the blink of an eye, the universe sent him a giant stuffed penguin. He roared furiously, why is it you again? And you are even a premium member. But there was no room to be picky in this situation, so he had no choice but to accept it. Whatever. Compared to leaving his soul exposed, this at least felt safer. Thus, Xioxy quickly possessed the stuffed toy and crazily accelerated in pursuit of Linxia. He leaped ahead to intercept her while silently calculating her path. He had to keep his distance and could not recklessly fight Linxia head-on. Right now, Linxia looked like a wounded lion. She had probably lost herself from excessive berserk rage. Xioxy moved with extreme caution. Without a real body now, I can only forcibly imitate some low-level magic using god-tier spiritual power. If I want the weak to defeat the strong, intelligence is my only option. Cats probably hate water the most, so let me try basic water magic. He jumped up and unleashed his water fist technique, throwing several water spheres toward Linxia. Very quickly, she reacted and dodged them. With incredible ease, then she immediately jumped in to counterattack. Xioxy wore a provocative expression and said, if Linxia were conscious, she would definitely know I still have another move. Then he continuously unleashed all sorts of water element techniques one after another. There was telekinetic manipulation, followed by the water dragon crush technique as well. And naturally, Linxia dodged every single attack. Zioxy refused to give up and stubbornly pushed onward. This is the water-severing spell I just invented. A spinning water vortex shot forward at high speed. Lynxia leaned back to dodge, but the vortex still sliced apart parts of her outfit. The sudden revealing state of the young girl made him spray a nosebleed while commenting. I even used spiritual power to hide the vortex trajectory, and she still dodged it. Is it some kind of wild instinct? Though she really is wild. As for Lynxia, having her clothes torn only seemed to multiply her anger. Without another word, Lynxia stomped heavily against the ground for momentum, before launching herself directly toward Zioxy. He hurriedly fled in another direction. However, his stuffed body was slashed open. Zioxy quickly summoned his ultimate weapon. Hopefully this will be like that three-wheeled gadget, using tools combined with energy from another world to create superpowers. Then a high-pressure toy water gun was delivered to him. Holding a weapon in hand instantly boosted Zioxy's confidence. He fired a freezing stream of water under immense pressure, a skill known as water origin force. But the real fun was still coming. Zioxy proudly declared. It is not over yet. Next comes the Frost Origin Strike. A gigantic dragon burst forth with a thunderous roar. He said, "This is fusion magic. I call it Dragon King's Roar." The dragon opened its massive jaws, bearing sharp fangs as it lunged to devour Lynxia. She fearlessly charged in to fight it head-on. A massive shockwave exploded outward while mist and freezing ice scattered everywhere. After the fog gradually dispersed, the giant dragon was gone while Lynxia still stood there alone. The only difference was that her clothes had become even more tattered. Zioxy was starting to feel trouble. Although that fusion spell was formed from combining low-level magic, its destructive power should have been enough to injure even a grand spirit master. Yet Lynxia only ended up with torn clothes. This is becoming a huge problem. Why did Lynxia suddenly appear in hell in such a crazed state? Her strength is almost comparable to a god. Where is Ziohe's body? Who is manipulating everything behind the scene? As for Linzai, after being hit, she flew into a rage and unleashed tremendous power, leaving Ziohei completely confused. No way, my clothes are tearing. No. After getting hurt, Linzai's strength increased again. What kind of berserk state is this? He immediately told himself not to panic. Stay calm, use strategy. Otherwise, a pure and innocent artist like me will freeze to the bone here. Berserk state. The more berserk she gets, the closer she is to her wild instinct. The other part of Linzai is a cat. Ziohei figured that Uncle Yi had many years of cat-raising experience. As long as she was a cat, she could not escape his absolute control. A ball of yarn appeared in his hand. This was known as the 100% cat control ball. When Linzai saw the ball of yarn, her attitude changed at once. Her eyes were completely drawn to it. Ziohei threw the ball and shouted, "Go Vika high!" As if hypnotized, Linzai immediately chased after the ball of yarn and pounced on it. Ziohei said confidently, "Now is my chance, as long as I can get close. My soul can enter Linzai's inner world. Then I can wake Linzai up." He immediately left the stuffed bear's body and flew over, intending to embrace her. But Linzai had already noticed his plan, and she glared at him with murderous eyes. Ziohei shouted, "Just play with your ball, do not pay attention to me." He stopped hesitating and made his move. He had to strike first to seize the advantage. "I know where your weak spot is. Try my ultimate tail-grabbing technique." Suddenly, a hazy memory flashed through Linzai's mind. It was when the two of them first met, when Ziohei had accidentally grabbed her tail. Ziohei shouted awkwardly, strangers at first, familiar afterward, "Sorry." Right after that, although he had grabbed Linzai's tail, he was still extremely nervous. This was his only chance. If it failed, he might die too. Ziohei shouted, "How insolent, I am going to take off your clothes." Since her tail was a sensitive spot when it was gripped tightly, Linzai's body felt as if electricity were surging through it. It made all the fur on her body stand on end. He teased her gleefully, "Come on, bite and tear like a storm." Then, with a sharp slash, a clean strike came down. The arm Ziohei was using to hold the cattail was cut clean off in a moment of shock. So everyone, remember never to grab a cat's tail, unless you want your face scratched to pieces. Still not done venting her anger, Linzai turned back and clawed him viciously several more times. Just like that, slashes kept flying out one after another. Ziohei screamed loudly as his remaining arm was also cut off. "Cut it off completely. Everything is still within my calculation. Luckily, you do not have to be confused. As long as my head is still here, there is still hope. Linzai, I have to enter your body to save you. Sorry." Right away, Ziohei lunged forward and kissed Linzai on the lips. More precisely, this was the soul possession technique. Inside her mind was nothing but pitch-black darkness, along with the merciless curses of Linzai's father. "It is all because of you, you cursed omen. This family was ruined because you killed your mother." Little Linzai could only sit in a corner hugging her knees, enduring those cruel words without daring to run away. He said each word through clenched teeth. "Starting tomorrow, I will take up a post in the Eastern Kingdom. I have arranged for you to study at the Magic Martial Academy. You can fend for yourself. Do not tell anyone that you are my daughter. I have no daughter like you. You are nothing but an aberration. You understand?" But the little cat could only sit there and cry. He scolded her, crying, "That is the only thing you are good at, because of you. I can never return to the Beastman kingdom again." Lindsay still said nothing and kept crying. This made him even angrier. "You cursed omen, I told you to stop crying. Can you not hear me?" That black cat roared. "You really are a useless nuisance." The more he looked, the angrier he became, and at the same time he raised his huge hand to strike the little girl. Lindsay fearfully covered her head, her whole body trembling. Just then, Zai arrived, running over and grabbing his arm. He said angrily, "Hey, you stupid big cat. A daughter is meant to be loved, not used as a tool for you to vent your anger." Then with one punch, Zai struck Lindsay's father and made him disappear. Suddenly, he was startled as he remembered something. Why did Lindsay's father look like the deity outside the small golden-toed temple? Could it be? He came over to the little cat and gently stroked her head to comfort her. "It is all right now, I am here. No one can bully you." Lindsay asked, "Who are you?" "Are you the flirtatious green-bearded uncle who likes hitting on little girls, the one mother always talked about?" The little cat's question instantly petrified our uncle completely. I think there has been some misunderstanding between us." He began introducing himself with great enthusiasm. "I am the captain of an unregistered mercenary squad, righteous and pure, loved by all. Your half-childhood sweetheart, the masked knight savior Zevu who appears in desperate times, Jolo Creekmun Zai, adult form." Lindsay cried out joyfully, Zai, I knew you seemed so familiar. Why are you here? Could I be dreaming about you again? Why did you turn into a sleazy uncle?" He told himself, "There is no time left. Whether I am sleazy or not can wait." Zai said to Lindsay, "Listen to me. You are in great danger right now. Your body is in hell right now, and the corruption is already severe. You're about to lose yourself. But luckily I have experience dealing with illusions like this. Hellfire, listen carefully. The key to breaking the inner illusion lies in." Before he could finish speaking, countless dark tentacles suddenly wrapped around Linhee's body like grasping arms. She panicked and asked, "What's happening? What is this thing?" Zioxy had no time to explain. As he was pulled away from her, he shouted, "Linhee, remember this well. Find yourself again. The key to removing corruption lies with the most important person in your life. Think carefully. Don't dwell on the painful things from the past. Otherwise, you'll remain trapped in suffering forever." The little cat drifted through her chaotic consciousness and recalled how her mother, the person most important to her, had died because of her. "I've already lost the most important person in my life. Maybe this is for the best. I'll just stay here quietly and never face the complicated outside world again." But just as she was about to give up, memories of the happy times she shared with Zioxy appeared before her, starting from their very first meeting. That accidental tail grab, then the times he shared food with her. "Linhee, stop eating only plain rice and salted fish. Here, eat mine instead. I'm really good at cooking. From now on, I'll treat you to meals." The little cat asked curiously, "I knew you were lying when you grabbed my tail that day. So why are you treating me so well now? Don't you hate outsiders?" Zioxy smiled and replied, "What are you talking about? Outsiders are great too. I don't care what other people think. Just think of this as me making it up to you. Wonderful cat-eared girl." That time, he and Laylee made Linhee angry. But even after being thoroughly scolded, the two boys still indulged her. "Hey, you two, take this seriously, damn it." "Yes, your majesty." When disaster struck at the lake and they thought they were about to die, Zioxy was still worried about her. When he cried over losing his precious limited edition book, "My rare hard drive," the little cat kissed Zioxy on the cheek to comfort him. Even Zioan liked the girl very much. "Daughter-in-law, are you here to see my Zioxy again?" Then when Linhee was bullied by some reckless brats, he flew into a rage and beat every one of them up. "I like taking care of the cat-eared girl. What business is it of you little punks? Anyone who messes with her is messing with me. I'll beat your asses black and blue." Linhee also remembered the time Zioxy suddenly disappeared, and how happy she was when they met again by chance, even though she was angry. "I've been worried sick about where you went for over half a year. I can't believe you dropped out of school and came here to form a mercenary squad. Did you form a mercenary squad just to flirt with girls?" She also remembered traveling the world with him. That time, the group decided to search for clues about Zioan's body. Before leaving, Zioxy said, "Boss, don't worry. Most of that money was given to the kidnapped children. I only kept a small portion to do good deeds later." Then when he was injured and had to soak inside a medicinal tube, Linhee completely broke down. She blamed herself. "It's all because I'm too weak. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to stay in there recovering from your injuries. During all this time, not only have I failed to help you, but I even." These memories finally awakened Linhee. "Zioxy, no one has ever treated me as kindly as he has. If I fall into despair, he'll definitely be heartbroken. I can't make him suffer like that." She firmly resolved not to collapse here. In the future, she still wanted to become his support. Then Linhee shouted Zioxy's name from deep within her consciousness. She reached her hand toward the dazzling light. Suddenly, another hand stretched out and grabbed Linhee's hand. It was Zioxy. Overjoyed, he said, "Got you now, you little crybaby cat. You've turned into a stray cat now. Come on, I'll take you out of here. The two reunited joyfully, clinging tightly to each other. He said, "It's okay now, Linhee. We finally removed the corruption." She asked in confusion, "Zioxy, is this really hell? Why are you here too?" Suddenly, a strange voice echoed around them. "Only one of you may survive. Choose." Zioxy asked in shock, "Who's talking?" "Are you the bastard who stole Ziohe's body?" Linhee recognized the voice. She warned him, "Be careful. He's the one who dragged me here. He turned me into that horrible state earlier." Hapleng was extremely worried over there. He turned to Kimtham and asked, "Can we still teleport Zioxy back now?" "That's right, and Linhee too." She sighed and said, "I'm afraid not. My power has limits, unless another super deity on the other side forcibly opens a path together with me." Hearing that, Black Wolf walked over and said to Zioen, "Mother Zioxy, please stop crying, just have another child. Maybe that'll comfort you a little." She hugged the sphere and cried her eyes out. "No, I don't want that, I only want Zioxy." Back to the young pair. Suddenly a powerful quake shook the entire space. Zioxy nervously wondered, "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" Meanwhile, Lingney saw something through the sphere and immediately shouted, "Mother Zioxy, everyone come quickly. The image is appearing again." At that moment a massive crack appeared in the void. Someone above urgently shouted, "You two, hurry over here." Zioxy asked in confusion. "Who is that up there? I think I saw his figure before while searching for souls." The fiend from hell spoke up. "It's been so long already. And your obsession still hasn't faded, witch demon emperor," the figure above replied. "These lovers deserve happiness, not ruin like mine." Over here, Jinshin had also figured everything out and spoke softly. "My divination wasn't wrong. Zioxy truly turned disaster into fortune. Another supreme god has appeared over there and opened the seal of the dimensional void, reversing heaven and earth, forcibly opening a path to hell. Heaven and earth token." Right after that, Zioxy quickly grabbed Linksey's hand and flew through the gap the demon emperor had just torn open. "Let's go," the mask radiating divine power spoke to them. "We'll open the space-time gate and send you both outside. Take care of yourselves, you two lovers." Outside, at the altar abyss, a flickering green light suddenly burst forth. Uni sensed the aura of the witch demon surging powerfully from below. This is primal energy released from another witch demon. There's absolutely no mistake. The old clan chief was utterly shocked by the phenomenon and exclaimed, "Immortal clan, witch demon wisdom emperor, you're still alive." Within that green light, the young pair slowly floated upward. Linksey curiously asked, "Where is this place?" Zioxy answered, "This is hell, the witch demon imperial altar." Seeing her son, the demon Zioen joyfully ran over and asked Zioxy, "Are you all right? Where's the body you borrowed? Why is only your soul left?" Still pretending, he didn't explain much and simply said, "Mom, I'm fine. She and I are heading back to the water origin continent first. After that, I'll go to the Eastern Kingdom to investigate Father and the Divine Temple. Mom, you have to come find me there." She smiled faintly and nodded. "All right." Little Linksey looked at the demon Zioen and shivered slightly. "Isn't this the dark mother who chopped off Zioxy's left arm before? How did she become like a completely different person? The contrast is way too huge." Old Turtle also waved goodbye enthusiastically and didn't forget to remind him, "You brat, remember this? You owe our witch demon clan a huge favor. Also, if there's nothing important in the future, stay away from our little unit." The girl shouted resentfully, "Grandpa, let me go. I want to go with him. I want to travel the water origin continent." Zioxy shouted back, "Don't worry, old witch demon. If I ever find out my mother suffered any grievance, then little Uni will become the first member of my harem. And that lower volume of the Origin Heaven scripture too." Hearing that, Linksey jolted in shock, completely confused. Meanwhile, little Uni shyly whispered, "Beast, I'm 150 years older than you." The witch demon emperor's mask gradually cracked apart into many pieces, releasing an enormous amount of energy. He happily exclaimed, "I thought true love no longer existed in this world. Turns out I was wrong. Although this may not necessarily be love. It's enough, my obsession can finally rest in peace. I wish you both happiness." At the final second, Zioxy still managed to shout, "Mom, see you again." Among the shattered mask fragments, one piece flew toward the witch demon clansman. Uni blankly asked, "What is this?" when the fragment landed in her hand. The entire witch demon clan stared in shock and shouted, "The true inheritance of the witch demon wisdom emperor." Over here, Jinshin was also using all her strength to open the passage. "Not bad, kid. You really are blessed with romantic luck. Even going to hell, you still dragged a little girl back with you. Now I have to waste even more magic power." Seeing that Zioen also enthusiastically lent a hand, she raised her staff and cast a powerful holy healing spell. However, Jinshin smiled and said, "Sister Yunkian is truly thoughtful. Don't worry, I'm fine. Zioxy will greatly help my Jinshin temple in the future. This is karma." Hearing that, Zioen happily nodded. Inside the passage, Zioxy said to his companion, Linksy, once we pass through this tunnel, we can return. After we get back, you have to tell me everything that happened. Just when everything seemed settled, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. Jinshin sensed the danger and turned pale with fright. This is bad. The supreme god in the darkness has made a move again. That terrifying power. It can even break through a passage opened by two supreme gods. Inside the passage, a gigantic claw suddenly shot out in pursuit of the two of them. Zioxy became extremely tense when he saw it. Damn it. Zioxy shouted, Linksy, go first, I'll follow behind. She jolted in shock hearing that. Wait, Zioxy, what are you trying to do? At that moment, he gathered strength and violently threw Linksy forward, then smugly said, Touch, don't you want to repay me with your body now? She screamed. How could you do this, you selfish jerk? Even so, he maintained his confident demeanor and said, Relax, I won't die. My foster mother once said I'd always turn misfortune into fortune. Zioxy's body was seized by the monster, yet he still smiled and said, I definitely won't die. Wait for me to come back. Linksy shouted through sobs, You bastard. When you come back, I'm definitely going to beat you to a pulp. Got it, you have to come back alive. With his final words, Zioxy promised, All right, I'll definitely return. Linksy fell out of the passage. Her sudden appearance left the three people there staring in stunned shock. Zion clutched the sphere that had turned black in her hand, tears streaming down her face as she asked, Lindsay, where's Zioxy? Why can't we see anything inside the crystal ball anymore? Kitten was crying too, blaming herself. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I was the one who harmed Zioxy. Back then, I was also the one who caused my mother's death. And now I've harmed Zioxy too. I deserve to die, Jin Shanyu said sadly. Maybe the ones left behind are the ones who suffer the most. That brat couldn't possibly die just like that. Harlan couldn't accept it and roared. A powerhouse like him could live for thousands of years at the very least. The gearbox demon tightened its grip around his body and asked, Aren't you afraid of death? What meaning is there in dying just to save others? Once your soul is destroyed, you'll truly have nothing left. You won't even have the chance to reincarnate. Zioxy calmly replied, Of course I'm afraid of death. Terrified, actually. Could you let me go instead? I'm willing to make a deal with you. Even if I have to sacrifice my chastity, I'm willing. The demon couldn't understand him and squeezed even tighter. I can't see through you at all. What exactly are you thinking? Weren't you acting heroically ready to die just a moment ago? So why are you begging me now? He shouted. Loosen up a little, I'm about to die here. Zioxy grimaced and said, I don't have any integrity at all. I just want the people around me to be happy. As for myself, being able to stay alive is already good enough. Pride and dignity can all be tossed aside. But the demon didn't care and tightened its grip with all its strength. I'm sorry, but I still want to kill you. Zioxy hurriedly shouted, Wait, one last question. Are you male or female? The question caught the demon off guard for a moment before she answered, I'm female. Why do you ask? Zioxy only smiled lightly and replied, Oh, is that so? Then he suddenly started cursing loudly while activating his technique. Just don't let me escape from here. Otherwise, one day I'll definitely smash your face into a bloody mess. I'll make your life worse than death, unable to live or die properly. The demon flew into a rage and shouted back, Shameless. Do you really think I don't dare kill you? Die. Over on the other side, his body suddenly began convulsing violently. Linger panicked and ran off to call for help. Master, Anti-Zioxy, everyone, hurry over here and look. Something's happened. At that moment, a seal suddenly appeared on Zioxy's chest, and a red box slowly emerged from within it. At the same time, in hell, his body was gradually dissolving away. Zioxy exclaimed, So this is what it feels like when your soul scatters. It feels kind of like being drunk. My whole body feels dizzy and weak. Maybe I overacted a bit. Is this the peak moment of my life or something? Even a supreme god got fooled by my mouth. Suddenly, he saw a glowing red stone floating before him and cried out in shock. Why did the stone ancestor Chun gave me end up in hell? Old turtle Chunsi manifested from inside the stone. Zioxy widened his eyes and shouted, Whoa, a ghost. But then he suddenly thought, Wait a second, from a certain point of view, I'm a ghost too. Ancestor Chun said, Little friend, do not panic. A portion of this old man's spiritual consciousness has long been sealed within the soul stone. The stone essence within this stone is now at the moment of unsealing. He took out a purple stone and continued, Little friend, quickly absorb this soul essence stone. It will help restore your damaged soul. Zioxy cried out in shock, It's that powerful. But just as he was about to absorb it, Zioxy suddenly said, Wait, if I absorb the entire soul essence stone, won't that mean you'll disappear completely? Then I'd rather not absorb it at all. Old Chunsi smiled and said, Little friend, your heart is kind. This old man has long since departed, so why not let me reach paradise sooner? Why should I remain trapped forever inside a tiny little stone? Zioxy lowered his head slightly and replied, I understand what you mean. After his soul body had completely recovered, the old man added, Little friend, today this old man has come to help you return. Zioxy replied in confusion, but Ancestor Chunsi, this is a dimensional passage that only beings at the Supreme God level can open. This old man came prepared. He pulled out 2 more golden stones and said, every cause has its effect. Your current state is very bad, isn't it? Let go of your obsession or you'll regret it in the future. The current ruler of hell was once, Zioxy quickly asked. The ruler of hell was once what? Suddenly he realized the old man in front of him could no longer speak, and anxiously shouted, Ancestor, why is your mouth sewn shut? Are you forbidden from speaking? You can't even transmit thoughts through spiritual sense. The demon swung out its giant claws and grabbed both of them, roaring angrily. Old turtle, you talk far too much. So the space stone and time stone were in your hands all along. No wonder you could travel through space and time to get here. Right after that, the 2 stones suddenly shattered into pieces. Zioxy became even more bewildered. They broke. World-class treasures that only appear once every millions of years shatter into pieces like kidney stone. Unable to speak, Ancestor Chun began using sign language to communicate with him. His fingers moved swiftly, constantly changing gestures. But Zioxy couldn't understand a damn thing. Ancestor, what does this sign language mean? Do you want me to wash my hands more diligently? No, wait. Your greatest concern is your clansmen, so are you asking me to protect your people? Not sure if it was true or not, but when he heard that, old Chuency relaxed his thumb and flashed a bright smile. The demon roared, yet still destroyed 2 spacetime stones without hesitation. Although I cannot stop you, I have a feeling. We will meet again? Zioxy refused to back down and smugly replied, fine, goodbye then. When that time comes, I'll fulfill my earlier promise. He thought the demon would say more, but she silently left instead. His soul flew back through the passageway. After his soul returned to his body, his entire body emitted a dazzling light. Everyone gathered around to watch. They all rejoiced, he's fine, Zioxy is back. He sat up, still feeling slightly dizzy. So I've finally returned. Where is Patriarch Chuency? He already. Before he could finish speaking, Linksy tightly grabbed Zioxy's hand and emotionally said, you idiot, do you know how worried I was about you? He laughed loudly and teased his friend. I thought you were really going to beat me to a pulp. Linksy wiped away her tears and said, I was just angry at the time and spoke carelessly. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner outside, Linger peeked inside while secretly rejoicing. That's wonderful, as long as Lord Zioxy is safe. However, this caught Jinshin's attention and made him somewhat suspicious. In some forgotten corner, Greed and his army were questioning the very nature of this universe. After recovering, everyone went outside for a walk together. Zioxy curiously asked, Ziohe, while I was gone, why didn't you bring my foster mother to the Magic Martial Academy to reclaim your original body? The Black Wolf quickly replied, do you think this sovereign didn't want to? In truth, no living being in the entire Jinshin Hall can leave the Jinshin Minor Mystic Realm. This made him curiously ask, what do you mean by that? The Black Wolf explained, you know humans can use spirit elements to form contracts, right? Because spirit element cultivation progresses extremely slowly. But after signing a contract, spirit elements can grow rapidly alongside humans. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. But aside from the equal contract that you and I signed, there is also a slave contract. Because of this slave contract, Jinshin once caused chaos across the water origin continent. Linksy also said, I've seen this in a very ancient book before. It said that powerful spirit element beings refused to accept slave contracts. So they went out and killed many people, including the human who created the contract runes. The Black Wolf firmly confirmed, that's right. In fact, that stinking toad and I also participated in that war. In the end, we killed a human at the super god level. That person was also the creator of the slave contract. But looking at the overall war, we spirit elements still lost. However, humans were also afraid that all spirit elements would rebel together, so publicly they banned slave contracts, while also demanding that every living being from the rebellious faction that challenged Jinshin Hall would not step out of the Jinshin Minor Mystic Realm for 100,000 years. After hearing that, Zioxy exclaimed, Ziohe, I never imagined you all had gone through so much in the past. Linksy added, this is completely different from what's written in the history books. The books say the Divine Temple intervened and defeated evil spirit elements that were slaughtering humans. The Black Wolf scratched wildly and shouted, those temple thieves. If they hadn't played dirty tricks behind the scenes back then, we could at least have fought those humans evenly. After all, not all powerful humans supported those slave contracts, yet they still dared to rewrite history. This sovereign was even described as an evil spirit element crazed with killing. Couldn't they at least have called me the unparalleled dark evil king instead? After about 3 seconds of silence, Linksy turned and asked, Zioxy, where are you going next? Before she could finish speaking, he replied, I want to return to the fire prison once more and see if I can save Old Turtle. After that, I'll head to the Eastern Kingdom to officially register a mercenary team while gathering information about my parents during mission. My old man said the Mercenary Guild's intelligence network is the best in the world. Zioyan noticed what Linksy wanted to say and immediately said, Zioxy. The little cat also wants to come with us. That's good. She likes you, I can feel it. Wouldn't that mean you could have little Zioxys together? Lynxie became so embarrassed that she froze up and hurriedly explained, Mother Zioxy, that's not true, please don't talk nonsense. After calming down, she continued, I don't want to return to the Magic Martial Academy anymore. I want to travel and train everywhere with you. Wherever you go, I'll go too. Zioxy smiled brightly and agreed, no problem. Then let's travel and train together. After we register at the Eastern Kingdom Mercenary Guild, you'll be the vice captain of our mercenary team. Let us grow stronger together and reclaim control of our own destiny. At that moment, Golden Toad appeared and added, that's right. Although I can help you a lot, the road ahead of you is still very long. You cannot rely too much on outside help. This time, you should investigate your own background yourself. The Mercenary Guild of the Eastern Kingdom has many informants. Perhaps they understand what happened to Yuan Nan's family better than anyone else. Then she took out a token and handed it to him as she continued. Also, if you wish to enter hell to save a soul, you may bring my Golden Toad token with you. The gatekeeper over there owes me a favor. Though somewhat hesitant, Golden Toad still decided to speak. Zioxy, before you leave, your foster mother has something to ask you. He immediately replied, what is it, foster mother? If Zioxy knows the answer, I definitely won't hide it. Her voice became low and serious. If one day in the near future, you were forced to kill the person you love most beside you, including your own mother, what would you do? Suddenly, a cold wind surged around them. Zioxy asked in confusion, why are you suddenly asking that? Could something like that really happen in the future? But then Zioxy slightly curled the corner of his lips, his eyes shining with determination as he answered. If such a day truly comes, then I will die before the person I love most. Foster mother, your question is basically a death sentence. That's way too melodramatic. Golden Toad turned away with little Hi. Hearing his answer, she replied in satisfaction, I was only joking. I already knew you were that kind of person. Go say goodbye to Linger before you leave. Little Zai and I will wait for you ahead. At that very moment, where Linger was practicing swordsmanship, she stood beneath the cherry blossoms full of fighting spirit, fiercely swinging her sword forward as the sweeping force unleashed the split sword stand. Next, she spun her sword in a circle, her movement seeming to twist space itself as she executed the mystical mirage sword stand. In the distance, several old gatekeepers of the Golden Toad Hall watched every movement of her sword intently. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity. Dahua spoke up in confusion. Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, what exactly is wrong with Sister Linger? She just keeps practicing her sword nonstop. Then he smugly asked, do you think Sister Linger likes one of us but is too shy to confess? Tormented by love, she can only swing her sword to numb herself. Erhua immediately agreed, that makes sense. Third brother also nodded. Makes sense. Fourth brother and fifth brother spoke in unison. Makes sense. Sixth brother excitedly chimed in, right. Suddenly, the three small figures of Zioxy, Zioan, and Lynxie suddenly squeezed between Dahua and Erhua, curiously staring in the direction they were focused on. Zioxy innocently asked, Big brother's gatekeepers, what are you looking at? Pretty hot, huh? Hearing his voice, Dahua jumped in shock and quickly motioned for him to stay quiet while whispering a warning, don't speak so loudly. If we get discovered, there will be nothing left to watch. But unexpectedly, Linger had already heard his voice. She instinctively turned around, her bright eyes lighting up as she shouted, is that Zioxy? Both Dahua and Erhua widened their eyes at the same time and glared at Zioxy, repeating those three words together in annoyance. Zioxy. Their burning gazes still followed him as he awkwardly walked forward and stammered, why yes, it's me. Sister Linger, I came to say goodbye. A brief emergency meeting was immediately held on the spot as Erhua quickly spoke up. This isn't right, big brother. Did Sister Linger really get snatched away by that brat who draws dirty picture books? Dahua immediately refuted him. Second brother, that's not right. That brat looks completely ordinary. How could Sister Linger possibly like him? Of course she'd like handsome guys like us instead. Fourth brother angrily shouted, I refuse to accept losing to him. Fifth brother agreed. Exactly. Meanwhile, beneath the shade of the cherry blossom tree, Zioxy had already arrived before the young woman, his gentle voice carrying hidden meaning. Sister Linger, I have to leave now. Actually, there's a secret in my heart that I've never told anyone before. Maybe I should tell you. His mysterious words immediately stirred her curiosity. Oh, what is it? Tell me. Behind them, Lynxie unconsciously perked up both ears while secretly listening to every word, a huge question forming in her mind. What are they talking about? What secret? Beside her, Zioan suddenly asked a question that startled her. Little cat, why are your ears standing straight up? Can you hear what they're saying? Under the cherry blossom tree, Zioxy spread his arms wide and kept saying something that left Linger utterly shocked. Those words echoed through her mind, instantly making her shy as her cheeks flushed red. After coughing lightly a few times, she regained her composure and awkwardly asked, so Zioxy has such a huge secret. Why are you telling me all this? He raised his thumb sincerely and spoke his final words. Because Sister Linger is a very important family member to me. I heard foster mother say that the 100,000-year deadline is almost here, and you'll regain your freedom very soon as well. In the future, we can travel everywhere together and gain experience side by side. Goodbye, Sister Linger. Hearing this, she became incredibly determined, her eyes shining brightly, as she clearly made a promise. Xioxy's master once told me that in the future, I must at least reach the 9th divine realm before I can truly help Xioxy. Although I have only failed for now, I will definitely keep trying. Rows of pitch-black eyes belonging to the gatekeeping bosses appeared. They stared straight ahead, all spitting at once, their faces fierce and full of contempt. Look at that, Sister Linger has been made happy by just a few sweet words from him. A true man indeed. When looks are not enough, he uses his tongue to deceive. I said to myself. Not long after, it was time for everyone to leave, seated on the back of the giant snail. They all waved and said goodbye. Farewells echoed everywhere, filled with reluctance. The bamboo curtain had already appeared before them, and Little Creek could not help crying out in joy. We have finally reached the outside world. It feels like a very, very long time has passed. Beside him, Little Black replied wearily, you are stating the obvious. You stayed in the tower for 1,000 days, almost 3 full years. Adding and subtracting it all together, you have lost about 5 years of lifespan, haven't you? The corner shrine had already appeared before them, and light emerged from the black opening as it asked its question. For the next stop, are we going to the fire prison to rescue Old Turtle? Little Creek stretched his arm straight up in excitement and answered decisively, yes. We can also stop by the Yin Si sect ruins on the way and visit the Bone Emperor's grandson. After taking a few more steps, a thought suddenly arose in his mind. Should I tell Linzai that I saw her father in this place? But when he looked over at the sight of her giggling with Little Cloud. Farther away, Little Black was running for his life from Little Na and Hella. Stinking snake, get away. I hate snakes more than anything. He immediately pushed that thought aside and told himself, forget it. I think now is still not the time. After Little Black repeatedly drew ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays, the group finally reached the Yin Si sect. When they began walking into the Yin Si sect ruin, Blackie thought in utter exasperation, you have bewitched me to death. You lot had better hand me tens of millions of dark essence stones. Only then will it be enough to restore my vital energy. Looking around this gloomy place, Linhee could not help speaking with pity, so everyone went through so much here. Cloudy and Blackie hurried up the steps one by one while Kiki followed behind and announced, we're here. This is the place. Suddenly his mother, eyes brimming with tears, trembling, pointed ahead, nearly collapsing in terror. Kiki, look over here, Little Nation is gone. Hearing this, Uncle Regretsi ran up and asked in confusion, could the graves have been mixed up? Amid the chaos, Linhee suddenly realized something and immediately told everyone. Look, there are words carved into the ground over there. The group walked over to the mysterious patch of earth. Kiki examined it, then asked in bewilderment, what writing is this? I can't recognize a single word. Didn't this world use Chinese before? Why did it suddenly turn into runes? Is this some other world now? The line was written in strange, ancient characters, making everything harder than ever. At once, Blackie spoke with certainty. So it is this kind of ancient script. Don't panic, I understand it. Blackie began translating the meaning of the text. Granduncle, great ancestor, grandaunt Minky is in mortal danger. I had no choice but to come out of seclusion and search outside for a way to save her in time. As long as the ring Minky gave you is still there, I will be able to find you. That was the message left by the Bone Emperor. As soon as Blackie finished reading, Kiki could no longer hold back his irritation. He shouted furiously, are you kidding me? That one line of writing represents that much meaning, and it was divided into several sections too. That makes no sense, besides. Back then, Minky said the ring would react after the Bone Emperor woke up. Blackie scratched his nose, looking extremely fed up, then pouted and replied, the message really does mean that. What else can I do, believe it or not? Cloudy hurried over and rubbed Blackie's head. Her eyes were full of affection as she gently comforted him and spoke up for Kiki. Mom can feel that what the evil Lord said is true. Lord Evil is very good. Even so, Kiki still could not take his eyes off those ancient characters. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could the Bone Emperor have gone out while I was still in hell? If that is the case, I would not have sensed it. Since things are like this, next we should use Godmother's golden toad token to go to the fire hell and rescue Old Turtle. I hope the Bone Emperor can save that poor child Minky. A moment later, a hazy scene amid the heat appeared before everyone. They had arrived in the southern wasteland, one of the 5 hells, the fire hell. Kiki swept his gaze across the place. Inside, coming to the fire hell again, everything feels like it only happened yesterday. He led everyone along the rugged path, which was covered in sharp, pointed rocks. He did not forget to remind them, up ahead the hellfire will become more and more intense. Also, some living beings may fall into madness. Everyone be careful. When they reached a place filled with ghostly blue flames, everyone was still safe and sound, surprising Kiki. He praised them, not bad, Linhee. You are still fine even now. It seems that after last time your state of mind has improved. As they passed a stone statue carved with the sleazy face of some man, Cloudy suddenly stopped, pointed at it and asked, Kiki, he is thinking about you. Do you know him? He hurriedly pushed away Blackie, who was laughing with delight. His face turned pale as he stammered, we only met once by chance, let's hurry on. All of a sudden, he froze completely. His eyes widened as he stared ahead with an utterly shocked expression. Some horrifying sight appeared before them, causing blood to stream down the faces of 3 people, Blackie, Kiki, and Linhee. Only Cloudy was lucky enough to be covered by him and remained unharmed. Before their eyes, the primordial spirit of Shundai, the old giant turtle, was unexpectedly lying there wriggling like a young maiden. A creepy, affected voice rang out. Hero, I have always been waiting for you. Did you come to visit Old Turtle because you missed me? Good thing I put on makeup before going out today. Kiki's face went stiff, several lines of blood still running down it. After stammering for a long while, he finally managed to say, to be precise, we came to save you. Standing beside him, Linhee was even more confused than he was and asked doubtfully, this is the person we worked so hard to save. At their feet, Blackie was retching. Only Cloudy enthusiastically waved and said, hello. Suddenly, Shundai walked over, sticking out his rear seductively, and even said delicately, Benefactor Kiki, Old Turtle's body is still deep within the fire hell. A 9th-generation deity is guarding it there. It is not that Old Turtle does not want to leave, but that I cannot defeat him. I will keep your kindness in my heart. While shielding the trembling Linhee behind him, Kiki replied irritably, Old Turtle, take that heart of yours farther away. Don't aim it at me. Regaining his serious expression, he tried to calmly reassure the old man. Old Turtle, don't worry. This time I brought Mother Kimchin's token with me. The Old Turtle was utterly shocked. Kimchin was once the ancestor of our divination world. A person like her is actually your adoptive mother. The surrounding air became even hotter and more suffocating as the group continued forward. The deeper they went into hell, the more fiercely the karmic flames inside one's heart burned. Linhea's face flushed red as she gritted her teeth angrily. As expected of the legendary hellfire, this soul-burning sensation is unbearable. Tiu Qi was not feeling well either, sweating profusely. Seeing her like that, he grew worried and quickly asked, are you all right, Linhea? You two can just wait outside for me. The feeling of being burned by hellfire isn't pleasant. Yet the girl stubbornly refused. I'm fine. I can handle this much. Otherwise, how could I possibly? You should still go check on your mother, in contrast to the suffering expressions of the two of them. Tiu Van looked extremely delighted instead. She kept smiling cheerfully and said, I'm fine. Back then Sister Kimchin gave me a longevity lock that can resist hellfire. Right now I actually feel warm, Tiu Hak helplessly explained. That longevity lock was something I worked very hard to borrow. Forget it. It's fine to lend it to you. After all, I'm Tiu Qi's stepfather. Hearing that, Tiu Qi hurried over and lifted his mother up. His sharp eyes searched everywhere as he asked, where's the longevity lock? Why can't I see Mother wearing it? She pointed at her chest and happily replied, Sister Kimchin told me not to lose it, so I hid it somewhere nobody could see. After walking for a while, Xuan Dai suddenly stopped and sat his butt on a sharp rock. He waved forward and announced, up ahead is where this old turtle's body is imprisoned. Hopefully we won't run into the guard. Immediately, the exhausted, weary face of the fox guard appeared. Makeup adorned her bright face while pink flames danced around her. Upon seeing the fox lying ahead, Tiu Van became extremely excited and cheered like a child. Tiu Qi looked quickly. That little fox is so adorable, and its eyes are so lively. Hearing the compliments, the fox could not hide its embarrassment. It shifted its gaze away to conceal its awkwardness. Tiu Van continued staring at its coquettish manner and praised happily, so cute, those eyes look just like Tiu Qi. He glanced at the fox's face and curled his lips disdainfully. Mother, not at all, my eyes don't look like dead fish eyes. Suddenly Tiu Hak beside them jumped in shock and shouted loudly. Xuan Dai abruptly pointed straight ahead, his face turning pale. As he stammered, the guard, the nine-tailed deity, even today's makeup style was copied from her. Hearing that, Tiu Qi hurried over to take a closer look. Tiu Van and Linhea also walked over and happily talked about the fox. The girls smiled softly, sweetly praising, she really does look like a combination of Tiu Qi and Lord Evil Sovereign. After looking her over for a while, he gently lifted the fox up with a puzzled expression. Huh, this doesn't seem like the nine-tailed deity at all, she's pretty friendly. The moment he finished speaking, the fox angrily shouted, Human, remove your perverted hands from me. Without warning, its entire body dissolved into drifting streams of pinkish-white smoke. From within the hazy mist, the figure of a young woman gradually appeared. Meanwhile, Tiu Qi's hand had accidentally landed on her chest. The nine-tailed deity, with her alluring body, sat cross-legged on top of him and shot him a disdainful glance, speaking rudely, Are you all looking for death? How dare you commit indecent acts right in front of me, Engiho Kwandi? Hearing that crude tone, Tiu Qi frowned suspiciously at her and asked, Engiho Kwandi, where exactly is the dignity? Kwandi immediately moved her sleepy eyes close to his face and firmly declared, Look into my eyes, can you feel it now? He sighed inwardly and answered bitterly in his heart, I can't feel anything at all. At that moment, Tiu Hak hid behind Xuan Dai and asked suspiciously, Engiho Kwandi represents sloth among the 7 deadly sins, so why are you here? She immediately noticed him and quickly recognized him. You're Evil Wolf. No, you're a clone of Evil Wolf. Then she turned and complained to old Kshuendai. Damn it, how many times have I told you already, old turtle? If you've got free time, stop wandering around. My last subordinate bled to death yesterday because of you. From afar, Linhia hurriedly reminded him. Tiu Ki, hurry up and take out the token already. At that moment, with blood smeared under his nose, he raised a hand and explained to Kwandi. Hello, we came here to bring this old turtle from the vulgar snake turtle clan. She firmly refused. No one is allowed to take away any living being imprisoned in hell. Then she suddenly screamed. Is your hand touching my butt? And what's that hard thing poking me from below? What the hell is that nosebleed on your face? Tiu Ki quickly covered the blood under his nose with one hand while taking out the Kimshin token with the other and explained, don't misunderstand. The thing poking you is this. Besides, it's been pretty hot lately. Kwandi immediately snatched the token away, her expression turning serious as she said, the golden toad token, fine. You may take the old turtle away, but only him alone. Any more than that is beyond my control. Right after that, blood began flowing from Meihu's eyes as well. Exhausted, she continued speaking. Besides, taking this old turtle away is at least enough to protect your eyes. Then Yehu led everyone along the rugged path. The sight before them matched her story so perfectly that everyone's faces turned pale. This is the place. He has been here for over 30,000 years. He is also the last surviving serpent turtle of his clan. Chundai stepped closer, his face filled with embarrassment when he saw himself sealed inside the stone slab in such a ridiculous pose. Trying to justify himself, he said, wasn't I about to die anyway? If I'm going to die, at least let me die looking stylish. From behind, Linksy hurriedly covered her eyes, too afraid to look. Uncle Ren asked, Zioxy, the old turtle's body has already turned to stone. How are we supposed to carry him away? With blood still streaming down his face, the boy replied miserably. I'd like to know too. Suddenly, the golden toad token flew out of Zioxy's hand. He raised his head in shock and quickly shouted, the golden toad token is flying on its own. Then the golden toad token shot straight toward the stone ceiling Chundai and instantly released a deep green light. The stone exploded into countless fragments. The old man beside it nearly jumped out of his skin and screamed, this old turtle really cracked open. Jundi walked over. Reaching out to grab what remained, she calmly reassured him, don't panic. The only thing that broke was a useless body and your dignity. Holding the half-dead turtle in her hand, she spoke in amazement. As expected of Lady Golden Toad, what an incredible trick of shedding the shell like a cicada. I wonder if I could ever reach her level in this lifetime. Chundai immediately merged into that turtle as streams of deep green light appeared. Unable to hide his excitement, he shouted out loud. It seemed the old turtle had already smelled the scent of freedom and could no longer wait. A second later, the lifeless turtle had transformed into a lively little turtle full of energy. Floating joyfully in the air as though reborn, the scene delighted Zioan and Linksy immensely. Meanwhile, Zioxy and Ziohe behind them had gone completely pale. Petrified, they shouted in unison. He might look cute on the outside, but I still can't erase the image of that old turtle from my mind. Suddenly, Jundi's face darkened as she solemnly declared, releasing only one living being from the inferno still isn't enough to repay my debt to Lady Golden Toad. If you ever need help in the future, young man, you may use the Golden Toad token to find me in the inferno. I will help you one more time, and then my debt will be repaid. Hearing that, he curled his lips into a sly grin and hurriedly confirmed, you'll help with anything I ask. As she turned away, she answered frankly, that's right. Even if you asked me to die, I would do it. From afar, Zioan waved goodbye with an excited smile. Suddenly, she had an idea. Zioxy, when the time comes, can I ask the little fox girl to be my daughter-in-law? I really like her eyes. Those words startled Jundi so badly that she stumbled and fell flat onto the ground, screaming in disbelief. What, daughter-in-law? After Jundi left, Zioxy asked Chundai, from now on we'll have to take Old Turtle everywhere with us. Once we reach the Eastern Kingdom, we'll find you a spirit beast body. For now, we can only keep you around as a pet. So whose pet do you want to pretend to be first? Hearing that, he was initially somewhat flustered. You want me to disguise myself as a pet and follow you around, and now I even have to choose a temporary master. Yet only a few seconds later, his confusion turned into a sly grin as he glanced toward Linksy and said, over there we have a cat-tiered big sister overflowing with youthful energy. But what he was really staring at was her voluptuous chest. Then he turned toward the other side, hesitation obvious in his voice. And over here is such pure innocence that even I can't handle it. Zioan's lively face and radiant smile appeared before him. After thinking for a while, Chundai shyly jumped onto Zioxy's head and gave his answer. I've decided this old turtle likes a strong, healthy young man like you. Don't you think fate brought us together? Hearing that, the corners of his mouth twitched in confusion. He thought to himself, why me? That blush on his face is way too obvious. Time quietly passed, and 3 months later, they arrived at the border outskirts of the Eastern Kingdom. After traveling for a long distance, Linksy suddenly suggested, There's a small temple ahead. How about we let Lord Evil Sovereign rest for a bit? He's been exhausted from drawing teleportation arrays these past few months. Zioxy quickly agreed. Yeah, luckily we have Ziohe along this road. I have no idea how he trained himself to teleport so accurately. You should know that teleporting across such long distances usually comes with huge risks of error. The group entered the abandoned temple together. The atmosphere inside was gloomy and dusty. Just then, something suddenly caused Linksy to pause. In the inner corner by the wall sat the shadow of a silent man. Seeing that, Zioxy pointed toward another corner and suggested to Linksy, "Let's rest over there while Ziohe's dark origin stone recovers. Then we'll continue on our way. It seems the mercenary guild isn't too far from here." Hearing that, she nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the man sprang to his feet, gripping the hilt of his sword as he aggressively asked, "The mercenary guild, are you here to participate in the tournament too?" Zioxy immediately glared at the man, openly threatening him. "Tournament? What tournament? We're only going there to register a new mercenary squad." "What, looking for a fight? If you don't touch me, I won't touch you. But if you touch me, I'll beat you into a bull-headed freak." In contrast, his mother seemed very friendly. Ignoring the other man's cold attitude, she waved and said, "Hello." The man's attitude suddenly changed. He froze as if struck by lightning the moment he saw Zioan's adorable face. Without saying another word, he hurriedly turned around and left, covering the blood dripping from his nose while coughing awkwardly to regain his serious demeanor. "Since you still aren't mercenaries, there's no need for me to defeat you. Hopefully we'll meet again in another match someday." Faced with the strange behavior, Zioxy looked completely confused. What was that about? What a weird guy. His mother seemed to realize something and said sympathetically, "That man's heart is broken. It hurts a lot." After a long journey, the group finally arrived at the Eastern Kingdom. Flying Dragon City stood in the distance before them. Zioxy could not help but rejoice. After traveling through nothing but wilderness for so long, we finally see a city again. Standing at the end of the endless queue, Zioxy grew impatient and shouted, "Damn it, we actually have to line up for inspection just to enter Flying Dragon City. This line is way too long. There are even more people here than when Mom and I first enrolled at the Magic Martial Academy." Then he pointed in another direction and exclaimed in surprise, "And this place is just like the Magic Martial Academy too. Back then they specifically made a dog hole for rich people to crawl through." Seeing a carriage entering through the special passage, he groaned in disgust. "This scene feels way too familiar, like they copied and pasted Chapter 3. This world is so unfair. Everywhere is full of discrimination." Then he noticed the fat guy Ao Xiang peeking hungrily at a pastry inside the carriage. Zioxy became even more shocked. "Damn, it's that fat guy again, the heir of the Long family, Long Haexiang. Right, this is Flying Dragon City. The fat guy's family rules this place." Immediately, a rather wicked idea appeared in his mind. Putting on a sneaky grin, he declared, "Linksy, come here. It's time for me to fulfill my role as the big brother of the Magic Martial Academy." Hearing this, the girl laughed and replied, "Didn't you tell me to forget about your old identity?" Very quickly, Zioxy led everyone over to the fat guy's carriage. He even waved enthusiastically and shouted, "Hey, Ao Xiang. It's me, how have you been lately?" Ao Xiang, who had been greedily devouring pastries, froze the moment he recognized the voice as Boss Zioxy. But before he could do anything, an arrogant bodyguard suddenly stepped forward to block the group and barked harshly, "Where did these poor trash come from? Don't come near us, crawl back to wherever you came from." Ao Xiang hurriedly climbed down from the carriage and stammered, "Brother Zio, they're my classmates. Please let them come over, all right?" Hearing this, the bodyguard sneered disdainfully and proudly pointed at himself. "Young master, your second madam hired me for a huge sum, so I can't allow lowly trash and that filthy dog to approach you." The fat guy awkwardly rubbed the gemstone-sized pendant on his chest and reluctantly muttered. But before Ao Xiang could finish speaking, Ziohai leaped up and kicked the arrogant guard square in the face while grinding his teeth in fury. "Damn your mother, who are you calling a filthy dog? What did I ever do to you?" Meanwhile, in another corner, Zioxy was seriously thinking to himself, "Looks like the fat guy still hasn't overcome his weakness. Seems like his own family is targeting him now." When Ao Xiang saw the black dog speaking human language, he shouted in shock, "Lord Evil Sovereign." Then he handed Ziohai a bag of money and said, "This is the protection fee I still owed you from before, plus next year's payment too. Thank you, Lord Evil Sovereign, for taking care of me back at school." The dog happily reached out and accepted it, replying with great satisfaction, "Looks like all my affection for you, fat guy, wasn't wasted after all." Then Ao Xiang suddenly turned toward Linksy and excitedly said, "Sister Linksy, so you're here. A few months ago, you suddenly disappeared, and the school became complete chaos. I heard that recently the two teachers, Shenjun and Juhua, both resigned and transferred to Pangguang Academy. The bodyguard who had just been beaten was now being helped up by two lackeys." Raising his fist angrily, he cursed furiously, "You dare attack me inside Flying Dragon City? Are you tired of living?" A fierce killing intent spread through Zioxy's entire group. He glared at the man with bullet-like eyes and threatened coldly. Anyone who didn't know better would think your father was the lord of Flying Dragon City, you servant dog. You even have professional ethics. You dare bully my little brother. Did you ask my fists for permission first? Suddenly, a group of soldiers in uniform appeared out of nowhere. The man in the center drew his sword and shouted loudly, I am Su Changmo, the newly appointed general of Flying Dragon City's defense army, who is causing trouble in Flying Dragon City. Seeing Changmo, Ao Xiang hurried over and explained, General Su, you've returned from the border. Here's what happened. After learning the full story, he frowned and angrily shouted, What? This servant actually dared to be so arrogant. Your second madam is becoming more and more outrageous. No wonder the city lord transferred me back. Afterward, Changmo immediately issued orders to the soldiers. Where are they? Drag that Thunderhound servant out and execute him. First elite squad, come with me to escort the young lord back to the manor. Everyone else continued defending the city. Then he turned around and announced shocking news that made Xioxy's group break out in goosebumps from sheer shock. You are Ao Xiang's friend. Very good, but I must tell you some bad news. You've been dragged into the power struggle within Flying Dragon City, and your lives could be in danger at any moment. Everyone except Xioyan froze like statues. Xioxy sighed helplessly and explained, we just wanted to register a mercenary team and take some missions afterward. And somehow we still got caught up in high-level political struggles. Next time I'll just honestly stand in line and wait. Hearing those words, Ao Xiang suddenly felt guilty. Lowering his head, he said earnestly, I'm sorry, Boss Xioxy. I dragged everyone into this. Changmo also sympathized with them and offered, you want to register as mercenary, since you've helped the young lord. I can arrange a special exemption test for your mercenary rank, so you won't have to wait so long. Would you be willing to accept? Keep in mind that mercenaries are ranked by level. Only high-ranking mercenaries can accept high-level missions. Very quickly, Xioxy led everyone away, not forgetting to wave at the chubby guy. Ao Xiang, the general gave us a shortcut, so we don't need to line up anymore. I'll come visit you when I have time later. The chubby guy still had no idea what was going on and asked in confusion, Boss, didn't you just say we'd honestly stand in line? At that moment, Su Changxiang, the deputy general of Flying Dragon City, suddenly felt uneasy and spoke up. General, why are you favoring a bunch of kids like this? However, Changmo trusted his own judgment completely and replied firmly, I can tell they're righteous people who may pave the way for the young lord's future. Yet deep down, he still had his concerns. More importantly, that brat is far from simple. No one can truly see through him. Sunset gradually descended over the eastern branch of the mercenary guild. Inside, the vice guild master of the northern Yan guild, Hongyan, held the registration form in her hand and said with some disbelief, You're the new mercenary team recommended by General Su. That blockhead actually recommended someone and even asked me to personally test them. How strange. However, everyone remained very confident as they entered with burning enthusiasm while Xioxy introduced them. That's right, we want to register a mercenary team, and we've already thought of a name. We'll call it the If You Don't Submit, Then Bite Them mercenary team. However, Hongyan immediately poured cold water on the entire group. Sorry, if you don't submit, then bite them has already been registered, so you can't use it. Everyone instantly collapsed to the floor, never imagining someone else would choose such a bizarre name. Seeing their shocked expressions, Hongyan asked in confusion, People usually prepare several team names, didn't you? And here's some helpful advice. If you don't take the test this time, you'll have to line up yourselves and wait until next month for another chance. That would also waste General Su's recommendation letter. You'd better think of a new name before the test ends. Hearing that, Xioxy let out a weary sigh and replied gloomily, Fine, we'll think of a few more names before the test ends. After that, Hongyan pointed ahead and told everyone, Very well, follow me for the test now. A little later, the whole group arrived in the examination room. She held the exam papers in her hand and began explaining the rules. Since you're taking a special exemption test, I alone will supervise the entire process. The first test is a written exam on basic mercenary knowledge. The team's total score will be based on the highest individual score. If anyone is caught cheating, you'll be thrown out immediately and permanently banned from joining the mercenary guild. Looking at the pile of questions on the paper, Xioxy grimaced and asked in confusion, Even in another world I still can't escape exam. And what kind of cursed questions are these? For example, while on a mission you encounter a bald man dressed as a beautiful woman lying unconscious on the road. Would you help him? Explain your reasons. First of all, forget whether I'd help or not. How can a bald cross-dressing guy even be described as beautiful? There are way too many plot holes, and the questions below are even worse. What the hell? After complaining for a while, he regained his composure as a rather dishonest idea surfaced in his mind. But the final score depends on the highest score in the team. There are some low-level mercenary missions we can't accept, and that would make it inconvenient for me to investigate the temple and my own background. This is embarrassing, but I guess I'll have to cheat, though in a way nobody can detect. Kids don't learn from this. Moments later, Hongyan was startled when she saw the scene. In front of her, thanks to his cheating methods, Zioxy was able to answer the exam with incredible smoothness. Lines of ink flowed rapidly across the paper as if he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Her eyes widened as shock spread across her face while she thought, "Impossible, no one has ever written answers this easily before. Could he be cheating? No, nobody could cheat right under my nose. My spiritual sense has been locked onto him the entire time. Impossible. Maybe he's just scribbling random nonsense to get it over with." After that empty silence, the final period was finally set down as Little Creek made his clear announcement. "Done." Behind him, Forest Hope also timidly announced, "I'm done too." She had really done it. One after another, Little Black, Little Cloud, and Spring Prime also finished their exams. Just then, Crimson Beauty walked over without hesitation, snatched up Little Creek and Cold Study's papers and said, "Let me see what answers you wrote." When she saw what was written there, her eyes widened and she blurted out, "Perfect answers. The analysis is thorough, sensible, logical, and flawless. These are standard answers, aren't they?" Did everlasting silence give him the answer? Then her eyes suddenly fell on Forest Hope's answer sheet on the table, and she said with some anticipation, "The answers of that cat-eared girl." After giving it a quick look, Crimson Beauty could not help praising her. It was not full marks, but it was still a rare high-scoring answer. Very good. The whole team was brought to the guild arena as her clear announcement rang out. The written test just now was only an appetizer, due to time constraints. I have changed the remaining scheduled tests into actual combat. Crimson Beauty stood on the stage with surging momentum and immediately called out, "Come on, let me see what level you have reached. It is rare for me to personally test anyone. I, Violent Crimson Beauty, have not gone out to stretch my muscles in a long time. A true mercenary cannot rely on strategy alone when your strength reaches a certain level. Any strategy is nothing but a joke." A girl watching from below was also surprised by the situation and immediately asked the person beside her, "Who are those two? Hasn't this month's registration period already passed? Why is the Vice Guild Master personally testing them?" Just then Little Creek had already stepped onto the arena. He said with slight apprehension, "The Mercenary Guild really is not simple. She already has 1 foot in the divine realm. To everyone else, divinities are like gods. I wonder whether my current strength can fight a demigod." Right now, he was at the early Grand Spirit Master level in body and the Great Divine Spirit Master level in soul. Forest Hope was at the Middle Spirit Master level in body and the Early Spirit Master level in soul. After that, Little Creek suddenly grabbed Little Black by the tail and said solemnly, "My mother's identity is rather sensitive, so she cannot join the fight. And I cannot casually use the light and dark angel power I learned in the Tower of Time either. We have to achieve a fairly high actual combat score without exposing our trump cards. This really is difficult for Forest Hope and me." Below it shouted furiously, "Let me go. Do not think I do not know what you're planning." Right behind them, Little Cloud calmly comforted her son. "Little Creek, do not worry. Mother will summon Little Six to help you." Spring Prime beside her was puzzled by the name Little Six. On the arena, the two of them were also confused by her words. He asked back, "Little Six? What Little Six? Why have I never heard of it?" At the same time, Crimson Beauty had already begun releasing fierce waves of energy. She even challenged them confidently, "Use your team's full strength. Otherwise, you will not even have a chance to attack me, because you will be eliminated in an instant." She hovered in the air with violent power swirling around her and openly warned them, "Since you were recommended by General Everlasting, I will give you one more reminder. Although I have not truly reached divinity, I have long been able to fight divinities. In the legend of Crimson Kite, I am a descendant of the Vermilion Bird. It can make me nearly immortal, and it also has an explosive effect. As long as something is hit by my spirit force, anything can explode." Hearing this, Little Creek hurriedly covered his firm butt with his hands and asked fearfully, "Good heavens, everything can explode. What a vicious skill." Seeing his shameless action, Crimson Beauty hurried over, opened her mouth wide and scolded him furiously, "Why are you covering that place? With my strength would I need to do something so indecent?" Just then, the temporary referee appeared. He waved his hand forward and announced, "Both sides take your position. Prepare for the actual combat test. Next, Referee Fortune Transit will preside over this match." Little Creek regained his serious expression, raised a sword, handed it to Forest Hope and said to her, "Forest Hope, your weapon was lost in hell, so use this one of mine. I specially picked it out for you back at the Human Kingdom stage. Together with the Supreme Sword Control art I taught you on the way, you should have pretty decent strength. Also, after you use strengthening, unless your life is in danger, you are forbidden from using it." In his heart, he prayed silently, "I hope the Supreme Sword Control art can suppress the side effects of using it. After Forest Hope uses strengthening, her soul will suffer even worse corrosion. I have to keep getting stronger so she will no longer need to use strengthening in the future." Drawing the sword, Forest Hope blushed and declared something to him. I promise you from now on, unless my life is in danger, I will not use strengthening. This is a good sword, much better than the sword I exchanged for during my previous mission. At this moment, the temporary referee had raised the microphone straight forward and begun announcing the rules of the match. The test score will be given according to the performance of the newly established mercenary team in all aspects of actual combat. The rules are very simple. Be careful not to let our Vice Guild Master accidentally kill you. When the announcement that the test had officially begun rang out, Little Creek and Forest Hope were still confused and asked back, "What? Accidentally kill us?" Violent streams of blazing energy erupted around Hongyan. She spoke in a reassuring tone, yet it carried a clear threat. "Relax, when dealing with brats like you, I'll be a little more careful. I won't blow you into pieces." Suddenly, something startled her badly. Her entire body was overwhelmed by an unbearable sense of discomfort. Instantly, Hongyan sat on the arena floor hugging her knees. She miserably blamed herself. "I'm useless. I've cultivated for so long and still haven't broken through to godhood. I'm a pathetic failure." Zio-Hai, Zio-Zai, and Lin-Zai all froze in shock at the scene before them and asked in unison, "What happened? Why is she suddenly questioning her entire life?" At this moment, Hongyan became more depressed, doubtful, and hopeless than ever, collapsing onto the ground in despair. "Because of my profession, I always have to pretend to be cold and distant. That's why I've spent all these years lonely and isolated. I'm exhausted from living like this. Normally, I just feel empty, lonely, and cold." A strange green figure even appeared beside her. So the bizarre events from earlier were caused by Zio Yun asking some little green fellow for help. Even old man Xundai beside them stared in disbelief. While Zio Zai and Lin Zai were still confused, Zio Hai transformed into darkness and strode forward excitedly. "Why are you all just standing there? Obviously we should kill her while she's weak. I know the higher the mercenary rank, the greater the reward in the end. It took me forever to convince your mother before she agreed to release it." But in the very next instant, Hongyan regained her arrogant demeanor. She grinned and said, "I didn't expect someone in your team to understand curse techniques." Even so, Zio Hai still charged forward ferociously and growled, "There are plenty of things you don't know." Immediately, she raised her blackened hand, crackling with red energy. Grinding her teeth, she threatened, "Naive fool, don't think a curse will scare me. Mercenaries like us are warriors forged through life and death training." As Hongyan clenched her fist and shouted commandingly, "Explode!" a violent blast suddenly erupted from Zio Hai's tail a second later. But in the same instant, Hongyan suffered the exact same thing. She screamed in panic, "What? Damage reflection. This legendary skill really exists. You've got to be kidding me. And this curse clearly isn't an ordinary one either. It actually affected the accuracy of my explosion. I clearly aimed for his head." That small explosion just now burned away part of Zio Hai's tail fur. He cried out in pain amidst the black smoke. "I thought damage reflection wouldn't hurt me. Turns out it's 900 damage to the enemy and 1,000 to yourself. This hurts like hell." Even though he was miserable, Zio Zai looked delighted and kept pointing while mocking him nonstop. "Your aim sucks. You only blew up the tail instead of hitting his backside." Meanwhile, across from them, Hongyan was deeply focused on forming a strategy. That attack just now would have been too much even for a god, not to mention the damage reflection. Could the thing that brat is holding actually be Apophis? And there's also that bloody aura of destruction hidden within that little girl. On top of that, one of them understands curses. I need to restrain that dog first. After that, I'll deal with the other two brats. Then a brilliant light burst out behind her. Two wings appeared as she warned them, "You little monster mercenary squad. You're quite impressive. Next, I'll fight with my full strength while keeping the explosions under control. Don't die on me, or it'll be troublesome for me too." Seeing the terrifying scene before them, both the referee and the gossiping spectators turned pale. They cried out fearfully in unison, "It's here. It's finally here. The mad bomber woman, our Vice President Beiyin Hongyan." After an incredibly fierce and passionate battle, Hongyan was completely exhausted, her body covered in wounds. She spoke bitterly. "I really hate testing people while holding back. I can't go all out. Yet these little brats still forced me this far." Inside, she quietly cursed. "Su Changmo sure has it easy acting like the big boss. He made me handle the test, and even told me to record the whole process with a meteorite stone for him." Looking at Zio Zai lying motionless on the ground while Zio Yun anxiously stayed beside him, Hongyan thought resentfully, "Su Chang, if you don't serve me properly tonight, don't even dream of getting this information." At this moment, even Lin Zai had already fallen unconscious. Her clothes had been torn to shreds. Only Zio Hai remained completely unharmed inside some kind of sphere. He shouted unhappily, throwing water control skills and all that nonsense. "If you've got guts, let me out and fight me one-on-one." Once everything ended, referee Jun Jun announced the results. Truly, living long enough means you'll see anything. This newly formed mercenary squad actually relied on the strength of one Grand Spirit Master, one Spirit Master, and an Elemental Spirit. yet they still managed to injure our vice president. I've been here for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever seen the proud vice president in such a miserable state. You should know that she's the unparalleled genius of Feilong City. Not even a god, yet capable of fighting one. Even if she was holding back during the test, it's still enough for this group to be proud of themselves. Zio Hai, trapped inside, cursed under his breath after hearing that. I spit on your flirtatious nonsense. The arrogant one should be her. If I revealed my true background, you'd be so scared you'd wet yourself. That night at the Mercenary Guild, guests were constantly arriving. Everything around them was illuminated by the glow of tiny elemental spirits. At that moment, Zhu and Yun walked over carrying a stack of papers and spoke with a bright smile of praise. Greetings, newest members of the mercenary squad. Today's results are out. You all are truly impressive. Both your written exam and combat test achieved the highest scores. That's extremely rare. He placed the stack of papers on the table and informed everyone that the Vice Guild Master had awarded them the highest evaluation possible for a direct examination. Diamond rank mercenary squad. His words made Zai question him suspiciously. I thought our mercenary squad would be promoted straight to king rank. Didn't we get top-tier results in every test? The man seriously explained, what you don't understand is that the essence of a mercenary squad is taking mission. So even with perfect scores on the examination, you can only advance to diamond rank. To become king rank, you must truly take on mission. Only after completing 5 diamond rank missions can you advance to king rank and receive king rank mission. But diamond rank missions are not easy. Only missions where death can come at any moment are rated diamond rank or higher. Listening quietly, Lin's eye spoke in a deep voice. It's not much different from when I used to take missions with the Eagle Squad. The Mercenary Guild is simply more cautious and strict. Silently, he prayed in his heart that his experience in mercenary squads would help Zai in the future. Holding the medal in his hand, Zai's eyes sparkled with interest. He muttered softly, the material of this medal isn't bad. A diamond this big would drive a lot of people crazy back where I'm from. Then he tossed the medal toward the referee and asked, but why is the name section blank? Didn't we submit a long list of names on the registration form for our mercenary squad? Hearing that, the man replied seriously, that is exactly why I came here today. He pulled out the list of registered squad names and rapidly read them aloud. Royal Banquet Mercenary Squad, Diamond War Wolf Mercenary Squad. Wiggle if you like Mercenary Squad. One Hand Covers the Heavens Mercenary Squad. Deadly Charm Mercenary Squad. Proud Heavenly Divine Realm Mercenary Squad. Hello Kitty Mercenary Squad. Bloodsucker Mercenary Squad. Then he concluded, every squad name you submitted today has already been registered by other mercenary squads. Now I need you to immediately provide me with a new name that has never been used before. Hearing that, Creek's eyes went wide and he shouted, what? Damn, that's ridiculous, even harder than picking a name in a game. They'd better not let me run into any teams using my name, or I'll teach them a lesson. How am I supposed to think of a good name that isn't already taken? But only a few seconds later, his attitude changed again. He curled his lips into a smug smile and said, no choice, time to use my ultimate move. A black mask was pulled out from nowhere. Little Creek's shameless face appeared as he declared, the team name will be Personality Fantasy. I refuse to believe this name could already be taken in this water origin world. Fortune Shift nodded in satisfaction, curled his lips into a smile, and praised him. That name isn't bad, it won't be duplicated, and most importantly, it sounds pretty good. It works. Hand over that captain's badge and I'll use a secret art to engrave the team name on it. If your team wants to add more members later, you can handle it at any mercenary guild office. Since you are a diamond rank 1 mercenary team, you will have priority when accepting missions from now on, and there are many other benefits you can learn about later because of that badge. Little Creek suddenly remembered something and immediately asked, oh right, I have something to discuss with your Vice Guild Master. Can you take me to her? Fortune Shift engraved the team name while happily agreeing. Of course, the Vice Guild Master happens to be here all day today, I'll take you to her. At that moment in the Vice Guild Master's room, Rosie Beauty had already put on an extremely seductive dress. She admired herself for a moment, then said smugly, Howard Darkmoor, when you come to get the documents tonight, you're finished. I'll force the rice to become cooked. Tonight, this lady is escaping single life. 2 pills, 1 green and 1 red, were brought out. Her expectant expression appeared along with a threatening declaration. Come quickly, you block of iron. Besides this battle outfit, I've also prepared dry tinder and blazing flame pills for you, enough to bring even gods to their knees. In a moment, I'll put the dry tinder pill into the mechanism. Then I'll eat the blazing flame pill first. The 2 pills will draw each other in. With yin and yang in harmony, let's see how you escape from my palm this time. Prepare to turn into dry tinder. The image of Howard Darkmoor with his ice-cold face had already appeared in her mind, along with the words, hey, Rosie Beauty, I'm here. Next, Rosie Beauty would gracefully open the door and her daringly revealing outfit and say delicately, "Please come in, Lord Darkmoor." Darkmoor would step inside and accidentally trigger the trap she had set earlier. Then the heart-stirring scent of dry tinder would spread from the flowers in the room. In a daze after inhaling that fatal scent, Darkmoor would lose control, look at her with a flushed face and call out, "Rosy Beauty." At the same time, Rosy Beauty would also act shy and answer in a coy voice, "General." Then Darkmoor would lose control, walk over, hold her in his arms and speak sweet words. "Rosy Beauty, I like you, I want to marry you. For this whole lifetime, we will never part." Of course, she would immediately agree. "All right, let's get married right here." Just thinking about it made Rosy Beauty unable to hold back. She jumped up and down, crying out excitedly, "This is way too thrilling." Immediately, she put the pink pill into her mouth without the slightest hesitation. At the same time, Fortune Shift had already led Little Creek to the door. Fortune Shift announced, "Brother Little Creek, the room up ahead is the Vice Guild Master's room. Go in by yourself, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." "Sorry." He waved goodbye happily and replied, all right, I'll go in myself. You go handle your business." Arriving in front of Rosy Beauty's room, Little Creek suddenly stopped because he felt something was off. Looking at the half-open door, he secretly guessed, the door isn't closed. Could the Vice Guild Master also know the art of divination and formations and sensed beforehand that I would come to find her? Without thinking any further, he immediately walked inside, and his foot happened to step on the trap Rosy Beauty had prepared. In an instant, the bewitching fragrance of the dry tinder pill erupted violently from the flowers in the room. Little Creek quickly became restless, struggling under its spell. Amid that scent, he barely managed to stammer out, "What's going on? Why do I feel so hot all over? I've been poisoned." "No, that's not right. This body of mine should be immune to ordinary poison." So hot. At the same time, Rosy Beauty was also in an extremely awkward state. She accidentally knocked over the flower pot that was releasing the scent and said in panic, "Why is he here? We're doomed." He absorbed the dry tinder. "The blazing flame inside my body has already started taking effect." She kept scratching her head in despair, unable to stop herself from shouting, "What do I do? This drug is famous for being irresistible even to gods." Hearing those words, Little Creek, dazed and confused, began to complain, "What was that? A drug? Vice Guild Master, you're so wicked. You're actually lusting after my body." "River Stream Woman, although I do like the mature older sister type, isn't this progressing a bit too fast? Shouldn't we go out to eat first? Oh no, I don't think I can hold back much longer." Suddenly, Rosy Beauty dropped to her knees with a thud, then kept smashing her head against the floor until it cracked apart. She gritted her teeth and shouted again and again, "I'm about to lose myself. Calm down, calm down, calm down." Opposite her, Little Creek sat cross-legged, placed his fist against his chest, and tried to steady himself as the burning heat grew more intense. "Calm down, calm down, calm down. That way our souls won't connect." But before he could stay calm for long, Hongyin suddenly lunged forward and uncontrollably hugged him from behind. Right after that, she pushed Zioxy down on the bed herself. Embarrassed, he looked upward and awkwardly muttered, "Oh man, I can't hold back anymore. Even without a soul, she smells amazing." The situation became more and more intense. At that moment, Zioxy weakly called out, his whole body powerless, unable to even use his primal energy. "Old Sword Feng, can you hear me?" But no reply came back. Hongyin's flushed face and his eyes became blurry. He spoke timidly as his consciousness faded further. Seeing her dazed expression, Zioxy gritted his teeth and stammered word by word. The drool gave it away. "Help, the medicine is way too strong. If nobody comes soon, someone's going to die here." As soon as he finished speaking, the person who seemed like a savior appeared right on cue. Zioyan peeked in from outside and looked at the scene before her with obvious confusion on her face. But unexpectedly, her next action was to wave cheerfully with a bright smile and excitedly say, "Zioxy, so you're here." At that moment, the clothes on Zioxy's body had already started being stripped off. He struggled to look over and emphasized every word, "Mom, purification, please." Yet Zioyan pulled out a pink notebook, calmly preparing to write something down as she casually asked, "All right, Zioxy, how do you write the word private again?" Hearing that, her son inside could only cry out in despair, "Mom." Not long afterward, he walked out with an embarrassed expression, tightly hugging his body with both arms. Meanwhile, his mother happily waved at Hongyin inside and said, "Goodbye, daughter-in-law." At that moment, the girl with a face red as a tomato also walked out and angrily reminded Nguyen Zioxy, "Remember this. You and I have made a vow no one is allowed to speak about tonight." Still acting fierce, she added that regarding the disappearance of Yua, which he wanted to ask about, she truly didn't know, but perhaps the guild president knew something. The mercenary tournament 10 days later would be attended by the president personally. When that time comes, ask him yourself. After saying that, Hongyin immediately slammed the door shut. The loud bang echoed with her anger. Inside, the exhausted girl slumped down behind the door and let out a deeply frustrated sigh. A few minutes later, knocking sounded along with the words, "Cousin Hongyin." "It's me, Su Changmo, open the door." Upon hearing that voice, she immediately flung the door open, angrily pointed at him, and unleashed a torrent of scolding. "You bastard, you don't need to wait until next year to come. Take your materials and get lost." Once again, Hung Yin violently slammed the door shut. Outside, Changmo held the meteor stone in his hand, shook his head helplessly at her actions, and spoke up. This cousin Hung Yin really loves throwing random tantrums. How is she ever going to get married in the future? She really gives people headaches. The next day, after buying the egg-shaped spirit beast pouch, Xioxy happily exclaimed, "I finally bought a spirit beast pouch for old Turtle. I won't have to carry him around on my head every day anymore." Afterward, he seriously reminded the whole team. The Hidden Tiger Mercenary Guild is full of experts. Mom and Little Crane, stay hidden inside my sea of consciousness for now. Don't come out to avoid any accidents. Not long afterward, everyone gathered in the mission hall. At the moment, many mercenary teams had already appeared inside. Xioxy and Linksy walked to the reception counter and casually picked up a mission scroll to examine. After reading through everything required inside, he sighed in frustration and spoke. "Information about the UA clan can probably only be checked during the mercenary tournament, if we can find the branch president of the Eastern Kingdom." Then he shyly asked, "There are so many missions here. Where are the temple missions?" Hearing that question, the beautiful receptionist pursed her lips into a smile and curiously asked back, "This young man seems very interested in the temple." He immediately responded with a radiant smile and enthusiastically answered, "That's right. The temple is like my lifesaver. Without them, there would be no me today. My greatest wish in this life is to serve the temple." Hearing that, the receptionist swayed her figure and spoke in a seductive tone. "Little brother, you're definitely not ordinary. Your words sound so pleasing. Big sister likes you, you're exactly my type. I'll help organize all the temple-related missions for you. Remember to come visit Big Sister often in the future." A flash of jealousy rose within Linksy after hearing those words. She quickly pushed Xioxy aside and subtly answered in his place, "Thanks, Big Sis, we'll head over there and see which mission to accept." Their interaction amused the receptionist. She kept glancing after them and secretly commented, "A newly promoted diamond rank team, a little foreign girl with special genes, and a spirited young man. Truly interesting." At that moment, Xioxy and Linksy carried the mission scroll back to the table. His expression suddenly darkened while she seriously said, "I didn't expect there to be even a king-tier mission. The temple wants to recruit a king-ranked team to subdue the Northern Plains Kingdom." As he pulled the sheet of paper out a little farther, Xioxy suddenly shot to his feet, pointed at it, and shouted excitedly, "Found it. Let's take this one. It's easy and we can even sneak into the temple." Seeing how determined the two were, the receptionist asked suspiciously, "What? Are you two really sure you want to accept this mission? You two are a prestigious diamond rank mercenary team." Shortly afterward, the pair set off together. After walking for a while, Xioxy curled his lips into a smug grin and said to Linksy, "Hopefully everything goes smoothly. It's our first mission, so I'm a little excited." The girl happily nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, behind them, the receptionist had secretly gathered a group of people dressed in black robes. She cautiously ordered, "That's them. Follow them and deal with them quietly." Hearing this, Xian Beihan stuck out his tongue and licked the blade in his hand. With a sinister grin, he said, "My poison-coated dagger has been hungry for a long time." Suddenly, his face turned pale, and he asked a question that made the two men beside him burst into laughter. "Does anyone know where the nearest restroom is?" Very quickly, Linksy sensed that something was wrong and immediately became alert as she warned, "Xioxy, ever since we left the mercenary hall, I've been hearing faint footsteps behind us. The footsteps are so light, it looks like they're targeting us." Hearing that, he merely smirked confidently and reassured her, "It's fine. My spiritual sense noticed them a long time ago. This area is under the Mercenary Guild's authority, so they wouldn't dare attack recklessly here. They're probably waiting until we reach a deserted place before making a move." Then he suddenly burst into hearty laughter and loudly declared, leaving Linksy utterly confused, "They're probably Long Ao's men who came to deal with us. If that's the case, let's have some fun with them first." Afterward, Xioxy gleefully headed toward the crowded streets full of pedestrians and boldly announced, "I specialize in going to crowded places. Let's see if they dare act openly in public." Next, he walked to a food stall, pointed at the counter, and casually said to the owner, "Boss, give me 5 servings of this." Xioyan, still in elemental spirit form, watched excitedly as well. Meanwhile, the black-robed group slipped into a nearby restaurant. One of them kept observing Xioxy while suggesting, "Too many people. It's hard to make a move. Let's keep watching for now." Standing in the corner, the owner secretly cursed them. "These 3 broke fools are just drinking tea without ordering any food." On the street, a little boy giggled as he ran ahead while holding a kite floating in the air. Behind him, his mother chased after him, panting heavily. She called out tiredly, "Ladin, don't run so fast. Mommy can't keep up." Suddenly, little Ladin crashed into someone's robe. The mother hurried over and pulled the child back while apologetically saying, "Sorry, honored sirs. He's just a child and doesn't know any better." I failed to discipline him properly. It turned out the people in front of them were the group tailing Zioxy. Bayhen curled his lips into a vulgar grin and said, "It's fine, as long as a mother like you compensates us, that'll do. Your son bumped into us, so if we touch you back, we're even." At that very moment, high in the sky, Ziohe had somehow transformed into a brown bee, hovering in midair. He was carrying Zioliu on his back. Below them, the young mother panicked at the vulgar man's words and nervously stepped backward as she asked, "What do you people want?" Right after that, she let out a terrified scream, "Perverts!" The crowd quickly surrounded Ladin's mother. She kept screaming in panic, "Let go of me! If my husband sees this later, you're dead." At their feet, the three men had fallen under Zioliu's hypnosis and continuously kowtowed while saying, "We're sorry. We're trash, our existence is a mistake." The situation was resolved so quickly that even Lynxie was surprised, seeing her still staring. Zioxy immediately reminded her, "Lynxie, let's go. Time to head to the temple for our team's first mission." Not long afterward, the two arrived at the Flying Dragon City's temple in the Eastern Kingdom. As soon as they stepped inside, a young woman dressed in priestess robes politely came forward to greet them. "Hello, everyone. My name is Vita. May I ask if you are members of the Tic Tac Fantasy mercenary team?" Very quickly, Zioxy and Lynxie switched poses and proudly introduced themselves in loud voices. "That's right. We are the officially registered Tic Tac Fantasy mercenary team." Right after the introduction, the girl covered her face with both hands in embarrassment and stammered to him, "Zioxy, do we really have to strike that pose every time we introduce ourselves? I always feel so embarrassed." Hearing that, Rita happily informed the two of them, "That's wonderful. At last, a mercenary team is willing to accept my mission. If nobody accepted it again, I would have gotten a headache. This is the first assignment the Holy Sun entrusted to me. Here's the situation. Recently, we've been troubled by a type of flea we can't identify. The Holy Sun ordered me to capture all of them alive, but they're far too fast. So I had no choice but to ask the Mercenary Guild to find a few strong teams to help us." The moment she heard the word fleas, Lynxie instinctively shuddered in fear. Meanwhile, Zioxy silently thought to himself, "No wonder nobody accepted the job. What powerful mercenary team would waste their time catching fleas for you? Besides, this mission was assigned personally, and the reward points are pitifully low." Right after that, Rita explained very seriously, "Yes, fleas, but don't underestimate them. I heard some believers became delirious after being bitten, and these fleas especially love biting beautiful women. Someone like this cat-handed young lady is exactly their type." Hearing those thunderbolt-like words, Lynxie fell into despair and turned into a frozen statue, unable to say another word. Just then the Holy Sun stepped out as well, carrying himself with calm elegance. He asked Rita, "Who are these people?" Hearing his voice, she immediately brightened up and quickly replied, "Lord Kun, Holy Sun, they are the mercenary squad I just recruited, especially to help me catch fleas." Zioxy was a little surprised after learning the man's identity, the Holy Sun. Damn, he's really mature. As soon as the trusted assistant finished speaking, AI Kun burst into delighted laughter and continuously praised her. "Rita is truly clever. You even knew to hire mercenaries to help. Senzata chose the right person. Everyone, do your best." After chatting for a few more sentences, AI Kun hurriedly left the temple. Once he had gone, Zioxy spoke with admiration, "Your Holy Son really trusts you. He completely entrusted this matter to you." Hearing that, Rita proudly bragged, "Lord Kun, Holy Sun is an important figure in Flying Dragon City. Besides serving in the Holy Office, he also has many other matters to handle, so he plans to make her his trusted assistant within the temple." Zioxy rubbed his wrist, clearly excited about the assigned mission as he urged her on. "Then let's get started too. Come on, take me around your temple so I can see where the fleas are and wipe them all out." After walking for a while, Rita stopped and informed the two of them, "I've already introduced most of the place to you. This is as far as you can go. You can't continue further inside. That area is the temple's forbidden hall. Normally, even I can't enter it." Zioxy glanced into the distance and confidently declared, "Don't worry, we're professionals. Even if we were beaten to death or jumped down from the temple roof, we still wouldn't wander into your forbidden hall." Hearing those sincere words, Rita felt reassured and entrusted the matter to them. "Then I'll have to trouble you both. I still have things to do tonight, so I'll head back first. I've already informed the other temple staff as well. They'll let you pass, thank you." Suddenly, he flashed a sly grin, his tone still incredibly firm. "It's nothing, really. This is what I should do. After all, the temple has always held a very important place in my heart. I feel like I was born to serve the temple. You should go on ahead. We still need to hurry and handle serious business. Let me see which flea is bold enough to cause trouble in the temple." The temple's main gate slowly closed shut. Rita stood outside waving goodbye warmly, and Zioxy cheerfully waved back. Once there was no one left in sight, he turned around and revealed the plan. "Lynxie, let's go straight into the forbidden area, if we want to uncover the temple's secrets." Then we definitely have to check out the Forbidden Hall. After we're done exploring it, we'll find a way to slip out. As for those fleas, we'll deal with them depending on our mood. And just like that, the two of them sneaked deeper inside like little mice, every step filled with anxiety. Chen Lingxi suddenly stopped in place. Her face showed obvious worry as she blurted out, "Suddenly I've got goosebumps all over." Instantly, Zioxy pulled out Apophis and slashed fiercely toward her. He shouted loudly, "Don't move!" The creature that had been cut in half collapsed onto the floor. He spoke with some suspicion. "What is this? Could it be a god-devouring flea? How could something like this exist here? No, it seems a little different." Dusk had gradually fallen. Outside, Rita was leisurely walking along the street. She still smiled while enjoying the atmosphere around her, unaware that something terrible was about to happen. Suddenly, she whipped her head around and asked anxiously, "Who's behind me?" No answer came. Trembling as she stood on the deserted road, she stammered again, "Is someone there?" Suddenly, Rita jerked in shock as she looked ahead, her eyes widening before she screamed in terror, "Who are you people?" A group of people dressed in black robes appeared before her, all staring directly at her. Hearing the noisy footsteps outside, a woman suddenly opened her window and angrily shouted, "It's the middle of the night. Why are you people making so much noise? What if I don't sleep well and become ugly? Will you compensate me?" Immediately, the man in the middle raised a sharp dagger high into the air. The woman instantly slammed the window shut and said in panic, "Sorry, please continue." At that exact moment, the dagger was hurled straight at the window. A second later, countless horrifying god-devouring fleas suddenly burst out from nowhere. Seeing the terrifying scene before her, Rita collapsed onto the ground in fear. She stammered out a prayer, "God of light, please save your believer." The moment she finished speaking, one of the men opposite her suddenly stuck out his tongue and licked his lips greedily. Suddenly, a puppy's paw crushed a shriveled god-devouring flea beneath it. Then a familiar voice rang out, "Little girl, there is no god of light here. But the mighty Little Black, dazzling and one of a kind, can save you." Little Black let out a weary sigh and wondered, "I came here to keep watch. How did I suddenly become a hero saving a beauty? Could it be that I have been infected by that guy too, turning into someone who likes meddling in other people's business? How hateful. I am supposed to be an evil dark elemental spirit." Half an hour earlier, Little Stream had patted its head and instructed it, "Little Black, go keep watch on Rita's movements. If something happens to her and she suddenly comes back, our plan will fail completely and all our efforts will be wasted. Consider it a precaution. Thanks for the trouble." Little Cloud also smiled and flattered it until it could not refuse, saying they were counting on the honored evil lord. Without waiting any longer, the group in black cloaks charged forward together after the command to attack. At that very moment, Little Black happened to unleash its energy, appeared in a muscular form and started cursing. "You bunch of trash. Little Black was not going to bother with you, and yet you really thought I was a puppy." Meanwhile, on Little Stream's side, he had just begun catching god-devouring fleas by hand while saying, "I really did not expect this place to have god-devouring fleas outside of hell. They are just not as strong as the ones down there. And these fleas are seriously disgusting. They only like running toward Linzai and have no interest at all in a handsome man like me." Nine Peaks quietly dealt with them using the secret technique Peacock Tail flea catching art. On Linzai's side, she was also working extremely hard, overcoming her fear by constantly swinging her sword to kill the swarm of fleas. The floor was already covered with the corpses of those insects. The two stood back to back. She spoke cautiously, "This kind of flea is extremely fast. It really is not something ordinary people can handle." The boy Bai Lan, a temporary worker at the temple, stood in a corner watching the scene before him and could not help shouting excitedly, "The spirit mercenary team Sister Rita invited is so strong. Ordinary people like us cannot catch them at all, so at night, only boys remain here." Seeing this, Little Stream walked over and spoke warmly, "Doesn't your temple have white knights and red knights? Why not call them over instead of asking outsiders to handle these fleas?" The boy explained quickly without hesitation, "Mister, are you talking about the red knights? They are not under the jurisdiction of our outer temple. The outer temple is only responsible for guiding and preaching to the public, while the knights are managed by the inner temple. They are all very busy. This world needs the knights' help in many places." Little Cloud appeared in the form of a tiny elemental spirit and immediately reported, "Little Stream, the kid is not lying. I am like an execution-level lie detector." Suddenly, he looked down with sinister eyes and continued asking curiously, "So that is how it is? If everyone here is an ordinary person like you, then, all right, leave this place's protection to Ashi." Bai Lan proudly stretched out both hands and showed off, "Our temple finds joy in helping people and loves doing good deeds. That is why we do not need those things. The supreme god of light and the many believers are our strongest protective force." The two instantly turned to stone after hearing those words. Linzai said helplessly, "This kid has been seriously brainwashed. If that really worked, why would they have invited us here?" Suddenly, Little Stream walked over, placed his hand on Bai Lan's head and said seriously, "Well then, kid, look into my eyes." Just 1 second later, the boy collapsed onto the floor, closed his eyes and slept soundly, his snoring rising steadily. Once that was done, Little Stream quickly walked ahead and called out cheerfully, "I knocked him unconscious. He will wake up on his own later and forget the conversation he had with us." Behind him, Linzai gently covered Bai Lan with a blanket and reminded him kindly, "Keep the blanket on, okay? Be careful not to catch a cold." Not long after, the two arrived at the main door of the outer temple's forbidden archive. Little Stream pressed his hand against the door to listen for movement, then said with some concern, "Although that kid was not lying. I feel his rank is too low, so he does not know what is hidden deeper inside. There is no way the temple has no experts guarding. Even if this is only an outer temple, look, this place actually has a high-level anti-magic formation engraved on it. There must be something very important inside. Even my spiritual sense is being blocked." Very soon, the door moved slightly, then slowly opened a crack. Little Stream did not dare turn his head and look forward, because his wrist was being tightly gripped by the figure inside. Behind him, Linzai seemed to turn into a stone statue, jumping in shock as she cried out, "Teacher, why are you here?" In front, Little Stream quickly transformed his hand as well, raised a red fist straight toward the figure, but suddenly stopped, seeing the familiar face of Old Man. "Yang Zhuang," he asked in shock, "why is it you, you witty old geezer?" The old man curled his lips into a smile and spoke with great delight, "Long time no see. It has been more than a year, has it not? I had such a hard time finding you. Looking at you now, you really are becoming more and more like that troublesome old father of yours." The scene shifts to Little Black after the black-clad group has vanished. It abruptly turned to Rita and said irritably, "Those people were truly cunning. Seeing how mighty and invincible I am, capable of both attack and defense, the whole bunch ran away in panic. So what should I do with this little girl now?" At that same moment, inside some cramped and dimly lit room, Lord Kun, covered in wounds, was being supported by a cold-faced woman like ice. He struggled to raise his head, curling his lips into a grin as he looked ahead and reassured them, "Ladies, don't worry, I'm fine. The new sisters will just have to wait a few more days before joining." Opposite him, beneath the hazy light, a group dressed in black robes revealed themselves with their chests exposed. Their delicate faces appeared all at once, yet every expression was as cold as frost. Back on Zioxy's side, he was currently baffled by Yang Zhuang's appearance. "You damned old man, why did you come out of the sacred restricted area? Could it be that you're also one of the temple's people?" He hesitated before replying, "What are you talking about?" Linzai looked toward the restricted area and analyzed the situation. Inside, blood energy and primal power were fluctuating chaotically, which meant a battle had definitely taken place. Inside sat a white-haired old man stripped of all his clothes and tightly bound to a chair, while piles of documents were scattered everywhere around him. Zioxy and Linzai both froze in shock upon seeing that scene. He cried out in horror, "No way! Are we fellow disciples? You also came here to mess with the temple? Judging from this scene, you seriously did it." She rolled her eyes and shouted in disbelief, "Teacher, what exactly happened before we arrived?" Holding a scroll in his hand, Yang Zhuang revealed a sinister smile and began explaining, "I really was once a member of the temple, but this time I came here to borrow some materials related to your mother. We shouldn't stay here long. The deity guarding this restricted area has been lured away by me for only a short time and will return soon." Zioxy immediately grabbed the scroll and fled together with Linzai. Aixing shouted, "Run! This damned temple is connected to gods again. I seriously suspect that in this world, gods are as common and cheap as cabbages. There are gods everywhere and I keep provoking them all." Behind them, the old man still stood there in a daze, shouting after them, "Hey, hey, hey, I spent an entire month suffering in there to get those materials." Soon after, the three of them had already left the temple. While leaping across rooftops, Yang Zhuang informed them, "Kid, you were really lucky. Back at the academy, you ran away. Otherwise, the Council of Elders might have used you as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the temple. Right now, the temple is probably extremely interested in you." Hearing that, Linzai could hardly believe it and asked, "What? How could the academy possibly use its own students as pawns for trade?" Yet Zioxy didn't seem to care at all. He indifferently asked, "Forget about me. What's written in this scroll?" "It's about my mother, that makes sense. Mother once said you used to follow her." The moment he said that, it was like a bolt of lightning struck his mind, and he widened his eyes in shock, as a line of reasoning suddenly appeared. "Wait, doesn't that mean you know a lot about my mother and that irresponsible father of mine?" Yang Zhuang continued rushing forward, his voice echoing through the wind. "Sorry, but I can't tell you anything. Back then, to keep the secret hidden, I swore a soul oath. Besides, you're still far too weak right now." Then he seriously revealed shocking information. The scroll stated that 3 months later, Flying Dragon City would witness another divine descent, and this time the seraph descending would be Lucifer, who had just returned, your mother. Hearing those words, cold sweat instantly drenched Xioxy's face. He stood there stunned and emphasized every word, "What, my mother?" as he remained frozen in the darkness. Linzai anxiously called out, "Xioxy," but he didn't move at all and spoke in anguish. "I've been thinking about this ever since I met Mother of Darkness. Could it be that Mother was split into two beings, light and darkness? My mother, what kind of suffering has she endured throughout her life in this world?" Filled with fury and sorrow, Xioxy dug his nails deeply into his palm. Blood slowly seeped out as he ground his teeth fiercely. Every word he spoke carried overwhelming hatred. First, in her previous life, Huang Ying died for no reason at all. Afterward, people used her body to create an angel puppet. And now her entire being has been split into a dark remnant soul and a light side. Hearing that information, Yang Zhuang was instantly shocked and hurriedly questioned him in disbelief. "What, back then, wasn't your mother completely summoned away by the gate of angels? Why are you saying she was split apart?" In the suffocating atmosphere, Xioxy slowly explained, "Actually, I've long suspected that my mother has now been divided into three entities. One is the dark side, one is the light side, and the last is a remnant soul attached to my side." The old man still couldn't understand and cautiously asked, "Split into three? A soul entity by your side?" Right then, Xiaoyan gradually revealed herself as well. She held onto her son's arm and timidly asked, "Who are you? Have we met before? I feel like I know you, but I can't remember anymore." The moment old Yang Zhuang saw Xiaoyan, his jaw dropped as he exclaimed in shock, "Too adorable. Too adorable, too adorable, unbelievably adorable. I'm going to die from this," thinking about every incredibly cute expression on her face. He could no longer endure it and collapsed to his knees, his heart feeling like it was about to explode. Suddenly, a highly scheming smile appeared on his face as an idea slipped into his mind. "Wait a second, the goddess currently has amnesia. This brat doesn't even know my background. Doesn't that mean I have plenty of room to work with?" Without waiting another second, Yang Zhuang immediately walked over, patted Xioxy on the shoulder, and shamelessly called out, "Son." Both he and Linzai were stunned in an instant. He threw a punch straight into the old man's jaw, sending blood and teeth flying along with curses. "Whose son are you calling your son? Even if my mother were blind, she would never choose you." Suddenly, atop a nearby rooftop, Zio Hai, possessing Rita's body, walked over and spoke irritably, "You filthy brat, so this is where you've been. I've been searching forever." Even after getting his jaw nearly shattered, Yang Zhuang still hadn't changed his ways. He hurried over to Zio Hai and enthusiastically introduced himself. "My name is Yang Zhuang. I like playing ball games. You can call me Little Zhuang. May I ask your name?" He wore an annoyingly smug expression. Yang Zhuang leaned in, only to hear an imposing shout, "You rotten old geezer, get lost before this lord." Seeing the scene before her, Linzai was filled with questions. "Evil lord, weren't you supposed to be following Rita? Why did you possess her body instead?" Zio Hai regained his cheerful smile and picked up the blood-soaked cloth. Then calmly explained, "It's a long story. Someone using death talismans to control others attacked us at the school, and he left this behind." Seeing Zio Hai wave the bloody cloth around, Yang Zhuang stepped back in shock and stammered, "I should leave now. This beauty has some pretty heavy tastes." At that moment, Zio Yun, sitting on Xioxy's shoulders, looked around before suddenly standing up in alarm. "Situation report, Commander. Enemy detected ahead." Hearing that, Xioxy immediately suggested, "This isn't the place to talk. Let's move somewhere else." Not long after, the group arrived together at Fortune Hotel. After hearing their request, the hotel owner could hardly believe it. He asked suspiciously, "Guest, you only need one room." Meanwhile, Xioxy remained perfectly calm. Even though he was accompanied by an old man and 3 girls, he looked completely at ease. He replied, "That's right, one room. We're going to discuss life together. Is there a problem?" Hearing this, the owner nearly jumped in fright. With a pale face, he stammered, "Oh, of course not. If you like, even more people joining would still be fine. Just please be careful and don't break the bed." As if things weren't chaotic enough, the old turtle Xuanda swam out from the shadows. Smiling, he said, "It's not just human. This old turtle is here too. Innkeeper, would you like to join our discussion as well?" Hearing that, the owner quickly waved both hands in refusal. No, this old body of mine can't handle that. Please enjoy yourselves." Inside, he sighed in despair and thought, "This lineup is way too bizarre. What kind of species are these people? They're completely insane." Soon afterward, the group gathered inside the room. After Zio Hai left Rita's body, her unconscious form was placed onto the bed. Meanwhile, everyone else gathered by the window to discuss matters. Xioxy held the hungry Zio Yun in his arms and asked seriously, "Zio Hai, tell us, what happened over there?" Upon hearing the name, Yang Zhuang was shocked to realize that this Zio Hai might actually be the leader of the evil lords. Back then, the Holy Temple had hunted him for a very long time. Holding the blood-stained cloth, Zio Hai smirked proudly and began recounting the story. Listen up, this is hilarious. Originally, this lord was only monitoring that girl, but halfway there, some pervert launched a sneak attack. But who am I? Naturally, this lord bravely stepped in. In the end, that pervert fled for his life and left behind a scent trail for me to track. Zio Hai suddenly raised the cloth forward with a sinister grin and continued. Guess what this lord discovered in the end? That pervert turned out to be the holy son we met tonight. But that's not even the most shocking part. The story reached its climax as Zio Hai wore a deeply satisfied expression. This lord followed that pervert all the way to the Long family's estate, the place belonging to that chubby kid. Everything became clear. Yang Zhuang couldn't help asking curiously, I'm wondering why you keep calling him a pervert. That person? Suddenly, Zio Hai gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage as he replied, because that pervert controls countless innocent young girls. Every single one of them is beautiful, still a virgin too. And underneath, they're all going commando. Hearing that, both Zioxi and Yang Zhuang shouted in envy. What? A righteous fire instantly ignited in their hearts as they declared together. What kind of monster is this? Upright and honorable gentlemen like us cannot ignore such a thing. Come on, take us there, we'll save them. Thus, in the dead of night, the group rushed toward the gates of the Long family estate. Hearing knocks from outside, a young boy carefully cracked open the door and politely asked, This is the Long residence. How may I help you too? Standing outside were Zioxi and Linzai with extremely fake smiles on their faces. Zioxi quickly answered, We're classmates of Heixiang. We heard something happened to him. Could you help us pass along a message? Suddenly, the little boy opened the door, jumped up, and shouted with his mouth wide open. There's a ghost behind you too. It turned out that the ghost was Yang Zhuang, his face thickly covered in rouge and powder, with a braid on his head that could not hide his baldness. He hurriedly used his fan to cover his beard and said, Little brother, what are you talking about? I am their grandmother. It is so late and I do not feel at ease letting them go out. The boy from the dragon family vomited right after hearing that, and only after much struggle did he manage to say, I am truly sorry. Please wait a moment. I will relay the message to the young master right away. May I be so bold as to ask one final question? Is that a beard on your grandmother's face? Hearing this, Ziozai quickly explained, Little brother, you have sharp eyes. Grandmother's nose hair is rather thick, so it just looks a little like a beard. That is why she always carries a fan to cover her ugliness, her nose hair. After the little boy left, he slapped Yang Zhuang on the head with a loud smack. This is so annoying, you damned old man. You have already reached the Holy Spirit level, yet you still cannot change your appearance however you want. What is wrong with you? Why are you using the most primitive disguise technique? And it is ugly too, I swear I should kill you. Yet the old man was very confident in his appearance, and argued with a flourish, You rotten brat, you called me grandmother. I am wanted all across the continent right now. If I went to the dragon family in my true form, I would definitely be discovered. Do you think I wanted this? If I did not come along, who would protect you and your mother? A Holy Spirit's ever-changing appearance can fool ordinary people, but there are many experts in the dragon family. As long as they focus their source power in their eyes, they can see the truth at once. That is what true divine transformation is. Against dragon family experts, it is better to use a face-changing disguise. Suddenly remembering something, the old man raised his fan again to cover his thick beard and asked seriously, By the way, why are you taking such a risk to look for this holy son? Do not tell me you simply want to be a good person and rescue an unfortunate young lady. Linzai quickly answered on his behalf. Ziozai is interested in his identity and the 3-month void. The wounded soldier holy son is responsible for contacting the divine temple. If we capture that holy son, we can learn much more information. Of course, the Ziozai I know has always been someone who likes meddling in other people's business and caring about vulnerable men. Extremely satisfied with that answer, he placed his hand on her shoulder and praised her, making her blush shyly. Linzai, you understand me more and more. A short while later, Dong Nhi, a maid of the Long clan, stepped out with a warm smile and said, Honored guests, the young master invites you inside. Please follow me. Seeing her, Ziozai widened his eyes in shock and could not help asking, This maid is a saint spirit level expert. To actually hire a saint spirit as a servant, just how terrifying is this Long clan? As Dong Nhi led everyone inside, she replied with a friendly smile, So you noticed. Young man, you truly are no ordinary person. I was an abandoned child raised by the clan since I was young. My talent was considered decent, so the clan invested countless resources and wealth to help me advance to the beginner saint spirit level. I was raised to become young master Ao Xiang's future wife. My life belongs to the Long clan. Being able to marry the eldest young master is the greatest honor of my life. Upon hearing this, Ziozai and old man Yang Zhuang were consumed with envy. Filled with jealousy, they shouted together, So sour, what is blinding my eyes? That fat guy is way too lucky. Did he save the world in his previous life or something? Suddenly the maid grabbed Linzai's hand and endlessly praised her. You must be Linzai, right? Young master mentions you all the time in front of me. He said that your unusual identity only makes you even more charming. You truly are a stunning beauty. After leading everyone for a while, Dong Nhi lowered her voice and sincerely said, It has been a very long time since young master was this happy. On the other side, the moment Ao Xiang saw Zai, he hurried over and happily shouted, Boss, you finally came to see me. I already had people prepare all kinds of delicacies to entertain everyone. Old man Yang Zhuang immediately seized the chance to tease him again, lifting his fan to cover his face while speaking coyly. Oh my Ao Xiang, you're far too polite. The moment the fat guy saw his face, he could not hold back and vomited on the spot before finally stammering out. Boss, why did you all bring this filthy thing here? Do you need me to invite someone to perform an exorcism for you? Zai carefully leaned close to Ao Xiang's ear and whispered something to him. He's Elder Yang Zhuang from the Magic Martial Academy. For now, just call him Grandma. We came to find you this time because something happened. After Zai finished explaining everything, the fat guy trembled in fright and blurted out, What? That's a capital offense punishable by execution. Zai, Linzai, and Yang Zhuang all hurriedly gestured for him to lower his voice. Then they whispered, Stop shouting like that, people will hear you. Regaining his composure, Ao Xiang raised his hand and pointed at Dong Nhi. He declared firmly, Boss, don't worry. In this world, aside from my father and my late mother, you guys and sister Dong Nhi are the people I trust most. She's like a real older sister to me. She nervously informed everyone. The holy son you mentioned is the second madam's biological younger brother. The second madam currently controls everything in Flying Dragon City. This situation is truly difficult. Hearing that, Zai rested his chin on his hand and seriously analyzed. So the 3 sausages from the mercenary guild that day were also sent by the second madam to deal with us. The moment we stepped out of the mission hall, they immediately followed after us. Their reach is truly terrifying. If that's the case, Ao Xiang, you shouldn't get involved anymore. I thought it was just one branch of your clan, but it turns out that guy doesn't even carry the long surname. Unexpectedly, he's actually a huge fish. Suddenly, Dong Nhi revealed a sinister expression and clearly declared, No, we must absolutely get involved in this matter. But we can only operate from the shadows. It's time for our legitimate Long clan to suppress the influence of the second madam. Also, according to what I know, the second madam's faction has recently become increasingly close with the Divine Temple. That is definitely not a good sign. Afterward, she walked to the gates of the Long clan, stood before a man dressed in black robes and ordered, Shadow Division, report all information and movements regarding AI Kun. The man immediately replied. Understood. After learning the full story, she curled the corner of her lips into a smile and said meaningfully, The second madam really is cautious. She just moved AI Kun into a group of controlled young women, but our people already know where they've gone. I'm quite curious as well. That woman relies on the second madam's power and influence in Flying Dragon City. What kind of woman could she possibly not obtain? Yet she still insists on doing something this absurd. At the same time, somewhere within Flying Dragon City, Madame Ngai Fu, also known as the second madam, slapped AI Kun directly across the face before roaring angrily at him. Ridiculous, is there something wrong with your brain? Why would you do something so stupid? In Flying Dragon City, any kind of woman you want, your big sister can provide for you. AI Kun collapsed onto the ground while the women in black robes quickly rushed over to support him. Even then, he shamelessly replied, Sis, those women are different. They all possess pure souls, not blood-stained souls. Hearing that only made Ngai Fu even angrier, and she unleashed another torrent of curses. You idiot, even so, you should never have gotten involved with those people from hell. Do you even know how much money I spent to build a good relationship with the Divine Temple? If they find out you made a deal with hell, then all my efforts will have been for nothing. Even so, Akun remained extremely optimistic and confidently replied, Sis, don't worry. I hid my identity and went to their mysterious organization to buy soul-eating death bugs. My identity was never exposed. I really can't trust my little brother at all. Glancing at the girls around them, she suggested, to avoid any accidents, we should just get rid of all these women. Akun was unwilling to accept it and immediately rushed over to hug Afu's leg, crying his eyes out. Sis, absolutely not if you hurt them. I'll accept death. Seeing how pitiful he looked, she finally softened and reached out to comfort him. Good little brother, don't cry, don't cry. When have I ever not saved you? Right, no more killing, no more killing. I'll give you the best life possible. At the same time, at Crimson Grace House, a place decorated with great care, dazzling lights shone brilliantly inside. Dongni excitedly informed Zioxy's group. The inn ahead belongs to the second madam. She's currently hiding inside. As for the second madam, she just hurried out to handle some business. This is the perfect chance to find evidence of Akun's crimes and rescue those unfortunate girls. Don't worry, we can't openly help you, but General Su will appear at the crucial moment to completely wipe out Akun and this den of his. Yashin beside them also cheered them on. Boss, do your best. On the opposite side, he looked down at his tight and revealing outfit and finally covered his chest. Embarrassed beyond belief, he shouted, I understand everything now. But why do I have to disguise myself as Lynxie's male companion? Dongni quickly explained in detail. Because Crimson Grace House is a famous male escort in around here, and only rich women like to come in. If you don't disguise yourselves a little, you'll be exposed immediately. Besides, aren't you all a mercenary team? Your companion has already been paid off. A professional team should at least have some work ethics. The moment Zioxy turned around, he saw Zioyan, Ziohe, and Xuandai excitedly rolling around on piles of gold and jewels. He shouted in shock. You guys got bribed that quickly? After thinking for a moment. According to what Ziohe said, many girls had already been controlled. This was truly a huge problem. They could very well be silenced to destroy the evidence. We have to hurry. Left with no choice, he forced himself to act like a real man and said, damn it, for the sake of those unfortunate girls, Yue Zioxy will sacrifice his looks today. And while I'm at it, let's see if any rich lady falls for a 20-year-old boy. At that moment, a graceful male escort stepped out and said, no need to charm anyone. He fluently introduced himself. I am Sukama, the top male escort of Crimson Grace House. In this world, there isn't a woman I can't seduce. Once someone enters here, there's no escaping my grasp. He gestured toward the lavish feast before them, his voice as sweet as honey. This is an exotic delicacy from a small western kingdom. It suits a special beauty like you perfectly. Sukama lightly brushed a rose branch across his lips, gazing at the other party with seductive eyes. Greetings, beautiful lady. Did you come to Crimson Grace House alone? May I sit beside you? Yang Zhuang was already drenched in sweat. She awkwardly refused. Sorry, I'm meeting someone else. I don't need your special services. He suddenly chuckled, then teased, our guest is so shy. Do you enjoy the thrill of being pursued? Your eyes are already addicted, yet you're still pretending to be embarrassed. That completely gives you away. Sukama glanced at old Yang, trying to avoid eye contact, and playfully winked before continuing to flirt. Too shy to even look at me now. You can't resist the desires in your heart. You should just obediently throw yourself into my arms. Meanwhile, Yang Zhuang was gnawing on a piece of meat while cursing under his breath. Damn it! The male escort grew increasingly bold, suddenly sliding his hand lower, openly caressing his thigh. Then he put on a perverted expression and shamelessly remarked, this beauty has quite a lot of body hair, but I like it very much. Hearing that, Yang Zhuang instantly lost his temper, jumped to his feet and raised his fist, ready to beat Sukama up. Hey, that's enough, touch me again and I'll scream molestation. But the moment Sukama clearly saw his face, he froze completely. His eyes widened in shock. Memories from Sukama's childhood with his mother suddenly flooded his mind all at once. Pick one. Lynxie revealed a mischievous smile. Suspiciously, she asked, Teacher Yang Zhuang, what's going on over there with you? Zioxy was startled and cried out, what? After some questioning, old Yang finally discovered an important clue. I figured out the layout of this male escort place. There's a hidden underground chamber below, and this kid says many unfamiliar women will be coming here tonight. Sukama clung tightly to his leg. His mood was absolutely ecstatic. I wandered the mortal world just to meet you. I want to go with her. Behind him, another male escort was calling out to female guests, please come this way. Back to Zioxy. He was suddenly groped by a strange hand in broad daylight. Zioxy's face turned as red as a tomato as he panicked and screamed, who grabbed my butt? The eldest princess walked over and wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Ignoring his utter confusion, she calmly said to Lin Zai, sister, could you transfer this male companion to me? He looks very much like someone important from my past. I really like him. Money is no issue. Hearing that, Lin Zai stiffened and turned pale. Even her voice sounded uneasy. That doesn't seem very appropriate, does it? Maybe you should ask him directly. At that moment, Zioxy suspiciously pointed at himself and took the initiative to ask, name your price, rich lady. I also want to know how much I'm worth. If the price is high enough, becoming a kept man doesn't sound bad either. The princess excitedly pulled out a VIP card. She decisively offered 100 million spirit stones plus an extended edition magical Maserati. Well, is that sincere enough? Hearing that astronomical price, his eyes sparkled as he happily replied, so I'm actually worth that much. Being a kept man sounds pretty good. She suddenly picked up a ball of not wanting to struggle anymore and proposed, if you like this, I can offer even more. The moment Zioxy saw what the eldest princess was holding, he instantly lost his nerve and quickly hid behind Lin Zai before replying, I think I'd better continue saving the world. Skipping decades of hard work doesn't suit me. I still prefer relying on myself. The girl asked in confusion, what is that thing? Seeing this, the princess finally gave up on the idea. But she still said, what a pity. Even your personality is exactly like that old acquaintance of mine. If you ever need help, come to the imperial capital of the Eastern Kingdom and find the eldest princess anytime. I'll be waiting for you." The moment they heard the identity of the girl before them, everyone was shocked. Zioxy couldn't help but ask, "Eldest princess, why would someone like you come to a place like this?" She turned around and answered without hesitation, "Why can't the eldest princess come here? Besides, coming here doesn't necessarily mean doing the things you're imagining. Just like you people, I get the feeling you came here to cause trouble. I have business to attend to now. If fate allows, we'll meet again." The eldest princess strode away proudly. Just as she passed Dongni, she suddenly muttered, "So you really are the descendant of that old acquaintance. You're Dongni, right? Not bad. This time consider it that I owe your long clan a favor." Fourth Miss respectfully smiled and replied, "Being able to provide useful information to the eldest princess is the Long clan's honor." Ao Xiong beside them curiously asked, "What happened, Sister Dongni?" After she left, Linzai unconsciously became suspicious again. She muttered her speculation, "How strange. Why is the eldest princess treating Zioxy so well? Not only did she reveal her identity herself, she even said we could seek her help anytime if needed. I feel like she knows Zioxy." Hearing that, he jumped in shock and fired off countless questions. "Don't say that, it really could be true. Could she be one of my relatives, or maybe my father?" "That's right, we can't let her leave." At that moment, Sukama suddenly stepped out with a serious expression and coldly reminded them, "Didn't you come here to rescue someone? You've wasted too much time here already. If you're any later, the person might already be dead." Seeing his unusual demeanor, the three of them could hardly believe their eyes. "What's going on? This aura feels completely different from that weird male escort with bizarre tastes earlier. He even looks pretty handsome now." Sukama only coldly urged them onward. "I've turned over a new leaf. I don't want to keep living behind a mask anymore. This is the real me. Come on, I'll take you to rescue them." Zioxy looked doubtful and glanced at Yang Zhuang. "Hey, you dirty old man, what's wrong with this guy? Did your ugly face scare him stupid or something?" "What happened? He suddenly became like a completely different person, though what he says does make sense. Saving people is more important," old Yang awkwardly explained. "He said I looked like his late mother, and that awakened the sincere heart sleeping deep inside him. He also said he wants to turn over a new leaf and live properly from now on instead of being a male escort." Unable to hold back, Zioxy pointed at the portrait of his mother and shouted, "Damn it. Other than wearing the same style of clothes, where do they even look alike?" Meanwhile, deep inside the underground prison, another development was quietly unfolding. The thuggish subordinates of the madam were gathered inside. One thug regretfully said, "Captain, do we really have to kill all these girls? What a waste." The captain grinned wickedly and replied, "We don't have a choice. The second madam gave the order herself." The next second he walked over and lifted one girl's chin. Using a perverted tone, he said, "But before we kill them, nobody will know what we do to them. I heard the second madam mention that Lord Akun follows the pure love type, so they're all still virgin. What the hell is he even thinking? Pure love my ass." Looking down at Akun lying motionless below, the captain schemed further. "Anyway, Lord Akun has already been poisoned unconscious by me. No one would know what happened, and they definitely wouldn't know that we killed that person." The lackey standing nearby laughed gleefully and kept showering him with praise. "Boss really is the boss. This decision was brilliant." At that moment, Lord Kun suddenly opened his eyes and had naturally heard the entire conversation. The scene shifted to Zio's group. Following Tsukama's directions, the squad successfully arrived at the entrance to the Crimson Courtyard dungeon. The young gatekeeper lit up the moment he saw him and cheerfully said, "Brother Tsukama, business at Senza was pretty good today. 3 people came at the same time, but for some reason the boss said the dungeon wasn't open today." Tsukama went straight to the point. "It's not that it isn't open, it's that the dungeon has been fully booked today by 3 distinguished guests. They're VIPs among VIPs, specially here to enjoy the dungeon cuisine." He smiled faintly. Without thinking much, the boy immediately replied, "So that's how it is. Since Brother Tsukama said so, hurry up and open the door." As he hurried inside, he explained, "This dungeon usually serves a few guests with rather special taste. Who would have thought it would actually become a real dungeon now?" At that point, Tsukama immediately revealed a scheming smile. Yang, soon you all will become part of the prisoners here as well." At that moment, he suddenly released countless bizarre tentacles. With a sly gaze and a sneer, he continued, "Once you get in here, don't even dream of leaving. My tentacles will make you so attached that you'll never want to leave me." The moment he finished speaking, a tentacle tightly wrapped around Yang Zhuang, making him cry out in discomfort. "You damn scammer, what the hell is this thing? Not only can I no longer control my energy." The next second, old Yang suddenly changed his attitude, an unconscious smile appearing on his face. His eyes filled with pleasure, and deep inside his heart there was even a strange sense of corruption. Tsukama rushed forward with a sinister expression, his eerie grin sending chills down the spine. In an extremely confident tone, he said, "Surprise, my acting skills were honed by deceiving countless women like you. You dare cause trouble on my turf, I'm the one in charge here. Being a gigolo is just my hobby. While he prepared to attack Zai from behind, he sneered, now only you are left. At the same time, Lin Zai was suddenly caught by another tentacle wrapping around her leg, making her pant. Stop, what is this thing? At the critical moment, Zai swiftly turned the tables, spinning around and striking Tsukama in the stomach before he could react. Trying to ambush me, I've been on guard against you this whole time. Thanks for leading us to the dungeon. He was sent crashing to the ground, his body drained of strength as white foam spilled from his mouth. Gasping between broken breaths, he asked, when did you figure it out? At that moment, Zai joyfully lifted Zio Yun into the air. Recalling her earlier whisper, he laughed and praised her. Mom, you're amazing. You already knew from the start that this guy was acting and planning to ambush us. Zio slowly crouched down and took the money pouch from Tsukama's body. With an annoyed look, he scolded Zio, you sneaky brat, that's too much. Just to make this Tsukama guy believe we'd fallen for it. You didn't even tell your own people. As he spoke, he turned away in a huff but suddenly noticed something. Zio pointed toward the cellar ahead, his eyes lighting up as he shouted, I can smell blood coming from over there. The moment she heard that, Lin Zai rushed forward without hesitation, calling back, I'll go check first. Inside the cellar, Tai Tai's subordinates lay scattered in pools of blood. Captain Jun trembled in terror and instinctively backed away while begging for mercy. Sir, please don't kill me, I was wrong, I won't dare do it again. I'll spend the rest of my life being a good person. Yes, I'll even devote myself to the temple. Under the control of the Soul Guard parasite, Lord Kun had lost his sanity. His entire body emitted a sinister spiritual aura, and his eyes glowed with violet light. He flew into a furious rage and roared toward the heavens, no one is allowed to hurt them. No one. In the silent night sky, a young woman sat casually atop a rooftop. Looking down at the scene below, she let out a sigh of admiration. As expected, he is overflowing with desire. Lust chuckled with delight, her mood brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, the human world really is far more fun than hell. This place is a flourishing world. The desires here are much stronger than those in hell. In a little while, I can harvest fruits overflowing with desire. They'll definitely be plump and delicious. Right then, Ada suddenly stood up, sensing someone's arrival and speaking cautiously. I've only been here a few days and I've already been discovered. The guards in this place are doing quite a good job. It turned out that Chang Mo had encountered Lust while on patrol. He stood upright with a graceful bearing, somewhat surprised as he questioned her. Demon god of hell, what purpose brings you to my flying dragon city? Ada replied without the slightest hesitation. General, could you spare this humble young lady? This young lady still wants to keep this body around for another 3 months of fun. Don't worry. My only target is the temple. The moment he heard Lust's true objective, Shang Mo felt slightly relieved inside, though his voice remained cold as he replied. The temple, fine. The relationship between the temple and the opposition faction in the city has become increasingly suspicious. I'd actually be glad to see someone stand against them. As long as you don't do anything that harms the interests of Flying Dragon City, I can turn a blind eye. She looked slightly surprised by those words. She smiled in response, her tone filled with unusual amusement. You're really not going to interfere. So this general is that interesting? Humans really are completely different from the creatures of hell, especially when it comes to schemes and tricks. Shang Mo only needed one glance to notice Lust's intention. She calmly continued, though her killing move carried no killing intent at all. You're truly unfathomable. If I had attacked just now, then the thing behind me would have pierced straight through my body, right? Which member of the 7 deadly sins are you? After saying that, Shang Mo froze briefly before turning away, not forgetting to leave behind one final warning. I'll have people keep an eye on you. And one last piece of advice. Flying Dragon City is far more complicated than you imagine. I may not be your match, but there are people here who can kill you. Not only did she show no intention of giving up, she instead floated outward with a charming expression and spoke teasingly. I don't want to die that quickly. Thanks for the warning. The scene shifted to Lin Zai. At that moment, she charged straight ahead without the slightest fear. As if sensing something, Lin Zai suddenly stopped where those subordinates had just died. Blood was still scattered across the ground. She silently pinched a drop of blood between 2 fingers and examined it carefully, thinking to herself, the blood is still warm, they couldn't have gone far. From outside, Zai and the others hurried over and asked anxiously, what's wrong, where are they? Lin Zai immediately spotted the clue. She turned and pointed toward the passage ahead, her voice firm and decisive. They probably haven't gone far yet. If we chase them now, we can still catch up. Ripples spread across the calm lake as slow footsteps glided over the water. Lust sat amidst the blooming lotus pond, holding a flower that had just begun to blossom. Her sinister figure reflected upon the small boat beneath the pale lights. She walked forward and stroked Ai Kun's head as he remained under her control. A gentle smile appeared on her face like a poisonous lullaby. Good child, well done. Next, Lust tenderly pulled him into her embrace. Then she softly ordered the soul-devouring flea, go back to your mother. This fruit is almost ripe. AI Kun seemed trapped in a strange trance. His eyes were empty and pitch black, devoid of all spirit. An unconscious smile curled upon his lips. The instant the soul-devouring flea emerged, AI Kun suddenly threw his head back as his body convulsed violently, as though all life had been drained from him. Lust gazed at the tiny creature floating before her. Her eyes shone with affection as she softly said, that's right, our little soul devourer is the best. Mommy is so hungry, I want to eat first. She forced AI Kun's body backward and tore open his thin clothing, her eyes filled with hunger as drool dripped from the corners of her mouth. At that moment, Lust revealed her true appearance, her face old and wrinkled. Sharp fangs gleamed in the darkness. She lunged at him like a starving beast tearing into its prey. At the same time, Shang Xiang quietly hid behind the doorway and briefly recorded, AI Kun, dead. Immediately afterward, Lust casually glanced behind her, where countless young girls were being lured over by the soul-devouring fleas, and mockingly remarked, being a woman is truly difficult. Whether human or demon, females are always treated like toys for males to play with. She suddenly approached the brown-haired girl standing in the center and gently stroked her head. Her voice sounded soft, yet concealed unfathomable malice. If that's the case, then let me save all of you. Her hand slowly slid along the girl's neck, then suddenly tightened and lifted her up in one cruel, decisive motion. Right then, Lust suddenly sensed something strange and turned her head in surprise. Who's there? It was none other than Zai Zai, Lin Zai, and Yang Zhuang charging over while shouting at the top of their lungs. Put that girl down right now. Hearing this, Lust merely smiled faintly without the slightest fear. She casually swung her arm and spoke. Since someone's here, I won't kill you girls anymore. These maidens are my gift to you. Catch. With that, Lust coldly threw the girl down as though tossing away useless trash. Under Lin Zai's shocked gaze below, she instantly rushed forward and safely caught the girl in her arms. Lust became even more delighted. She tossed two more girls into the air and burst into wild laughter while provoking them. There are plenty more, keep going. At that moment, Zai Zai and Yang Zhuang immediately rushed forward and successfully caught the other two girls. He asked in confusion, what's going on? Where's AI Kun? Who is she? Meanwhile, Zai Hai charged over fiercely, snarling curses. One of the 7 deadly sins, you beast. Lust shyly raised a hand to her face, revealing an amused smile as she teased, what beast? I'm Lust of the 7 deadly sins, you adorable little wolf cub. I knew you wouldn't die that easily. You toyed with my feelings for tens of thousands of years. When are you going to return the treasures you stole from my room? Hearing that, Zai Hai could not help grinding his teeth in anger as he threatened in a low voice, keep your voice down. I don't want others misunderstanding and thinking I have some kind of relationship with a beast like you. You were the one who shamelessly insisted on making me your mount. Did I ever agree to it? No, I didn't. Those treasures can count as payment for drinking with you. At the same time, Zio Yun behind them was struggling to support a man. Her trembling voice cried out, he's so heavy. Lust acted as if she heard nothing. She calmly walked over and stroked Zio Hai a few times before leisurely replying, think about it a little more. Riding someone would definitely look cool. Or letting me be your mount first isn't impossible either. Immediately afterward, Zio Hai furiously rubbed the spot she had just touched. His irritated voice rang out in disgust. Keep your filthy hands off me. Zio Hai still stood frozen in place. Countless questions filled his mind. Could they actually be allies? Hadn't she just tried to kill those girls earlier? Strangely enough, the moment old Yang saw her, he immediately recognized her. Excitedly calling out, Lust! The instant she noticed Zio Hai, she smiled with interest and spoke in a seductive voice. This young man. In the blink of an eye, Lust had already moved close. Without making a sound, she appeared behind Zio Hai and gently placed both hands on his shoulders. Then she whispered softly, have you ever been to hell before? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. That's right, the mysterious expert at the demon extinction altar was you, wasn't it? Although the fragrance coming from both of them was equally sweet, a chill still ran down Zio Hai's spine as he thought in disbelief. Too fast. When did she get behind me? At that moment, Zio Yun anxiously rushed over and lightly patted Lust on the shoulder, causing her to pause briefly. With reddened eyes and tears welling up, she looked at Lust. Her voice choked with emotion as she pleaded, Zio Hai is very obedient. Please don't eat him. Just then, Lin Zai angrily walked over. Gripping her sword tightly, she glared at Lust and demanded, AI Kun is dead. He turned into a dried corpse. You drained him dry, didn't you? I don't care whether you're one of the 7 deadly sins or the ruler of hell. Stay away from Zio Hai. At that moment, Yang Zhuang suddenly rushed out and stood in front of her and Zio Hai. Then he loudly warned them, run now, she's a high-level deity. Leave this Lust to me. Even though I'm old, I should still be able to hold her off for a while. Before she drains me dry, hurry up and escape. She looked at him and chuckled lightly. Don't worry. I'm only targeting the temple. A deity has already arrived, so I need to leave first. Don't tell anyone that I've appeared here. Those words startled all 3 of them. Old Yang asked in confusion, who else is coming? The next second, he spoke regretfully, Lust, you're leaving just like that. Don't spare this old man. The 2 youngsters behind him could only stare helplessly. You damned old geezer. Teacher Lin's eye suddenly froze. An intense sense of unease rose in her heart. This is bad. AI Kun is dead. He was the second madam's biological younger brother. Even if it has nothing to do with us, we're still going to be dragged into huge trouble. I wonder whether she'll even listen to our explanation. Zio Zai could only laugh bitterly as he grabbed both her and Zio Yun and dashed away in an instant, calmly replying, "Of course she won't listen. What are you still standing around for? Run already. Zio Hai, I'm leaving those girls to you." Meanwhile, Zio Hai behind them shouted angrily at the top of his lungs, "You brat, making me carry this many people at once. Are you trying to exhaust me to death?" Elsewhere inside the hall, that person began sensing the surrounding spiritual energy to search for traces. Very quickly, a report came back. AI Kun's aura was just ahead. When the two arrived at the place where AI Kun had fallen on the small boat in the middle of the lake, AI Fu painfully embraced the corpse and screamed, "AI Kun, my younger brother, which cruel monster killed you?" Through tear-filled eyes, she looked toward the hall. She begged desperately, "Long Zacian, I beg you, help me find the one who killed my brother. Please help me take revenge," holding an open spellbook in his hand. A glowing orb floated inside it as his warm voice sounded out. "Umei, don't be like this. You and I are close childhood friends. Even though you eventually married my older brother, I still love you. Don't worry, I will help you. Using the remaining primordial energy lingering here, I can capture traces of the suspicious people who appeared here before. I'll send people to track them down first. Withdraw." At that moment, the glowing orb immediately reflected the image of Zio Zai fleeing earlier. AI Fu's face twisted with fury as she declared firmly, "It's him again. Earlier, the little Bill I invited was killed by that bastard Su Changmo because of him. Very well. Once we return, mobilize every member of both the temple and the Long family to search with all your strength. I will make him repay this blood debt with blood and bury him alongside my brother. As for those missing girls, deal with them too. I refuse to let my brother carry a stain on his name even after death." Long Zacian lowered his head slightly, his eyes filled with unease as he worriedly said, "AI Fu, the killing intent inside you is becoming too strong. Something bad may happen." Right after that, his expression suddenly hardened, and his voice rang out with a sense of responsibility. "But before anything happens, Tai Dian will sweep away every obstacle for her." Not only that, Tai Dian also made it clear to her, "You are the only woman I love. Even if I die for you, I am willing." Time passed quietly. In the still night in the mountains outside Flying Dragon City, Zio Zai's group also brought the young women to rest in a large cave. He said softly, "Now this is trouble. We can't just bring these young women into the city." Linzai tilted her head and asked suspiciously, "Why?" Yang Zhuang explained seriously, "AI Kun's older sister is the second madam of the Long family. If this gets out, things will become very complicated. She covered for her younger brother while he committed such heinous acts. Even if she is the second madam of the Long family, she cannot escape responsibility. There is no guarantee she won't kill all these poor young women to eliminate any future trouble." Just then, Chang Xiang suddenly appeared from behind them and slowly said, "I have a way to arrange a temporary place for them." Hearing that voice, Zio Zai turned around blankly and froze for a moment before recognizing him. "You're the deputy beside General Su, aren't you? My spiritual sense couldn't detect you at all. Where is General Su?" He smiled faintly and replied, "The general is handling matters at the Red Courtyard. Also, this is my special ability, as long as I want to hide. It is very hard for spiritual sense to detect my aura, but your spiritual sense really is powerful. There were several times when you almost discovered me, in an instant." Zio Zai sprang to his feet and asked urgently, "What is this method you mentioned? Tell me." Chang Xiang answered without hesitation, "Bai Hongyan. Right now, she is the only person in the city most suited to help these girls." As soon as he heard that name, his face went pale and he nearly lost his footing. His cheeks flushed unconsciously. Mother and daughter cried out in unison, her. Chang Xiang had already leapt onto his giant manta ray. Standing above them, he called down and urged, "Go, hurry up and get on. My spirit element is quite fast. We will go together and ask Vice President Hongyan for help. The rest of you stay here and look after these girls." Immediately afterward, Yang Zhuang carefully examined the back of one girl's neck and quickly found a soul-devouring death bug. He immediately cried out, so it was here. Old Yang picked up the death bug, watching it struggle in his hand with interest. As expected, it is a soul-devouring death bug, a specialty of hell. It is said that when this kind of death bug evolves to its highest level, it becomes a guardian death bug capable of controlling even gods. But that is only a legend. Yang Zhuang quickly collected a large bag of soul-devouring death bugs. His voice sounded somewhat resentful. "These things are no good. I must keep them under strict control and not let anyone with schemes use them for evil." On this side, Linzai lifted each set of clothing and looked them over. Her lips curved into a delighted smile. "Good thing I took some spare clothes from Lord Jinshan earlier. Let them get dressed first." At that moment, she carefully helped the young women put on clothes, then gently supported each one back to their place and laid them down neatly. Zio Yun lightly rubbed her chin, her thoughtful gaze sweeping over them all as she wondered, There are quite a lot of people. I wonder if it will work. I'll try. Then she immediately flew into the air, lightly waved her hand, and cast the holy healing spell. It shone throughout the cave. It seemed the holy healing spell still did not have enough spiritual pressure to heal all the girls. She thought to herself, no, it is still not enough. With that thought, Xiao Yun began to relax her body and decided to cast the holy healing spell once more. Fortunately, it finally took effect. Xiao Yun slowly descended. She breathed a sigh of relief, but her face clearly showed exhaustion. Xiao Yun also spoke with relief. It is done, now everyone will be fine. In the next second, her whole body fell straight downward. Her spiritual power had been severely depleted, causing Xiao Yun to gradually lose consciousness. Seeing this, old Yang hurriedly rushed over. In a panic, he reached forward. Goddess, do not be afraid, Little White is here to catch you. Unfortunately for him, Linzai acted first, shooting straight up and catching Xiao Yun. She smiled softly and whispered in praise, you worked hard. Meanwhile, Chang Xiang was standing before Hung Yin's door, knocking repeatedly and calling out loudly, Vice President Hung Yin, I am Chang Xiang. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. Hearing the noise, she quickly opened the door. With a puzzled expression, she said, it is you, Deputy Chang Xiang. Why are you looking for me so late? His expression was extremely serious, and he spoke without hesitation. Yes, I have something very important that I need your help with. The hiring fee will be paid by our Flying Dragon City Ritual Affairs office. Hung Yin immediately replied, tell me, let me see how I can help. He then said, as for the details, let him explain. He knows far more about it than I do. Hearing this, the vice president curiously leaned out to look around him. And where is this person you are talking about? She saw that Xiao Zai was currently shyly hiding behind the wall, not daring to show his face. Chang Xiang decisively grabbed him by the head and dragged him in. Show yourself. It is him. You two must have met before, though you are not very close, right? Xiao Zai's face was as red as a tomato, and he stammered out a greeting. The instant Hung Yin saw him, her mood immediately lifted. Anxiously, Han asked, what does Yue Zioxi need me for? Chang Xiang turned around in confusion and sighed meaningfully. Those two are pretty suspicious together. Avoiding eye contact, her cheeks flushed red as she softly said, just like I told you. The girls outside are all in danger right now. They need someone to help them. Hung Yin, sitting across from them, only lowered her head shyly, not daring to look directly ahead. She quickly agreed, I can take this mission. Chang Xiang, seated beside her, kept writing notes while glancing at the two with barely concealed suspicion in her eyes. There was definitely something going on. At that moment, she suddenly turned and hurried away, not forgetting to leave behind a reminder, wait here for me. I'll go arrange some manpower. After that, we can depart. Hearing that, the young man immediately threw an arm around Zioxi's shoulders and waved cheerfully in response. Go ahead, Vice Guildmaster Hong Yin. We'll wait for you here. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Xiang unexpectedly leaned over and whispered into his ear. You've got some skill, kid. Auntie Hong Yin is one of the most sought-after women in Flying Dragon City. She's my biggest rival. Who would have thought she'd fall for a rotten brat like you? At that moment, Zioxi hurriedly waved his hands in denial, his face turning red with embarrassment. His voice sounded flustered as he said, that's not true, she and I aren't like what you think. A few seconds later, he suddenly froze, immediately noticing something strange. Wait, hold on, she's your rival. What exactly do you mean by that? Could it be that you? Time quickly passed, and before long, the three of them arrived at the west gate of Flying Dragon City. At that moment, the guard sternly asked who was leaving the city and for what purpose. Chang Xiang lifted the curtain and coldly replied, it's me. We're on a secret mission, let us through immediately. The guard hurriedly shouted the order as well, secret mission, let them pass, as the group stepped through the gates. Countless voices erupted around them asking, a secret mission? What secret mission? Inside the duck carriage, Zioxi sat awkwardly beside Hong Yin. Too embarrassed to face her, he turned away and thought, what do I do now? This is so awkward. After thinking for a while, Zioxi finally gathered the courage to glance at the person across from him. Then he hesitantly asked, Officer Chang, can I sit over there with you? But there was clearly no intention of helping him. Chang Xiang looked at him with one eye and bluntly refused without even thinking. Sorry, my butt's too big. There's no room to sit, got it? Or what, do you dislike Vice Guildmaster Hong Yin? She's a girl and she hasn't even complained. Hearing the dismissive reply, Zioxi immediately broke out in sweat and frantically waved his hands while explaining, no. The Vice Guildmaster is both beautiful and strong. He's also the Vice Guildmaster. How would I dare dislike him? No, it's more like I'm not even qualified to dislike him. Hong Yin sat beside him with her head lowered shyly, saying nothing. At that moment, Chang Xiang suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Success, at the same time in the long manner, a completely different situation was quietly unfolding. Chang Mo glared at Yashin before solemnly reporting. Young Master Yashin, according to our scouts, your friend is no longer at the Rainbow Pavilion, but he is currently very safe. Please do not worry. My people will continue monitoring his movements. Hearing this, the chubby young man let out a surprised sound. Dongni smiled faintly. She turned and asked him, General Su, what urgent matter made you so eager for us to bring you to see the sword immortal? The city lord is currently in a life or death situation. Everything depends on senior sword immortal maintaining his life. All three respectfully knelt down. Changmo bowed politely and reported, Disciple Su Changmo greets master. This disciple has something important to report. From within the icy cavern, the sword immortal's voice echoed out. If you have something to say it quickly. If not, leave immediately. This sword immortal is at a critical moment in saving someone. I cannot afford even a moment of distraction. Without wasting time, he quickly got to the main point. According to the spies this disciple stationed in various cities, 3 months from now, a divine descent will appear in Flying Dragon City. The major powers across the continent already know about this. When the time comes, countless believers will flood into Flying Dragon City. Not only that, but recently an extremely powerful demon god has appeared in Flying Dragon City. On that day, the two sides will surely clash fiercely, bringing disaster to the people. Because this disciple suspects she is lust of the 7 deadly sins, I hope. The moment he heard this, the sword immortal poked his head out from behind the curtain and immediately interrupted him. His eyes lit up with excitement as he quickly asked, What lust? Seeing him so thrilled, Changmo blamed himself. Yes, it's only because this disciple is too weak that I could only roughly guess she was among the 8 gods, perhaps even the 9 gods. Later verification confirmed that she truly is lust of the 7 deadly sins. The sword immortal raised 2 fingers toward the sky, exuding an immortal aura. With a resolute voice he declared, So it's her after all. It seems that for the peace of the world I cannot avoid drawing my sword this time. Suddenly, poetic inspiration overwhelmed the sword immortal. He wanted to recite a poem. He solemnly shouted, Rise! The sword above his head instantly shot into the air. The sword immortal carried himself with elegant grace. With every masterful sword movement came gentle poetic verses. A long sword roams the world to the edge of heaven. The earth weeps as sorrow deepens. After finishing, he turned and asked, Well, how is this 7-character quatrain I improvised? Yashin covered his mouth with concern, his gaze fixed on the blood soaking through the old man's hair as he quietly asked, Sister Dongni, Lord Sword Immortal is bleeding quite a lot. Also, why do I feel like Lord Sword Immortal only wants to act after hearing the name Lust? The old man noticed their whispered conversation and glanced over. The moment Dongni saw this, she hurriedly covered the chubby boy's mouth and endlessly praised him. No, young master misunderstands. Lord Sword Immortal is righteous beyond measure, upright and noble, heroic and honorable, with virtue reaching the heavens. Because the ancestors of Flying Dragon City once helped him in the past, the immortal master has always silently worked hard out of respect for the bond between master and disciple. Watching over and caring for Flying Dragon City, such actions are truly moving. Hearing this, he quietly stepped forward and held her hand, his gaze softening. He spoke gently, Miss, your praise is too much. Please stop flattering me. This sword immortal is deeply embarrassed. Unable to hide his bashfulness, he shyly rubbed his cheek against Dongni's hand, leaving her somewhat annoyed. Still smiling brightly, he continued, This sword immortal is truly embarrassed. Truly deeply embarrassed. At that moment, Yashin suddenly pointed in shock toward the pool of blood flowing from inside. Whoa, what happened in there? That's a huge pool of blood. Only then did the old man snap back to his senses. His face instantly turned pale as he shouted in panic, Damn it, I forgot that little city Lord Long is at the most critical stage right now. Then, the sword immortal coldly waved his hand, unleashing a violent spiritual storm. He growled as he drove them away, Leave. It's time for this sword immortal to act. Stop disturbing me while I'm saving someone. Get out, get out! The very next second, all 3 were escorted to the entrance by the raging spiritual wind. They stood there stunned and bewildered, not yet recovered. Standing before the gates of Long Manor and exclaiming in admiration together, such terrifying power hidden within every movement. Saving the city lord, what realm has master reached? Meanwhile, at the divine temple of Flying Dragon City in the Eastern Kingdom, the priest's voice suddenly rang out. May Haekun receive the god's forgiveness. May he attain immortality in the divine realm. A mysterious divine spy suddenly appeared, wearing a mask and a black cloak full of mystery. He arrogantly crossed his legs and immediately reported, Half an hour ago, the person Madam was searching for boarded the guild duck carriage together with Vice Officer Su Chang. The mercenary guild has already left the city. Madam lowered her head to look at the coffin, her trembling hand gently touching it as choked words escaped her lips. Connor, just wait, big sister will avenge you very soon. When the time comes, I'll make them your sacrificial offering. Elsewhere, Zioxy suddenly sneezed for no reason at all. He asked in confusion, Who's thinking about me right now? Seeing that, Hongyan suddenly walked over and shyly held out a handkerchief, avoiding his gaze bashfully. She whispered timidly, Here, take the handkerchief. Zixi nervously accepted it. After examining it carefully, he felt a little reluctant. The handkerchief was so pretty and fragrant. Wouldn't it be a waste to use it to wipe his nose? We usually use tissues over here. At that moment, she darted away like the wind and quickly hid behind the duck carriage. She pressed a hand against her chest, feeling something surging within. Why was her heart beating so fast? It was 100,000 times stronger than when she met that Lushi guy. Meanwhile, the two transporters and Changxiang casually walked over with their arms around each other's shoulders. Their eyes landed on Zioxy. He softly asked, "Brother, you need to rescue someone up ahead, right?" He immediately replied, "That's right, exactly." Then Zioxy turned around and led everyone into the cave, toward the place where Yang Bai and the others were staying. "Follow me, it's just ahead." Hearing the familiar voice, Lingxi instantly recognized Zioxy's footsteps. Sure enough, he came walking in while excitedly waving his hand. "Mom, I'm back," Zioyan hurriedly replied. "Zioxy, you're back." At that moment, the sight before him left him completely frozen, his face filled with shock and disbelief as he blurted out in panic, "Holy crap, why are there so many Lynxes? This is insane." It turned out all the rescued girls were wearing the exact same outfit as Lingxi, leaving him completely dazzled. Hongyan suddenly stepped forward and waved her hand forcefully, her sharp voice issuing a stern declaration. "All squads focus on protecting the mission target at all costs. Even if you die, do not tarnish the guild's reputation." She coldly turned toward the temporary referee of the guild arena and clearly gave her order. "Transporter, make arrangements immediately. Consider this a chance for everyone to train." Hearing that, he obeyed without hesitation. "Yes, Vice Guild Master." Suddenly, Zioyan gently grabbed Hongyan's hand without warning. She smiled brightly and happily held out a purple skewer in front of her, speaking with great tenderness. "Daughter-in-law, eat this." Hongyan instantly blushed bright red in embarrassment, awkwardly accepting the item from her hand while stammering speechlessly, "Thank you." Not long after, the duck carriage convoy quietly left the cave under the cover of night. In the silent late night, Zioxy and the others watched them leave while waving goodbye. Changxiang's expression darkened. He sternly warned them, "You'd all better hide for a while. Madame Afu's influence is enormous, and even the powerhouse from the Divine Temple is her former lover. Right now, the city lord is critically ill. There's barely anyone here capable of restraining her anymore." Zixi shook his head helplessly and shrugged casually as if he didn't care much. "It's fine, I've already offended plenty of people anyway. Even the dog beside me is wanted across the entire continent." The next second, he suddenly realized several people were missing and anxiously looked around. "Wait, where did Old Turtle, Yang Bai, and Ziohe go?" Lingxi immediately answered. "Lord Evil Sovereign said he sensed a treasure nearby." Then the three of them said they wanted to head to the nearby ruins immediately to hunt for treasure. Standing beside them, Zioyan happily chimed in. They were super excited. They even said they'd bring Mom along next time. In the very next moment, the three of them suddenly came sprinting back in terror. They were still carrying their spoils. "Hurry up, I miss my spirit beast Shadow." Lingxi looked up and quietly asked in confusion, "They're back already? Did they really find a treasure?" Zioxy jumped in fright, cold sweat pouring down his face in horror. He muttered, "No, something feels wrong. Ziohe doesn't look happy at all for someone who borrowed something." Ziohe and the two old men screamed in panic, their faces pale as they clumsily clung to each other while fleeing desperately. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Bai used all his strength to grab Ziohe tightly, speaking as if placing all his hopes in him. "We're counting on you this time. Go fight, mysterious evil sovereign." He violently hurled Ziohe forward, causing him to crash painfully onto the ground. A huge chunk of HP was lost, and part of the tiny divine beast's wild form appeared before collapsing onto the ground. At that moment, Tadian suddenly appeared within the dark night with a solemn expression. He and Afu stood proudly atop the head of a gigantic kun fish. Shangaming roared loudly and opened its massive mouth, revealing a blazing spirit core gathering destructive power. It quickly unleashed a ferocious attack towards Zioxy's group, instantly gaining the upper hand and overwhelming them. Everyone fled in terror. Old Yang looked at Ziohe from behind and angrily shouted, "Why the hell are you running faster than me?" He hurriedly grabbed Lingxi and Zioan in his arms, his mind in complete chaos as he desperately ran for his life. "Why are you still standing there? Run already!" Long stared in surprise. "What the hell is that thing? Is that some giant monster from the classic of mountains and seas?" Meanwhile, Shangaming opened its mouth wide, as if trying to swallow the glowing spirit core condensed from spiritual energy. Not long afterward, it blasted out a brilliant golden beam of energy that slammed into the ground, sending everyone scattering in panic. Zioxy widened his eyes in amazement. Holy crap, even giant monsters can fire-tailed beast bombs now, Yang Bai shouted while running for dear life. Complaining loudly, "Hey, you bastard, we used to be co-workers no matter what." Standing atop the massive kun fish, Tadian coldly reminded him, Shangame, "Stop playing around." It opens its mouth again and fires a gigantic bullet downward. He grimaces as he sees the projectile right beside him suddenly expand. Fine then, Yang Zhuang turns around, pulls out his shield with blazing resolve and orders, "Split up and run. I'll hold off this damn fraud." He looks back and sees Yang Zhuang holding the line alone, so he calls out to him, "Old man, are you really going to try talking sense into him? Hurry up and run. If we stay together, he'll wipe us out in one strike." Zai Tian frowns in thought. As expected of the benevolent one's shield, a sacred artifact granted by Lucifer. With a holy spirit body, it can withstand almost every attack from Kang Ming. Yet not long after, he hurls a spear straight through the white shield, shattering it completely. The spear pierces right through Yang Zhuang as well, making him cough up blood. Several women rush over to give Yang Zhuang emergency treatment, while old Chang reveals Zai Tian's background. His name is Long Zai Tian. He is the outer hall master of the Divine Temple and Lady Fu's former lover. He is the younger brother of the head of House Long. Little Creek senses the danger and immediately makes a plan. "Officer Chang, Yuan Yan, go on ahead." The old man is right. Splitting up is the best option. He quickly rides his beast away, not forgetting to shout back, "Hold on, I'll bring people to rescue you." Yang Zhuang is now completely drained. He groans a few times and says, "You all should hurry up and leave too, or this scene will be way too melodramatic." Little Cloud immediately creates a magic array above his head. Lin Zai, the operator, treats Hui Ha and warns him, "Teacher, stop talking. Your internal organs are shattered. This is very dangerous." Zai Tian glances back and hesitantly says, "Sister Fu, the portrait may show their likeness, but that doesn't mean they were the ones who killed your younger brother." Lady Fu holds the staff in her hand, her face resolute as she insists, "I don't care. I brought the 10,000 souls bone banner, so I can kill them and imprison their souls. Then I'll know whether they were the killers. Even if they weren't, anyone who knows about this must die." Suddenly Little Creek asks cryptically, "Lin Zai, do you trust me?" This makes her stop, turn toward him, and answer without hesitation. Lin Zai's gaze is extremely sharp. She clearly shouts one word, "Yes." He grabs Little Black by the tail and gives a fierce order. Everyone immediately find a quiet place to treat the old man. "Leave this place to me and Little Black. After that, I can find you through my connection with Mother." Hearing this, Yang Zhuang springs up in panic and curses, "The old man really called it. This is way too melodramatic." Little Black clings tightly to a boulder, unwillingly struggling with all his might. "Let me go, I'll take them away. You stay behind by yourself." Lin Zai is a little worried. She hesitates and says, "But..." Little Creek firmly cuts off her objection. "Hey, who was it who just said she trusted me? Relax, I still have an awesome move I haven't used yet. Hurry up and go. The old man is about to die. I'm afraid I won't be able to control my power later and might accidentally hurt you all." She has no choice but to carry him on her back. Little Cloud adds a few reassuring words. "Kitten, don't worry. Little Creek isn't lying." I can sense Little Creek's confidence. Not only that, there is even a hint of excitement. Little Black howls in frustration, "You rotten brat, what are you trying to do now? Don't let me guess right." Standing opposite him, Zai Tian feels uneasy and floods himself with questions. What is going on? Where does this boy get such confidence? Could he just be bluffing? The primal power emitted from his body is only that of a beginner great primal spirit master. But his spiritual awareness has reached the divine spirit level. For a child so young to have such power, at last, he leaps out from Kang Ming and shouts for a primal duel. "I truly admire your courage and talent. If you had not killed, I would have erased all your memories and taught you as my own son from now on." Holding the divine sword Apophis, he radiates deadly cold energy and grits his teeth in disdain. "Hey, what is wrong with you? You have no shame. What if you lose? Call me Grandpa." Little Black, lifted beside him, becomes the strongest shield. I fold my arms and watch mockingly from the sideline. Ignorant little brat, a snot-nosed punk who doesn't know his place. Zai Tian is a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of House Long. He reached the divine spirit level at such a young age. Sadly, he is not the eldest son. Otherwise, the position of family head would have been his long ago. Zai Tian, holding a weapon in one hand and a secret manual in the other, threatens him. "What I cultivate is not the magic of House Long, but the Divine Temple's secret art that is never passed down. Sacred word magic." Little Creek still does not give up and states the contents of the book in one sentence. Sacred word magic can use divine incantations to materialize every thought in one's heart. Everything originates from written texts. It could be called a lower-level version of making words reality. The cowardly Little Black can only shout, "I won't do it." He flips to another page. He offers a few words of praise. "You truly are an extraordinary martial talent. Not only is your gift beyond others, your knowledge is also impressive. I have no children in this life. I truly want to keep you and slowly train you." Zai Tian clicks his tongue in frustration and says, "It's just a pity I am not the eldest son and cannot inherit the position of family head." Otherwise, the person Lady Fu chose would definitely have been me. We would have had children of our own too. Lady Fu waves her hand and urges him. Zai Tian, stop letting him stall for time. Avenge my younger brother, kill every last one of them. Using his power, he floats in midair and replies, all of them are still within range of my spiritual awareness. Now, I will not spare him. Hayden shouted loudly, activating a sacred incantation technique as spiritual power swirled around him. He pointed his weapon forward and began chanting the holy spell. Blinding light, Zioxy, bound by those long strands, mocked him. Such a flashy opening and all you can fire are a few ropes. Are you really trying to capture me alive? In the blink of an eye, the 4 ropes wrapped tightly around his body. She raised a finger to her lips and smirked proudly. Caught already. I thought you were stronger than this. Next comes your soul search. These ropes will twist you to death and avenge my little brother. Hayden glared fiercely again. Panic spread across his face as he cried out a single word. No. A second later, Zioxy vanished from the knot. He froze in shock and shouted, impossible, you actually escaped at the last second. How can your consciousness and body react that fast? Are you some kind of monster? Zioxy recalled the moment Linger charged at him. She slammed a punch straight into his stomach, causing Zioxy to cough up a mouthful of blood. Not long after, Linger tried to beat him senseless again, but Zioxy swiftly dodged. Holding the divine sword Apophis in his hand, he tearfully lamented his past. You think all those miserable battles I fought inside the tower were for nothing. Right now, the thing I'm best at is running for my life. Lord Fu flew into a rage and barked, Hayden, kill him now. He's about to die and still pretending to act tough. Hayden revealed his true form and stood opposite him with a sigh. Interesting. Senza's belief of never hurting people is no longer necessary anymore. Zioxy closed his eyes as an overwhelming spiritual aura burst from his body. In a deep voice he said, hey, do you really think I came here to die heroically? I really was stalling for time earlier. His hair suddenly turned platinum blonde and he grinned smugly. But only because I needed time to gather strength for my transformation. Do you think transformation spells are easy? Every time I have to charge power for half a day, and transforming while dressed like a girl is embarrassing too. I have my pride. So you do no shame. One white wing and one black wing sprouted from his back as Zioxy clicked his tongue. What a pity, this true manly form can only last 7 seconds. Appearing in angelic form with the little black shield and the divine sword Apophis, he boldly declared, within 7 seconds I'll cripple all of you. Little Black still had no idea what was happening and screamed, who am I? Where am I? I've fallen. Hayden trembled in shock as he sensed angelic power mixed with dark primal energy. Are you the child the Holy Temple has been searching for all this time? Zioxy ignored him and charged forward, quietly counting. 1. Hayden opened his book and prepared to confront him. Lord Fu stood atop Kangaming and pointed forward. Hayden, what are you standing there for? Kangaming, help your master. This child is too strange. The fish opened its mouth once more, preparing to fire a devastating energy blast. Zioxy paused for a split second and glanced at it. He performed a graceful flip in midair to evade the attack. His eyes gleamed brightly as his voice echoed everywhere. 2. Hayden immediately realized the truth and warned them. His target isn't me, it's Kangaming. Sister Fu, be careful. He raised his weapon high and summoned spiritual power. Sacred incantation art void. Standing within Kangaming's invisible barrier, she gasped in shock. What? Zioxy decisively slashed at the fish. He cleared his throat and continued counting. Only then did he fully understand the situation, muttering endlessly, so that's it. You're the so-called forbidden fruit, the forbidden fruit of the angel lore. No wonder the inner temple treats you so cautiously. Hayden stabbed his sword directly into his own palm, letting the blood flow freely. He roared loudly. But what does any of this have to do with me? As long as Sister Fu is happy, that's enough. Hayden shouted, true essence art. Annihilation! He swung his sword through the air, mixing it with his own blood to create a gigantic spiritual energy blade. Zioxy frowned and charged forward with heroic momentum. He continued counting. 4. Hayden was no weaker, immediately rushing ahead with his noble weapon. Hayden brought down a crushing strike. Zioxy quickly raised his shield and narrowly avoided the deadly blow. Little Black screamed painfully from inside the shield. It hurts. Yue Zioxy, keep boosting your primal energy. We're about to die. Driven forward by inertia, Hayden glanced behind him. Zioxy once again used all his strength to swing the divine sword Apophis. The count stopped at 5. Hayden subconsciously turned back and admitted defeat. Sister Fu, I've lost. Before the end, I want to tell you. Suddenly his eyes widened as he shouted, Lord Fu. She turned her head back, gasping for breath. Lord Fu sprinted away at full speed, screaming, help me. Zioxy refused to let up and slashed Hayden twice across the body. Zioxy cleared his throat and said, 6. Hayden was struck by the attack, blood spraying everywhere as he cried out in agony. Standing before Hayden's heavily wounded body, Zioxy murmured, 1 second left. He pointed his palm at Hayden's face and transferred a mysterious energy into him. It generously advised him, considering you never intended to kill me, I'll twist all your memories. From now on, just live peacefully as a good person. Zio Hai clung tightly to his leg and wailed, "This sovereign has been utterly humiliated." His eyes widened as darkness clouded over them. Zai whispered, "Time's up." Then his whole body collapsed as he muttered one final sentence. After recovering for a while, Jiu Feng leisurely ate grapes while staring at Zai Tian's body and grumbled, "Finished getting dressed properly? You're unconscious out here in the wilderness. If some female monkey drags you away to become her husband later, don't blame me." Not long after, Chang Xiang arrived where Chang Mo was escorting Tsukama. "I don't care whether you're some stud horse or whatever. You have the right to remain silent, but everything you say can be used as evidence in court." As he walked, he complained bitterly, "You probably won't believe it, but I was robbed by a dog." Chang Mo glanced at Chang Xiang and asked, "What happened for you to panic like this?" Pale-faced, the young man urgently urged, "General, hurry. Hurry and come save someone with me." A while later, the two arrived at the battlefield where Zai and Zai Tian had fought. "And Zai Tian," Chang Xiang confirmed, "this is definitely the place." He looked around anxiously, sweat pouring down his face as he asked, "Where is everyone?" The man looked down and discovered a clue. "There's a trail of footprints here. They haven't been covered by dust yet, they must have been left recently." Chang Xiang was startled and asked, "What? Why is there only one trail of footprints?" At that moment, a pair of feet was quietly walking forward. Zai Tian, with a bloody X-shaped wound across his chest, was carrying Zai in his arms. Zai was completely naked, and the man lowered his face darkly as he looked at the person in his arms. Jiu Feng turned around and flicked a grape at Zai Tian's head lazily. "Walk faster, Nongjeng Dian," he silently obeyed. "Understood." Zai Tian quickly followed behind the divine sword Apophis. Embarrassed, he said, "I'll speed up immediately." Sometime later, Zai Tian leaned against a pillar, clutching his head and wondering, "Why does my head hurt so much today? So many blurry memories keep surfacing in my mind. Something both unfamiliar and strangely familiar." The image of Zai wearing a purple flower in her hair appeared in his mind from the first time they met. "We cultivated together, we held hands beneath the starry sky. You are the only one I have ever loved. Even if I died for you, I would willingly accept it." The two of them happily played together in the cool river. Then came the moment their lips met. "This is our first time like this." Zai wrapped his arms around the man's sturdy body from behind. "This is our first time seeing this. But then one day you cried and told me, fairy tales are all lies. After that, you instantly married my older brother." Zai Tian clutched his splitting head and roared loudly. Lin Zai and Zio Hai peeked out from behind a pillar and quietly asked, "Lord Evil Sovereign, what exactly happened between you and him over there? Why is he here?" Zio Hai explained. "In the final fleeting second, Zai didn't kill him. Instead, he chose to twist his memories. But memories inside someone's mind are so complicated and chaotic. How could 1 second possibly be enough time to distort that many memories? I don't know what exactly he changed either." Zai sat leaning against the wall, scratching his head as he muttered, "He's someone willing to sacrifice his life for the person he loves. I only replaced every love charm in his mind with myself. I also changed a few other settings along the way. Otherwise, the only options were to kill him or turn him into an idiot. 1 second was too short. Besides, he wasn't truly an evil person. Sparing his life and making him serve us can count as redemption." She turned to support him and advised, Zai, "Get some rest, you're very weak right now." Zai forced a smile and shook his head. "I'm fine, help me up." Just as he was about to place his hand into Lin Zai's, a man's hand suddenly interrupted the pair. Zai Tian pushed Lin Zai aside and cleared his throat. "Let me do it." He gently helped Zai stand up and spoke sweetly, leaving Zai stunned. "Zai, are you all right? I was so worried about you." She looked like her soul was about to leave her body, speaking weakly. Zai, are you really sure this is fine?" Meanwhile, Zio Yun busily wrote in the journal and chuckled softly. "Another person has started treating Zai well." Zio Hai stood behind curiously and asked, "What's Mother Zai writing?" Zio Hai collapsed onto the ground laughing and read aloud, "Congratulations to Zai for gaining a daughter-in-law. Mother Zai's standards for daughters-in-law are truly exceptional." It felt like his soul was leaving his body. Zai leaned entirely against Zai Tian and whispered, "I regret this." He regained his composure for a moment, kicked the man and threatened, "Long Zai Tian, I'm warning you. From now on, stay 10 meters away from me. Do not come near me, understand?" "All right." Zai Tian gave an awkward smile and obediently pleaded, "Zai, I'll listen to you, but can you at least save me some face? At the very least, I'm still a god." Zai sighed and questioned him, "Long Zai Tian, I want to ask you something. Do you know about the Yue family in the Eastern Kingdom?" He quickly walked outside, stuck his head through the window, and answered. In a deep voice he revealed, "You mean the Yue family that was exterminated over 10 years ago?" Hearing this, Lin Zai and the others cried out in shock. "Exterminated?" Zai Tian explained, "That's right. Corpses covered the fields overnight. An entire clan was wiped out, shocking all the higher-ups of the Eastern Kingdom." While Zio Yun was taking care of Yang Zhuang, Zai clenched his teeth and asked sharply, "Who did this?" He spread his hands and shrugged helplessly, showing he didn't know. The Yue family lived along the coast of the Eastern Kingdom. Even I don't know who was responsible. Even the Emperor of the Eastern Kingdom forbade any discussion of this matter, let alone an investigation. He rushed forward and beat him mercilessly. He shouted, "You're in charge of the outer temple, and this is how you do your job. The temple's influence is so vast, yet you don't know a single piece of information." Tai Tian could only endure the beating, rolling around and screaming, nearly dying. He stuffed 2 pieces of paper into his bleeding nostrils and continued speaking. The temple as a whole is extremely powerful, but for some reason, the people of the Eastern Kingdom have no religious faith. As a result, the temple's influence in the Eastern Kingdom is relatively weak. However, I'm certain Elder Bai, the guildmaster of the Spirit Mercenary Guild's Flying Dragon City branch, knows something. Before he was transferred here, the place he managed was the Moonlight City branch, where the Yue clan resides. Taking the opportunity, Xiao Zai hugged him while lost in thought. Xiao Zai muttered, "It's that guildmaster again. Hong Yan mentioned him to me before too." He placed a hand on his chest and asked smugly, "Azai, do you want to meet him? It just so happens I know where he is right now." Suddenly, the headache struck again. Tai Tian groaned as his hair stood on end, crying out, "My head, it hurts so much. It feels like someone is splitting it open with a hammer." Xiao Yun gently touched the top of his head, causing Tai Tian to freeze. Smiling, she transferred spiritual energy while comforting him. "It's all right. Calm your mind and the pain will fade." He suddenly realized, "Holy healing arts, how do you know this technique?" "This is a technique only the angelic lords know." Xiao Zai quickly kicked Tai Tian outside and ordered, "Knowing too much won't benefit you. Endure the pain a little longer and it'll pass. Stand guard outside." A few days later, outside the main gate of Flying Dragon City, Tai Tian rode ahead on the duck's back while reminding them, "Elder Bai the Guildmaster has a very unusual personality. Once we get there, don't say anything foolish." The people behind him waved and replied, "Don't worry, we definitely won't talk nonsense." Madame Fu, sitting inside the carriage, suddenly spotted him passing by. She stuck her head out and cried in shock, "Tai Tian, you're still alive. That's wonderful. Do you know how worried I was about you?" Tai Tian turned back in confusion. "Who are you? I don't know you. Why are you calling me by name?" After speaking, he left while thinking to himself, "Ignore her for now. I need to help Oz find the Elder Guildmaster as quickly as possible." Even though Ai Fu's duck carriage had already gone far away, she still wanted to call out to him. "Tai Tian, don't go. I have something to tell you." The scene shifted elsewhere. Someone was slashed across the body, blood spraying everywhere as he coughed up blood and screamed in agony. The others also collapsed one after another, complaining, "Are you insane? The tournament hasn't even started yet, and you're already attacking the registered mercenary teams." Zhu Zhai sheathed his sword and calmly said, "Those weren't fatal wounds. I must win first place in this mercenary spirit tournament. You should all withdraw and go home to rest." Suddenly he coughed up blood. Zhu Zhai quickly wiped it away with his hand. Weakly, he muttered, "Little sister, I will definitely obtain the Phoenix Immortal Fruit. I absolutely won't die." Memories flooded back. At that time, he was carrying Ling Ling on his back. He anxiously encouraged her, "Little sister, hang in there. We're almost at the doctor's house." Zhu Zhai knocked frantically on the door, pleading, "Dr. Jia, please save her. Save my little sister." Dr. Jia came out holding a lantern and opened the door slightly. "Quick, carry her inside." Not long afterward, he carried out a basin full of blood. Wiping the sweat from his face, he reassured them, "This coughing fit was more serious than before. Fortunately, I managed to pull the child back from death's door." His wife called out from outside the courtyard, "Old man, come out here. I need to talk to you." Dr. Jia quietly stepped outside and closed the door behind him. "Old woman, what's wrong?" She frowned and ordered, "From now on, you're not allowed to treat that girl anymore." At that moment, Zhu Zhai was quietly standing behind the door listening in. Shocked, the old man exclaimed, "Why, those 2 children are pitiful." She continuously punched and kicked her husband while explaining, "You're just a veterinarian. What do you know about treating humans? Besides, old Wang from the neighboring village told me those 2 children are cursed. Their entire family died coughing up blood, and now only those 2 suspicious children remain." His wife immediately crouched down, grabbed him, and pulled one of his arms behind his back as she warned, "If you get infected with something filthy and die, don't blame me for running off with old Wang." She shoved Dr. Jia inside and urged, "Get them out of our house first." All that remained before the 2 of them was an empty room. Books were scattered everywhere and the window stood wide open. He sighed worriedly and lamented, "Old woman, look at what we've done. We've practically driven those children to ruin." Zhu Zhai still carried Ling Ling on his back while comforting her, "Little sister, don't be afraid. I'll find a way to cure you." He held up a sheet of paper with a purple flower drawn on it and declared, "This medicine will definitely cure your illness." Not long after, Zhu Zhai stopped walking. "I vaguely remember father saying that heavenly treasures are always guarded by fierce beasts. This must be the place." He bent down and picked up a dry branch. Zhu Zhai stood before the monster without the slightest fear and demanded, "Move aside. The medicinal herb at the bottom of the cliff belongs to my little sister." But it refused to yield. The monster drove its sharp fangs straight toward him, frightening Zhu Zhai into running for his life. Linglin was happily picking mushrooms at home, smiling softly. Today, for once, she had not coughed up blood. "I want to cook a meal for brother too." In the blink of an eye, he had returned. She held up 2 mushrooms and asked in alarm, "Ah, you're back. Oh no, what happened?" Seeing his hand, I was only holding the flower in my hand. His body was covered in countless wounds, yet he said excitedly, "It's just a broken arm and broken legs. Then I was forced to walk 300 miles without breakfast, that's all. I'm fine." "Never mind that for now, Linglin, look what I brought back for you." Linglin sobbed and wailed, "How is this fine? Your bones are sticking out," he grinned and urged her. "Compared with the time father beat me, this is much lighter. Just ignore me. Hurry and try this divine medicine." The 2 of them gradually grew up. She held out a charm with a heart on it and said coyly, "Look, this is a letter I wrote to you in the future." No peeking. Tusi's body was now rippling with muscle. While training, he frowned and declared, "Whatever it is, just keep it and tell me face to face later. Why write a letter? I won't read it. I won't let you die. I will keep searching for divine medicine that can extend your life." Spoiled with affection, Linglin ran over and hugged his arm, sighing, "Brother, you're so good to me." Tusi's face turned bright red as he pretended to complain to the heavens. "Oh my, stop that. You're already grown up. You keep hugging me over every little thing." Before long, she was lying on the bed again with blood at the corner of her mouth, groaning, "Brother, even though I am like a lamp running out of oil, don't be sad. Even if I die, I will become a vengeful ghost and haunt you for life. I'll peek at you bathing and stop you from flirting with girls." Grief-stricken, he held that small hand and comforted her. "Linglin, wait for me. I will go out again to find divine medicine that can prolong your life. You won't die." Linglin said in a low voice, voicing her wish, "It's useless. Over the years, you have traveled all over the world, and finding even a few stalks of life-extending divine medicine was already lucky. Besides, the medicine's effect on me has grown weaker and weaker. I know I won't live much longer. It's just that before I die, I still have one regret." I hurriedly helped her up and anxiously asked, "What regret?" "Tell me, and I will definitely do it for you." She raised her hand to wipe the tears from his cheeks and said softly, "I heard that people who die without ever marrying carry very heavy resentment. After death, they cannot reincarnate, and they are even dragged down to the underworld for forced labor. How about you help me hold a fake wedding like when we got married as children?" I only pressed my lips together, tears streaming down my face, and agreed, "All right. Wait for me, I will prepare your wedding right now. The grandest wedding ever." Resolutely, he pushed the door open and walked out in sorrow. Linglin stayed behind, raised her hand, and lightly licked the blood from her mouth. So it turned out she was acting. Linglin held a box of soy sauce, playfully tasted it, then sighed, "This soy sauce may look like blood, but it tastes pretty good. Next time I must ask brother to prepare more of it. That way when brother eats it, he will think of me. Not bad." Meanwhile, Tusi walked along, deep in thought. "When we were little, playing wedding was fun. I am her brother, so I can't keep being the groom. I have to find a decent groom." With a serious face, he raised his voice. "It must be a man accomplished in both letters and arms to be worthy of my sister, even if this is only a fake wedding." Just then up ahead, a procession for a newly crowned top scholar was approaching. The man at the front beat a gong while announcing, "Fellow villagers and elders, let us warmly congratulate the new top scholar of both civil and martial arts. Scholar first, returning home in glory." After that came a great feast. He sat on the sedan chair, pensively watching the scene and muttering to himself, "I, a scholar, spent years studying by lamplight and practicing martial arts, transforming my life. Now I return home in glory." Tusi turned his face, drew his sword, and sneered, "Ha! Groom, crowd, band, wedding clothes, everything is ready." He raised his sword to block the road and greeted them. "Hello. My sister needs a groom accomplished in both letters and arms for a grand wedding. May I borrow all of your bodies for a bit?" The scholar tilted his head and shouted, "You freak, how can this be? Marriage is a major matter. How can it be treated as a joke? It must have the command of parents, the words of a matchmaker. The 3 letters and 6 rites before marriage can even be discussed. Besides, your sister surely has nowhere decent to marry into. What normal girl would have someone kidnap a groom on the road in an instant?" Tusi had placed his sword against the man's neck. Left with no choice, the cowardly scholar agreed, "Ah, I'll marry her." Seeing this, the crowd stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, trembling as they cried out, "Heavens, how is this freak so strong?" The top scholar of both letters and arms didn't even have time to react. At home, Linglin was waiting eagerly by the small window, chin in hand, murmuring, "Why is brother taking so long? It should be like when we used to play together as children." That big dummy, pale-faced, the scholar knocked on the door while looking back and asking, "Great hero, your sister, my bride, is inside, right?" In his heart, he had already decided she must be ugly. Tusi once again put the sword to his neck and urged him, "Hurry up, stop grumbling." The scholar tilted his head and stammered, "All right, I'll open the door now." He straightened up and sighed. Inwardly, he complained, My lifelong reputation as a scholar will be ruined here today. They won't force me into the bridal chamber later, will they? If they force me into the bridal chamber afterward, then I would rather die than yield. I am a man of principles and boundaries. Just then, Linglin opened the door a crack, poked her head out, and called, "Bro, is that you? You're finally back." But the person standing before her was the scholar. He gaped at the beautiful woman. Lingling was also stunned, staring blankly ahead. Shu Shan imagined himself traveling the world with Miss Ao. Rose petals drifted down before his eye. His face turned completely red. "Mother, I'm in love." After thinking it over, Shu Shan revealed a sly smile and reached out in greeting. "Hello, I'm Shu Shan. Are you my bride?" "Very pleased to meet you. Can we begin the wedding ceremony now?" Lingling waved politely. "Hello, my name is Lingling. I am the bride." Then she suddenly cried out in shock, "Huh, the groom." Lingling flew into a rage and cursed inwardly, Lang Tukai. "What exactly did you do?" At that moment, Tukai had already taken the lead of the group. He loudly gave the order, "Play the music." They immediately began blowing horns and beating drums as if it were an actual wedding ceremony. Shu Shan suddenly leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Great elder, does this fake wedding also include the bridal chamber? Though honestly, I'm not exactly willing. But without the bridal chamber, this wedding won't be complete. Wouldn't that mean your mother's final wish was only half fulfilled?" I said nothing and simply pressed my sword against his neck. Shu Shan wailed, "I'm going to die." He put on a demonic expression, raised one finger and emphasized, "Dream on. You are only a tool." Ling could not take it anymore. She lifted his entire body up and roared, "Ling Tuchai, I am going to butcher you." Fierce flames surged up, her blood flow reversed, and she suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, he could not help shouting in concern, "Ling Ling." A while later, Ling lay on the bed, opened her eyes and asked softly, Where are those people?" Tuchai sat beside her, held her hand and answered gently, "I drove them all away." She looked downcast and admitted sadly, "Actually, I lied to you. What I threw up before was not blood, it was fruit jam lipstick." Tuchai brought Ling's hand to touch his cheek, his voice full of affection. "I know, but as long as Ling asks, I will do it." She sat up, tears streaming down her face, and threw her arms around him, calling to him softly. He panicked, tears in his eyes, and teased her. "Hey, are you crying again? Letting your nose run and wiping it on my clothes? It is so wet, is it dirty?" Blood trickled from her mouth onto Tuchai's clothes. Ling forced a smile. "Sorry." Sometime later, Ling lay on the bed and used the same old trick again. This time I really am at the end of my life. I have thought of another regret." He was still carefully stirring porridge for her as he replied, Ling, this is the 1001st time you have been at the end of your life. Eat some porridge first. Then tell me your wish, your brother will help you fulfill it." Back in the present, Tuchai lowered his head and muttered, "Silly little sister. You did all this because you were afraid I would be sad after you died, so you practiced with me first so I could get used to you leaving. Fool, how could I ever get used to that? Even if we practiced 10,000 more times, I still could not get used to it." A man holding a cannon cleared his throat and scoffed, "Go die already. If you want to fight, then fight. What the hell are you smiling about? Kid, you are that famous freelance hunter who has been making a name for himself in Flying Dragon City lately, right?" They charged over, weapons in hand, snapping angrily. "You dare provoke our heavy cannon mercenary squad? Are you trying to defeat every contestant before the tournament even begins?" He raised his sword and sternly corrected them. "I am not trying. I absolutely will defeat all of you. Then I will obtain the divine medicine that can extend my life in the shortest time possible." Suddenly, Tuchai coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. He complained, "Damn it, why is it acting up now?" One mercenary laughed coldly and mocked him. "No way, you are coughing blood before we have even fought. I thought you were powerful. Turns out you are just a consumptive weakling." He rushed forward smugly and said, "At close range, my cannon is 3 times stronger than long-range bombardment. You are dead." Suddenly, that man set down his cannon, clutched his stomach, and cried out, "My stomach suddenly hurts. This feels awful." The other man carelessly bumped into a rock on the ground and immediately tumbled over. Tuchai collapsed into a seated position, held his chest, and looked at the current scene in confusion. "It happened again? Every time I am in the greatest danger, all kinds of accidents happen to my opponent and they fall on their own. What exactly is the reason?" The mercenary asked in panic, "What kind of sorcery is this? Who exactly are you?" The next second he grabbed his own throat, his face turning pale as he begged, "I cannot breathe anymore, it hurts so much." You monster, stop it right now." I only found his actions baffling. He muttered, "What is he doing? Why have the people who oppose me in recent years become so moral?" Just then Philip rode past on a duck. She glanced over and assessed the scene. "Is someone fighting? What is that?" One of Philip's eyes lit up brightly. She shouted, "Divine eye of illusion breaking." That mercenary was being strangled by an invisible arm until he foamed at the mouth, his face turning deathly white. It turned out Ling's soul was relentlessly tormenting him to pieces. She roared, "What did you say? I am his little sister. How dare you bully my brother? I will send you to your death." Meanwhile, Tuchai still stared blankly with wide eyes, looking confused. What is going on? Noticing the situation, Philip could not help feeling puzzled. So it is a rare guardian spirit. When she was alive, their bond must have been very deep. Even after death, she still wants to follow and protect him. Forget it, I am no longer a white knight. What matters now is finding the dragon balls. She held up two brightly glowing orbs and judged. After searching for so long and enduring so many hardships, even counting the dragon ball that Moon Little Creek gave me, I only have two. When will I ever collect all 7 dragon balls? This is such a headache. I suspect the dragon ball I found myself is fake. It looks so exaggerated on the outside and even gives off a dazzling light. It smells like a counterfeit and is nothing like Moon Little Creek's orb. Elsewhere, Little Creek suddenly sneezed. He sighed inwardly, which beauty is thinking of me now. Zacian draped a coat over Little Creek and thoughtfully reminded him, Creek, put this on. Be careful not to catch a chill. Chairman Elder Bai is up ahead. He turned to look and was shocked to see the hem of the robe flipped upside down and spread over him. Little Creek gaped and shouted, Are you insane? Zacian put his hands on his hips and said proudly, What do you think? Pretty good, right? I do not know why this idea suddenly popped into my head. He almost turned to stone and a thought popped into his mind. Could it be that when I helped brainwash him, some strange knowledge seeped in? As they walked and chatted, they arrived at the residence of Chairman Bai Lao. It seemed he had already retired and rarely showed himself outside anymore. I only learned about this place through the Long family's connections. Not long after, a young attendant stopped them at the palace entrance. Standing before them, he spoke up. The hall master of the Divine Temple's outer hall wishes to meet our chairman Bai Lao. Very well, let me go inform him first. Tai Diane respectfully replied in a low voice, Sorry to trouble you, little brother. I glanced around and whispered, Why are you acting so distant? You're a hall master and he's a chairman. Your ranks shouldn't be that different. He turned and explained, The old chairman has a rather eccentric personality. Keeping a little distance is safer. If you offend him, you might never even get to meet him. A moment later, the attendant placed a hand over his chest and bowed apologetically. My apologies, Chairman Bai Lao says he does not wish to meet anyone from the Divine Temple. Hall Master, please return for now. Hearing this, Tai Diane thought to himself, I can't disappoint Azai after she entrusted this matter to me. Azai is the most important person in my life. A sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Killing intent radiated from his entire body as he stressed every word, little brother. Please go report once more. Tell him that Long Zai Ting, the younger brother of the Long family's master in Flying Dragon City, requests an audience. The attendant hesitated but eventually agreed. All right, I'll go report it again. Some time later, he opened the door and invited them inside. Lord Long, Chairman Bai Lao invites you in. Zai nodded in admiration. As expected, the Divine Temple's influence in the Eastern Kingdom is the weakest. Even the title of Hall Master isn't as useful as being the younger brother of the Long family's head. Linzai also chimed in. That's why the Divine Temple in Flying Dragon City mainly exists to gather faith and increase the number of believers. Yang Zhuang shrugged and refuted. Wrong. It's only because the disciple Bai Lao cherished most suddenly sought refuge in the Divine Temple. He expelled that disciple from the sect, and in the end the disciple vanished within the Divine Temple, leaving behind the greatest regret of his life. That's why he hates the name Divine Temple. The others immediately leaned closer after hearing half the story. Curious, they asked, and then what happened? As he walked, he poured cold water over their excitement with a single sentence. What do you mean after that? Didn't I already finish the story? I've already explained both the cause and the result of why he hates the Divine Temple. So nosy, the two of them froze speechless at that conclusion. Bai Lao sat before the tea table and slowly called out, Please everyone have a seat. The old man elegantly brewed tea. A gentle fragrance drifted through the air. A moment later, drops of hot tea filled the neatly arranged cups before them. Once finished, Bai Lao gestured politely. Please enjoy the tea. Without saying a word, Tai Diane picked up the teacup and drank immediately, leaving Zai and Linzai somewhat stunned. The old man sat upright and examined him carefully. So you're Yue Zai's grandson. Tix Tech Fantasy is the name of your mercenary group. What special meaning does that name carry? Though this old man may be advanced in years, I still cannot understand it. Zai had no idea how to explain it and stammered awkwardly, It really is our mercenary group's name. How did you know? As for the meaning of the name, Zai's face darkened as he thought about those powerful bodies. He scratched his head and hastily made up an excuse. It's a kind of philosophy. Roughly speaking, it means that even while living in a world of deep darkness, the heart still longs for a brighter future. Bai Lao raised his teacup and nodded approvingly. Still so young, yet already possessing such insight. Not bad, as expected of old Yue's descendant. Hearing that, Zai immediately became uneasy. I haven't even introduced myself yet, and he already knows my name and the name of my team. While pouring more tea, the old man continued, I know the purpose of your visit. I also know a little about the situation in Moonlight City. However, Bai Lao's tone turned stern. I have one condition. Linzai looked over in surprise and asked, A condition? Zai straightened his expression and agreed loudly. What condition? Chairman Bai Lao, please speak freely. As long as it does not violate my conscience, I am willing to do it. The old man lowered his head and explained. Recently, a mercenary hunter named Ling Xiu Zhai appeared in Flying Dragon City. He is the son of the disciple I once cast aside. I hope you can help him achieve first place in the mercenary tournament, so he can obtain the Phoenix Immortal Fruit, and you must not let him know that I asked you to help him. Zai was slightly stunned and repeated the key phrases, Phoenix Immortal Fruit, cast aside. First place, Yang Zhuang frowned and urgently asked, Old Bai, have you found that disciple of yours? The old man's voice grew increasingly heavy. I found him. I found only a part of my disciple. His entire family had been murdered. Only the orphan Xiu Zhai survived. Back then, I should never have sent my disciple to carry out that divine temple mission. Otherwise, things would never have ended like this. Bai Lao recounted the matter in detail. Right now, Xiu Zhai is under threat, so I have no choice but to show favoritism for once. During these past days, I repeatedly submitted requests to the Grand Guild headquarters. In the end, I finally secured the precious Phoenix Immortal Fruit as the prize for this mercenary tournament. And I also made sure news of the Phoenix Immortal Fruit reached the small village where Xiu Zhai lived. This fruit can cure the hereditary blood curse poison he inherited from his parents and strengthen his physique. His future descendants will no longer suffer from it either. Lin Zai cut in and said, so the old guild president must already know that Ling Zucha is definitely going to win first place. The old man held his teacup and analyzed the situation, explaining that this mercenary tournament was being held in the name of promoting newcomers. Therefore, I require every mercenary team to send only newcomers under the age of 25. To participate, when water comes, block it with earth. When soldiers come, stop them with force. Even if nobody is available, I still have other ways to make Zucha win first place. But now that we have someone, things are even better. Right, young man with the power to battle gods, Yue Zioxi. Zioxi jumped in shock and shouted, how did you know? Were you there too? The old man slowly replied while interrogating him, ever since you entered Flying Dragon City, I've had people following you. His brows furrowed tightly. His tone suddenly turned sharp. But things aren't that simple, originally with Zucha's strength. He could have taken first place easily, but news of the divine pill spread like wildfire. Now many peerless experts from outside want to come to Flying Dragon City to slay a god. I've already discovered more than one team cheating in this tournament. I absolutely will not allow those people to obtain the Phoenix Immortal. Hearing this, sweat covered Zioxi's face as he wondered, slay a god? Someone wants to kill Mother. The old man cleared his throat and continued, and your appearance just happens to help me solve these major trouble. When the time comes, things like immortal reincarnation, divine weapon disintegration, and power inheritance can all be left for me to handle over here. Zadian grabbed Zioxi's hand and said goodbye. Azai, the temple has called an emergency meeting. I have to go immediately. Forgive me, Zadian cannot search for Ling Zucha together with you. Not only did Zioxi fail to appreciate the sentiment, he angrily punched him flying away while shouting, Long Zadian, if you have something to say, then say it. Why are you grabbing my hand? Hurry up and get lost. The sky was crystal blue at that moment. Zucha quietly cultivated beneath the waterfall. Suddenly, he whispered after sensing something strange. There's an unusual aura. Although Zuchai was soaking in the cool water, he remained highly alert. Who's nearby? Why are you hiding like cowards? If you want revenge or a fight, I, Ling Zuchai, am always ready. Above the rocky waterfall, Lin Zai and the others were relaxing after a long day. Zioxi soaked his feet while grumbling, we've been discovered. As expected, not bad at all. Even with my god-level spiritual shield, after hiding for half the day, he still discovered us first. He waved from above and greeted him. Hey there! Zuchai looked up, his whole body nearly petrifying as his trembling voice muttered, foot washing water. He instantly drew his sword, eyes bloodshot as he roared, so annoying. I'm going to kill all of you. His figure shot upward like the wind from beneath the waterfall to the summit in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the top, Zuchai froze for several seconds, staring wide-eyed at the scenery before him. Zio-Hai was sleeping like a pig, while Zioxi was happily grilling a huge fish. Zio-Yun turned to him and praised, amazing, he really jumped all the way up here. Chun-Dai looked as though she had found the happiness of her life and exclaimed, handsome guy. Lin Zai, wearing a bikini that showed off her alluring curves, walked over and said, Mother, what do you think of the barbecue I made today? Let's see whether it meets your standards. He's up here too, wanna eat with us? Memories instantly flooded back. Zuchai angrily shouted, you people. But then his eyes widened as he stared at the little girl in front of him and muttered, there's even a pure and adorable little sister who looks just like Ling Ling when she was young. Looking at Zio-Yun, Zuchai was reminded of Ling Ling as a child calling him big brother. Without hesitation, she grabbed his hand and said, come eat with us. Zuchai shyly wondered, what is going on here? Zioxi put his hands on his hips and laughed. Let me explain it to you. Basically, that's how it is. Zioxi continued, In short, someone doesn't want to reveal their identity and wants us to help you win first place in the tournament. Afterward, we'll get the reward we want and you'll obtain the PH. Zuchai took a huge bite of fish and spoke before even swallowing. I'm very sorry, but I don't need your help. I've already defeated almost all the teams participating in the tournament. No matter who stands in my way, I'll defeat them all, even if the opponent is something like the divine reincarnation and power inheritance you mentioned. Zioxy raised both hands and sighed. Just as I imagined, you're the extremely stubborn type. People like you are the hardest to reason with. Immediately afterward, he perked up again and revealed a smug smile. But your uncle here just so happens to know an extremely simple way to deal with people like you. Suddenly, Zuchai leaped backward and shouted, "You want to attack me? You overestimate yourselves." Zioxy frowned mockingly and sneered, "How many layers can one sack of rice carry?" Zuchai blinked in confusion. "What? How many layers?" Soon after, Linzai bent down and covered her mouth worriedly as she asked, "Didn't Zioxy hit him a little too hard?" Zuchai was forced to kneel, his face bruised and swollen as he cursed, "Monster, psycho, not human, answer me." Zioxy waved his hand and called out, "All right, this is the perfect chance for me to test one of my ideas. Mom, come over here for a second. Use holy healing and purification on this stubborn mule. See if you can cure his coughing blood illness." She poked her head out and replied, "All right." Everyone was now carrying huge bags on their backs. Zio-Hai crossed his arms disdainfully. "It's useless. He's the kind of person born weak and frail from a cursed bloodline. You could say it's a bloodline that naturally coughs up blood. To change his bloodline, he can only cultivate to the divine realm or obtain a phoenix immortal fruit to cleanse and rebuild his body. Be reborn through nirvana." Hearing that, he immediately complained, "What the hell, you three went treasure hunting again? Where's my share?" I carried Zio-Yun away. He let out an "oh," showing no concern at all. Since it's useless, Mom should save her spiritual power. Stop wasting it. Looking at his bulging muscles and thick skin, it's already impressive enough. Ling Ling's soul appeared before Tu Kai. She furiously shouted, "Brat, you actually dared to hit my brother. I'll kick your junk to pieces." Suddenly he covered his crotch with both hands. Fear rose in his heart. What the hell, why do I suddenly feel such a chilling breeze? Her soul behind him was already preparing to kick. Ling Ling shouted loudly, "Take my heaven-shattering kick." Zio-Yun found it strange. She turned around and whispered, "Who's talking? Is someone behind us?" Ling Ling froze in shock and nervously asked, "You can sense me." Suddenly, Tu Kai coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Zio-Zai stared at the blood in alarm and blurted out, "Damn, this is what he looks like when it acts up. This isn't just coughing blood anymore. It's more like vomiting blood." Her soul stood beside him and anxiously cried out, "Brother." The group gathered around and discussed the situation, while Zio-Hai crossed his arms and gave his opinion. "See, holy healing and purification really are useless on him. We can only use the most primitive method to stop the bleeding." Zio-Zai rubbed his chin and sighed in agreement. "We finally managed to stop the bleeding." As expected of Zio-Hai to think of such a method. Right now, a chunk of wood had been stuffed into his mouth. Truly, a literal primitive method of stopping the bleeding. A few days later, dusk had arrived, and a notice was posted on the city wall. A man holding a loudspeaker loudly announced, "The first new generation mercenary tournament begins tomorrow." Demai, with his massive physique, asked in confusion, "Master, didn't we come here to subdue the false god Lucifer and spread the teachings of Buddhism? Why do we have to join this mercenary tournament?" Master coughed a few times and questioned, "Demai, do you know the great mighty heavenly dragon?" He answered boldly, "Your disciple knows. It is a legendary existence from ancient Buddhism, a supreme immortal beyond even the gods." Demai was currently holding the hand of a little disciple who was playing with a tiny butterfly. The old man nodded and explained, "That's right. Its reincarnated predecessor is holding your hand right now, and the Phoenix immortal fruit can help him awaken quickly, so I already registered him for the tournament." He lifted the boy's shirt and said incredulously, "Master, that's going too far. Didn't we just pick him up off the road? This little brat wet the bed last night and even got spanked for it. And you're saying he's the great mighty heavenly dragon. One of my killing moves could slaughter 1,000 great mighty heavenly dragons like him." Master suddenly tore open his robe and tightly gripped the cloth. His imposing figure struck a battle stance as he roared, "Another killing move. You unfilial disciple, hand over your life." Demai lay flattened on the ground with several lumps on his head while the disciples complained, "Master, you hit too hard." Jai Zhang rubbed the little boy's head and instructed, "Ba Zia, those who leave the mortal world behind must possess compassion. The countless suffering beings are like chopsticks drifting anxiously in the vast sea. They desperately need your great future power to save them." Ba Zia's eyes sparkled brightly. The little boy dreamed of the future. "Grandpa Jai Zhang, I understand. Ba Zia will become as radiant as you said and help all the drowning people in this world reach the shore." The old man rubbed his cheek against the boy's and added, "Exactly. But before saving all living beings, don't forget that I treated you well too. I'm also struggling in this sea of suffering." Ba Zia softly replied. Yes, suddenly a little girl with platinum hair and 2 red marks on her cheeks appeared. She frowned and ordered, "Stop." The woman beside her turned around and asked, "Master, what's wrong?" The master instantly flew out of her carriage and muttered to herself, "That bald brat." Jai Zhang quickly stepped in front of the little boy. He shouted in shock, "You're the primordial loose immortal. I once saw your figure from afar when I was young. Did you fail your tribulation and rebuild your cultivation through reincarnation?" The loose immortal glared fiercely and ordered, "Move aside." Jai Zhang's disciples joined forces and shouted in unison, "How dare you? You want to harm our grandmaster." Her disciples also drew their swords, ready to fight at any moment. The loose immortal hurriedly explained, "I bear no ill intent. I only want to say a few words to him." He ripped off his shirt and declared boldly, "You want to fight? Then face me alone." Baka clasped his hands together, his cheeks slightly flushed as he asked, "Does this little sister need something from me?" She folded her arms and replied, "You misunderstood. Actually, I cultivated for 90,000 years. Right now, I've merely been forced to start cultivating from scratch again. Born with a Tao Lotus, you are a heaven-born cultivation genius. Would you like to join our mystic sect? I will give you the finest resources and teach you everything I have learned in my entire life." Damie exploded in anger and scoffed arrogantly, "Master. Ah, she's openly sabotaging us right in front of everyone and you can still endure it. Have we become saints or what? Do you believe I won't charge over there and flatten her with another strike until she collapses?" Jizeng went berserk and beat him up again. Damie reminded him, "Damie, you must not get angry. Learn from your master. I am not angry at all. In fact, I even find this slightly amusing." The boy rejected her outright. "Baka does not want to join the mystic sect. I only like Buddhism, brother Damie and grandpa Jizeng." Hearing that, Damie hugged Faka and tearfully said, "Faka, I never imagined my place in your heart was this high. Next time I won't spank you anymore." He immediately sighed in relief and muttered, "Thank goodness." The wandering immortal had no choice but to give up. "If that is the case, this venerable one will not force you." Now the competition between faiths is becoming fiercer and fiercer. The Divine Temple is the strongest force on the entire continent. Our Buddhist sect and mystic sect should cooperate with each other. Together we can resist the invasion of the Divine Temple and restore our former glory. He frowned and repeated, "Restore our former glory." "Master, haven't the Buddhist sect and mystic sect always been half dead and ignored by everyone like they are now?" Jizeng punched Damie on the head a few more times. He pondered, "It seems the immortal venerable's purpose this time is the same as ours. Then the two of us can temporarily cast aside our prejudices and join forces, forcing the divine envoys to surrender and spreading the order of our sect." She agreed and said, "Very reasonable, as long as we defeat the divine envoys. The people of Pula will know who the true gods are." I suddenly remembered. "You're the famous Shura of the exhausted lake from 10,000 years ago, aren't you? Back then, your killing aura made you the person with the strongest bloodlust I had ever encountered in my life. I never expected you to become so humble now that I nearly failed to recognize you." Jizeng half opened his eyes, let out an "oh," and sighed. This old man hasn't heard that name in a long time. Now I cultivate my heart and temperament. With the title Jizeng, I continue struggling within the sea of suffering, so Buddhism may grow even stronger. To make the teachings of Buddhism bloom everywhere, then this life will hold no more regrets. The Buddhist and mystic sects have always been the orthodox powers of the East. Being able to join the immortal venerable in resisting foreign enemies is a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes, something this old man could never even hope for. The wandering immortal returned to her sedan chair. Crossing her legs, she speculated, "Ziosi, you truly are dishonest with your words. I'm afraid that although he is old, his heart is not. At death's door, he is using the power of faith to ascend another level." The wandering immortal snorted disdainfully and continued, "This venerable one will also participate in your mercenary tournament. Phoenix immortal fruit is extremely useful for someone like me who has undergone military dissolution and recultivation. How about you all withdraw from the competition instead?" Then she flew away. It is said that through military dissolution, high-level gods use an extremely radical method such as self-destruction and rebirth. Their souls and bodies return to the state of newborn infants, allowing them to cultivate all over again. Their original consciousness can awaken after cultivating, but the sum of their age and cultivation level must not exceed 100,000 years. Unless in this lifetime they can break through and become a super god. He angrily nodded while his disciples slandered him. "What, didn't we agree to cooperate properly? A 90,000-year-old monster is still competing for treasures with newborn little immortals like us, and she still feels proud instead of ashamed." Damie tugged on Faka's clothes, pointed ahead, and suspiciously asked, "Master, does that mean we can find a place to rest and skip tomorrow's battle?" Faka absolutely cannot win. Jizeng sneered while plotting, "Damie, that won't be necessary. Taiyuan wandering immortal only recultivated through military dissolution. There's no way she still possesses the cultivation of her past. Besides, our little Faka isn't someone to underestimate either." He opened the boy's robe, revealing the azure dragon mark and said, "Did you think the great majestic heavenly dragon was just for show? This is far more impressive than the tiger tattoo on my body. At that moment, Yuxin frowned and warned Sister Ahu. This flying dragon city truly hides crouching tigers and concealed dragons. The moment we entered the city gates, countless powerful spiritual senses swept over us. She turned back to reassure him. Old brother Yuxin, don't panic. We came prepared. This tournament will definitely spread the name of the Tianqi sect far and wide. The three of them suddenly stopped at the scene ahead. Everyone was lining up in long queues while discussing noisily. What's going on? Why is Flying Dragon City so crowded today? Everyone is gathered around the notice board for the mercenary tournament. I merely lifted my conical hat and asked in surprise, so to participate in this tournament, you first have to register as a professional squad. Zioxy could not hold back any longer. She punched him several times and scolded him, you idiot. Imagine defeating every other team only to realize you don't even meet the most basic qualification and can't even enter the main tournament. Are you mentally deficient? Meanwhile, Zhizeng was still being supported by his disciples. One person spoke up, Master, this disciple accidentally overheard someone calling your old title. He shook his head and denied it, no such thing, keep moving. Over here, he raised his hand while sniffing his own armpit. Yue Zide, good thing your old man here founded the Tic-Tac Fantasy Mercenary Squad. Otherwise, forget the Phoenix Immortal Fruit, you wouldn't even get to eat hot crap. Ziu immediately drew his sword, his voice full of hatred. Bastard. Since I was little, other than my father, nobody has ever dared insult me like that. I'm going to kill you. Zioxy's blood boiled as he slapped him across the face. He loudly warned, you dare kill me, gotten too familiar after buying favors, huh? When your fathers are talking, butt out. Another loud smack rang out. Your old man came to help you and now you don't want the Phoenix Immortal Fruit anymore. Don't want to live either? Fine, I'll grant your wish right now. Linzai ignored the ridiculous scene and unfolded the paper to read it. She muttered, this is tomorrow's tournament schedule. All teams will draw lots at the Mercenary Guild to determine the brackets. The entire drawing process will take place in a fair, just, and transparent environment. Linzai suddenly remembered something and thought to herself, fair, just, and transparent. Elder Bai's words echoed in her ears. When the official matches begin, I'll use every trick possible to help you succeed. This isn't a fair competition at all, but a private stage carefully prepared for the disciples of Dongfang Nation. On the day of the tournament, colorful banners fluttered, while the arena overflowed with people and excitement. A young man held a flower-shaped microphone and loudly announced, ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited first mercenary tournament is finally about to begin. I am your Naruto and standing beside me is my colleague. I'm sure everyone has already guessed his name. The man looked like he was about to cry. Several youths nearby introduced him. That's right, he is Sasu. While holding a flower pot, he coldly muttered, take your hand off me. Naruto turned away and shouted into the microphone. Next, please welcome our special guests onto the stage. He introduced the busty woman walking in. Entering first is Lady Lanner, the beloved daughter of the unimaginably wealthy president of the Ancient Desolation Merchant Guild. Williams looked at her tall figure, slender neck, glossy flowing hair and fluffy tail. Below the stage, crazed die-hard fans screamed non-stop. Naruto glanced at the script, Dongfeng Mage. He muttered in confusion, why does she have a tail? This is completely different from the script I wrote. Zioxy frowned as memories from the past resurfaced. It's her, the saleswoman with the chest spilling out everywhere. Naruto cleared his throat and continued the program. Next, please welcome Hanan Ano, the beautiful lady. The next person to step out was a refined man with extraordinary bearing, the special supervisory envoy of Dongfang Nation. The crowd below erupted again, with people throwing objects and cursing loudly because he was a man. Even MC Naruto looked disgusted as he pointed straight at him and mocked. I don't introduce men, hurry up and get back to your seat. As the man climbed the stairs, he turned his head back, completely baffled by the situation. A pink-haired androgynous person sneered, Senior brother, those two MCs sent by the Mercenary Guild are really arrogant. Who are they? The leader dressed in women's clothing reminded him. The two of them are legendary figures from the Mercenary Guild headquarters. I heard they even served as village chiefs before. They're locals, so don't provoke them. The Phoenix Immortal Fruit must be too precious, so the guild headquarters sent out these super enforcers. The three of them are from the Hehuan sect known as the weakest royal squad. The MC excitedly announced through the loudspeaker, we've already introduced more than 10 guests. Finally, we solemnly welcome the future master of Flying Dragon City. Young Master Long Yashin. Naruto pointed toward the two of them and continued jokingly, and his half-brother born from the second madam, Long Aixian. Having a name homophonous with the ancestor's name, his ambitions are way too obvious. Looks like he wants to fight the eldest son for the family head position. This is going to be fun. Yashin was furious. He bit his lip to restrain himself, but the MC pointed right at his face and kept fanning the flames. Everyone, look at the younger brother's eyes. He already wants to kill someone. If Long Aoxiang suddenly dies someday, no need to think further, it was definitely him. Seeing this, Sasuke kicked Naruto and made him cough up blood. He grumbled in annoyance, "You idiot troublemaker, can you calmly do your job as an MC? Even if we're only amateur hosts, you still can't spout nonsense like that." Elder Bai ignored the two fighting and simply looked at the list while announcing the rules. Originally, there were 38 participating teams, but most of them withdrew from the competition for unknown reasons. So the remaining 19 teams will now begin drawing lots. After drawing your number, you will proceed with the first live combat round according to the tournament bracket in your hands. He sternly announced the rules. "Attention all participating squads, the drawing will now begin. Also, each team must designate 3 fixed participants. No substitutions are allowed during the matches." The arena was immediately divided into smaller groups. Everyone lined up and drew lots one after another. The Tianqi squad stepped forward. Yuxin reached into the lottery box while muttering, "So this is how we draw." Ajay, standing behind him, sensed something was off and asked, "Brother Zin, what's wrong?" Next came the Sacred Dragon squad's turn. Poke was lifted up by his 2 senior brothers so he could draw the lot. Next up is the Taiyuan Mystic Sect squad, Rogue Immortals, calmly stepping forward to draw lots. Following them is the Liangfa Pippi squad, a seductive young woman drawing lots while her teammates cheer her on. And over there is the Seafood squad. Catfish pointed at Octopus while he drew a lot and grumbled in his own language, "Get lost, I'm done with this crap." A group with white streaks painted across their bodies strode forward like bandits. They were the Baiyuan Wu Nate squad. Old Master Bai beckoned with his hand and called the Tic Tac Fantasy mercenary team over. "Your turn to draw lots, please come onto the stage." Meanwhile, a small scuffle was breaking out behind him. Old Master Bai glanced back and Xioxi returned the look knowingly. It was as if the two had already planned something beforehand. During their meeting, Old Master Bai had already laid out the strategy. The first stage was the lottery drawn. As far as I know, only 19 squads are qualified to participate right now. At that time, we can let your team advance directly to the next round. Linksy asked in surprise. "Advance directly to the next round? What do you mean?" Xioxi raised one finger and grinned slyly. "Since the tournament is fought team by team. With 19 teams, that means 18 teams will compete in the first round, while the 19th team, having no opponent, automatically advances." He waved his arms excitedly and sneered. "So Old Master Bai's plan is to make our team accidentally become that team." The old man held up the number 19 ball and continued solemnly, "That's right. By then, I'll create a hidden compartment inside the lottery box. Ordinary people will never discover it, and number 19 will be hidden inside. That way you can avoid facing powerful teams in the first round and won't expose your true strength and trump cards too early." Back in the present, Xioxi eagerly reached in to draw a lot. As he searched around inside, he muttered to himself, "The hidden compartment is at the deepest part. You need to move the mechanism in order with spiritual power before it opens." Xioxi revealed a sinister smile and thought, "Found you." But when he pulled out the ball, it turned out to be number 10, leaving him completely frozen on the spot. I had no idea what was going on and excitedly exclaimed, "Number 10, that's not a bad number, I like it." Meanwhile, the number 19 ball had already ended up in Yuxin's hand. He turned around hesitantly. "Sister Ahu, when I was drawing earlier, I found a hidden compartment. After cracking it open, I got this number 19. Could some team have rigged this?" Ahui crossed her arms, snorted coldly, and warned him. "So this is all the mercenary guild amounts to, Yuxin. Don't celebrate too early. Fortune and disaster go hand in hand. Getting number 19 doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing." "Understood." Old Master Bai looked displeased as he pondered deeply. As expected, something still went wrong. That team was called Tianqi 2. I've never even heard that name before. Who exactly are they to be able to Chinese letter, my mechanism? He floated out and spoke seriously. "No choice, Senza. Looks like I still have to step in myself. I can't hide my strength anymore." Linksy held her sword while brushing her hair lightly behind her ear. She suggested, "The first round is a relay battle. Let me go first. I've made quite a few breakthroughs lately, so hopefully we'll encounter an ordinary team first. The rest of you stay behind and keep your trump cards hidden." Suddenly, a tightly cloaked figure in the distance called softly, "My daughter, Linksy." After speaking, the figure hugged their weapon and strode away from this furnace-like heat. Old Master Bai snorted coldly and muttered, "Don't worry, although an unexpected situation has appeared." A terrifying aura burst from his entire body as Old Master Bai roared loudly, "Everything is still under this old man's control. I had already considered every possible accident." Old Master Bai summoned several lists into his hand, his rage flaring up. His tone was as sharp as a blade. "Number 19 was only one backup plan. I prepared multiple match schedules. No matter which number their team draws, my arrangements will ensure they avoid the first round. Old Master Bai held 2 schedules in his hands, pondering them while plotting deeply. Of course, drawing numbers 1, 10, or 19 would be best. That would make the deception much easier to pass off. Even if the arrangement seems suspicious, there'd be no helping it. As schemes unfolded on the viewing platform, a voice rang out. Now our host Naruto will announce the match order. The old man handed him the list and said in a deep voice, "Here is the official matchup announcement." Naruto frowned and quickly realized something. Isn't this the scroll Old Master Bai took out earlier? I remember the 18th sheet. The one on the left half of the scroll definitely wasn't warped like this before. His expression darkened as he stared at the list and thought, as the embodiment of justice, Naruto must expose this crafty old fox. I can't believe he secretly swapped the tournament schedule. Sasuke glanced over with a bad feeling. Naruto opened the list and shouted into the loudspeaker, "Oh wow everyone, look what I found." Smack. He was struck so hard that blood sprayed from his mouth. Sasuke picked up the list and began announcing, "The battle order is as follows. Number 1 versus number 19, number 2 versus number 18, number 3 versus number 17, and finally number 10. Having no opponent will advance directly to the next round." After reading it, Sasuke speculated, "Looks like this was caused by number 10's deception. If the General Guild investigates further afterward, Old Master Bai will pay for it in blood." The crowd immediately burst into discussion. That team number 10 is seriously lucky, getting a free pass into the next round. Without real strength, what good is advancing directly anyway? They'll just get wiped out afterward. Yuxin pointed at the ball in his hand and complained, I thought number 19 was supposed to be the best number. So it turns out number 10 was the real one. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have taken it. What rotten luck." Ahui turned back to glance at the immortal maiden, unease rising in his heart. "Our opponents are number 1. She's obviously just a little girl, so why does she give me such an unfathomable feeling?" At that moment, she was also holding the crystal ball in her hand and examining it. First squad of Team Tianqi. Kai rested his sword on his shoulder with a bored expression. "Didn't expect we'd advance straight into the next round. How disappointing. I still wanted to see just how powerful the legendary immortal womb of Mingji really is." Zioxy froze for a moment again, so angry he practically breathed fire as he shouted, "How disappointing. Do you even know what other people have sacrificed behind the scenes? The one who laughs last is the real winner." "Got it, you blockheaded idiot. You seriously think beating a rookie mercenary squad makes you invincible? You can't even defeat me. And you still want to challenge them? You'd only stand there taking hits before getting beaten senseless. I was just saying it casually. Why are you getting so worked up?" Ao Xiang praised him while munching on pastry. As expected of boss Zioxy, he actually advanced straight into the next round. Hearing that, Lanny covered her mouth and wondered, could it really be Yue Zioxy? "No way, we haven't met for only a short while and he's already grown this tall. And he's become really handsome too." Dongni smiled softly and reminded them. "Young Master Ao Xiang, it seems second young Master Yashin has also gone down to draw lots." The chubby fellow widened his eyes in shock and cried out, Zaire. "Didn't my second brother say earlier that he'd let the mercenary squad's subordinates take the stage? Why is he personally going now?" The maid respectfully replied. "Reporting to eldest young master. After second young master heard that team number 10 were your good friends, he decided to personally go onto the stage and get acquainted with them." Only then did Ao Xiang feel relieved. He stared happily at the pastry and said, "So that's how it is. Second brother is really thoughtful." Below them, Ao Tian and his 2 teammates were already prepared for battle. The match officially began, and the 9 contestants entered the arena one after another in rotation. The young announcer picked up a hammer and swung it fiercely backward. He smashed it against the giant gong in front of him and loudly declared, "The match begins." Ahui stood behind and gave the order. "Aji, go first, don't strike too hard. Our Heavenly Banner sect was only recently established, so there's no need to offend the mystic cult. Otherwise, when we return, we won't be able to explain things to the sect master." He obeyed and stepped forward. "Understood, Sister Ahui." A beautiful woman walked up with a sword in hand and greeted him. "My name is Han Yu, please guide me." Aji placed his hands on his hips, openly looking down on her. "So you're from Ice Valley? Then I'll have to try hard not to hurt you." She raised her sword in front of her and replied disdainfully, "In just 1 year, I've already cut down countless wandering scoundrels. Trash like you should have died long ago." Han Yu unleashed her ultimate technique, the ice crystal sword art. He pulled out a book and sneered mockingly, "Cold as ice on the outside, yet burning with passion when fighting." Aji cleared his throat. "Watch this!" He flexed all his muscles, and immediately the ice shards crashed into a giant wooden block before falling apart one after another. Standing behind the wooden puppet, he smugly teased, "Well, Isn't the mechanical puppet I made amazing? The wandering immortal narrowed his eyes as he observed the situation. This isn't an ordinary mechanical art. I've cultivated the Tao for many years, yet this is the first time I've seen machinery like this. It's truly unimaginable. She crossed her arms and questioned him. The moment the ice elemental force touched that shield, it instantly evaporated. Do you know what that means? The disciple beside her looked confused and argued back. Why does Master say that? Li Jikingyin has seen very little and still can't notice the difference. On the spectator platform, Xiaozai munched on sunflower seeds while analyzing the battle. That Lolita girl who just flew up there is Taiyuan Zai. He spat out a sunflower seed and cursed inwardly. That crazy woman actually dared to destroy all the cultivation she built up in an entire lifetime, risking life and death to perform corpse dissolution. Once successful, it means reincarnating and cultivating all over again. I wonder what level she'll reach after finishing her cultivation. Hopefully it won't be too high. Corpse dissolution is when a high-level deity uses an extreme method similar to self-destruction, discarding the flesh body while the soul and body return to a childlike state to cultivate once more. Consciousness can gradually awaken during the second cultivation, but even adding both lifetimes together, the total lifespan still cannot exceed 100,000 years unless one breaks through to become a super god in this world. I bit into another seed and glanced sideways while muttering, and that little monk with the immortal embryo old Bai mentioned also seems to have entered the arena. They say he's the reincarnation of the great mighty heavenly dragon. I don't believe it. Could there really be a dragon behind him too? The legendary immortal embryo is said to be the reincarnated rebirth of immortals after death, but no one has ever been able to verify whether it is real or fake. His teammates on the platform shouted enthusiastically, "Boca, crush him. Release the heavenly dragon mark, Boca." The little boy below cried while running away from his opponent, who was trying to kill him with a hammer in hand. "Benefactor, please spare me. Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha immediately." Boca does not wish to harm the benefactor. I spat sunflower seed shells onto the person sitting in front of him and innocently asked, "Where did that guy who transfers cultivation through empowerment go?" This caused the people in the front row to turn around and snap angrily. "Hey, are you people that bored? Could you please show some respect for the match?" Empowerment cultivation transfer means one person passing all the power from their lifetime cultivation to another. On the other side, a trembling girl held her sword and asked, "What are you trying to do? Don't come any closer." A disciple from the Joyous Union sect curled his lips into a mocking grin. "Senior disciple of the Joyous Union, master of pleasure. I never expected there to be so many beauties in this tournament. The sect master was right, I really need to travel outside more often." The woman turned to flee, but purple spiritual energy wrapped tightly around her body. Tears welled in her eyes as she screamed, "I surrender, what is this? Run now." Meanwhile, Aji held a scroll in his hand and laughed excitedly. "Try this too." Then he opened the scroll. At the same moment, a giant wooden serpent appeared and coiled around Aji. It was the Su wood serpent. Hanyu slashed her sword in a crescent arc, and everything around them froze into ice. She shouted loudly, "It's nothing but useless rotten wood. Watch me freeze it solid, frozen 1,000 miles." At that moment, the wooden serpent was completely immobilized by her freezing technique. The wandering immortal stood with his arms crossed and concluded solemnly, "Hanyu has already lost." Hearing this, the senior sister in green tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Why does Master say that? Isn't Hanyu clearly gaining the upper hand right now?" As the wooden serpent gathered strength to break free, the evil immortal carefully explained, "These mechanical puppets can decompose elemental energy. The only way to defeat them is with raw physical strength or overwhelming elemental force in a single strike." Immediately afterward, it shattered the surrounding ice and swung its wooden tail sideways toward Hanyu, who was standing nearby. Seeing this, Ajit immediately smirked smugly, revealing vampire-like sharp teeth. Ahui frowned and shouted, "Ajit, you idiot. Know your limits." By then, Hanyu was exhausted. She dropped to one knee in defeat. The wandering immortal flew over and touched the wooden serpent's tail to stop its attack. She spoke bitterly, "Our mystic sect admits defeat in this round." Yu Xin's eyes widened in disbelief as she shouted, "Isn't this our heavenly mechanism puppet that can neutralize primal force? Could this girl have used her flesh and blood to touch the serpent tail?" Hearing this, the blue-robed senior sister looked stunned and cried out in shock. "What? The puppet can neutralize primal force? How is that possible?" On this side, Team 10 Days of Bloodshed was leading. The mysterious-looking young man had taken down the blue-haired man who was lying on the ground covered in blood. Someone nearby ran over to support him with a fierce expression. "Neutralizing primal force? I can't accept this." Another person looked furious. He declared aggressively, "If you refuse to accept it, go back and bite the team leader. Once this mechanism appears, won't body cultivators and spell cultivators like us, who train primal force so hard, become a joke?" After hearing this, Faki cheered happily. "So cool." Behind him, Uncle Hornzither was being dragged away to have his hair cut, crying that from now on, he would enter the Buddhist path with the monastic name beneath the hole. Zhu simply sat there sloppily eating sunflower seeds, spitting shells onto someone else's head as he complained. Damn, isn't this just cheating? Of everyone who can come here to compete who isn't a primal force expert, Linzai was also eating seeds, her eyes wide with surprise. Where is Zai? Without another word, Ahui decisively gave Jade Emperor several bumps on the head, then scolded him. You blind giant! He rubbed the bumps on his head, frowned, and said confidently, Anyway, Master didn't send us here this time for first place. We came here this time to make a name for ourselves, then attract sponsors for Heavenly Mechanism. In that case, the forces everywhere can only try to be the first to contact us. So what if we become targets? We have 8-stage Zen refinement. After hearing Yu Zin speak, she raised a hand to her chin, her gaze distant in thought. After thinking it over, Ahui stepped forward and patted his head as he sat on the ground. Seeing Yu Zin puff out his cheeks in an annoyed look, she nodded in agreement, her eyes full of understanding. What you said makes sense. I blamed you wrongly. At that moment, the wandering immortal suddenly put both hands on her hips and ordered in a dignified tone. Tian Yang, go, use only the basic swordsmanship of our mystic sect and chop that mechanism puppet into pieces. Bring it back so I can brew tea with it. Understood. Tian Yang held the treasured sword in his hand with a determined expression and replied, As you command. The referee stood in the middle and signaled for both sides to prepare. Like a gentleman, he asked with concern, You just fought my junior sister. Do you want to rest for a bit? I can wait for you. Ajit flatly refused, his tone full of confidence. No need, I want to fight 3 by myself. This will be the battle that makes my name. Hearing this, Tian Yang hesitated no longer. He drew his sword and charged straight toward him, continuing. Very good. Meanwhile, Ajit was still leisurely placing a hand over his heart and getting excited. After I become famous, will lots of girls chase after me? I'm so thrilled. Seeing him attack before he had even finished speaking, Ajit grew irritated. Hey, I haven't even finished talking yet. Seeing this, Ajit summoned the wooden serpent. Yet before it could launch even one strike, Tian Yang sliced it into pieces with his sharp blade. He cried out in shock, What? The wooden sword's hardness is close to mystic iron. I can't believe it was actually cut apart. After Tian Yang's slash, the remaining wooden fragments quickly attached themselves to Ajit. He stepped out from behind the thick smoke like a superhero, praising him endlessly. Good sword, good sword. I was nearly chopped to death by you. Luckily, I still have the protective armor the sect leader made for me. Don't be fooled by how this looks like wood. It is even tougher than mystic iron. The scene shifts. A mysterious hooded man is fleeing from someone through a narrow, dark alley. Xiaozai has caught up. Standing behind him, he speaks. Wait. The man's eyes glow red. He stops and glances back. Xiaozai asks directly with a probing gaze, You are Muzai's father, aren't you? With nothing left to hide, the man decides to face him. Then suddenly he gathers momentum and rushes toward him at high speed. The man suddenly vanishes, leaving only a glimpse of his cloak. Xiaozai quickly looks up and sees that the man has leapt into the air, ready to crush him. Thanks to his naturally quick reflexes, he manages to block the man's strike with his hand in time. The force of their clash is so great that the ground sinks and shatters into large pieces. Xiaozai thinks to himself, his right arm is incredibly strong. After the blow, the man retreats several meters. Xiaozai clenches his fist, then gives a cold, mocking smile. Feeling guilty, afraid I'll ask why you abandoned Muzai. You rotten father. At that moment, Linzai's father speaks in a probing voice. What is your relationship with Muzai? Without hesitation, he points straight at the man's face, his tone full of pride. I am her classmate, her team captain, and her soulmate. Hearing this, the man immediately speaks in a stern voice, his threatening tone startling Xiaozai. I knew at a glance that you were no good. You are not allowed to have designs on her. Otherwise, I will kill you. Seeing that, he cursed inwardly with an irritated expression. Why is this bastard suddenly showing concern for me? I don't believe it. Let me inspect this old scumbag. The next second, Xiaozai put on a perverted grin, drooling as he boldly declared, Muzai has been my woman for a long time already. On a stormy night, she and I braved the wind and rain together on the mountain. Now she's already part of my harem. How about I split it into 8 chapters and slowly describe the scene to you in detail, like how your daughter and I became one that night. Seeing his ferocious expression, blood vessels bulged in the man's eye. After blurting that out, Xiaozai turned pale and thought to himself, no way. He's actually angry. From what I saw in Linzai's memories, her father wasn't like this. At that moment, Linzai's father exploded with power, shattering the wooden armor on his body. He roared as if he wanted to tear his opponent to pieces. You little bastard, I'll rip you apart. Seeing that, Xiaozai froze in thought. I wonder if it's still possible to explain things now. By now, Linzai's father had gone completely berserk with rage. He raised his claws and prepared to charge at Xiaozai. You bastard, what do you think my daughter is? Realizing the situation was bad, Xiaozai hurriedly shouted, Wait, but without hesitation, Lin Zai's father attacked him directly. Fortunately, Xiao Zai reacted quickly enough to narrowly dodge the strike. Every surrounding building was affected by the blow, splitting apart with massive cracks. Then they completely collapsed in an instant. Xiao Zai stood there dumbfounded, puzzled by the other man's attitude. This guy, could it be that Lin Zai's father has some hidden hardship? I only came here to question him and ask why he treated Lin Zai like that. But at this rate, if I don't transform soon, I might actually lose my life. After struggling internally for a while, he sincerely asked, "You have some kind of hidden reason? Tell me. I can pass your words on to Lin Zai. You know how miserably Lin Zai lived all alone over the past few years." However, Lin Zai's father paid no attention to it anymore. He growled murderously as if someone had kicked a hornet's nest. "What the hell does my business have to do with you? Right now, all I want is to kill you first, you little punk." Faced with the life-or-death situation, Xiao Zai could only laugh awkwardly, because anything he said now would be meaningless. It seemed he had to clear things up first before they could talk properly. Seeing that Lin Zai's father was ready to charge again, Xiao Zai immediately explained everything. "Actually, Lin Zai and I are completely innocent. I was just talking nonsense earlier." Even so, Lin Zai's father didn't believe him and shouted, "You're about to die and you still dare try to fool me." Just as expected from a fickle scumbag. Hearing that suspicion, Xiao Zai froze stiff. So furious he wanted to curse out loud. Damn it, I'm telling the truth and he still won't believe me. So he'd believe me if I lied instead. Seeing the clawed hand rapidly approaching at close range, Xiao Zai suddenly blurted out something that left the other man speechless. "Father-in-law, stop. Lin Zai is already pregnant with my child," just as expected. The man froze in place after hearing the shocking news and stammered, "What? Lin Zai is still just a child and she's already pregnant." In an instant, overwhelming fury surged inside him. At that moment he wanted nothing more than to beat Xiao Zai to death. This bastard, I seriously want to punch him dead. However, after a fierce internal struggle, Lin Zai's father grabbed one arm and shook his head tearfully while suppressing his anger. "No, I have to control myself. The child can't grow up without a father." Seeing how completely convinced the man looked, Xiao Zai frowned and froze for 5 whole seconds. He actually believed it. Then, to strengthen the lie even further, he spread his arms wide and continued painting a bright future with persuasive words. "Father-in-law, by then you'll become a grandfather." The man's face immediately turned red with excitement. In his mind echoed the sweet voices of grandchildren calling out, "Grandpa, Grandpa, Grandpa." He even imagined himself holding his grandchildren, trembling with happiness. Finally, everything calmed down and Xiao Zai let out a sigh of relief. At last, they could finally talk calmly. Noticing the tension had eased, Xiao Zai stepped forward and returned to the main topic. "Now, can you tell me why you treated Lin Zai like that back then?" The man turned his back and replied, "First, follow me. The city's guardian deity is about to arrive." Seeing that, Xiao Zai kicked off the rock wall ahead and followed after him. In the blink of an eye, both of them had already left the capital and arrived at a place surrounded entirely by rocks. Lin Zai's father was already waiting by the cliffside. He turned around and spoke with a mix of praise and mockery. "Your skills aren't bad, you caught up to me that quickly. Too bad your character is terrible, you're a complete scoundrel." Faced with the harsh judgment, Xiao Zai was still panting heavily. He didn't want to argue anymore. "Whatever you say." The man's voice grew deeper as he began to explain, "I've never told anyone about this before. Since you're the father of the child in Lin Zai's womb, I'll tell you." Before getting to the main point, Lin Zai's father laid down a strict condition. "You must swear a soul oath. You absolutely cannot tell Lin Zai." Without any hesitation, Xiao Zai immediately nodded in agreement. "All right, tell me." And so the story was finally revealed. In truth, Lin Zai was not my biological daughter. The shocking truth left him stunned, but then everything suddenly made sense. So that was the reason he treated Lin Zai so badly. He recounted in detail how he met his fated wife, his eyes filled with sorrow as though drowning in painful memories. Lin Zai was discovered by me and Princess Rinas of the Northern Plains Kingdom while fleeing through the dark forest. At the time, she was tiny and looked heartbreakingly pitiful. There was a bone fragment placed on her chest. After that, Lin Zai's father explained the situation between him and his wife, along with the reckless decision they made. Rinas and I were fleeing from the pursuit of the Beast Kingdom and the Northern Plains Kingdom, but Rinas stubbornly insisted on taking Lin Zai with us. She said the child looked very much like me. This was the child heaven had gifted us. Hearing this, Xiao Zai immediately asked, "Why were they hunting you? What crime did you commit? Besides, wasn't Rinas a princess?" He clenched his teeth and began explaining the prejudice and cruel laws of that world. Back then, this world did not permit beast folk and humans to fall in love. Children born of mixed blood suffered endless discrimination. Not to mention, Rinas was a princess, and I was a general of the Beast Kingdom. The two nations were at war, so the leaders above absolutely refused to let us stay together. That was why those damned factions constantly tried to drag us back to our respective countries so we'd never meet again. They were also afraid we'd join one side and leak national secrets. Later, both countries even decided that the child Lin Zai and I raised had violated the ultimate racial taboo. The arrest order was upgraded into an execution order, and in the end, they even dispatched numerous gods to hunt us down. Thus, the three of us wandered to the ends of the earth together. Gradually, I also developed feelings for Lin Zai. Those feelings, forged through life and death, surpassed even true familial bonds, but in the end, Rena's was still killed by those lunatics. At this point, Lin Zai's father's voice became choked with emotion. That was the darkest day of my life. I went completely insane and slaughtered every single pursuer. I almost even killed Lin Zai herself. Hearing that, Zai came to a conclusion. No wonder you started hating Lin Zai, believing she caused Rena's death, and eventually sent her to the Magic Martial Academy. Lin Zai's father immediately denied it, his voice filled with determination. No, I loved my daughter from the bottom of my heart. A super god was secretly manipulating things behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could my mind be influenced so subtly? I was never like that, and I didn't even realize. He continued explaining the endless mental torment he suffered after Rena's died. Whenever I got close to Lin Zai, a voice in my head would constantly whisper, "It's because of her. She caused the death of the one you love. If not for her, the woman you loved would never have died." After that, I lost all reason. My mind held only one thought: make that girl despair, make her feel despair, make her suffer. Afterward, I no longer knew what I had done to Lin Zai. At first, I thought I had schizophrenia. Later, while in the Eastern Kingdom, I paid an enormous price to uncover the truth. It turned out our family of three had been secretly manipulated by a super god all along. The fact that my mental state became unstable whenever I approached Lin Zai was also his doing. Lin Zai's father believed they were merely puppets being controlled. Then he continued in a trembling voice. In the end, I could only send Lin Zai to the Magic Martial Academy in the Southern Emperor Kingdom. As for me, I enlisted in the Eastern Kingdom. Only by leaving could Lin Zai avoid suffering harm from me anymore. Hearing this, he suddenly realized something and spoke up. Wait, I remember Lin Zai mentioning the word despair after she escaped from hell. The one who said it was a super god, and I suspect that super god is... Without hesitation, Lin Zai's father answered honestly. The Divine Hall, he asked suspiciously. The Lord of Hell? In the next instant, both of them froze like statues. I felt something was off and immediately raised a doubtful question. Father-in-law, were you tricked? Back at the arena, Lin Zai stopped acting fierce and began searching for Zai with her eyes while wondering. Where did Zai go? Why isn't he back yet? The first round is almost over. No one knew when he had appeared between her and Ajezi. Pointing at himself, he grinned and said, "What, miss me already?" The two of them jumped in fright, mouths hanging wide open in shock. At that very moment, the MC excitedly shouted into his bizarre fuzzy microphone. After an exciting series of matches, the first round has officially concluded. Next, I will announce the teams advancing to the next stage. The display board showed the names of the teams from top to bottom. Taiyuan Mystic Sex Squad, Ocean Squad, Heavenly Dragon Sacred Sex Squad, Blood Heaven Squad, Sister Liang Cannon Squad, Royal Essential Medicine Squad, Proud Heaven Divine Realm Squad, Northern Plains Witch Cliff Squad, If You Don't Accept It Then Come Bite Me Squad, TikTok Fantasy Squad. Seeing the list, Zai widened his eyes, his face twitching as he shouted furiously. Damn it, several of those names were the ones I wanted to register earlier. So you people stole them all. Even If You Don't Accept It Then Come Bite Me is taken. Then he suddenly lowered his voice, turned to Lin Zai, who was still dazed, and slowly asked, "By the way, Lin Zai, is there anything special about the teams that made it into the final? Tell me about them." Her expression instantly turned serious as she began to speak. Among the teams that advanced so far, the strongest one appears to be Taiyuan Loose Immortal, especially the divine power unleashed during the duel with the last opponent. As the story began, Han Yu and even Tianyang had both been defeated by Ah Si from Tianqi under her watchful eyes. The scene appeared of Han Yu covered in blood, collapsing to the ground. Opposite him stood Ah Si in metallic armor, his right hand pointed directly at him. Then Taiyuan Loose Immortal officially stepped onto the stage, instantly throwing the entire audience into an uproar. Quite a few people recognized her and felt she wasn't qualified to participate in this rookie tournament. Yet she strode onto the stage aggressively anyway. Loose Immortal's calm voice echoed out. A cultivator spends their entire life pursuing their true self, discarding the false and preserving the true. No words can ever shake my Dao heart. Suddenly, she propped her chin up with both hands and struck an adorable pose. Her face looked both innocent and smug. Besides, I've already released my soul and started cultivating from scratch again. Aside from my memories, every other part of me is still a child. I really need the Phoenix Immortal fruit. Whether you want to test soul age or bone age, I'm willing to do it. Cheers instantly exploded beneath the stage. Some blushed, some got nosebleeds, and countless heart-filled gazes focused on her. "I am Ah Wei, and I have something to say." Amid the gasps came the cry, "It's love." Passers-by instantly became fans. Right afterward, Loose Immortal lifted her skirt, revealing her toned thighs. Then she pulled something out from inside. She drew out a massive treasured sword from beneath her skirt without using any spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, the battle ended. The image of Luce Immortal standing proudly with sword in hand appeared. Ah-Si was instantly sliced into hundreds of pieces. Then Tianqi's second fighter stepped onto the stage. The moment the battle began, this person immediately unleashed their strongest mechanical puppet. A gigantic puppet appeared. It was as huge as a combined Megazord from Power Rangers. Yet even facing it, Luce Immortal remained calm. The puppet swung its fist to attack. For some reason, Taiyuan Luce Immortal didn't dodge at all, and directly received the full punch from the mechanical puppet. After enduring the overwhelming force of the blow, blood seeped from the corner of her lips. A trace of discomfort flashed across her face. Then her weapon seemed to split into multiple copies, instantly launching a counterattack. Luce Immortal's eyes turned razor-sharp. Her murderous aura exploded violently. There is absolutely nothing in this world capable of completely nullifying spiritual power. Let me see whether your mechanical puppet can withstand my flying sword. Immediately, the treasured sword shot forward like lightning, piercing through the puppet's body and freezing it in place. The opponent panicked so badly it looked like he was about to wet himself. Yu Xin hugged the puppet and wailed in agony. Meanwhile, she still stood proudly upright and declared, "Tianqi, was it? Aside from the human kingdom trial, your mechanical puppets are the strongest things I've ever seen. Send out your last fighter as well." Soon after, Ahui appeared alongside a majestic mechanical puppet resembling a multi-barreled rocket cannon. She charged forward while shouting, "Lord Luce Immortal, this little girl won't hold back anymore." Ten snow barrage, countless artillery blasts rained down. Smoke and dust engulfed the battlefield. Tianqi's final contestant specialized entirely in offensive combat puppets. Even Taiyuan Luce Immortal suffered severe injury. But just when everyone thought Taiyuan Luce Immortal was about to lose, she took out a tiny bottle. Once again, Luce Immortal lifted her skirt and pulled out a jade vial. Her face was pale and bluish. Tilting her head back, she gulped down the liquid inside. After drinking the contents, Taiyuan Luce Immortal's aura exploded violently. This was undoubtedly the power of a deity. Even in defeat, Tianqi earned great honor. The sky twisted and churned as a massive pillar of light enveloped her brilliantly. The ground shattered apart while streams of energy surged wildly. Linzai looked at Zai and pointed toward the sky. In the end, Tianqi became surrounded by all the major factions. Everyone wanted to recruit this newly emerged sect. You could say their reputation has already spread far and wide. After hearing that, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied, "From the way you describe it, this Tianqi sounds incredibly strong. And what exactly was the thing Taiyuan Luce Immortal drank at the end? Are there any other special team?" Meanwhile, Ah-Si couldn't care less and simply snored loudly while blowing snot bubbles in his sleep. She tensed slightly before lowering her voice. "Aside from the teams listed in the documents Elder Bai provided, there's another team called Bloodlust 10 Heavens that also feels very unusual to me." The image of a man holding a blade appeared, standing alone in a blood-soaked space. This team sent out only one person, yet he defeated all three opponents by himself. Moreover, every move he used was lethal. That person's killing intent is incredibly heavy. Even from far away, you can feel a chill crawling up your spine. That man has definitely slaughtered countless lives. I don't know why, but I always feel like he's absent-mindedly staring at me. Every single time it gives me goosebumps. A puzzled look appeared on Zai's face as he asked, could he be the empowerment master Elder Bai mentioned? I've only heard rumors, but there isn't any information about him at all. Why would he be watching you? Lin Zai continued pointing ahead as another face appeared, strange-looking with a sinister grin. There was another team called Proud Heaven Divine Realm, also the team of Ao Xiang's younger brother. Their team only sent out one contestant and still one outright. The storytelling session came to an end. As night gradually fell, Naruto and Sasuke went to see Elder Bai. He held a box in his hands, his face full of tension as he spoke. "Elder Bai, could someone please explain this? What exactly is this?" Elder Bai slowly lifted his teacup. His voice sounded heavy. "As you can see, it was indeed my order." Right then, Zioxy pushed the door open and walked out with an ashen face. He shouted loudly, "Chief, Master Mossite, 2 supervising official. Please wait a moment, I can explain this. Can you give me a chance?" Actually, the chairman had his own difficulties. The atmosphere around Naruto suddenly darkened. Fury was clearly visible on his face. He spoke through gritted teeth. "I'll give you 1/4 of an hour. If you don't explain clearly, you won't escape responsibility either." Elder Bai fell silent for a moment before beginning his explanation. The story unfolded. Here's what happened. After listening for a while, Naruto hugged the box tightly, tears streaming down his face as he cried loudly, "Why didn't you say it sooner? Why didn't you say it sooner? How could there be such a tragic story in this world?" It turned out Elder Bai's disciple back then had never betrayed the mercenary guild, but had been sent to the 5 Regions Temple instead. In the end, the whole family died. Only a single son survived. The next second he grabbed Sasuke's shirt, tears still clinging to the corners of his eyes, and hurried toward the door. You all have to do your best. You absolutely must win first place, damn it. Zioxy stopped at the entrance and let out a sigh of relief. Looks like we finally got through this. Elder Bai really predicts things like a god. He told me to rush over at exactly this moment to explain everything. Elder Bai calmly held his teacup in one hand while stroking his beard with the other, speaking with a composed expression. Look at how panicked you are. I have never done anything without a reason. I just happened to learn that 2 people from headquarters would be coming. Although they are powerful, they are also extremely suspicious, which is why they came as supervisors. Only then did I dare to act this way. Naruto suddenly poked his head through the doorway, awkwardly trying to stay calm as he spoke. Chairman Elder Bai, I heard everyone stays in the same dormitory area. It's my first time in Flying Dragon City, so I'm not familiar with the roads yet. Were you talking about us just now? The moment he finished speaking, Elder Bai spat out the tea in his mouth. Zioxy reacted like lightning and raised a tray to catch it. The night sky glittered with countless stars. At that moment, an uninvited guest arrived outside Zioxy's dormitory. A white-haired man with long, sharp fingernails covered his nose against the drifting smoke filling the air. He frowned and complained, "What is this? Why is the room next door giving off such thick smoke? It's suffocating." His gaze stopped at the half-closed door. Purple smoke drifted out through the cracks and gaps in the doorway. Through it, he saw Lin Zai and Zioan busily cooking amid the haze. Evil thoughts immediately arose in his mind. 2 top-grade cauldrons, perfect for nourishing himself. A sinister smile flickered across his face as he moved closer to the crack in the door. The room was filled with purple smoke, perfect for concealing his treasured love, Princess Gu. The man sat down. A faint mist slowly spread from the gourd flask. He muttered softly, "Come here, my little darlings." The mist quickly drifted toward Lin Zai and the others. The white-haired man's face twisted with eerie delight as he revealed a wicked smile and said, "Once you're struck by my love, Princess Gu, you'll never escape from my grasp again." Suddenly, Yang Zhuang and Ziohe appeared behind him. The old man picked his nose while asking, "What's this lustful brother doing here? Why are you grinning so flirtatiously?" The man still hadn't noticed anything strange and continued holding the gourd flask. Drool ran from his mouth as he greedily replied, "I found 2 supreme-grade cauldrons. Interested too. Get in line, I was here first." The white-haired man was still clutching his stomach and laughing smugly, completely unaware that behind him, Yang Zhuang was fiercely raising a sack. The next second, he was stuffed straight into the sack, struggling and shouting, "Let me out," but no one seemed to care. Ziohe lifted his hammer and calmly reminded them, "Brothers, go easy later, don't beat him to death immediately." The other 2 immediately nodded in agreement. Suddenly, 2 graceful figures rushed out and blocked their path. They introduced themselves, "We are disciples of the Joyous Union sect. Release our senior brother at once or you're dead for sure." Yang Zhuang's group instantly turned excited. Their interest completely piqued, all of them revealed sinister grins at the same time. "What? The Joyous Union sect?" Before the 2 effeminate men could even react, each of them was neatly wrapped inside a sack, packed up quickly and thrown away. At the same time, over on Lin Zai and Zioyan's side, they had already finished setting the food onto the table. Lin Zai smiled brightly and said, "When Xyroxy and Lord Evil Sovereign's group come back and see all this delicious food, they'll definitely be happy." The next day, a massive sphere stood in the middle of the ceremonial platform, surrounded by many giant eyes observing it. Host Naruto raised a loudspeaker flower and announced, "Today is the 2nd round of the tournament. This time, the 10 teams will fight in a battle royale format. We'll use the device beside us to livestream the entire process. Everyone, remember our 3 classic chants." He lowered his head to look at the list in his hand. The moment his eyes swept over the first few lines, he suddenly froze. According to the latest information from last night, the Royal Brave Eagles squad has suddenly disappeared. So now only 9 teams remain in the competition. Afterward, a map appeared. Host Naruto pointed at it and began explaining. "Now I will explain the rules of this round. This contest has added a mercenary escort mission mode. Once inside, each team must escort its mission item to the destination. You may not put the item into storage equipment. If the item is damaged, that team will be judged to have failed. Third, each team has a different starting point. The teams will meet in pairs along the middle section, and everyone will meet on the final stretch. Fourth, in the opening section, our staff members or mechanisms will block your advance. A friendly reminder, any team that kills the organizing staff will be removed from the race immediately and will be beaten up. A bounty will be issued by the Mercenary Guild." It seems the map was only the warm-up, because the very next second, young Naruto clenched his fist and declared in a powerful voice, "Finally, in this contest, only the first 2 teams to reach the finish line will win. All other teams will be eliminated immediately." At that moment, by the entrance, a beautiful receptionist was standing there, pointing the way. "Team Tic Tac Fantasy, your entrance is over here. You may enter only after the signal sound." Watching Little Creek's group prepare to enter the race, White Yang and Old Turtle waved and cheered them on. "Do your best, everyone. We will be right here cheering for you." MC Sasuke swiftly raised his signal gun and fired into the sky. The shot boomed like thunder, followed by a powerful starting sound, and he immediately signaled, "Begin." Little Creek, Linzai, and Xiu Zhai's group rushed off like the wind, striding forward at high speed. Xiu Zhai spoke up worriedly. If someone uses a flying item, or if they can fly themselves, would they not be much faster than us running on foot? Hearing this, Little Creek picked up a stone and replied with a serious expression, "No." The next second, he threw the stone straight into the air. His calm voice rang out as if he were explaining a lesson. As long as someone flies past a certain height, they will be hit by the boundary grand formation that has been set up. Flying low means there are too many obstacles. If someone flies up and gets hit, their whole body will definitely go numb. The scene shifted to the Supreme Origin Mystic Sect team. At that moment, Rogue Immortal was giving off a strong smell of gunpowder. She angrily gritted out, "We keep going." Things were not much better for the Heavenly Dragon Buddhist Sect team either. The monk carrying the supplies was panting heavily. Walking beside him, a young male monk saw the little junior disciple and said, "Bakha, you are walking too slowly. Let me carry you." Suddenly, a rain of flaming arrows came pouring down from the sky, aimed straight at the two of them. Immediately, a green dragon appeared and blocked the entire arrow storm. The male monk cried out in panic, "Heavenly Dragon Pattern Chi, both of them are safe." The male monk calmly praised him. "My magic artifact is the Heavenly Dragon Pattern on your body. It is so powerful that it can even protect its owner automatically." The one-eyed camera above recorded the entire scene. The cool footage was quickly projected onto the giant sphere below the stands. Everyone was stunned, and someone eating melons suddenly spat it all out. "Damn, I never expected that little bald kid to be so strong. What did they just say? The Heavenly Dragon Pattern." The two masters' noses stretched out with pride, looking extremely smug. "On that boy's body is the strongest Heavenly Dragon Pattern of our Buddhist sect. This match will be effortless, as easy as eating cake." Siddhigarbha stroked his beard and added, "Does everyone want to find out what pattern belongs to them? Then hurry and join our Buddhist sect." Meanwhile, on the other side, Elder Bai stood before a secret chamber and muttered, "It has been a very long time since I last came back here." Elder Bai immediately cast a spell, his hands constantly shifting through many different gestures. Then a powerful punch slammed down onto a hidden spot in the secret chamber. Golden light shone out from there. A moment later, he unlocked the box that Little Creek had once brought over. Inside was only a torn, incomplete sheet of paper. Elder Bai sat down, his eyes fixed thoughtfully on the torn paper inside, and he slowly said, "It was this very scrap of paper that made my disciple Ling Jai pay with his life. While fleeing, he was still afraid of dragging me into it, and even until death, he never dared to return." His face darkened, and his trembling hand picked up the piece of paper. His voice was full of regret. "Jai, your master should never have let you carry out that mission in the first place. Although only a few scattered lines remain in the brief report for this mission. If even half a sentence were leaked, it would be enough to throw the world into chaos. Temple, you people are too vicious." At this point, Elder Bai lowered his head slightly. His voice was sorrowful. "Should I really tell Moon Little Creek what is written in here? Although this information would be useful to him, I am only afraid that another life will be wasted. The temple is involved in far too much." On this side, Xiu Zhai spread his hand and asked with a puzzled expression, "Where are the mechanisms and staff members that were supposed to block us? Where are they? Could they be afraid of us?" Little Creek replied while running, "Stop talking nonsense. We just need to reach the finish line as quickly as possible." As for the other teams at this moment, starting with the eliminated seafood team, they had been ambushed. Flamethrowers swept over them as if grilling shrimp and squid. A gunman shouted loudly, "Smells great." Next came Big Cannon Sisters' eliminated team. They fell into a pit. From above, someone threw huge chunks of earth down, shocking them into panic. Over on Fakha's side, the male monk looked at the road ahead and spoke in surprise. "There are two paths ahead." At the same time, Taiyuan Wandering Immortals team just happened to arrive at this spot as well. Seeing the other team, Foka excitedly shouted, "Taiyuan Wandering Immortal." Meanwhile, on the side of the No Complaints Then Bite Us team, all three were running at full speed when the young man leading them suddenly froze. Up ahead seemed to be the Wuya squad. The Wuya team was currently dashing forward at lightning speed, charging over from the other side while shouting, "No complaints, then come bite us." A figure sitting there drawing intently appeared. The leader gritted his teeth and accused them. "Big brother Wu Deo said the squad taught by his master to draw is called No Complaints. Then come bite us." And on top of that, the team has a freak with cat ears and another guy with dead fish eyes and greasy hair. They're the No Complaints Then Bite Us squad. The ones who caused our big brother Wu Deo to fall into depravity are them. Hearing that, the No Complaints Then Bite Us team immediately pointed at themselves. Everyone was dumbfounded, question marks practically raining down everywhere. Suddenly, horned, snake, and scorpion mutants unexpectedly appeared. The Wuya squad didn't wait another second before charging in to challenge them. Once we kill you all, our big brother Wudia will regain his former glory. What's so useful about learning to draw anyway? The three members of the No Complaints then Bita squad shuddered in fear and cried out, "Holy crap, what the hell is going on?" At the same time, Xyroxy leaped across the air while saying, "Ahead is the gathering point for the 9 teams. Hopefully we're the fastest team." Otherwise, Lindsay softly asked, "Otherwise what?" Your plan was almost perfectly strict, but if there are obstacles on the road and we run into another team, they could still move faster than us. Before he could finish speaking, another squad blocked their path. It was the proud Heaven Divine Realm team. Xyroxy looked at them and sighed. Their strength is probably far above ours. Yashin crossed his arms with a smug expression and said, "You arrived pretty fast. Honestly, that exceeded my expectations." Xyroxy quickly stepped back and shouted angrily, "Linhee, Ling Tuja, you two go ahead. We absolutely have to win first place in this competition." "I'll hold them off." Yashin's expression darkened slightly and his voice turned cold. "Fine, let the others lead. My target was never first place, it's you, Yue Xyroxy." The boy stood still and mocked him with a sneer. "What? You want to help your mother, Madame Afu, kill me?" Tujai and Linhee had already turned to leave, but they still muttered with amazement. All the top-ranked monsters really belong to the Yue family. Yashin immediately retorted, "Not entirely. Akun truly deserved to die, and honestly my mother has gone a bit too far these past few years." Facing the three of them, Xyroxy showed no fear at all and even pretended to be surprised as he asked, "Rare to meet someone as reasonable as you. Then why are you waiting here for me?" At the same moment, the giant eye in the sky swept across the battlefield, recording the tense confrontation between both sides. Watching the scene, Aixiang chewed while grinning happily. His imagination ran wild as he pictured Yashin and Xyroxy holding hands together. So the second young master really wants to bond emotionally with the boss. Wonderful. Meanwhile, Yashin held a book in his hand and said seriously, "Someone offered our squad a huge reward to deal with you. If we succeed, they'll give me the second half of the Proud Heaven art scroll. With that, the position of clan head means nothing to me anymore. I will stand atop the water origin continent." Xyroxy frowned. He asked coldly, "Who hired you to come after me?" Yashin answered seriously, "The Bloodthirst 10 Heaven squad. They're waiting ahead." A trace of helplessness flashed across Xyroxy's face as he thought silently, "Damn it, their target isn't me, it's Linhee's group. I have to catch up quickly." The atmosphere turned gloomy. Yashin crossed his arms proudly and declared, "You aren't going anywhere. The 2 knights accompanying me are no ordinary fighters. The final successor of the corpse chasing sect, a master empowered through inherited cultivation, and the last corpse puppet of the old gate sect. When the two attack together, their strength rivals the divine spirit level." One of them casually scratched his nose and laughed proudly. "Young Master Yashin flatters us too much. Right now we're just hired lackeys working for you. Without the protection of Young Master and the dragon's skin, we'd already have been slaughtered by the temple's white knights." Right after that, Xyroxy quickly put on his glasses, sat before a drawing desk and said seriously, "I don't have time to play with you people right now. Here's the second half of the Proud Heaven art. I'm even throwing in a body tempering manual. Don't interfere with my important business." Moments later, Xyroxy finished drawing and hurried away while Yashin took what he wanted. Yashin smiled in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the other two hugged the paper tightly, staring at it until nosebleeds streamed down. In the judge's area, Aixiang happily called out, "Dong. Look sister, their relationship is so good." Back with Linhee's group, a giant eye suddenly shattered and crashed to the ground in pieces. Tujai's face turned pale as he cried out in horror, "This!" Linhee gritted her teeth and cursed furiously, "Is this lunatic insane?" Before them stood a masked man holding a sharp blade, radiating a suffocating aura. Beneath him lay the corpses of his 2 teammates sprawled across the ground. Linhee gasped in shock. Why did he slaughter his own teammates? Suddenly, the masked man lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on prey, his mouth gaping open like a serpent beast. Tujai instantly took a defensive stance, his voice tense with anger. "The blood aura is overwhelming." Lingling's faint spirit appeared and anxiously echoed in his mind. "Run quickly, that's not a human, you're no match for it." Suddenly the creature changed direction and charged straight toward Linhee. She raised her head, her entire body frozen as she watched him rush toward her. "I'm the target. What's happening? Why can't I move?" A slash swept past. Her sword shattered into pieces and blood sprayed everywhere. Tujai screamed in horror, "Little cat." The masked man raised his head toward the sky. Moments later, several more strikes landed, quickly bringing Linhee down. She lay barely breathing beneath the tip of his blood-stained sword. Then suddenly, blood burst simultaneously from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. No one expected him to stab himself straight through the body with his own sword, writhing in agony. Immediately afterward, the blade emitted swirling red and black light, as if condensed from pure evil. Linhee's body was lifted into the air. floating directly before the demonic sword overflowing with sinister energy. A violent surge of red-black energy exploded outward. Linhee's silhouette slowly emerged within the twisting aura, as though consumed by lingering resentment. A second later, she stood back up. Her figure stood firm amid the sea of blood, sword in hand, releasing a vicious aura powerful enough to split the earth apart. At last, Linhee fully awakened, her crimson ears standing upright. Her gaze turned ice-cold, and overwhelming demonic energy radiated from her body. She was no longer the girl she used to be, but a being fused with the chaotic power of the evil sword. At that moment, Xioxi arrived riding Little Black, but it already seemed too late. He shouted loudly, "Linhee!" Within the dark crimson haze, Linhee clutched her head and screamed in despair. "So this is the meaning of my birth? Is this the ending you wanted? I hate you. Why did you make me learn all this? Why, you're truly cruel." Xioxi nervously asked, "Linhee, what just happened?" Facing the demonic blade, Linhee's back overflowed with murderous intent as her gentle voice slowly rang out. "Xioxi, don't come over here. Xioxi, don't come over here." Seeing the strange scene, he widened his eye. He asked in shock, "Linzai, what's wrong? Could that strange blade in your hand have taken control of you?" Immediately, Linzai slowly turned her head, revealing an eerie face. She growled, "Don't come closer." Xioan, standing nearby, seemed to feel the despair surrounding her. With tears in her eyes, she said, "My daughter-in-law is in complete despair right now." Behind them, Xiohe sniffed the air and said, "What is this smell? I find it very familiar, yet also somewhat strange." Right after that, it kept shaking its head, as if unwilling to believe what it had just thought of. "No, impossible." Meanwhile, Xioxi clenched his fists and approached with a serious expression, gently persuading her. "Linzai, we've gone through life and death together. If anything happens, we'll shoulder it together. Don't bear it alone. Listen to me, put down that demon blade in your hand. I think it has already affected your mind." Linzai gritted her teeth. She held the demon blade against her neck and threatened, "Xioxi, don't come closer or I'll die right in front of you. This time you can't bear it. No, no one can bear it." Seeing this, he immediately waved his hands and agreed, "Fine, fine, I won't come closer. Don't do anything stupid." From afar, her voice sank like final words. "Ling Zhuzhai has been badly wounded up ahead. I'm about to lose control of the destructive power inside my body." After saying that, Linzai shot straight into the sky, cracking the ground beneath her feet. Lightning surrounded her body as she shouted, "Xioxi, take Ling Zhuzhai to the finish point right now. Don't come over here. Otherwise, I'll end myself right in front of you all." Xioxi called after her in panic, his voice full of urgency. "Linzai, what exactly happened? At least tell me something." She turned back to look at him and warned, "Watch out," but the name she needed to say stuck in her throat. She gritted her teeth and tried to force it out, but she couldn't. Her mouth seemed sealed by an invisible force, unable to make a sound. Xioxi froze, his eyes full of shock. Could it be like the Hell ancestor of the spring thread system, connected to some taboo again? Could the master of Hell have arrived? At that moment, Xiohe also spoke, its voice full of difficulty. "What do we do now? Are we really going to leave Linzai alone?" Without hesitation, he carried Zhuzhai on his shoulder, held the wooden box in his other arm, and quickly instructed, "We can't leave her alone." Linzai suddenly became like this. Besides, she knows many terrifying things but can't tell us. Right now, she must feel completely helpless. But Linzai is strongly resisting me getting close. So, Xiohe, you and my mother should follow Linzai from a distance. I'll take Ling Zhuzhai to the finish point for treatment first, then immediately regroup with you two. Xioxi's gaze was serious, and his tone was firm as he instructed them. "Be careful, you absolutely must not let Linzai notice. Just follow from afar and keep track of her location. Mother, you must also observe Linzai's emotional changes at all times. I hope Linzai doesn't do anything foolish." They immediately split up and took action. The scene shifted elsewhere, where Luce Immortal was laughing happily, her eyes fixed on Faka. "You little monk really know how to please people. This immortal likes you more and more. In that case, I'll leave the Phoenix Immortal fruit to you." Hearing this, the young boy pressed his palms together and calmly replied. Faka, however, cared even less about the Phoenix Immortal fruit. To Faka, living in this world meant letting everything follow fate and being free and unrestrained. She happily crossed her arms and laughed loudly, but being born into this world. What one longs for is freedom. You little monk understand things even better than us old people. Jizeng's state of mind is far inferior to yours. The next second, Luce Immortal noticed something unusual. Her face grew serious as she exclaimed, "Such a strong scent of destruction." Suddenly, a surge of murderous aura appeared. It was Linzai holding the demon blade, murderous aura surging around her. She shouted, "Retreat or die." Luce Immortal frowned. She thought to herself, this person is about to enter the demonic path and can't hold back any longer. With that thought, she spoke in a serious voice. "I can't see any attacks from the magic domain flying overhead at all. This is something only possible right before self-destruction." At the same time, Xiohe followed the scent of blood and caught up. It reported, "There is a very strong smell of blood coming from ahead." Hearing this, Xioan became flustered and worried. "Don't tell me my daughter-in-law is injured." While running, Xiohe suddenly slammed on the brakes when it saw the scene ahead. head. It gaped and cried out, "What?" In front of it lay a whole group of people, sprawled everywhere and covered in blood. Heavenly dragon marks appeared and formed a shield around them. Loose Immortal lay to one side, frowning in pain as she said, "I never thought I would be saved by a snot-nosed little monk." Right after that, the light of the heavenly dragon marks gradually faded, and Faka fell down. The young boy quickly fell to the ground with a thud. Zioyan was about to step forward to heal them, but Ziohe immediately picked her up and ran away. She asked in confusion, "Lord Zun, why won't you let me heal them?" It hurriedly replied, "Mother Zioxi, let this venerable one teach you one more thing. In situations like this, when doing things, don't be a busybody. Right now, keeping a close watch on Lin Zai is the most important thing." It recalled the earlier incident where Loose Immortal snatched their things, and its face turned blue and purple. Cold sweat poured down its face. Besides, none of them were in any life-threatening danger, especially that Taiyuan Loose Immortal, whose vitality was extremely strong. Don't worry, waking them up would only cause more trouble. Trust Tony. Meanwhile, Zioxi carried Zuchai and was already close to the finish line when he spoke. The finish line should be up ahead. He didn't stop and quickly crossed the bridge toward the large house. As soon as he arrived, Elder Bai was already waiting there and offered his congratulations. "Congratulations, your team is the first to arrive." Zioxi urgently shouted, "Where's the medical team?" Zuchai was immediately taken away for treatment. That eased his worries a little. He turned to Elder Bai and said, "Without now, I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the third round. Something unexpected happened to my friend." "I have to go?" Elder Bai wasn't surprised. He pointed at the formation sphere projecting the chaotic scenes on the island. "Rogue Immortal, there won't be a third round anymore. Look over there." The image showed the Rogue Immortal and Faka teams badly injured and being taken away by rescue squads for treatment. Elder Bai sounded somewhat helpless. Even powerful groups like the Mystic Sect and the Buddhist Sect were nearly beaten to death by members of your team. Our people are already heading there for support. He continued while scanning the other images. The remaining squads aren't doing much better either, just now. Aside from the proud Heavenly God squad withdrawing midway, the last squad, Boyuan Crow, was also defeated by your teammates. You completely crushed them. You are the only winners. This truly exceeded all my expectations. I always thought you were the trump card. I never expected the person beside you to have hidden so deeply that even I couldn't see through it. Zioxi clenched his fists tightly. Thinking of Linksie's figure overflowing with killing intent, he murmured, "Linksie, even in a situation like this, you still wanted to help me take first place." Elder Bai calmly took out a letter and handed it to him with a serious expression. "If you have urgent matters, go ahead first. I'll handle the rest myself. In any case, your team suffered quite a loss. This is what you wanted. I've written everything I know inside this letter." He accepted the letter, skimmed a few lines, then asked, "Then what is the other letter?" Elder Bai's expression instantly grew heavy, his eyes filled with extreme seriousness. "Inside lies a secret of heaven and earth, enough to overturn the world's understanding of the divine temple. It is information my disciple Lingyi, who is also Zuchai's father, traded his life to obtain. Whether you read it or not is entirely your decision." Hearing this, Zioxi no longer hesitated and immediately turned to leave. As he ran, he shouted loudly, "Thank you, Elder Bai. We'll meet again if fate allows." His figure gradually disappeared into the distant sky. Endless thoughts flooded his mind. The mastermind assassin behind everything had appeared again to stir up trouble. The one who turned his mother into an angel for manipulation. The one who repeatedly drove Linksy into despair. Could they be the same person? Why were these people targeting Linksy and his family? Zioxi opened the letter and read its contents. His face turned even paler from shock. Could this have something to do with his own origin? The letter revealed a shocking truth. The Yue clan had originally been the guardian masters of the coastal frontier of the eastern nation. Their stronghold was called Moonlight City. At that time, there was a great general named Yue Chengyu, the heir of the Yue clan and a high-ranking deity. Because an angel of the divine temple named Lucifer had an illicit relationship with him and became pregnant, they violated one of the temple's greatest taboos. Afterward, Moonlight City was judged by the descended divine angels. When the old man became the leader of the mercenary guild in Moonlight City back then, he witnessed corpses scattered across the battlefield while the descendants of the Yue clan fought fearlessly to the very end. Finally, when the angels of the divine temple entered the clan's territory, the legendary Huangji clan suddenly appeared and fought bravely against the divine temple angels. That battle darkened the skies. Other than gods, no one could approach. In the end, Moonlight City was reduced to ruins. Lucifer, the pregnant woman, also vanished without a trace. After the incident, the old man received a secret mission from headquarters. My disciple Lingyi was assigned to infiltrate the divine temple for investigation, but headquarters never told me what he was investigating. I only received orders to sever our master-disciple relationship. After that, I had no right to ask what happened next. As for what came later, you already know. Lingyi's family could not die in peace. Before my disciple died, he only left behind a torn piece of paper. After that, there was no more news. Zioxy held the final letter in his hand. He was secretly shaken. Was this final letter the torn note that Ling Zuchai's father had exchanged his life for? He gently tore open the envelope. Zioxy's eyes widened in shock. He pulled out the torn paper and read the contents. His eyes instantly opened wide as he cried out in horror. What? Across the vast landscape, faint black words appeared on both sides. The ultimate hidden secret. Hell is the divine temple, and the divine temple is also hell. Zioxy gripped the paper tightly and gritted his teeth in fury. So that's how it is. Then it finally explains why Mother appeared in hell before. Terrifying images of monstrous hands continuously flashed through his mind. And then there was Lingxi's family, his mother. The Bone Emperor, all of them were merely puppets for those people to achieve some hidden objective. Those hypocritical scheming bastards were truly disgusting. Meanwhile, somewhere else Lust blushed deeply and shyly called out, "Sword Immortal, I can't take it anymore. Hurry and let me go." Sword Immortal licked his lips, his eyes full of excitement as he replied, "No way. We've been playing together for over 10 days and we've only just reached the exciting part." A chessboard sat before them. She clutched her head until blood seeped out and cried, "Lord Sword Immortal, although the Go game from your homeland is fun, I lose to you every single time." How embarrassing! The moment he heard the word homeland, his expression dimmed and his eyes turned sorrowful. Homeland? I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to return there in this lifetime. Suddenly, Sword Immortal brightened as if he had remembered something. I suddenly recalled a poem I wrote back in my homeland. Moonlight long ago in the stillness of the night. Lust looked horrified, her eyes widening as she hurriedly stopped him. No, 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 your poetry is far too profound for me to comprehend. He drifted to the side helplessly. What a pity then. The poetry I wrote back then and the poetry I write now are different. I used to be rather restrained, but now I'm much more free-spirited. Suddenly, the atmosphere became ambiguous. She lay across the table in a seductive pose and beckoned, "My lord, stop reciting poetry and playing chess. How about we play something else instead?" Sword Immortal immediately draped his cloak over Lust's body. In a calm voice, he advised, "The mountaintop is cold. Wear more clothes. I'm doing this for your own good. Everything in this world is merely a chess piece. I fear something major will happen this time, so it's best if you stay out of it." Then he turned his back and stared thoughtfully at the starry sky. "Even I can't simply look after myself this time, can I? Lust and I are connected by fate. I, the Sword Immortal, am protecting her. Spare her and find someone stronger to target." "I'll take it." Lust looked confused and turned her head to ask, "Lord Sword Immortal, who are you talking to? Is someone planning to attack me?" The scene shifted back to Xiaozai. As he crossed over the water, he suddenly sensed someone watching him. Xiaozai glanced behind him, his voice turning sharp. "Come out, if you've got something to say, bark it quickly. I'm very busy right now." From the shadows, Zayden stepped out and said, "So the divine-level spiritual sense wasn't just a rumor after all. You discovered me." He clenched his fists tightly as an overwhelming aura burst forth. "The survivor of Moonsand, Moonlight City's Yue Zioxy." Xiaozai spoke from afar. "Your memories have returned." "That makes sense. After all, you're a god now, no longer within the realm of humans." Zayden's expression tightened as he gave a slight nod. "Yeah, they returned while I was on my way to the emergency meeting at the Divine Hall." He drew the Voidfall blade as the water around him surged violent. A murderous aura radiated from his body as he asked forcefully, "Are you still planning to help Afu deal with me?" Even so, Zayden remained motionless and calmly closed his eyes before replying. "No, I've already cut ties with Afu. I came here to tell you the contents of the Divine Hall's emergency meeting." Xiaozai narrowed his eyes and questioned softly, "What does your Divine Hall's meeting have to do with me?" He turned slightly aside and answered casually, "It has a great deal to do with you. This emergency meeting was convened because of you." Hearing that, Xiaozai suddenly froze. Standing opposite him, Zayden continued, "Some of the Divine Hall's higher-ups want to publicly announce the descent of Lucifer. They want to promote the Divine Hall, and they also plan to use this forbidden fruit to lure you out, killing two birds with one stone." His tone remained perfectly calm. In a steady low voice, he continued, "They still don't know you've already arrived in Flying Dragon City. Also, Afu has been imprisoned by my older brother. The Dragon Wing Division members who learned of your existence have already been dealt with by me. Rita Lai outside our hall was also taken away by me. Yue Zioxy, you should leave as quickly as possible. There are countless experts in the Divine Hall, along with the 99 Divine Hall angels. Against a force like that, you absolutely cannot shake them." Xiaozai turned around and prepared to leave. "Zayden, I never expected that even after recovering your memories, you'd still do so much for me." He casually raised a hand in farewell, his voice calm yet resolute. "But to me, death isn't the most terrifying thing. What's even more terrifying is knowing my friends and family are in danger while I selfishly cling to life in fear of death." From the corner of his eyes, a trace of coldness flashed through his gaze. Saving the world might just be a joke, but saving my family is the faith my family has upheld for 2 lifetimes. Hearing those words, Zayden immediately blushed and exclaimed, "What an incredibly noble belief." After saying that, Zai leaped onto a tree, scanned the surroundings, and muttered, Hai and mother should be nearby. Suddenly, a frail-looking man staggered toward him. His body looked ready to collapse at any moment. Before Zai could clearly see his face, the man fainted and fell to the ground. Zai immediately rushed over, quickly pressing the philtrum point as he called out while observing him. With makeup like this, he's probably a disciple of the Joyous Union sect. "Hey little brother, what happened to you?" The man slowly regained consciousness, his face pale and breathing weak as he stammered, "A demoness is slaughtering our Joyous Union sect." Zai's eyes widened as sweat poured down his face. He muttered, "Don't tell me it's Linzai. Things were peaceful, so why did she drag an entire sect into this? Even righteous sects like yours got involved." The scene shifted to the Joyous Union elder. In the sky above, a white-haired elder spoke smugly, although she's only an outsider. "She truly is an exceptionally fine cultivation furnace. Handsome junior brothers, don't fight me over her." The blue-haired man sneered wickedly as he replied, "Senior sect master, how could that be fair? We were the ones who discovered her first." Meanwhile, the pink-haired man beside him gracefully raised a hand in agreement. "Senior sect master, she's killed so many members of our Joyous Union sect. I suggest we share her together." Afterward, the three of them swiftly surrounded Linzai. In another corner, Hai and Yun hid while secretly observing the scene. Yun asked anxiously in a low voice, "Lord Jian, do we really not need to go over there and help?" It replied nervously, "Not yet. If we go over there now, Linzai might cut us down without hesitation. Wait until the critical moment before making a move." At that moment, Linzai's power erupted. A blazing crimson pillar of light enveloped her. The ground beneath her feet cracked apart. The pink-haired man pulled out a rope. Veins bulged across his forehead as he shouted, "Everyone attack together. Use the triple energy technique I taught you against her." The old man from the Hehuan sect took out a trident wrapped in sinister flames. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man gritted his teeth and gripped a whip in his hand. Then, a loud command rang out, "Charge!" All three rushed toward Linzai at once. The pink-haired man threw out his rope and bound her tightly, while the other two attacked non-stop, one spewing flames and the other lashing his whip continuously. Meanwhile, Zioxy sprinted toward Linzai at lightning speed, muttering to himself, "They've caused such a huge commotion. The Hehuan sect is the biggest sect around here. If this keeps going, things will get bad." Everywhere he ran, he saw ruins and destruction all around him. He kept exclaiming in shock, "Damn, the entire road's been smashed to pieces." When Zioxy arrived, Ziohe waved frantically and called out, "Hey, Yuan brat, over here." Zioan hurried to heal the people who had been blasted away earlier. Meanwhile, Zioxy hid beside Ziohe and observed the scene, utterly stunned by what he saw. "Damn, that's Linzai." Up in the tall tree branches, the three arrogant members of the Hehuan sect were now tied up and hanging there. Swaying like lanterns, Zioxy's voice trembled in shock. "Since when did she learn how to tie people up like this?" He frowned slightly, then asked suspiciously, "Ziohe, have you noticed that Linzai's strength is far greater than before?" It stared straight ahead, and answered in a deep voice, "She's about to break through to the mid-level divine spirit rank. It's that blade. It keeps absorbing the life essence from other people's blood. Then it transfers it into Linzai's body. The scent coming from that blade, my nose tells me I've definitely smelled it somewhere before. If I can get a little closer, I'll definitely figure it out." At that moment in Flying Dragon City, a young man with an irritated expression pointed at the ground and shouted, "What kind of holy temple nonsense is this? It's obviously just some scam organization. Even if I die, I won't believe it." He leaned closer to eavesdrop on a purple-haired youth's conversation. "This is bad. I heard a blood-sucking demon has appeared nearby, and it even wiped out an entire righteous sect." The brown-haired youth gaped in shock and asked, "Wait, seriously? Is there anyone in the city who can deal with it?" Just then, a female believer walked over with her hands clasped before her chest and a radiant smile on her face as she said, "The time of divine descent is almost here. I believe the angel lord of the divine temple will surely descend to save the believers of Giant City. When that happens, even a blood-sucking demon won't be enough to spread fear." The next second, countless townspeople swarmed forward in a frenzy to grab copies of the Holy Scripture. The male believer handing out books smiled awkwardly and tried to calm everyone down. "Everyone, please don't fight over them. There are still plenty left." At the same time, in a corner of the southern city wall, General Chang asked solemnly in a low voice, "General, what do you think about this matter?" Chang Mo answered sternly, "Don't concern yourself with trivial matters. Recently, many outsiders have entered Flying Dragon City. We must heighten our vigilance. We cannot betray the city lord's trust and training." Back on Linzai's side, she was draining the blood from the three members of the Hehuan sect. Streams of dark red liquid rose from their bodies before being completely absorbed into hers. After that, fragments of armor and blood surrounding her gradually gathered around her body. In the blink of an eye, the fragments multiplied more and more, then merged into a dense cocoon that slowly wrapped around and swallowed Linzai inside. Hidden behind a large rock, Xioxy's group silently watched everything unfold. His expression gradually tightened as he spoke. Damn it, we can't let her continue like this. Damn, what kind of emotional state is Linzai in right now? Xioyan's eyes welled with tears as she replied with a trembling voice. Right now, your wife is extremely uneasy, miserable, and desperate. Xioxy asked in a low voice. There's no emotion related to slaughter or killing. She immediately replied, none at all. Xiohe tilted its head curiously and asked, why? Xioxy stroked his chin and pondered. Then that means the consciousness controlling this body isn't Linzai's, it's the demon blade's consciousness. Right after that, Xioxy grabbed Xiohe's tail and pulled it toward himself. The three of them began preparing to merge. His tense gaze lifted upward, and he said seriously, then if I charge in now, Linzai won't deliberately seek death anymore. Instantly, the three merged together, forming a Xioxy with angelic wings and chains in his hands whose ends resembled Xiohe's head. His eyes were sharp as blades. Burning with determination, he declared, I only have 7 seconds. I need to end this battle immediately. At once, Xiohe relied on him this time. Xioxy shot into the sky. His voice echoed loudly, use all your strength and shatter that outer shell. The next moment, his figure vanished as though he had teleported, leaving behind only violent shockwaves tearing through the air. In an instant, he disappeared completely from sight. In the blink of an eye, Xioxy appeared above the cocoon. His right arm swelled red-hot with power as he spun the chains like a raging storm and shouted loudly. Then use these bone chains to lock Linzai down. Don't let her move around recklessly. Right after that, he flung the chain out and Little Black's head instantly shot forward like an arrow. Its head pierced through the scorching air, heading straight for the thick cocoon wrapped around Linzai. Just as it was about to arrive, a hand suddenly emerged from the void and stopped Little Black, unexpectedly. It was Black Wolf, Little Black's humanoid true form. He appeared as evil energy flooded the area, turning the surroundings ice cold. Xioxy's face darkened. His eyes filled with shock as he exclaimed, Little Black's vanished super god body fell into hell. No wonder Linzai would rather die. Then let us survive. She must have known that body was nearby, watching everything. Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with vigilance. I've personally experienced the power of that body. Before them, Black Wolf raised his hand and absorbed the spiritual energy floating around Little Black. Greed was written all over his face. Seeing this, Little Black shouted angrily, a newly born soul from this sovereign's body actually dares to think about devouring me. Black Wolf continued to wear a scornful smile, his eyes overflowing with arrogance. And in your current state, you still dare stand before me and call yourself sovereign. If I want to kill you now, it'll be no different from crushing an ant. Right after that, Black Wolf grabbed Little Black's tiny body tightly and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing on it. Become nourishment for me. Xioxy could no longer hold himself back. He charged forward with eyes full of fury and roar. Veins bulged across his body as his furious roar shook the air. Damn you, let Little Black go right now. Xioxy swung his blade and rushed in, but Black Wolf casually raised 2 fingers and stopped the sword in its track. Little Black was trapped inside his mouth, and a hurried voice came from between his teeth. Hurry and take this sovereign's seat of consciousness away. Without giving him time to think, Black Wolf unleashed a barrage of devastating punches. You worthless trash dare interfere with me and still think you can escape. Do you really believe you can get away? Seeing Xioxy beaten motionless on the ground, he lifted his foot and prepared to stomp down. Mockery filled his face. That's all you've got, then die, trash. At that moment, the petite Xioyun rushed out and spread her arms in front of him. Her trembling voice pleaded, please don't kill Xioxy, he's a good child. But Black Wolf showed no mercy at all, and merely flicked his finger disdainfully. Lowly spirit body, get lost. Instantly, she was blasted away, spinning like a top and tumbling dozens of times. Even though her body was battered and bruised, Xioyun still refused to yield. She stood up again and blocked the way with determined eyes. I won't let you kill my son. Veins immediately bulged across his face. His eyes turned blood red with rage as power gathered into his fist. A twisted evil grin spread across his lips. Then you can die for me. Just as the punch was about to hit Xioyun, a clawed hand suddenly intercepted it. From the darkness, Bone Emperor's eyes flashed fiercely with fury. At that moment, Bone Emperor held Xioyun in one arm while he and Black Wolf raised their fists at the same time. The two were evenly matched. Black Wolf lifted his bloodstained hand, shocked beyond belief at what had just happened, and said, I never expected you could injure my super god body. Who are you? Bone Emperor replied bluntly, openly showing his contempt. A cuckoo squatting in another's nest and flaunting stolen power isn't worthy of knowing my name. Zio Yun happily looked up and called out twice, "Little bone," then he gently set her down. He spoke firmly, "Great Aunt Ancestor, please wait here for a moment while I destroy this bastard." Hearing that, Black Wolf covered his face and burst into loud laughter, mocking his arrogance. "I didn't expect someone even more conceited than me, pride, one of hell's 7 deadly sins." He arrogantly sneered back, "Everything below super god level is nothing but insects. You're merely a slightly bigger ant." Bone Emperor glanced behind him and delivered a sharp, mocking remark meant to provoke his opponent. "A hollow, crippled shell without the insight or knowledge of a true super god. You're not qualified to call yourself a real powerhouse." The next instant, the two charged at each other simultaneously, unleashing all their techniques as they darted back and forth across the battlefield. Neither side could gain the upper hand. The two of them continued throwing punches at each other, their surrounding aura engulfing the area as everything outside began collapsing. Zio Yun stood trembling against the violent winds, clutching her hands anxiously. "Zio Zai, I need to go heal Zio Zai." Before she could run toward him, the raging wind blasted Zio Yun backward. She froze in place, her eyes wide open. Fortunately, the wind carried her to her son's side. Yue Zioxi hugged his mother tightly with the last of his strength. Zioyun spoke gently, "Zioxi, don't be afraid. I'm here to heal you." Hearing his mother's comforting words, he replied, "Okay." Back at the battle between the other two, after observing for a while, Black Wolf finally realized something. "So that's it, you're no ordinary god. You've already stepped halfway into the super god realm." Bone Emperor flicked his sleeve confidently, as if everything were already under control. "It's too early to say for certain, but if you give me more time, I can definitely do it." Immediately, Black Wolf transformed into a gigantic wolf and coldly declared, "Too bad. You don't have that kind of time." The enormous hound stared at Bone Emperor while drool streamed from its mouth. With greedy eyes, it threatened, "Your bones must taste delicious. Today you will fall right here." Bone Emperor still stood calmly with his head raised, but the next second he swiftly leapt aside, barely avoiding the beast's foul snout. At the same time, a circle suddenly appeared in midair. From within the teleportation gate, someone's head slowly emerged. Then the person gradually stepped out of the circle. Recognizing her, Yue Zioxi clutched his injured arm in confusion. "Zio Uni, why did you use the longing spell to teleport here?" Hearing this, Zioan widened her eyes in shock. "Wife, Zio Uni." Meanwhile, Uni crawled weakly across the ground. Barely breathing, she delivered terrible news. "Zioxi, the witch demon clan has been wiped out. Your mother was captured by the Lord of Hell." Hearing this, it felt as if thunder exploded beside his ears. Frozen in shock, Yue Zioxi hurried over and grabbed Uni, desperately trying to wake her. "Zio Uni, wake up, my mother and your witch demon clan." In that instant, all the resentment buried in his heart erupted. He roared furiously, "What the hell is going on? Why does everyone around me keep suffering? You bastard hiding behind the scenes, you keep hurting the people beside me. What exactly do you want? Who the hell are you?" Suddenly, the stone hanging at his waist shook violently before dropping to the ground with a clap. Yue Zioxi stared at the stone as memories of his conversation with Lin, Zai's adoptive father, resurfaced. The man had told him the story of the mysterious bone stone found when they discovered Lin Zai. The character Zai was carved onto this bone. That's why we use the character Zai when naming her. "Today, I'm entrusting everything to you. I hope you'll treat my daughter well. Otherwise, I will definitely deal with you." At that moment, Bone Emperor was still fighting the giant hound. He turned his head, as though sensing something related to his lifelong enemy. "Uncle, where did this piece of bone come from? It carries the aura of my family's enemy. The one who framed me betrayed the Holy Clan and caused my entire family to be executed by the clan. Ah, and that person's name was also Zai." At this moment, Yue Zioxi felt as though he himself were merely a chess piece, manipulated at will by that mysterious person. Then his resentful voice rang out, "Ever since I was born, every person closest to me has been manipulated by you from behind the scene. No, even the path of my growth was planned by you all along. Wu Lai, Bone Emperor, Dark Mother, the Holy Clan, Lin Zai's family, the entire Ling Zuchai family, the Divine Temple Hell, every person and every event I've encountered." He held Uni in his arms while continuing to expose the conspiracy in a voice overflowing with fury and grief. "Your shadow has always been behind everything. Even my birth into a family standing at the center of chaos was arranged by you. The moment I reincarnated into this primordial water world, the script had already been written, hadn't." Then Yue Zioxi raised his head toward the sky and reached a bold conclusion. He shouted directly at the mastermind behind it all, "The Lord of Hell and the God of Light from the Divine Temple are both your incarnations. Isn't that right, Goddess Zai?" He continued, questioning her suspiciously, unable to understand the purpose of this goddess. "What virtue or talent do I possess that would make a great deity like you spend so much effort training and tempering me?" How did you know I could definitely reach the world creator level? Just then, while everyone was focused on listening to him speak, Bone Emperor suddenly sensed danger lurking from somewhere nearby. Over there, the cocoon bloomed into a lotus flower floating in the sky. Inside the lotus, a shadowy figure could be seen as the petals slowly unfolded. The figure became completely visible. It was Linzai, yet not entirely her. Immediately, Goddess Zai responded cryptically, as though everything had unfolded exactly according to her plan. There's no need to explain further, Yue Zioxi, if it's you. You will definitely break through to the world creator level. Forget it. You cannot comprehend the will of a god. One day you will naturally understand. Hearing this, he finally snapped and charged toward her while roaring in rage. Damn you, what did you do to Lin Zai? In an instant, Goddess Zai captured Yue Zioxi. With a cold and sinister expression, she replied, relax. Right now, her consciousness can clearly see everything happening here. Then she lifted him up and taunted him, revealing her ultimate purpose. She will kill you with her own hands. She'll surely fall into complete despair afterward and lose her mind entirely, won't she? Zioyan was still trying to heal Yuer when she turned around and called out to her son. Zioxi, the Bone Emperor's side, isn't doing much better either. He's using his sword to pin down the hound beast's throat so it can't do anything. He also shouted loudly, Great Uncle. Right behind them, a swarm of multicolored monsters suddenly appeared. Upon seeing them, Zioyan immediately recognized them and screamed, the origin of 10,000 evils. Goddess Zai instinctively glanced behind her. However, those creatures could do nothing to Goddess Zai. Instead, she happily absorbed every single one of those monsters with great delight. The origin of 10,000 evils just happens to provide nourishment for this avatar of mine, speeding up her corruption. At that moment, Zioyan rushed forward and grabbed her arm, bursting into tears. You evil woman, stop it. Leave Linzai's body right now, hurry. Then Goddess Zai pulled her into an embrace, pressing her face tightly against her chest. She calmly replied with arrogant pride, Linzai is me, and I am Linzai. She is merely the last fragment of my soul unwilling to be corrupted. Lucifer, my good child, return to your divine form and become one with us again. You and the others are all among my most important test subjects. After that, Goddess Zai summoned a gate resembling the entrance to heaven, then threw Zioyan down beneath it. Crying bitterly, she reached her hand forward. Her heart filled with grief as she called out twice, Zioxi. With utter fury, Zai shouted, Goddess Zai, you deserve death. At that moment, a pink stone jewel appeared in the hero's sea of consciousness. It floated above the water and spoke in a tempting, sinister voice. You, Zai, do you want to save your mother? However, for you, the price will be rather high. Zai stepped closer to the pink stone. Determined, he quickly asked, Damn divine core, are you alive? If there is a way, tell me now, I will pay any price. Seeing this, the divine core solemnly explained, the primordial water world rejects beings of world-crossing rank. She can only descend with a portion of her memories through the Lin Zai avatar. She cannot cross this super-divine threshold. I can let you use this last bit of my power once, but afterward, you will not be able to withstand the power of a super-divine being. Your soul and body will shatter at the same time. You will probably die in a terrible state. At this point, there was nothing left to lose. He gritted his teeth with resolve and agreed despite the danger. Fine, if my life can be exchanged for several lives, it is worth it. Then the divine core flew close to him, and afterward it burrowed into the center of Zai's forehead. A majestic voice rang out, and all the magic inside that stone caused him to transform. It reminded him, Ryuan Zai, remember my name. Right now, you are using the dark primordial dragon, the power of the law mind. The next second, Zai opened his eyes. His eyes had turned blazing red, as if they could ignite at any moment. His hair began turning white, and strange tattoo-like markings appeared across his body. Then wings appeared behind him, along with the giant sword before his eyes. His appearance had fully transformed into the primordial black dragon armor. The blade in his hand suddenly spoke in confusion. This is... Back in the present, Goddess Zai cried out in shock. The dark primordial dragon, I never expected it to still be alive. Without hesitation, she smirked cunningly and said, Since it still is not dead, I do not mind turning the 5 hells into 6 hell. That way I will have another test subject. At the same time, Philip and the bird flew toward the source of the signal. She asked in confusion, What is happening in the direction of Flying Dragon City? Why are so many terrifying fluctuations of primal power coming from there? Inside her bag, the dragon pearl orb suddenly lit up. In her haste, Philip pointed ahead and spoke anxiously to the bird. Oh, the true dragon pearl Zai gave me must have reacted to another dragon pearl. Let us return to Flying Dragon City and see whether it is another dragon pearl. At this moment, Zai had lost all patience and replied irritably, I do not have time to play test subject games with you right now. He gripped the sword in his hand and flew toward her. Just then, Philip was gradually flying over from afar and she called out to him, Zai. Meanwhile, Goddess Zai turned to leave with utter contempt. She mocked arrogantly, As you are now, no matter what you do, you cannot stop me. The next second, Xiaozai grabbed her leg. Immediately, Goddess Ai turned her head to look at him and answered in a blunt tone. Arrogance, you cannot even devour a dead person. What use are you? At this moment, though utterly exhausted, the Bone Emperor still forced himself to speak, gasping each word. I am afraid it can no longer be arrogant either. It turned out that he had already destroyed the hound's sphere, and now only its bare body remained. At the same time, Xiaozai managed to catch Xiao Yun, gently comforting her. Mother, it is all right now. Hide in my sea of consciousness first. Xiaozai wrapped his mother in his cloak, then raised his eyes toward Goddess Ai. He declared with hatred, I failed to crush it last time. This time I will definitely smash it to pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaozai sent his mother into his sea of consciousness, then swung his sword in a circle and attacked. He aimed straight at the golden gate with angel wings that she had created earlier. Just as he was about to slash the gate, an arm suddenly reached out, forcing him to stop. That person shouted, Sacred Guardian. Xiaozai retreated several meters. Utterly shocked, he demanded, did Wu Lai not already die? Even his mother was here. From within that gate, thousands of gods slowly flew out. Then Goddess Zai, looking amused, stood between the steps. She spoke in an excited tone, since this has become so interesting and you have seen through my identity, let us make it more entertaining. Let the gods descend. With an authoritative presence, Goddess Zai proclaimed to the mortal world, Gods, begin destroying these demons. Launch a holy war and save the people. Hold nothing back, help me absorb the power of faith. The more chaotic this world becomes, the stronger the faith power of these foolish humans will grow. This foolish race only remembers to pray to the gods when they are about to die, and we are their gods, only by believing in us. Can they receive salvation? Only we stand on the side of justice. The people in the mortal world stirred with longing and hope. One person raised their face and pointed toward the sky in excitement. Everyone looked. Something has appeared in the sky above Flying Dragon City. Such beautiful light, have the gods begun their work? When the others heard this, they all responded at once. Really? I want to ask the great angel to cure my illness. Me too, I want to pray to the angel Lord. All the humans knelt down with their hands clasped in prayer. Under the dawn light shining down as if cleansing their souls, the sword immortal moved through the clouds and sighed in frustration. Here we go again. Another cycle of reincarnation, another batch of test subjects, right? HMPH, the old test subject is me, and it's time to end this with you too. With a graceful posture, he flew away while reciting poetry. Have you not seen the yellow river descending from the heavens, rushing to the sea and never returning? Forget it, ancient poetry is way too formal. This sounds better. Damn it, I'm stepping on purple clouds, and when my blurry eyes recover, I'll be back. At the same time, Suka moved forward with a resolute tone. Junior sister Taiyuan, it's time for us to begin the god slaying. Upon hearing that, Sanxian immediately flew after him and replied, Understood, senior brother. Meanwhile, Zhizeng calmly asked, Damiet, are you ready? Are you afraid? Hearing that, Damiet answered without hesitation, Master Dumbass, ever since I was little, I've never known what fear is. Just do it already. After hearing Damiet curse at him, he furiously shouted, Disciple, did you just insult me? Only then did the young man realize what he had said. His face turned pale as he stammered, Master, you could actually tell. Then the old man loudly lectured him, A monk must not use foul language. Disciple, prepare to die. The scene shifted to a mountain range exploding before their eyes. This was Inferno Prison, the tallest mountain peak. At that moment, Kimchin cast a spell and summoned 2 giant talismans. Standing beside her was Linhee, and she loudly commanded the figure hiding behind the rocky mountain. Show yourself, Icebone Primordial Dragon. Your seal has been lifted. The other 4 have already been freed as well. It's time for revenge. And right then, the ice dragon rose from beneath the rocky mountains underground, towering before the 2 of them. Goddess Hai glanced toward them and suddenly muttered to herself, Kimchin, Senza has been plotting this for a long time. Could it be that she already discovered the slave contract was created by me? Suddenly, a sharp glint appeared in the goddess's eye. I revealed a murderous aura and excitedly shouted, Interesting. As expected of the one with the strongest deductive ability among the super gods. I can sense it too, so you really do have this many enemies. Xioxi glared at her with hatred in his eyes. You will pay for everything you've done before. Then Goddess Hai with overwhelming determination. He leaped into the air and charged at her while roaring, Kill! Time passed in the blink of an eye, and no one even knew what century it was anymore. A firefly buzzed as it landed on a dry branch. Who knew how many years after the Holy War? Then it seemed to spot a certain star and flew away. Because it had no sense of direction, it crashed into a skull lying before it, leaving the poor firefly dizzy. Now it could barely fly anymore and could only rest on the skull's nose. It cried pitifully while enduring the bump on its head. From afar, one could see the tiny firefly perched on the nose of a gigantic skull. Right afterward, the skull woke up and looked around in confusion before suddenly jumping in shock. Startled, he asked, where is this place? Where is everyone? The remaining skull of Xioxi kept panicking and shouting, Where is everyone? Where's Goddess Hai? Weren't we just fighting in the Great War? He looked around and wondered, where is this place? The primordial energy in the air is incredibly weak. This feels awful. I can't even open my sea of consciousness anymore. Mom, another skull nearby said irritably. Hey, you new ghost, can you shut up already? You're so scared you're crying for your mother. This is a graveyard. Let us dead people rest in peace, okay? Zioxy cried out in fear, Mom, a ghost. The other skull immediately rammed into him and cursed. You've got some nerve calling me that. Why don't you look in a mirror and see what kind of ghost you look like? Zioxy rolled away and slammed into a saber with a loud clang. He looked at his reflection and was horrified. Damn, this is terrible luck. Ziohe turned into a skull. Zioxy then recalled, I remember now. Back then, we were in the middle of that great battle. So many super gods were fighting at once that the overwhelming power created a spatial rift. I got sucked into it. Before I lost consciousness while the spatial rift was closing, I saw a stranger arrive at the battlefield. He was staring at me. An incredibly powerful person, definitely stronger than any super god on that battlefield. Who exactly was he? And because I used the power of the dark devouring super god. The primordial dragon's body had already reached its limit when I fell, so it disintegrated and turned into this skull form. Zioxy muttered bitterly, I can't believe I'm still alive. I really am lucky to have survived. But right afterward, he realized something strange and exclaimed, wait a second. There was still one more person who entered the spatial rift. That person was none other than Ziohe. She fell into the spatial rift in a state of panic and fear. Zioxy immediately turned to the skull from earlier and asked, Hey, Mr. Skull, may I ask if there's an Eastern kingdom around here? The skull angrily spat in his face and shouted, Mr. Skull, I'm only 16 years old. Around this graveyard, everyone calls me Zhao Zilong, the heartthrob of 10,000 people. Zioxy thought to himself, damn, judging by skull age, he really is pretty old. That's insane. Zilong added, this place is the farthest border of the southern wasteland. Guangzhou Harbor in Guangdong was very far from the Eastern Kingdom. After hearing that, Zai froze in shock and thought to himself, Cattle Harbor, why have I never heard of it back in the southern wasteland kingdom? Just then, a foot suddenly approached and it immediately warned him. Damn it, someone's coming to inspect us. Hurry and play dead, even though we're already dead. It was a blind old man in ragged clothes with something strapped to his back, holding a large pair of tongs while walking in the breeze. I was still muttering, Zilong, I haven't finished asking yet. Let's talk a bit more. The blind old man immediately sensed something strange and stopped to listen carefully. He raised the tongs in his hand and poked Zai with them. Zai nervously thought, why is this old man's hearing so sharp? Amitabha hallelujah, don't pick me up. The old man grabbed a skull and laughed smugly. What luck today? Unexpectedly, it was Zilong. He shouted, damn it, I already played dead. So why are you still grabbing me? The blind man tossed him into the basket on his back and walked away. Let's check over there, just one more and it'll be enough. Lying motionless on the ground, Zai sighed. Zilong, looks like good people die young while scoundrels live long. I'll remember you. Rest in peace. Suddenly his face turned pale in fright. The old man had returned, picked him up and said, what luck. There's still one more here. Kid, do you have any last words? Speak. After only a short time together, I could only curse inwardly. A while later, a skull was placed on the table with the character fire pasted onto its forehead. After finishing, the blind old man chuckled in satisfaction. I asked curiously, Zilong, what is that guy doing? He replied, he's a collector. He specializes in gathering skulls to harvest fire seeds. Another skull cursed angrily. Hey, you rotten old bastard, what are you doing to my boss? Just wait until I rise up again and I'll destroy you. After finishing, the old man tossed it aside and said, once I add the last few intelligent skull fire seeds, my treasure will finally come back to life with a soul and consciousness. Nearby, a puppet immediately absorbed the fire seed from the skull. The blind old man continued. The final step, only the final step remains. I've spent half my life on this, even enduring exile from the monster clan, all just to complete this masterpiece. It's almost done. Once I have it, I'll prove to those stubborn conservative elders of the monster clan that my cultivation path is correct, not some evil heresy. With it, I can become a mighty overlord, earn the worship of countless people, and gain endless wealth and beautiful women. Zilong was shocked after hearing that and shouted, wait, the monster clan? Did you say the monster clan? Weren't they wiped out long ago? The old man turned and replied, what? Where did this country bumpkin skull come from? My family is the strongest monster clan family of the ancient wasteland. Hearing that, Zai's face turned pale. Ancient wasteland? You weird old man, don't tell me the ancient wasteland you're talking about is the southern ancient wasteland. While writing characters, the blind old man replied, exactly what does your skull still carry the memories of many predecessors? Not bad. Once my treasure absorbs you, it'll become even more spiritual. You deserve to be saved for the second to last step. Zai immediately grew anxious inside. Could it be that when all those supreme gods clashed, What was created wasn't a spatial rift, but a space-time rift. I've traveled to the ancient wasteland era, a civilization separated by countless ages. Finally, it was Zai Long's turn. He turned toward Xiaozai and asked, "Newbie, I still don't know your name." Forever. Xiaozai watched his new friend being thrown away and shouted, "Yue Xiaozai, Zai Long, my name is Yue Xiaozai." The puppet successfully absorbed Zai Long's skull fire seed, and veins slowly began appearing on its head. The old man pointed at Xiaozai and declared, "Next, it's your turn. Including you, my treasure will have absorbed 10,000 soul fire seeds. After accepting yours, it will completely obtain flesh and give birth to a true soul." After speaking, he quietly reached his hand into the basket. Xiaozai stared in terror at the blind old man's shadowy hand reaching toward him. The hand drew closer and closer. Xiaozai suddenly bit down like a mad dog and shouted, "Take this, old freak!" The man screamed in pain. Xiaozai had successfully bitten off one of his fingers. Xiaozai seized the chance to leap out and run away. He thought to himself, "What kind of joke is this? I'm not staying in this place. I still carry the responsibility of saving the world." The blind old man stood there screaming until his eyes turned red. He removed the cloth covering his eyes and muttered, "That skull, you've truly angered me." His remaining arm suddenly transformed into a bizarre green tentacle. Xiaozai awkwardly hopped forward, but he was far too slow. Crying out in panic, "What do I do? I'm too weak right now. What do I do?" Meanwhile, the blind old man rushed toward him at terrifying speed. He quickly used the tentacle arm to seize Xiaozai and slammed him into the ground, cracking the earth apart. Holding the fire talisman in his other hand, he grinned viciously and said, "You mongrel, keep running." The moment the talisman stuck to Xiaozai's forehead, Xiaozai cursed inwardly, "Damn it." Without hesitation, the old man immediately hurled him toward the puppet. In the blink of an eye, Xiaozai was right in front of the mysterious puppet. It immediately began drawing out the fire seed inside him. Xiaozai panicked inwardly. He couldn't move anymore. "No, I can't die here." Suddenly, at that very moment, a girl appeared and said, "Found you." The exiled monster clansman mute. Hearing that, the old man trembled and turned pale, quickly raising a hand to stop her. "Wait a second, where did this wild girl come from? Don't say this old man's full name out loud." The girl kicked the door open and continued, "Sorry, I accidentally broke the door. I represent the Holy Temple and came to ask you something, Senior Demeng." For some reason, the old man immediately covered his face and shyly cursed, "Damn it." Meanwhile, Xiaozai was still being absorbed and could only curse inwardly. Holding back tears, he cried out, "With that appearance, you're called Demeng? Don't make this uncle laugh my teeth out." Xiaozai suddenly realized he could move again. Could it be because the old man got distracted? Demeng pointed at the girl and scolded, "The Holy Temple and I have never had dealings before, so why did you break in today and interrupt my work?" Sasha replied, "I was ordered to investigate the evil organization Hell that recently appeared on the Shuyuan continent. I heard you know that." She then put on a cute expression and explained, "Oh right, I was born with a little more strength than normal people. I just couldn't control it and the door shattered the moment I touched it. I'll deal with you later." Demeng widened his eyes in confusion. "I know Hell. So what if I do, and so what if I don't? It has nothing to do with you people." Sasha explained, "Recently, Hell has been confronting us everywhere. Many of our preaching sites have been destroyed, and large numbers of believers have been displaced. They all fled to the newly built temple. The Holy Temple loves peace and dislikes war, so we hope to talk things out with Hell. That's why they sent me here." The old man continued with wide eyes, "So you want me to tell you where the base of those lunatics, Hell, is located?" "Bingo," she snapped her fingers and replied, "Exactly." Demeng agreed but added a condition. "Fine, but you'll have to wait outside for a moment. I'm handling something important here and can't be distracted." Sasha walked in and pointed at the puppet. "Mr. Demeng, are you refining something? This body is hiding an enormous source of power and it's even growing hair. Look, it's sweating too." She jumped to the left and continued in shock, "Look at these eyes. It doesn't look like a puppet at all. It looks like it has a soul." Demeng listened proudly and said, "Of course, I didn't mind being expelled by the monster clan. To avoid wasting time sleeping, I even stitched my eyes open and worked tirelessly for half my life. All for the sake of creating this invincible corpse puppet with a soul. Its soul has only just formed, so it's like a child now. Its eyes are the purest thing. If I truly succeed, then in the future I could even create. So amazing, no wonder you don't mind spending all your time around corpses, sir. In that case, girls like us won't even need to give birth anymore." "I can't wait." The old man immediately shooed her away. "Hurry outside, I need to work." Meanwhile, he thought to himself, "What a juicy little girl, just wait outside. Once this old man finishes refining, I'll teach you how to make people." Meanwhile, the chains around the puppet had already shattered. Old Demeng looked over excitedly, sensing success was near. The puppet's flesh was now regenerating to fill in the missing parts. Its hair had fully grown out, and it opened its eyes to stare ahead. A thought appeared in its mind. "I've come back to life." Witnessing this, old Demeng shouted joyfully, "Success, it's about to succeed, my precious treasure. It's finally about to be born into the world." The puppet stood there proudly and majestically, Suddenly, it looked at its palm and asked, "Old man, this body only has saint spirit level strength at best. What happened to all that nonsense about invincibility?" The old man pointed at it and cursed. "What? Saint Spirit is already an invincible level of power in this world. You could dominate an entire region and roam the world freely. Hey, who are you? You're not my treasure." Unexpectedly, it revealed a mysterious smile and replied, "You forgot me already." It turned out this was Xiaozai after successfully possessing the body. Old Demeng froze like stone, then coughed up blood in fury and grief. He collapsed to the ground, lowered his head, and his face darkened as regret filled his mind. "My treasure, the treasure I painstakingly raised." After that, Demeng pulled out a bone banner and shouted, "You mongrel skull, you actually dared to scheme against my treasure. I'll make you suffer eternal slavery." Seeing this, Xiaozai immediately charged forward and shouted, "Old thief, don't even think about getting your way." Demeng raised the banner. He activated a spell and both his hand and the banner emitted spiritual energy. The old man replied, "Too late," just as Xiaozai prepared to throw a punch. Golden chains suddenly appeared and wrapped around his body. Xiaozai exclaimed, "What is this, my body?" His punch shot forward but stopped right in front of the old man's face. Demeng thought in shock, "That was dangerous as hell. I almost died and got sent to the Western Heaven early." Xiaozai frowned and shouted angrily, "Damn it, it's the restriction this old thief placed on the body beforehand." The old man replied, "No good. The brain has to remake the contract first, otherwise I still won't be able to fully control this body." Then Demeng continued waving the banner and said, "Only one final step remains before I can completely control you. By then you'll regret it too late." Refusing to be controlled, he threw everything into one final punch. He shattered the chains before they could fully form and shouted, "Dream on. One force breaks all techniques." Xioxi successfully drove his fist straight into the old man's stomach. Blood sprayed out along with a miserable scream. Tekmeng was slammed into the wall, covered in blood. The flag slipped from his hand as his trembling lips muttered, "I refuse to accept this. I refuse. I struggled for half my life only to hand everything over to someone else. I refuse." At that moment, Sasha heard the commotion from outside the door and curiously peeked in. "Hello, do you need help?" I could hear all the noise from outside. No wonder, Tekmeng laughed and said, "Retribution has arrived." His words made Xioxi instinctively look outside in alarm. Without a second thought, the old man hurled the command flag straight at Sasha's head, leaving her stunned and confused. Blood instantly splattered out. Lying there, Tekmeng pointed at her with furious hatred in his voice. "Even if I die, I'll make you suffer eternal slavery forever." The contract was completed. Sasha clutched her bleeding head and cried out, "It hurts so much." The wound on her forehead resonated with the flag. Her blood stained it, successfully establishing ownership. Dissatisfied, Xioxi tried to tear the thing apart immediately, struggling violently but failed. 1 month later, Sasha raised her fist and demanded, "Hey, did you kill Tekmeng? My mission still isn't complete. Damn it, I'm going to spank you." The moment she finished speaking, Xioxi anxiously wondered, "What's happening? Why do these commands keep appearing in my head?" "Spank her." But Xioxi's face turned pale as he realized his body was losing control. "I have a bad feeling about this. Please no." Then his body immediately obeyed the order, automatically pulling down his pants and exposing his alluring backside, startling Sasha badly. She froze like a statue, completely motionless. Then Sasha pointed straight at Xioxi and cursed, "You pervert." Pulling his pants back up, he awkwardly thought to himself, "Damn it, what the hell is going on? I'm innocent, my body moved on its own just now." He glanced at the thing lying on the ground and wondered, could it be because of that flag? Xioxi quickly came up with a way to destroy the flag. First, he snapped it in half, then he burned it into ashes. Afterward, he walked over, placed a hand on Sasha's shoulder and asked, "Hey, beautiful girl, try giving another order." Blushing furiously, she shouted, "Are you crazy? Don't touch me. Get lost, go as far away as possible." Just like before, words such as "get lost" and "go far away" echoed repeatedly inside Xioxi's head. So he immediately dashed outside in panic, screaming, "No, my body's out of control again." Then Xioxi's body unconsciously floated into the air and spun around several times while he complained non-stop. Going farther away was enough already. Why did you have to add the word roll? He hit the ground and rolled forward like a wheel for several turns before crashing into a cliff wall and passing out. Sasha stared into the distance, murmuring, "I think before he died, Senior Tekmeng said the contract succeeded. Does that mean I've signed a contract with this pervert now? And it's even a slave contract." Then she giggled smugly. "Damn, with him as my bodyguard, won't I be able to dominate the entire Shuyuan continent from now on?" At that moment, Xioxi appeared behind Sasha, with the intention of strangling her to death. Before his hand could even touch her, Chains suddenly appeared and restrained him. "What again?" he cried out. Just then Sasha turned around and screamed, while Zioxy himself nearly jumped in fright. She smiled slyly and asked, "Planning to do something bad, trying to strangle me? Impossible. The contract forbids harming the master." Suddenly, a newcomer appeared, walking forward with powerful steps. The arrival instantly drew both of their attention. A little girl resembling Zioyan walked in and asked, "What happened here?" "Tekmeng, whom our holy clan abandoned, was killed by you people." Sasha looked at the girl and remarked, "If I remember correctly, you're the prodigy of the holy clan. At only 53 years old, you've already reached the Yuan spirit master realm, Huangying." Meanwhile, Zioxy ran over in shock. "Huangying, the Bone Emperor once mentioned that my mother's previous life name was Huangying." Zioxy examined every feature of the girl. White hair, the mole near her eye, a member of the holy clan. Then he suddenly shouted, "Mom, the person the Bone Emperor mentioned. The mother who mysteriously disappeared during ancient times." Zioxy rushed over and hugged the little girl's leg while crying. "Mom, I'm so happy to finally meet you. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nobody will ever bully you again." After all, Huangying at this moment was only a young girl. Being hugged around the leg left her embarrassed. She pushed him away and shouted, "My mother disappeared. Who are you? Stop talking nonsense and let go of me." She thought to herself, this guy is incredibly strong. I can't even break free. Could he also be a holy spirit like the clan elders? Sasha awkwardly introduced herself. "Lady Huangying, I'm Sasha, an envoy of the holy temple. I can explain this situation." In her mind, she thought, this bastard really is a complete pervert. The moment he sees a cute little girl, he pounces immediately. Isn't he afraid of being hunted down by the holy clan? Sasha pointed directly at Zioxy and accused, "You lolicon pervert who loves flashing yourself, have you hugged her enough yet? Get out of here right now. Without my permission, you're not allowed to come in." Get lost. The moment she finished speaking, he repeated the same action again. As he charged out, he cursed, "Damn it, not again. What the hell is wrong with this author? Too lazy to even draw an illustration. Couldn't they at least add another crash effect? Have some conscience." And just like that, Zioxy experienced the airline service again, followed by the wheel of justice. He shot straight forward and slammed into the cliff wall once more. In a weak voice, he complained, "Can a girl act a little more polite and civilized? Why do you keep telling people to roll away?" Sasha scratched her head and said, "He was just created by Mu de Temeng. His intelligence only recently awakened. Maybe he's like a newborn duckling who treats the first person he sees as his mother. Sorry for scaring you." Huangying thought to herself it wasn't really that scary. For some reason, being hugged by a strange man didn't make her uncomfortable at all. Instead, she even felt a strange sense of closeness. After listening to Sasha's explanation, the girl replied, "So that's what happened. Mu de Temeng was bitten back by his own puppet. I'll report this matter to the elders of the clan. Since the puppet has already acknowledged a master, Sister Sasha will continue managing him for now. Later, we'll see what the Council of Elders." Besides, standing beside the old man's grave, she turned around and asked, "By the way, Sister Huangying, what brought you here this time? Wasn't Mu de Temeng already expelled from the Holy Clan?" The girl answered, "Recently, several problems have appeared within the Holy Clan. The Council of Elders suspects they're connected to the Hell organization. After the recent incidents, they secretly sent me out to investigate." Sasha continued, "Then our goals are the same, but Mu de Temeng is already dead. The clues were cut off along with him." Huangying stepped forward, pulled something out, and said, "No, the clues aren't gone yet. I just found this on Mu de Temeng's body." When she saw it, Sasha stared in shock and exclaimed, "The Ghost City token." Then Sasha added, "That place isn't exactly friendly territory. How about we travel together? At the very least, we can support each other. Besides, that perverted puppet out there can also protect us." The girl looked behind her and asked, "The puppet, doesn't he have a name? I feel like he's more like a real human being with an actual soul." Meanwhile, Zioxy sat there with his chin resting on his hand, mumbling blankly to himself from another perspective. Suppose a handsome 6'3" guy suddenly ran up to hug me and said, "Mom, I'm your biological son that you gave birth to in the future." I traveled back in time from several hundred years later. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't believe it. I'd just think he was some mentally unstable pervert. I'd probably smack him to death with one strike. He fell into deep thought. But even if we recognize each other, then what? I'm not even from this era. I don't even know how to get back. Everyone is fighting desperately right now, and I don't know whether they're alive or dead. Zioxy grabbed his head in frustration and shouted, "My sea of consciousness is locked again by some absurdly powerful seal. I can't contact little mom inside, and who the hell sealed it? Even Zio Uni got dragged into the space-time rift. I have to find her too. This is such a pain." Right at that moment, Sasha appeared, bent down and asked, "Sadio, what are you mumbling to yourself about over here?" He immediately exploded in protest. "Who the hell is Sadio? Don't go giving me weird nicknames on your own." She thought for a moment. "Well, you're my slave now, so I can't just leave you without a name. Let me think some more." Sabak, Sajuk, or maybe Sajidi sounds better. Zioxy glanced at her and thought to himself, looks like this woman is the biggest problem I need to solve right now. Meanwhile, Sasha kept coming up with more names starting with Saw for him. Saishian Mai Samo. Zioxy turned and asked, by the way. My mother, where did Huang Ying go? Why are you the only one out here? She calmly replied, you mean Sister Huang Ying? I invited her to come with us too, but she said she still had another mission on the road, so she left first. Still, our destination is the same. Sooner or later, we'll meet again. Sister Huang Ying is just too adorable. Earlier, I couldn't hold myself back and swore sisterhood with her. I really want to see her again soon. That piece of information struck him like a bolt of lightning. He cried out in panic, swore sisterhood. Doesn't that suddenly make this girl my elder now? Zioxy was furious. This troublesome woman absolutely cannot be kept around. Can't keep her, can't keep her. He started calculating. The contract between us is a blood pact, a relationship established through blood. That's why destroying the formation earlier was useless. Let me try this instead. If it weren't absolutely necessary, I really wouldn't want to use this move. Then Zioxy created a magic circle while chanting a spell. Dark elements wandering between heaven and earth, in my name summon the power of corrosion, and become the furnace that devours all magic. His face turned red as he continued. This strongest curse-breaking magic in history has only one flaw. Zioxy struck a respectful pose and shouted, the posture is way too seductive. But unexpectedly, the chains binding him tightened even further. Trembling, he asked, what kind of cursed restriction is this? It can even automatically increase its defenses. After some time, Zioxy looked at his hand and wondered, is there really no way to undo this thing? No, there's still one final method. He voiced the thought in his head. Make this girl fall for him so she'd VOLUNT a RILY Chinese letter the contract. A calculating gleam flashed through Zioxy's eyes. I'm a true alpha male who's conquered countless challenges. Chocolate flowers. It began with Zioxy talking to Sasha like a player speaking to an NPC. She asked Zioxy, hey, Sadio, why are you suddenly looking at me so weirdly? He wavered between two choices, tell her his real name or accept this distant-sounding name. He decided to answer honestly, beautiful lady, I actually do have a name. My name is Moonbrook. Sasha asked, so you did have a name. Your soul was only just born. Why do you speak as if you have had a soul for a long time? More options appeared in his mind. Tell her the truth, deceive her, or push her down right away. Moonbrook kept answering honestly. I am one of the spirit skulls that Mut Ming picked up. When I was being absorbed, you appeared and distracted that old man. That was how I was saved. You are my savior, my beautiful and kind-hearted savior. Those words flustered her and she replied, really? What did I do that was amazing enough to be called a savior? This is the first time anyone has ever praised me like that. Once again, he had to choose, insult her and make her feel ashamed, create such a huge gap that she became embarrassed and panicked. Keep flattering her, hug her tightly so she developed feelings, or creepily sneak a look at her chest. So Moonbrook decided to speak. Do not try to guess. He said sweet words with a perfectly serious face. Shasha blushed and stopped him. Stop already. If you keep praising me, I will not be able to take it. At that moment, he faced three choices. Keep flattering her. Ask her to undo the slave contract or push her down. Moonbrook stepped forward, pressed Shasha against the stone wall and braced his hand beside her. The wall slammed. She lowered her eyes, her heart blooming like flowers, and asked shyly, what are you planning to do? He spoke in a sincere voice. Could you listen to me tell a story? Actually, I am not the puppet you think I am. Shasha was still a little embarrassed as she replied. If you want to talk, then talk. I will listen. Why do you have to use this posture? Moonbrook explained. In my homeland, this posture is called Kabda. Using this posture means every word spoken is sincere. In his head, he thought something else. Just kidding. Back on Earth, if I did this, I would definitely get punched. I am only doing this to recover a little profit after you toyed with me. Shasha put her hand on his shoulder and said, so that is how it is, then speak. The situation had now changed. The one who had to imagine things was Moonbrook. He looked at the two large fruits in front of him and thought with a flushed face, damn it, do you want to profit from me too? This deal right in front of me is way too good. After listening to his story, Shasha burst into tears. Moonbrook, you had it so rough and your mother suffered so much too. The force behind all this is far too terrible. His face turned gloomy as he thought, sorry, I cannot tell you everything. The story just now was not exactly complete. Goddess Zai and I traveled back from countless years in the future, knowing those two things would only harm you, especially since Hell and the flourishing divine temple of this era are very likely connected to Goddess Zai. And there is also the crystal that Goddess Zai left in his sea of consciousness. On the way through time, it flew away on its own. I fear it will cause a major problem later. Shasha then continued. Then I will now undo the contract between us. Moonbrook asked back, are you not afraid that the story just now was all fake and that my only goal was to trick you into setting me free? She answered honestly, I cultivate a unique secret art of the holy temple. the sacred word art. I can sense truth and lies in a person's words. Although some parts of what you said were very vague, most of it was true, so I believe you. He remembered something and fell into thought. The sacred word art that Dragon Field once used too, right, according to historical records. In the ancient era, the Holy Temple and the Divine Temple once fought a great war of fate. After the Holy Temple lost, even the sacred word art was swallowed up by the Divine Temple. That Dragon Field never learned the essence of the sacred word art. I have never heard of him being able to distinguish truth from lies in speech, though it probably is not as precise as Little Mother's telepathy. Little Mother can directly sense thoughts. Seeing him standing there in a daze, Sha Sha spoke up. What are you still staring blankly for? Are you ready? We are starting to undo the contract. Welcome your freedom. Moonbrook answered sincerely, do it. Thank you, Sha Sha. Suddenly she cried out, why is this happening? Why can it not be undone? He also frowned and cursed. Damn it, the chains on his body are tightening even more. Sha Sha patted his back and encouraged him. Moonbrook, do not worry, I will take you to our clan's hidden settlement. The elders there may be able to help us undo the contract. Moonbrook replied, all right, there is no other way, but before that, I think we should go to Ghost City together. I am a little worried about Miss Golden Oriole. Ghost City did not sound like any decent place. Sometime later, he had already changed into new clothes and thought as he walked, the spiritual energy on the continent is extremely scarce now. I can barely sense any primal force in the air. No wonder even a single Holy Spirit is already a strategic level trump card. So this is probably the apocalyptic era mentioned in the history books. The two walked and talked. Sha Sha asked, does little sister Golden Oriole really look exactly like your mother when she was young? He gave a brief Min reply while thinking to himself, she does not just look like her, she is my mother. Sha Sha continued teasing him. Seeing how interested you are in little sister Golden Oriole, I thought you had become such a pervert that you would not even spare a child. Moonbrook shouted, for heaven's sake, I am not a pervert. Back then you were the one who ordered me to spank her. This is a misunderstanding. Sha Sha rubbed her chin and continued, besides, you are already a top expert on the continent now. A proper Holy Spirit can casually transform his clothes and appearance. You transformed into this form again, dressed like a beggar. If it were me, I'd definitely conjure up all kinds of clothes, never wearing the same outfit twice. She pointed ahead and continued, up ahead is Sabi City. Let's go buy some extra equipment first. At the city gate, some guards were chatting with each other. Captain, look, that beautiful girl wants to enter the city. He poked his head out and replied, last time you even called an 80-year-old granny beautiful. Let me take a look first. The moment he saw her from afar, his jaw dropped and drool ran down his mouth as he exclaimed, what a top-tier beauty. If we present her to the city lord, we'll definitely be richly rewarded. Then the captain put on an arrogant display of authority and spoke up. Hold it, you two out there look suspicious. He pointed at them and continued, right now, I suspect you suspicious individuals are carrying dangerous items into the city, endangering everyone's lives and property. Come over here so I can personally inspect your bodies. Zioxy did not hesitate at all. He smashed the man's head flat with a single punch. Dog servant, how dare you deliberately make things difficult for me? Looking at his own bloodied hand, he thought to himself, just now, if it had been the old me, would I really have done that? Was it necessary to kill him outright? Zaxa immediately grabbed Zioxy's hand and dragged him away. Why are you still standing there? Run. He looked at his hand and wondered, even if I didn't resist, I'm still a Holy Spirit after all. Yet Zaxa can drag me around so easily. This strength reminds me of the kill-in-arm goddess I gave me. Zioxy frowned as he recalled the holy word art. The kill-in-arm, something about this holy temple feels wrong. After running for their lives for quite a while, Zaxa stood there panting heavily and said, I'm exhausted. Good thing we escaped. There are no holy temple outposts here. It's really inconvenient. He turned and asked, are you worried those guards will catch us? Don't be afraid, I'll protect you. Zaxa replied, no, I'm afraid you'll kill people again. You've only just come back to life and you've already killed 2 people. Our holy temple loves peace. We can't just slaughter people recklessly. Realizing the issue, Zioxy spoke up. That's true. In the past, there were situations where killing was unavoidable. But I always tried my best not to take anyone's life. Yet now I've already killed 2 people. Is it because of this body? Or because before I died I used the power of wind? Did the Dark Ancestor alter my mind? After a while, Zaxa peeked outside and said, the guards all ran in another direction. Let's hurry to the shop, buy some things, and continue our journey. Zioxy silently evaluated her. This girl is definitely used to causing trouble. Her hiding and escape skills are top-notch, way too practiced. I don't even know how to return right now. For now, I'll follow her and learn about this era. The scene shifted to the capital of Ghost City, where an eerie voice rang out excitedly. I've broken through. I finally broke through. A blood-red pillar of light descended from the sky onto the ground. Within the pillar, a blurry figure appeared and spoke. Damn heavenly tribulation, I almost didn't survive and nearly turned to dust. But this body hell found for me is truly extraordinary. The figure of a demon woman appeared. completely naked and full of smug pride. Even after being struck by heavenly tribulation like that, I still survive. This is the body of a first-generation demon god. I'm getting more and more interested in hell. Zaxa looked ahead and said, "There's an equipment shop up ahead." Zioxy found it strange and asked, "Why does this signboard look so familiar?" Suddenly, a beautiful female clerk enthusiastically ran over, pressed herself against him, and greeted him sweetly. "Hello, handsome big brother. Would you like to come in and shop?" Blushing, Zioxy quickly moved away and said, "Even this familiar trick of accidentally rubbing against customers is the same. Don't tell me this place is also called the Ancient Wilderness Merchant Guild." The female clerk hurriedly explained in a syrupy sweet voice, "Oh, handsome big brother. You know our merchant guild. Even though our guild isn't very large right now, one day we'll become the #1 merchant guild on the continent. For that goal, every one of us works our hardest, especially our shop manager." He appeared indifferent and uninterested as he thought to himself. "In the future, your Ancient Wilderness Merchant Guild really will become the top merchant guild under the leadership of a genius." Meanwhile, beside him, Zaxa stared at the storefront in amazement. "They sell so many things," the female clerk revealed. "Our Ancient Wilderness Merchant Guild doesn't only sell weapons, defensive tools, and all kinds of adventure supplies. Recently, we've also launched custom-tailored adventure outfits made according to each person's measurement." Hearing that, Zioxy immediately blurted out, "Custom-tailored outfits?" Then he leaned against the table and asked, "Do you have paper and a pen here?" The female clerk quickly answered, "Yes, please wait a moment." Zioxy began scribbling and sketching something on the paper for quite a while. After finishing the drawing, he asked her with a somewhat perverted expression, "Can this be made?" Zioxy pointed at Zaxa and instructed the female clerk, "Use that girl over there who's shopping as the body measurement reference." The female clerk smiled brightly and confirmed, "Of course we can. We guarantee the job will be completed. Please wait a moment." After speaking, she immediately turned and pulled Zaxa inside. "Come on, let's head over there and take your measurements after removing your clothes." Zaxa, with her voluptuous figure, tried on the new outfit Zioxy designed while complaining, "Why are you making me wear this outfit again? And this skirt is way too short. Are you planning to do something perverted again?" Deep down, she thought, "But this outfit is really beautiful. I wonder how he came up with such a design. Could this be the traditional clothing from his distant homeland?" Zioxy hurriedly defended his own innocence. That's the wrong way to put it. How could this possibly be called some kind of perverted behavior? The destination of this journey is Ghost City. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to wear holy cleric attire there? So you need to change clothes. It'd be best if you even removed the accessories on your head. Got it. I'm definitely not doing this for my own personal desires. He pointed at the thing on the table again and said, "And this magic dictionary of yours too. I'll put it into this thing called a backpack for you." I have to say the tailoring skills in this place are incredible. Sasha thought he had a point and smiled at him. "Thank you, Zioxy, you're really thoughtful." The female clerk quickly calculated the bill for the purchased items. Miss Sasha bought a glider and daily necessities, along with a custom-made outfit designed by the beautiful Vega. The total after the discount came to 999,998 high-grade spirit stone. Zioxy and Sasha shouted in unison the moment they heard the price. "Why is it so expensive? This isn't a discount, it's outright robbery." They had been so busy talking that he overlooked one crucial issue. "Crap, I forgot I just arrived in this era. I'm completely broke right now, and custom-made items can't be returned either." Suddenly, a man holding the design drafts came running over in a panic. He asked Zioxy, "Was this drawn by you?" Completely confused, he nodded and replied, "I drew it, what's wrong?" The man spread his arms wide in praise. "This outfit reaches directly into the deepest part of one's inner world. I just lost my mind over it and rushed over here immediately to find you." "That's right." He continued admiring it enthusiastically. "This is the feeling of first love, an outfit ahead of its time that can make people feel first love all over again." He even crouched down low, imagining Sasha's skirt fluttering in the wind. "And the tailoring lines make me unable to resist wanting to sneak a peek underneath. I only hope for a strong gust of wind to blow by, pure yet still seductive. It will definitely bring enormous profits to the clothing shops under the Merchant Guild." The man openly declared, "A.O. Starborn Williams wants to buy the full rights to this outfit design for 1 million high-grade spirit stones." Zioxy stared in shock, admiring the man before him. Old Starborn William was recorded in the history books as the business genius who brought the Ancient Wilderness Merchant Guild to the peak of the Shuyuan continent, the ancestor of Lanny's aunt. Feeling like he had struck gold, Zioxy immediately tried to befriend him. "So you're also a fellow man of culture from the gentlemanly LSB circle. I also have designs for several sexy lingerie sets here. I'll give them to you, future tycoon. Let's be friends." Williams replied with a wicked grin, "How could friendship be enough? Let's become sworn brothers instead. Brother, take this black card. From now on, you'll receive a percentage of the profits from the clothing shops. Just remember to keep providing me with more good stuff like this." Sasha was overjoyed, holding a bulging little pouch in her hands. We're done, we've bought everything we needed. I never expected we'd even receive a precious spatial storage bag. There aren't many people on the entire continent who own something like this. Suddenly, a wolf-faced brute shouted noisily, "Brothers, get over here, those two are here." Zioxy turned around to look and recognized them. Beastmen guards. Right, the history books recorded that during the ancient wilderness era, the relationship between beastmen and humans wasn't that bad. It was only after many mutants were exposed that humans began rejecting beastmen. She had already prepared a flying vehicle and loudly called out to him, "Get on my glider, I'll fly us out of here." Sitting on this strange machine, he thought to himself. A high-end glider, that makes sense too. In an era where magic cultivation was difficult, technological equipment wouldn't advance much. Only later, when spiritual energy became abundant and dense, were these external tools gradually forgot. Meanwhile, Sasha energetically took the controls and shouted, we're moving, I can feel it now." Even though it's my first time driving, the moment I grabbed the steering bar, I got the feeling immediately. She reminded Zioxy, "Stand steady. The reason we entered the main city was to buy this. With it, we'll be able to catch up before Huang Ying's little sister." As soon as she finished speaking, Sasha waved her hand and shouted, "Take off." The glider shot upward, startling him badly. "Slow down, we're not in a hurry." Zioxy shouted a warning at her. "There's a wall ahead and you're still charging forward. Brake, she asked blankly. "What's a brake?" Then she cast a support spell. "Watch this, holy word technique, and take this too." Zioxy felt Sasha was completely unreliable and screamed loudly. "What kind of lazy golden jade holy word technique is this? Which teacher taught you this?" The more the glider swerved around, the dizzier Zioxy became. He clung tightly to her while shouting, "I'm telling you, with driving skills like yours, even the holy spirits would scream." The beastmen guards were determined not to let them escape. They launched net traps in an attempt to capture them. Truly, there was nowhere to run. Sasha and Zioxy hadn't gotten far before they were caught in the trap. Behind them, a man and woman were rapidly catching up. Family order, anti-demonic cannon, lock on target fire. The woman was holding a magnifying glass. After observing carefully, she exclaimed, "Target lock complete." Right after that, the special tank she controlled fired two powerful streams of magic shells. The Daridyasin cannon opened fire. With a thunderous boom, the shell struck the mobile aircraft carrying Sasa and Zioxy, sending flames and smoke soaring into the air. No one knew whether the two were safe. Over here, Donghuang hugged the mechanical girl and praised her lavishly. "Captain of the guard, well done. The intruders have been eliminated. As a reward, this city lord has decided to raise your salary by 10 essence stone." She did not even have time to celebrate because once the smoke cleared, she saw something on the other side. "Wait, city lord over there." Meanwhile, Zioxy was holding Sasa tightly. Protecting her safely, the cloak on his back had already been torn to shreds by the cannon fire. Zioxy turned to look at Donghuang and the mechanical girl, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His killing intent surged violently. "Kill!" The mechanical girl broke free from Donghuang's embrace and charged forward to attack at once. She threw a punch and clashed head-on with Zioxy. She even threatened him, saying, "Don't even think about hurting my city lord." But the moment she finished speaking, Zioxy struck her so hard she coughed up blood from internal injury. The mechanical girl's gauntlet shattered apart, and Zioxy's overwhelming punch broke the bones in her arm. Even the cloth covering her eye was blown away by the shockwave. Revealing the vicious scar around her eye, Zioxy showed a bloodthirsty grin. "HMPH, the next punch will stain my fist with your blood." Donghuang turned pale with fear behind them. Even the city's strongest guard captain could not withstand a single punch from him. "I have information on all the masters of the origin continent. Could he be some peerless hidden expert who never revealed himself to the world?" Seeing that Zioxy seemed unwilling to stop, Sasa hurriedly shouted to stop him. "Zioxy, listen to me, you must not kill her." Zioxy had already made his move. He slammed a powerful punch into the ground. A deafening roar echoed as the earth cracked apart, not only where they stood, but the cracks spread throughout the entire city. Continuous cracking sounds rang out. The mountain shook as though it were about to collapse. The city atop the mountain now looked as fragile as a broken porcelain toy, ready to collapse from the slightest touch. Fortunately, the punch had not struck the mechanical girl directly. Trembling beside the crack, tears streamed down her face. Even then, she still begged for the city lord she cherished. "Why didn't you kill me? Kill me instead and spare the city lord. Even if I am only a mixed-blood outsider, the city lord has never once looked down on me. I am willing to trade my life for his." Zioxy gave no reply. His entire body still radiated overwhelming killing intent, an unstoppable aura. Meanwhile, Donghuang cowardly controlled the mobile tank and tried to flee. As he ran, he muttered, Captain of the guard, I will remember your sacrifice for the rest of my life. I am the dignified city lord. I cannot die here with you. Leaving the stunned mechanical girl behind, Zioxy rushed after City Lord Dongwang, apparently enraged by his words. With a loud explosion, Zioxy destroyed the mobile tank on the spot. Sasa stepped forward to heal the mechanical girl's injured arm, but she ignored her own wounds and screamed hopelessly at Zioxy. Don't. Over there, Zioxy had already grabbed Dongwang and lifted him into the air. He was so weak he could not resist at all. Choked by the throat, Dongwang weakly gasped out 2 words, "Help me." But standing before him was a murderous Zioxy who clearly had no intention of sparing him. Right after that, as though thinking of something, Zioxy pointed toward the mechanical girl, signaling Dongwang to look over there. Zioxy offered him a path to survival if he wished to live. Swear a soul oath that from now on, you will obediently listen to this young outsider. No, listen to this young lady like a loyal dog, and every day you must do 10,000 good deeds. Otherwise, you will die here. Even while speaking, Zioxy never loosened his grip. Dongwang's face turned red from suffocation. He lacked the strength to speak, and could only widen his eyes and nod desperately to show his agreement. From that day onward, Zabai City gained a city lord who loved his wife more than his own life and performed countless good deeds every day. Some said he was merely pretending, while others believed he was sincere. But the legends about him continued to spread throughout the history of Zabai City. After resolving matters in Zabai City, Sasa and Zioxy continued their journey. Sasa instructed him, "You control it. I heard that the more essence power you pour into this advanced jet hoverboard, the faster it goes." The two stepped onto the hoverboard. Zioxy prepared to depart. "All right, let me try it. Hold on tight." Sasa obediently wrapped her arms around his waist. She did not forget to remind him, "Yeah, just channel essence power into your feet. For safety, start with only a small amount first." But Zioxy's idea of a small amount was completely different from ordinary people. The two shot forward in an instant, leaving only a thin trail of smoke behind them. Sasa exclaimed excitedly, "At this speed, we'll catch up to little sister Huangying very soon." Zioxy focused on controlling the hoverboard and nodded slightly in agreement. While traveling, there was one thing troubling Zioxy. The bloodthirsty and battle-crazed feeling he experienced earlier in Zabai City had truly been too intense. If he failed to control it, would Zioxy still remain himself in the future? Behind him, Sasa was also pondering the same issue. Why had Zioxy become so bloodthirsty and combative? We must bring him back to the cold palace as soon as possible. The elders surely know the reason. Elsewhere, a girl stood gazing at a floating city in the distance beneath gloomy black clouds and muttered to herself, "Ghost City, huh? This place has such a gloomy atmosphere it makes people uncomfortable." Suddenly, she frowned slightly after noticing something nearby. In her sight was a little dog wearing a red scarf. It was also staring intently at Ghost City in the distance. Hong An walked closer and asked with concern, "Hey, cute stray dog. Did you get lost?" Zio Hai angrily turned around and snapped, "Who are you calling a dog? I am the future Dark King of the Dark Element." Then it suddenly had an improper thought. Wait, this girl looks pretty naive. She might be useful later. So Zio Hai changed its attitude and patiently explained, "I'm not a lost stray dog. I'm a treasure spirit wolf that specializes in finding treasure. 2 days ago, there was a powerful dark elemental fluctuation here. A dark treasure must have appeared. That treasure has been whispering this sentence in my mind the whole time. Damn human, but there was still something it did not tell Hong An. Of course, there was also the possibility that some great demon had appeared instead, but that chance was very small. Hong An picked Zio Hai up and asked curiously, "What kind of spell is damn human?" Zio Hai quickly changed the subject. "Forget about that for now. Looks like we share the same goal. We both want to get up there, but only the legendary gods can fly through the air. Besides, this place is filled with traps. Just a quick glance reveals dozens of defensive magic arrays. The moment they detect elemental fluctuations, they attack immediately." Hong An hugged the little dog and smiled while holding a rope confidently. "Don't worry, I have a way." Zio Hai looked at her in confusion. "What way?" A long while later, Zio Hai crossed its arms and asked seriously, "This is the method you were talking about?" Hong An nodded. "Yeah. After body training, our holy clan has pretty strong physiques. Using pure physical strength, I should be able to throw you up to Ghost City below. You just need to bite onto something tightly." As the girl lifted it up, it asked in disbelief, "What did you say? Don't tell me." Suddenly Zio Hai froze and asked in panic, "Throw me?" The girl swung it around to build momentum. "Little puppy, are you ready?" As soon as she finished speaking, she shouted, "Go!" Hong An used all her strength to launch Zio Hai, sending it soaring like a bird. It wailed loudly, "Grab what? Grab where? You little brat, I wasn't mentally prepared yet." A huge cliff ahead became clearer and clearer. Before Zio Hai could understand what was happening, its face had already slammed into the cliff wall. "I'm done for. No need to grab anything anymore. Nicely done." Seeing that, Hong An panicked and hurriedly said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Zio Hai clung to the cliff and pulled the girl upward with all its strength. Just like that, the two of them struggled their way upward together. A gecko hiding nearby suddenly noticed the commotion. Its eyes were emotionless and cold like an assassin. It turned out it was targeting Hong An. Immediately, the gecko opened its huge, foul-smelling mouth. At that moment, Zio Hai noticed the gecko's intention. It puffed itself up and threatened it fiercely, scaring the gecko out of its wits. Realizing its presence had been discovered, the gecko awkwardly froze in place for a moment. Zio Hai glared with bloodshot eyes and roared, "Scram!" Instantly, the gecko fled in terror as fast as it could. Hong An never realized the gecko had been about to bite her head off. She only felt that something was strange. "Little puppy, you need to be careful. I sensed danger just now. But I couldn't figure out where it came from. Now it feels like the danger is gone. Don't worry, I'll protect you." Hearing that, Zio Hai could only force a smile to humor the girl. "Then I suppose I should thank you." It secretly thought this girl's talent was actually pretty good. Not only was her strength exceptional, but her spiritual senses were also extremely sharp. That ghost creature from earlier was something ordinary people would never have sensed at all. After struggling for a while, the two finally climbed to the top and secretly hid in front of the large gate. Zio Hai put on an experienced expression and asked, "Little girl, I still don't know your name. Did you also come here searching for treasure like me?" The girl introduced herself as well. "My name is Hong An. I came here to carry out an investigation mission on the Inferno organization." After hearing that, it pondered for a moment. The Inferno organization? Could it be that I was mistaken? Maybe this isn't the birth of a rare treasure but the emergence of a great demon. Wait, why did I say that out loud? Zio Hai's eyes lit up excitedly as it exclaimed, "Hold on, doesn't a great demon mean there should also be a huge treasure vault?" It was practically drooling with greed, and its grin slowly became uncontrollable. Seeing a figure approach, Hong An curiously wondered about the identity of the person walking toward the gate. "Who is that?" The man carried offerings while trembling and complaining to himself. "I already said ghosts scare me the most. Why did the organization still send me here? This is terrifying." The messenger knelt on one knee respectfully and reported, "Honored Ghost Lord of Ghost City, the Inferno messenger requests an audience." Seeing an opportunity, Zio Hai immediately prepared itself. The Inferno messenger brought offerings. What perfect timing. It somehow pulled out a pile of accessories and told Hong An, "Little Hong An, put on these props first. I will help you sneak into Ghost City." The girl obediently listened to it. "Wear this outfit and fake tongue like this." "But then what?" Zio Hai replied. "After that, you'll lure that Inferno messenger over here. I'll deal with him." Following its instructions, Hong An poked her head out, but the fake tongue fell out the moment she spoke. "Messenger, please come this way." The girl's face stiffened as she thought, "Oh no, I've been exposed." The fake tongue dropped to the ground with a plop, but the messenger became even more terrified and screamed, "Ghost, a long-tongued ghost, don't pull out my tongue." His whole body trembled violently as he followed Huang Ying and asked, "Where are you taking me?" The little girl replied crisply, "Just follow me." He thought absent-mindedly, "This is terrifying. If I don't obey, is she really going to rip out my tongue later?" Zio Hai hid behind them, grinning slyly. It launched an ambush and slammed the messenger hard on the head. While eating the offerings, Zio Hai handed the messenger's clothes to Huang Ying and instructed her. "Kid Huang Ying, put this on so you can blend in." The little girl immediately understood and said, "So I can disguise myself as a messenger and gather more information." "Puppy, you've really thought this through for me." Then she continued asking, "What about you? Where are you going next?" Standing atop the roof, it answered the little girl, "You disguise yourself as a messenger and distract them. I'll sneak into the back and empty out their treasury. Don't forget to perform the soul rite for him, or my cover will be blown later." Following Zio Hai's instructions, Huang Ying cast a spell on the dead messenger while murmuring, "I'm sorry. I'll be careful and won't harm your soul." Behind her, a skull with deep eye sockets suddenly glowed faintly. After performing the soul rite for the messenger, Huang Ying was somewhat surprised. She truly hadn't expected it. According to this person's memories, hell actually had some kind of connection to my holy clan. Unfortunately, this messenger's status was too low. He was merely a lackey. He knew too little. Only then did the little girl remember Zio Hai. Oh no, that puppy almost ate all the offerings. It did return a little to her, but there was only this tiny amount left. Suddenly, Gui Zhu came to deliver a message. "Messenger, Her Majesty the Queen invites you." Huang Ying could only take the risk and improvise. She secretly added some of her own offerings to make up for it before replying, "Wait a moment, I'll come right away." The little girl wore a deeply reluctant expression and gritted her teeth as she thought, "That's the allowance I've been saving up for a long time. It's a huge amount. From now on, I won't even have candy to eat while carrying out missions." Gui Zhu carefully reminded Huang Ying, "Messenger, please follow me. There are many taboos along the way, so please stay close to Gui Zhu. Gui Zhu will safely guide you to Her Majesty the Queen." She obediently answered, "Ah, all right." Huang Ying smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, friendly Gui Zhu. You make me feel very safe." It was the first time Gui Zhu had ever been thanked by a pretty girl, so it became a little shy. "Thank you. It absent-mindedly tripped over a rock and instantly fell flat on its face. The little girl's expression turned worried as she asked, Guizhu, are you all right? Huang Ying reached out her soft hand to help Guizhu up, leaving it completely flustered. Guizhu looked at its own rough hand and secretly sighed. Such a warm hand, completely different from us ghost folk. The skull that had remained motionless until now also began moving. It ferociously exclaimed, this must be reported to Her Majesty the Queen. Then it quickly hopped away while clattering noisily. Before it could jump very far, the skull crashed into a broad shoulder. The moment it saw that figure, it panicked and stammered. What? Skull King, the legendary Skull King. At that moment, Guizhu looked toward the bridge and carefully explained to Huang Ying, ahead is the Nafe Bridge. Remember, don't look beneath the bridge. Even we ghost creatures can't endure looking at the Wangchuan River below. This made the little girl extremely curious as she thought, what's under the bridge? Now that it warned me, I want to look even more. As they passed through a field of red flowers, Guizhu introduced them. These are red spider lilies. The flowers bloom for 1,000 years, the leaves grow for 1,000 years. Yet flowers and leaves never meet. Love is not governed by karma, fate decides life and death. These are Her Majesty the Queen's favorite flowers, Huang Ying exclaimed. So beautiful. Suddenly, the little girl felt dizzy and blurted out, what's happening? The aura of death is incredibly strong. Guizhu panicked and took out a token. Huang Ying here, I got so busy explaining that I forgot to give you the token. Please take it quickly. As Huang Ying caught the token, she accidentally dropped a few offering pellets onto the ground. Guizhu sighed in relief. Luckily we made it in time, since these are Her Majesty the Queen's favorite flowers. There are great demons guarding beneath them. Outsiders without a token will be attacked. Passing through a swampy area, Guizhu continued speaking. This water flows down from the Wangchuan River ahead. There are countless vicious evil ghosts inside. Hearing that, the little girl shuddered in fear. Evil ghosts, more than a dozen ghosts suddenly appeared from nowhere, and surrounded the two of them while shouting, living human, food, give it to us. Guizhu tightly gripped its staff and stepped forward protectively. Don't worry, this bone staff was bestowed upon me by the queen. Its black oil was refined from corpse oil prepared by a master craftsman, so evil spirits cannot approach it. It waved the bone staff around while muttering, back off, back off. Guizhu continued leading the way elsewhere. The moment it saw a massive stone slab, it introduced it. The stone ahead is the Three Lives Stone. I once overheard Her Majesty the Queen say that this stone can reflect one of the destined person's past, present, or future lives. But I've touched it tens of thousands of times and never gotten any reaction. Huang Ying immediately reached out and touched the stone slab. The little girl suddenly trembled as though she had sensed something. Huang Ying saw the silhouette of a woman within the intense light radiating around her. The little girl immediately stepped back slightly and exclaimed, it's too dazzling. Seeing her unusual reaction, Guizhu curiously asked, Messenger, what's wrong? Did you see something? Huang Ying casually brushed it off. No, I only saw a blinding light. Maybe I simply have no affinity with this stone. Let's keep moving. Meanwhile, that skull seemed to have run into its own grandfather and kept surrendering. Supreme Skull King, I am willing to submit to you forever. Brook bent down in confusion and asked, Skull King? He did not care much and said, whatever. You are a local skull here, so lead the way for me. It nodded, yes, yes. The skull began leading the way and did not forget to explain, this is Nafe Bridge, Skull King. Underneath it there is. Before it could say something that must not be looked at, Brooke and Sasha had already looked down curiously. What was down there? On the other side, Ghost Pearl had already brought Amber to a huge city. Ahead was the Queen's temporary palace, and the ghost city was called Fengdu. Because this was a small mystic realm, it was much bigger than it looked from outside. After saying that, he called out loudly, Your Majesty, the envoy from hell has arrived. A terrifying voice came from inside. Ghost Pearl, you cannot even recognize an envoy from hell. What use is there in keeping you? An arrow flew out and pierced straight into Ghost Pearl's chest, sending it sliding several yards away and leaving a long mark across the ground. The Queen stepped out, killing intent radiating around her, and asked, Who sent you here? Tell me, and I will give you a quicker death. Amber put the precious cultivation method aside. The little girl was ready to fight. After Brooke and Sasha looked down from Nafe Bridge, both suddenly fell silent. The skull asked anxiously, Skull King, are you all right? The sight beneath this bridge is something even ghost creatures like us cannot endure. The two turned back and scolded it. Why did you not say that earlier? And why are you not stuttering anymore? You are speaking very smoothly. Beneath the bridge, it turned out that under the Wangchuan River was the ghost creature Jia Nu, who liked wearing a maiden's belly band while singing. Today is another clean day. Brooke lifted a huge rock and growled, You vile monster, I will kill you to rid the people of harm. The ghost creature Chen Chang had just introduced itself. No one has dared to break into the ghost city for many years. I stand guard at this bridge with overwhelming strength. Anyone who trespasses here dies. As soon as it finished speaking, the rock Brooke threw crushed it, sent it flying, and silenced it. A while later, the skull led the two of them to a field of red flowers. It continued explaining, These are red spider lilies, Her Majesty's favorite. The skull stammered, King, you must be careful. Beneath this sea of flowers there is a great demonic serpent god standing guard. The two looked around, searching. Brooke asked it, where is the great demonic serpent god? I can sense an evil aura, but it is too weak and too far away. The skull secretly thought, that makes no sense. The serpent god has the strongest spiritual power in the ghost realm, and the god is gentle, so how could it have become so weak? Brooke mocked, the serpent god must have gone back to sleep. That saves me the trouble of taking action. In truth, the serpent god was coiled deep underground, thinking in terror, I cannot go out. Even if they beat me to death, I will not go out. Its wild beast instincts told it that if it went out, it would definitely die. The skull continued leading the way to a desolate place and explained, this is the Devil's Swamp. Many extremely vicious dead spirits gather here. Brooke froze and asked back, stuttering skull ghosts, you mean them? Several ugly, pot-bellied ghosts stared at Brooke and asked, what? Does this human brat have a problem with our devilish appearance? After picking his nose, the leader ordered, brothers, show them what devils are. A bunch of ghosts obeyed him and attacked. Far away, the brothers shouted, go blow her skirt up. Brooke could not take it anymore and blasted them into the sky with one swing. What kind of devils are these? They are clearly a bunch of perverted ghosts. Next they came to a huge stone slab. The skull explained again, this is the three-life stone. According to legend, those with a destined connection can see their past life or future life. I once saw myself as a true dragon. Sasha's eyes widened. She exclaimed, is it really that magical? The two immediately placed their hands on the stone slab. The innocent little girl said, I see a head of cauliflower. Could it be because I love eating too much, so in my next life I will reincarnate as cauliflower and get eaten by someone? As for Brooke, he saw nothing yet and thought in frustration, damn it, no way. I should be an even greater leader than some grand bloodline, right? Why am I seeing a Samoyed? The skull immediately asked curiously, well, what did the king see? Sasha laughed and teased Brooke. Hurry up and tell me what you saw. Brooke blushed and quickly turned away. I have no connection with this rock, I did not see anything. The skull kept spouting nonsense. Your past life must have been a king too, of course. Meanwhile, in the ghost city of Fengdu, Menki praised Amber before the battle had even truly begun. As expected, the body-refining technique of the holy race is no ordinary thing. You are still young, yet your strength is already immense. Now that my demonic art has been perfected, I want to establish a sect called the Chasing Beauty Sect. If you take me as your master, I will not only spare your life but also help you cultivate. The little girl wondered, how do you know I am not the envoy from hell? Menki smiled coldly and said, it is very simple. Hell already agreed to gift me a man with rare once-in-a-century talent as my final disciple. I did not expect the one who came to be a girl rarely found in 10,000 years. Taking advantage of her carelessness, Amber shouted as she attacked, now is the time. Menki countered the little girl's attack without even needing to exert herself. Still refusing to give up, not bad, I am becoming more and more pleased with you. Hong An decided to show off an ultimate skill, the Sacred Clan Body Art secret technique, 6 Paths Cheat. The girl unleashed attacks continuously at the speed of light. She looked down on her opponent and casually remarked, as expected of the Sacred Clan's forbidden technique, you must be a superseed treasure of the Sacred Clan. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to comprehend this move. After observing Hong An this whole time, Monkoi finally made her move as well and said, the time has come. Excellent. You shall become the direct disciple of my corpse-chasing sect. But before that, I must teach you the first lesson. Respect your master and honor the teaching. She gently raised her wrist, touched the bone fragment on her bracelet, tore it off, and muttered as if casting a spell. In the end, Monkoi unleashed Red Lotus Bone Eating. Hong An was struck and instantly became confused. Gui Chao was still alive and immediately stopped her. Don't! From a tiny ghost creature, Gui Chao transformed into the form of a young woman. The girl was muscular and wielded a bone staff. Along with the 2 long horns on her head, her eyes glowed with murderous intent. She stood in front, protecting Hong An's life. But how could Gui Chao's strength possibly rival Mong Koi after blocking that previous strike? Her entire body was covered in wounds, while the girl lay beside her. The bone staff in her hand and her left horn had both been shattered. Mong Koi mocked her, Gui Chao, I never expected someone as weak-willed as you would one day dare oppose me. Good. A great demon should look like a great demon. Mong Koi raised her hand to cast another spell. This time, I shall spare your life, but your merit will be corroded by demonic fire for 10 days. Gui Chao screamed in agony as the hellfire burned her. Suddenly, Mong Koi sensed something strange behind her. Zio Zai's silhouette flashed past behind Mong Koi, flickering in and out like something even more terrifying than a ghost. Zio Zai launched his attack decisively, clenching his fist tightly while glaring at his opponent without blinking. The instant his iron fist struck down, Mong Koi immediately leaped backward to evade. Her movement was so smooth that it briefly stunned him. What? A spellcaster can move this fast too. She quickly spread her legs apart and planted one hand on the ground to stabilize herself. Watching the queen's swift movements from afar, Tram could not hide her shock and quietly sighed. She dodged it. So far, this was the first opponent capable of surviving more than one exchange against Xiaozai. Her eyes were filled with trust as she turned toward him and shouted, "Leave this side to Xiaozai. He may be a pervert, but his combat strength is still very reliable." He found it hard to believe and questioned Monkoi. "Among spellcasters, your speed is seriously beyond imagination." Peeling off the paper in your hand, Skull hurriedly chimed in mockingly, "Your Majesty the Queen, give up resisting. Compared to you, this one is the true king." She suddenly fell silent, her head lowered and her whole body trembled violently. Skull was overflowing with hatred. He cursed inwardly, "That bitch Ming Mongkoi smashed me apart and kicked me out over some trivial matter last time. HMPH, now that I'm talking. My stutter is only because I don't have a lower jaw. This time I've completely offended her. Skull King, you absolutely must defeat her." He became excited and bounced around on Xiaozai's shoulder. His voice dripped with sarcasm. "That bitch only got lucky inheriting Ghost City's legacy. Now the true king has arrived. Yeah, you're doomed. No, you'll become the king's maidservant and warm his bed." Xiaozai looked at him suspiciously with a judging gaze. Why is this stuttering idiot so excited? He's even speaking fluently now. Mongkoi hugged her trembling body as tears unconsciously streamed down her face. She blurted out absent-mindedly, "What? Warm his bed?" Witnessing the scene, Skull burst into gleeful laughter and mocked her. "Scared enough to cry and snot yourself already. Kneel down and call him Ghost Father first. Maybe the king will go easier on you." The moment he finished speaking, Xiaozai shot him an annoyed glare and muttered, "What the hell is Ghost Father supposed to mean?" The next second, unable to hold back anymore, he snapped and hurled Skull away while growling furiously, "Get lost already. Why are you talking so much?" At that moment, Mongkoi shyly spoke, "You are the invincible corpse king that Mu Ti Meng created using countless spirit skulls and flesh. This is honestly beyond my imagination. When he came to ask me for information about Frost Kingdom before, he never mentioned he was creating a supreme masterpiece like you." Hearing that, Xiaozai became bewildered. Instinctively, he covered himself protectively and curled his lips in thought. Those are supposed to be tears of fear. That's obviously the drool of a ghost slayer lusting after my body. Could it be that she has the same weird fetish as Ming Jai too? After hesitating briefly, he awkwardly asked, "I already killed Mu Ti Meng. Do you want revenge for him?" Mongkoi seemed not to care about the question at all. She merely turned around and seriously pondered, "What should I do? I'm so nervous. This corpse king is definitely the life-bound spirit corpse I've waited my entire life for. I must have him, and then together with him." An intimate fantasy instantly appeared in the queen's imagination, from dual cultivation and body fusion to even soul wandering together. Easy there. Mongkoi suddenly snapped out of her wild imagination. Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato as she laughed crazily, making even Xiaozai, sitting behind her, blurt out, "What the hell is she thinking about?" The atmosphere instantly became awkward. He gradually lost patience and stood up, asking quietly, "Hey, are you going to fight or not? If not, I'm heading over to find my mother." The moment she heard that, she squealed excitedly, her face blooming with joy. Mother. Even though he said it softly, he definitely mentioned mother just now. We're meeting the mother-in-law this quickly already? Things are progressing way too fast. Xiaozai gently held Hong An in his arms and asked worriedly, "Hong An, are you all right?" He pursed his lips in irritation and thought to himself, "Damn it, I have to force myself to call her Lady Huang Ying. I keep accidentally calling her Mom." In the distance, while hurriedly treating the ghost bull's wounds, someone called back an explanation. "Lady Huang Ying is fine. She only fainted from the aftershock. As for this ghost creature, although her external wounds have healed, her internal injuries are extremely severe. A demonic flame with powerful corrosive properties is burning through her bones. I can't help her with this. My attribute clashes with hers. At most, I can only deal with the external injuries." Mengqi jolted in shock, her eyes filled with panic as she stammered, "What? Could the person being held right now be my future mother-in-law?" She hugged herself in regret, her heart constantly tormenting itself. "Doesn't that mean I abused my future mother-in-law just now? I even nearly accepted her as my disciple. I deserve to die 1,000 times over." But the queen froze on the spot, asking one naive question after another. "But why is mother-in-law younger than us? And how could my husband even have a mother? Or is she a stepmother?" Mengqi immediately walked closer, deliberately pressing herself against him as she grabbed his hand, smiling brightly as she murmured to herself, "Whatever, as long as I am acknowledged by my corpse king husband. I can accept anything." The queen boldly moved closer, her soft curves tempting him so much that he almost forgot how to pull away. Sasa could not hide her judgmental gaze. constantly commenting. We came to Ghost City to investigate information about hell and fight our enemy. Why does this woman act like she has never seen a man before? At that moment, Xioxi irritably pushed Menki away while she still happily spoke up. Ignoring her, he complained in frustration. If fighting worked, things would be easy, but now I don't even know how to deal with this. Hearing that, the queen immediately put on a mischievous yet slightly aggrieved expression. The customer told me to go easy, yet you want to lay hands on me. Even so, Menki instantly became excited again, inching closer with eager anticipation. Come on then, lay your hands on me. His face flushed red with embarrassment, his confused eyes unable to answer as panic filled his heart. Don't do this, I'm still just a kid. Sasa watched with amusement, pouting teasingly. Looks like my little slave doll will be very happy in the future. Her long fingers trembled slightly. Menki, however, did not miss a single word. She glared at Sasa, the corners of her lips sinking as she questioned coldly, slave doll, servant, looking into the queen's gloomy eye. She merely smiled calmly and answered frankly, that's right. Before he died, Mukman used my blood to forcibly establish the most unequal slave contract with me. In an instant, Menki seemed enraged. Her eyes glowed blood-red as she radiated terrifying hostility. How dare he do that to the corpse king I love most? I will use his soul to light sky lanterns and burn it for 1,000 years. Yet she did not act recklessly and instead suddenly fell deep into thought. No, if what this filthy bug says is true, then the corpse king's life now belongs to, damn it, if the corpse king dies, this slave contract will trigger. What entered Menki's sight was the exhausted Xioxi, drenched in sweat and gasping heavily. The queen muttered again. So if I kill her, she won't die, right? Looking toward the still determined Sasa, the queen hesitated slightly. Ah, then that would be too unfair to Xioxi. Menki suddenly crossed her arms, staring blankly into the distance while cursing nonstop. You insect at the bottom of the food chain, you lowly ant, you had better stay alive for this queen. Once I find a way to free the corpse king from that contract, this palace will deal with you slowly. Standing between the conflict, Xioxi used one hand to stop the queen while using one leg to push Sasa away. To prevent a deadly battle from breaking out, he hurriedly changed the topic. What was your name again? Are you the city lord here? We mean no harm, we just have a few questions to ask you. At that moment, Xiohe stood arrogantly in the queen's palace. Curling his lips into a grin, he proudly declared, looks like I don't need to save little Huangying after all. I could already tell at a glance this girl wasn't fated for a short life. Fine, fine. Xioxi gradually regained his serious expression and asked, City Lord Menki, can you tell us everything you know about hell? The three of us are all very interested in hell. Without even thinking, she immediately replied, of course. Not only that, this palace can even share half of everything with you. As long as you agree to become my life-bound corpse spirit, I can do anything for you. Naturally, our relationship will be equal. The queen shyly swayed her body, lowering her head as she asked him softly, well, do you agree or not? At that moment, Xioxi suddenly raised 5 fingers and solemnly swore, okay, I swear that I agree to your request. Unless I die or disappear from this world, I will become your life-bound corpse spirit. The moment Menki heard that, she completely lost control of her emotions, screaming with delight as joy nearly set her ablaze. Seeing the queen's overly excited reaction, Sasa could not help but stare in shock, subconsciously blurting out a disbelieving huh a moment later. Xioxi quickly changed his expression and seriously added a condition, but I need 100 years of freedom. Only after those 100 years can I fulfill my promise to you. And during that time, I need your help with one more thing. However, this time Menki firmly refused. 100 years is too long. After advancing to the Saint Spirit realm, my lifespan only extends a few hundred years. 100 years is truly too much for me. At most, 30 years. He silently thought to himself that the age of declining magic truly came with all kinds of harsh limitations, even drastically shortening lifespans. Back then, every one of them had a lifespan of at least 10,000 years, but he eventually accepted the deal with a handshake. All right, deal. Sasa then leaned close and whispered quietly into his ear. Hey, Xioxi, are you okay? Why did you agree to her condition? He curled his lips into a sly smile and replied, we'll talk once she actually manages to find me. After speaking, deep calculations once again stirred within his mind. Maybe I've already returned to that era. If you're capable, come find me countless years in the future. You forced my hand first, so don't blame me. Over here, Menki waved her hand and smiled invitingly. Don't stand outside anymore, come in. Xioxi didn't think much of it and stepped inside. Her eyes swept across the room and she exclaimed in amazement, so you're a rich lady, this place is really luxurious. Suddenly, the woman appeared. She stretched out her arm to block Zaxa and spoke bluntly, lowly insect. Fallen leaves don't belong here. The girl instantly became furious. She pointed decisively and gave the order, I've had enough. Xioxi, that's an order, spank her for me. The moment he heard it, he jumped in shock, frozen with a stunned expression. Zaxa excitedly stood to the side, cheering loudly, "Spank her, spank her." Menki looked up at him. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she shyly asked in a soft voice, "Doring, what are you planning to do?" Gritting his teeth and obeying her, he awkwardly dealt with the bouncing peaches before his eyes. His face flushed red as he complained irritably while doing it, "The more I spank you, the worse you get. Hey, let me stop already. Keep going, don't stop." At that moment, Huang Ying hazily woke from her unconscious state. She weakly murmured, "Xiang, I'm not dead. What about the ghost pearl?" Zaxa froze briefly before hurriedly reassuring her, "Little sister Huang Ying, don't get agitated. I can explain." Inside the room, dim lights flickered from a tiny glowing elemental orb. Menki sat down seductively, her graceful curves fully exposed without restraint. "All right, ask whatever you want to know." Zioxy's face turned bright red as she angrily cursed, "Ah, you little temptress, if you want to sit in your own place. Trying to sit on my lap and seduce me. Miss Huang Ying is watching." He quickly regained his composure and seriously began the conversation. "I'll ask first, what relationship does Queen Ming Mengdi have with Hell?" She immediately answered, "It's Menki," the queen explained without hesitation. "For now, I have no direct relationship with Hell, but I've accepted an invitation to become a guest elder of Hell. Not only that, I'm also the only body that successfully fused with the first-generation ghost god." As soon as she finished speaking, all three of them, including Zioxy, couldn't help but cry out in confusion, "Guest elder. She's the first-generation ghost god of Hell." Huang Ying suddenly slammed the table and stood up, urgently asking, "Then do you know what relationship the Mu Sacred Clan has with Hell?" "The Sacred Clan is in internal turmoil. I suspect it has something to do with the Mu clan," Menki replied. "Hell is the Dark World's right hand. Many great clans and major forces are part of it. They specialize in dirty work. The Mu clan is one of them, and they're even among Hell's founding elders." Hearing that answer, the girl immediately understood inwardly. The Mu clan was very likely involved in the Sacred Clan's internal conflict, and they were secretly manipulating everything through Hell. This matter had to be reported to Father immediately. At that moment, Zaxa decisively stepped forward with a request. "On behalf of the Holy Temple, I want to speak with Hell's leader, someone capable of making decisions for Hell." The queen covered her mouth and laughed mockingly, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "The Master of Hell is the only one who can make decisions, but you might as well give up. Because the order targeting the Holy Temple came directly from the Master of Hell himself. Fight until death. Go back and prepare yourselves for war." Hearing this, Xyroxy gradually sank into deep thought. In his subconscious, the image of Goddess Zai suddenly surfaced, making him think endlessly. Could the Master of Hell actually be Goddess Zai? At that moment, he suddenly grabbed her shoulders, his eyes filled with expectation as he urgently questioned her. "Mengdi, have you ever seen the Master of Hell before?" "Sorry, my interdimensional common language isn't very accurate." After a moment of surprise, the queen corrected him. "It's Menki." She tried to recall the memory before slowly describing it. "I've seen him before, and that old goat seemed very interested in me." The moment he heard those words, he couldn't help shouting in frustration, "How is that possible? If it's a man, the entire plot falls apart. Why isn't it Goddess Zai?" But then Xyroxy fell silent, sinking into deeper contemplation. "No, it can't be that simple. This is probably just a puppet. Goddess Zai loves manipulating people from behind the scenes. Another possibility is that Hell was later taken over by Goddess Zai." Meanwhile, Huang Ying could no longer wait and hurriedly announced, "Everyone, Senza must take her leave now. I need to hurry back and report this matter." Xioxy instinctively reached out several times, unconsciously calling out, "Mother is leaving, no, wait." Right afterward, he silently stared at his own hand, eyes blank as countless thoughts surged through his mind. "No. According to the international rules of time travel, I shouldn't be able to change events in this timeline." Then endless memories flooded into his mind one after another. Or perhaps it could be said that if he interfered too much in matters involving Huang Ying, unpredictable problems might arise. Even his own existence could disappear. Before understanding these rules clearly, he couldn't act recklessly. He nervously clenched his fist and muttered helplessly, "Does that mean I can only know that something terrible will happen to Huang Ying in the future? But I can't do anything at all to help her. No, I can't accept that." At that moment, Huang Ying suddenly turned around. As if suddenly remembering something, right, with a flustered and shy expression, the girl gently handed over a jade pendant. "Linny said this is for you." Witnessing the scene, Sasha could not hide her jealousy. She angrily blurted out, "You're being way too biased. Don't tell me you've secretly fallen for this man." "Then why don't I get one? Don't leave." Huang Ying panicked, jumped to her feet, and ran to the door, hurriedly shouting an explanation. "No, there's a reason for it." "Farewell." On the other side, Menki lowered her head reluctantly. In a hesitant voice, she softly said, "King Ling, are you really leaving together with that lowly insect? That shameless woman from the sacred land?" Xioxy did not think much and immediately replied. From her face to every word she spoke, complete trust could be seen. "Yes, don't worry, I will definitely keep my promise." 30 years will pass quickly. Menki gently held his rough hands and softly said, "Give me your hand." Zioxy could only purse his lips tightly. His face flushed red as he nervously warned, "Hey, there are a lot of people here, don't do this." But she paid no attention to his words. Without hesitation, the queen brought a finger close to his slightly parted lips. His body swayed before collapsing, yet he still managed to stammer subconsciously. "What did you do?" In the blink of an eye, Zioxy was lying motionless on the floor. After getting what she wanted, Menki laughed proudly, the corner of her lips curling upward. "There's still a bit of the king's saliva left. As long as it's your corpse, I will have a way to deal with you." Seeing everything unfold, Zaxa could not hide her worry. She anxiously shouted his name, Zioxy. Amid the chaos, she suddenly received a voice transmission from him. "Don't panic. I was already prepared. Let's first see what she plans to do to me." Zioxy's voice transmission continued like a warning. "None of you act rashly yet, understood?" Hearing this, Sasha immediately understood thanks to her quick wit. She quickly replied through voice transmission. At that moment, Menki grew even bolder. She directly stripped off his clothes, her shining eyes roaming across every line of his body. Then she muttered to herself, "I'll strip you completely naked first." Zioxy immediately transmitted a reminder. "Zaxa, absolutely do not act recklessly. I want to see what she intends to do after taking off my clothes. This woman is very dangerous, just sit there and watch." Sasha was both shocked and flustered, covering her eyes with both hands while still peeking through, all while mocking aloud. This shameless woman, broad daylight, and she wants to do something embarrassing. Though lying motionless below, Zioxy could still feel every touch from her. He could only cry inwardly, "Wow, are you really going to humiliate me right here? Couldn't you wait until no one was around? I've protected my chastity for decades, and now I'm willing to give it to you, your majesty." The very next second, Menki cast a technique without hesitation. She sliced open her wrist and purple blood immediately flowed out, running down her hand. A glowing mark appeared on Zioxy's chest, expanding outward in rings of mysterious demonic patterns. She looked down at her masterpiece, revealing a satisfied smile. "HMPH, did you think you could fool me with just sweet words? I have already used my essence blood to carve my personal mark onto your body. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will still find you. If after 30 years you fail to keep your promise, I will first kill everyone around you, then drag you back." At that moment, Sasha frantically reached into her bag. She kept rummaging around as if searching for something to save his life. Though Zioxy did not open his eyes, he could clearly sense it and hurriedly transmitted to reassure her, "Zaxa, I'm fine. I know this mark will not harm me at all. It only has a powerful tracking effect. Let her continue." Menki disdainfully glanced back at her. Her mocking words followed, "Heh heh. Very clever. Good thing you didn't attack me, otherwise you wouldn't still be standing there safely. You filthy rat hiding in a rice jar." Hearing this, Zaxa's face darkened as she angrily thought, "Where does this slut even get so many insults from? I'm about to lose my patience. Zioxy, hurry up and deal with her." He naturally slipped into character, drowsily sitting up while holding his head as though dizzy. Pretending to have just woken up, he groggily muttered, What happened? Did I faint?" Zioxy looked down at his naked body, acting utterly panicked as he screamed, "Ah, where are my clothes? Did you steal them?" Seeing him burst into tears, Menki hurried over to comfort him gently. All right. Don't cry, I will take responsibility for you." Meanwhile, Zaxa wore a face full of judgment. What an actor! Time silently passed by. At this moment, Zioxy and Sasha had finally left the dark underworld. Stepping outside, he smiled faintly and waved back, signaling, "Go back now, seeing us off this far is enough." Menki smiled brightly and continued waving in return as she promised, "King Ling, I will join the underworld just as you asked. Then I will regularly send you information about the underworld. You must remember me." Not only that, she enthusiastically prepared supplies for him beforehand. "Oh, King Ling, wait. I have prepared plenty of travel necessities for your journey." On the surface, Zioxy tilted his head slightly with a gentle smile, his voice soft and filled with gratitude. "You are too thoughtful. I have only just awakened. I truly have no supplies at all after awakening. I will remember this kindness well." But inwardly, he was screaming with delight. Living off someone else feels amazing. Before him was a mountain of huge sacks, with items piled so high they were impossible to count. And yet Dreamrise still seemed somewhat dissatisfied. "Spirit bearer, if one of my treasure vaults had not been stripped clean by mining rats, I could have given you even more." Sunwise was still stunned. His gaze unconsciously stopped on the dazzling bag in her hand, and he blurted out, "This much. Wait, what is that bag in your hand? It does not look like something a man would use." Meanwhile, only Sasha at his side looked delighted, her eyes shining. "We are rich." Dreamrise suddenly rushed forward and hugged Brooke tightly, startling him badly. With a wicked smile clearly showing, she shyly explained, "Those are the clothes and daily items I left for you. Use them whenever you miss me. These things should be able to fill the emptiness in your holy spirit." For a quiet moment, his heart suddenly sank, and a trace of sadness lingered in his eyes. "Dreamrise, thank you. You remind me of someone who also loved packing so much." Little Cloud's figure suddenly appeared in his mind again. His voice sounded softly, full of warmth. "Brooke, Mom has prepared the food for you to take on your school picnic. A gentle smile flickered across his lips, and every word he spoke felt strangely warm. She was a very important loved one. By then, Sasha had already run out of patience and snapped irritably, "Hey, are you two done flirting? We have to go." On this side, Dreamrise called out softly, a little shy. "Wait." The next second, she walked straight over and planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving Brooke frozen on the spot. Though he did not resist, he still felt secretly annoyed. "Hey, you went too far. You are about to leave and still want to take advantage of me. Do not do that next time." Seeing the scene, Sasha still glared at them fiercely with a judging look. She shouted loudly, "I think what you two are missing now is a forest and a shameless heart. Moonbrook, are you coming or not?" Before long, he and Sasha vanished like a gust of wind. Only Dreamrise remained behind, watching them and waving goodbye. "Goodbye, spirit bearer." While biting her nail, she muttered in calculation, "I have to find a way to undo the slave contract between the Corpse King and that ugly little puppet. Maybe I should go find Master. It has been a long time since we met." The scene shifts back to Brooke. The two of them were speeding along together on a high-speed board. Amid the strong wind, he suddenly asked, "Sasha, if the Holy Spirit's combat power is already considered top tier on the continent, then what about the Divine Spirit?" Sasha answered leisurely, her voice somewhat vague. "The Divine Spirit exists only in legend. People at my level know nothing about it. Perhaps the elders in the village know a little." Hearing this, he thought hopelessly to himself, "I had originally planned to cultivate in this world for a while longer to grow stronger. But in this age of spiritual decline, cultivation is truly too difficult. Besides, lifespans in this world are too short. I do not know how long I can survive here." After that, Brooke quickly collected his thoughts and replied at once, "Let us go. Now we head to the Holy Temple's territory and meet your reclusive elders." She looked at him gently and answered softly, "They are all very kind. Besides, I grew up there too." In that glorious moment, Brooke raised his hand firmly and said to himself, "I can only take things one step at a time. Right now the road ahead is unclear and every step is difficult. After resolving that slave contract, I will decide what to do next." Half a month later, the two finally arrived at the Holy Temple's gathering territory, standing before a small village. Brooke could only sigh in admiration. As expected of the Holy Temple's hidden retreat, this place looks no different from an ordinary village amid lush green grassland. An elderly herdsman sat leisurely with his legs crossed on the back of a drowsing buffalo. Not far away, Granny Fragrance was struggling under two shoulder baskets filled to the brim with manure. At that moment, Uncle Dio was holding a birdcage in one hand and a teapot in the other, and he immediately frowned and complained, "Fragrance, could you not choose the exact time I am walking my bird to carry manure?" Brooke stood rooted to the spot, watching Granny Fragrance use a special method to deal with Uncle Dio, and could not help shivering. "Is this my imagination? I feel like they carry a certain aura, but I clearly cannot sense even the slightest trace of primal energy from them." At the same time, her eyes paused slightly, and she immediately noticed the presence of her beloved granddaughter. "Sasha is back." The moment they saw each other, the young woman's face could not hide her joy, and she called back excitedly, "Granny Fragrance, I missed you so much." But very soon, the thick stench hit Sasha's nose and made her face turn pale. She vomited several times in a row and had to lean on Brooke to stay standing. Uncle Dio suddenly appeared behind him and questioned him with a grave expression, mixed with an overwhelmingly fragrant scent. "Hey, young man, who are you? How dare you come back here with our cutest little Sasha?" Dazed by the fragrance, Brooke was startled by the voice that suddenly sounded behind him. He froze for a moment, then wondered in terror, "When did he get behind me?" My spiritual sense did not detect him at all. Before he could even collect himself, Brooke shuddered from the chill running down his spine. Uncle Dio stood right behind him, wearing a bizarre grin that stretched all the way to his ears. Without any warning, he decisively bent his leg backward, preparing to launch a fatal strike at Brooke's lower body. The instant Uncle Dio's leg swept out with force, Brooke used his agile movements to spring upward at once, escaping death by a hair. Terrified, he cursed, "Damn it, old man, where the hell did you kick me?" He suddenly burst into tears, sobbing miserably as tears streamed past his temple. His voice trembled with both grievance and fury. "Sasha was raised under our care. I won't allow a filthy man like you to touch her." The next second, Uncle Dio let out a savage grin, his bloodshot eyes bulging wide. His hoarse voice sent chills down everyone's spine. "That's right, as long as you're crippled, you won't be able to do anything." The moment he heard that, Zai's expression darkened. A crimson light flashed in his eyes as he angrily shot back. "Is that so?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zai decisively unleashed the fourth spear kick form. Boom! He charged forward instantly, murderous aura erupting around him. Uncle Dio gritted his teeth and sneered sideways. "Fourth spear kick form? Never heard of it." Zai narrowed his eyes, his face expressionless as he replied coldly, "Of course you haven't. It's a technique I comprehended after being reborn. Right now there are only 4 forms." Over there, Granny Xiang was furious, holding a pile of dung in her hand while endlessly cursing Uncle Dio. "A guest who comes through the door is still a guest. Sasha rarely brings friends home. You damned bastard better not embarrass us. The moment she finished speaking, she hurled the pile of dung straight at his face without hesitation. The throw was accurate down to the millimeter. Standing nearby, Xiaozai was completely stunned by the sight, his face pale as he thought to himself, "Holy hell, even if I die, I can't afford to offend this auntie." Uncle Dio lay paralyzed on the ground. Even the old ox rider passing by turned a blind eye. The wild ox slowly walked past, casually leaving a pile of dung right on top of his head. It was as if it were a final farewell devoid of any attachment. Sasha could only sigh helplessly. "Xiaozai, sorry about that. Uncle Dio is pretty mischievous, just like a child, but he's actually a good person. He was also the one who taught me source divine arts." Cold sweat poured down Xiaozai's back as he silently thought, so that's why it turned into such vulgar techniques. Now I get it. At that moment, Granny Xiang enthusiastically stretched out her hand in welcome and kindly invited him. "Why don't you come to this old woman's house for some tea?" Looking at those filthy hands, Xiaozai turned pale with horror. Disgust was written all over his face, but inwardly he could only mutter, "Could Auntie at least wash her hands first before saying that? I don't dare drink tea at your house. Starting today, I'm quitting tea forever. I never want to drink tea again in this lifetime." Noticing his earlier reaction, Granny Xiang frowned unhappily and immediately questioned him. "What, brat? Judging by your expression, you seem very unhappy." Xiaozai panicked and frantically shook his head, waving his hands in denial. His trembling voice explained fearfully, No, that's not it. I'm absolutely not unhappy. Look, I'm smiling happily right now." Having no other choice, he forced the corners of his mouth upward into an awkward grin, desperately trying to prove his innocence. Granny Xiang didn't think much of it, and patted his back with her hand. "Good then, let's go. This old woman's house is just ahead." At that moment, Xiaozai finally couldn't hold back anymore and shouted angrily, "Auntie, you're wiping your hands a little too much." Before long, the two arrived at the house, where Granny Xiang warmly poured tea to welcome him. She brought over 2 steaming cups of tea and enthusiastically said, "Drink some tea." Sasha didn't hesitate and immediately took a sip of the hot tea before glancing curiously at the person beside her. "Why isn't Xiaozai drinking? This tea smells amazing." Holding the teacup in his hand, he hesitated to drink it, worried that the tea might somehow be made from piss and shit. Earlier, it seemed like Granny Xiang hadn't washed her hands. In the middle of his hesitation, Granny Xiang was glaring at him with an irritated expression. Xiaozai could only grit his teeth and raise the cup, pinching his nose shut as though he were drinking poison. Though terrified, he still thought, "If I die, then I die. Better to drink one sip than offend this terrifying Granny Xiang." The instant he finished drinking, he was startled by the taste. Xiaozai froze for a moment, so shocked that he couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious." Seeing that, Sasha chimed in with an explanation, "This tea isn't something you get to drink often. Granny specially treated you today, which is why you got some." Granny Xiang coldly explained, "This is immortal tea brewed with Akuma fruit. You can't buy this outside even if you want to. One fruit alone could trade for an entire city." At that moment, Xiaozai seriously pointed at the bizarre thing in his hand and boldly asked, "This thing that looks like a lump of crap is the Akuma fruit. Outside, it can buy an entire city. Could you give me one?" She calmly replied, "I can give you that lump, but it really is actual crap." Hearing that answer, he froze completely, unable to say a word. In the blink of an eye, Xiaozai looked back at his own body in shock, clearly sensing the positive changes happening within him. He couldn't help but cry out in surprise, "Wait, I feel like I'm about to break through to the next minor realm. Could it be because of that tea just now?" The moment she heard that, Sasha quickly pulled Granny Xiang out of the house. "Let's go outside first. Don't disturb his cultivation. After advancing, he needs time to stabilize himself." Granny Xiang didn't think much of it and immediately started asking questions. "Tell Granny about what happened out there this time. And who is that handsome young junior of yours?" As they walked, the girl replied, "All right, Granny Xiang, let me tell you everything this time." After the two of them left, Xiaozai sat down solemnly in meditation within the quiet space, wholeheartedly entering a state of cultivation. Time quietly flowed on. The entire little village was now bathed in the brilliant pink glow of the setting sun. At that moment, Xiaoxi suddenly opened his eyes, awakening after breaking through in cultivation. He quickly looked around the silent surroundings and asked in confusion, "Where is everyone?" Right after that, Xiaoxi quietly stepped out of the house to search outside. He slowly walked beneath the crimson evening sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind, his cold gaze fixed ahead. Xiaoxi suddenly stopped in front of a house, his eyes landing on the figure of an old woman standing there. He quickly thought to himself, "There's an old lady, maybe I should ask her. Zaxa grew up here, everyone should know her." Thinking that, Xiaoxi politely approached to greet her. "Hello ma'am, may I ask if you know where Zaxa went?" Granny Tianyin remained silent, her mouth sewn shut, her face emotionless as if devoid of any feeling. She simply pointed in a direction, signaling him to go that way. Seeing that, Xiaoxi hurried off, not forgetting to thank her. "Ah, thank you. Then he suddenly froze in surprise, thinking to himself, huh, her mouth. At the same time, a little girl curiously peeked her head out and softly muttered, a spirit from another world. The old woman glared at the child fiercely. She abruptly covered Tianian's mouth and raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence. Xioxi could not help feeling curious and asked softly with his hands on his hips, so there's such a cute little sister here too. Hello, little sister, what did you just say? The moment he finished speaking, the old woman wordlessly pulled out a bow and arrow, aiming the sharp tip straight at him. At once, Xioxi panicked and covered his crotch with both hands while desperately trying to calm things down. Auntie, let's talk this through slowly. He immediately explained in a rush, Auntie, listen to me. Your granddaughter is indeed adorable, but I'm definitely not some lolicon sorcerer. The old woman slowly raised the arrow higher, making him shiver. Seeing that she completely ignored his explanation, Xioxi turned pale and could only beg desperately, okay, I'll leave. He quickly turned around and walked away, grumbling inwardly, this is insane. Why are there so many weird people in Zaxa village? Thinking back to Tianian just now, Xioxi could not shake off his suspicion. Even that little girl was unusual, and so was Granny Xiang. Every movement and every word they spoke was far too strange. He silently concluded that those other two were no ordinary people either. After piecing everything together, Xioxi reasoned that they must be hidden masters from the Star Temple. As expected, they're truly extraordinary. I wonder if any of them are actual gods. He kept walking until nightfall and accidentally spotted Uncle Dio sneaking behind a bush. His suspicious behavior left Xioxi completely baffled. What is this birdman secretly doing over there? At that moment, the man was so absorbed in admiring the breathtaking sight before him that he laughed in delight, completely unaware danger was approaching. At that moment, Xioxi suddenly came up with an amusing idea. He chuckled mischievously. This old man ambushed me earlier today. Just looking at him, he definitely doesn't seem to be doing anything good. I should eliminate this menace for the people. The next second, Xioxi quietly reached for a nearby brick. Even now, Uncle Dio remained completely engrossed in peeking, so excited that his nose started bleeding, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. Suddenly, a loud smack echoed through the still night as the brick Xioxi threw struck the man's head with perfect accuracy. Uncle Dio instantly felt a bone-piercing pain and collapsed to the ground while continuously cursing. You little brat attacking me from behind. Xioxi was baffled again. What exactly is this birdman watching so intently? Curious, he peeked over to take a look. Then he instantly froze on the spot. Before Xioxi was the sight of Granny Xiang bathing naked, comfortably soaking in the warm water beneath the quiet night sky. Unable to hide his shock, he turned to stone, his eyes bulging wide open. Blood streamed from both his nose and eyes as his mouth hung open in silent screaming. Zaxa was startled by the noise and hurriedly pulled a towel over herself. Her confused eyes darted around. Could Xioxi be here? There's obviously nobody here, so why do I feel like Xioxi is nearby? Meanwhile, Granny Xiang quickly captured both Xioxi and Uncle Dio. After catching them peeping, she mercilessly beat the two of them black and blue. This young brat had only just arrived and had already been corrupted by that birdman. Zaxa, you need to discipline him properly. Xioxi stood there dumbfounded, silently trying to defend himself inside his heart. I'm innocent. When Zaxa witnessed the scene, instead of getting angry over being peeked at, her attention shifted toward Granny Xiang's overwhelming strength. She silently pondered. Granny Xiang always acted domineering in the village before, but now she can even discipline Xioxi. Is Granny Xiang really that powerful? Why did I never sense anything before? At that moment, Uncle Dio rubbed his head and bowed sincerely while pleading, Xiangxiang, I'm sorry, don't be angry. I'll properly teach this brat a lesson from now on. Xioxi only sneered in response. A bird like you thinks you can teach someone else? She did not take it to heart. She immediately pointed elsewhere and snapped, Nan's lake is over there. Old birdman, take this naughty brat over there to bathe and change clothes right now. It's almost time. The old man hurriedly dragged him away by the head. By order of my Princess Xiangxiang, I shall immediately take this naughty brat to get washed clean. Xioxi didn't angrily argue back. He merely widened his eyes in thought. Naughty brat. Damn it, Zhoming had already been lumped into the same category as this old birdman. While soaking in the bath, he glanced around suspiciously. How did this turn into a bathing convention? What exactly happened? Can someone explain this to me? At that moment, Uncle Dio decisively pointed straight at him and reported to the others. It's this brat. Just now, he saw all of Xiangxiang's body, making everyone furious. Even though he knew it well, Xioxi still forced himself to stay strong. She calmly spoke first. What body? I wish I had gone blind at that moment. Don't come over here, I'm a holy spirit. If I'm not careful later, I might smash your heads open. Hearing that, the group of old men stared at him with sly eyes and sneered sideways. A holy spirit? We're so scared. Xioxi hurriedly fled for his life, cursing angrily. Damn it, you old geezers are shameless. The old men behind him kept chasing relentlessly. Brat, stop running. Let us scrub your butt clean or you'll disgrace the ancestors. A long while later at the ancestral altar, Xiang Granny shyly looked over from afar and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Grandma, for agreeing to perform the divine descent and summon the ancestors to help Xioxi. This is also my first time witnessing a real summoning ritual. Grandma Lion replied sternly, it's not entirely because of that brat either. The two of us made a divination a few days ago and the ancestors appeared in our dreams, saying that someone deeply connected to our holy temple would appear. Unexpectedly, you brought this brat back. The little girl Tianian suddenly appeared and continued explaining. The ancestors meant this person has a tremendous connection to the people. But in truth, only by bringing down a trace of divine consciousness from the divine realm can we know whether it's true or false. At that moment, Xiang Granny unconsciously felt uneasy. She feared that the decline of the holy temple foretold by the ancestors had made her extremely anxious. Hopefully, this brat could bring an opportunity for change. The moment Sasha caught sight of the familiar pair, she hurriedly called out, Uncle Xioxi, you're here. At that instant, Uncle Lion impatiently urged, Brat, stop being shy. You're today's main character, hurry up. Xioxi stepped out nearly naked, with only a small piece of cloth wrapped around himself. Blushing furiously, he helplessly held his forehead and groaned. I think I finally understand that awful feeling from wearing those clothes earlier. But why does removing a slave contract require dressing like this? Please buy some paper and a cart for me too. Thank you. The moment Sasha saw that scene, she could no longer hold back her emotions and burst into laughter at his appearance without caring about her image. Over here, Xiang Granny seriously raised both hands and loudly a sign tapped. Little one, those old men must have already explained what we're about to do. We are preparing for the ancestors' divine descent. The rest depends on your fate with the ancestors. Old shamaness, present the offerings for the ritual. 3 precious items were immediately displayed neatly before everyone's eyes, including a branch from the Akuma divine tree, phoenix feathers, and ox tears. She carefully placed the items into the sacred flame quietly burning upon the ancestral altar. In an instant, the fire blazed violently as though it had been granted new power. Xiang Granny picked up the brush in her hand and began painting marks onto Tianian's face. Seeing that action, the little girl curiously asked softly, Grandma, will the ancestor really descend into me? I'm a little nervous. Amid the suffocating atmosphere, the wind suddenly howled. The flame instantly erupted brightly, shooting upward like a blazing arrow piercing the heavens. Tianian's entire body was immediately engulfed in dazzling light, and her weightless figure floated into the air. At that very moment, a resonant voice echoed out, Primordial continent, it has been a long time. I have returned. Tears filled Xiang Granny's eyes as she explained, the ancestors' divine power is infinite, so they no longer remain in this world. However, they can temporarily descend into later generations with pure bloodlines like Tianian through her body. Xioxi pondered deeply. So this is divine descent. Their ancestors must certainly have been of an extremely high rank. Sadio turned around and loudly called out, one burdened with great karma. He stretched his palm forward as tiny golden specks radiated from his body and beckoned, come with me. Sasha and Xiang Granny turned around, only to find Xioxi gone. She cried out in panic, where's Xioxi? He disappeared in the blink of an eye. The old woman lowered her head as though she had already expected this situation and concluded, as expected of the ancestor, even just a trace of an incarnation descending can instantly open a small space and even transport a holy spirit inside. Whatever they wish to discuss must surely be an extremely secret matter. Inside the small space, Sadio within Tianian's body frowned while continuously muttering, honey, honey. Xioxi, grilling meat beside the flickering fire, obediently drizzled a few drops of honey onto the meat. The old man pressed both hands against his chest, eyes sparkling and drool flowing from his mouth. That's right, add more honey. In that godforsaken divine realm where not even birds bother to shit. It had been far too many years since he last ate honey-roasted wings. Not long after, he reluctantly pushed the piece of meat in front of him. Sadio Ling coldly asked, the wings are done roasting. May I ask what the great god Frostcaller thinks? He calmly accepted it, took a small bite and replied, you may call me the father god. Xioxi was grilling 4 skewers of meat. Hearing that, he immediately jumped up and shouted, you're the father god of Sadio village and the holy temple. You're not my father god. Don't you even have a name? Wait a second, father god, you're a man. And you possess such a cute little girl. Do you have no shame? Sadio stuffed several more skewers into his mouth. He even casually revealed more. You may call me Sadio. I haven't used that name for a very, very, very long time. And yes, I really am a man. I even have something extremely magnificent. Unable to endure it any longer, Ben covered Sadio's mouth with his hand. Pointing straight at him, he yelled, hey, 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 you're a creator-level being. Stop talking nonsense. Not only was Sadio not angry, he smiled brightly inside. Interesting, interesting. This divine descent not only let me eat the tastiest wing, but I also met an interesting brat like you. This is far more entertaining than my previous descents. Seeing her own adorable face, face, Tianian could not help but complain in embarrassment. Please, can you stop using little Tianian's face to smile so cutely? It's really weird. Xioxy raised his voice and began questioning. I've always wanted to ask. Why does everyone in the village say that I carry immense karma? I might be able to resolve the village's great calamity, but all I want is to remove the slave contract. After that, I'll find a way back home. He was about to continue eating the roasted bird wing when he glanced over hesitantly and said, returning to the water origin continent countless years later, the brat from the future secretly. Return to the past, not a single piece of cloth covered your body. Xioxy was so shocked that he dropped the meat skewer onto the ground and kept pressing for answers. That's right, the heavenly melody girl you're currently inside once said something similar too. How do you people know what level someone will reach in their lifetime? Sadio raised one finger to stop the falling skewer. That bird wing almost hit the ground. He continued, I'm the one who told Heavenly Melody that you would come. Otherwise, with that girl's strength, merely trying to calculate your origins would have made her cough blood and die. Sadio jumped up laughing wildly. Brat, you're basically the natural enemy of all prophets now. In this world, anyone who dares to calculate anything about you will die instantly, because the karma you've interfered with is far too massive. Xioxy widened his eyes and guessed, then why are you fine? Could it be that you're a super god? The man held his cheeks and grinned. No. The moment Sadio stood up, Xioxy rushed over and hugged his leg tightly, putting on a sly expression as he begged. So you're actually a creation-level master. I'm not greedy. Just casually help me reach super god level, then help me find little Ewer and finally send me back to my own era. Sadio cursed irritably. Holy hell, your skin is thicker than a wall. Of the three things you asked for, aside from the middle one, the other two are basically defying the heaven. With just this clone of mine, there's no way I can do it. Xioxy returned to his wooden chair. He immediately changed the subject. Then, mighty expert, calculate where little Ewer is right now for me. The man walked over, draped an arm around his shoulder, cheek pressed against cheek, and said suggestively, before asking someone for help, shouldn't you do something first? You know the unspoken rules, right? Xioxy imagined something indecent and became so nervous that sweat poured down his face. The man added, didn't expect even a creation-level being to care about unspoken rules. Ah, fine then, just be gentle, it's my first time. Since it's for you, foreplay is okay too. Before he could finish speaking, Sadio interrupted and instantly crushed that thought. Damn it, where did you even learn those unspoken rules from? Also, I'm seriously going blind from that outfit of yours. Go change immediately. Xioxy hurriedly changed into new clothes, his face as red as a ripe tomato as he quickly explained, wait, I can explain. Wasn't that outfit something you specifically told me to wear? He himself felt a little embarrassed by what had just been said and thought silently. Come to think of it, last time the citizens drank over 10 liters of fairy wine, I must have gone crazy and said it casually, but the later generations of elves actually took it seriously. Sadio struggled internally for a long while. He absolutely couldn't let the boy know it was his own mistake. No, a creation-level being would never make mistakes. That's right, whatever a creation-level being does is always correct. After a while, he raised his head and got straight to the point. Forget the clothing issue. Let's talk about the unspoken rules instead. What I mean is, you also need to help me with something. You need to swear a soul oath to help my descendants and the holy temple survive this great calamity. Xioxy raised his palm and said seriously, fine. Helping others has long since become one of my virtues anyway. I, Xioxy, swear upon my soul. Sadio quickly placed a hand on Xioxy's forehead and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now all you need to do is think about little Ewer in your mind. With just a snap of my fingers, I can calculate her current location. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale as he muttered. Some terrifying force is preventing my calculation. Heavenly Melody's body can't withstand it. Sadio wiped the corner of his mouth and pointed things out. I could only determine that she's somewhere far to the south. It seems there's either a super god or some extremely powerful formation beside her that's blocking my probing. But her fate is very healthy and prosperous, carrying the destiny of great wealth and honor. She's probably fine. Xioxy repeated in surprise, super god. A formation? Could it be remnants left behind from the age of forbidden magic? He sneered seriously. I always thought creation-level beings could do anything. Looks like that's not true either. Sadio turned his back and spoke gloomily. Actually, creation-level beings are the most pitiful of all. If I had the choice, I'd rather never have cultivated to the creation level. Xioxy sensed something was wrong and called out, hey, I'm over here. Does talking with your back turned make it feel more dramatic? He remembered something Little Black once said, creation-level beings are powerful yet pitiful. Xioxy immediately used it as an excuse. Someone who used to be my enemy once said the same thing. He saw words carved on a monument in some ruins. Creation-level beings are powerful yet pitiful. He suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with confusion. Why do all of you say becoming creation level is a bad thing? The man lowered his head, recalling an old memory before saying, In this universe, there exists something beyond everything else called the laws. Chaos, it possesses its own consciousness, but it has absolutely no emotion. It established a rule for the water origin world that anyone who, once someone reaches the creation realm, they are expelled from the Shu-Yuan world. Back then, I thought I had already reached the peak. I became the highest-ranking god, but the moment I broke through to the creation realm, the chaos laws immediately cast me out. They did not even give me time to settle my affairs. Zioxy widened his eyes and shouted, "Why do the chaos laws expel creation realm experts?" Sadian immediately thought of the two dark figures fighting and continued, because in an ancient civilization, even older than the primordial era, two creation realm experts appeared at the same time. They could not get along. In the end, a brutal war broke out. One used immortal arts, while the other used Chidori and Shinra tents. That great war not only brought misery to countless lives, it eventually shattered the Shu-Yuan continent itself. The continent broke into countless fragments, golden light flashing everywhere. In the end, even the chaos laws were forced to intervene. They sealed the world cores of the two creation realm experts deep within the heart of the Shu-Yuan continent to repair the land and supply it with energy as punishment. He cried bitterly, tears and snot streaming down his face as he trembled and said, "From then on, the chaos laws established this rule. As long as someone breaks through to the creation realm, they will be expelled from the Shu-Yuan continent to prevent something like that from happening again. Don't you think I'm pitiful? When I was expelled, the chaos laws only then told me everything. Looking at this face of mine, I suppose it still feels strange to you." Zioxy sighed helplessly and suggested, "Please stop acting cute with some little girl's face." He thought of a chessboard and muttered inwardly, "No wonder Goddess High always likes manipulating others from behind the scenes." So her true body was restricted by the chaos laws, leaving her with no other choice. At that moment, Zioxy glanced at Zayadihua and asked once more, "At this point, our deal is extremely unfair to me. You cannot actually locate little Uni at all, can you?" "No," he scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "How about you think of something else I can help you with?" Zioxy smugly pulled out an endless list and sneered, "I've been waiting for you to say that. I've already prepared the list. First, remove the slave contract from me. Second, help me open my sealed sea of consciousness. Third, assist my cultivation within the limits of your ability. Fourth, help me build a harem of 10,000 beauties." Before Zioxy could finish speaking, Sadian lunged forward and grabbed him by the neck, roaring furiously, "Enough, enough. A person cannot be this greedy. You are a traveler moving against space and time. If I interfere too much with your affairs, the karmic laws of the chaos laws will punish me as well. If this had not involved my descendants, I would never have contacted you. At this very moment, my true body in the divine realm has already been scorched black by the chaos laws." After saying that, he immediately rushed down, placed a hand on Zioxy's forehead, summoned a magic formation and declared, "Removing the contract is as easy as flipping my hand. There, it's removed. I can see a dark primordial seal left by a super god inside your sea of consciousness. It carries the aura of a true dragon." Sadian stared at Zioxy and muttered, "It seems the power of that super god has already run dry, and the seal has weakened greatly. Now I'm curious, what could possibly make a dying super god use all their power to protect it?" The light at the center of Zioxy's forehead grew increasingly blinding, forcing him to shield his eyes and shout, "What exactly is sealed inside your sea of consciousness? My eyes are going blind." Sadian planted his hands on his hips and peeked through the crack while grumbling, "Let me take a look at your sea of consciousness. Quite spacious. Your soul strength is also among the best at your level." He looked at the figure inside and immediately realized the truth. "So the light just now was you. I see now. This is your mother, my boy." Inside, Zioan was wearing a bunny outfit, sleeping soundly like a child with one finger resting on her lips. Only now did Zioxy appear within the sea of consciousness. He muttered to himself, "I can finally enter the sea of consciousness." She still knew nothing and simply rolled over while snoring loudly. A little drool even dripped from her mouth. Seeming to sense something strange, Zioan half opened her eyes and looked around. She sat up and yawned several times to wake herself. Zioan rubbed her eyes in confusion, feeling as though she had slept for a very long time. Just then, Zioxy rushed over and hugged his mother tightly as tears streamed down his face. "Mom, it's good to see you're all right." Zioan happily wrapped her arms around her son's neck and exclaimed joyfully, "Zioxy, you've grown taller." She leaned back slightly and noticed the tears flowing down his face. Zioan softly asked, "Zioxy, what's wrong?" Seeing that her son did not answer, she instinctively comforted him. "Zioxy, don't cry. Mommy will hug you, then buy you candy outside." Jiufeng reminded them while eating grapes. "Hey, master, you've become more flirtatious." Carrying Zioan in one arm, Zioxy looked at her thoughtfully and asked, "Jiufeng, what exactly happened? Why couldn't I enter before?" Jiufeng raised several crystal fragments in her hand and explained, During the journey through space and time, your physical body disintegrated. Your sea of consciousness shattered as well. We could only rely on the final defensive layer that Fafuna left inside your divine core. Otherwise, your mother would have been in grave danger. In the end, even the divine core shattered like melting snow. She recalled each fragment of memory and continued. Right, Goddess Hope's crystal flew away on its own. Now, inside your sea of consciousness, only the body core remains. Little black stream of consciousness seed, your mother and I are the only ones here. Just enough for a mahjong table. He clenched his palm tightly. He thought to himself, the soul crystal Goddess Hope left behind flew away. All the better. This is only the first step toward shaking off. Goddess Hope, I have to create a cultivation method of my own. I can't keep relying on her anymore. Little Creek gently set her down and did not forget to remind her, Mom, wait for me a moment. I'm going outside to discuss a few things with that creation-level expert. I'll bring you out soon. Outside the sea of consciousness, inside the small world Sadio had temporarily created. He smiled and pretended to be grateful. Sadio, you really did me a huge favor this time. Sadio patted Little Creek on the shoulder as if trying to give him strength. Son, this is what your father should do for you. He rushed forward and hugged him. His tone carried the solemn authority of a revered creation-level being. I want to know what I should do from now on to return to my era. Sadio crossed his arms and answered cryptically, the secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. You will find your own path. Little Creek's expression turned serious. Remembering the times when his cravings had flared up, he asked, Fine, it seems the karma involved is too great, so you can't interfere. Also, I want to ask about my personality and behavior lately. They've changed a little. Sometimes I become crazed and bloodthirsty. Do you know why? His eyes lit up brightly. Sadio explained, with these eyes of mine, I can see that this body of yours is made from a large number of corpses within it, mixed with fragments of countless resentful souls and evil spirits. It can be said that you are now wrapped in demons. They will gradually devour your original soul. He had no idea there were resentful souls surrounding him from behind. Little Creek asked in surprise, resentful souls? Why don't I feel anything? Is there a way to solve it? While picking his nose, he revealed, when you become a god, you can reshape your own body once. When that time comes, you can choose to restore the body you had while alive and remove the mixed fragments of residual souls inside. If there is anything else you want to ask it now. I still have to return to the divine realm. Otherwise, my true body is about to be burned to a crisp by the laws of chaos. Hearing this, he paused for a second and thought. The divine realm, where Goddess Hope and the angels live, was also called the divine realm. It seemed that sacred virtue had suffered a crushing defeat, and Sadio's divine realm had also fallen. Little Creek examined the person before him. Sadio, don't you want to know the future of you and the sanctuary? You know very well that I come from the future, yet you don't ask anything. Aren't you curious? Tears streamed down Sadio's face. He clenched both fists, feeling wronged inside. Curious, of course I'm curious, but I can't ask. If I ask, the laws of chaos might erase me on the spot. He clasped his hands behind his back and speculated solemnly, this time merely because of the divine body and a descendant, I became involved in a certain karma. My true body in the divine realm has already been torn apart by the laws of chaos. I am gravely wounded, and it will take hundreds of thousands of years to recover. If I ask about my own future, I will definitely be wiped out. Sadio pointed straight at his face and came up with an excuse. I am a creation-level being. Everything in the future is like drifting clouds to me. So as for my future, I am absolutely, completely, not the slightest bit interested. You brat, don't even think about disturbing my resolve. If you dare tell me, I'll deal with you properly. Little Creek kept provoking him. So this is a creation-level being. Compared with him, my state of mind is still far from steady enough. One final question. What happens if I change history in this era? Floating in midair, he shook his head and refuted him. You may not believe it, but at your level, if you want to change history, it is nearly impossible. Hearing this, he jumped in shock and blurted out, What do you mean? Sadio explained seriously. History can be compared to the script of the laws of chaos. It was written long ago. Your current strength compared with the laws of chaos is like a tiny stone in the vast sea. No matter how much you struggle, you cannot stir up any great waves. As for fantasizing about changing history, that is impossible. Or let me explain it another way. If you fantasize about changing history, an inevitable accident will appear. That prevents you from changing history. For example, if you want to kill someone you should not kill, then when you try to kill him, someone stronger than you will appear. Or suddenly something more important will come up, making you unable to kill him. In short, this kind of accident will definitely happen. His pupils lit up brightly again as he threatened. You think you're a time traveler. In truth, you are merely a part of history. Know your own limits. Sadio raised his face toward the sky and gave his final words. The time has come. I must leave. If I don't go now, my true body in the divine realm will die. For the coming period, continue staying in Dior village to cultivate. The three little ones will guide your cultivation. The age of Dharma's end does not mean one cannot become a god. On the contrary, becoming a god in the age of Dharma's end means the Dharma is the god among gods. A moment later, outside the altar. Far away, someone waved and called out loudly, "Little Creek, Celestial Melody, you're both back. Did you break the slave contract?" Zioxy held Tianian in his arms and replied, "Zyxia, don't worry. The contract has already been removed. Thank you for always helping me." She smiled faintly, her eyes filled with sorrow. "It's good that it was lifted. From now on, I won't be able to give you orders anymore." Suddenly, Zyxia grew curious about Zioan's background. "Who's the person behind you? Why does she look so much like little sister Huangying? Could it be?" He nodded and admitted, "Yeah, she's my little mother sealed inside my sea of consciousness." The woman poked her head out from behind Zioxy's shoulder and greeted her. "Hello." Zyxia immediately became full of questions. "So what are you planning to do next? Are you leaving already?" Zioxy denied it at once. "Not for now. I need to stay in Sadio village and cultivate. Then become a god in this era of declining magic." Zioan excitedly raised her hand toward the sky and said, "Then I'll be the mother of a god." Granny Xiang clasped her hands behind her back and repeated the ancestors' words. "Before the ancestors left, they sent us a message telling us to help you cultivate." Zioxy cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Thank you, the three of you. May I ask how we should begin cultivating?" Yinam guessed. "Are they the three brats Sadio mentioned?" "Next we will." Granny swept her gaze over him and uttered two words, "Carry manure." Uncle Dio looked at him with an unfriendly gaze and continued. "Very bird," old Mew chimed in as well. "Feed pigs, herd cattle." Zyxia and Zioan sat on the rooftop. She pointed ahead excitedly with a helpless laugh. "I used to do all this too. Now it's Zioxy's turn." And so, Zioxy began a very long and grueling period of cultivation training in Sadio village. As he carried buckets of manure, he muttered, "Granny Xiang, what does carrying manure have to do with becoming stronger?" Not long after, he picked up a bird cage and shouted angrily, "You damn bird actually dared to curse at me. Believe it or not, I'll pluck every feather off you." A while later, the bull suddenly seemed to find true love and charged straight at Zioxy, making him scream miserably. Calm down, we're both males. We're not even the same species, we're different." Under the careful guidance of the three great elders of the Holy Temple, our Zioxy continued growing stronger and healthier. Zyxia and Zioan poked their heads in and watched him panting heavily, looking as though he was about to collapse on the spot. Strangely enough, ever since Zyxia descended before, every time Tianian saw Zioxy, she would blush and stammer. She cried and sighed in embarrassment. "Last time the ancestor used my body to crazily gnaw on chicken wings right in front of him. She even picked her nose. That was seriously way too rude." Just then Zioxy peeked in and softly called out, "Tianian." It startled Tianian as though she'd been caught doing something bad. Without thinking, he wrapped an arm around her shoulders and asked worriedly, "Hey Tianian, is your nose okay? Don't start acting up. If your grandma comes later, she'll grab me again." As for little mother, she became the darling of the old folks and ate innate spirit fruits as her daily meal. With just a shake of her hand, all kinds of divine artifacts would fall out. Zioan hugged a pile of divine artifacts as she pushed open the door and shouted, "Zioxy, Mom's back." Of course, these things were useless in a child's hands, so our Zioxy kindly kept them safe for her and traded them for a giant lollipop instead. Eventually, Zioxy also met a girl who cooked extremely well. Little mother liked her very much too, so another name was added to the list. Time flew by in the blink of an eye and many years passed. Granny Xiang looked thoughtfully at Zioxy while he cultivated and praised him. "Not bad, not bad. His comprehension is very high." After several years of training, this brat has already reached the peak of the Holy Spirit realm and stepped halfway into the Divine Spirit realm. She nodded and continued, "From here on, this brat can only rely on himself to break through into the Divine Spirit realm. The path we cultivate follows the great Tao of nature, so we cannot help him any further. He can only achieve his breakthrough through life and death battles in the outside world." Uncle Dio held a birdcage in one hand and a massive brick in the other, as he hinted meaningfully, "Before this brat leaves, shouldn't we test the results of these past years of education?" Old Mew flexed his bulging muscles with cracking sounds and agreed. This old man was thinking the same thing. Granny Xiang gripped her cane and smirked. "Half crippled is enough. Otherwise, Zyxia won't forgive the three of us old geezers." Uncle Dio swung the brick behind him, spinning it several times until it produced whistling sounds sharp enough to tear through the air. Without hesitation, he hurled the brick forward. It slammed into the ground and dragged along a long trail, splitting and shattering the earth apart as though sliced open by an invisible blade. Before long, the strange brick had already rushed close to Zioxy. Only when it was about to hit his face did he casually glance sideways, as though he had just noticed its existence. Zioxy raised a hand and crushed the brick in his palm as easily as snapping a piece of candy. Uncle Dio shouted loudly, "It's not over yet." At the same moment, He and the bird perched on his shoulder both took a deep breath together before opening their mouths wide and unleashing rings of golden sound waves. Holy word dual chorus. The rings shot forward one after another like crashing waves like cannon fire. Zioxy leapt into the air and swung his sword down, scattering the sound rings midair. He softly chanted a spell. Zioxy smacked his lips in disdain. Your trash talk still isn't as classy as that blonde guy. Taking advantage of the chaos, old Mew, with the pair of curved horns on his head, turned into a streaking afterimage. His movement was as fast as lightning tearing across the sky as he charged toward Master Tung Quan. His fist carried the force of 1,000 pounds as it smashed straight toward Zioxy. Zioxy drew the legendary divine sword Apophis and blocked the ferocious attack. The two sides clashed head-on, fist against sword. Their colliding energies created thunderous explosions. Dust and smoke billowed wildly, covering a vast area. In an instant, Zioxy leaped high out of the smoke. At that very moment, Granny Huang unleashed her full power, gripping her staff tightly. Murderous intent surged into the heavens as she charged like a tiger descending the mountain. She swung her staff decisively, aiming to smash Zioxy into ashes. Unexpectedly, Zioxy moved as lightly as drifting clouds and had already slipped aside, avoiding the fatal blow. He landed beside a deep crater and glared while shouting. Inside the house, Zioan Tofu held a cup of water and looked toward Zioxy worriedly as she asked, "What's happening over there?" In the distance, someone who had no idea what was going on guessed blindly, probably some little demon beasts outside the village fighting over territory. Over here, Zioxy proudly held the divine sword in his hand and mocked them. You three seniors don't fight fair at all, just like a bunch of hot-headed youths. You didn't even call out your techniques before rushing me with combo attacks. Zioxy gently stroked the sword and muttered, "Looks like I have to go all out now. Time to test the technique I've continuously refined for 9 years. Scar Spear 4th form. After merging this technique with the ancient wind sword, its power source should be pretty good." Uncle Dio frowned and snapped. "You sure know how to brag. Aren't you afraid your tongue will rot?" Without hesitation, Zioxy activated his technique. Level 1, Berserk State. Instantly, Zioxy's entire body glowed within a layer of dark violet spiritual light, mysterious like a ghost from the underworld. Murderous aura poured out in waves. Granny Huang froze and exclaimed in shock, "When did this brat learn that move?" Even Uncle Dio was stunned. He never expected the boy to completely stop suppressing the evil murderous aura emitted by the resentful soul fragments within him. Old Mew added another crushing remark, "Not only that, he's actually using them to his advantage." Standing atop a mountain peak with her staff, Granny Huang sighed emotionally. Everyone else runs for their lives from those evil spirit fragments attached to them, but he spent nearly 10 years taming them. What's more, he actually succeeded. What a miraculous fellow. Zioxy ignored the world's opinions and curled his lips into a faint smile. There was a trace of arrogance hidden within as he lunged forward. Wherever he flew, the purple circle followed. Seeing Zioxy charging toward him, Uncle Dio pointed straight at him and roared, "You little punk, why are you attacking me first? Do you think I'm the easiest target?" Zioxy's pupils gradually turned black like a bottomless abyss, silent and icy. It was as though they concealed all the darkness of heaven and earth. He raised his head and declared loudly, "To be honest, that's exactly right." The old man was enraged beyond measure. Veins bulged across his face as though they might burst. Uncle Dio and the golden bird beside him blazed with flames. "Looking down on me?" He spread his arms wide and unleashed the Birdman fusion technique. In an instant, Uncle Dio's eyes shone brightly, and wings and a bird tail appeared on his body. He floated into the air and opened his mouth wide, firing out a gigantic golden word, sacred word art. Standing within the blinding white light, Zioxy could not help but exclaim, "What kind of quantum mechanics nonsense is this? You're spamming way too hard." Zioxy planted both feet firmly on the ground as the sword released gloomy spiritual energy from the resentful soul. He charged forward to meet the attack head-on. No matter what move the enemy used, he would push through. Zioxy tightly gripped the divine sword's hilt and swung it like a slicing gale. A heaven-rending slash tore through the giant golden word using the ultimate technique, Extreme Scar 4th form. At the same time, a purple primordial spirit rushed toward Uncle Dio with razor-sharp eyes. Its beak was sharp like an eagle diving toward prey. Zioxy shouted a single clear word, "Shatter." The spiritual power struck him head-on, and the old man let out a miserable scream. Granny Huang and Old Mew were both shocked by the scene. Although Uncle Dio was covered in injuries, he still pointed ahead arrogantly. "I'm fine, that was just the warm-up. Now the real fight begins. You two old geezers just stand there and watch." The other two sighed helplessly and asked together, "Are you sure about that? You really don't look so good." He forced himself upright. "Of course I'm fine." As soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Dio coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing that, Zioxy scratched his head awkwardly and reminded him gently, "Uncle Dio, you should rest for now. In this state, I can't control my strength." I'm afraid. His wounded pride instantly ignited his fury. Waves of murderous aura surged outward like raging tides. Uncle Dio stubbornly declared war again. Hold on, I have to solo this brat. The other two aren't allowed to interfere. Watch how I deal with this arrogant little punk. Remember this well, whoever interferes answers to me. Granny Huang and old Mew could only stand there silently, shaking their heads helplessly. Seeing him suddenly charge over wrapped in golden energy, Zioxy exclaimed in surprise. The technique changed. You're not using sacred word art anymore. Did Uncle Dio switch to close combat? Uncle Dio snorted coldly while throwing a punch. Who told you sacred word art is my strongest skill? As soon as he spoke, Zioxy's clothes were torn apart and bruises covered his body. Zioxy raised a hand to wipe the corner of his mouth and sighed in admiration, as expected of Uncle Dio. When he got serious, he really was completely different. Zio's eye was full of admiration. The man lay sprawled on the ground, his pants torn right at the rear, his head covered in bumps large and small. In a trembling voice he asked, "Scared now?" The other two still calmly drank tea and coldly replied in unison, "Serves you right." Madame Xiang sipped her tea while glancing at him and declared, "Below the level of true gods, you no longer have any rivals. If you stay in the village, you'll never achieve another breakthrough. Next, you must venture into the outside world and fight your way through it. That is your path." Hearing that, Xiaozai immediately bowed with clasped hands in gratitude. Xiaozai thanks the three masters. She handed over a book. On the cover were the words "the strongest." She instructed him, "I don't really have anything else to give you. Take this with you, it will have unexpected uses once you venture outside. Read it after you leave." After saying that, Madame Xiang turned around and waved farewell. This is something that can help a person become a god. But with this farewell, who knows when we'll meet again. Left standing there holding it, he stared blankly and wondered, unexpected uses. Why does this thing feel so impractical? Hearing that, Xiaozai froze in confusion. What do you mean by that? She replied solemnly. The ancestors instructed us that after finishing your training, we must seal the village. Using the ancestral artifact left behind long ago, we will move the core area surrounding the village into the void, hiding it among countless minor worlds until the proper time arrives to reopen. From this day onward, the holy temple will no longer exist in this world. He sternly questioned, but Sadio told me to help everyone. Why are you retreating so quickly? Madame Xiang glanced at Xiaozai and urged him, this day was always going to come. The time simply hasn't arrived yet. Right now, all you need is to surpass godhood itself. Hurry back, pack your things, and leave. Xiaozai followed her words. As he walked back to his room, he muttered, these past years were truly wonderful. If this were a storybook, it would have taken only 2 volumes to summarize 9 years. Time truly was merciless. Standing before him was Xiao Yun carrying an enormous sack. She waved him over and called out, Xiaozai, Mom already finished packing your luggage. I packed lots of food so I can cook for you along the journey. Xiaozai quickly lifted his mother into his arms. Xiao Yun hugged him and excitedly brought up Zaza. What about Zaza? Your future wife Zaza told you to hurry up and leave. She said she doesn't want to see you anymore. But Mom knows she's lying. She likes you and doesn't want you to go. He calmly expressed his thoughts. I understand Sasha's feeling. I've already told her I'm not someone who belongs to this era. I don't want to hurt Zaza. I'm afraid her waiting would only end in vain. So I can only continue protecting my pure and untouched body. I set her down and rambled on, mainly because I think Zaza is gentle, considerate, stunningly beautiful. 10,000 words have been omitted here. I feel like I'm not worthy of her. 3 years and you still haven't even held hands. Xiaozai, you're way too modest. You can say that without even blinking. At that exact moment, Zaza secretly peeked out from behind them. She crossed her arms angrily, puffed up her cheeks, and proudly declared, at least you know your place. Hurry up and get lost. I don't care about you at all. Not long after, when Zaza looked back again, the two were already at the end of the alley. Xiaozai waved goodbye, farewell. Xiao Yun added another line, daughter-in-law, Mom will miss you. The sky slowly brightened. Soft green clouds drifted leisurely across the vast heaven. Clinging to her son's shoulders, she asked curiously, Xiaozai, where are we going next? Xiaozai still held up that purple list while muttering. Before leaving, Grandma Xiang told me that if I want to transcend godhood and become overwhelmingly invincible like the male protagonist Long Yashin from novels, I just need to rapidly cultivate again following the path described in this guide to becoming the strongest chosen one. He carefully read every line and couldn't help marveling in admiration. As expected of the Holy Temple, they even have something like this. After enduring so many hardships in this world, I can finally become Long Yashin. Let's see here, according to the guide, for a modern protagonist to become the strongest, the most important thing isn't hard work. It's cheats. The next sentence written clearly right here says, next, this manual will teach you how to unlock the ultimate cheat power. Reading this, Xiaozai revealed a sly grin as realization struck him. So what Grandma Xiang gave him was actually the ultimate cheat guide. He raised the guide to becoming the strongest chosen one high into the air and excitedly shouted, Mom, do you see this? My 10,000 future harem members and your 10,000 daughters-in-law are all inside here. Zio Yun blinked in confusion and asked, "Where? Why can't I see them?" Standing atop a cliff while holding the guide, Zai muttered, "According to standard plotlines, cliffs are one of the easiest places for a chosen one to obtain cheat powers. All you need to do is choose the tallest cliff, close your eyes and jump down. Then you'll discover a hidden cave. Not only will you survive, but you'll also obtain cheat powers capable of defying the heavens and changing your fate." As soon as he finished speaking, he leapt straight downward at lightning speed. Contrary to expectations, Zai slammed heavily into the ground. He lay flat on the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Safe landing." Zai quickly got back up and suddenly spotted a cave, cheering loudly. "There really is a cave here, and it's even written in the universal language of another world, Chinese. Science forever rules." At the same time, a chaotic battle was taking place atop the cliff Zai had just jumped from. Several people shouted nonstop. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never mock a poor young man, protagonist awakening. This time you have nowhere left to run. After struggling for a long time while surrounded by those people, Chuju could only risk his life and leap downward. The group held their weapons and looked below as they speculated. "This place is so high up, Nan Chuju must have fallen to his death. Let's head back and report it." The moment Zioxy entered the cave, he saw a pile of weapons, a skeleton, and a strange fruit. He gasped in surprise. So there really was someone inside this cave. "I've seen this kind of fruit before in Granny Xiang's books. It's an immortal fruit that can extend one's lifespan. And there's also an entire rack of weapons and martial arts manual." Zioxy walked over with his hands behind his back and read the words carved beside the weapons while muttering to himself. So he was an ancient deity. Before dying, he discovered this cave, but the immortal fruit had not ripened yet. In the end, he left behind his martial arts manuals and his signature weapon for a destined successor. Not long after, he walked out carrying the pile of weapons while eating the immortal fruit and talking to himself. "Looks like I'm the destined one after all. This immortal fruit can conveniently help extend my lifespan. It's far too precious. Everyone has a duty to protect nature. Leaving it in these wild mountains isn't safe." Suddenly, he spotted a man lying flat on the ground. Zioxy was startled and quickly bent down as he exclaimed, "When did this guy fall down here?" He actually survived thanks to the tree branches cushioning him, but his injuries are severe. He looked at the immortal fruit that had been eaten down to only the core and could not help hesitating. This might be able to save him. After all, it's an immortal fruit. The core, the essence, the 8-9 mystic art. After eating a bit of that core, Chuju suddenly sprang to his feet and bowed gratefully. "Thank you, benefactor Zioxy, for saving my life. Nan Chuju will engrave this kindness into his bones. Someday I will surely repay you generously." Zioxy turned around and tactfully refused. "No need, no need. Helping others for joy has already been carved into my bones as a fine tradition." He stared at the book he had been given and began calculating again. "Granny Xiang really gave me something incredible. The first cheat ability is lifespan extension. If this keeps up, I'll truly become invincible. Let me see another method to attract customers." Before long, someone else received a paper identical to Zioxy's, except parts of it had been trimmed away. One of the underlings asked suspiciously, "Boss, can we really trust something picked up at the gate?" While reading it, the man gave orders. "Give it a try." According to this treasure hunting guide, this shabby book describes the treasure as being right on the cliff ahead. At that moment, Zioxy stood in front of a market stall, glancing around as he muttered, "The place to find the next customer is at a stall on the road. Then find an old man who's both ancient and eccentric. Everyone else sells divine treasures, but he only sells broken copper, rusty iron, and bricks." A moment later, he finally found the man. Zioxy walked over and sat down, leaving the old man stunned. "It's you. The guide says old men like you have the highest drop rate for rare items." He opened the book again and read the instructions. "Then buy the cheapest looking, most worthless piece of junk in his shop, the kind nobody would even take for free." Zioxy quickly picked up a broken brick and asked to buy it. The item mentioned must be this broken brick. "This broken brick, boss, how much is it?" Just then, a man wearing white gloves and rings on every finger, clearly looking wealthy, slapped his hand onto the brick with a smack. Zioxy frowned and cursed. "Hey, you idiot. I picked this brick first." The man pointed at himself and retorted, "But I saw it first." Kidu walked over holding a paper identical to Zioxy's and threatened him. "You know who our young master is, little friend. You should know he's the sole heir of Old Stone City. Why not do us a favor? Old Stone City treats guests and enemies very differently." Zioxy still tightly gripped the brick in his hand. No matter how obvious the threat was, he refused to give in. Zioxy looked at the guard disdainfully. "Looks like you're a 7th Origin spirit master. You're this idiot's bodyguard. Are you threatening me?" Smack! The young master immediately got hit in the face by the brick. He cried out in pain with tears streaming down his face. Zioxy then started lecturing him. "You're seriously annoying. So what if you saw it first? I see plenty of beauties on the street too." Does that mean they all belong to me? Zioxy imagined countless girls becoming infatuated with him and suddenly shouted to himself, "What, you want to possess me too? You beast, stop staring at me and having perverted thoughts about me, or I'll scream molestation." Kidu hugged the young master, whose entire body had turned red while his face went pale, and shouted loudly, "Young master, are you all right? This is the embrace of love." Seeing this, the vendor hurriedly packed up his things and ran away. "It's just a brick picked up from ancient ruins. Why are you all fighting over it? Don't drag this old man into your mess." Zioxy was left standing there holding the brick and waving his hand as he shouted, "Hey, I haven't even paid yet." Kidu furiously charged forward, flailing his arms in a strangely effeminate manner, though his voice remained viciously bitter. "HMPH, I want you dead." Like an excited commentator, someone immediately exclaimed, "This is the signature technique of the Grand Steward of Old Stone City, the flexible body fist. No one has ever survived escaping this move." Zioxy furiously smashed the brick against the man's face with a loud smack, even shattering his helmet. He mocked him. "I never expected this world to have weirdos like this. I truly didn't see that coming." After that, he gained another 100 followers. The others all stood there with their mouths hanging open. They looked utterly unable to believe the scene before their eyes. What? Shock! An unknown youth actually beat the steward of Oldstone City with a brick in one hand. Once it was over, he looked down at the brick suspiciously. It had hit a great primordial spirit master on the head and still had not broken. Whether it was the feel in the hand or the weight for smashing people, both were perfect. Good stuff. Who knew what divine artifact fragment it was, or what kind of system was hidden inside? Or maybe some old man sealed inside it that the manual had not mentioned. Little Creek proudly looked at the paper and pondered, but this part did say, "If you run into noble heirs while gathering materials, do not be afraid of trouble. Just beat them straight away. They will keep giving you experience. Ideally, after you beat the young one, the old one comes too." That guy quickly ran off, not forgetting to turn back and taunt him. "Just you wait. You offended me. My father will not spare you." Seeing this, he could only sigh. This must have been talking about him. There was no one else it could be. Little Creek leisurely sat down to drink tea and await battle. "Hurry up and call your father over. I will wait right here." A moment later, the burly lord of Oldstone City arrived, holding 2 hammers in his hands. With a hateful tone, he said, "I am the current lord of Oldstone City. You dared to provoke trouble in my city, so obediently surrender. I will leave your corpse intact." Over here, he glanced over and sneered, "Has the experience delivery arrived?" Little Creek slowly stood up and nodded as he said, "I thought it was strange earlier. After using this brick to defeat an enemy, experience points seemed to appear above their head." He immediately used the brick to smack the man on the head with a loud thud. Little Creek excitedly muttered, "I wonder how much experience you are worth." Halfway through, he looked up in amazement. Holy crap, it really added experience, so it was because of this brick after all. Plus 1000 FB. Little Creek immediately came up with an evil idea. "If I use this brick to knock every great clan and sect on the head one by one, becoming a god among gods would only be a matter of time, right?" With a huge lump on his head, the lord of Oldstone City pointed straight at him and declared, "Just you wait. I am going to call my father, who has been in seclusion for ages. He ignores worldly affairs and is dazzlingly handsome." Little Creek laughed wickedly and waved provocatively. Go again." This feeling of beating the young one and having the old one come was amazing. No wonder other male leads level up so quickly. All this experience is handed to them for free. A moment later, a pitch-black figure wearing nothing but bunny print underwear approached. His muscles bulged and his aura towered to the skies. He jumped in fright and cried out, "Whoa, whoa. Do we know each other?" The founder of Giant Stone City, the mighty Stone Titan, stood with his hands on his hips and lifted his chin arrogantly. "Have you realized how foolish you are yet?" Seeing this, Wu Mao gaped and shouted, "He's here. The founder of our Giant Stone City, the mighty Stone Titan. Back then, he fought across the world without a single rival. He won countless wrestling championships across the water origin continent and eventually lost interest in worldly affairs, so he retired here in seclusion. Young man, there you are." Zioxy stared wide-eyed and pointed ahead as he shouted loudly, "A mighty warrior, my idol, is that really you? Did you transmigrate here too?" The giant's face turned stern as he threatened, "Anyone who refuses to eat will be dealt with by that demon or whatever. Later, someone will beat that demon until it keeps begging for mercy." Hearing that, he could not help but complain, "Your broken English is even harder to understand than mine." The man pointed a finger at Zioxy and emphasized, "Lai Ru." He opened his palm and quickly clenched it again. Damn it! The giant's eyes suddenly glowed blood red, murderous intent flashing through them like a wild beast entering battle. Without hesitation, the two charged at each other like raging storms, head against head, hands twisting against hands. Zioxy shouted loudly, his fighting spirit surging. A sacred spirit forged through pure physical training. Yet after only a few exchanges, with a body as sturdy and powerful as Zhou Meng, the mighty warrior quickly gained the upper hand and slammed Zioxy to the ground with ease. Startled, Zioxy widened his eyes warily in an instant. Zioxy twisted his body and rapidly retreated backward, causing the giant's hard head to smash straight into the solid ground from momentum alone. A loud boom echoed throughout the insect map. Even so, the mighty warrior had no intention of giving up. He narrowed his eyes, his expression growing fiercer and fiercer as his breathing became heavy. Right before him, the giant charged again and grabbed Zioxy violently. His hands were like steel clamps tightly wrapping around Zioxy's body. A furious roar burst from his mouth. Then suddenly, the giant leaned backward and used all his strength to choke Zioxy, causing his face to pale as his breathing became ragged. Fortunately, thanks to his nimble movements, Zioxy managed to escape from the restraining grip. He stepped back and panted heavily. Across from him, the old man grimaced as sweat poured from his body, breathing rapidly while his shoulders trembled with each heavy breath. Zioxy panted while frowning, trying to figure out how to defeat this man. The crowd witnessing the spectacle could not help but comment. This is truly incredible, thrilling, and exciting. Both of them are relying solely on raw physical strength, muscles colliding the romance of men. He immediately charged forward like lightning and threw a devastating punch straight at the mighty warrior's steel-like chest. Someone cried out in shock, "It's coming!" The founder of Giant Stone City's ultimate move. If this young man survives, he'll still end up half dead. Even Jesus won't be able to save him, I'm telling you. Zioxy immediately lifted his knee and slammed it into the man's back. The mighty warrior's head crashed into the ground again with a loud smack. Without missing the opportunity, he swiftly pinned the man down and locked the giant's powerful arms behind his back. The man roared furiously and unleashed a storm of punches and kicks, every blow carrying terrifying force. Just a second later, the mighty warrior charged forward and tightly restrained Zioxy again. An old man nearby widened his eyes and tearfully exclaimed, "What a satisfying battle. My life has no regrets anymore." Fortunately, Zioxy escaped danger once again. The man roared, throwing another terrifying punch, but Zioxy merely leaned backward slightly and dodged it effortlessly. At that moment, his pupils glowed blood red. Zioxy curled his lips into a cold smile filled with sharp killing intent. He clenched his fist and rotated it several times, creating a mysterious spiritual force. Zioxy growled, "The next move will take your life." Suddenly, he paused and excitedly raised a brick, saying, "I almost forgot about this." Holding the brick, Zioxy continuously swung his arm. Realizing the perfect moment had arrived, he hurled it straight at the mighty warrior's face. The impact knocked the man's face violently to one side as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Finishing move, Zioxy gained 10,000 FB points. He rubbed his cheek against it happily and exclaimed, "Sure enough, the stronger the opponent I hit with this thing, the more experience points I get." Someone stared with their mouth hanging open and stammered, "Breaking news, breaking news. I'm so shocked I don't even know what to say anymore." In the end, Zioxy and the mighty warrior clasped hands and reconciled for a moment. The man excused himself, saying, "I'll continue my training. If you have time, let's spar again, my friend." The crowd could not believe their eyes as they shouted in unison, "Is this what they call becoming friends through fighting?" The young master and the lord of Giant Stone City and Kiddo were all completely stunned, and now they're friends. Filled with murderous intent, Zioxy walked up to the three of them, his eyes glowing red as though he wanted to devour them alive. He pointed directly at Kiddo and cleared his throat. "You Kiddo, get over here." The man jumped in fright and pointed at himself in panic. Kiddo hurriedly waved his hands and shook his head desperately in refusal. "Hero, spare my life, I truly don't know how to wrestle." Zioxy recalled the purple book he had been holding earlier and questioned him. "Answer me. Where's the thing you were holding before? Let me see it." Kiddo hurriedly presented it. Comparing the two copies, Zioxy muttered, "Whether it's the material or the handwriting, they're exactly the same. Only his looked far more tattered, with many parts too damaged to read clearly." Zioxy pressed a finger against his chest and demanded, "Where did you get this thing?" Kiddo shrank back and honestly confessed, "A few days ago, a very mysterious old man gave it to me. He was riding an ox." Zioxy immediately realized who it was. Zioxy frowned suspiciously. Could it be Yura? What is he planning? Meanwhile, Yayako and old Mew entered the cave holding torches. His eyes widened anxiously as he asked, "Xiangxiang, are you all right? Why is the ancestral epic artifact giving off such terrifying evil energy again?" Madame Xiang held the knife in her hand, floating in the middle of the formation. Her emerald eyes looked as if someone was controlling her. Her voice echoed through the cave. "Have the two of you finished what I told you to do yet?" Old Mew stood behind her with clasped hands and calmly replied, "It's done. Over the past few days, we've made a damaged copy of the treasure hunting section from Guide to Becoming the Strongest Child of Destiny. We've already distributed it to the major clans and sects." Madame Xiang raised the knife close to her mouth and sneered cruelly. "Good, let the gathering begin. Everyone in the holy temple, we're sealing the village now." Meanwhile, Zioxy walked along with a blade of grass in his mouth and his hands behind his head, deep in thought. Why would Zira do that? Was it just his own idea or the entire village's? Why are they trying to trap me? Suddenly, he came up with an idea. Maybe he should go back and ask them directly. Zioxy hurried back to the village, but all he saw before him was a giant barren pit. Furious, Zioxy cursed, "Damn it, where's the village? This really is just one huge pit." Suddenly, he noticed something. There was a piece of paper on the ground. Zioxy picked it up and read, "Brat, stop cursing already. We can all hear you. The Holy Temple and Sadio village have hidden themselves within countless minor worlds. If you want to find us, keep dreaming." He threw the purple book to the ground and roared angrily, "I knew I'd been tricked." Zioxy vented his rage by stomping on it before turning away resentfully. By now, dusk had begun to fall and soft, golden light filled the world. Zioyan held his hand and looked up to ask, "Zioxy, why did you suddenly pick up 10,000 daughters-in-law?" Zioxy glanced at the purple book in his hand and replied, "This thing." He then put on a serious face and said, "I've thought it through. Everything they taught me over the past 9 years was real. I shouldn't doubt that they were trying to trap me. There must be some deeper meaning behind all this." Yet inside his head, he was thinking about something entirely different. 10,000 wives, 10,000 wives. She made an adorable expression and nodded in agreement. "I can feel their emotions too, warm and comforting." Zioxy grinned slyly as a new plan formed in his mind. "Even Mom says so, then everything's fine. Let's keep searching for treasure. We need to collect all the treasures and bags we can." Zioyan quickly climbed onto his back. Stretching her palm forward, she happily laughed and said, "All right, this time Mom wants 2 candied hawthorn sticks." Not long after, an aged spirit emerged from Zioxy's ring. The old spirit spoke, "Greetings, I am the portable grandpa." A system notification appeared. "You have obtained the ultimate exchange system. Would you like to bind it immediately?" The ultimate exchange system. The next second, Zioxy received a majestic belt that radiated the imposing aura of a battlefield general. He pressed his face close to the purple book and continued reading. "There's another way to obtain cheats here, though it's rather unorthodox. Get crushed by falling rocks or hit by a carriage on the road. Then transmigrate." Zioxy imagined himself being crushed beneath a giant rock and immediately broke out in cold sweat from fear. At that moment, Ziohei also threw a purple book onto the ground and shouted furiously, "Damn it. The treasure here was snatched away by someone else first. That damned old geezer walking birds around. He made this lord waste hundreds of millions of spirit stones buying this treasure-hunting manual. Rotten bastard, don't let me see you again." Ziohei closed his eyes and sniffed a few times before concluding, "The scent of the treasure thief still lingers in the air. This lord is certain I've smelled it somewhere before." He followed the scent outside. Not long afterward, he crossed his arms suspiciously. "Ghost City," Ziohei suddenly connected it to the appearance of the puppet. "To be precise, it's that mysterious young man who appeared in Ghost City." He stroked his chin while drooling excitedly. "Doesn't that mean this lord doesn't need to search anymore? I can just go ask him to lend it to me directly." At the same time, atop Giant Que Peak, the leader of the Xuan sect, True Man Taiyuan, clasped his hands and pondered aloud. "I wonder why the old master of Giant Que Peak summoned all the major sects here this time. Could some major event have occurred?" One man standing in the center spoke up. "I believe the disciples of all the sect masters here have recently received a treasure-hunting manual. This thing has already stirred chaos across the continent. My Shuyuan sect also investigated whether it was real or fake." The master of Giant Que Peak, True Man Ju, carried a sword on his back and nodded. "In the end, we discovered it was real. It's just that someone else got there first and took away all the treasures and heaven-defying divine fruits." Taiyuan shrugged and chuckled lightly. "Could it be that we righteous sects are planning to snatch the treasures back?" Juk immediately refuted him. "Sect Master Xuan's words are mistaken. According to the intelligence our sect gathered, the person who obtained the treasures radiates savage and demonic evil energy. If we allow him to continue growing, he will inevitably bring calamity upon all living beings, causing ordinary people endless suffering. Therefore, for the sake of the world, we must subdue him. We cannot allow him to grow stronger and endanger humanity." Dean Xiao, Daged of Kaipo Academy, interrupted and continued speaking. "That's right, I also believe Sect Master Jiuk makes a valid point. To maintain peace among all people under heaven, our great sects must form an alliance." Sect Master Jipu of the Shi sect still sat leisurely beside the tea table and burst into laughter. "What a bunch of hypocrites. Talking with fake people like you really is a waste of time. To actually claim that stealing treasures is some righteous duty to save the world. Impressive indeed. Our Shi sect wants a share of this too." Jiuk glanced over and asked again, "So the Xuan sect won't be participating, correct?" Taiyuan rested both hands beneath the chin, putting on a cold expression. "Who said we weren't joining? Saving the world is such a noble responsibility. That's exactly the kind of thing I love doing most." Inside the Jiuxu Council Hall, a bald man suddenly turned toward Banton. "Senior brother, why do you think our sect master gathered the 4 great sects together? Wouldn't that just attract even more people?" The other man recalled the past before warning him. "Junior brother, there is something you don't know. That demonic treasure thief is incredibly powerful. Back then, I merely looked from afar and my whole body trembled so badly I couldn't move. Master must have his reasons for doing this. You shouldn't ask too many questions. In front of him, I didn't even have the courage to draw my sword. That is the kind of man worth pursuing for an entire lifetime. Just then, the young man suddenly sneezed and sighed. Which young lady is thinking about me again now? Zion hugged a pile of snacks in the arms and smiled brightly while making wild guesses. Maybe it's the bearded one. Zioxy held the hand and led along to the Shichui auction house. The young man muttered, "We've gotten rich lately. Let's exchange some spirit stones. And buy some spirit cores to help with cultivation too." Zioxy stepped forward and went straight to the point. "You work here, right? How's this auction house? Does it have a good reputation?" Old Joe patted the chest and acted like an all-knowing expert. "I swear to heaven, in the past 1,000 years this auction house can only be described with a single word. Outstanding." He clasped his hands behind his back and invited them in. "Come, I'll personally receive the two of you." Not long after, the young man frowned and asked unhappily, "So I have to consign my treasures to your auction house first?" Old Joe raised 3 fingers and swore, "Joe guarantees with his life that everything will be absolutely fair and just. I'll help you negotiate the best possible price." Zioxy thought it sounded reasonable, so the young man pulled out a pile of treasures and said, "Fine, since you've even used your soul form, take them." Seeing this, the old man grabbed his head in shock while marveling inwardly. Genuine rare treasures. Old Joe took out a VIP card and revealed a sly smile. "Joe personally gifts you this distinguished guest card. From now on, you'll get half-price discounts when buying things at the auction house." A short while later, a woman with twin ponytails carrying Zioxy's treasures pointed forward threateningly. "You filthy old man, stop getting in the way. Don't forget this auction house is backed by our Sayaba sect. As a magical girl, I'm only carrying out the orders of that great lord." Seeing this, the old man trembled with anger and pointed at the group while shouting furiously, "The reputation and credibility our auction house built over thousands of years cannot be destroyed by the likes of you. What you're doing is no different from banditry." The woman glanced over, her voice overflowing with killing intent. "Fool. After exterminating the demon, the world will only praise our great achievements." In the next second, Old Joe's body was pierced all over by sharp ice spikes. He looked utterly miserable. Meanwhile, Zioxy sat leisurely inside the auction house with crossed legs while complaining. "The auction's about to begin and trouble already happens. What rotten luck." Suddenly, the young man vanished into thin air, leaving the 2 people beside stunned as they stared at the empty space. Zioxy rushed over to Old Joe and whispered, "Not dead yet. This old man's vitality is much stronger than ordinary people." The old man sprawled on the ground and groaned weakly. I think I can still be saved." The young man brought Zion forward and asked for help. If left alone, though, he'd definitely die. "Mom, see if this old man can still be saved." The woman's entire body emitted a brilliant golden light, the eyes turning pure white as nodded in agreement. From sacred healing arts. Not long afterward, Old Joe woke up. He lowered his head with difficulty and said, "I'm not dead. Young hero, the treasures for the auction have already been taken to the Sayaba sect." "Joe couldn't stop them, I'm sorry." Zioxy curled the lips into a grin and replied, "You're just working for others. Why risk your life over it? I don't blame you, though this auction house really doesn't seem very transparent. Was it always like this before?" The old man's entire body trembled, his tone filled with hatred. "This can't simply be called working for others. This auction house originally belonged to my ancestors. It's just that the Sayaba sect deliberately wanted to interfere. I had no choice but to compromise." Old Joe dropped to his knees and begged, "Even after losing treasures like that, your expression hasn't changed at all. Young hero, you definitely aren't an ordinary person. Please destroy this auction house completely. Joe doesn't wish to see the hard work of generations continue to be humiliated by outsiders." Just then, a blonde-haired man carrying a broom walked over and shouted loudly, "No." Seeing this, the young man sneered mockingly, "I thought you planned to hide there until the very end. When that old man was attacked earlier, you were there too, weren't you? Why didn't you stop them? Yet now you're trying to stop me instead." The man admitted his fault with a serious expression. Old Joe being killed by the Sayaba sect was an unexpected accident, but if the auction house gets destroyed, that would be my negligence. Suddenly, the man swung the broom and drew a magical formation while shouting, "Secret left-hand technique, explosive annihilation bullet." In an instant, the auction house exploded with a deafening boom. Zioxy quickly flew out through the thick smoke, cursing under his breath while mumbling about negligence. Yet his body was far more honest, blowing the giant gate apart in a single strike. He casually grabbed a huge hammer and remarked, "This hammer's not bad, perfect for smashing houses." The man remembered anxiously that his explosive magic bullet was something he had trained for 30 years to perfect. It had clearly hit its target. The Qing spirit expert truly was terrifying. Standing in the middle of the massive hall, Zioxy declared, "Listen up, everyone inside. I'm tearing this auction house down. If you don't want to die, get out now." Hearing that, everyone scattered in panic, shouting nonstop. "What was that explosion just now? Run, the great devil wants to kill people. The great devil is killing people. Devil, devil." Zion helped old Joe, who was crying miserably, into a corner and comforted him. "Grandpa, don't cry. Your grandson-in-law is the best." The others ran for their lives while screaming, "Help, the devil's about to eat people." He thought to himself that although they could drive away the fighters from the Sayaba sect this time, without this Sayaba sect, there would still be thousands of new Sayaba sects appearing. In the end, it was better for him to destroy this place himself. In this world without strength, people would beat, bully, and humiliate you. The blond man standing behind him looked at Zioxy's back and the shattered signboard, finally realizing that he had been completely ignored and was no match for him at all. At that moment, Zioxy turned around with the giant hammer and rushed toward him excitedly. "I almost forgot about you, but you're pretty loyal. Then go down with this auction house." Suddenly, the man dropped to his knees with a loud thud. He kowtowed and begged, "Hero, you're absolutely right. I'm just working for them. There's no need to risk my life. I quit. Please spare me, thank you." Zioxy froze awkwardly, thinking to himself that this man's desire to survive was just as strong as his own. Then he agreed, "Fine, get out of here." After saying that, Zioxy used the hammer to wreck the entire place. He also made sure to take away a huge sack of treasures. Old Joe knelt down crying bitterly as he pleaded, "Ancestors above, please forgive this unfilial descendant." Zioxy grabbed her hand and urged, "Mom, let's run. If that old man asks me to pay for the auction house later, I'm doomed." "Mom, did you learn that?" Kind-hearted Zioyan looked back at the old man regretfully before softly replying, "I learned it." Xiaming held up a copy of the Noisy News with photos of Zioxy and Old Joe printed on it. She spoke into the microphone to warn everyone. "Hello everyone, this is Xiam. I'm a reporter from Noisy News. Yesterday, a great devil appeared and destroyed the 1,000-year-old traditional auction house in the city center within moments. It is said that the great devil specializes in eating children and violating women. Such crimes are unforgivable. Everyone should avoid going outside these next few days unless absolutely necessary." Just as a vendor was reading Noisy News, Zioxy walked over and pointed at the candied hawthorn. "Boss, how much are these candied fruits?" The man jumped in fright. His hair stood on end. He shoved 2 skewers into their hands before running away screaming, "Help, the great devil is here, help." Xiaming continued her report. According to the latest information, the great devil also enjoys stealing candy to fatten up kidnapped children for dinner. The newspaper headline read, "Shocking, small roadside stall claims it was robbed by the devil. Devil fattens girls to fill his stomach. Absolutely inhumane." Suddenly, a hand slapped down onto her shoulder, making Xiaming freeze in terror as goosebumps spread across her body. She dropped the microphone to the ground and stammered in panic, the great devil." Xiaming collapsed to the floor, her shoulder straps slipping down as she cried and begged, "Great devil, even if you take my body, you'll never possess my pure soul." "Come on then." Zioyan suddenly leaned in holding paper and pen for an interview. "Hello, may I ask your name?" Zioxy stammered awkwardly. "I just want to know why everyone in this city gets scared whenever they see me." She stood up bravely and shouted, "I'm right here, you beast. Go ahead then, what are you scared now?" The next day, Noisy News released another sensational headline. "Shocking, reporter escapes tiger's jaws alive, reveals the great devil is actually impotent." Now standing before a fortress, Zioxy muttered, "The stolen treasure is giving off a faint reaction here. It has to be in this place." A hideous man with rabbit teeth and an ugly face acted like a thug, pointing at Zioxy while driving him away. "Hey, you guy who's less handsome than me, are you here to register and join our Sayaba sect? You don't look like someone who can even afford tuition. This isn't a place for broke trash like you. Get lost, get lost, get lost." Zioxy exploded in anger. "Damn it, put the money issue aside. Saying you're more handsome than me is going too far." Zioxy dusted off his hands threateningly. "Scram, scram, scram. Adults are busy here, kid. Stay out of the way or you might get caught up in it later. Uncle's here to wreck this place." The man directly pinched both of Zioxy's cheeks and sneered, "You don't have any elemental power fluctuations, nor the talent for learning magic. Your face is average too. You'll never accomplish anything in this lifetime. You couldn't even qualify to be a servant disciple like me, yet you still dare to spout nonsense. Hurry up and leave, or if the senior brothers and sisters hear you, they won't let you off." Inside, someone holding a copy of Noisy News gave an order. "This devil isn't ordinary, we must be careful. We're only the advance team sent to the auction house. Our mission is to track down his whereabouts. Have all of you memorized the devil's face and clothing?" "Yes, understood. You stay outside and intimidate them. If you still will not let go, I will stop being polite." Everyone turned and saw Brooke and instantly froze. Every face turned deathly pale. They were terrified and had no idea what to do. That person turned away, pretending not to know anything, and said, "This mission is extremely dangerous. I will explain everything carefully on the way. Move out. Brook looked helplessly at the person in front of him and said 2 words. Enough already? As soon as he finished speaking, he sealed the man's acupoint. A sharp pop echoed through the air. Brook marched inside, seething with killing intent. His voice thundered out, I am here to collect a debt. Where is the person in charge of the cow boss sect? Inside, everyone was still discussing matters. This meeting ends here for now. In short, our mission is to capture the demon lord before anyone else. After that, we seize every treasure in his possession. We cannot let him harm the mortal world. When Kaid sensed that something was wrong, he blurted out, someone has broken in to cause trouble. He sprang to his feet and ordered, go see who would dare be so bold. The disciples surrounded Brook and cursed, you bastard, you are dead. Each of us only needs one magic orb to blow you to pieces. Not long after, he beat the whole group senseless and every one of them collapsed. Brook kept gaining FP and sat relaxed atop the pile of bodies. Hey, can you two tell me where your person in charge is? Someone like a director or headmaster. Where are they? I came to pick a fight with them, not you. They clung tightly to Brook's legs, crying and begging. Hero, you should have said so earlier. They give us mountains of homework every single day. We could not finish it in 3 lifetimes. We wish we could burn this whole school to the ground. Hero, come on, I will lead the way right now. 2 others were whispering among themselves, that old. Hero, you must do your best. The blonde man at the front is the headmaster. He once punished me by making me copy a book 10,000 times. Please give him some extra special attention, Hero. When Kaid flew over, he said bitterly, the power radiating from this demon lord is overwhelming. Damn the old void hawk. No wonder they were kind enough to share news of this demon lord with our cow boss sect. It turns out they could not chew through this tough bone themselves. His eyes lit up brightly, releasing a deathly spiritual force as he muttered, 9 dragons slumbering deep within the core sea. Hear my summons and unleash your immense power. Kaid swung his staff forward, firing a blazing red surge of energy, dense with core-sealing breath. He stood in the distance, controlling them as they launched a frontal attack toward Brook. Wave after wave of energy rushed at him. Brook raised both hands and caught them with his gauntlets. He tore his clothes apart, then flew toward Kaid, aiming for his face. He sneered, damn, that hurts a little. It would be great if this were my old body. I had maxed out my fire resistance. Before Brook could slam the brick into Kaid, the man quickly summoned a deep purple scroll. Space Scroll Teleport. He was instantly surrounded by that mysterious purple spiritual force. Brook paused and guessed, a space scroll was extremely precious back in my era. This is not for escaping. It is to teleport me outside the school grounds. The remaining elders shouted, now is the time, Magic Link. They quickly formed a battle formation. He stood in the center, cleared his throat, and said, let me take primary control. Once again, his pupils shone brightly, carrying a blazing aura. Chains of an icy prison were summoned, and countless sharp ice shards rose from the ground, imprisoning Brook for a moment. He immediately summoned Empty Void. A black-purple circle and streaks of lightning appeared in midair. Brook quickly used it to shatter the razor-sharp ice shards attacking him. Kaid frowned and summoned Thunder Fury Strike. In an instant, bolts of lightning answered his call, tearing across the sky before shooting straight into Brook's body. His whole body blazed in blinding white lightning. One boom after another rang out like thunder, shaking the entire space. Brook spread both arms wide. His body received the violent thunder force. Then he threw back his head and roared again and again. He flew into a thunderous rage. Brook's entire body radiated an oppressive aura. He burst out laughing. In this world, the big fish devour the small, whether righteous or evil. Carrying so many rare treasures will surely stir up conflict. I can ascend through battle and become a god among gods. I understand now. Giving me the guide to becoming the strongest child of destiny was not meant to make me rely on him. It was meant to turn me into everyone's target. Wings sprouted from Brook's back in an instant. He lowered his gaze to his palm and judged, part of my past life's power has awakened again. Sure enough, I have to fight life and death duels with cultivators from the outside world in order to level up. Just a little more, one more great life and death battle, and I will definitely break through and become a god. Those old men stared blankly at this scene. In panic, they shouted, what is going on? He took so many combined magic attacks. His aura has become even fiercer. Kaid swept his gaze across them and reassured them, everyone, do not let him scare you. We have combined so much magic. There is no way he is unharmed. He is only strong in aura. Before everyone could take back their words, the man's face had already turned deathly pale. Drenched in sweat, he stared wide-eyed at the scene ahead. Little Creek charged in and attacked them one by one. As he fought, he roared, not enough, more. Just then Ju Kwek came rushing over while standing on his sword. Sheng Yuan also flew beside him and shouted loudly, Principal Xiao Deji De, do not be afraid, we will lend you a hand. Meanwhile, Zhai Pu was still holding a large jar, running after the other two. Chi De's face darkened as he thought, these 3 probably arrived long ago. They waited until our side had exhausted more than half of this demon's strength before showing up. We have been used. Even so, he put on a benevolent expression and said with a smile, Thank you three for appearing in time to help. Otherwise, our Zhao Ba sect would be in danger today. Let us deal with this great demon together. Little Creek suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, "It is the loose, immortal Tai Yuan. Impossible. The primordial age is at least over 1,000,000 years away from my era. Separated by dozens of cycles of reincarnation, how could the loose, immortal Tai Yuan live that long?" When Little Creek saw the beauty, he could not help getting a nosebleed. He looked up and asked softly, "Beauty, may I ask if you are the loose, immortal Tai Yuan?" She pouted and replied arrogantly, "A great demon actually knows me. What immortals are there in this world? Those are legendary beings. Even if you want to strike up a conversation, do not exaggerate that much. This trick may work on other girls, but fooling me will be hard." Jaipu folded his arms and negotiated. "Young brat with hot blood and fierce energy, could it be that you like perfected Tai Yuan? Defeat the four of us, and she will be yours, or hand over all the treasures on you, and I will help you tie Tai Yuan up." Jiuque stepped forward and said solemnly, "Today, we four great sects shall enforce the will of heaven, destroy demons, and eliminate evil. Our glorious achievements will be recorded in history." He had no idea that behind him, a small war of words was taking place. Between Tai Yuan and Jaipu, Little Creek was excited. He laughed and praised them repeatedly. "Not bad, not bad. Your tone really does resemble the divine temple. Equally vulgar and old-fashioned. If you want my treasures, then come and get them. I happen to need a great battle that can push me to the ultimate sublimation." He kicked off and sprang into the air, spreading both arms as his aura radiated in every direction. Little Creek roared, "Whether I can break through and become a god today will depend on whether the experience points you give me are useful. But if you want to deal with me, you must pay the price. The men get crippled. Tai Yuan, you can warm me up." As Jaipu rushed forward, he reminded them, "Are you idiots? While he is gathering energy, attack. Do not be like those villains we wiped out." They waited for the opponent to finish charging up before attacking and even let him ramble for a while. "Stupid enough to die." Jiuque also shot forward, urging them on. "The head of the Buddhist sect sees through everything. Let us quickly deal with this demon, then divide the rewards according to merit." Tai Yuan floated in midair, gently flicked her sword, and empowered several flags. 5 elements formation, rise. She stood on a broom handle, tore across the sky, and said, "Do not be afraid, I will support you from the rear." Jaipu lowered his body into an attacking stance. His fists clenched tightly, and all his inner force surged into his chest muscles like waves crashing against hidden reefs, forming an intimidating aura throughout his body. In an instant, he leaped forward, spreading both palms. Spiritual power gathered like a raging current beneath his skin as he unleashed the demon-slaying dragon claw. Little Creek's face darkened and he sneered, "You came at just the right time. Take a kick from me." He punched straight into that solid chest with one hand, while one leg swung behind and stomped hard into Jaipu's back, making him cough up blood. In a trembling voice he said, "Damn it, this is a leg." Little Creek smirked and explained, "This is called feinting east and striking west. A madman taught it to me. Great strength water buffalo fist." In the blink of an eye, Jaipu's whole body was blasted away like a kite with its string cut, slamming straight into the mountain range behind him with an earth-shaking boom. He looked down at the hole in his chest and cursed, "What the hell? Monks do not swear, but this time, what the hell? My golden body has been broken." Even Little Creek now had to marvel at his own peak strength. This is the legendary indestructible diamond body. Hard as hell, top-tier technique. Jiuque seized the chance and charged in. He raised his palm, which was gathering spiritual power, and unleashed his ultimate skill. "My body is the sword. With the sword I subdue all." Caught on the defensive, Little Creek could only raise both arms to block. A slash swept across his arms, sending blood spraying everywhere. He backed away with 2 slash marks still carved into his arms. Little Creek frowned and said, "What kind of technique is this? It is even more flexible than sword control." The sharpness of a sword formed from the body could not be underestimated either. He could not give up so easily. With a single thought, Little Creek gathered momentum and charged forward, thinking that as long as he destroyed that sword, the man might no longer be able to control others. At the crucial moment, Tai Yuan gently raised her sword to the sky, stroked along the spine of the blade, and chanted in a soft voice, 5 elements ghost-locking formation. Instantly, 5 formation flags planted themselves around him, forming a sealing ring. From each flag, a golden chain shot out like a divine snake lunging at its prey, binding Little Creek's body tightly, not missing the opportunity. Jaipu roared and punched like a 1,000-ton bear splitting a mountain, putting all his strength into one strike. A formless seal. At the same time, Jiuque spun around, his long beard transforming into razor-sharp blades that shot forward, launching a relentless assault within the formation. She raised her sword high, spiritual power gathering at the tip. Deafening explosions rang out as purple heavenly lightning tore through the sky and crashed onto the formation with world-destroying force. Under the purple heavenly lightning, Zioxy endured the agony of his body being ripped apart alone. He roared toward the heavens, almost there, the threshold of ascension. The stronger the sensation of death became, the more violent the hidden power inside him grew. Afraid of dying, Dios, I fled while screaming, "No way. I can't beat him, I'll die. Giant wind sword, hurry and help me." The divine sword Apophis immediately appeared. With a single slash, he shattered several formations at once. Gyuqui narrowed his eyes and urged, "Kid G, how much longer does your ancestral forbidden spell need to prepare?" Almost done, almost done." As Jeed opened the book and ancient characters floated into the air, he snapped irritably, "Stop bothering me, it's almost ready." Zioxy glanced over and thought to himself, "What kind of forbidden spell is that? It's giving off an incredibly dangerous aura." Jippu fiercely stepped in front of Zioxy and warned, "Hey, brat, I know what you're planning. Don't even think about skipping the process." Holding the divine sword in his hand, he threatened, "Yellow-skinned old man with just your minor indestructible golden body. You can't stop my giant wind." Seeing this, Gyuqui widened his eyes and shouted loudly, "Excellent sword, the demon brat's blade is truly a peerless divine weapon, perfectly forged for Gyuqui's sword arts. Wealth and status mean nothing to me, I only want this sword." Giant Wind's spirit manifested faintly and asked, "Old man, you want me?" Giant Wind spat disdainfully at him. The spit shot straight onto his forehead, instantly leaving Gyuqui speechless. Humiliated, he roared angrily, "It even has a sword spirit, it's absolutely perfect." Gritting his teeth, Jippu blocked the divine sword pointed at him. He became increasingly anxious. Even though this sword is broken, nothing can withstand it. Just brushing against its sword aura already cut my golden body. Crying out, Jippu turned around and begged, "Help, what are you all standing around for? While I've got his weapon pinned down, charge already. Don't worry about accidentally hurting me. Use your ultimate techniques already." Taiyuan frowned and shouted, "Jippu, hold on, I'm coming to help you." Gyuqui finally lost patience and turned around, yelling urgently, "Jeed, are you done yet? Your move takes way too long." Jeed casually replied, "Sword idiot, stop rushing me, just a little more." Left with no choice, he picked up his shattered sword and lowered his head to summon his primordial spirit. "This time I'll risk everything. This sword has been with me for over half my life. Today it shattered and it shall help me ascend to the ultimate peak." Gyuqui's pupils turned deathly pale. He opened his mouth wide and absorbed the fragments. Taiyuan stepped forward to attack first, shouting as he summoned his technique. Thunder formation, amid the towering clouds, lightning continuously crashed down. Even while coughing up blood, Zioxy kept thinking nervously, "I can't let the Cowpo sect mage keep charging mana in the back for that ultimate move. I can sense an extremely dangerous aura. I have to risk it all." With no divine sword left in hand, Gyuqui transformed his own body into a sword avatar. Entering the formation with overwhelming momentum, he threatened his opponent. "You should feel honored. I've never shown this move to the world before. This is the hardest technique of our sect to master. Today my sword, nurtured for many years, shattered apart. I swear your blood will splatter 500 steps away." Witnessing the mystical transformation, Jippu excitedly said, "Sect Master Gyuqui, let me lend you a hand." He lifted the sword avatar, his heart surging with battle intent, grinning as he said, "Heh, heh, right now I feel like I can split everything in half. This feeling is unbelievably exhilarating." Zioxy glanced at him with disdain and asked, "Turning your body into a sword, I wonder if it's sturdier than an epic weapon." Gyuqui spoke loudly, his eyes overflowing with confidence. "Epic weapons exist only in legends. But I dare say that today I am the #1 divine weapon, enough to cut you down." The moment he finished speaking, Zioxy's eyes filled with killing intent. He swung his sword fiercely, striking forward like a flashing blade. Like the god of death tearing through space and time, Zioxy's sword slammed heavily into Gyuqui with a thunderous explosion. Stroking a few strands of his silver beard, Gyuqui mocked brightly, "Monk Jippu, did you happen to hear a cracking sound just now? That demon brat's weapon is truly fragile. No wonder it's only a broken sword." Yet after exchanging just one blow, Jippu was already shocked beyond words. He continuously begged for mercy. "Sect Master Gyuqui, this has nothing to do with me. Once you die, I'll chant scriptures to send you off. Please don't let your ghost haunt me." "I'm afraid of ghosts." Gyuqui looked back at his sword body and suddenly realized, "So I cracked." He quickly calmed himself and hurriedly explained, "Don't worry. I can regenerate myself, but I can't withstand another heavy collision. I never expected that broken sword to possess an armor-breaking attribute. Every weapon before it would have to call it Grandmaster. Excellent. I may not need any treasures at all as long as I can obtain the demon brat's sword." In another corner, Taiyuan had already managed to cast a bizarre formation technique that looked incredibly powerful. She grinned wickedly and announced, "Success, try out my latest invention. Mystic magnetism of the Golden Formation Village activate in the blink of an eye." The divine sword in Zioxy's hand vanished. He cried out in shock, "Old wind sword." Even Taiyuan herself was stunned by the result and shouted excitedly, "It actually worked. During testing before, it failed 9 times out of 10. On the ground, Zioxy's divine sword now lay inside the Golden Formation Village. His face darkened as he bared his teeth and chased after her, yelling, "Taiyuan, look at the mess you've caused." While clutching two massive swords, she pitifully complained, "Why are you chasing me? Go fight the tanks and warriors instead." Tears welled up in Taiyuan's eyes as she weakly defended herself. "I'm just support." Seeing this, Jipu immediately rushed over like a hero rescuing a beauty. He shouted reassuringly, "Big sister Taiyuan, don't panic, we're here." His arms bulged with muscle as he swung his sword decisively like a seasoned warrior. Zioxy was struck square in the chest, blood spraying everywhere and staining the ground red. He clutched the wound, his eyes full of contempt as he sneered mockingly, "HMPH, someone like you with such a crooked heart could never understand a despicable formation like this." Without his divine sword, Zioxy grabbed a crude spear as a temporary weapon and mocked, "Guess I'll have to make do with this." Emboldened by her success, seeing that her formation technique worked, she immediately used it again and shouted, "Mystic magnetism of the Golden Formation Village, retrieve." The spear Zioxy had just picked up instantly fell into the formation on the ground. Jipu and Jiuk became excited like fish in water, praising her nonstop. "Little sister, well done. Getting tricked once was already bad enough." But Zioxy had fallen for the exact same move twice. His face gradually twisted with fury as he warned, "Taiyuan, you're really driving me insane. This is no longer something that can be solved with a little grievance. I think you seriously need to be taught a lesson." She became even more excited and boasted, "It worked again. That proves my new formation theory is correct. Right, I need to tell senior brother when I get back. He'll definitely be thrilled." Zioxy could not stand hearing it anymore, so he picked up a brick from the ground and roared at her, "To hell with your mystic magnetism of the Golden Formation Village. Am I seriously supposed to fight this great battle using brick?" Ignoring his anger, Great Source continued deploying a new type of spell formation, the Blackwater Earthshift formation, and so the poor bricks were also drawn into her formation. Jaipu took advantage of the chaos. While Little Brook had lost his weapon, he launched a sneak attack. Even Jiuk did not forget to join in. Great Source truly was a once-in-a-thousand-years genius of formation. Today our eyes have really been opened. After glancing around, Little Brook's mind began racing non-stop. "This is bad. The magic from that old gatekeeper over there seems almost complete. I cannot drag this out any longer." So it turned out the others had been attacking him all this time to buy Jeed enough time to finish his magic. Jaipu kept attacking without mercy. He put on an arrogant air, saying, "You are at a disadvantage and still dare to lose focus? You really look down on us." He raised his sword and slashed down, sending Little Brook's blood spraying out, splashing everywhere. Jaipu's sword pierced straight through the center of his chest, but Little Brook still endured the pain and clenched the man's throat, choking him until he could barely speak. As expected of a demon lord, he was ruthless even toward himself. Little Brook pulled Jaipu's head close and slammed his own forehead into it with brutal force. Then he shouted hoarsely. He let go and slowly pulled the sword out of his body. With no time left to hesitate, Little Brook smashed Jiuk's sword apart with his fist. He turned to look at Great Source as if she had already become his next target. Without a single unnecessary word or movement, Little Brook turned his back, then shot forward like lightning, leaving Great Source standing there in a daze. He said, "Prioritize the attack." There was no time to waste. Little Brook's eyes grew even more murderous. He clenched his teeth tightly. Jeed looked up at the wild beast before him and only gave a sinister smile, saying, "Too late," floating in midair within the formation. He declared with utter confidence, "I have seen through you. You were never human. You are a corpse demon formed from dead bones. So this move is one you definitely cannot withstand." Along with Jeed's power, a blazing bow and arrow appeared, shining with an unnatural radiance as streams of aura around it formed a violent vortex. Little Brook realized that dense killing intent had covered the entire battlefield. The man stretched his hand forward and shouted as he unleashed his technique, "Blazing Lion Demon-Breaking Arrow." Looking at the bow and arrow before him, Little Brook suddenly came up with an idea. "It is already locked onto me. I'm afraid that no matter where I run, I will still be hit. I wonder if this method will work." Jeed raised the bow and the blazing golden arrow shot straight toward his neck. In an instant, it streaked forward at the speed of light, tearing through space and time itself. In that hairbreadth moment, Little Brook still faced it head-on, forcing himself to stay calm. "Hold back, I still cannot dodge yet." Just as the razor-sharp arrow was about to pierce Little Brook's face, he whispered, "Now, dodge." With godlike reflexes, Little Brook twisted aside and the arrow brushed past only inches from his body. He gritted his teeth and growled, "That was too close," having just escaped a fatal situation. Little Brook quickly regained his composure and prepared to counterattack. In a challenging voice he said, "It only grazed me a little, but luckily it did not hit anywhere vital. Now it is my turn." Seeing his opponent escape death, Jeed did not panic at all. Instead, he looked somewhat pleased as he reminded Little Brook, "Naive fool, take a look at your wing. This move was created specifically for corpse demons like you." His words struck like thunder. Little Brook immediately turned his head and saw the raging flames burning on his wing, then wondered in confusion, "What? Did it not only graze me?" Little Brook clenched his hand into a fist and hissed furiously. Damn it! From behind Jeed, he leapt up like an uncontrollable wild beast pouncing on fat prey, roaring, crippling strike fists. With his blood-red eyes and ferocious fists, Little Brook looked no different from a demon from hell, ruthless and cold-blooded. The force of that terrifying punch was so great that even though Jeed used protective magic, he was still wounded badly enough to cough blood. Ignoring the hot blood leaking from the corner of his mouth, he still forced out a few more words. You corpse demon really are powerful. Even through a layer of protection, you can still injure me so badly. But a strange sound suddenly flashed through Little Brook's mind along with Jeed's words. This feeling of being infinitely close to death. In an instant, he regained his clarity and asked in confusion, could it be? The moment Little Brook let his guard slip, something struck him. Blood sprayed everywhere. Not far away, Great Source widened her eyes in shock and cried out, it hit him so fast. The blazing sun demon-breaking arrow from before had pierced through Little Brook's sturdy body. He thought bitterly, this time I am probably done for. Little Brook looked as if he was about to collapse, swaying between life and death. Half serious and half joking, he whispered, are you kidding me? This amazing arrow can even fly back. Jeed was also utterly exhausted, but he forced himself to explain. This is the blazing sun demon-breaking arrow, bestowed upon my ancestors by a supreme powerhouse. This arrow can only be used once in a lifetime. Once fired, it must kill a demon or it will never stop. Otherwise, do you think I would just stand here? Without using a teleportation scroll, I was only acting as bait. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to his knees, gasping as he said, damn it. I am afraid all my organs are about to rupture. The golden arrow was like a scorching flame, burning Little Brook's entire body. He endured the bone-deep pain in silence, lowering his head without a word. The pitch-black feathered wing on Little Brook's shoulder gradually dissolved into nothingness. He could not hold on any longer and collapsed in defeat. Tiguan had witnessed everything from beginning to end, and something in her heart suddenly stirred. She hesitated and muttered to herself, should I kill him while I still have the chance? What if he seeks revenge later? But he never did anything evil. If anything, we were the ones in the wrong. Suddenly, a powerful light burst before Tiguan's eyes. She looked around in confusion. Where was the light coming from? Zioan appeared. Tears streamed down her face as she desperately stopped Tiguan. Why are you trying to kill my son? My son has never done anything wrong. Even though she did not truly want to strike, Tiguan still explained coldly, this world is ruled by the strong devouring the weak. That is simply how it works, especially for someone like him. So what if it is? She cried while shouting angrily. Nonsense. My son is powerful, but he has never bullied the weak. He even helps the people around him whenever they are in need. Just earlier, he stopped me from intervening because he was afraid I might get hurt. Her sparkling eyes gradually turned into two lifeless pearls. Zioan roared coldly, then by your logic, I am a demon too. My son is dead, so all of you must be buried with him. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a terrifying demon. At once, Tiguan realized something was terribly wrong. Even Gideok, who was half-conscious, sensed it as well. The spiritual energy around them began spiraling into chaos as Zioan unleashed her power. The heavens and earth changed color, and Tiguan could no longer endure the overwhelming rage. Only then did she realize that this was the same divine aura she had once sensed from her senior brother. Before she could say another word, Tiguan was blasted away by the strange waves of energy. Gideok was no exception, and screams echoed everywhere. He was hurled through the air, blood spraying everywhere, before crashing uncontrollably into a nearby boulder. Gideok leaned weakly against the rock, every breath hanging by a thread as he struggled to cling to his fading life. Zioan walked toward him. Reflected in the pool of blood beneath her was the figure of a demon protecting the person she treasured most. Gideok frowned and used the last of his strength to ask, who are you really? A divine aura engulfed the surroundings. Demon Zioan declared clearly, I am the one who will kill you. Then she coldly added, you. She pointed at Gideok and growled furiously, you killed my son. The moment she finished speaking, Zioan decisively hurled a sharp spear at him. Just as expected, the weapon shot straight toward Gideok. One fatal strike sent blood splattering everywhere. Tiguan crawled weakly across the ground. Her body was covered in bleeding wounds as she groaned weakly. What is happening? She carries a divine aura just like my senior brother. But she does not feel human to me. She feels more like a spirit element. Demon Zioan suddenly sensed something and spoke up. This is bad. I am about to disappear, which means... She looked at Xyroxy's cold body and weakly said, Xyroxy's life is about to fade away. Zioan embraced the body lying on the ground. Her trembling voice repeatedly called out, Xyroxy. As she wept, she cried bitterly, you still have so many things left to do. You cannot die here. Demon Zioan used the last traces of her aura to pour power into Xyroxy's body and comforted him. My son, do not be afraid. The more tears she shed, the faster her spiritual power drained away. She continued, Mother is here. Zioan's voice pierced through space and time, reaching deep into his consciousness. Zioxy, do not be afraid, mother is here. Zioxy's body began to dissolve. She moved closer, gently placing her hands on the face of her beloved son. Zioan softly told him. Back at the Magic Martial Academy, Uriel opened the gate of heaven and absorbed Mother's body, along with 2 souls and 6 spirits. She held Zioxy in midair and said, "This is the first time one of Mother's souls has awakened. I never expected it would happen under circumstances like these." As a mother, Zioan had already decided to sacrifice herself to save her child. She said, "Zioxy, I cannot use holy healing arts to cure the wounds caused by the demon-breaking arrow. So the only option is to completely fall into the demonic path and help you resist the demon-breaking arrow." Zioan gave her final instructions before bidding farewell to the world forever. "My son, use the energy I give you to balance the relationship between the light and darkness inside your body. As long as you can fuse them together, you will become a god." She gently kissed his forehead and whispered softly, "Mother will always love you." Suddenly, Zioxy's hand twitched slightly and wrapped around Zioan's back. Zioxy held her tightly for a long time. After feeling warmth returning to his body, Zioan comforted him gently. "It is all right." Tears rolled down Zioxy's cheeks. He nodded softly and replied, "I plan to stay Mother's precious son forever. Mother is definitely supposed to live longer than me. I still need you in this life, so you cannot leave me behind." Before completely fading away, Zioan left him with one final message. "My son, you are not dependent on Mother at all. Stay strong, we will meet again." After that, she shattered into countless fragments and drifted away. Suddenly, an explosion shook the heavens and earth as the aura within Zioxy surged violently once again. Using the powers of light and darkness, Taiyuan could hardly believe her eyes. She leaned forward for a better look and said, "Impossible. How can this be? He's really about to ascend into godhood." She knew for certain that anyone who offended Zioxy this time was doomed. Then she cried out in despair, "We're finished, finished, finished." From afar, hundreds and thousands of reinforcements from other sects rushed in to help. They shouted in unison, sect leaders were here to assist. One of them stepped forward and asked, "Are you all right?" Jiuk had no strength left and could only point toward Zioxy while gasping, kill him." Meanwhile, Zhippo had been beaten so badly that his face was completely unrecognizable. One of the protectors used a healing technique to help Jeed recover quickly. No matter how chaotic the surroundings became, Zioxy continued absorbing spiritual energy. He was preparing to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Just as expected, brilliant lightning streaks appeared across the pitch-black sky. They were about to strike the ground. Taiyuan grabbed her senior brother's hand and nervously declared, "The heavenly tribulation has appeared too. He's definitely about to become a god. And judging from this aura, the lightning tribulation will be incredibly high-ranked, no weaker than senior brothers back then." Any cultivator witnessing this scene would tremble in fear. One of them exclaimed, "This heavenly tribulation is terrifying. If we want to kill him, now is our only chance. If this demon ascends, it won't just be the 4 great sects that are destroyed. Even the entire Shuyuan continent will fall into an age ruled by darkness." The crowd shouted together, "Destroy the demon, destroy the demon, destroy the demon." Ziohe hid behind a massive rock, secretly observing while grinning slyly. "Go ahead, fight each other to the bitter end. This lord will wait until the perfect moment and reap the rewards." Some unleashed sword techniques to seize the opportunity, while others used vine formations against the one undergoing tribulation. 2 brothers drew talismans alongside a spirit serpent. Others summoned spirit beasts. They all shared the same slogan, "Attack the demon while he's undergoing tribulation and disrupt his focus." Hundreds of weapons targeted Zioxy at once. At best, his tribulation would fail. At worst, if those attacks truly interrupted it completely, his soul would be utterly destroyed. The clash of weapons and auras thundered even louder than the storm itself. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion erupted. Taiyuan froze in shock for a moment before realizing she was holding a strand of Zioxy's hair. His hair? Ziohe stared at the scene with his mouth hanging open in utter disbelief. Without waiting for anyone to warn him, he immediately turned and fled. Grinding his teeth, he muttered, "At this point, even the 4 great sects together won't be enough to stop him anymore." From within the thick smoke, a vague shadowy figure slowly emerged. The dark wing had regenerated. This time, it wasn't just one wing but a radiant pair of black and white wings. But Zioxy only cared about his shiny bald head. He spoke regretfully, "My beautiful heavenly hair got burned off." After surviving the tribulation, Zioxy was puzzled. Why had the heavenly tribulation ended after just one strike? A divine tribulation couldn't possibly be this simple. Besides, his divine law still seemed incomplete. Why was that? Not only him, but many others were also confused, wondering. The pressure from this tribulation was immense, so why was there only a single bolt of heavenly light? That can't be right. Has he really become that legendary existence? Zioxy thought to himself. Hair grow back already, this is too embarrassing. He roared furiously at the crowd. Are you people still trying to destroy demons? I'm in a terrible mood right now. Yet the leader of the group stepped forward with the others and declared, even if all 4 righteous sects fall today, we will still destroy you. But the words bald head completely shattered Zioxy's dignity. He threw a furious punch straight at the one who mocked his scalp. Frowning in irritation, Zioxy shouted, what the hell is wrong with you people? Have you all been brainwashed? Who decides what's righteous and what's evil? It's just a matter of perspective. Besides, I'm obviously the victim here, all right. A bunch of people rushed in to rob and attack me. And you still have the nerve to wave banners about exterminating demons. But deep down, he absolutely hated the hairstyle heaven had forced upon him. If this haircut stays forever, I'm going to cry. The crowd remained noisy and chaotic, constantly shouting, destroy the demon. Baldy eats rotten dates, destroy the demon. Zioxy snapped back, hey, who called me bald just now? But they kept chanting, destroy the demon, destroy the demon. Zioxy suddenly leaped forward. Whoosh, he let out a thunderous roar, and then an idea suddenly crossed his mind. The heavenly tribulation struck the top of my head directly, so the hair there might take longer to grow back. I'll knock this whole crowd unconscious first. The moment the people below heard his shout, chaos instantly broke out as everyone started yelling nonsense. A lion's roar technique, so handsome, so fast. Soon, they gradually became dizzy and fainted one after another. Even the sect leaders were affected by Zioxy's technique, left reeling while lamenting his overwhelming power. So powerful, just using sound alone knocked out most of the people here. One sect master spoke up and asked, where is the sect master representing Leaf Manor? When they realized it, all they saw was Taiyuan collapsed on the ground. While she had not yet woken up, Little Creek began negotiating. Right now, I don't want to kill anyone. Who will volunteer to tie up that wretched Taiyuan and make her my maid? I will spare that person, and even spare their entire sect. He thought to himself, Mother once told me that children who like to smile are the cutest. I should smile more now. When the sect masters heard that Little Creek's deal also had benefits, they fell into deep thought. Lin Yu stepped forward and reminded them, have you all gone mad? Our 4 great sects are allies. Can the words of that demon lord be trusted? Even if we die here, we cannot destroy the righteous path's reputation of several thousand years. Little Creek smiled so wickedly it was terrifying. He gradually began threatening them. Look, this is the human heart, so you should cast off that sanctimonious shell of righteousness as soon as you can. Besides, I keep my word. The promise I made just now is still valid. The more he preached, the more he thought, I have to smile more. As long as I'm not embarrassed, someone else will be. It seemed Little Creek's words had stirred up conflict within the sects. Suddenly, Jippu slowly opened his eyes and woke up. Then his eyes widened as he stared straight ahead. Jippu shouted angrily, as if he were the only sober person here. Have these bastards all been fooled senseless by this demon lord? He is making us fight among ourselves. He wants to destroy the soul of our righteous path first. Everyone reacted at once when they heard this. Hearing it, Little Creek shot behind Jippu like lightning and corrected him. What are you talking about? I'm helping them learn how to grow up, to distinguish right from wrong. Otherwise, how are they any different from this pitiful hair of mine? None of them have souls anymore. His hair had just grown back thickly over his head. He pressed his fist hard against Jippu's head and said, only by undergoing life's baptism of atonement. Can they grow up just like my hair? Little Creek urged them, hurry up. My patience has limits. Otherwise, I will wipe out the 3 great sects right now. Also, leader of the Mystic Sect, if you are willing to cooperate, I can consider letting the Mystic Sect off as well. Those cowardly weaklings immediately went along with his wishes. After hearing this, they declared firmly, that's right. For the sake of the 4 great sects, we sacrifice ourselves for justice, for the survival of the 4 great sects. We can only endure humiliation and bear this crime. Lin Yu turned around and looked at Taiyuan lying motionless. He was somewhat shaken by the 2 words they had just said. The boy began doubting himself. What is going on? Why did I have that thought just now? What is happening? What exactly is wrong with me? It must be that demon lord using some demonic sound to disturb my mind. And making me waver. Yes, it must be him. This isn't me. Little Creek talked glibly, and the more he spoke, the more he bewitched the fellow cultivators. If you don't believe me, I can swear an oath on my soul. As long as you do as I say, I will spare the 4 great sects. After all, I have already achieved my goal today. He secretly rejoiced. My hair, baptized by heavenly tribulation, has finally grown back. Taiyuan still showed no sign of waking. Rufeng, Lin Yu, and the other fellow cultivators were all hesitating between her life and their sects. They were lost in thought. What should we do? Do we really have to do what the demon lord says? Suddenly, a voice broke the heavy atmosphere. Fellow cultivators, wait. Lin Yu was shocked to recognize the owner of that voice and murmured in confirmation. This voice, impossible. Sect Master Takeshuan ascended many years ago in that terrifying divine tribulation. Could this be my hallucination? That's right. I just want too badly for someone to come help me. Rufeng asked the boy again. Hey, could you be talking about the once in 10,000 years genius, True Takeshuan? The one who died after forcibly undergoing the divine tribulation in the Dharma ending age. Even Little Creek found it familiar. He said softly, I feel like I know this voice too. He remembered who this person was. A super divine powerhouse of the mystic sect, someone who had appeared during the great battle against goddess Zai. Taixuan, did he also appear in this era? How exactly did this person and Taiyuan survive through such a long stretch of time? This is the ancient wilderness era from countless years ago. Raising his face toward the high sky, Little Creek shouted, Come out, Taixuan. Taixuan's figure, unseen for a long time, appeared holding a handkerchief stained with fresh blood. Cough, cough. Extremely puzzled, he asked, You know me. Just now you must have known who I was from my voice alone. I have been in seclusion for many years. Most of the people I knew either died in war or of old age. Who exactly are you? Little Creek smiled as if reunited with an old acquaintance and replied, No need to guess. Right now you definitely don't know me yet, but I already know you, he thought to himself. If he and Taiyuan can live until the duel with goddess Zai, perhaps they have a way to help me return there. The two stood facing each other for a while, only looking at one another without answering. As for the fellow cultivators over there, every one of them looked completely stunned. They wondered, what are they doing? Why are they just standing there without saying anything? A small leaf drifted down gently, passing by in an instant. But when it flew in front of Little Creek and Taixuan, it was no longer intact. It had been burned to ash, even though neither of them had made a move. Zioxy smiled warmly at the other side, while Taixuan narrowed his eyes and smiled back. The onlookers were completely confused and whispered among themselves, Do they know each other? Why are they smiling now? Changeling keenly sensed something strange and blurted out, No, this isn't right, even though neither of them is releasing any killing intent. It still feels like they're fighting on an invisible battlefield. The two of them were secretly competing like madmen, just perfectly evenly matched. Rufang and the others couldn't believe it and looked at him suspiciously. How can you tell from something so vague? Changeling puffed himself up arrogantly, curled his lip and said, Your realms are far below mine. Besides, those two great gods are hiding their clash too deeply. Ordinary people naturally can't see it. Dioxy and Taixuan continued shaking hands in silence, squeezing tighter and tighter. The two were no longer blindly testing strength, but had switched to an intense battle of wits, smiling on the surface while hiding hostility underneath. Zioxy had his reasons for backing down a step. He endured it while thinking to himself, I still haven't fully survived my heavenly tribulation yet. I'm still a flawed god, maybe I'm not his match. Meanwhile, Taixuan, who was practically nearing retirement, kept coming up with bold ideas. I'm only hanging on by a thread myself. I probably can't beat him either. How about self-destructing and dragging him down with me after the fight? Rather than fighting chaotically, the two ultimately reached a common understanding. Taixuan invited him, if that's the case. Why don't we reconcile and come visit my Xuanjiao sect? While we're at it, I'll have junior sister Taiyuan apologize to you. I assume you caused all this just to become a god and deliberately attract the four great sects. We haven't reached the point of mutual destruction yet. Zioxy responded cheerfully as well. Fellow Taoist Taixuan truly is wise. I just happen to have something I want to ask you. Let's go. At the Xuanjiao sect, perched beside a steep cliff, Taiyuan finally woke up but immediately cried out in protest. What, you want me to serve tea and pour drinks for this devil and even apologize to him? Taixuan looked up at the full moon, reminisced about the past and said, I remember back then I found a baby girl abandoned inside a mountain cave. I carried her home and she even peed all over me. Unable to withstand this guilt-tripping any longer, she gave in helplessly and said, all right, stop talking already. I'll go, okay, don't push your luck. He then told her, oh right, Brother Zioxy also said you should wear this outfit while serving him tea. Relax, I already checked it. There's nothing inappropriate about this outfit. Taiyuan gritted her teeth furiously, wishing she could punch her senior brother straight into the afterlife. She shouted so loudly that even the little owl jumped in fright. Senior brother, meanwhile, the sect masters who had been beaten black and blue by Zioxy had just finished bandaging themselves and were now sitting around drinking spiritual tea and gossiping. Hey, that girl in black is a god too, right? A god. How are there suddenly three gods at once? Meanwhile, Zioxy stood upstairs looking down, frowning in confusion. Why did little mom turn into this? Below him was Zioan, silent and gloomy after surviving the life-and-death battle. She no longer liked talking to others. Zioxy stared thoughtfully at her. He paced back and forth, rubbing his chin as if studying some rare creature. Asking and answering himself, is this mom after fully turning dark? It seems she doesn't like talking much anymore. Is her personality going to completely darken too? When Taixuan saw this scene, he patiently explained, her condition is most likely that she has fallen into the demonic path. He continued, for those who fall into the demonic path, the darkness in their hearts becomes infinitely magnified. They no longer restrain those dark thoughts. Furthermore, Taixuan added, their actions will only follow the truest thoughts in their hearts. They are no longer bound by morals or rules, so in many ways you could simply call them evil. But the more he explained, the more confused Zioxy became. He muttered, dark side, does little mom even have a dark side? It's hard to tell, she just doesn't like talking anymore. At this moment, Taiyuan had changed into a cute maid outfit. and walked out carrying a tray of delicious pastries and fruit. The three sect masters who had been chatting immediately got nosebleeds from how adorable she looked, all asking in fascination, "Who's that?" Taiyuan was so furious she practically steamed with anger. Turning around, she complained, "Senior brother, you call this outfit appropriate? The chest area is way too tight, and it feels like this outfit was made to satisfy some weird uniform fetish." Zioxy chuckled mischievously and immediately teased her. "Wow, it fits even better than I expected. You've really got potential as a maid." Even little Zioan, who usually kept an icy expression, stared blankly at Taiyuan in amazement. Not only that, she even pulled out paper and pen and began writing something down excitedly. Curious, Taiyuan walked behind Zioan and peeked over her shoulder, asking, "What are you writing?" Even Zioxy was stunned and exclaimed in confusion, "Holy crap, is this Mom's dark side? She wants to turn our action-adventure story into a harem story? That really is an evil way of thinking." Taiyuan looked suspicious. She kept pressing the issue. "Is that girl drawing some kind of curse?" Zioxy tried desperately to defend her. "No, it's not." Standing outside watching the noisy youngsters, Takeshuan also found it amusing. He thought to himself, "So this is the devil hunted down by the four great sects. Interesting." Suddenly he returned to the main topic and asked Zioxy a series of questions. "Right, there's something I'm very curious about. Looks like you know me, and the aura around you is very unusual too. It feels like you aren't from the same world as us." He sensed the perfect opportunity had arrived and decided to dig for information properly. The vague way the other man spoke only made people more curious. "I really do know you, and just so happens. I also have something extremely important to ask you." Taiyuan and the sect masters nearby immediately perked up their ears, eager to hear the serious matter. "What is it? What did he say?" Takeshuan took the initiative and suggested, "How about the two of us talk somewhere else?" The people sitting around immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. Sect Master Takeshuan, "That's not right. The four great sects all hold equal status, so why divide things so clearly? Hajai, we only just reconciled with Big Brother Zioxy a moment ago, and now you're already treating us like outsiders?" Taiyuan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "That's right, exactly." Zioxy waved his hand awkwardly and said with a forced smile, it's fine. The more people, the merrier. Besides, what I want to ask might be rather difficult." He gritted his teeth and went straight to the point. "I want to know how to travel through space and time." Takeshuan stared wide-eyed in shock at how direct this person could be. The other three sect masters were equally stunned, mouths hanging open. Taiyuan, who was holding a plate nearby, was also left speechless. Cold sweat dripped down Zioxy's face as the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitched. He forced an awkward smile and asked, "Hey, could you stop just looking shocked for a second? And answer me, do you people have a method or not?" The whole group immediately shouted over each other like a flock of ducks. We do. Even he was startled and yelled aloud. "There really is one." Seeing that everyone seemed unserious, Zioxy smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine if there isn't a way. This matter is already too difficult for everyone. I was only asking on the off chance anyway." But instead, the four sect masters answered in unison, "There really is. There really is." He stood there dumbfounded, practically drooling in shock as he blurted out, "Seriously, in this age of declining magic, methods for traveling through space-time are as common as cabbages on the street." The five of them replied in perfect unison, "Of course not." The scene shifted to a dark and mysterious place. A narrow path stretched through a forest filled with dead trees. A group of people silently trudged forward. Giant venomous spiders had spun webs everywhere, while white bones littered the area with an air of death. Hidden behind a nearby tree, a blue-skinned figure in a red cloak silently watched the group. They were none other than Zioxy's group along with Takeshuan and the four great sect masters. They followed the mysterious path toward a massive gate. Strange patterns covered the gate, and a purple crystal sat embedded at its center. At the same time, another stalker crept closer on canine legs. Little Black hid nearby and sneered wickedly. "All that time I spent secretly tailing them wasn't wasted after all. Opportunities belong only to wolves patient enough to wait. Who would have thought this humanoid treasure would lead me to such a sacred place? This brat really is my lucky star." Takeshuan stood there and explained, "Only the sect masters of the four great sects are qualified to know about this place. Back then, my grandmaster and the grandmasters of the other three major sects ventured deep inside together when they were young explorers. This place contains countless wonders, but also immense danger. Moreover, this place may be connected to space and time. Therefore, the grandmasters established a rule for future generations. Only when the sect masters of the four great sects carry their tokens together can they open the seal." Zioxy glanced over with some admiration but spoke confidently, "You even set up a seal from the age of declining magic. Later I'll just smash it apart with divine power." The old man raised a handkerchief to his mouth, coughed several times and said, "You and I are alike. Neither of us is a true god yet. Right now we can only be called false gods. And this seal is extremely powerful. It was jointly created by the Grandmaster sect leaders from before the age of declining magic. Without reaching the realm of a supreme god, forcibly breaking it open is likely impossible. Hearing that, he exclaimed in shock, "Huh, a supreme god." The other sect masters were equally astonished. Xioxi then asked curiously, "Right, I've always wondered, how did you reach the divine realm? Or rather, the false god realm you're in now? And why are you so severely injured, hanging onto barely your last breath?" Teixuan pointed at the gate and answered, "I found the method to become a god here." Jifu, standing at the very back, cried out, "What? So the legendary Master Teixuan really did discover a way to become a god here?" Hearing that, he turned around and asked them, "Hey, aren't you all from the four great sects too? Why do you sound like you know nothing about this cave? You're not trying to trick me, are you?" Teixuan weakly explained, "You can't blame them for this. Nowadays, anyone who enters this place is practically doomed to near certain death, unless they're at the end of their lifespan or desperately seeking a breakthrough. Otherwise, very few people would ever come here. Back then, even the Grandmasters didn't dare venture too deep. They would obtain opportunities from the outer regions and immediately return. After so many years, all the opportunities in the outer regions have already been taken by humans. Later generations can only enter the deepest parts to seek new opportunities, and the method to travel through space-time that you need lies in the deepest area." The four words, "a slim chance of survival," felt like enormous boulders crushing down on Xioxi, making him feel weighed down just thinking about it. The old man continued explaining, "As for my injuries, they were caused when my great Tao was struck by heavenly tribulation. Back then, the heavenly tribulation nearly reduced me to ashes. If not for the life-saving treasure left behind by the Grandmasters, I would have died long ago. The heavenly tribulation of the age of declining Dharma is far too terrifying." Little Black sneered from the side, "HMPH, becoming a god during the age of declining Dharma is an act against the heavens. The laws of the world will erase you." Xioxi stroked his chin thoughtfully and brought up another matter. "Then, why did my heavenly tribulation only have a single bolt?" Hearing that, Teixuan suddenly froze and stared into the distance. After a moment he answered, "I don't know. That matter has already surpassed my understanding." Little Black continued observing carefully and muttered, "This sovereign is also very curious. The brat's heavenly tribulation suddenly disappeared, and there's always some strain aura around him that keeps provoking me." Xioxi stood there solemnly. "Fine. If the method to travel through spacetime is inside here, then even if there's only a slim chance of survival, I still have to charge in. But before entering, there's something else I'm curious about. Haven't you all never entered the deepest area before? Then how do you know there's a method for traveling through spacetime inside?" Just like before, the five of them gave the same answer together. The final words left behind by their predecessors said so. Xioxi shouted in annoyance, "Can you people be any less reliable? I seriously suspect someone just wants me to go in there and die." The sect masters all put on innocent expressions and avoided his gaze. "No, absolutely not, don't talk nonsense." Xioxi stepped forward, waving goodbye to them. "All right then, farewell everyone." Just then, Teixuan loudly stopped him. "Wait." Xioxi turned around and asked with a blank expression, "Now what?" Teixuan pushed Taiyuan forward and replied, "Take our junior sister and brother with you. She also needs to enter the deepest area of the monster cave. Besides, I'll be going with you as well. It's incredibly dangerous inside. I only survived and escaped by sheer luck back then, so having me guide the way would be more appropriate." Xioxi immediately looked confused. "Why does she need to go too?" Taiyuan, the loose immortal herself, widened her eyes in confusion as well. Teixuan immediately explained, "Haven't you always wanted to know your origins? Back then I found you in this place while I was barely clinging to life. I want to help you fulfill this wish." She burst into tears, emotionally telling her senior brother, "No, compared to my origins, I'd rather you stay healthy and alive." He quickly comforted her. "My lifespan is already running out. Perhaps after entering, I might encounter a fortunate opportunity that can prolong my life." Teixuan smiled and leaned close to her ear, whispering softly, "With Hukai's super helper here, our chances of success will be much higher." Xioxi loudly interrupted, "Hey, you just said your true thoughts out loud, didn't you? Did you even consider my feeling? My heart is very fragile and delicate, you know." The other three sect masters burst into wicked laughter. With scheming expressions, they said, "The three of you should hurry up and enter. Our tokens are already prepared. We're only missing the token from your Xuan sect." Xioxi stood there smiling bitterly at them before asking, "Are you sure these are divine relics left behind by a supreme god?" In front of him, the so-called relics looked unbelievably ordinary, though strangely familiar. A sock, a slipper, and a hairpin. Teixuan continued, "It said these relics were all discovered in the world inside the cave. Using them to seal this cave is most appropriate. The three relics have already been gathered. We're only missing the final relic from our Xuan sect." He raised his hand and took out a pink brush that had been blurred to reduce the sensitive details. Xioxi covered his eyes with an ashen face and gave a thumbs up. "Your grandmasters were truly legendary. Within the gloomy darkness, the group gathered together and said, "You can enter now, hurry up and go in." Sheng Yuan, walking behind them, spoke uneasily. "Senior brother, I'm a little scared." The other three sect masters looked as though a huge invisible burden had finally been lifted from them and happily shouted, "Safe travels. May your journey be smooth." Meanwhile, Little Black grinned with creepy delight and thought to himself, the opportunity has arrived. Taking advantage of the moment when the sect masters weren't paying attention, he dashed forward and shot straight inside. His incredible speed left them shocked and confused. Their robes fluttered wildly, and one of them even blushed slightly. With an excited expression, he asked, "What was that just now? Did any of you see a black shadow rush in too?" Master Ju Quest stroked his beard and replied, "I think I saw it as well." Jai Pu pondered seriously. If that black shadow truly exists, then its strength far surpasses ours. In this cave where survival is nearly impossible, entering it may not necessarily bring any good fortune. The scene shifted inside. The three figures stood before the giant entrance of the cave dwelling. Tai Xuan reminded them, "Once we pass through the cave entrance, we'll enter a world completely beyond our understanding. Most importantly, our primordial power will be suppressed without limit. We'll become almost no different from ordinary people. In this strange world, you could lose your life at any moment." Zioxy looked somewhat worried, sweating nervously as he asked, "Our primordial power will be infinitely suppressed and will become ordinary people." Over here, Taiyuan also widened her eyes in curiosity. This world was beyond comprehension. Looking out from inside the cave residence, there was a door on a towering mountain peak, exactly where the three of them were standing. At that moment, they looked no different from tiny people. Taixuan continued, "This world is extremely strange, far beyond anything we can imagine. You two must follow my commands and must not act on your own." Back then, the senior and junior disciples who entered with me all died for no reason in this world. I do not want you two to follow in their footsteps either. The two of them did not dare argue and could only nod repeatedly in obedience. He walked ahead to lead the way. "Good, then keep following me." The three of them continued along the narrow trail with tall mountains and green trees on both sides. At this moment, Little Black had also successfully entered. It stood in the doorway. It looked left and right but saw no one, so it appeared puzzled. Standing there, it sighed, "After more than 1,000 years, this path still has not changed at all." Meanwhile, over on this side, Little Brook's group was still moving forward. The mountain road began to grow rugged and difficult to walk. Taixuan pondered deeply. After more than 1,000 years, this path still had not changed at all. Even the positions where the plants grew were exactly the same. Could time in this world have stopped? At this moment, Taiyuan suddenly noticed something on the ground giving off smoke. She cried out in surprise, then she picked it up curiously. "What is this? This hazy smoke feels slightly poisonous." As expected, this world is not simple. It turned out to be a tobacco pipe. When Little Brook saw it, she screamed in shock. This is?" Taiyuan pointed behind her while covering her face with her hand and shouted, "There is someone sitting in the grass." A man wearing a straw hat, holding a cigarette in his right hand and paper in his left, looked toward them with some surprise on his face. "Can a man not even take a dump in peace?" Taixuan hurriedly stopped them and said, "He is a native of this world. They treat poisonous gas as food. Run!" Then, without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed the two of them by the hands and fled desperately forward. A while later, Taixuan stopped, let them go, and said while gasping for breath, "Luckily we ran fast. This is only the outer region. The danger outside was nothing much. The central region inside was the truly terrifying, incomprehensible part." Little Creek was a little confused, thinking to himself, "No way, right? Don't tell me that thing just now was cigarettes, and that familiar pervert hat and tissues too." Little Black was also strolling along at that moment, hopping over the uneven road. It raised its nose, sniffed, and muttered, "That's right. Their scent came this way. There's also a strange smell. Why is there another strange smell?" While it was busy sniffing, a stick appeared from nowhere and went whack right onto its head. A bump swelled up on Little Black's head and it cried out in pain, "Damn it, what is this hard thing?" It turned out to be the farmer from earlier. Now he was smoking while holding a hoe in his hand. When he saw Little Black, he practically drooled, calling out affectionately, "Black dog." It was immediately caught by the farmer and could only bark, "Woof, woof." Only then did Little Black realize what was going on. In this world, this venerable one could not speak to humans. The scene shifted to an asphalt highway, where the familiar figures of the three-person group stood. Little Creek crouched down, placed his hand on the road, and said, "This asphalt road, these familiar lane markings, aren't these unique products of Earth?" The two fellow disciples stared wide-eyed and asked him, "Earth? What kind of fruit is Earth?" At the same time, the roar of an engine sounded. Along with it, a motorcycle appeared, carrying 3 heads of different colors, red, blue, and yellow. Not only were 3 people squeezed onto it, there was also a 4th purple-haired member sitting at the very back as the motorcycle sped along. Little Creek blurted out, "Are you kidding me? After going around in one big circle, I ended up back on Earth. I even roughly know where this is." He looked excited now. Could it be that after passing through that cave I returned to Earth? Little Creek boldly waved and asked the people on the motorcycle, "Hey, guys. Can I ask, is this Earth?" Red Hair thought to himself. Is this guy so deep into cosplay that he fried his brain? What is this planet M78? Can all of us turn into Ultraman or something? Do we really need to tell you that? Yellow Hair pointed at Tai Hyan and mocked him. And you people are way too cringe. For this genre, one guy is in ancient costume. Then he turned to Tai Yuan and continued. And one girl is dressed as a maid, though she does look really pretty. Want to join our family? She asked naively. Huh, family. Red Hair stepped closer, pointed at Little Creek and continued. And you're the most special one. One look and I can tell you're like the male lead from some half-cancelled anime nobody knows. Only a tiny fan like you would know it. No one on the street would even recognize who you're supposed to be. Hearing that no one would recognize him, he sat there gloomily, drawing circles in the sand. The group kept inviting Tai Yuan, "Little lady, join us." She felt a little flustered and thought, what should I do? They have a family. So they must be some major force in this place. How can I refuse without offending them? Tai Hyan stepped forward then to protect his junior sister. That's enough from you people. I am the head instructor of the mystic sect, and my junior sister is also the acting head instructor. Although you are not members of our sect, you still should not be so rude. Purple Hair raised a hand to his forehead and said, Bro, you're way too deep into this cosplay. Mystic sect, head instructor, never heard of it. Is it some street sect you just made up? Tai Hyan's face darkened with anger and he replied furiously, You dare insult our mystic sect? He immediately took out a talisman, held it between his fingers, raised it to the sky and shouted, Thunder punishment rise! But in response, there was no thunder at all. Only a few gentle breezes blew past, carrying some leaves along with someone's deeply embarrassed face. The group leaned toward one another and whispered, I suspect he's not just too deep into the role. This guy is probably an idiot. Tai Hyan broke into a sweat and muttered, Sure enough, even though I have reached the pseudo-god realm, I cannot mobilize even a trace of primal power here. I wonder if the ancestral masters who entered this place at the super-god realm back then were the same. He turned purple with rage and declared proudly, But even if it costs me my life, I must use these 2 fists to protect my junior sister's safety. Little Creek gave a helpless smile and stopped him. Fellow cultivator Tai Hyan, it doesn't have to go that far. It doesn't have to go that far. Put away those pot-sized fists of yours. Then he leaned close and reminded him, As soon as you make the first move, we'll become the ones who started the trouble, and they'll be acting in legitimate self-defense. This place is not the water origin continent. There aren't that many fights here. Everywhere, people have to obey the law and speak civilly. Then Little Creek stepped forward with a smile and said, Sorry about that, gentlemen. We're doing an anime club activity for a nearby school. After putting on these outfits, we got a little too into character. Sorry. Red Hair pointed at him and mocked. Oh, so that's it. Your students, huh? You kids really should do less cosplay, study more, and build the nation in the future like us. Blonde Hair teased, The construction boss is getting restless. Let's hurry back and carry bricks. Little Creek breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally driven them away. Tai Hyan now looked puzzled and asked, Why does fellow cultivator Little Creek know so much about this world? You can even communicate normally with them. What is an anime club? What is cosplay? Little Creek frowned and replied, This world might be my original world. Tai Yuan widened her eyes and asked, Is this the method of crossing worlds everyone has been searching for? Is this the world everyone wants to return to? Zioxy rubbed his chin and replied, The world I want to return to is the Shu Yuan world many years in the future. But everything I've done in the Shu Yuan world was ultimately so I could return to Earth. It sounds a bit roundabout, but I guess that's still correct. Takeshuan excitedly asked, Then do you have a way to help my junior sister discover her true origin? Meanwhile, Tai Yuan was worried about something else. Is there a way here to cure senior brother's illness? Zioxy quickly reassured them, I'll do my best, but first we need to figure out how to obtain the most useful thing in this world. Once we have it, we can do whatever you want. The Tai siblings widened their eyes and asked in unison, What's the most useful thing in this world? He gave a wicked grin, waved his hand casually and answered briefly, Money. They immediately curiously asked, Then how do we get this important thing called money? Zioxy replied, Right now we have a few methods we can try, though I don't know whether they'll work. He looked at the palm of his hand and focused while shouting. Left with no choice, Zioxy clenched his fist and sighed. It won't work. Looks like we'll have to use another method. The scene shifted to a nearby market. The 3 of them decided to squat there and beg with a sign that read, Ran out of money, please spare 20 yuan for bus fare home. Just then, a young man walking with his girlfriend stared at them intently. Whoa, babe, look at that. Competition in society is brutal these days. You actually have to dress like that to scam money now. The chipped pig-faced bowl remained completely empty. Gentle winds kept blowing past while they still hadn't received a single coin. Zioxy rested his chin on his hand and wondered, Why is nobody giving us money? Has this trick become outdated already? No, we need another approach. He quickly switched to another sign that read, family member critically ill, please kind-hearted people help us. Takeshuan sat there crying loudly. Please, kind people, have mercy and save my brother. He has terminal rectal cancer, level 10 shingles, and an obsession with wearing bizarre clothes. Takeshuan lay there completely motionless. A middle-aged man walked over and asked, such a pretty young lady. You're perfectly healthy, so why aren't you earning an honest living instead of running scams on the street? A wealthy-looking auntie chimed in, exactly. Life is good these days. Nobody with working hands and feet will starve. Right then, Takeshuan suddenly coughed weakly several times, with blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then he started spitting out even more blood. In a frail voice, he called out, sis. Seeing that scene, the auntie froze in shock, eyes wide open, then loudly apologized. So it was real, such a handsome young man too, this is heartbreaking. Money immediately started raining into the trio's cardboard box. Several young men suddenly shouted angrily as if someone had shoved them. Stop pushing me, damn it, who pushed my head? A bald security guard with an extremely fierce appearance strode over and shouted loudly, move aside, move aside. Who is it? Who dares to run knife tricks and scams on my turf? Zioxy peeked out nervously from behind a pillar and muttered, this is bad, it's security. He immediately rushed straight toward the crowd. Then he charged over and tightly hugged the security guard with a loud smack, wrapping his arms around the man's muscular body. He glanced at Takeshuan and secretly signaled, you two leave first. I'll hold him back. Takeshuan seemed to understand immediately and gave a slight nod. The security guard stood there blushing from being clung to and instantly shouted, hey, what are you doing? There are only two possibilities here. Either you're with those scammers or you're gay. I'm counting to 3. If you still don't let go, you'll regret it. Nearby, a girl whispered into her boyfriend's ear, see, I told you they were scammers, just like those Musica people. Over here, Zioxy frowned with determination and firmly shouted, I'm not letting go. The security guard immediately tensed up. Damn it, so you really are with them. Blushing, Zioxy continued yelling, I'm not letting go. Two strangers watched them with twisted excitement. This is true love, absolutely true love. The guard was so furious his eyes looked like they were on fire as he growled, let go of me, I'm straight. Suddenly, the security guard froze and thought to himself, something's wrong, why is this young guy so strong? I've practiced martial arts since childhood, my strength far surpasses ordinary people. Imagining something abnormal, he blurted out. It felt as though he were being restrained by a silverback gorilla. Slightly embarrassed, the security guard praised him. Good, good, you're incredibly strong, young man. Zioxy sneered coldly. Looks like my strength isn't completely suppressed by this world. He kicked the guard flying high into the air, while muttering, though his expression earlier seemed kind of strange. Did I imagine that? Immediately afterward, Zioxy moved against the flow of the crowd and quietly slipped away. Sitting in the middle of a large circle of onlookers, the security guard loudly demanded, where did those two scammers go? And where's that handsome muscular guy? Meanwhile, Zioxy hurriedly ran while wondering, where did Takeshuan and Taiyuan go? The train station is crowded and chaotic, I need to find them quickly. Just then, a strange voice suddenly sounded from behind him. You've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a very long time. Zioxy froze in shock, turned around and asked, who's speaking? He stood there blankly amidst the crowd and wondered, who was talking just now? The scene shifted to a small, shabby-looking house at the foot of a hill. Inside the little bug, Ziohai was growling and cursing inwardly. Damn it, the ants of this world actually dare think of eating me. Their guts are bigger than a dog's. Meanwhile, the farmer over here was sharpening his knife with a face full of craving. Ziohai noticed it and barked a few times as if saying, HMPH, I will not just sit here and wait for death. Then it barked nonstop, desperately using all 4 limbs to pull at the iron bars in vain. Seeing Ziohai bark so much, the farmer turned back and looked at it in confusion. Then he smiled kindly and said, go on, bark. You will not be able to bark in a little while. Ziohai managed to poke its head out but froze helplessly, thinking, my head is stuck. Could it be because I have been eating too much lately? Just then the little girl came home from school, poked her head through the doorway and called with a smile, Father. The farmer ran out, picked her up and said, good girl, what is it? Father caught a dog for you. Your hands and feet are always cold, so drink plenty of dog blood later to nourish your body. The little girl looked at Ziohai in the iron cage and thought for a moment. Then she pointed at it and said, it has a scarf and a bracelet, it has an owner. Ziohai suddenly bared its sharp teeth, then barked fiercely. In its heart it thought, the person qualified to be my master in this world has not even been born yet. Even if I am beaten to death and eaten by you, I will never abandon my pride and become someone else's elemental spirit. The farmer sneered and said, it is fine, maybe it was too naughty, refused to listen to its parents and ran away from home. We must put it into our bellies so it can understand how dangerous the outside world is. He pointed the freshly sharpened, gleaming knife at it and said through gritted teeth, you dared scare my daughter, the knife is sharpened now. Should I make braised meat or boil, stir-fry, stew, or fry you? The little girl suddenly exclaimed, "Father, look quickly. The puppy can draw." The farmer turned around and asked, "Good girl, have you been watching too many cartoons? How could a dog know how to draw?" But after he saw it, he himself gaped in shock. His eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. What the hell is that? Zio Hai raised the board and barked a few times, roughly trying to introduce itself as a divine wolf. The farmer knocked it on the head with a ladle, then turned and pinched his daughter's cheek, saying, "You naughty child, are you trying to tease your father again? I should earn more money and sign you up for an art class. This drawing is far too ugly." The little girl crossed her arms in frustration, pouted and replied, "I am not lying to you, it is true. Look, it is drawing again." Over here, Zio Hai's eyes were round with terror, with tears and snot running down its face. It gripped the chalk and drew frantically, hoping to save its life. Then it held the board toward the farmer and his daughter. On the board, Zio Hai had drawn itself as a god worshipped by humans. When the man saw it, his eyes nearly popped out and he cried out in shock, "Holy crap!" The scene shifted to a certain alley. It was already dark and a group of people was standing there. One person spoke up threateningly, "Hey, you two in ancient clothes, you have got some nerve." That guy turned to them and asked, "You dare steal customers on our turf? Do you know that everything around here is our territory? Theft, scams, kidnapping, pickpocketing. No one gets to do any of it except us. Tell me who your boss is." The Kai siblings stood there holding their donation box, staring with wide eyes. Meanwhile, Zai stood amid the passing crowd and asked, "Who is speaking? Are you waiting for me?" That voice rang out in reply, "Stop searching. I do not need you." He raised his face to look, then cried out in surprise, "The moon." At that moment, a strange diamond-shaped mark appeared in the middle of the moon. Zai focused his gaze on that mark. Then he asked, "You are up there, is this place the Earth I know?" When passers-by saw his strange behavior, they whispered, "This guy is having another mental breakdown. He is talking to himself and even imagining he is an alien. Let us stay away from him." From the direction of the moon came the reply, "This place is not the Earth you know." Zai asked again, "Then why do you know me and why did you even say you were waiting for me? Who exactly are you?" At that moment, the moon suddenly emitted a dazzling light. He raised his hand to shield himself and tried to look up. At the same time, over on Kai Xuan's side, he was trying to explain, "My junior sister and I have absolutely no intention of competing with you. It is just that we really need a spot like this right now." Kai Yuan looked over anxiously, worried about her senior brother. The boss made his demand, "Leave the money here and then let the beauty beside you stay and drink. With us brothers, then we will call this matter settled." Kai Xuan saw the stick by the wall, then quietly walked over and picked it up. Then he examined it while his junior sister looked confused. The boss, holding a sharp knife, saw this and wondered, "Is this guy planning to use that wooden stick to fight us?" "What?" Kai Xuan spoke up. "Although we cannot use origin power, soul cultivators like us have hardened ourselves through years of training. The blood and sweat we shed through all those years of pursuing the way were not for nothing. Junior sister, you usually only like studying runes, and rarely practice swordsmanship. Today, your senior brother will teach you the basic sword art of the mystic sect once more." He raised the stick and instructed her, "Watch carefully." Then without the slightest hesitation, Kai Xuan thrust the stick toward them as if thrusting a sword. The thugs also grew excited, ready to rush in and clash with him. Kai Yuan stood there anxiously and cried out, "Senior brother." He charged in, darting back and forth as he continuously swung the stick at the thugs' weak points. Sharp whooshing sounds rang out non-stop, accompanied by their terrified cries of pain. Blood had already been spilled and the enemy soldiers' weapons were knocked to the ground. Taixuan's swordsmanship was truly powerful. The gang leader had been standing off to the side watching the whole time, his face dark and grim. In the narrow alley, the beaten men were sprawled all over the ground. Meanwhile, the leader silently stood behind the brother and sister. He raised a knife to Taiyuan's throat, then looked toward Taixuan and shouted, "Don't move." Taixuan turned to look, his face ashen as he cursed, "Damn it." Then he coughed violently several times, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Taixuan dropped to one knee, leaning on his staff to keep from collapsing. He continued cursing, "Damn it, why does it have to happen now?" The scene shifted back to Zioxy, who was floating in midair, wondering to himself, "Where is this?" Just now it felt like a powerful beam of light hit me right in the face. The moon replied, "This place is a balance point between this planet and the outer universe." Zioxy widened his eyes and exclaimed, "The stratosphere." At that moment he was closer to the moon than ever before. Compared to it, he was like a tiny ant. Zioxy asked, "Are you the moon, or some kind of immortal deity? Can you just speak plainly? Who exactly are you? Why do you know me? Can we stop acting all mysterious while talking? I've noticed every time I'm dragged into some strange space, I end up wasting tons of time talking to people who love speaking in riddles. The more mysterious and powerful they are, the more they like talking like this. Can we just get to the point already? I still need to go find those two senior siblings later." It immediately answered frankly, "Fine then, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Let me show you my true form." As soon as it finished speaking, cracks appeared throughout the moonlit space. Zioxy stared intently and said, "The space itself is breaking apart. Another ruthless monster." At that moment, the moon transformed into a humanoid figure with a gigantic mysterious eye. That eye became clearer before him while staring directly at Xioxi. At that moment, a pair of eyes formed, one the moon, the other the sun, while a voice echoed out, "Greetings, you may call me the giant." He cried out in shock, What? The sun and moon are just his eyes." Xioxi stared in astonishment and said, "He's enormous." At that moment, the giant's entire body appeared, his white hair flowing as he gazed directly at Xioxi. Looking up, Xioxi asked, "Wow, you're huge. And your voice sounds like thunder exploding in my ears. Can we talk another way?" The giant crossed his arms and agreed without hesitation. He immediately shrank his body down. Seeing that, Xioxi clicked his tongue in amazement and asked, "This guy is actually easy to talk to." He replied, "No, I'm not that friendly. Everyone who dared speak to me like this before is already dead." After hearing that, Xioxi froze on the spot. Sweat poured down endlessly. Meanwhile, the giant fell silent with a dark expression, saying nothing more. Xioxi pointed at him and thought to himself, "This guy really deserves a beating." The giant then spoke up, "I heard what you were thinking." Xioxi trembled in fear, drenched in sweat from head to toe, and stammered. "Really?" The giant then asked, "Do you know why that woman chose you in the future?" He answered, "Could it be because I'm the chosen child of heaven, the protagonist blessed with destiny, 1 in 10,000, and because I sacrificed myself to save others in the beginning?" Which moved her? The giant pointed at Xioxi and replied, "Wrong. At the creator level, such trivial matters would never affect her judgment. Everything was arranged by her. She had to make you believe everything was reasonable so she could cultivate the perfect chess piece." Xioxi asked in confusion, "Wait a second, something's off here. How do you know Goddess I? This is the ancient primordial era. How do you even know Goddess I? And you even knew I'd appear here? This place clearly looks exactly like Earth. I have way too many questions. Can you tell me why?" The giant fell into deep thought. His eyes carried a trace of sorrow and hidden burdens. Then he looked upward and answered, "Because I too am a creator-level being." Xioxi raised a thumb and replied, "Holy crap, with an explanation like that you're unbeatable. Creator-level beings can do whatever they want." The giant added, "Even creator-level beings cannot do absolutely anything they please. As far as I know, one creator-level being was killed by that woman." Xioxi thought to himself, "Goddess Zai is strong enough to kill even a creator-level being. Then what am I supposed to do? In this life can I only live according to her arrangements? More importantly, none of the plans she has for me are anything close to a good script. What am I supposed to do? No, that still doesn't make sense. I'm just a minor character. Why is she so obsessed with me, constantly causing trouble for me?" The giant looked at him and added, "Because you possess a very special soul." Xioxi smugly replied, "A lot of girls who chased after me used to say the same thing." The giant explained, "What I mean is, your soul was created by that woman, then placed into the womb of a mortal, which is how you came to exist today. Your soul is extremely special. It was fused together from countless fragments of my father's shattered soul, something that woman devoted tremendous effort to creating. Collected from the primordial water continent." Xioxi curiously asked, "Then who is your father?" He replied, "My father is the human king, the progenitor of all humanity in this world. The primordial water continent was created by him. He was a supreme existence standing above all living beings." He wondered, the entire primordial water continent was created by that man. How could the soul fragments of someone so powerful be scattered across the continent? Who could possibly kill him? As if hearing Xioxi's thoughts, the giant immediately said, "No, nobody could kill him. He willingly gave up his own life." He continued explaining that his father wanted to nourish the entire primordial water continent with his life. He wanted to create an ideal kingdom, a world of dreams. What he pursued was completely different from us. After hearing that, Xioxi looked shocked. This really sounded like someone who had grown tired of living. Besides, even though I merged with a fragment of his father's soul, surely he does not see me as his father now, right? This is bad. Could he crush my soul later and return it to the earth to nourish the primordial water continent? Xioxi looked over and curiously asked, "You said you have been waiting for me for a long time. What do you want from me?" He answered, "I want to know what that woman is plotting. Over the years, she has constantly appeared at different points in time searching for fragments of my father's soul. Since they merged into your body, I believe the answer lies within you." The giant raised his hand and activated a technique as he continued, "Do not worry. I will not harm you. I only want to see the secret that woman hid in the deepest part of your soul." Xioxi's body floated in midair amid the giant streams of energy. His right eye, which contained the sun, flashed brightly. Golden streams of energy wrapped around Xioxi as if they wanted to tear him into pieces. Suddenly, a gigantic claw emerged from the void and reached toward Xioxi. He was completely unable to move in the games of these supreme beings. The giant smiled with excitement and shouted, "You finally appeared from the downstream of the river of time, after crossing countless years.